The story began when for some unknown reason this young man suddenly fell straight down from the sky. Even more unlucky, he landed right on the body of a three-headed wolf. That immediately sent the mother wolf into a furious rage. Sensing the danger closing in, he instantly turned and ran. He still shouted back, "Damn you, I only accidentally fell into your cave. Was there really a need to overreact like this? Why are you chasing me so fiercely?" His name was Liu Feng. Having just crossed into another world, Liu Feng ran into misfortune as he was hunted by a three-headed wolf. Facing the relentless assault, he understood that running forever was not a long-term solution. But he was unwilling to die unjustly the moment he had just set foot in this world. Distracted by fleeing, he failed to watch his step and trip. His fair face slammed hard against the ground, nearly becoming disfigured. At that moment the wolf also stopped. All three of its heads lifted at the same time. Then it let out a piercing howl. Immediately after, a massive sphere of energy gathered in its mouth and shot straight toward Liu Feng. Pale with fear, he had no time to think and continued running blindly. Right then, a familiar incantation suddenly flashed through his mind. Euaxia inner art, boundless transformations, body like the wind, sword like a rainbow, strength tripled, speed tripled. He realized it was the technique he had trained in since childhood, seemingly called Gale Step, yet he did not understand why it now appeared so clearly in his memory. Immediately afterward, a strange surge of power erupted within his body. Liu Feng had no time to think. He could only risk everything. Acting on instinct, he successfully activated that source of power, and vanished just before the attack could hit him. When he reappeared, he was already in a completely different place. It was Gale Step that had helped him escape the deadly pursuit. Panting heavily, Liu Feng felt both joy and confusion. Euaxia inner art had once been useless, yet here it was so powerful. Before he could steady himself, he saw a large shadow looming over him, a terrifyingly familiar sensation. The only difference was that this time it was a one-headed monster instead of three. But the creature behind him seemed even more frightening than the wolf before. A single roar was enough to make him tremble. Pouring all his will to survive into his legs, he kept running. If he could speak with it, he would have already knelt down and begged for his life. But that was impossible, so he could only run with all his strength. Unfortunately, Gale Step failed to activate this time. Liu Feng charged forward, through a thicket and then off a cliff. Coincidentally, there was a girl standing below, even though he shouted for her to move aside. His falling speed was too fast for her to react in time. As a result, he crashed down headfirst and pressed her beneath him in an extremely awkward position. His nose bled from the impact, while the girl blushed in shock. Immediately, Liu Feng was slapped across the face along with a scolding, "You shameless rogue." She was even about to strike again. The monster had already caught up, plunging down viciously. Liu Feng immediately pushed her away, unwilling to drag her into danger. Yet that action caused him to be struck by the monster claw, his vision going dark. He wondered if being swallowed by it would allow him to return to Earth. Fortunately, he was not killed, because another person appeared, swinging a greatsword to knock the monster away. The girl ran over in delight and called out, "Grandfather." The elderly man asked, "Wei-er, are you all right?" He smiled and replied that she was fine, but there had been someone else just now. Only then did she notice Liu Feng lying motionless on the ground. His entire body was covered in wounds, and he looked critically injured. The old man said he would deal with the monster. Liu Feng was entrusted to her care. Wei-er hurriedly helped him up and anxiously called out, "Hey, are you still conscious? Open your eyes." Half-conscious, Liu Feng felt the softness beside him and forced a smile, saying, "It hurts, but saving you was worth it." After speaking, he fainted, vaguely seeing himself drifting amid light. Memories of his childhood surfaced. Back then he had just begun training in the Euaxia inner art, mocked by friends for reading too many martial arts novels. As he grew older, he was cruelly rejected in love, the bouquet thrown back along with bitter words. From then on, Liu Feng had neither friends nor a lover. He immersed himself in the world of games, the only place where he could talk to others. The internet cafe, people called him someone who lived in games for an entire month, harshly labeling him a failure. Those words made him recognize his own uselessness. Then he heard someone calling him to wake up. If he did not get up, he would be beaten. The voice sounded both familiar and strange. He slowly opened his eyes. Not fully awake, he unconsciously reached out and pulled the person before him, as if grasping a chance at life, causing the girl to lose her balance and fall onto him. The two once again fell into an awkward situation, eyes meeting. This time Liu Feng blushed first and quickly pushed her away. He apologized and explained that he had just had a nightmare. Before he could steady himself, he heard a loud shout. "Liu Feng, you brat, get down here and work for me at once." Wei-er hurriedly urged him out of bed, saying grandfather was about to lose his temper. She had even prepared new clothes for him, urging him to wash his face and come down quickly. Time passed as swiftly as the wind. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since he arrived in this world. But Liu Feng still could not adapt to life here. All things considered, Liu Feng had once been just a teenager who spent his days buried in internet cafes. Unlucky enough to encounter an electrical short circuit that caused an explosion, he died unjustly and joined the so-called Male Lead Transmigration Association, then was thrown straight into the Night Orchid continent. As could be seen, the moment he set foot there he was chased by magical beasts until he was barely alive. Fortunately, Wei and Haki arrived in time to save him and brought him home. Over the past half-month, Liu Feng had gradually come to understand this new world. On the Night Orchid continent, anyone could cultivate battle chi or magic. Strength was divided into 11 levels. From level 9 one could be called a Grandmaster, level 10 was Saint Rank, the highest was Sovereign. It was said there were realms beyond, but no one had ever reached them. Most humans were only at levels 3 or 4. Haki grandfather was a level 5 great swordsman, and Wei was a saint student, a genius with the hope of entering saint rank within 40 years and directly admitted by one of the 4 saint academies. As for Liu Feng, in his old world he had been a nobody obsessed with Huaxia internal martial arts, something everyone called a scam yet he believed to be a divine art, training bitterly without results. Unexpectedly, after dying and transmigrating, that internal art could actually be used. It was just completely different from the power system here, leaving him unsure whether he could continue cultivating. The earth he once knew had been filled with suffering for him. Therefore, when he arrived here, Liu Feng felt no regret. Moreover, he already had something to care about. Just as he thought of that, Wei appeared and eagerly stuffed a new set of clothes into his hand. Hey, why are you spacing out? Hurry and change your clothes. After Liu Feng finished changing, she could not stop looking at him. Wow, you actually look quite decent in this outfit. Even someone like you has a bit of style. You praising me or mocking me? Liu Feng asked irritably, only to be met with her giggles. Seeing him fumble and fail to fasten the buttons, Wei had to adjust them herself, scolding him as a fool while her movements were incredibly gentle. Facing such a beautiful girl who treated him so well, how could someone as starved of affection as he not be moved? Wei and Haki family ran a busy tavern. Every morning they went downstairs to help out. Wei was in charge of serving food. Liu Feng cleared the dishes and cups after customers finished drinking, carrying a whole large basin each time. Seeing this, Wei worriedly reminded him, be careful, do not carry too much or you will fall. With so many customers, if we do not clean up quickly grandfather will scold us, Liu Feng replied with a smile. Haki stood at a distance observing. Noticing the intimate atmosphere between the two, he frowned and muttered, HMPH, this brat. After the customers had all left for a while, Liu Feng finished cleaning up and stretched tiredly. With this workload he might collapse before growing stronger. Wei walked out from inside. She flicked his forehead hard and scolded, you fool, why did you carry so much? What if you fell? Liu Feng rubbed his forehead. I just thought doing it in one go would be faster. The wound from the magical beast claws has only just healed, and you already do not know how to take care of yourself. You really are foolish. It was the same in the forest. You did not even know me, yet you still rushed out to save me. Were you not afraid of losing your life? At that time I only thought about saving someone. Your life is certainly more important than mine, Liu Feng replied, scratching his nose. Someone like me has no relatives. If something happened, probably no one would even care. During that, Wei blushed and shouted, you are not allowed to say that. I will care from now on. I am your family. To Liu Feng, those words were far from simple. The first time in his life, he had someone to call family. Joy made him smile brightly, thank you. But the happiness did not last long before it was interrupted by a short man dressed like a noble. He pointed and shouted, brat, where did you come from? Stay away from my fiancé Wei. Liu Feng felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. He turned to ask, is what he said true? Wei immediately denied it. She told him to go inside and let her handle it, but that man continued provoking, is he a servant Haki hired? You are a saint student recognized by Dean Lan Dai. Do not associate with someone of unclear origin, or it will affect your status. He is a guest of our family. It has nothing to do with you. I will not get engaged to you, Wei shouted angrily. Perhaps because Liu Feng was present, the rejection made him lose even more face. Lei Nua was furious. The subordinate beside him hurriedly reminded him to restrain himself according to the old master instruction. He could only swallow his anger and force a smile. I am just worried you will be deceived by someone of unknown background, but why do you keep refusing this marriage? After all, the city lord here is still my father. Liu Feng was startled, not expecting him to be the city lord's son, a status worlds apart from his. Wei pulled Liu Feng into the house, not bothering with him. Lei Nuo continued, "Marry me and you will have my father's support. Entering Blue Star Academy will also be easy. It is full of noble descendants. Ordinary people can hardly compare. You do not want to be looked down upon." His words were unpleasant but not without reason. Wei was so angry she was speechless. Liu Feng stepped forward to shield her and shouted loudly, "Are you using your status to force her? That is humiliation." Lei Nuo's subordinate immediately drew his sword, not bothering to argue. Lei Nuo was satisfied and even instructed them not to end it too quickly so Liu Feng could have a taste. Following his order, the knights charged forward together. Seeing their overwhelming numbers, Liu Feng did not intend to confront them head-on. Gripped Wei hand tightly. Using Gale Step, he led her out of the encirclement. In the blink of an eye he stood before Lei Nuo and provoked him. "Is this all it takes to capture me? Other than relying on subordinates, what ability do you have? Truly a man who only knows how to bully with power." Enraged, Lei Nuo raised his sword high. He wanted to personally take Liu Feng down. Liu Feng released Wei hand and charged forward like the wind. Gale Step was agile. In an instant he had circled behind him. "What is wrong? Struck a nerve so you lost your temper." Lei Nuo grew even more furious. While dodging attacks, Liu Feng mocked his clumsy swordsmanship. He could not even touch his clothes. He felt he had provoked enough. He suddenly turned to counterattack. The punch was so fast that the knights could only widen their eye. After knocking Lei Nuo down, he turned to deal with the subordinates. Compared to their master, they were slightly better. Even with weapons, all of them were knocked down by Liu Feng. After sweeping the opponents away, he was astonished at the power of Gale Step when it tripled both speed and strength. Then he felt internal energy surge within him. It was the Huaxia internal art. Having internal energy meant he had officially entered the path of this cultivation art. Real combat truly was the fastest way to improve. He just did not know what level he now corresponded to on the Night Orchid continent. Wei ran over praising him. "I did not expect you to be so formidable." Liu Feng smiled awkwardly. "I might have been a bit too heavy-handed. Will his father, the city lord, cause trouble?" Wei was not afraid at all. They were the ones who caused trouble first. If the city lord dared to come, she would report to Dean Lan Dai. Hearing that, Liu Feng finally felt at ease. He took her hand and left. If Haki saw those people lying everywhere in front of the tavern, he would surely be furious. He held her hand and led her away. Wei felt a strange sense of reassurance. Even though Liu Feng had no battle chi or magic, he still made her feel protected. However, just now Wei had noticed several unusual points. Liu Feng neither cultivated battle chi nor used magic, yet he could calmly slip past the sword strikes of fighters above level 4, even counterattacking and forcing them into a difficult position. That fleeting and elusive movement technique alone was enough to reveal the abnormality. It made Wei unable to stop wondering what Liu Feng's true identity really was. Even so, she clearly sensed that he bore no ill intent, so whatever his background might be no longer seemed too important. Thinking of this, Wei suddenly came up with an idea. She took Liu Feng's hand and smiling brightly invited him to the market fair, since she heard there were many new and curious items today. "As you command, Miss Wei." On the way, seeing Liu Feng keep smiling, Wei could not help but ask, "Liu Feng, why are you so happy today?" He only smiled without revealing that he had just comprehended a new layer of inner force within his cultivation method. Because even if he explained it, Wei would likely find it hard to fully understand. She only needed to know that from now on he could protect her more thoroughly. That was enough. As he said that, Liu Feng intentionally or unintentionally moved closer to her. The close distance immediately made the young girl face flush red. And the familiar outcome followed. Liu Feng received another resounding slap that turned his head aside. Even though struck by a beauty, he remained in an unusually buoyant mood. After all, grasping this new layer of power was an important foundation for his future path of growth, something worth celebrating. After leaving the market and returning, Liu Feng hurried to the tavern, pushed the door open, and loudly called out, "Haki, we are back." Yet the scene before his eyes left him stunned. Haki was covered in injuries, his face smeared with dirt. He was even being lifted into the air by a burly man with one hand. The tavern was strewn with unconscious bodies and shattered weapons. A glance was enough to understand that a fierce brawl had just taken place here. Wei followed closely behind, and the moment she saw that scene, she began to tremble. When Haki saw her, he tried to speak in a trembling voice, telling her to leave quickly. Because that man was Lei Ting, the city lord of Ma City, also Lei Nuo's father. He looked toward the door and smiled provocatively at Wei Behind him, Lei Nuo stepped out, his fierce gaze pointing straight at Liu Feng. "Father, he is the one who humiliated me. He even dared to insult our family and mock the position of city lord. He deliberately exaggerated everything to escalate the matter." Truth, Liu Feng had indeed clashed with him, so it was not too surprising that the father and son came to cause trouble. Only Lei Nuo's shameless fabrication truly invited contempt. "You dare to insult my people. Today do not even think of leaving in one piece," Lei Nuo threatened through gritted teeth. Without time to calculate, Liu Feng shouted for Lei Ting to release Ha Qi, at the same time clenching his fist and charging forward. Lei Nuo panicked and hid behind his father, while Lei Ting calmly watched Liu Feng's speed as if it were far too slow compared to him. He merely raised a single finger at ease, pointing straight at the center of Liu Feng's forehead. He was utterly shocked, unable to understand why Gale's step, which had been swift as lightning, was seen through so easily, when earlier it had overwhelmed Lei Nuo's night squad. Could it be that Lei Ting was truly that powerful, his right hand still gripping Ha Qi's throat? Just the remaining finger, he easily knocked Liu Feng flying. He was sent crashing away, buried amid rubble and dirt. Witnessing everything, Wei ground her teeth in fury, secretly vowing to report the crimes of the Lei father and son to her teacher. Lei Ting only sneered upon hearing that, saying regrettably she likely would not have the chance to see her teacher again. At first he had intended to use her to build relations with one of the four saints, but if she refused to behave he did not mind finishing her off. His next target was Wei. Even from a distance he could strike like lightning and lift her into the air. Her throat was tightly gripped, she could hardly breathe, unable to chant a spell to resist. Watching Ha Qi and Wei suffer blow after blow with his own eye. How could Liu Feng stand by, even though his body still ached from the previous strike? He still forced himself up and rushed toward Lei Ting. "Damn it, stop." The shout rang out, and Lei Ting truly paused for a brief moment. He threw Ha Qi toward Liu Feng. He hurriedly caught him, but before he could steady himself, a sword had already appeared in Lei Ting's hand. On that man's lips was a chilling, icy smile. He waved his hand, the blade shooting out like a beam of light. "Brat, let go of me," Ha Qi shouted loudly. Right after that, Liu Feng felt a scorching liquid splash onto his face. It was the blood of the man who had taken him in since he arrived in this world. The sword had pierced through Ha Qi's chest. He trembled in pain yet still struggled to remain standing. "Quickly, I will hold him back. You take Wei and leave this place. You are no match for him." After saying that, he turned his back to Liu Feng and faced Lei Ting, the sword still embedded in his chest. In Lei Ting's eyes, that desperate act only made him more annoyed. Liu Feng stared tensely at that man's hand, watching the fingers slowly curl tighter. It felt as if his heart was being crushed along with it. Blood continued to gush out, staining the ground red. Ha Qi's body finally could not withstand that power and collapsed before Liu Feng's eyes, the sight leaving him frozen in shock. His eyes were wide open, not blinking even once. Wei stood a little farther away. She still witnessed her grandfather fall beneath Lei Ting's hand. "No," she screamed in utmost grief and hatred. Her body suddenly rose into the air, breaking free from the control for a brief instant. However, that outburst lasted only a fleeting moment. Lei Ting's expression remained calm as ever. Clearly, everything was still under his control. As expected of a disciple of an expert, but this is as far as you go. As the words fell, he increased the force once more, tightening again until Wei lost all ability to resist. Meanwhile, Liu Feng intended to launch a sneak attack from behind, but Lei Nuo noticed in time and loudly warned his father. As a result, Liu Feng was sent flying by Lei Ting once again. His whole body slammed heavily into the wall. Then both his hands and feet were tightly bound. Lei Ting let out a cold snort. "Very well, do not be in such a hurry to die. Stay and watch the final act of this play." After saying that, he turned to his son and asked whether Lei Nuo had always longed for that girl. Anyone who failed to grasp the hidden meaning in those words was truly foolish. Moreover, Luanak flushed crimson the moment she heard them. His eyes gleamed as he stared fixedly at Wei like a beast that had not seen prey for ages. Lei Ting set her down on the ground before his son and coldly declared that she now belonged to him, making Lei Nuo clap excitedly, the greed in his expression impossible to conceal. Liu Feng roared in fury that if Lei Nuo dared to touch Wei he would make him pay dearly. Yet he was firmly restrained by Lei Ting, so his threat carried no weight. Luanak stepped forward to pin down Wei who was biting her lip to stifle her sobs. Then he shot Liu Feng a provocative look and mocked that if he had the ability he should stop him. Wei exhausted all her strength yet still could not resist. The short man violently yanked at her clothes and laughed in ridicule of her pride, while Wei struggled and shouted for him to stay away. The fury inside Liu Feng erupted violently. Somehow he broke free from Lei Ting's restraint. But just as Liu Feng lunged forward, Lei Ting raised his hand. It was the same familiar strike to the center of his forehead, accompanied by crushing pressure that made him stagger. He coldly remarked that there was slight improvement, but he was still too weak. Lei Ting declared that even with saintly innate talent, without reaching a true realm, one was nothing more than prey for others. He even laughed and said he would fabricate a story about a man of unknown origin harming Wei and present that man's head as proof, making Liu Feng fully understand the vile nature of that father and son. He was so furious he could not utter a single word. At that moment, killing intent was clearly revealed in Lei Ting's eyes. Just as he was about to deliver the finishing blow to Liu Feng, a panic scream from Lei Niu rang out. Turning back, they saw Lei Niu flung away by Wei lying motionless on the ground. Wei stood up. Before her floated a radiant blue crystal. Her face drenched in tears and filled with unbearable pain, she still tried to reassure Liu Feng not to worry about her. Lei Ting immediately released Liu Feng. Realizing the situation was more dangerous when he saw Wei preparing to self-destruct, he shouted to hold her back. His son was powerless. Only Lei Ting rushed forward as the self-destruction had already begun, her body curling like a fetus amid dazzling halos of light. Liu Feng did not know what was about to happen. He only felt unease. He reached out and called her name yet could not touch her. Liu Feng, meeting you has made me very happy. Please keep living on. Wei smiled with sorrow and gave him those final words. Liu Feng screamed her name and charged forward, but in his hand he could only grasp a strand of hair tie. It belonged to Wei and immediately after a deafening explosion resounded. Lei Ting swiftly pulled Lei Niu away. The father and son hid within a sturdy barrier, while the tavern was flattened into ruins. When he regained consciousness, Liu Feng found himself holding that hair tie in a strange forest. Perhaps his survival instinct had driven him to use his movement technique to escape the blast. Clutching the keepsake tightly, tears streamed down Liu Feng's face as he remembered Wei and Ha Qi who had once protected him. Now both were gone, the pain turning into intense hatred as he swore to make the Lei father and son pay. He only knew he was in a forest and had no idea where it was. The thought of revenge urged him to return immediately. But as soon as he turned around, the ground trembled and a fireball descended from the sky, incinerating a wide stretch of grass into ashes. Liu Feng raised his head and looked up. He saw a gigantic black dragon being pursued by several men. They coordinated to unleash continuous attacks. Even so, the dragon's power remained utterly terrifying. It struck down a man dressed in red, then suddenly turned back. It looked straight toward Liu Feng, mistaking him for an ambusher. Thus it intended to eliminate him in an instant. But as it drew near, it suddenly sensed something unusual, an abnormality from Liu Feng's aura. Black Dragon realized he came from Earth. Therefore it halted its attack and turned back, standing in front of Liu Feng to shield him from those men, even taking an arrow, made of golden metal with powerful penetrating force. Blood stained its body red. It was an arrow from a dragon-slaying bow of terrifying might. Dragon blood splattered over him, yet Liu Feng paid it no mind. He only wondered why it saved him. Black Dragon wanted to explain but was pressed by relentless attacks and could not. Seeing Liu Feng standing beside the dragon, they immediately assumed the two were on the same side. So they launched simultaneous attacks at both to seize the dragon egg, dozens of people using various skills. Mounting pressure made Liu Feng dizzy, even so under that barrage. The dragon still spread its wings to protect him, not allowing Liu Feng to suffer any harm. He was astonished by the ferocity in the group's attack. He could not comprehend why the black dragon was shielding him. Suddenly the dragon spoke in his mind, "Boy, listen to me. I will hold them off, you must leave quickly." Those words left Liu Feng stunned, because they reminded him of Ha Qi's words before dying. In his heart only one question remained: why was he always the one protected while others had to sacrifice themselves? As the group prepared to unleash another wave of attacks, the black dragon readied itself to fight. Something inside Liu Feng's mind seemed to shatter. As if the thread of reason had snapped completely, Liu Feng roared fiercely, his cry like a beast driven into a dead end. His entire body suddenly rose into the air, a terrifying force shooting straight toward the sky. His eyes turned white and veins bulged across his neck and face. He seemed to have lost all sanity. Dragon blood entered his body and caused his meridians to open on their own. His energy surged like an ocean, his body becoming tough and not easily broken. Even the black dragon was shocked by this transformation and had no time to react. Liu Feng had already charged straight at the attackers, roaring that they would pay the price. Liu Feng looked brimming with killing intent, yet the group facing him did not waver in the slightest. In their eyes, his flashy moves were nothing but cheap tricks, at best merely mediocre. Suddenly, a girl carrying a massive axe rushed out to block the path. "Brat, do not foolishly meddle in our affairs." As soon as she finished speaking, she swung the axe down with force. By instinct, Liu Feng immediately raised his hand to block. The moment his palm collided head-on with the opponent's weapon, a shockwave resounded like a clap of thunder. The impact force sent both of them flying in opposite directions. It was thrown back toward Hak Long and was shielded by its outstretched wing. The dragon spoke in a low voice, "Calm down. They are all 7th level experts and they have spirit weapons in hand." The girl who had just attacked was equally stunned. A seemingly frail youth had actually blocked her strike. It was hard to believe. Without giving the opponent a chance to catch her breath, he sprang up and charged forward to counterattack. His speed was so fast that even Hak Long could not stop him in time. The axe-wielding girl clearly saw him rushing straight at her. Yet in the blink of an eye, Liu Feng was like a phantom flickering in and out of sight, already appearing right behind her. If no one else had stepped in at the crucial moment to break the momentum, then his counterattack would have struck its target. However, he was knocked back once again. Fortunately, this time he did not suffer any serious injury. A burly man holding a large hammer stepped forward. He roared in anger, "Truly an overconfident brat, die." Saying that, he unleashed a full-powered move carrying a surge of raging flames. The might of that blow was so great that even Hak Long changed expression and hurriedly shouted a warning. These people have spirit weapons to bolster them. Their strength is no less than Qing-level powerhouses. Hak Long did not know what he had just experienced, but it was certain that in his current state he could not contend with them. Hearing this, he was stunned. With spirit weapons, their power already rivaled the Qing level, but after 2 exchanges, he realized they were still not as terrifying as Lei Ting. If this was already considered Qing level, then to what extent had that man's strength reached? At that very moment, another change occurred in his body. Liu Feng suddenly coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. His whole body felt completely drained of strength. Reason was that his inner force had been exhausted. The indestructible diamond state also completely dissipated. He collapsed to the ground, leaving Hak Long aghast. A sudden fall caused the dragon to lose focus, and in that very instant, the opponent seized the chance to strike, leaving it with a deep wound across its chest. Seizing the opportunity, the entire group immediately formed a formation to lock down Hak Long's movement. The situation grew increasingly unfavorable. The dragon understood this clearly and no longer stubbornly continued the fight. It immediately spread its wings wide, grabbing Liu Feng with its claws before soaring into the sky. Those people had come for the dragon egg. Naturally, they would not let it go so easily. They were determined not to let Hak Long escape. A barrage of attacks came crashing in from all directions. The longsword thrust straight into Hak Long's chest. The pain was excruciating, yet it still forced itself to complete the final step. The spatial magic array had been activated. After rushing into that circle of magical light, Hak Long and Liu Feng vanished without a trace, leaving behind not the slightest sign. How infuriating, they got away. Someone growled. "What are you panicking for? Even my spirit weapon was swept away by it and I am not flustered," the sword-wielding man said resentfully. "Do not worry, they cannot escape. My tracking magic has already latched onto them," the purple-haired girl holding the axe added coldly. When he woke up, he felt a splitting headache. It was pitch black around him. He seemed to be inside a cave. A voice sounded close to his ear. "You woke up quickly." Liu Feng jolted and turned around. Before him stood a handsome white-haired man, his chest still pierced by the longsword. He calmly introduced himself. "I am Yati, the one who saved you." Hearing him claim to be his savior and seeing the familiar sword, he suddenly understood. Yati was the Hak Long from earlier. He immediately grew anxious. Stepping closer, he examined the wound and said, "Thank you for saving me, but with the sword lodged so deep, does it not hurt? You need me to pull it out." The moment he touched the hilt, Yati shouted for him to stop. "Do not touch it. Pulling it out will cause heavy bleeding. That is common sense. Do you want me to return to my ancestors early?" Being scolded, he retreated 2 steps, his face pale. He kept apologizing. Yati laughed and said it was fine. Then he grasped the blade and decisively pulled it out. After pulling it out, he merely coughed up a little blood, and there was no scene of severe bleeding as he had just worn. Yati still appeared to be in stable condition, yet he was not fully at ease. Only after hearing that he would recover in just a month did he finally relax somewhat. Yati also said that this cave was his refuge. The opponents would find it hard to reach here, so they could rest assured and recuperate. Even so, after going through such danger, how could he calm down easily? "Who were those people and why were they hunting you down?" he asked. T replied that they belonged to the 4 great empires along with some mercenaries. They had come to seize his dragon egg. After saying that, he rummaged through the pile of trash nearby for proof. He could only fall silent who would hide their child in such a messy place. Found it after some searching. Yeti lifted up a large egg with a smooth, glossy shell. He was half doubtful this was a dragon egg. At a glance, it looked no different from an enlarged chicken egg. Yeti firmly insisted it was his precious daughter. He stared blankly and asked how he knew it was a daughter when it had not even hatched. What if it was a son? Yeti answered with certainty that it was definitely a daughter. Moreover, since the egg was laid by him, he would know. He stared at him, thinking to himself that Yeti was clearly a man. How could he lay an egg? Thus Yeti began recounting the story from half a year ago. When he woke up, he discovered that he had transformed into Hack Long, and there was something uncomfortable stuck in his throat. Then he spat out this very egg. Since it came out of my mouth, it is naturally my daughter. No matter how she was born, is she not still my child? He was truly speechless. It sounded reasonable, but the more he thought about it, the more it felt wrong. After saying that, Yeti stuffed the egg into his arm. Yeti reminded Liu Feng that as long as he held the egg tightly, he would feel less afraid. In this unfamiliar world, daring to run about like that meant his courage was not small at all. This was not Earth, Yeti added in a low voice. The moment he heard the words Earth, Liu Feng's eyes lit up at once as if he had struck gold. From Yeti's account, he learned an even more shocking piece of news, that Yeti had also transmigrated here from Earth. It had happened half a year ago, when he woke up and discovered he had turned into a black dragon. At that point, Yeti's chest suddenly throbbed with intense pain, forcing him to bend over. Seeing this, Liu Feng hurriedly asked whether his injuries could hold on. Yeti still forced a smile and said he probably would not collapse yet. After all, he was a dragon, and in web novels, dragons were famous for their longevity. Liu Feng could only laugh helplessly, injured to such an extent, and yet he still had the mind to joke. Though racked by pain, Yeti still seemed able to endure. He took the initiative to ask whether Liu Feng was wondering why the dragon race had been ambushed by humans. Liu Feng nodded slightly. From what he knew, there were fewer than 100 dragons in this world and they were extremely united. So why did the four great empires dare to join forces to seize the egg without fearing retaliation? Yeti let out a cold laugh. The dragon race had once been united, but many years ago the black dragon defiled the dragon god's egg. As a result, they were expelled from the clan and no longer protected. Humans coveted the power of dragons yet did not dare anger the entire race, so they directed their schemes toward the black dragon. As long as one empire possessed a mighty dragon, it would be enough to threaten the whole continent. Adult dragons would not obey orders, so the black dragon's egg became a coveted target. Yeti shrugged in self-mockery, saying that unlucky one was himself. Being watched every day because of the egg, if he could find a way back to Earth, he would not want to stay in this place without even games to play. Liu Feng roughly understood Yeti's situation, then curiously asked whether aside from magic and battle aura there were other forms of power in this world, since his ability clearly belonged to neither. Yeti replied that he had never heard of any. There were no fluctuations of magic or battle aura on Liu Feng, so he too wondered how he wielded his strength. In truth, Liu Feng himself was uncertain, only guessing it stemmed from the inner force he had cultivated since childhood. Yeti nodded thoughtfully, thinking that perhaps because he had transmigrated with his physical body, his power differed from the laws here. He then asked how long Liu Feng had lived in this world to dare venture alone into the deep forest, nearly causing him injury. That question dragged Liu Feng back to the painful memories of that day. Ha Qi and Wei chose to stay behind, to exchange for his chance to live. Thinking of it, Liu Feng could not stop blaming himself. He believed it was his own immaturity that had harmed them. Yet after hearing the story, Yeti instead lit a spark of hope within him. He said that perhaps Wei could still be saved, because this world had the goddess of life, who in legend could pull a soul back if she were found. Liu Feng was both astonished and doubtful. He had never heard of such a thing before. He was about to ask where to find her when the cave suddenly shook violently. Liu Feng staggered and fell backward, while Yeti's face darkened as he sensed the familiar spiritual power of the pursuers drawing near, not knowing how they had tracked this place. At that moment a blue butterfly fluttered past. Yeti crushed it at once, but realizing it was tracking magic came too late. The enemy had closed in. Yeti reopened the teleportation array and told Liu Feng to carry his daughter and leave first. Liu Feng anxiously asked about him, and Yeti replied that he had to stay and hold them off. He reassured him that if he wished to leave, no one could stop him. Unwilling to abandon Yeti, Liu Feng understood that staying would only be a burden. Before sending him off, Yeti tossed over a weapon. It was the sword that had once been embedded in his chest, along with a warning. Take it with you, it is a holy weapon, but do not overuse it lest it backlash. My daughter I entrust to you. Liu Feng clenched his teeth, admitting he was still too weak, once protected by Haki and Wei and now relying on Yati. Save Wei and protect this egg, he had to grow stronger at any cost so that one day he could protect others. With that thought, the magic array began to operate. But immediately after, the cave shook even more violently. Yati was horrified as he felt the opponent's spiritual power crash straight into the array he had just set up. The teleportation coordinates shifted, and he hurriedly shouted for Liu Feng not to step in. The rumble of falling rocks swallowed his warning. Liu Feng could not hear clearly, and a stone grazed his face, tearing his skin until it bled. A drop of blood fell onto the egg in his hands, causing it to glow at once. The temperature rose sharply, and the teleportation gate opened, flinging both him and the egg to the ground amid a cloud of dust. Liu Feng landed fairly safely on a beastman prairie, the sword arriving with him. Remembering that Yati said the position had shifted, he quickly checked the egg. As soon as he finished speaking, the egg jolted violently, knocking him flat and pressing him until he coughed, cracks appearing on its shell. Liu Feng sprang up, holding the egg away and crying out in alarm that it could not be cracking. Instead of shattering, it radiated a dazzling light that left him stunned. He gritted his teeth and hugged it tightly, sneaking a glance to see if it was about to explode. Before the thought ended, a thunderous explosion resounded, and the energy blasted Liu Feng high into the air. He tried to approach, trembling yet wanting to shield it, staring at the light swirling around the egg and muttering what terrifying thing could be hatching. When the light subsided, the shell split open, revealing a golden baby dragon fast asleep. The little dragon completely broke free of the shell, lifted its sleek head, its bright eyes looking at him before letting out a tender cry. Liu Feng cradled the baby dragon in his hands, filled with affection, even thinking it was a little girl because it was so adorable. Suddenly, the baby dragon dissolved into a puff of white smoke, and transformed into a little boy with golden horns, who upon appearing angrily kicked Liu Feng straight in the face, leaving a pink footprint and declaring that he was a boy. Liu Feng sat on the ground clutching his cheek, staring wide-eyed at the naked child and asking who had taught him to be so fierce. Taking a closer look, he was shocked by the unmistakable masculine trait, nearly crying out. Letting slip another foolish remark, he received another kick as the child asserted he was fully equipped. Not wanting to be stared at anymore, the baby dragon conjured a set of blue clothes to cover himself, then reproached Liu Feng for mistaking his gender, even demanding credit for offering blood to hatch yet still being kicked. Liu Feng sighed helplessly, not noticing the baby dragon had climbed onto his back, wondering why he had brought this little ancestor along. While he was lamenting, a small hand grabbed his temple hair, making him wince in pain. The baby dragon proudly leaped up and sat squarely on his head like his own throne. Liu Feng held his chest and sighed once more, telling himself his fragile heart could hardly endure, and promised to go find food. The little dragon crossed his arms and frowned, saying he was hungry and wanted meat, not milk, startling Liu Feng. Composing himself, he bent down to pick up the sword Yati had entrusted to him. Lowering his center of gravity and carrying the baby dragon on his head, Liu Feng gathered his strength to envelop them both and prepared to set off. With a powerful leap, he shot forward as fast as lightning, leaving only a streak of light and drifting dust behind. Just as they left, a foot gently stepped onto that spot. An old man wearing a golden crown appeared, observing before slowly saying he had arrived too late, that aura had already vanished. Behind him were two strangers, one with a scar slanting across his eye, the other shorter and cloaked tightly. They discussed that on human territory a supreme level had appeared again, and there lingered a faint dragon aura. The three of them looked toward the direction Liu Feng had departed, where a trace of magical power still remained, like a sign the continent was about to turn a new page. An hour later elsewhere, Liu Feng smiled until his face twisted with pride, inhaling the rich fragrance rising in curl. The baby dragon's eyes sparkled like stars, swallowing in response to that aroma. The two sat by the fire, Liu Feng turning the skewer of roasted meat, the little dragon eagerly wagging his tail. A moment later, the golden-brown piece of meat was lifted from the flames. No sooner had it been brought before him than the baby dragon took a huge bite, as if he had been starving for a very long time. Liu Feng looked at the boy and burst into endless laughter, gently reminding him to be careful not to burn his hands. If it is not enough, I will catch more for you. But that kindness was met with a glare. The little one chewed noisily while tightly guarding his portion of meat, forcing Liu Feng to explain once more that I am not hungry, you eat first. Boy lowered his head to look at the roasted meat, his cheeks puffed from chewing yet still complaining that the taste was only ordinary, making one want to discipline him. Liu Feng forced a crooked smile to hide his irritation, inwardly wanting to teach the brat a lesson, truly hard to please. Then he looked up at the star-filled sky, the two figures big and small leaning against each other whispering, "All right, Yati has not told me your name yet, how about I give you one first?" Liu Feng lowered his head to gaze at the little dragon, eyes full of affection as he asked that with such a golden body perhaps I should call you Xiao Jin for convenience. The little dragon kept a blank face, spitting out a small bone without replying. That attitude made Liu Feng wonder whether it was mocking his ignorance. After eating his fill, Xiao Jin treated Liu Feng's leg as a soft bed, lying obediently under his gentle gaze while mumbling that I am not sleepy yet, do not disturb me. When the boy fell asleep, Liu Feng looked at that tiny adorable face and thought that Yati must have left safely. Since she entrusted you to me, I will surely take good care of you. He lightly bit his lip, looking at Xiao Jin in his arms and resolved to become stronger to protect him. He also had to find a way to revive Wei and the others. Next time he would absolutely not allow himself to only know how to run. Liu Feng raised his head to gaze at the sparkling sky and calculated that there seemed to be quite a few magical beasts around. I will use them to train first, find a safe place, then continue following the clues of the goddess, and think of a way to reunite with Yati. The scene shifted to a magnificent grand hall with tall, intricately carved walls. At the center stood a figure deep in thought within the imperial capital of the Xinglan Empire. That person turned around, face filled with shock as he looked behind and urgently asked a Shen Xiang, "What did you just say?" The subordinate cloaked from head to toe knelt on one knee and respectfully reported that the pursuit team had sent news back. His expression was heavy as he anxiously reported that the mission had failed, the black dragon had escaped. Shen Xiang flew into a rage and pointed forward, anger surging as he shouted that carrying a holy artifact, yet unable to deal with even a weakened dragon. Wei Qiang trembled violently, face pale yet still forcing himself to report that according to the information received, the black dragon also had a human assistant. Hearing that, Shen Xiang frowned even more, his gaze icy as he asked how could a human be beside a dragon, who was it? Wei Qiang recalled the tall, slender figure with black hair, always fighting side by side with Yati. He lowered his head drenched in sweat, voice trembling as he said it was a black-haired, black-eyed youth. This subordinate will immediately dispatch people to hunt him down. Shen Xiang lifted his chin coldly and said, "No need, I have other plans for this matter." 10 days later, the scene returned to the vast green prairie beneath a clear sky. In one corner of that prairie stood many wooden arrow-shaped signs with strange words such as 50 meters ahead there is meat. The wind blew fiercely through the signs. On the ground, one big and one small lay prone, covered with a little dirt and flowers on their heads among arrows that read, "Delicious meat, come quickly." A strong gust swept past, scattering the petals on the two heads everywhere. Two small flowers quickly drooped, no longer having the vitality to show their colors. One man and one small dragon lay still pretending to be corpses to ambush prey. Xiao Jin was so hungry his face turned pale as he weakly reached out and pleaded, "Liu Feng, I am starving." Liu Feng moved closer, his condition no better yet still comforting that endure a little longer. Just as he finished speaking, a beast slowly stepped through the grass and approached. A red wolf with blazing eyes happened to pass by, staring intently at Liu Feng's flower-adorned head. Seeing the prey about to fall into the trap, his eyes lit up, inwardly rejoicing that it finally took the bait. Xiao Jin tried to remain still, but saliva already appeared at the corner of his mouth, thinking of his dinner. When the red wolf entered range, a shout suddenly rang out. It startled and turned its head. On the other side there were people. Following that direction, a burly man held a telescope observing the distance. Liu Feng and Xiao Jin still pressed against the ground, secretly glancing toward that group. The red wolf also discovered them and turned to growl warily. The telescope focused on Liu Feng and Xiao Jin. Through it the man saw he was subtly waving his hand, signaling to leave quickly. Right beside them was the large red wolf, with sharp fangs glinting coldly. The man lowered the telescope, sweat pouring down as he said seriously that the youth was asking us for help. They were targeted by the red wolf and did not dare to move. He decisively looked ahead and told his 3 teammates that we must save them. A more cautious teammate softly reminded the captain that this matter seemed somewhat unusual. Hearing that, he turned to ask Bei Ta why he thought so. Beta lowered his head and analyzed that this place originally had many magical beasts, yet today, after walking for so long, they had not encountered a single one. Clearly something was unusual. Also pointed out the numerous arrows aimed toward the young man and the strange arrangement around him, worrying there was a trap. However, the leader closed his eyes and waved his hand, saying, "I know you are cautious, but when lives are involved, the SSS-Rank mercenary group will never stand by." He immediately pointed toward the red wolf and ordered a Fa Nhi Tro Te Kakma to follow him and rescue the person. The four quickly took their positions, Fa gripping his axe and charging forward at the front. Behind him, the leader drew his sword with support from Te Kakma and Bei Ta. The leader clenched his teeth as his gleaming sword shot straight ahead. Te Kakma at the rear drew his bow, infused energy, and released the arrow. Fa roared and swung his iron axe powerfully alongside the leader. Bei Ta stood behind, channeling his technique, sending energy to assist toward the red wolf. The arrow and fireball arrived first. The red wolf immediately prepared to face all four. It lowered its body, gathered force, and leaped high, scattering the green grass. Its massive body cast a shadow in the air as it ferociously lunged at the mercenary. Leader Kang Si saw this and shouted a warning that the red wolf was charging. But the bravado lasted only a moment as the entire group turned and fled at full speed, and the fastest was Kang Si himself. As he ran, he looked back and shouted to Liu Feng that they would lure it away. "Little brother, leave quickly." Xiao Jin struggled to his feet, his stomach growling as he watched them lead the red wolf farther away. The boy's eyes reddened as he regretfully watched his meal disappear. Xiao Jin burst into tears, crying loudly that they had taken his dinner away. Liu Feng braced himself on his sword and stood up, looking in that direction and saying, "They face danger to save us. We cannot ignore it." As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed off, leaving Xiao Jin in panic chasing after him and shouting, "Do not leave me behind." On the other side, the red wolf closely pursued Kang Si's group, forcing them to run desperately. Kang Si and Fa exerted all their strength, one carrying an axe and the other a sword, yet when they looked back it was still right behind them. Fa grimaced and complained that they clearly could not defeat a 7th rank red wolf. Why pretend to be heroes? He had not even held hands with a beautiful sister yet. While fleeing at full speed, they encountered a large rock blocking the path. Kang Si in his haste tripped over the rock and fell forward, causing the group to panic. Seeing this, the red wolf grew even more ferocious, enraged and not slowing down at all. It leaped up intending to strike down at Kang Si on the ground, but at that very moment its body took a heavy blow. Red blood splattered everywhere. Kang Si below was stained as well, his eyes wide in shock. The blade flashed with blue magical light, small arcs of lightning coiling around it. One who had struck descended lightly like a passing breeze. Liu Feng rested his sword on his shoulder, standing proudly atop the massive body of the red wolf. He looked down and smiled at the still stunned Kang Si, saying, "Thank you, elder brother, for saving me earlier." Before he could say more, Xiao Jin jumped onto Liu Feng's head and shouted, "Dinner meat." The four members of the SSS-Rank group stared blankly at the strange scene before them. Night fell and a bonfire flickered brightly in the vast plain. The six gathered around the fire, roasting red wolf meat and savoring each hot fragrant bite. Kang Si laughed while eating, praising Liu Feng's courage for thinking of using himself as bait to lure the beast. Being praised, he scratched his head shyly and admitted that the magical beasts around here had mostly been cleared by him for Xiao Jin to eat. Any that saw him would flee, so he had to pretend to be dead to lure them into the trap. During that, he finally noticed the boy beside him. When he turned, he saw Xiao Jin straining to bite into a slab of meat larger than his own body. No wonder they had not encountered a single magical beast along the way. Kang Si glanced at Liu Feng, propped one knee up and rested his arm on it as he said, "If that is the case, little brother, why not consider leaving this place?" Liu Feng lowered his head, hiding his eyes beneath his hair, and replied with a faint smile, "I truly do not know where to go." During that, he was stunned, staring at him in astonishment as he asked again, "There is nowhere you can go." Liu Feng did not conceal anything and slowly voiced his thoughts. "We are unfamiliar with life here. We do not even know which direction to take." Upon hearing that, Kang Si stepped forward and gave Liu Feng a firm pat on the shoulder that startled him, then laughed loudly and said, "Do not worry. I have traveled across the north and south and know this continent well. Wherever you wish to go, just ask me." Seeing him speak so confidently, Liu Feng was overjoyed, his eyes shimmering with hope as he looked at him. "Is that true, brother Kang Si? Then do you know where the goddess of life is?" The question drew the group's attention. Kang Si scratched his head awkwardly and admitted, "When it comes to the goddess of life, I truly know nothing." Bei Ta, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up, After the divine war many years ago, the gods ceased their activities. Since then no one has seen the goddess of life again. Liu Feng felt as if struck by lightning. His eyes widened in shock. He lowered his head, murmuring sadly, "Then what should I do?" His hands tightened around his knees as they trembled slightly, his tall, slender figure gradually slumping. Liu Feng knelt dejectedly beside his sword. Could it be that Wei truly cannot live again? Seeing his despair, Kang Si stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. No one seeing the goddess of life does not mean she does not exist. Taking the opportunity, he revealed a calculating smile that Xiao Jin caught. "How about you consider joining our mercenary group?" Together with his 3 companions, he enthusiastically introduced that by becoming mercenaries they could go to the guild to purchase all kinds of information. Perhaps they might find clues about the goddess of light. He even painted a vision of gold and silver pouring down like rain, shimmering brilliance that bewitched the heart, with mission rewards and no worries about food or drink, meat and fish in abundance. Liu Feng asked in surprise whether they could truly find the whereabouts of the goddess of light, while Xiao Jin dreamed of hearty meals filled with meat and fish. The two looked at each other and smiled brightly, replying to Kang Si in unison, "I agree." Liu Feng stood up on behalf of both of them and said, "Very well, brother Kang Si, we will join." Receiving the nod, Kang Si happily patted his shoulder. "With an expert like you joining, our group will surely rise to the high ranks." Ka Ma and Fa grinned broadly as they welcomed the 2 new members, shouting that they would strive together to become a top-tier mercenary group. Only Bei Ta remained silent, his gaze quietly observing the 2 of them. Liu Feng scratched his head cheerfully with an embarrassed smile, while Xiao Jin jumped up and down beside him in delight. While they were still excited, Kang Si took out a thick stack of papers and slapped it onto the first page to draw their attention. Liu Feng and Xiao Jin stared at the pile of papers on the ground in disbelief. He said that once they signed this contract, they would officially become members of the Zai Enhayat mercenary group. He scratched his head and picked up the first sheet to look at it, then asked, "Where have you been hiding such a thick contract all this time? What is written on it?" He slapped the stack of papers that reached his waist and explained, "If you do not understand, I will explain it slowly. You can sign after you understand." Kang Si began speaking at length about various benefits such as insurance, welfare, salary, bonuses, leave, year-end shares, housing, allowances, and even consolation payments in case of mishap. After listening for a while until his head spun, Liu Feng quickly raised his hand to stop him. "Enough, do not say more, I will sign." He stepped forward with slight hesitation yet still exclaimed, "Truly impressive." The scene shifted to a small and still rustic town. At the entrance of the street, a tavern rang with laughter and chatter. Inside, Kang Si led Liu Feng to sit at the bar and introduced it as the mercenary group's small tavern at the Neverfall outpost. Not large, but with good liquor so mercenaries in the area liked to visit. Just as he said, the tavern was packed and lively. The Zai Enhayat group was also enjoying beer and snacks. Liu Feng looked around at the cheerful scene. Xiao Jin's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "It is so lively here and there are many beautiful older sisters." The landlady placed 2 mugs of dragon blood beer brimming with foam before them and smiled. "These are for the 2 of you." She also prepared a glass of fruit juice especially for Xiao Jin, sliding it in front of him and gently saying, "Little brother, drink this." However, Xiao Jin leaned over curiously to look at Liu Feng's beer, then crossed his arms and pouted. "Why do they get to drink beer?" He turned to the landlady with sparkling pleading eyes. "Older sister, give me a glass too, it must be the strongest kind." The landlady placed her hands on the table and asked his age, saying that children not old enough to drink alcohol would not grow tall. Asked about his age, Xiao Jin confidently crossed his arms and replied that counting the time in the egg I am already several hundred years old. The landlady was startled and leaned closer to look at the tiny boy, several hundred years old in an egg. She burst into laughter thinking it a joke. Liu Feng hurriedly covered Xiao Jin's mouth and said he likes to brag. Do not believe him. She bent down and lightly touched the tip of Xiao Jin's nose, praising him for being adorable. Then she stood up, blew a kiss and winked, telling the little one to wait a moment and she would play with him after finishing her work. Seeing her leave, Xiao Jin anxiously jumped on the table and called out, "Do not go. Children nowadays mature early." Unable to drink alcohol and being treated as a braggart, he tugged at Liu Feng's collar and complained, "Why did you not let me tell the truth? If she knew I was of the dragon race, she would like me even more." Liu Feng turned back and carefully observed the surroundings. Then he lowered his voice and said, "This place is complicated. If you claim to be of the dragon race, you may encounter great trouble." He pointed at Xiao Jin and warned, "Do you wish to face danger?" At The mention of life and death, the little dragon immediately scratched his head obediently. Fine, I will not say it anymore. Just as their private talk ended, Kang Si approached enthusiastically and asked, have you been sitting so long without hunger? Order whatever you like, I will treat you. At the mention of food, Xiao Jin's eyes shone brightly, his small tail wagging rapidly. Truly, then I will not be polite. After receiving confirmation, he grinned widely and called out, beautiful older sister, let me see the menu. The landlady quickly brought out a large plate of meat. Xiao Jin immediately dug in, while Liu Feng asked Kang Si whether there were intelligence merchants here who knew news about the goddess of life. He took a sip of beer and confidently said that in the Neverfall outpost, the place where the most merchants gathered was this very tavern. Whatever news you sought, coming here was right. The two looked toward the direction he pointed at the crowd behind. Shall we go and ask? Time passed quickly. Outside the sky was already brightening, birds singing to greet the new day. Kang Si patted Liu Feng on the shoulder as he lay face down on the table, comforting him that finding the whereabouts of the goddess of life would not be easy, but I will not give up. He seriously asked again, why are you in such a hurry to find her? Could it be that you seek eternal life? Liu Feng remained silent for a long while, remembering Jia Cap and Wei Er. I have lost those important to me. I hope the goddess of life can help them live again. Hearing that, Kang Si was moved and raised his mug of beer, saying, Brother Liu is truly loyal and devoted. Having someone who understands me like this is precious. Liu Feng looked at him sincerely and smiled. Thank you, Kang Si. Before the words ended, a shout came from behind. I invited you to eat, not to finish everything like this. Is that child all right? Liu Feng was startled and turned around to search. Could they be talking about Xiao Jin? Sure enough, the boy's seat was already empty. He was here just a moment ago. Quickly go and see. He followed Kang Si and the others as they ran toward the source of the noise. Everyone was astonished. It turned out that Xiao Jin was still not full, and had moved to another table to eat more, now sitting on the table enthusiastically dealing with a large chunk of meat amid the surrounding exclamation. Kang Si's face paled at that appetite. Liu Feng could only smile awkwardly, and explain that Xiao Jin was in his growing years, so he ate a bit much. The whole group was stunned as the landlady continued bringing out meat. Kang Si looked at the stack of plates and asked again, just a bit much. At that moment the tavern door was pushed open forcefully, the small bell ringing. Seeing the group enter, Kang Si slung an arm around Liu Feng and turned away. He also quickly pulled Xiao Jin along. Let us slip away, something is happening. He glanced back secretly. The newcomers were surrounding a dark-skinned man, the landlady respectfully presenting the menu with both hands. Liu Feng grew worried. Kang Si explained softly that they were the Hong Chuang mercenary group. They had clashed with us before. Today they have many people, so we should avoid them. He lowered his head, the confidence from earlier gone, murmuring in hope that nothing would happen. But as soon as the words fell, a group approached noisily to greet them. Kang Si, it has been a long time. Let me introduce our new friend. The dark-skinned man held a beauty in his arms and asked with a flattering smile whether she wanted to try the grilled beef here. The girl sweetly replied, yes, my dear. Upon hearing her answer, that man raised his hand and snapped his fingers loudly as a signal. The landlady Mai Lin immediately appeared with the menu, bowed her head and asked what is needed. 3 portions of grilled beef, exactly 3 portions. Mai Lin heard him finish ordering and softened her voice, lowering her head apologetically as she said the grilled beef was sold out. Upon hearing that man's expression changed instantly, his narrowed eyes glaring at her. But when he turned to the girl leaning in his arms, he smiled sweetly and asked whether they should have steamed eagle dragon leg instead. Mai Lin tried to maintain her professional smile, but sweat beaded on her forehead. She hesitantly apologized that the dish was also gone, making Wu Kai's displeasure increasingly obvious. He suppressed his anger and asked if there was anything else, and she could only cautiously reply that the meat was all gone, only vegetables remained. That man held the woman close against the counter, both their gazes unfriendly. He demanded in a low voice how everything could possibly be sold out. The owner shrank back in fear, trembling as she pointed toward the bar where Kang Si's group stood, saying the meat had all been ordered by those guests. Kai glanced over and recognized Kang Si and his friends chatting and laughing happily. He curled his lips in an arrogant smile and stood up, his eyes fixed in that direction as he said he had run into an acquaintance. Over there Kang Si was unaware, still enthusiastically boasting that Liu Feng had defeated Hong Lang with a single sword strike, leaving everyone half doubtful. Liu Feng sat beside him, blushing awkwardly and scratching his chin as he tried to explain that actually before he could finish, Wu Kai approached from behind with a beauty in his arms, mocking and asking why Kang Si had not died on the Great Prairie. He clicked his tongue in disdain and cruelly remarked that the funeral prepared for him had been ruined. During the ridicule, Kang Si angrily slammed his hand down on the table. He shot to his feet, staring straight at Wu Kai and shouting not to go too far. That man treated it like a passing breeze, casting a sidelong glance as he replied that bragging was even more excessive. Pointed at the smaller Liu Feng beside him, and asked what he relied on to claim this person could defeat Hong Lang when there was not a trace of battle aura visible. After saying that, the whole group threw their heads back in loud laughter, while Kang Si still insisted that brother Liu had done it with one sword. Kai patted his chest and declared that he was also 7th rank, saying if it was true then let that brother defeat him in one move. He continued pointing at Kang Si, demanding that he admit in front of everyone that he had lied if it could not be done. He could not hold back any longer. He accepted the challenge and suggested raising the stakes a little. He lifted his head and looked straight at the tall opponent, asking if he dared to crawl out if he lost. Wu Kai immediately lowered into a stance, releasing his battle aura to intimidate, and growled for him to come and see who would be the one defeated. Kang Si stepped in front of Liu Feng and pointed out that that man had clearly reached 8th rank rather than 7th. Wu Kai's veins bulged as he looked down coldly from above, saying it was too late to regret. Knowing reason would not work, Kang Si turned to advise Liu Feng to withdraw. He reassured him while casually taking the straw from Mai Lin's glass of orange juice, borrowing it as a weapon. The tavern became an arena in an instant, Kang Si standing to the side still full of worry as he saw Wu Kai's battle aura rising. In contrast, he leisurely raised the yellow straw and smiled, saying that dealing with someone like that did not require a sword. Those taunting words made Wu Kai grind his teeth in anger. Yet he remained confident in his 8th rank, sneering that he would make the brat regret it. After he finished speaking, he also released a gentle blue battle aura that enveloped and overwhelmed the opponent's red glow. He silently pointed the straw forward, his gaze firm as he said the one who should regret it would be him. Ignoring the confrontation over there, Zio Jin continued savoring the grilled meat. The tavern patrons stopped in astonishment to watch, whispering that challenging 8th rank Wu Kai was no different from seeking trouble. Zio Jin chewed and remarked that fighting was nowhere near as enjoyable as good food. He maintained his stance while Wu Kai stepped back and stomped to show off his power. Two faced each other, one a tall man in spiked armor, the other small and holding only a straw. Jia Tuan quietly asked Kang Si whether his friend would be fine when Wu Kai truly looked furious. But worried, Kang Si respected Liu Feng's decision, only fearing that the opponent's strength far exceeded expectations. Looking at his friend's back, he clenched his fists and told himself he had to trust the one who had stepped forward for his sake. Thinking that, he confidently declared that he had personally seen brother Liu defeat Hong Lang, and even if Wu Kai was stronger, victory was not certain. He even turned to challenge the other two to raise the bet. They laughed and said if he wanted to lose money then he could try. Wu Kai cracked his knuckles and asked whether Liu Feng was ready. He channeled his energy into the straw and smiled, saying he was ready but not to admit defeat. The moment he finished speaking, Wu Kai stomped through the wooden floor and charged forward ferociously like a wild beast. He calmly calculated, intending to test a new move he had just comprehended from Hua Zia. Closed his eyes and recited the incantation in his mind. His heart split into two intents, his body dividing into two forms. In the blink of an eye, one became two figures that dodged the incoming attack. Two Liu Feng appearing left Wu Kai stunned, unable to understand what had happened. Taking advantage of his distraction, he thrust the sharpened straw straight forward. Wu Kai froze and looked down with a shrill cry. The two figures on the left and right simultaneously struck the weak point on his body, snapping his belt apart. That man was hit by the move, blood streaming from his nose, his face pale and eyes rolling white. His large body was blasted away by the force, crashing through the wooden wall and flying out of the tavern. He merged the two into one and stood at the doorway, looking at his opponent lying motionless. It seemed there was no need for him to crawl out again. He glanced at the bent straw and shook his head, thinking that using it was indeed a bit forced. Wu Kai's men hurried out to check on him, while the guests in the tavern buzzed with discussion, not understanding what had just happened. After checking, Kang Si returned and patted him on the shoulder, praising him without restraint. He turned to his two friends and smugly demanded the wager money, making them suspect he had colluded to arrange the outcome. Wu Kai's subordinates helped him up and trembled as they threatened that the regiment leader would not let this go. After saying that, the group hurriedly retreated upon seeing him step forward, truly the familiar lines of the defeated. Kang Si showed off the 2 money bags he had just won and wanted to share half with him, but he refused and told him to keep it as the regiment fund. He whispered that the mercenary leader would seek revenge, so it was best to leave early. He nodded and prepared to call Xiao Jin. Placed another bag of money on the counter under Mai Lin's surprised gaze. Kang Si generously said he would also cover the cost of repairing the damaged item. Mai Lin checked and hesitantly said the money was still not enough. She explained that the food bill together with the repair fees exceeded that amount, making him turn pale. Kang Si asked to see the invoice, his face drooping when he heard there was still a shortage. The long invoice left him speechless, and he had to turn away while Xiao Jin still slept soundly after a full meal. The tavern resumed its lively atmosphere, welcoming new guests as if no fight had ever occurred. On the way, he apologetically said sorry for making him lose all his winnings and even having to pawn his clothes. Kang Si laughed it off, saying they were brothers and it was a small matter not worth mentioning. But thinking of the debt to the tavern, he sighed worriedly, needing to find a way to manage it. The two walked through the quiet forest, the wind rustling through the treetops. Suddenly, a masked man in purple appeared behind them and proposed entrusting them with a task. The scene shifted to a vast estate where before them lay a muddy swamp, several figures slowly sinking while begging Hai-Tu to spare their lives. The more they struggled, the deeper they sank, promising that next time, even in death, they would complete the mission. In the end, their bodies sank completely, only their hands flailing above the bubbling mud. At that moment, hurried footsteps rang out as several people ran in calling for regiment leader Hai-Tu. It was Wu Kai's subordinates returning to report that the vice-regiment leader had been severely injured. The mud in the swamp suddenly bubbled violently. A deep voice echoed from the bottom, "Wu Kai is injured, who did it?" 3 men on the shore hurriedly reported amid the intensifying bubbling mud. His background is unknown. It is said he is Kang Si's new assistant. Everyone at the tavern saw it. He defeated Deputy Commander Wu Kai with a single move. A head emerged from the black mud, a shiny bald forehead, narrow eyes cold and sinister. That man rose halfway out of the swamp, dark circles under his eyes as he glanced at his subordinates. Wu Kai has just broken through to the 8th rank and is not yet stable, but to be defeated with a single move is excessive. That useless Kang Si, where did he find such an expert? Where are they now? I want to see who dares oppose my delusion mercenary group. Han Tran Chuang stepped fully onto the shore, placing his mud-covered foot on the steps. According to the report, they have gone to the mercenary guild. Cast a glance at Wu Haiyan, who had just spoken, frightening him into lowering his head to avoid it. The mercenary guild. What are they doing there? The subordinate stammered, not sure. The scene shifted to a spacious building, people coming and going in front of the entrance. It was the mercenary guild. On the guild corridor, Liu Feng and Xiao Jin followed behind Kang Si. He curiously asked why the clothes had been returned. Kang Si grinned and said he exchanged his good looks with the tavern owner to get them back. Liu Feng half believed it, then asked if reaching the 7th rank was enough to accept C-level mission. Kang Si nodded. Their group was currently only D-level and could not take missions beyond their rank. He excitedly revealed everything he knew. To accept a C-level commission, the group must have at least one 7th rank expert. If Liu Feng reached that level, the group would be promoted to C-level. Thinking of the glittering rewards, Kang Si narrowed his eyes in delight. As long as they completed a C-level mission, they could repay the tavern owner debt. Unlike that optimism, Liu Feng was troubled by the masked man who delivered the commission letter. He felt everything was too coincidental, as if the mission had come knocking on their door. The invitation letter would be sent to the residents, so who exactly was that person? Kang Si patted his shoulder and pulled him back to reality. What are you thinking about? Look ahead. Before them stood a large stone carved with a sun pattern, iron chains wrapped around it. Kang Si introduced it as the testing stone that could measure strength. The two lined up behind, watching intently as the man in front threw a punch at the stone, 5th rank next. Liu Feng stepped forward at the call, even turning back to reassure Kang Si and Xiao Jin, receiving enthusiastic encouragement from both. He walked to the examiner, scratched his head in greeting. It is my first time applying for mercenary qualification. I want to test my strength. The man told him to stand in the center and throw a punch with all his might. Liu Feng followed the instruction, standing precisely at the central position before the testing stone. He gathered strength and struck hard with one punch. The entire hall fell silent watching. After the punch landed, Liu Feng rubbed his right shoulder to relax, while the examiner broke into a sweat because the stone showed no reaction. Why is there no result? Yang Jing stepped forward to examine Liu Feng, making him slightly startled. You have no battle chi. Do you know magic? Liu Feng shook his head. Hearing that calm answer, Yang Jing was so angry he snapped his brush. The crowd behind burst into laughter. No battle chi and no magic, yet you want to test. A magic martial cripple dares to become a mercenary. A bearded man with a scarred face snorted coldly and stepped close to Liu Feng, reaching out to cause trouble. He grabbed Liu Feng's collar and pulled him around, shouting loudly, "If you are useless, then stay at home. Do not come out and offend others' eyes." Even with his collar pulled, Liu Feng calmly said, "Let go." Yuan Kuang released his grip but mocked. "He tells me to let go. Did everyone hear that? A cripple dares to order me." Liu Feng did not argue, waiting until he finished speaking before clenching his fist and striking back. The punch landed squarely on the man's face, sending him crashing to the floor, his features twisted. Tuan Kuang fainted on the spot under the astonished gazes of everyone, no longer having the chance to utter insults. Liu Feng turned back to Yang Jing and raised one finger. "I will test once more." Heng Si and Xiao Jin behind him jumped up excitedly in encouragement. "Well done." Just as it grew lively, a pair of long legs in silver high heels stepped into the testing area. Their owner was a fiery red-haired girl with a seductive figure. As she walked in, she shouted, "Who dares fight in the main hall? Have you all forgotten the rules?" Su Fei appeared with both beauty and authority, looking at the troublemaking men and asking, "Are your hands itching that much?" When the crowd saw her, their expressions changed, their eyes revealing infatuation. Heng Si was also full of admiration. Xiao Jin on his shoulder stretched his neck to look. "It is Miss Su Fei." Liu Feng was momentarily dazed as well, thinking to himself that this girl was truly captivating. Su Fei crossed her arms and looked toward Liu Feng. "Are you the ones causing trouble?" He pointed at Tuan Kuang lying on the ground and calmly replied, "He caused trouble first. We only acted in self-defense." Yang Jing immediately stepped forward and whispered something into Su Fei's ear. She looked at the man lying on the ground, teeth scattered, foam at his mouth. "No battle chi and no magic, yet he wants to be a mercenary. I have never encountered such a thing." Liu Feng calmly raised one finger. "To become a mercenary, the most important thing is strength. I believe I have just proven part of that." Those confident words softened her gaze. Su Fei lightly touched a finger to her lips. "Indeed, with strength one has everything." She turned to face Liu Feng. "If the testing stone cannot measure you, then I will test you myself." Liu Feng looked at the girl before him and asked again, "You want to test me?" Su Fei tossed back her red hair and said confidently, "Defeat me and you qualify as a mercenary. Lose and leave this place. I despise those who only talk." Hearing that, he shifted his stance and nodded. "Very well, after all you are the manager." He looked straight at her and asked again, "But did you not just say fighting is forbidden?" Su Fei lowered her body slightly and frowned. "Here I am the law." The people around hurriedly pulled Tuan Kuang back to a safer distance. Heng Si wiped the blood from his nose in a daze. "Miss Su Fei is truly imposing. Should I support Liu Feng or stand with my idol? This is difficult." Xiao Jin declared boldly, "How can a man hesitate like that? You must follow your heart." Yet his eyes gleamed brightly as he looked at Su Fei and shouted, "Miss Su Fei will surely win," leaving Heng Si caught between laughter and tears. Su Fei told Liu Feng to prepare. When he grasped the hilt of the sword behind his back, she asked, "Ready, ready." The moment she received the answer, she struck first and seized the initiative. Red figure flashed and arrived before Liu Feng in an instant, the sword tip aimed straight at him. Heng Si cried out in worry. Xiao Jin covered his eyes. This is Su Fei's signature surprise attack. Blade swept past Liu Feng's figure, but only cut through an afterimage, which shattered into 3 fading shadows. Su Fei turned in shock and saw Liu Feng standing intact not far away. He actually avoided it. She changed direction and attacked again, yet still only sliced through his lingering shadow. Seeing Liu Feng's entire body glow with a green hue and his speed become astonishing, she bit her lip in silent amazement. She calmed herself and gathered magic around her body, her hair lifting as she decided to use her ultimate move. He dodged another strike and thought inwardly that her speed had suddenly surged. In the blink of an eye, she returned to her original position, her gaze focused as the aura around her changed distinctly. He observed carefully and realized she was using a secret technique to enhance her speed. He cast aside all distractions, not letting her beauty shake his resolve. He had to stop her. Su Fei continued to mobilize her magic, her eyes flashing with an unusual light. She rushed forward once more and unleashed a technique filled with formidable power. He blocked it in time. He glided closer and turned the sword hilt toward her chest. Su Fei halted and lowered her eyes to the sword, hilt only a breath away from her. He spoke sternly, "Stop, there is no need to use a move that harms yourself like that." Su Fei looked at him in astonishment. "You noticed." He stood upright as she calmly admitted, "I lost." He sheathed the sword behind his back and tilted his head. "Then I qualify as a mercenary now." Su Fei leaned in close, her voice enchanting, of course. Besides that, do you desire anything else? In Su Fei's private room, she sat on a large chair with her legs resting on the table and said, Mr. Liu, here it is only you and me. If you have any request, just say it. He crossed his arms and looked at her. What request? Carefully reconsidered her shift in attitude from aggressive to alluring. There must be something more than it seemed. He replied calmly, I came only to obtain mercenary qualification. I have no interest in anything else. Su Fei touched a finger to her lips, her eyes shimmering as she looked at him. Truly no interest in me. Liu Feng braced his hand on the table, his eyes shimmering with amusement yet no longer teasing. We were strangers to begin with. How could any interest arise? With the playful look withdrawn, he spoke seriously. I hope Miss Su Fei keeps her word and grants me the qualification of a mercenary. Su Fei was slightly taken aback by his attitude, the displeasure in her gaze gradually turning solemn. Very well, you have passed the test. Liu Feng stepped back in surprise. What test? She slammed her hand onto the table, making his heart jolt. She stood up and bent forward to look straight at him. I want to invite you to join my night order. What night order? Su Fei raised her hand and confidently introduced herself again. I am one of the heirs of the Mercenary Guild. Each of us has our own team. The Night Order was founded by me. I need someone strong like you. A frank evaluation made Liu Feng pause. Your character and strength are both acceptable. As long as you agree any condition can be discussed, I do not recruit others like this. Hearing that she showed irritation, I give one command and they only stare at me, refusing to obey, so I dismiss them all. She placed her hands on her hips, her voice imposing. If you join, the position of commander will be yours. Each month you will receive fixed pay and priority in choosing missions and reward. Yet Liu Feng only scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, I am not interested. The conditions I offered are already very good. In his heart he thought who would crave that commander position. He had more important matters. Clearing his throat, he smiled and found an excuse to decline. I have already joined the Zai Enhayat group. For now, I do not wish to change. Su Fei gritted her teeth in anger, yet could not force him further. She placed the badge heavily on the table. Fine then, this is your 7-stripe badge. She added an explanation. Your strength cannot be measured by the testing stone, so it must rely on the rank of the examiner. I am only 7 stripes, so that is all I can grant. Liu Feng took the badge and examined it before smiling. 7 stripe is enough. After speaking, he turned and left. At the door he even waved, many thanks, I will take my leave. Left alone, Su Fei clenched her fists and stared after him. Liu Feng, I will make you join the Night Order. The scene shifted to a fairly grand house in the middle of a quiet forest. King Si pounded on the door and shouted loudly. Liu Feng stood behind with a smile. Where are Ai Fa Bei Ta? We have become a C-rank group. Come out and celebrate. The only response was silence. Kang Si grew annoyed. He must be secretly drinking behind my back again. Without waiting further, he kicked the door open and rushed inside. But the moment they stepped in, both froze at the sight before them. Something had happened. The furniture was in disarray, and on the wall were clear words. They are in my hands, Hai Tu. The two stared at the final words, Hai Tu. Liu Feng repeated that name, his brows tightly knit with anger. His hand clenched until his knuckles cracked. Turned sharply, his aura startling Kang Si and Zio Jin. I will go meet Hai Tu. An arm immediately blocked the doorway. Kang Si held him back. Brother Liu, do not go. Hai Tu is peak 8 stripe. They surely have an ambush. Sweat beaded on his forehead, yet he still tried to persuade him. Bei Ta has been captured. We cannot let you deliver yourself. Hearing that, Liu Feng clenched his fists even tighter, his anger evident. Looked at him and asked, should we just abandon them? We must save them. Kang Si replied urgently, I will find the enforcement team. They will handle it fairly. Liu Feng and Zio Jin fell silent. He lowered his head in thought. Then he raised it again, calm restored. To Zio Jin's surprise, he nodded. Fine, I will listen to elder brother. Tomorrow we will seek the enforcement team. Kang Si patted his shoulder in encouragement. Killing is forbidden here. Hai Tu would not dare act recklessly, hopefully so. Though he said that he was still worried, he sighed softly, I hope so. He led the two out of the house into town. Let us eat something to ease the fatigue. At the mention of food, Zio Jin's eyes lit up. What are we eating? Kang Si looked at the boy and asked, Brother Liu, what do you want to eat? Me? He laughed and said, let me show my skill. Only Liu Feng sensed something unusual and silently observed. Night fell and the moon hung high, replacing the sun. Liu Feng looked at Kang Si and Zio Jin sleeping soundly after the meal. Bei Ta, Ai Fa, do not let anything happen. He quietly carried his sword and left the house. Before the luxurious headquarters of Hong Chuang, someone was already waiting. As soon as he arrived, 2 dark figures descended from above. He fell into an ambush as they rushed him together. Liu Feng had anticipated it, calmly facing them barehanded. There was indeed an ambush. Alone he knocked down the lackeys. Each fell after a single strike to the neck. The three ambushers were all beaten down and sprawled on the ground. He was about to move on when he noticed something strange beneath his feet. Looking down, he discovered the anomaly. Formation lit up on the ground, and he stood precisely at its center. Magic surged as he immediately leaped to evade. Midair he thought the mage must be hiding nearby. Scanning around, he quickly located the hiding place. Liu Feng drew his sword, his gaze icy. With one slash at the base of a tree, the trunk split in two and the mage was blasted out. He landed lightly and stood firm. Sword in hand, he provoked, "Does Hai-Tu only dare send subordinates?" He stared deep into the forest with a cold smile. "Is this your ability?" Standing alone in the open space, his presence upright and imposing. Looking at the wide open gate, he shouted, "If I am the target, then come out and fight me openly." He stepped inside one pace at a time as the wind howled. As he walked he observed, yet the surroundings were empty. Annoyed he shouted, "Hai-Tu, I am here. Where are you hiding?" From beneath a rotten tree came a familiar voice, "I am not hiding. I have always been before your eyes." A pool of viscous sludge appeared beneath his feet. Liu Feng lifted his foot, his face darkening. Mocking laughter echoed from the mire, still too green, daring to charge in without caution. From above more armed men surrounded him. "You are formidable, but today you can only endure." The whole group laughed smugly as Liu Feng ground his teeth and kept calm. Unwilling to be swallowed by the mire, he swung his blade repeatedly seeking escape, yet a voice echoed, "If you cannot touch my true body, all attacks are futile." The blade swept across the muddy surface. He seemed to be searching for something hidden beneath. After a careful search yielded nothing, Liu Feng ground his teeth in frustration, unable to understand where that original body had hidden itself. Suddenly, the people atop the city wall shouted in unison, and immediately fired a barrage of arrows toward him. Caught off guard, Liu Feng could only raise his blade to shield himself, doing his utmost to protect his body. As if sensing something unusual, noticing the strange silence around him, he slowly lowered his hand and opened his eyes to observe. The city wall that had just been crowded with people was now completely empty, leaving Liu Feng confused, unable to tell where they had gone. Seeing no one attacking anymore, a sharp voice rang out from the swamp below, ordering the others to continue firing. From afar, a long and sturdy leather whip lashed through the air, rushing forward as swift as the wind. High above, the one controlling the whip was Su Fei. She shouted, "Liu Feng, grab it." That familiar voice made him freeze. He abruptly lifted his head to look up. The voice sounded incredibly familiar. Liu Feng immediately reached out and firmly grasped the whip, gripping it tightly without letting it slip even slightly. With her decisive pull, he followed the momentum and lifted both feet, breaking free from the swamp that had been dragging him down. Seeing its prey about to escape control, the swamp churned and formed into a humanoid shape, opening its mouth wide and roaring, asking where he thought he was going. Right after that, the mud creature sprang up, spreading its palm and aiming straight at him. Watching the hand close in, Liu Feng raised his blade in defense and replied coldly, "Who said I was planning to run?" As soon as the words fell, the blade slashed down fiercely, tearing the muddy body into scattered fragments. Yet the attack seemed to have no effect. Within only a few breaths, the muddy body fused back together as before. Suspended midair, Liu Feng was stunned for a moment by its astonishingly rapid regeneration. With Su Fei support, he soon landed safely on the ground. Still gripping the whip that carried a trace of damp chill, he lifted his head to look toward her above. Turning toward the group who had intended to surround and attack him, he saw them lying unconscious in disarray, merely lackeys after all. Seeing his surprise, Su Fei leaned over the wall with her hands on her hips and explained, "The sedative I used is very strong. They will be fast asleep in no time." Beneath the city wall, the mud figure swung its fist again and charged forward, once more targeting him. It gathered all its strength and forcefully propelled its body straight upward. Chunks of mud forming its body continuously separated and surged forward, attacking from both sides. Even when shattered into small pieces, it quickly reassembled, causing no real trouble for the two of them. Realizing this thing would be difficult to defeat, Liu Feng clenched his teeth in anger, deducing that each time it was destroyed it instantly recovered. It must only be a summoned object, so where was Hai-Tu hiding and how should he deal with that man? Hearing that name, Su Fei tilted her head slightly and said, "Hai-Tu is hiding within the swamp. There he is nearly invincible. As long as the swamp is destroyed, he will lose his support." Hearing the suggestion, he widened his eyes and asked, "You mean to destroy the entire swamp?" Standing atop the high wall, Su Fei raised her hand. Ice-like spheres swept past Liu Feng and shot downward. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into countless sharp ice spikes that pierced straight into the mud figure. A few seconds later, it stood motionless, frozen into a cold ice statue. Witnessing that skill, he exclaimed in astonishment and admiration, "What skill was that?" Su Fei looked at him with a teasing glint in her eyes and replied that it was a small gift she had specially prepared for Hai-Tu. Unwilling to drag things out, she spread her arms from above and declared, "Hai-Tu, if you still refuse to show yourself, you will turn into an ice statue." As soon as she finished speaking, an arm suddenly emerged from beneath the thick layer of ice. The ice cracked and shattered. Hai-Tu broke the seal and revealed himself. He slowly stepped out of the ice, moving forward one step at a time. Cold mist escaped with his breath, his face dark as his questioning voice rang out, "Who exactly are you?" Su Fei replied briefly, "My identity is not important, besides, your opponent is not me." As soon as she finished speaking, Liu Feng leaped down from above, the blade in his hand aimed straight at Hai-Tu. Hai-Tu still looked arrogant, laughing in provocation. "Do you think freezing the swamp will make me afraid?" Seeing him still shouting loudly, he did not bother with more words, gripping the hilt and charging forward, "Talk less and prepare to face the consequences." Unexpectedly, the man who had just been fierce suddenly dropped to his knee. That man lowered his head and begged before the blade pressed near his neck, hoping to be spared and promising that everything could be negotiated. The sudden change left Liu Feng stunned for a few seconds. "So you are also skilled at changing your fate." He too looked up, his hand touching the blade near his throat, his eyes feigning sincerity. "I was wrong about today, please forgive me." As he spoke, he opened his hand and piles of gold appeared gleaming. "If you need money or beauties, just say it, I will offer all of this." Holding the advantage, Liu Feng demanded loudly that he release the Bei Ta group immediately. Freed from the blade, he sprang up and nodded repeatedly, "No problem, I also have something even more valuable." Behind, Hai-Tu pulled out a red scroll, within it a blue magic circle flashed, his voice turning harsh as he said, "Go." Seeing him break his word and launch a sudden counterattack, he glared in irritation. Ignoring the move that man was unleashing, Liu Feng moved like the wind to the opponent back. As if warned by instinct, Hai-Tu glanced behind and panicked. "When did you get behind me?" Liu Feng closed in and delivered a decisive strike that forced him to his knees, replying briefly, "You do not need to know." In the end, he paid the price for his betrayal, his body collapsing onto the cold ice. Looking down from the wall, Su Fei could not stop admiring. "Your methods are truly clean and efficient." Lifting his head to look at her, Liu Feng still asked clearly, "Who exactly are you?" Seeing him continue to press for answers, Su Fei replied gently as she descended from above, "Do not be tense, it is me." She removed the mask covering half her face and said with a hint of reproach, "Luckily I arrived in time, otherwise you would have faced serious trouble." With her identity revealed, Su Fei rushed forward and hugged him, laughing as she said, "I saved your life, how do you plan to repay me?" Still gripping his blade warily, Liu Feng asked in confusion why she was here and why she had helped him. She pointed at him and replied with a smile that she had her eye on him. Hai-Tu was treacherous. She did not want the person the captain had worked so hard to find to encounter trouble. Standing opposite her, Liu Feng held his blade horizontally and said, "I have never agreed to join your night order." Seeing his lack of enthusiasm, she thought for a moment and said, "Fine, then let us speak fairly." She clearly listed the support expenses just now. The sedative cost 200 gold per bottle and 5 bottles were used. The ice spheres cost 100 gold each and 30 were used, plus a 2,000 gold appearance fee. The total needed to be paid. That move left him stunned, his mouth open as he asked, "Your appearance fee?" Su Fei stepped closer and reminded him that she was a 7-star mercenary and guild leader. Her appearance fee was not cheap. The total was 8,000 gold, but she could reduce it to 7,000 for him. After saying that, she placed the invoice scroll into his hand and told him to examine it carefully. Holding the paper, Liu Feng sighed helplessly, "I do not have that much money." As if prepared in advance, Su Fei produced another contract. "Then work for me to repay the debt, become the captain of my night order." Forced into a difficult position, he could only sigh wearily. Unwilling to be bound, Liu Feng lifted his head and asserted that he would handle the money himself, but joining was out of the question. Hearing that, she merely smiled softly, gently brushing her hair as she said there was still plenty of time. The carriage stopped before a building. The two stood talking as she said his friends had only been hypnotized by Hai-Tu, taking them back would suffice. She spread her hand and reminded him that she would handle the aftermath here. Naturally, the cost would be added to his bill. Hearing that, Liu Feng sincerely thanked her, admitting that he had misunderstood her before, but now he knew she was not bad. Su Fei crossed her arms and asked curiously, "What kind of woman is that?" Caught off guard by the question, he scratched his head awkwardly and said just that kind. She closed her eyes and replied it was fine. Many people still thought of her that way. She placed her hands on her hips and declared confidently, in a world of mercenaries filled with men, to stand firm one must grow accustomed to gossip. I stopped caring long ago. Faced with her calm demeanor, he admired her even more, softening his voice to encourage her that in his homeland there was a saying, those who endure slander will receive just as much praise in return. Miss Su Fei, you are truly strong. Su Fei's eyes widened slightly, clearly surprised to hear Liu Feng praise her, saying that whoever bears gossip deserves an equal measure of acclaim. Her face flushed like peach blossoms at the start of spring. Su Fei lowered her head to thank him, saying he was the first person to truly understand her in that way. Seeing her like that, he scratched his head and laughed, telling her not to be so polite, and in return for that sincerity, Su Fei generously promised to deduct 1,000 gold coins from Liu Feng's bill. At the mention of money, his eyes lit up like stars in the night, asking if it was true, saying his homeland had many more fine sayings and wondering if a few more lines would earn another discount. Su Fei, standing beside him, quickly reminded him not to dream, saying no matter how much he spoke there would be no further reduction. Liu Feng immediately switched to pleading mode, his voice so loud that even the horses outside the yard were startled, asking for a little more discount, but the reply remained a firm refusal. After the endless back and forth, the two looked at each other and burst into laughter, the atmosphere around them becoming extremely lively. Suddenly Liu Feng extended his hand straight forward, palm facing her, saying he was glad to meet her, Su Fei. That sudden gesture made her cheeks flush red in an instant. Without hesitation, Su Fei raised her hand to respond, the handshake expressing her respect, saying she was also very happy to meet him, Liu Feng. After thinking for a few seconds, she softly asked whether from now on they were friends. Liu Feng immediately nodded, saying that was right, they were friends. The next morning, bright sunlight spread across the familiar tiled roof of the building. King Si narrowed his eyes as he looked. Behind him Fa and Bei Ta were still fast asleep. He asked Brother Liu frankly whether he had gone to the fantastical mercenary group. Standing by the door, Liu Feng waved his hand in denial, saying he had not gone anywhere last night, and that Bei Ta's group had been brought here by carriage this morning. He glanced at the still unconscious Bei Ta group, saying that since they had returned, the first task was to find a way to wake them up. Kang Si handed the task of watching over them to Liu Feng before turning away, saying they had been struck by a slumber spell, and that he would invite a mage to dispel it and return shortly. Alone in the room, he recalled the time Hai-Tu had blocked his path and told himself that his combat experience was still lacking and that he needed more real battles. Thinking of this, sweat formed on his forehead as he rubbed his chin, calculating how to find a sparring partner who cost nothing and could withstand blows. Suddenly an idea flashed through his mind, and Liu Feng immediately began experimenting. Using his inner power and the skills he had learned, he created a clone identical to himself, the mirrored double appearing clearly. He stared intently at the copy standing opposite him. After observing for a while, he clicked his tongue in praise, saying it was truly no different from the original. With someone to train against in front of him, Liu Feng immediately ordered the clone to attack him. As soon as the command ended, the copy's palm struck forward, but with his current inner power it could only be maintained for 3 minutes. It seemed this move could only be used at critical moments to catch opponents off guard. As he thought, he grabbed the clone's hand, knowing it only possessed 30% of his strength, but it obeyed orders and feared no injury enough to serve as a training partner. Next he spun around, drove his elbow toward the copy, and threw a straight punch at its face. While he was training enthusiastically, the door burst open and Kang Si rushed in anxiously, saying Brother Liu something major had happened. The fantastical mercenary group had vanished overnight and the whole city was in an uproar. Seeing two identical figures, he widened his eyes in shock, saying there were two Brother Liu. Kang Si hurriedly rubbed his eyes repeatedly, trying to steady himself, wondering whether he was still dreaming. He opened his eyes, he saw only one Liu Feng standing beside him asking what was wrong, and Kang Si was stunned again, thinking he had not fully awakened. Remembering the news he had just heard, he immediately said that the fantastical mercenary group had disappeared after only one night. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of slow footsteps echoed from ahead. Drawn by the sound, he spun around and shouted who was there. A figure in a black cloak approached, his heavy aura allowing Kang Si to clearly feel the pressure. This person was certainly very strong. Without beating around the bush, the black-cloaked man spoke directly to Liu Feng, saying he knew what Liu Feng had done and telling him to follow. Faced with such a demand from a stranger, Liu Feng stood still for a few seconds, not understanding what was happening. King Si frowned and asked loudly who he was and what business he had with brother Liu. The man in black replied coldly that it had nothing to do with him, and that if he did not want his mercenary group to encounter trouble, he should not interfere. That attitude made Kang Si grit his teeth in anger, calling him out. Liu Feng patted his shoulder to stop him, saying that since the other party was looking for him, he would handle it himself, leaving Kang Si staring blankly as he softly called brother Liu. He leaned close to Kang Si's ear and whispered that the man bore ill intent, and that if conflict broke out here it might implicate Bei Ta's group. The exchange among the three was observed by a bird in the tree. Liu Feng said he would go with that man, and that with his strength he could still escape if something happened. The black-cloaked man impatiently urged them to finish speaking. After giving his instructions, he sheathed his blade on his back and told the two to stay and wait for his return. Zhao Jin shrank his body and called out anxiously, telling Liu Feng to come back early and reminding him that he had promised to take him to the market today. Liu Feng smiled and affectionately rubbed Zhao Jin's head, telling him to rest assured. Kang Si suppressed his worry and patted his shoulder, telling him to be careful. Liu Feng nodded in gratitude. A while later, he followed the black-cloaked man to a windy grassland. Liu Feng slipped on the green grass and had to exert force to maintain his balance. The black-cloaked man looked back and told him to continue, saying that further ahead was the territory of the beastmen. Hearing this, Liu Feng curiously asked the man's identity. Without concealing anything, the man slowly removed his cloak. Beneath the black mask was a familiar face. He said he was Ao He, captain of the enforcement team of Enhat Bat Lak Yu Tap. That introduction made Liu Feng freeze for a few seconds, asking what business the enforcement captain had with him. Ao He smiled and said his purpose was to make the acquaintance of this young brother with extraordinary strength, and wondered which master on the continent was Liu Feng's teacher. Liu Feng remained vigilant, thinking that no one curries favor without reason. This man likely wanted to probe his background. After weighing his thoughts, he smiled and replied that his mentor did not permit him to reveal his identity, believing he was not yet capable enough. Knowing it would be difficult to extract information, Ao He lowered his voice and said that if Liu Feng did not wish to speak, he would not force him and would change the subject. His expression suddenly turned cold as he directly asked whether the disappearance of the fantastical mercenary group was Liu Feng's doing. The sudden question caused Liu Feng to pause for a moment. Regaining his composure, he asked in return why the captain would say such a thing. Ao He analyzed that the entire group had vanished overnight, and aside from being wiped out there was hardly another explanation, and recently Liu Feng had the greatest conflict with them. After hearing this, Liu Feng retorted that everything required evidence, and if he was to be accused as the culprit, where was the proof? Ao He seemed unconcerned, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword and slowly drawing it. Gleaming blades swept past in front of him as that man said he had found no clues, but the absence of evidence did not mean he could not be convicted. The sword point aimed straight at Liu Feng, saying that as long as he was taken down, whether true or false, all crimes would fall upon him. Seeing this, Liu Feng let out a cold laugh and asked whether the enforcement captain upheld justice in such a manner. He even lowered his voice in mockery, saying no wonder the fantastical mercenary group had been able to run rampant in Enhat Bat Lak for so many years. Ao He curled his lips and replied that justice belonged to the strong. Whoever possessed the larger fist was the truth. Facing the sharp blade, Liu Feng calmly asked before fighting to confirm whether Ao He was at the peak of the 9th rank. Ao He laughed and confirmed that it was correct. He was indeed at the peak of the 9th rank and asked whether Liu Feng was afraid. Drawing the blade from his back, Liu Feng said in a low voice that if he defeated Ao He, it would also count as avenging his grievance. Unwilling to waste words, Ao He swung his sword and charged forward, telling him to stop the nonsense and make his move. A cold streak of sword light slashed across, and fortunately Liu Feng narrowly avoided it. With extreme speed, Liu Feng executed Bamboo Flash, appearing behind his opponent with his blade raised high. Ao He reacted swiftly, turning around and raising his sword to meet the attack. The fierce collision sparked like blazing fire, the reflected light revealing Liu Feng's astonished face. Realizing the danger, he poured strength into his arms and swung his blade to block Ao He's strike. Even exerting his full power, when counterattacked, that man still forced him to retreat a step. Gripping his blade tightly, Liu Feng stared at his opponent, beads of sweat forming. The strength was truly formidable. Ao He also lowered his head, and admitted that being able to withstand a full strike from him meant Liu Feng's strength exceeded expectation. As soon as he finished speaking, He glanced down at the weapon in his hand in astonishment. Moreover, your companion's sword is far from ordinary. It is a pity that you seem unable to unleash its true power. Then he shifted his gaze to the jet-black blade in Liu Feng's hand. Truly strange, the power he wielded was neither battle chi nor magic. Without further hesitation, He tightened his grip on his sword and shot forward, laughing with excitement as he advanced. Your elusive movement just now was truly unusual. It makes me even more curious. He did not hesitate. The tip of his sword swept across in front of him, so fast that only afterimages remained. But something unexpected occurred. Liu Feng revealed almost no trace of force and had already slipped behind He. Irritation surged within him as he swung his sword down fiercely onto the lush green grass beneath his feet. The sword arc continued sweeping straight toward him, forcing Liu Feng to step lightly back to evade the strike. As he observed the battle situation, he could not stop worrying. The attack speed was too fast, the remaining inner strength had to be used sparingly. This move likely could only be met head-on. Liu Feng immediately raised his blade before his body, gritting his teeth as he held his defensive stance. Unexpectedly, He blade suddenly halted and plunged straight into the ground. Standing opposite amid the whistling wind, he spoke firmly. I understand now. He widened his eyes, staring intently at Liu Feng as he analyzed. The reason you blocked that sword just now was a method that boosted your power in an instant. Hearing those words, Liu Feng broke into a faint sweat, his heart shaken. How could he see through it? Without stopping, He lowered his head slightly and continued. Your strange movement technique is effective but surely cannot be used at will. It is likely limited in number of uses or consumes an enormous amount of power. As he finished speaking, His entire body erupted in blazing red flames. It seems my guess was correct. Your strength is peculiar but not too hard to discern, yet your combat techniques are entirely different from mine. A suit of crimson flame armor enveloped his body, heat radiating fiercely. It is time to go all out. Seeing the scene before him, he was stunned, his mouth slightly open in shock. What is this? Wearing that blazing armor, He introduced coldly. This is battle chi armor, something only peak 9th rank experts can condense. He looked at Liu Feng and reminded him, use your full strength, otherwise you will truly lose your life. Raising the cold sharp blade high, Liu Feng stepped forward without the slightest fear. Fine, then let us decide the victor properly. Where the Bei Ta group still lay unconscious, Xiao Jin lay beside a pile of chicken bones and sighed, the last drumstick. Looking at the fragrant roasted drumstick before him, he fidgeted. It was almost all eaten and Liu Feng still had not returned. Suddenly a sneaky figure appeared outside the door, peering inside. Wu Kai appeared with his body wrapped tightly in white bandages. The captain and everyone else have vanished without a trace. It must be related to those mercenaries. Fortunately, I hid outside to treat my wounds last night, otherwise I would not have the chance to stand here now. That man gripped a sharp dagger tightly in his hand, his intention long premeditated. Pushing the door open, Wu Kai slowly approached Xiao Jin. While Kang Si and Liu Feng are absent, I will deal with this brat and the Bei Ta group to avenge the captain. Xiao Jin remained carefree, unaware of the danger behind him, only focused on the food before him. The last drumstick must be eaten sparingly. Food was too tempting. He chewed it cleanly while Wu Kai had already raised his dagger high, ready to strike. Suddenly a shrill scream echoed from inside the room. Wu Kai lay sprawled on the cold floor, his head covered in blood, unconscious. Beside him, Xiao Jin burst into tears. What happened? Where is Liu Feng? Seeing Su Fei appear at the doorway, his eyes lit up. Beautiful big sister. She stood outside looking at the scene before her. Xiao Jin awkwardly explained, I was eating when he rushed in with a knife intending to harm me. Looking at Wu Kai's miserable state, Su Fei propped her chin and asked, what happened next? Who beat him? Was it Liu Feng? He shook his head, his hands twisting together, his voice full of guilt. It was not Liu Feng, he was called away. I was the one who hit him. I only raised my hand to block a few times and he ended up like that. Hearing that, she showed doubt and looked at Xiao Jin for a long time. How could a child defeat Wu Kai? He does not look like he has any combat strength. An empty wine bottle rolling on the floor made Su Fei suddenly think. Perhaps Wu Kai accidentally hit the bottle and fell, and this child mistakenly thought he had acted. Pushing that matter aside, she asked about Liu Feng. Forget it, you said he was called away. Who called him? Xiao Jin quickly recounted. That person wore a black cloak with a sun and scales embroidered on the back. It was he who led Liu Feng away. Hearing the description, Su Fei's eyes suddenly widened and her face turned pale. Could it really be him? The windswept prairie, amid the stretch of green grass, Liu Feng and Ao He were still locked in a fierce battle. After a while, the two were forced to separate to opposite sides due to the enormous exhaustion. Gripping his blade tightly, Liu Feng panted, fatigue evident on his face. Truly powerful, so this is the strength of a peak 9th rank. It seems that facing him now is still somewhat forced. Though his body felt drained, he kept his eyes wide open with firm resolve. But he will absolutely not admit defeat. The moment he finished speaking, Liu Feng held his sword and shot toward his opponent. Every step he took carried his full strength, so forceful it seemed ready to tear through the air. In the blink of an eye, Liu Feng's figure flickered, and an identical clone appeared at his side. Ao He stared at the sight, sweat beading on his forehead, an illusionary clone. Liu Feng began to move, leaving the copy behind. Impressive, the boy even knows how to use a cloning technique. Ao He blocked the attacks while thinking, not attacking together with two bodies. Could it be that he is only using the clone as a distraction? Thinking he was already exhausted, Ao He sneered. How amusing, this is the first time he has seen a fool leave a clone behind and charge forward alone to take the blows. His voice dripped with mockery. What is it? It seems you are already spent. Unexpectedly, the one fighting from beginning to end had been the clone, while the true body stood aside observing. He had fallen into the trap. In that fleeting moment of carelessness, Liu Feng swept in like a gale. Gale speed, what? He flickered in and out of sight, then appeared behind Ao He with his hand raised high, ready to strike down. As if guided by sharp instinct, Ao He immediately turned to defend, blocking both sword paths alone. The strike was so powerful that a section of the armor on his arm cracked apart. Liu Feng was also pushed back by the recoil, his body thrown a distance away. Thanks to his superior stamina, he steadied himself after only half a step back, eyes filled with astonishment. The clone actually possesses true strength like this. This is the first time he has heard of it. Elsewhere atop a tall rooftop, the sound of heels echoed in steady rhythm. It was Su Fei following Liu Feng's trail. According to Zio Jin, he likely went in this direction. Skimming across the rooftops, she calculated. The one who led Liu Feng away was most likely the enforcement captain of Nhat Bat Lak, Ao He. Could he have come because of the mercenary group incident? Suddenly Su Fei glanced back, confusion on her face. How is this possible? She had already erased all traces. It turned out that below, a group of black-clad figures was approaching. Why was the enforcement team heading there? But her people were there, they would not dare do anything to Zio Jin. Not wanting to waste time, Su Fei circulated her energy and soared upward. Liu Feng is a rare powerhouse. She cannot let him fall into danger. She must stop Ao He. Her face was filled with determination as she rushed forward, whispering inwardly, Liu Feng, wait for her. On the prairie, the confrontation between the two continued in tense stalemate. Liu Feng gradually grew exhausted, his breathing heavy. There is hardly any inner power left. He cannot use techniques recklessly anymore. Ao He was also drenched in sweat, panting. You are nearing your limit. He must admit, without the battle aura armor protecting him, he would likely have been defeated. Gaining his focus, Ao He raised his sword and pointed it straight at him. But now, the one who will fall is you. Facing that imposing aura, Liu Feng did not retreat. Fine, then it will be decided with the final move. Clenching his blade, he shot forward like an arrow, released from the bow straight toward his target. Without stopping, Liu Feng's body lifted off the ground, his foot stepping onto the air. With the last bit of inner power remaining, he soared upward, several meters away from Ao He. Ao He showed no fear, even curling his lips into a smile. Boy, try taking this move of mine. With that, he raised his sword high and delivered a fierce downward slash. Fortunately, with agile movement, Liu Feng twisted his body and narrowly avoided that sword path in an instant. Even though he dodged it, he still frowned in concern. The force is too strong, the range too wide, gale speed can only increase speed. A stream of green spiritual energy enveloped him, yet he suddenly realized it was difficult to escape this range. Could it be that there is truly no other way? Liu Feng's eyes widened, his mind racing ceaselessly as he searched within his Hua Zia inner arts for another method to break through. Suddenly something strange happened. His legs abruptly regained movement, lifting lightly with agile ease. Seizing the initiative, Liu Feng shot down from above, gripping the cold blade tightly in his hand. The blade was raised high, its tip aimed straight at Ao He, who was still stunned below. What was going on? In just a few short breaths, the two were already face to face. Blade struck against Ao He's blazing fire armor, a lethal blow erupting with 4 times the power. When the blade touched the armor, the seemingly light clash exploded into a violent shockwave, flames surging skyward. Minutes later, the smoke gradually dispersed. Ao He spat blood, the armor on his body cracking apart piece by piece. Returned to the appearance of an ordinary man, no longer protected, bending over and breathing heavily. On this side, Liu Feng, having exhausted too much strength, also collapsed to the ground, his breath thick like mist drifting from his lips. Despite his severe injuries, he still forced himself up and demanded in astonishment, "How did you do it? How did you break my battle chi armor?" Bleeding wound streaked across Liu Feng's face. He replied calmly, "There is no absolute defense in this world. Offense is the best defense." That unexpected answer jolted He awake, his eyes widening. No absolute defense, offense is the best defense. In an instant he understood, though blood still stained his lips he burst out laughing. Truly well said. Ever since comprehending battle chi armor I neglected other techniques. No wonder years of training led nowhere, so that was it. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sincerely thanked him. "Many thanks for the guidance, little brother." Liu Feng outwardly said it was unnecessary, yet when he turned away his expression twisted as he muttered that a single sentence brought enlightenment. This brother truly has an affinity with Buddha. Not wanting to waste more time, Liu Feng remained standing as he listened. "You should go, hurry back and check on your companions." At the mention of his friends he immediately tensed, raising his blade. "Where are my friends? What did you do to them?" Seeing his anxiety, he did not blame him but explained, "Foolish boy, if my men had not saved them they would likely be corpses by now." Hearing that Liu Feng was stunned, "You saved them." He continued, "When pulling weeds you must remove the roots, yet you made such a basic mistake." At that Liu Feng suddenly recalled something and urgently asked, "You mean Wu Kai?" Upon hearing that name, he nodded with a faint smile. "It seems your memory is not too bad." Resting the blade on his shoulder, Liu Feng shrugged lightly. "Did you think I was not prepared for this?" The remark left He puzzled. "What do you mean?" Not keeping him waiting, he declared loudly, "Let alone Wu Kai. Even you cannot touch the Kang Si group." Believe it or not, he still doubted. "I do not believe it." Seeing his suspicion, Liu Feng offered no further explanation. "Believe it or not, with Zio Jin there I am not worried anyone can capture Kang Si, even if it does not yet know how strong it is. That strength is not easily matched." Liu Feng did not elaborate. He shrugged. "Fine, I will help you conceal the matter of the delusional mercenary group. You may leave." Being spared so easily, he was surprised. "What, you are not going to capture me, you are just letting me go?" He merely smiled disdainfully. "The people of the delusional mercenary group are not worth my concern." That answer made Liu Feng scratch his head and ask further, "Then why did you fight me?" Without hiding it, he spoke frankly, "Because I am interested in you." Those words darkened Liu Feng's expression. "Interested in me?" He quickly stepped back and shook his head. "Sorry, I do not have that preference." He realized the misunderstanding and corrected him. "I mean I am interested in your strength." Returning to seriousness, he lowered his head in praise. "I provoked you only to force you to use your full strength. I did not expect you to be so powerful. You did not fall behind in battle at all." The sun rose high, its brilliant light spreading across the lush green grass of the vast prairie. Sitting on the ground without a hint of caution, Liu Feng confided, "It is still not enough. Drawing with you relied on many techniques. Consider it luck." Clenched his fist, emotions surging. "I am still not strong enough. I must continue training. Only by becoming stronger can I eliminate that city lord." Thinking so, he turned and asked, "Did you test me because you wanted my help with something?" Still in pain, he stood and asked in return, "You know humanity's natural enemy, do you not?" Liu Feng hesitated and guessed, "The Beastman." Hearing the answer, he clenched his fist and nodded. "That is right. In a few days there will be a great battle between humanity and the beast race. I hope you will represent humanity in the fight." The sudden request made him pause for a few seconds. A battle between humans and the beast race. Images of ferocious beastmen rose in his mind. They reproduce rapidly, yet the barren north lacks food. He continued solemnly, "Therefore they always covet the fertile lands of humanity. Every 3 years the two sides duel. If the beast race wins, they will sweep down to plunder." Liu Feng asked again, "Then if humanity wins, what happens?" He replied at once, "Then the beast race will retreat and keep quiet for 3 years until the next battle." Hearing that, he stroked his chin thoughtfully, using duels to gauge the beast race's strength. Truly naive. He asked again, "If you win, why not take the chance to eliminate them?" He explained, "The northern prairie is vast and hard to track. It is difficult for a human army to wipe them out completely." Liu Feng nodded in understanding. "Then humanity is truly aggrieved. Lose and be plundered, win and only gain temporary peace." He answered, "For humanity, maintaining peace is already good enough." Recalling the last time he ground his teeth, "Every grand duel sends out the strongest expert. Unfortunately, last time I lost. The beast race took advantage to invade and caused heavy losses, so this time we cannot fail." His gaze drifted into the distance. The 4 great academies will select participants. Last year the Beastmen sent 2 ninth-rank experts, this time likely the same. In Bat only you and I have reached the 9th rank. If we fight together the chance of victory will be greater. After hearing that, Liu Feng merely sighed and fell silent in thought. Finally he nodded, I am a member of humanity. If I can fight for them I will not refuse. Receiving his agreement, He joyfully embraced him, brother, many thanks. In another corner of the prairie, a pair of light shoes glided across the grass. After a long journey, Su Fei had arrived near Liu Feng. She murmured, why have I not seen them yet? Any farther and it will be Beastman territory. Scanning around, she finally spotted Liu Feng's figure in the distance. She hurried over and anxiously asked, Liu Feng, are you all right? Her sudden appearance surprised him. Su Fei, why are you here? She did not answer but looked around for He. Where is he? You did not do anything foolish, did you? Liu Feng was bewildered. What is going on? Su Fei said hurriedly, if you touch He you will be hunted down. Let me take you away. But where can we go now? Not wanting her to worry, Liu Feng gently explained, He is fine. He went to the Beastman Prairie to scout the situation. Calling that earlier the two had seen black smoke in the distance on the prairie. He said something was unusual and went to check. He replied, rest assured I can return on my own. Hearing that form of address, Su Fei was surprised. Brother He, did he not capture you? How did you become so close? After a long exhausting day, Liu Feng suggested, let me rest a bit then talk. Treat me to a meal and I will tell you everything. She nodded in agreement. That evening in front of Su Fei's luxurious mansion. The table was filled with steaming dishes. He ate while recounting. A battle like that consumed too much. I am starving. Su Fei rested her chin on her hand watching him devour the food. So that is what happened. I did not expect you to defeat He. Truly impressive. Liu Feng chewed a piece of chicken and said, it was only a victory by strategy. If comparing pure strength and skill I would struggle against brother He. She lifted her wine glass and shrugged. A win is proof of ability, but are you not a bit hasty in agreeing to join the grand duel? Took another bite of meat and asked, how is it hasty? Su Fei set down her glass and sighed, he is still hiding many things from you. Those words made Liu Feng widen his eyes in confusion. She gently swirled the orange wine in her glass. Did He mention the beast race's berserk state? Liu Feng shook his head, no. The beast race is already strong, berserk is their common skill. It can instantly increase their attack power by 50%, though it makes them terrifying it also has a fatal weakness. When using berserk they easily lose control, falling into a frenzied rampage until exhaustion. In previous battles many beastmen won because of it. Even when humanity wins the losses are heavy, and if they lose the consequences are even worse. Holding a chicken drumstick, Liu Feng pondered, it seems truly dangerous. Sitting opposite him, Su Fei analyzed, therefore only the 4 great academies in Bat Fortress send experts to participate. Other empires do not wish to lose talent. In recent times the only 9th rank to fight has been He. After speaking she suggested, I think tomorrow you should find He and decline this invitation. Liu Feng replied firmly, no need, once I have agreed I will not withdraw, moreover I do not believe I cannot defeat them. Seeing his determination, she blushed and raised her glass. Very well, I toast the hero of humanity. The two raised their glasses together. The sound of them clinking rang out, bottoms up. An hour later, the table was cluttered with opened bottles of water and wine scattered about. With a little alcohol in her system, Su Fei finally dared to open her heart. If only I had power like yours, those old men at the Mercenary Guild headquarters would not keep suppressing me just because I am a woman. Speaking in frustration, she propped her chin on her hand, raised her head to look at the ceiling and sighed, if only I were not trapped in such a predicament right now. Their conversation echoed through the house. Liu Feng gently reassured her. So what if you are a woman? In many places men cherish them like princesses. Knowing Liu Feng meant well, she merely shrugged with a faint smile. A princess, I am the descendant of Tahan, the king of mercenaries, yet those old men in the guild still believe a woman is unfit to inherit. She lowered her head, her eyes filled with sorrow as she recalled the grueling years of training. Born amid the glory of my ancestors, raised with sword aura, my father was strict and hoped I would take over as guild master. Yet I have 2 cousins, because they are men they receive more support. I never dared to slack off. Yet when they invited a 9th rank expert to the headquarters, I was immediately transferred to the frontier. Grievance surging within her made her drain the cup of wine, her voice choking. Now they even want to remove my name from the list of heirs. Only then did Liu Feng fully understand her situation, softly saying, I did not know before, that is why I refused. He sprang to his feet, slammed both hands onto the table and declared resolutely, I can still help you now, Even if I do not join the Night Order, I can still support you. Hearing those words, Su Fei's face flushed with emotion. Do you truly want to help me? Standing opposite her, he frankly repeated his promise. I am your friend, let me stand by your side. He hurriedly stood up as well, pushing the chair aside. Su Fei's expression brightened again, the gloom replaced by excitement. With your support, I will surely reclaim the position of Guild Master. As soon as she finished speaking, her brows suddenly knitted tightly, her face turning pale from a sudden pain. She clutched lightly at Liu Feng's shoulder, dark red blood continuously spilling from the corner of her lips. The sudden action startled him, his eyes widening as he cried out, I just agreed to help you and you are already like this. Liu Feng immediately caught her limp body. Su Fei weakly said this is the aftereffect of using residual release. Drinking too much and getting agitated will cause internal injuries. Though sweat soaked her, she still reassured him to avoid implicating him. It is fine, I will endure it for a while and it will pass. Seeing his friend in pain, Liu Feng grew anxious and thought, internal injury. I wonder if Huaxia inner power can help ease it. Without hesitation, he took her hand and circulated Huaxia inner power. The stream of inner force slowly flowed into Su Fei's body. He carefully observed her expression and asked, do you feel a little better? Just a few seconds later, the pain within her body eased significantly. She asked in astonishment, what did you do? My internal injury has lessened. Could it be that I was mistaken? Seeing her improvement, his hand still holding hers tightly, Liu Feng rejoiced, it truly works. My guess was correct. His method of treatment reminded her of her master's words from years ago. The ancestral teachings once mentioned a method to resolve internal injuries caused by residual release. It was indeed recorded that way, but for so many years no one knew what that method was, so many believed it to be merely a mistaken rumor. Su Fei's eyes widened in shock, so everything recorded in the ancestral teachings was true. Seeing her unusual expression, Liu Feng asked worriedly what she had just said was true. Caught off guard by the question, she awkwardly withdrew her hand and stood up. It is nothing, I am fine now, thank you. Also stood and asked again, are you really all right? She nodded while walking slowly, I am fine now, but there is something important I need to tell you. Her serious tone left him puzzled. From the table, she took out a letter clearly bearing the emblem of the Hoa Kim Merchant Guild and handed it to him. See for yourself. Looking at the familiar emblem, Liu Feng still did not understand what was happening. The night was late, the light in the room shone through the crack of the door, illuminating the flower pot outside. After thinking for a moment, Liu Feng suddenly realized the familiar detail. Before he could speak, she interrupted, it looks very familiar, does it not? Honestly recounted how a masked man had once delivered a similar commission. Previously, a mysterious person sought me in Kangxi, saying that as long as we became C-rank mercenary, then he would grant us this high-paying mission. At that time, that man showed an emblem identical to the one on the letter. That red emblem along with the image of the masked man made Su Fei affirm, it is the mark of the Hoa Kim Merchant Guild. This letter was secretly sent to the guild by them. She further emphasized that the content of the commission was identical to the one you had seen. Upon hearing the Merchant Guild's name, Liu Feng merely scratched his head and asked what kind of force Hoa Kim was to possess such a formidable reputation. Knowing he was unaware, she gently closed her eyes and said, sit down, I will explain from the beginning. Su Fei explained that the Hoa Kim Merchant Guild was one of the 3 largest merchant guilds on the continent, tightly organized, vast in scale and abundant in wealth. The more she spoke, the more puzzled she felt. They have their own transport teams. Normally the commissions sent to the guild are A or S rank. This time it is only a C rank escort, yet the reward is unusually high. Contrary to her pensive look, Liu Feng ate while laughing and said perhaps they have so much money they do not know how to spend it. The world of the rich is hard to predict. She shook her head in rebuttal. It is not that simple. This time they even specifically designated 3 additional B-rank groups. Mobilizing 4 groups for a C-rank mission is very strange. Seeing her serious expression, Liu Feng also realized the matter was somewhat grave. Hearing it like this, it truly is unusual. He continued, I have secretly asked those 3 groups. They also know very little. The Merchant Guild keeps everything tightly concealed. This commission surely hides something. After careful analysis, she suggested that for safety you should not accept this mission. Liu Feng shook his head in refusal. We must accept it, making her ask in astonishment why. He gave a bitter smile and spread his hands because we are utterly broke. We still owe the inn money, and we even forgot to collect the payment Hai Tu gave earlier. Holding the commission, he admitted her words made sense, but it would be best if the Bei Ta group did not get too deeply involved. Seeing his determination, she did not press further and proposed, If you insist on participating, then I have a suggestion. Outside the castle gates, cargo carriages were bustling, people coming and going without cease. Liu Feng pushed through the crowded flow of people, loudly asking others to make way as he walked. Finally, he reached Wen Bin and presented the commission. Uncle, I represent the mercenary group to register. Skimming through the content, Wen Bin asked in surprise, is the group leader not Kang Si? He even bought weapons from me last time, why did he not come personally? Liu Feng and Su Fei played their roles perfectly, saying the group leader was busy and sent me ahead. Wen Bin looked at the two of them and asked suspiciously, could it be that your group has only 2 members? Liu Feng smiled and replied, what matters is strength, not numbers, the 2 of us are enough. Seeing that confident attitude, Wen Bin nodded, for the sake of our acquaintance I will offer a reminder. Standing beside the cargo horses, he advised that since you have only 2 people, be careful when encountering other groups, do not casually provoke trouble because they are not easy to deal with. His strength was not ordinary, Liu Feng still nodded in thanks, we will keep it in mind. After giving his advice, Wen Bin left to continue his work. Watching him leave, Su Fei said proudly, my idea was good, was it not? We represent the group to accept the commission. If something happens it will be easier to withdraw. Liu Feng wondered, would it not be enough for me alone to come? Why did you insist on coming along? She glanced at him and replied, you have never accepted a commission before. Of course you need my guidance. Seeing her enthusiasm, he gratefully said, then consider that I owe you another favor. She leaned closer, her face near his as she softly laughed. Remember that a woman's favor is not easy to repay. Not long after, the convoy led by Wen Bin entered the vast green prairie. Liu Feng sat inside the carriage circulating his inner power, while Su Fei opposite him observed intently. On his back, along the spine from head to waist, were distinct acupoints such as Mingmen, Jinsuo, Lingtai, Shenting, and Changqian. Feeling his inner force abundant, he formed a hand seal, his 2 fingers touching together. Guided by his inner power, the acupoints shone like spheres of light, connecting and circulating without end. Su Fei rested her chin on her hand, watching him cultivate with a gentle gaze. But his inner force still seemed insufficient. After a short while he opened his eyes and exhaled softly, still unable to open the blood meridian. Hearing him sigh, she guessed, is that the inner power you cultivate, it truly differs greatly from the continent's techniques. Liu Feng raised his left hand, rotating his wrist as he explained, the technique I cultivate is Huaxia inner power, though simple it is the foundation of all inner arts. He said, amid the vast prairie that the core lies in charging the acupoints, only by opening 7 major acupoints can it be considered successful. I have opened 5, the last 2 remain blocked. Seeing him blame himself, Su Fei comforted him, though I do not fully understand, opening 5 acupoints is already so formidable. If you open all 7, would that not reach the Saint Realm? He sighed in reply, it is not so easy. Each time an acupoint opens my strength rises a level. The further I go the harder it becomes. Perhaps even in a few years I may not open the final 2. Unwilling to see him discouraged, she pinched his cheek and said, do not push yourself too hard. Right now you are already very strong. Hearing that, Liu Feng fell silent, his gaze drifting toward the distant horizon. The image of Wei flashed through his mind, strengthening his resolve. No, I must become stronger still. Seeing him standing motionless, Su Fei shook his hand and called, Liu Feng, what are you spacing out for? He came back to his senses, lightly touched his face and smiled awkwardly in apology. I was distracted just now. Where have we reached? Outside, the sun blazed like pouring fire, its dazzling light flooding the vast expanse as they gradually entered the territory of the Beastmen Great Prairie. After hearing Su Fei's report, Liu Feng immediately lifted the window curtain to observe the situation outside. Outside, beside the wagons loaded with goods, groups of other mercenaries were also surging in. Just their bearing and demeanor alone were enough to overwhelm him. They were indeed a B-rank mercenary group, their momentum far surpassing the blazing heat group. The girl beside him nodded slightly in confirmation. Of course, they specialize in missions related to warfare. Hearing that, Liu Feng widened his eyes in surprise and asked again, what do you mean by only taking war missions? Seeing his confused expression, Su Fei restrained her emotions and explained, they are the forces hired by both sides when war breaks out, trading their lives for bounty. Liu Feng fell into thought, stroking his chin. On the surface, it was only an ordinary C-rank escort mission, yet 3 B-rank groups specialized in warfare had been invited. Clearly this commission hid something suspicious. Without hesitation, he turned to ask, you understand these 3 groups well, right? Su Fei showed a weary look. I am the guild master of the mercenary guild at Neverfall Fortress, how could I not know them? She listed them clearly. The bloodthirsty group is led by an 8th stage Sky Swordmaster. The prisoner group is headed by a 7th stage fighter. Not stopping there, Su Fei rested her chin on her hand and continued. The riot group is commanded by an 8th stage Quartz Knight. His mount carries dragon bloodline and possesses extremely destructive power. The three are as close as brothers, they even fancy the same girl at a tavern. Liu Feng was startled upon hearing that. You even know about this. Their conversation echoed across the vast prairie. To require such formidable forces, what exactly does the Hoa Kim Merchant Association want to escort? I cannot figure it out no matter how I think about it. It is truly intriguing. Suddenly a carriage braked sharply, causing the two inside to jolt in surprise. Wen Bin stepped forward and lifted the curtain to inform him. The representative of the Blazing Heat Group invites you over for discussion. Liu Feng suppressed his emotions and nodded. All right, I will go at once. Liu Feng leaned close to Su Fei and whispered, I will go see what is really going on, perhaps their flaw is about to show. She reminded him anxiously, be careful. Following the old man's lead, Liu Feng entered a tent set up in the middle of the prairie. Before him sat the three group leaders and a manager gathered together drinking wine and eating meat. Two sat of the prisoner group, Hyatt Lang of Bloodthirsty and Bao Kwang of Riot. They praised the fine wine of Hoa Kim, saying it was hard to enjoy outside. The man seated among the three spoke to introduce himself. I am Hoaren, the manager of this Hoa Kim Merchant Association trip. These three are the group leaders we invited. Seeing Liu Feng enter, Hoaren introduced him. This is the representative of the Blazing Heat Group, Liu Feng. The moment they heard his name, all three stood up at once, their expressions turning tense. Liu Feng's face darkened slightly, but he still maintained courtesy. Greetings to all of you. Calm on the surface, vigilance rose within him. These four clearly harbored ill intent. Seeing that he remained composed before the imposing aura of the three leaders, sweat beaded on Hoan's forehead. He wondered where Kang Si had found such an expert. Noticing the tense atmosphere, the man pretended to cough a few times. Hoan broke the silence. There is no need to be tense. We invited you today to discuss the next route. Liu Feng's face grew stern. The route has already been set. What is there to discuss? Or are you hiding something? The sharp question made Hoan break into a sweat. Brother Liu is joking. The mission has been fully disclosed. Nothing is concealed. He explained, since four groups are participating, we need to communicate clearly to coordinate smoothly. Please sit and talk. Liu Feng remained silent for a long while, observing and listening carefully. Only then did he sit down, his tone still somewhat displeased. Fine, speak. Seeing him agree, Hoan took out a scroll and placed it on the table. Before the five of them lay a detailed map. This is our planned route. He pointed at the most prominent red X. We must be especially cautious when we reach this point. Hyatt Lang sipped his wine and asked, is it not just the section through the Beastman Prairie? Is there a problem? Hoan smiled slowly in reply. Besides you, Hoa Kim has also sent a guard team to accompany us, but they will return there. The Beastman Great Prairie is very complex and prone to ambush. I am merely reminding you in advance. Hyatt Lang looked displeased. No need to say more. Once we pass through Beastman territory, we know to stay alert. Two sat also nodded in agreement. Liu Feng thought to himself that these three were too arrogant, seemingly not even caring about the suspicious points of this commission. He spoke up. Besides ordinary goods, is there anything else? Mobilizing such a large force is truly unusual. Hoan frowned. This is a trade secret of the Merchant Association. It cannot be disclosed. Hearing the words trade secret, Liu Feng immediately refuted. A small escort, yet inviting so many high-ranked groups, even dispatching a private guard team without stating clearly what is being protected. How is that acceptable? Reasonable argument made the three exchange glances. There was some truth in this kid's words. Liu Feng slammed the table and stood up. In that case, our Blazing Heat Group cannot risk proceeding blindly like this. We withdraw. Hoan hurriedly stood and raised 3 fingers. Wait. Upon completing this mission, Hoa Kim will pay triple the remuneration, divided equally among the 4 groups. At the mention of money, Liu Feng's expression changed. Bao Kwang also showed interest. Are there any other conditions? With money, everything is easy to discuss. Seeing them waver, Hoan wiped his sweat. If there are no further objections, it is decided. The additional amount will be delivered afterward. After a while, the feast ended. Bottles of wine lay scattered across the mat. Outside, the slightly drunk Hyatt Lang was supported out of the tent by 2 Sat and Bao Kwang. Walking behind them, Liu Feng pondered. This mission holds too many doubts. If not for the high remuneration, it would not be worth the risk. In any case, it is only Su Fei and him. Retreating would not be difficult. Better observe further. Hoan stepped out of the tent and bowed. I am old, I will not see you off. 2 Sat replied irritably. No need. Hyatt Lang muttered that the rich always put on airs. Only Liu Feng maintained courtesy. Then I shall take my leave. Seeing that attitude, Tu Sat gritted his teeth in annoyance. Hyatt Lang pulled his arm and whispered, "Do not scare him into running away, let us talk elsewhere." Following that, Hyatt Lang turned and suggested, "Brother Liu, there is something important to discuss. Shall we find a secluded place to talk?" Without much thought, Liu Feng nodded. "Sure, I also wish to get acquainted with you all." He followed them away from the tents on the prairie to an open area. "Here will do." Amid the windswept grassland, he looked at the three and asked, "What do you wish to say?" Three did not beat around the bush. The reward is high, but dividing it among four is not as good as among three. If you know what is good for you, withdraw, otherwise bear the consequences yourself. After hearing that, Liu Feng laughed. "So you have formed an alliance to eliminate me." Hyatt Lang draped an arm over the shoulders of the other two. "The three of us are like brothers. If we do not kick you out, then who?" Liu Feng pretended to scratch his head innocently. "That makes sense, fewer people means more profit." Hyatt Lang laughed smugly. "So you agree to withdraw?" Tu Sat looked satisfied. Suddenly Liu Feng's expression turned cold. "Or how about this, what if you withdraw instead?" Suggestion stunned the three leaders. "The three of us withdraw." Hyatt Lang ground out his words. "We gave you face and you refused." Tu Sat added, "You are courting disaster." Liu Feng paid no heed to their threats and drew the blade from behind his back. "Then let strength do the talking. Will the three of you come together or one by one?" Seeing him issue the challenge, Hyatt Lang clenched his fists. "Since you insist, we will oblige." Bao Kuang sneered. "Today we will teach you what respect means." Hyatt Lang opened his palm and summoned something from the blue ring on his finger. Instantly a cold, sharp longsword appeared. Liu Feng was slightly surprised. A legendary spatial ring, it looked like a magic trick. Tu Sat also transformed, his body turning into a half-man, half-beast form. The sight resembled a warrior of another race. Bao Kuang drew a magic circle, and within seconds his mount Wenlong appeared. He recited an ancient contract to establish a bloodline pact. Liu Feng inwardly mocked the rustic incantation. He had expected something far more grandiose. Seeing his companions ready, Hyatt Lang hoisted the sword onto his shoulder and laughed. "There is still time to withdraw." But Liu Feng merely curled his lips. "That depends on whether you can force me to use my full strength." Hyatt Lang was both annoyed and intrigued. The brat is quite arrogant. As soon as he finished speaking, he gathered his energy and leaped high into the air. From above, Hyatt Lang brought his sword down toward Liu Feng. Fortunately, he had been on guard and immediately shifted aside to evade the blade. Seeing his opponent avoid it, Hyatt Lang sneered in disdain. He exerted force and yanked the sword that had been embedded in the ground. As the blade sprang up, dirt and stones scattered in all directions. Those fragments shot toward Liu Feng, who was using his blade to block. Suddenly a sense of foreboding warned him. Liu Feng swiftly glanced behind. It turned out that behind him, Tu Sat had fitted two spiked weapons onto his arms and was silently launching a sneak attack at his back. Liu Feng did not hesitate in the slightest. He immediately swung his blade to block the opponent attack. The two sides clashed fiercely, colliding and rebounding apart, neither willing to yield. Suddenly around him, massive rocks spun into a circle, revolving with an air of mystery. Right after that, Bao Kuang riding Wenlong suddenly charged forward, his momentum blazing. Without hesitation, Liu Feng circulated his inner force and lightly pushed off the ground, soaring into the air. He swept past Bao Kuang like the wind, and in a flash was already standing behind him. Yet instead of striking, Liu Feng withdrew from the encirclement of the three men. With a courteous smile, he said, "Three captains, warming up to this point is enough. Now let us truly be serious." Those words made the three admire him even more. Indeed, Brother Liu possesses extraordinary skill, daring to face the three of us alone. It seems that if we do not unleash our full strength, it will be difficult to determine superiority. On the wind-swept green prairie, the four stood facing one another, none willing to back down. Not far away, a group of people hid behind tree trunks and water barrels, secretly observing and whispering about the three captains, worried about disturbing them. On the wide stretch of grass, a pair of striking red shoes suddenly appeared. It was Su Fei wearing a mask, standing upright and shouting loudly amid the excitement. Her noise quickly annoyed those around her, who gestured for her to quiet down. Ignoring them all, Su Fei still called out loudly, "Liu Feng, keep it up, defeat them." That familiar voice made Liu Feng tilt his head slightly to look back. Seeing her in such a strange appearance, he was startled and asked why she was dressed like that. She hurriedly explained that it was a high-end skincare mask, beautifying and protective, and not cheap at all. Seeing the crowd gathered, Liu Feng pointed behind and suggested pausing for now, treating today as if it had never happened. Hyatt Lang immediately shook his head, saying that without deciding victory or defeat, it could not be left at that. Glanced at those obstructing them and muttered that dealing with them would not be difficult. Hayat Lang raised his sword and loudly threatened that anyone still standing here after 10 seconds would have a year's salary deducted. At the mention of money, the crowd hurriedly dispersed, leaving only Su Fei behind stammering an apology. Hayat Lang looked at her and asked if she was on the same side as Liu Feng. If she wanted to assist, she could stay. Su Fei snorted softly and said that to deal with them, he alone was more than enough. Touching her mask, she complained about the dry weather and took her leave. Hearing her say that, Liu Feng felt both amused and helpless, unsure whether to be happy for her trust or sad at being left alone. Before leaving, she even blew a kiss and said she would wait for news of victory. Seeing the surroundings cleared, Hayat Lang hoisted his blade and laughed, saying, "Let us continue." Liu Feng let out a soft sigh and nodded, agreeing to step back into the battle. As soon as the words fell, all three simultaneously swung their weapons and charged forward. Observing their offensive, Liu Feng smiled inwardly, thinking they were indeed strong, yet still far from reaching the pinnacle. Tusat raised his twin fists fitted with sharp spiked blades. Hayat Lang held his sword and rushed straight ahead. Bao Kuang shouted loudly, boasting of the coordinated move they called their Team Supreme technique. The three captains joined forces to attack Liu Feng, who stood alone against them. Bao Kuang atop when long-release streams of razor-sharp spiritual energy. With agile movement technique, Liu Feng twisted his body to evade the strike. Standing firmly on the ground, he observed carefully, still unable to discern their coordinated move. Hayat Lang saw a trace of worry in his eyes and smiled with confidence. He stomped hard, leaving the prairie and shooting up into the sky. From above, he slashed his sword straight down toward Liu Feng's position. Liu Feng immediately raised his blade to block, maintaining a tight defensive stance. Hayat Lang shouted loudly for his two brothers to coordinate. Tusat obeyed at once and rushed forward to provide support. His fist carried fierce force as it drove straight toward him. Liu Feng swiftly lifted his blade to guard his body. Unexpectedly, he glanced over and saw Hayat Lang and Bao Kuang leisurely sitting and nibbling on food. The sight angered him. He realized there was no combined technique. They were simply taking turns to overwhelm him. Taking a bite of roasted meat, Hayat Lang laughed and said that he actually believed their joke. Bao Kuang chimed in, admitting that they had always relied on superior numbers to bully the few. Those words made Liu Feng fall into brief contemplation. Without delay, he formed hand seals and cast mirror image clone. As soon as the clone appeared, Liu Feng dashed swiftly across the prairie. The clones took turns attacking the three captains, countering their advantage in numbers. Seeing this, Bao Kuang and Hayat Lang were astonished, realizing it was clone magic. Willing to fall behind, Hayat Lang tightened his grip on his sword and charged to counterattack. Yet the overwhelming power gradually pushed him into a disadvantage. Watching his struggle, Liu Feng curled his lips slightly in satisfaction. Hayat Lang roared for Bao Kuang to assist. Bao Kuang rode Wenlong and rushed over at full speed to reinforce him. Not wanting to prolong the fight, Liu Feng drew his blade back and declared that this battle was over. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a strike with doubled power toward all three. Surging force shattered Hayat Lang's blade. He staggered as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Bao Kuang was also knocked away, the staff in his hand snapping in two. Without stopping, Liu Feng continued to swing his blade, pressing Tusat, who was struggling to defend. Ending the chain of attacks, he withdrew his blade, his gaze icy cold. In the blink of an eye, Tusat's weapon cracked apart and shattered. Seeing everything settled, Liu Feng recalled all his clones. Hayat Lang let out a stunned sigh, unable to believe he had lost so easily. Liu Feng replied calmly that he was only at the 9th rank realm. Hearing that, the three were even more shaken, as that strength far exceeded their expectations. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded from behind, causing him to turn around. Horan stepped forward with his hands clasped behind his back, reproaching the three captains for besieging one person. He reminded them that if this news spread it would damage their reputation. Hayat Lang forced a smile and said it was merely an exchange, and that he admired Liu Feng's strength. He even draped an arm over his shoulder, asking him to say a few good words to save face. Liu Feng went along with it, telling Horan that they were only sparring for fun. During that, Horan felt more at ease and reminded them that this mission was very important, requiring the combined effort of all three. Hearing that the old man no longer harbored suspicion, the group on this side immediately grew noisy, saying it was fine and that they should head back to rest first. Everyone returned to the tents from earlier and quickly set up a feast amid the roaring wind. He raised his hand to draw the blade from his back and calmly asked, now that victory and defeat were clear, who should step back in the end. Startled by Liu Feng's question, Hyatt Lang hurriedly apologized, took all the blame upon himself, begged the Lord for mercy, then turned to Bao Kuang and the man beside him, urging them to bow and admit fault. However, forgiveness was not so easily given. Liu Feng said coldly that words alone were not enough, they had to show some sincerity. The three captains immediately gathered together and discussed for quite a while. In the end, Hyatt Lang spoke on behalf of the other two, and proposed giving a portion of the three parties' reward to Brother Liu. But this time money no longer moved him. Liu Feng clenched his hand and refused, saying he did not need silver. Resting the blade on his shoulder, he laid out a condition. From now on, the spirit mercenary group would be under his command, including the three of them. Wherever he ordered they must go. Sudden demand made all three of them widen their eyes in shock. Unexpectedly, they did not object at all. Hyatt Lang nodded repeatedly, declared that from now on he would honor him as the boss, would not dare go west if told to go east, and even felt glad to rely on a great figure. The reaction, completely opposite to what he imagined, left Liu Feng scratching his head in a daze, wondering why it was so different from what he had thought. Not far away, Hoa A looked toward the opposite tent and asked the man named Liu Feng what he thought. Behind him, Ying stepped out and remarked that he was very strong. Even the three of Hyatt Lang joining forces had not forced him to use his full strength. Hearing that, Horan broke into a cold sweat and anxiously asked if he was truly that formidable, and if they fought head-on, who would have the upper hand. Ying lowered her head slightly and said Liu Feng's moves were very strange. She did not dare guarantee victory. Without hesitation, he immediately suggested that they join hands and cooperate with him. With extra support, this mission would go more smoothly. The two of them walked together across the windy grassland. Ahead lay the orc territory. Life and death were impossible to predict. At the table, Kang Si diligently used a feather pen to record and calculate the reward entrusted by Bei Ta, adding and subtracting each amount. Night fell around the city. Only his muttering could be heard as he calculated the in-debt and the share for Brother Liu. After a long while, exhausted by worries over money, he sighed and hoped Brother Liu and Bei Ta would complete the commission to repay all debts. His gaze shifted toward the window where Xiao Jin sat alone in deep thought. Leaving the desk, Kang Si went to his side and asked whether Xiao Jin was still worried about Brother Liu. Xiao Jin pulled a chicken bone from his mouth and complained about why Liu Feng had not taken him along. Was he being treated like a child? Kang Si hurriedly reassured him that Brother Liu had left him behind out of concern for his safety, and Bei Ta had not been taken either because the mission was even more demanding. Now staying in the new house arranged by Captain Ao He and eating chicken legs was not so bad. To lighten the heavy mood, he smiled and said Brother Liu had entrusted him to his care, so he could not let him suffer. But those words made Xiao Jin think otherwise. He believed everyone looked down on him even though he was very strong. Kang Si could only echo that yes, Xiao Jin was the strongest. The perfunctory response irritated Xiao Jin. He pointed and insisted that he was truly very capable. He opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath, small sparks flickering at the corners of his lips. After holding in the air for a few seconds, he finally managed to blow out only a thin wisp of white smoke. Put his hands on his hips and looked out the window unhappily. Kang Si immediately brought over a fragrant chicken leg to coax him to eat and calm down. Suddenly Xiao Jin's mouth puffed up, his cheeks swelling round and glossy. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth wide and spewed out a large flame, leaving Kang Si stunned. He stared wide-eyed at the scene before him and stammered, "See, is that not impressive?" It turned out the roof beneath them had caught fire. Shouts to put out the blaze rang out. The townsfolk saw Kang Si stick his head out and immediately asserted that the fireball falling from upstairs had been caused by them. Hearing that, the two quickly pulled back inside to hide, whispering that they had been discovered. The shouts outside grew more urgent. The fire spread to the neighboring house, leaving Kang Si and Xiao Jin flustered. Struggling to remain calm, he cautiously leaned his head out the window to observe the situation. Watching the flames surge before his eyes, Kang Si nearly burst into tears at the thought of having to pay compensation again. Back on the grassland, the carriage carrying Liu Feng's group continued moving forward. Liu Feng, sitting on the seat, suddenly jolted awake, his eyes wide open. Beside him, Su Fei was holding a piece of fruit about to eat it. She asked in surprise what had happened. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and said that for no reason he had a bad feeling. He bit into the fruit and replied tiredly, "What premonition could there be? Could it be that the money about to reach their hands would fly away?" Hearing that, Liu Feng's gaze became even more serious. He lifted the curtain and looked out at the vast grassland in the distance. Not far from the convoy, a pack of ferocious wolves appeared. They followed one after another, slowly drawing closer to the convoy. Not wanting to delay, he decided to go out and take a look, telling Su Fei to remain in the carriage. Su Fei smiled and agreed to let him go. Seeing her strange smile, Liu Feng asked in confusion whether there was something on his face. She shook her head and said it was just a feeling. Holding back her laughter, she commented that although he did not look outstanding, he made others feel at ease. Hearing that, he wondered whether it was praise or criticism. Su Fei waved her hand and said having someone handle everything felt truly comfortable. He should go. Acknowledging her words, Liu Feng immediately rode along the convoy. While guiding the reins, he raised his head to look for Hyatt Lang. After searching for a while, he finally found him. Seeing Liu Feng come out, Hyatt Lang joked in surprise, "Brother Liu has come down as well." He smiled and replied that he had come to check the situation. Hyatt Lang confidently said that with him here there was no need to worry. Not long after they approached the Orc Great Grassland, Liu Feng asked if there was anything unusual ahead. Hyatt Lang reassured him that there was nothing strange for now. The guards of the Hoa Kim Merchant Guild had departed as planned, and he had also arranged sentries. Liu Feng suddenly turned his head to look behind, as if sensing something. Hyatt Lang curiously asked what he was looking at. He pointed toward the pack of wolves. The number trailing the convoy was increasing. Hyatt Lang comforted him that they were only third-rank blood wolves, probably following for food. With so many people in the merchant group, they would not dare approach. Liu Feng shook his head and said it was not that simple. He had observed them following for a long time, yet they had not eaten any leftovers. That statement made the atmosphere suddenly fall silent. He believed they were not seeking food but lying in wait. In the night of the grassland, he suspected this commission was connected to that pack of blood wolves. After hearing that, Hyatt Lang's face turned pale as he exclaimed that it was impossible. Suddenly from behind, soldiers riding bears charged forward. They hurriedly reported that many blood wolves had been spotted at the rear right, the front left, and even on the right flank of the formation. After receiving the news, the entire group decided to stop and set up camp under Hyatt Lang's order. Oren, seeing that it did not match the plan, loudly questioned why they were stopping. This was not the intended campsite. Liu Feng explained on their behalf that many blood wolves had appeared nearby, and with night approaching it was difficult to reach the original destination. It was best to temporarily camp here to avoid an ambush. Hearing that, Oren turned pale and looked at the vast grassland. Had the blood wolves truly arrived? Seizing the chance, Liu Feng directly asked what exactly they were transporting. Caught off guard, Oren broke into sweat and said he could not disclose it because it was a secret of the Hoa Kim Merchant Guild. He could only bow his head and earnestly beg that since everyone had accepted the reward, they should do their utmost to protect the goods. After speaking, Oren immediately ordered the soldiers to guard each carriage. Following that order, each carriage was assigned a group of men standing guard around it. After directing everyone to set up camp, Hyatt Lang walked over to him, muttering that the old man still refused to reveal anything about the cargo. Liu Feng merely sighed softly. "I fear he will carry that secret to his grave." Unable to hide his irritation, he lowered his voice in displeasure. "If not for fearing the Hoa Kim Merchant Guild, we would have ignored this troublesome mission long ago." Seeing him angered, Bao Kuang patted his shoulder to reassure him, reminding him that what mattered now was finding a way to hold out through the night. Hearing that, Liu Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, they had to reinforce the camp's defenses. Thus the group took turns standing guard among the tents, no one daring to close their eyes. Night deepened, the full moon hung high and round in the silent sky. Gazing at the full moon, the three group leaders frowned together, lamenting that it was truly unlucky for it to be a full moon night. Their reaction left Liu Feng and Su Fei puzzled. What was there to fear about a full moon? One of them explained that under the moonlight, the savage blood wolves would activate the skill Howling at the Moon, their attack power surging dramatically. Their fangs were sharp as blades, drool dripping with hunger, and they were almost tireless. Looking into the distance, the number of savage wolves grew denser. Su Fei hurriedly reported that more of them were gathering. Hearing that, Liu Feng lowered his head slightly, his distant gaze as if calculating something. Hyatt Lang shouted to rally their spirits, saying they were only third-rank beasts. Though numerous, they had survived life and death many times before. Why fear them? He even promised that upon completing the mission, he would add 30% to their pay and treat everyone to a grand feast. Hearing this, the subordinates raised their weapons in unison and shouted their determination. Liu Feng smiled, admitting that Hyatt Lang truly knew how to inspire fighting spirit. Su Fei lightly nudged his shoulder, asking if he needed her to boost morale as well. Liu Feng's face flushed red, he hurriedly waved his hand and said it was unnecessary. He laughed, teasing that his flustered appearance was quite amusing. The night was suddenly pierced by a long howl that tore through the stillness. That howl made the mercenaries freeze for a brief moment. In the darkness, pairs of crimson eyes of the savage wolves gleamed terrifyingly. Hayat Lang immediately swung his sword in vigilance, realizing that growls echoed from all sides. They were surrounded. Drew his sword and told Su Fei to stay close. She placed her hands on her hips and replied not to underestimate her. Third-rank beasts were not enough to harm her. A sharp screech rang out. The savage wolves surged from the darkness like a raging tide. The mercenaries instantly formed a defensive formation, their eyes fixed on the charging beast. Hayat Lang gave clear orders. Archers ready, mages prepare, swordsmen hold the front line. The savage wolves roared, their red eyes blazing as they charged forward without hesitation. He issued a decisive command, release the arrows and cast the spell. In an instant bows were drawn taut, arrows aimed straight ahead. The arrows sliced through the night wind, shooting straight into the darkness. The rain of arrows felled many of them, throwing their formation into chaos. Burly leader Wolf roared and rushed forward like a furious gale. Someone shouted loudly to focus on it. Gathering powerful momentum, it leapt into the air and lunged toward the humans. Though struck by many arrows, it did not stop and continued charging straight ahead. He channeled strength into his legs and sprang high to confront it. His gaze resolute, he swung his sword and charged toward the leader. Beneath the bright moonlight, the two figures clashed in tense confrontation. Both kept their breathing steady, ready to unleash decisive blows. The sword was clamped tightly between its fangs, its fierce eyes issuing a challenge. Liu Feng was momentarily astonished by that power. The leader suddenly released his sword, causing him to lose momentum and fall. The pack of savage wolves surrounded him, waiting for the moment he touched the ground. Crowd panicked, fearing he would fall into the midst of the beasts. Su Fei immediately rushed forward, intending to rescue him. Liu Feng merely smiled faintly, as if he had anticipated it. He executed mirror image clone. A duplicate instantly appeared. Using the clone's shoulder as a foothold, he gathered momentum. His figure shot upward with force in midair. The leader slashed again, eyes fierce, he shouted in challenge. The blade radiated brilliant light, energy surging. He swept past, a decisive stroke of the sword brought the leader down. Landing lightly, his gaze remained calm. Su Fei ran over. Seeing the leader lying motionless, she called his name. He reassured her that he was fine, apologizing for making her worry. She crossed her arms, face flushed, denying that she had been worried. She turned away, saying they would leave. Liu Feng smiled and told her to continue in that direction. From afar, another pack of savage wolves charged in, their howls echoing. The two immediately assumed stances, ready to fight. Suddenly, they halted as if blocked by an invisible force. Then the entire pack retreated, leaving behind a tense silence. Liu Feng was surprised, unable to understand the reason. Hayat Lang ran over praising the move just now, and expressed a desire to learn it. Bao Kuang also showed admiration for the miraculous cloning skill. Liu Feng scratched his head modestly, saying it was only a small trick. Su Fei tactfully reminded them that probing into another's ultimate skill was taboo. Hayat Lang immediately stopped asking. Tu Sat nodded. Bao Kuang gave a thumbs up in thanks for bringing down the leader. Liu Feng smiled and said that it had only been a test. The real danger lay ahead. The three asked in unison about the next plan. In the stillness, an enraged howl rang out again, freezing the air. He turned his head, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. His voice was low yet serious as he instructed everyone. Hayat Lang asked worriedly whether that plan was too risky. Bao Kuang also hesitated since he would be alone. Liu Feng smiled and pointed toward Su Fei, saying he still had a companion. Hayat Lang was not reassured but was cut off by him. Their manpower was limited to begin with. He analyzed that the blood wolves were too numerous and encircled them on all sides. The other three directions required the three leaders to hold the line. With a resolute gaze, he took responsibility for defending this side. Seeing his determination, they had no choice but to agree and reminded him to be cautious. Flames blazed fiercely, radiating scorching heat around the camp. Three leaders used magic to alter the terrain. Hot winds mingled with the roar of flames. Liu Feng and Hayat Lang walked forward slowly. He thanked them for their efforts. They merely smiled and said it was just a minor alteration of the terrain through magic. Someone praised Liu Feng's resourcefulness, regretting that time was short. If given enough time, they could have turned all four sides into advantageous battlegrounds. From afar, subordinates continuously reported that savage wolves were approaching from the east, west, and north of the camp. Hayat Lang's eyes widened in shock when he realized the blood beasts had shifted into a ferocious offensive. Bao Kuang anxiously exclaimed that they were coming too fast. The three hurriedly bade Liu Feng farewell, telling him to send a distress signal if the situation turned critical. He waved his hand in response and told the captains to stay safe as well. His steady footsteps touched the ground. Liu Feng carried an aura of cold detachment. His face radiated heroic resolve, guessing that the pack of savage wolves targeting him was about to crash in. Moonlight poured down into the night, reflecting in the crimson eyes of the savage wolves charging forward like a raging gale. Liu Feng turned to tell Su Fei to stay behind and deal with any that slipped through. She paused and asked if he truly intended to face them alone. Beneath his feet, streams of blue magical power swirled like the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converging. Liu Feng strode forward proudly, recalling the legend from his homeland of the hero surnamed Zhao who stood alone against 10,000 troops. On the horizon, the blood wolves surged like a red tide, swallowing the moonlight and the night wind alike. His magic power trembled faintly as he tightened his grip on the sword hilt. Today he would also accomplish something great. Spiritual energy surged around him. Liu Feng took a stance to meet the battle, one sword against the entire pack. From all directions, the savage wolves rushed in to encircle him, as if intent on drowning him within the siege. But he merely raised his hand slightly, the corner of his lips curling with confidence. The pack immediately lunged forward, the ground trembling beneath their furious steps. Liu Feng's face was cold as ice, his body instantly shifting into a defensive state. A flash of sword light streaked out as he spun decisively and struck down the nearest wolf. Its body fell into the mouth of the blazing red volcano and vanished within the waves of heat. Seeing their companion slain, the pack roared, their eyes blazing with rage. Liu Feng's gaze was firm with him here. They would not advance another step. Enraged, they shrieked and charged at him together, as if to crush everything in their path. Each step they took sent earth and stone flying, killing intent spreading oppressively. The sword shone brilliantly in midair. Liu Feng continuously knocked them back one by one with clean precision. Su Fei stood behind watching, unable to suppress her admiration. His strength was truly remarkable. While fighting, Liu Feng pondered that their numbers were endless. Fortunately, they were only third rank. He clenched his teeth tightly, a grinding sound echoing in the night. Liu Feng told himself that lacking wide-range skills was truly disadvantageous. He must delve deeper into Hua Zia inner arts to find a way to sweep away large numbers. Su Fei called out worriedly, telling him to let her take over for a while, otherwise he would exhaust himself. Without hesitation, he immediately executed Mirror Image Clone and ordered it to hold the position. In an instant, the clone merged into the battlefield, fiercely clashing with the savage wolves. Liu Feng stepped back, panting. After the intense battle, he only wanted to say that he was utterly exhausted. Su Fei looked at the scene, half worried and half astonished, saying that his move was truly extraordinary. He drank a few mouthfuls of water and said he could only maintain it briefly. Later, he would need her support. Beneath the starry sky, his voice rang out that the number of savage wolves was still increasing. If this dragged on, it would not be good. Partially recovered, he told her to continue holding this place. He would go check on brother Hyatt Lang. Su Fei asked if he feared they could not hold out. Liu Feng softly replied that he had underestimated the pressure from the savage wolves. If this continued, the mercenaries would suffer heavy losses. Su Fei understood, her eyes firm, telling him to leave this side to her. Elsewhere, Hyatt Lang continued leading his men in fierce resistance, charging forward repeatedly. The savage wolf suddenly knocked down one of his subordinates, injuring him, and he roared as he counterattacked. Hyatt Lang rushed to provide support, unaware that another wolf was lurking behind him. When he realized the danger, his eyes froze briefly in shock. A streak of radiant sword light flashed past, deflecting the attack aimed at Hyatt Lang. He widened his eyes, stunned by the sudden turn of events. Liu Feng appeared with a smile and said, "Captain Hyatt Lang, you owe me a favor now." Hyatt Lang burst into laughter. "Why did you come over here? Is the other side not holding up?" Liu Feng teased lightly, "Your side has not collapsed yet, how could I fall behind?" Hyatt Lang looked around. Though they had not fallen, the casualties were heavy. The other teams were likely no better. Liu Feng felt uneasy. The savage blood wolves seemed endless. If this dragged on any longer, they would all be overwhelmed. Hyatt Lang clenched his fists. What have we touched that drove them into such madness? Liu Feng suggested that if the situation became too dire, the only option left was to abandon the goods. After speaking, he struck a ferocious wolf aside. "They may have paid us, but we cannot trade our lives for it." The two quickly moved toward Bao Kuang to ask about the situation. Bao Kuang shouted for everyone to seize the chance to regroup and reorganize, while the beasts temporarily retreated. He reported anxiously that they had already lost a third of their men. It would be hard to withstand the next wave. In the distance, his subordinates were wearily bandaging their wounds. Hearing that, Liu Feng fell into thought, calculating something in silence. His steps were steady as he headed straight toward Hoan's tent. As soon as he arrived, the guards immediately blocked him, saying he could not enter. Liu Feng's gaze turned icy, his resolve unshaken. He pushed the guard aside and stepped in, move aside. Hoan was reading a book, and when he saw Liu Feng burst in, he was startled. He shouted angrily, "Who allowed you to enter? Should you not be guarding the camp?" Hoan hurriedly closed the book, a flicker of unease flashing in his eyes. Liu Feng asked directly what exactly they were escorting that had driven the blood wolves into such frenzy. Hoan replied coldly that everything that should be said had been said, the rest he would not reveal. Bao Kuang reminded him that guild rules allowed refusal of a mission if information was concealed. Hyatt Lang warned that if he kept hiding things, they would not remain polite. Hoan slammed the table and retorted that he had hidden nothing. If they broke the agreement, he would report them to the guild. Liu Feng also struck the table and responded, "Are we simply unlucky to be surrounded at the edge of the orc grassland?" Hoan was left speechless, unable to find words to refute. Liu Feng folded his arms and declared that his group would withdraw from the mission. The other groups voiced their agreement at once. Hoan's voice trembled with anger as he looked at the four of them. "You all," pointed at them and said that even if they retreated, escaping the pursuit would be difficult. Hyatt Lang replied that it was better than waiting to die. The beasts were increasing. They could not hold out much longer, everyone agreed. Liu Feng analyzed that the beasts' true target was the cargo. If it was left behind, they would not continue the chase. Hyatt Lang clenched his fists and said he could keep the treasure and wait for them to come. Hoan frowned and asked whether they truly intended to withdraw. Suddenly Liu Feng turned around, his expression tense and filled with vigilance. He activated Gale Step, his figure gradually fading into the air. Hyatt Lang exclaimed in shock, "What is this?" Bao Kuang marveled that it seemed even more profound than stealth. Immediately afterward, Liu Feng suddenly reappeared. He swiftly knocked Ying to the ground. He cautiously raised his sword and pointed it at her, his entire body radiating intense vigilance. Liu Feng asked in a deep voice, "Steward Hoan, can you explain what exactly is going on?" That man stood frozen in shock, his mouth agape yet unable to utter a single word. After a prolonged silence, Hoan suddenly slammed his hand onto the table, the sound echoing throughout the tent. Hyatt Lang still did not understand the situation and turned to ask, "Brother Liu, what is this about? Who is that person?" He pointed the tip of his sword straight at her and stated clearly that she was a disguised assassin, her concealment technique extremely sophisticated. She had been lurking in the tent from the beginning. Hyatt Lang exclaimed in shock, "A disguised assassin? This old man even hid such a trick." Bao Kuang was also stunned. Was that woman just now trying to make a move against us? Liu Feng cast a cold glance at Hoan. "Steward Hoan, do you not intend to say anything?" That man's gaze wavered, revealing obvious unease as if he were concealing something shameful. He slowly withdrew the tip of his sword, yet his eyes remained sharp and wary. Liu Feng turned to Hyatt Lang and said, "We leave at once. Immediately lead the men out of here." Ying watched the group turn and leave the tent, their footsteps sounding heavy against the cold ground. Suddenly sensed something unusual in the air, his eyes instantly sweeping the surroundings in alert caution. Without hesitation, he reached out and firmly grabbed the arm that was gripping Ying-Er's weapon. Liu Feng warned coldly, "My patience has limits, next time I will not hold back." He flung her backward and said, "Or there will be no next chance after we leave. The ferocious Hyatt Lang will not spare you either." After a heavy sigh, Hoan suddenly shouted loudly, "Wait." That man's face darkened, revealing exhaustion and tension. "Fine, I will make everything clear." After speaking, everyone decisively stepped out of the tent, leaving Hoan with a private space. Two Sat glanced around. The assassin from earlier had vanished. Hyatt Lang reminded them, "I can still sense her nearby. Everyone must remain on guard." Liu Feng reassured them, "There is no need to worry too much. With me here, she will find it hard to do anything." He looked at Hoan and suggested, "If you do not wish to lose your guard, persuade her to show herself. Do not let matters spiral out of control." He commanded in a deep, authoritative voice, ordering Ying to immediately cease all reckless action. In the blink of an eye, she appeared before everyone with proud composure, her disruptive demeanor coming to an end. Even so, Ying-Er's eyes still flickered with stubbornness and barely concealed defiance. Liu Feng softly reminded, "Master Hua, and we must leave at once. Time waits for no one." Before him stood a large carriage, its exterior completely covered by thick cloth. Liu Feng rested his hand on his chin in thought, sensing something unusual about the carriage. He could not detect the slightest fluctuation from within. Hoan pointed at the carriage and slowly said that it appeared ordinary on the outside, but was in fact entirely crafted from rare refined silver essence. Lang widened his eyes in shock. Could it be that this carriage was made from costly silver essence, a metal with a special attraction to magical beasts and favored by mages? He examined it more closely. Using such precious metal to build a carriage was truly extravagant. Hoan calmly replied that if he knew what was inside, he would not think so. Having said that, Hoan turned and walked straight toward the door of the large carriage. He gently took out a key darkened by time and carefully unlocked it. Door opened, he turned back and slightly bowed, inviting the four of them to step inside. One after another they entered, the faint sound of footsteps echoing on the wooden floor. Once inside, Hoan leisurely pulled down the brown cloth, revealing the secret letter hidden beneath. The sight before them left everyone stunned when they saw Yue Ling lying quietly inside an iron cage. It slept peacefully, completely unaware of the turmoil outside. Lang pointed over there. Could it be that this is what we risked our lives to protect? What exactly is it? A pet beast? Hoan smiled and asked in return. Think about what could drive the ferocious blood wolves into such madness. Lang suddenly understood and exclaimed in horror. Could this be the descendant of UAC? Liu Feng frowned, his eyes filled with doubt. What is UAC? He explained that within the blood wolf pack there was a strict hierarchy, and the one who ruled the entire prairie was the wolf king named UAC. He suddenly realized, no wonder those blood wolves had been so reckless. They wanted to rescue the royal bloodline. Tu Sat roared in anger, so you withdrew the guards to push us into danger. Lang also furiously kicked Hoan to the ground. We were almost deceived, you despicable thing. Hoan staggered and fell, and at that very moment a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Ying held a gleaming weapon, standing before Hoan like a solid wall, her aura blazing. Liu Feng's hands radiated light, power surging like a silent blazing flame. He gripped her wrist tightly, the force increasing until she stumbled. Liu Feng coldly reminded, I have already warned you more than 3 times and do not blame me. If you want to be safe, then stand still. Hoan spoke up to break the tense atmosphere. Now you understand what we are transporting. He held his stomach and softly asked whether the mission could still continue. Lang shouted in opposition. Continuing would be courting disaster. Bao Kuang also declared he would withdraw even without payment. A sudden howl rang out, sending chills through everyone. It was the sound of the blood silver wolf. The situation was dire. Liu Feng asked in a stern voice, blood silver wolf. Lang explained that it was UAC's personal guard, each one at the 7th tier. Their appearance meant the Wolf King had arrived as well. He choked in fear and affirmed they would not let this go easily. Liu Feng and his companions hid behind the wooden fence, intently watching the blood silver wolves charging in at astonishing speed. He turned and said to Su Fei, let us observe the situation first. UAC led the blood silver wolves forward, each step radiating terrifying pressure. UAC's figure advanced slowly yet powerfully, her gaze sharp as a blade. And Lan cried out in shock, UAC has truly appeared. Liu Feng replied solemnly, that is their king. Every step UAC took exuded an aura, as if to tear apart all obstacles. Lang was surprised, unable to understand why UAC had come alone. He gave a cold laugh. If that is the case, then we should seize this chance to strike first. A thought flashed through his mind. If the elder UAC falls and the young one is in our hands, the wolf pack will have to obey. Bao Kuang, Tu Sat, and Hoan all nodded in agreement with that plan. Su Fei sighed and reminded them, UAC is a 9th-tier powerhouse. Even together you would struggle to withstand her. Lang pointed toward Liu Feng, saying they still had their boss here. Liu Feng calmly advised, do not act rashly. If she dares to come alone, then she must have a plan. Let us wait and see. UAC's eyes were cold as ice, concealing absolute authority. She coldly set her condition. Hand over Yue Ling Lang to me, and you will still have a way to lead. Liu Feng's group was stunned to hear her speak human language. It felt unbelievable for a beast to speak with such imposing authority. She shouted, who gave you the right to decide? This king wants to speak with him. Everyone simultaneously pointed toward Liu Feng. It is him. Liu Feng felt uneasy. Why target me? Mishandle this and it will be disastrous. Yet he still spoke up in acceptance. Su Fei objected. Such a dangerous matter should not fall on Liu Feng alone. He faced UAC and said, whatever you want to say it openly, we can all hear. UAC frowned impatiently, reproaching humanity for being too slow. A hazy white mist suddenly enveloped her, creating a mysterious scene. From that mist, UAC transformed into a captivating human form. Ayat Lang was astonished. Bao Kuang blushed and stammered. He never expected her to take human form and be so beautiful. Su Fei coldly reminded them that as UAC, show some self-respect. Bao Kuang immediately regained his serious expression, yet still blurted out that she was truly stunning. Ayat Lang leaned toward Liu Feng and warned that UAC was extremely cunning. Negotiating with her was very dangerous. He asked to replace him. Liu Feng helplessly reminded him that he had not said that earlier. UAC spoke in displeasure. I have already taken human form, yet you still do not dare to speak. Humans truly are cowards. Liu Feng proposed that he would negotiate. If she suddenly changed her mind, at least the others would have time to withdraw. Without hesitation, Su Fei immediately said she would go with him. She put her hands on her hips and said that the more beautiful a woman is, the more unpredictable she can be. She could not let him go alone lest he be bewitched. Liu Feng hurriedly waved his hands to explain, and then agreed that the two of them would step forward together. Seeing her stride forward decisively, Liu Feng quietly asked, "Are you not afraid?" That is UAC. Su Fei turned back, her eyes shining brightly. What is there to fear when someone stands beside me? He smiled confidently and affirmed that I am here. Liu Feng clasped his hands in salute, introduced himself as the representative of the Merchant Guild, and asked UAC his intention. UAC sneered, mocking them for sending a weakling to negotiate. She demanded Yue Ling Lang and the thief be handed over or they would bear the consequences. A gentle breeze drifted through the tense air. Her hair lightly fluttered in the wind, causing Liu Feng to momentarily lose focus at her beauty. Su Fei's cough of reminder pulled him back to reality. Liu Feng awkwardly replied that they were merely transporting ordinary goods. There was no Yue Ling at all. UAC coldly pointed and declared that humans should not dream of deceiving her. The wolf clan possessed its own secret tracking art. She directed her gaze toward the large carriage, certain that Yue Ling was hidden inside. Liu Feng was so stunned that he could not close his mouth, his eyes filled with shock. UAC coldly declared that as long as Yue Ling Lang and the thief were handed over to this king, you could leave and past matters would be forgiven. Her voice carried immense pressure. If they refused to hand them over, then this place would become your burial ground. A heavy silence descended, making the surrounding air thick and suffocating. After a brief hesitation, Liu Feng spoke. I cannot decide this on my own, but I have another proposal. UAC waved her hand to cut him off. Enough. This king has no interest in your proposal. Hand over Yue Ling Lang and the thief at once. She stressed her warning. Otherwise, I would not mind leading my troops into human territory. Su Fei clenched her fists. If the wolf clan dares to invade, the human saint rank experts will not let you off. She laughed arrogantly. Do you think only humans have saint rank experts? The wolf clan has endured for 1,000 years. Do you think it was merely by luck? Liu Feng replied indifferently. Do not be too arrogant. You are indeed strong, but we also have something that makes you wary. UAC frowned and asked, what do you mean? He immediately said you need Yue Ling Lang alive rather than a corpse, correct? In a burst of fury, she shouted, you dare use that to threaten me. He shrugged. Using a little wolf as a bargaining chip is truly disgraceful, but for my companions I have no choice. Su Fei's eyes lit up in approval. Liu Feng, you did well. UAC sneered that humans are indeed cunning, unchanged after all these years. Liu Feng said helplessly, it is only because the situation forces us. She replied, fine then, speak. This king will consider it. UAC narrowed her eyes and emphasized that I am doing this for Yue Ling's safety, not for your sake. Liu Feng smiled. If that is the case, would it not have been better to speak amicably from the beginning? He proposed that you let us go first. Once we reach the border of the Great Prairie, we will return Yue Ling Lang. What do you say? UAC immediately shook her head. Humans are known for their treachery. I cannot trust you. Su Fei retorted that the wolf clan is no kinder. How could we dare to place our trust in you? Their gazes clashed tensely, like sparks on the verge of igniting. Liu Feng sighed helplessly. Then what exactly do you want? She placed her hands on her hips and answered, hand over the girl and the thief. I will let you leave this place. He objected, a mere promise is not enough. We will return her, but only after leaving the Great Prairie. Otherwise, who can guarantee we will not be hunted by the wolf pack afterward? That woman turned her back. If neither side yields, then there is no need to talk further. Let us use strength and see how long you can hold out against 7 wolves. She warned coldly, if Yue Ling Lang is harmed even slightly, this king will make you and that city pay dearly. Space fell silent as UAC departed with an arrogant bearing. Su Fei hurried after her. We cannot let her leave. He added that the negotiation has failed. The only way left is to control the leader. Liu Feng channeled green magic beneath his feet and shot forward like lightning. Closed in from behind intending to ambush UAC, and softly said sorry about this. UAC's eyes darkened with disdain, as expected. This is the true nature of humans. He swung his sword, the blade slicing through the air as it struck straight toward her. She calmly flicked her cloak, and the sword tip was instantly deflected. Liu Feng retreated to a defensive stance, inwardly astonished at the cloak's power. UAC laughed proudly. This cloak is formed from my tail. Of course it is extraordinary. Behind, Su Fei quietly approached with her weapon, intending a sneak attack. UAC cast a disdainful glance. With such little skill you dare attack me. She delivered a powerful kick straight into Su Fei's abdomen. The impact made her lose balance, and she was flung away like a leaf in the wind. She coldly ordered the blood-silver wolves to deal with her. Amid the chaos, Liu Feng cried out in alarm, Su Fei. In that staggering moment, Su Fei turned her head and called his name with faint trust. The image of Wei and the echo of Liu Feng's name made his heart ache. Liu Feng gathered all his inner strength, his magic power erupting and shaking the very space. UAC was shocked. How has this brat's strength suddenly surged? Su Fei stumbled into the encirclement of the blood-silver wolf. Fangs gleamed as they lunged forward to finish her. The sharp hiss of a sword rang out, and the air seemed to freeze. Liu Feng embraced her and pulled her out of danger, bringing a sense of safety amid the melee. UAC glared at a fallen blood-silver wolf, its body severed apart. It flew into a furious rage. Human, I will make you pay. A piercing howl rang out as her magic power surged violently, and rampaging moon howl erupted. Teeth were as sharp as blades, ready to overwhelm the two before her. Liu Feng was stunned. Even after transforming, she can still use that move. Su Fei said anxiously, this is bad. Her power is rising too fast. It is nearly at Saint rank. His face darkened, his teeth clenched tight. It seems I must fight to the very end. UAC's nails lengthened, gleaming with a cold silver light. Her eyes burned with hatred as she charged forward like a raging storm. Pushed Su Fei away, returned to the camp quickly. If you stay here, I cannot fight at full strength. Liu Feng rushed forward to meet her in battle. Su Fei retreated while calling out for him to be careful. Zhu Ling asked in surprise why they suddenly started fighting. Bao Gang was also puzzled. Were they not negotiating? Su Fei replied coldly that UAC's conditions were too harsh, so the negotiation failed. Yuan spoke up. Brother Liu is still young and inexperienced in negotiation. Even harsh demands can be discussed gradually. Su Fei said angrily, that sounds nice. She demanded we hand her over immediately. Do you want to hand her over at once? He changed his tone. UAC is truly excessive. That attitude is not negotiation. She needs to be taught a lesson. Zhu Lang sighed. This old man changes his face faster than flipping a pancake. Su Fei looked into the distance where the two were fighting fiercely. Now Liu Feng can only rely on origin power. His sword clashed with her weapon, the piercing sound tearing through the air. UAC's hair suddenly lengthened, writhing like living ribbons preparing to attack. That hair tightly wrapped around Liu Feng's sword, as hard as steel. He struggled but could not break free. The strands were astonishingly tough. UAC said coldly that my hair is as hard as metal. Let me see how you handle it. She pressed her weapon closer and growled with killing intent, accept your fate. Without hesitation, he circulated his energy and unleashed mirror image clone to escape danger. In an instant, a clone of Liu Feng appeared, sword in hand and ready to fight. Clone immediately blocked the fierce attack, leaving her stunned. Right after that, Liu Feng shouted to the clone, cut it off for me. The clone swung its sword without hesitation. UAC's hair was cleanly severed, and the situation reversed. Liu Feng and his clone charged forward together like a sweeping tempest. Two blades pressed close before UAC's face, and she was forced to use her weapon to block. She retreated another step, preparing to counterattack, her eyes filled with fury. Her expression darkened as she irritably demanded what it was, and he replied in an icy tone, almost devoid of emotion, saying it was a mirror image clone. UAC ground her teeth and shouted with a frown, do you think this king is so easily deceived? How could a clone possibly possess real offensive power? Liu Feng calmly explained without the slightest concern, believe it or not, that is up to you. His face suddenly turned serious, his voice clear as he said that when a man lies, women believe him completely, yet when he tells the truth he is doubted. How ironic. She let out a cold laugh, her eyes gleaming with interest. Human, this king is beginning to find you intriguing. What is your name? He answered composedly, I am Liu Feng. The corner of her lips curled with calculation. Good, this king will remember. I am merely curious which great master is your teacher. Liu Feng fell into brief contemplation, his gaze unreadable. So she wants to probe my background before deciding whether to strike, a trivial trick. Without hesitation, he confidently said he was only the most useless disciple, despised by his master and forbidden to mention his name outside. If she attacked him today, then his senior brothers would surely come seeking answer. With a meaningful smile, Liu Feng taunted that if she were capable of eliminating all of them, then naturally his master would also appear. Yue Xi's expression darkened as she calculated. His words were half true and half false and difficult to discern. She feared she could not kill him casually. If she could not kill him, then she should consider another way to control him. Her aura erupted violently, causing the surrounding space to tremble in waves. Liu Feng felt a flicker of unease. Could this woman be losing control? Her strength seemed to have reached a new height. Liu Fei spoke sternly. Can Yue Xi still increase her power? Hyatt Lang trembled and worried that perhaps they should return Yue Ling first. Su Fei shot Hoa a glance, inwardly irritated. All this trouble stemmed from that old man. In a flash, she drew her weapon and charged straight forward. Hoa turned pale with fright. Ying suddenly appeared to block in front of Hoa, her eyes icy and her movements swift. Hyatt Lang and Bao Kuang immediately drew their swords to stop her, their motions decisive. Su Fei glared, her sword tip aimed at Hoa, and as she coldly warned that if Liu Feng met with misfortune, then he and Yue Ling would be handed over at once. Cold sweat drenched Hoa. Hoa stood frozen, soaked in sweat, silently praying that brother Liu would hold on. Violent shock erupted in the distance, as if tearing apart the vast sky. Yue Xi raised her head and roared, the sound echoing everywhere as a fierce gale surged. Her eyes were cold as ice, a sinister smile on her lips. Human, witness the true power of the Saint Realm. Liu Feng responded calmly, do not try to frighten me. You are merely borrowing the power of heaven and earth to temporarily reach that realm. Yue Xi was momentarily stunned. He actually saw that she was borrowing the force of heaven and earth to elevate her realm. He maintained his cold demeanor, speaking casually yet striking her weakness precisely, just enough to make her uneasy. Liu Feng slightly curled his lips, his smile filled with countless calculations. Oh. Yue Xi angrily shouted that a human like you, if allowed to grow, would become a great calamity for the Wolf clan. Today I must eliminate you. Killing intent surged as she instantly shot toward Liu Feng. Cried out, his face tense. This time it might truly be serious. In an instant, Yue Xi closed in, her figure blurring past his sight. Liu Feng immediately executed his swift movement technique, and the mirror image clone appeared. Her strike pierced only through a phantom shadow. Liu Feng's body rapidly retreated, while the clone gradually dissipated into the air. He landed steadily amid swirling dust. It seems you are quite skilled at surprise attack. Yue Xi laughed arrogantly, wiping the trace of red from her fingertip. I will show you what a precise ambush truly is. She gathered all her strength, preparing to unleash a killing blow. This time your clone will not save you. Liu Feng weighed his options inwardly. To survive, he could only risk everything. He circulated his magic power, the aura around him thickening as he executed Gale Step. Liu Feng's figure suddenly vanished, leaving Yue Xi stunned. He disappeared again. In that instant, she jolted and looked up, her eyes wide as she stared ahead. From above, Liu Feng plunged down like a bolt of lightning straight toward her. Yue Xi hurriedly raised her hand to block while he shouted, quadruple attack. The ground trembled violently and split apart in jagged cracks. She unleashed her full power and blasted him far away. Before he could steady himself, Liu Feng saw Yue Xi rushing at him like the wind, the situation turning critical. Yue Xi swung her claws sharp as blades, aiming straight at her opponent. The sound of tearing air rang out in the stillness, then dark liquid trickled down. Liu Feng dropped to one knee, gasping for breath as thick red blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. She turned to leave and said coldly that everything was over. Your companions will follow soon. Suddenly, Liu Feng's eyes snapped open, an unusual glint flashing within his pupil. Yue Xi abruptly paused, a sense of unease making her gaze wary. She glanced back, her hair swaying slightly, her eyes filled with suspicion. Though covered in wounds, Liu Feng slowly rose to his feet, leaving her astonished. He roared that no one is allowed to touch my friends, absolutely no one. His aura surged as Liu Feng shot forward like a blazing arrow, his eyes crimson with resolve. If you want to harm them, then step over me first. Yue Xi said calmly, you are quite fast. Sword in Liu Feng's hand shone brilliantly as he declared, eightfold attack. She did not waver and unleashed Moonlight Shield to counter. The two forces collided fiercely, creating an explosion that shook the very space. Pouring in all his strength, he roared and gripped the hilt with both hands before slashing down hard. Yue Xi stood frozen, eyes wide as she watched the radiant green blade thrust toward her. In that instant, she seemed petrified and stammered, how can this be? Then a majestic voice resounded. Young friend, there is no need to be so heavy-handed. Ngayat Bok appeared suddenly, his presence enveloping the entire space. He leisurely raised his hand to halt Liu Feng's sword, his gaze steady and unmoving. The blade lightly touched Yuexi's forehead, and a chilling cold spread through her body. Ngayat Bok stood tall, his imposing gaze sweeping over everyone and pressing the atmosphere into silence. Su Fei asked anxiously, could it be that the wolf clan truly has a saint rank? Yuan muttered in panic, this time we are truly finished. Ngayat Bok firmly held Liu Feng's sword, his eyes resolute. Liu Feng clenched his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Ngayat Bok glanced at him and remarked coldly that your power is indeed strange and formidable, but your composure is lacking, you are easily swayed by that force. He raised 2 fingers, his gaze focused as his magic power surged visibly. His 2 fingers pressed against Liu Feng's forehead, light flaring brilliantly as he endured through gritted teeth. Wake up. Liu Feng jolted back to clarity and shouted, his breathing ragged. He asked in confusion, what exactly happened to me just now? Ngayat Bok stroked his beard slowly and said that you have not yet fully controlled your power. You nearly caused unimaginable consequences. Yuexi shouted angrily that the consequences have already occurred. He caused me to expend my strength. I must settle the score with him. Ngayat Bok stepped closer to calm her as she still growled. Calm down and let Uncle Bok handle it. He scratched his head in bewilderment. Just now she was so fierce, yet now she is completely different, as if she has become another wolf. She turned and asked Uncle Bok, why have you come? And he replied calmly that I sensed you were using moon power too intensely, so I came to check on the situation. He glanced back, a trace of suspicion on his face, then lowered his voice to ask why so many of the wolf clan had been mobilized. She shouted in anger, pointing straight at the mercenaries, her gaze burning with fury. Bai Shu, they have restrained Yue Ling, hurry and save him. Ngayat Bok turned to Liu Feng, his eyes stern as he questioned, did you keep Yue Ling? Liu Feng hurriedly explained, it is not so, I did not know they captured Yue Ling Lang, I am innocent, I am willing to hand him over, I only hope you will let me and my companions leave the prairie. Ngayat Bok spoke in a low voice, as long as you return Yue Ling Lang, I will ensure your safety. Yuexi shouted in anger, Bai Shu must force them to hand over the one who captured Yue Ling Lang, we absolutely cannot let it go. He turned to her, right now I decide everything, if you still have objections then speak later. She sat down heavily, turning her face away in displeasure. Clearly I am the king, yet I am treated like a child. Ngayat Bok gently stroked his beard, his eyes showing indulgence, truly a stubborn child. He looked straight at Liu Feng, then now hand over Yue Ling Lang. Liu Feng respectfully said, Senior, can you withdraw the wolves first? Half an hour after they leave I will hand over Yue Ling Lang. He replied calmly yet with authority, that is not difficult. With a dignified bearing, Ngayat Bok Tun raised his hand to his mouth and let out a long howl, the sound spreading like a command. The blood-marked wolves immediately halted upon hearing the signal, their bodies tense as they awaited the next order. In an instant, they and the ferocious wolves turned and withdrew together, leaving in groups one after another. Ngayat Bok stopped, looking at Liu Feng and asked seriously, is that satisfactory? He quickly replied, thank you, Senior. In half an hour I will hand over Yue Ling Lang. He immediately dashed across the soft grass, his steps light yet at full speed. Su Fei saw him approaching and stepped forward anxiously. Liu Feng, are you injured? Yuan came closer and asked softly, Brother Liu, does that mean we can leave now? Liu Feng glanced at everyone. In half an hour after handing over Yue Ling Lang the wolf clan will release us. Yuan panicked, we still have to hand him over, cannot we keep him? Liu Feng replied coldly, if not then you can stay with Yue Ling, we do not need the reward either. After saying that, Liu Feng raised his hand to signal, everyone pack up quickly, we leave in half an hour. Yuan sighed quietly, his face full of turmoil as if torn inside. He clasped his hands and pleaded, Brother Liu, I agree to hand over Yue Ling Lang, do not abandon me. Liu Feng held Yue Ling in his arms, walking forward step by step. He handed him to Yuexi and reported, Senior, Yue Ling Lang is still safe. She held Yue Ling tightly, as if afraid of losing him even for a moment. Everything ended, Liu Feng let out a light breath, finally it is done. Ngayat Bok silently took out an item from his robe, causing the atmosphere to suddenly tense. He handed a jade piece to him, this is a token of goodwill, carrying it will make travel on the prairie easier. He accepted it, bowing his head in sincere thanks, many thanks, Senior. Clasped his hands in farewell, Liu Feng. When you have the chance come visit the wolf clan, Yuexi shouted again, if you dare come then do not blame me. Liu Feng laughed helplessly, truly a difficult child. The blood wolf waved his hand, is it done, prepare to depart. One person laughed loudly and shook hands with his teammate, Today was truly thrilling. The wolf clan is nothing. I still managed to survive among their encirclement. Liu Feng sighed, feeling helpless toward this group. Suddenly a spatial vortex appeared, swirling like a giant fan in the sky. Ngayat Bok stepped out, muttering that he was old and forgetful, almost forgot there was one more matter to resolve. His finger moved slightly, a sharp ray of light swept through the air. Liu Feng gritted his teeth. Could it be he broke his promise? This is bad. Before he could evade, he saw a thin streak of light like a silver blade pass close by him. That light shot forward like a raging wind toward Huan, but Ying-Er rushed out in time to block it. The force sent her flying away. The space suddenly fell into an unusual silence. Liu Feng turned his head in shock. Ying-Er spat out a mouthful of blood, the red scattering in the air. Huan cried out in panic, Ying-Er, Ying-Er. Widened his eyes but still could not see the trajectory. Is this the power of the Saint Rank? Ngayat Bok stepped into the vortex. This is a warning from the wolf clan to your merchant group. The space sank into stillness, as if time itself had stopped. Liu Feng did not hesitate, immediately signaling, why are you still standing there? Leave now. The entire group of mercenaries fled in panic. Hurry up. I do not dare stay. What if the wolf clan changes their mind? Early the next morning, under gentle sunlight, the mercenary group and Liu Feng continued moving. He sat cross-legged, closing his eyes in thought. My strength is still far from the Saint Rank. Even though the eightfold attack is powerful, I cannot fully control it. I must fix this soon. From above, a bird swooped down, circling in front of Su Fei. It leaned close to her ear and whispered something urgently. The news struck like lightning, leaving Su Fei stunned, her body stiff. Liu Feng asked quickly, what happened? She replied, the family has encountered trouble. I must return immediately. He asked if she needed help. Su Fei gently shook her head. I can handle it myself. You should not interfere for now. She stood up abruptly. I must leave right now. Please allow me to take my leave. Liu Feng quickly held her hand. Wait, you have to leave now. She turned back, revealing a bright smile. You will hear news of me soon. Then she leaned in and placed a light kiss on Liu Feng's cheek. Remember me. In an instant, Su Fei turned, her figure as light as the wind as she departed. She left, leaving Liu Feng standing there with a flushed face from embarrassment. Under the bright moonlit night, countless stars sparkled like dancing lights in the dark sky. Liu Feng sat within a glowing magic circle, strange light surrounding him like an invisible barrier. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, focusing all his spirit to awaken his inner power. Within his body, a white vortex flared up, spinning like a storm of light. Slowly opening his eyes, he looked at the world with newfound clarity. Looking at the floating light particles, he thought, in this continent the white attribute element is considered useless, yet I can directly absorb it, compared to converting battle chi and magic it consumes far less. He raised his hand. These elements are no different from the natural energy of heaven and earth in Huazia inner cultivation. He pondered, my meridians are completely different from those here. The method taught by Hyatt Lang is not suitable. I cannot cultivate both magic and battle chi. Only Huazia inner cultivation suits me. Liu Feng analyzed himself. Gale step, instant movement, mirror clone, fatal strike all came from Huazia inner cultivation. His hand tightened on the sword hilt. If I bring Huazia inner cultivation to perfection, perhaps I will stand at the peak of this world. He circulated his power, casting mirror clone. Instantly an identical copy appeared beside him. His sword and the clone clashed with a sound. Over time, training daily with the blood wolves, his combat experience has clearly increased. The feeling of breakthrough is approaching. He gritted his teeth. Indeed, only real combat improves strength. I must become stronger. In a flash, the clone transformed into Lei Ting. A mocking voice sounded. You cannot protect anyone, even Wei-Er. Liu Feng swung his sword. A streak of light flashed. The image of Lei Ting instantly vanished. He silently vowed, I will personally seek justice for Wei-Er. The scene shifted. A figure in a black cloak stood silently at the base of a towering skyscraper, his form blending between firelight and shadow. Lei Ting tugged lightly at his collar to reveal half of his face, coldly declaring that the world of humanity had returned, all because of those despicable wretches. In his mind appeared the image of Nicola Zhu holding Wei-Er in her arms, every movement exuding a stern and resolute aura. She let out a scornful laugh. What are you that you dare lay a hand on the holy disciple of the Star Blue Academy? Lei Ting clenched his fists and roared in fury, Star Blue Academy, Nicola, this time I will make you pay a heavy price. 10 days later, the small town returned to its former tranquility. Hyatt Lang raised his hand high and cheered excitedly, finally leaving the safe prairie. The mission was complete and their lives were preserved. An Tung put on his hoe and coat. Old man hurried to the mercenary guild to submit the mission. I am still waiting to get the money to spend. The old man replied with a wry smile. All right, all right. The scene shifted to the mercenary guild, a grand and imposing building. In the silent space, Tran Vuong fell into a drunken slumber after a cup of strong liquor. A member of the guild handed the documents to Hyatt Lang. All procedures were complete. You may leave. Oren said, "Captains, please come with me to the trading house to receive the reward." Hyatt Lang laughed heartily. "We have money now." In his dizzy drunken state, Tran Vuong suddenly turned his gaze toward Liu Feng and Hyatt Lang, his eyes glistening with faint tears. His eyes suddenly widened, his whole body froze as if sealed in ice, his hair trembling lightly in the wind. Tran Vuong stared at him with suspicion, his gaze seeming to pierce through something. A vague sensation crept into his subconscious. Liu Feng slowly turned around, his eyes cautiously probing. Liu Feng halted, as if a flash of memory suddenly surfaced. This man was an 8th rank expert. Tran Vuong gently shook the wine bottle, the liquor swirling inside. "Hey kid, want a drink?" He tilted his head slightly and gave a faint smile. "No need, keep it for yourself." Then the old man suddenly spoke. "This cup of wine was entrusted to me by Su Fei to deliver." Hearing her name, Liu Feng seemed to freeze, his step suspended midair. Without hesitation, he turned back abruptly. "Old man, do you know news about Su Fei?" The old man calmly continued to shake the bottle. "My wine is nearly gone, yet no one drinks with me. This old man is truly lonely." He slammed the table hard. "As long as you tell me about Su Fei, I will drink with you as much as you want." Immediately after, the two of them emptied bottle after bottle without stopping. Liu Feng raised his head and asked, "Old man, can you speak now? How is Su Fei?" The old man set the cup down heavily on the table. "Young people are truly impatient, just a few cups and already in a hurry." Tran Vuong lowered his voice. "Fine then, seeing that you care for Su Fei, I will tell you." Liu Feng blushed, his gaze evasive, the one she loved. The old man pointed straight at him. "If not you, then who?" Teasing Su Fei yet not daring to admit it. Liu Feng flushed awkwardly and hurriedly replied, "I did not tease her." Tran Vuong said in a deep voice, "At the family council a few days ago, Su Fei made a move that left her cousin at a disadvantage, then took over his entire branch." Continued, "She even declared before everyone that she already had someone in her heart, a black-haired youth, still young yet already a 9th rank expert." Hearing this, Liu Feng anxiously asked, "After injuring her cousin like that, did the family punish her?" Tran Vuong lifted his drunken, hazy eyes to look at him. "The elders originally intended to punish her, but Su Fei produced a trump card that turned the situation around." Liu Feng asked in shock. "What trump card?" The old man replied. "She said she had found a way to resolve her internal injuries. The clan leader verified it, and her words were completely true." He suddenly recalled. He had not expected that chance encounter back then could help her so much. Seeing Liu Feng's expression, Tran Vuong pushed the wine bottle toward him. "The method Su Fei mentioned was taught by you." He pondered. "I could only help her alleviate the internal injuries, but if that was useful to her, then it was worth it." Liu Feng said firmly, "Yes, I have a method to remove her long-standing internal injury." The old man took another sip. "Good, that girl Su Fei is indeed extraordinary, and now she even has a future saint rank supporting her." Tran Vuong slapped the table and laughed loudly. "Good, very good. It seems this old man must prepare a few things." Liu Feng asked in confusion, "Prepare what?" The old man smiled mysteriously. "Of course, to drink a few more cups while I still can." Seeing Tran Vuong too drunk to stand steady, he quickly asked, "Wait, where is Su Fei now?" The old man answered unexpectedly, "In the Star Blue imperial capital of the Star Blue Empire. She is now the pillar of the family, so she must remain there." After speaking, Tran Vuong leaned against the door as if trying to keep his balance. He turned back and seriously advised, "Young man, do not let her down." After saying that, Tran Vuong waved lightly. "I am leaving." Liu Feng's face became resolute. "I will definitely find her." Night fell, streetlights cast into the tavern, creating a hazy and mystical atmosphere. Liu Feng spoke to Hyatt Lang and the others. "You called me here for what?" Tu Sat placed a hand on his shoulder. "Brother Liu, please sit." Hyatt Lang continued, "There is a big business opportunity here." Excited smile appeared clearly. "Do you want to join us?" Hearing that, he crossed his arms and seriously asked, "What business?" Without blinking, he looked straight at Hyatt Lang. "Explain the specifics." He glanced quickly at Bao Kuang. A single look was enough for him to understand. Bao Kuang attentively pulled a chair while eating and speaking. Tu Sat poured wine and offered it. "Try the wine we prepared." Hyatt Lang clasped his hands. "Now that this matter is done, the three of us plan to merge the mercenary groups. Brother Liu, do you want to join?" Liu Feng asked again. "Merge?" Hyatt Lang smiled. "We are currently rank B. If we merge, there will be a chance to rise to rank A." Hyatt Lang said excitedly, "The 4 rank captains are called the 4 great mercenaries. If we join them we will become the 8 great mercenaries." After listening, he decisively shook his head. "No need, I have no intention of changing team." The 3 of them were stunned and asked in unison, "Why refuse so bluntly?" Liu Feng replied calmly, "You said there is a chance to advance. Can you not do it without me?" Hyatt Lang sighed. "To rise to rank A it is not enough to have fame and strength. What else is needed?" He lowered his voice. "It also depends on whether there is someone backing you in the guild." Liu Feng was surprised. "So connections are needed everywhere." Hyatt Lang continued, "Those 4 rank groups all have backing forces within the guild. They can be considered peripheral forces of the guild." Bao Kuang sighed. "The guild has many factions. We fear choosing the wrong side. If we had Brother Lu no one would dare touch us but now." Liu Feng asked calmly, "How many major forces are currently in the guild?" Hyatt Lang answered immediately, "It is mainly divided into 3 factions. Among them 2 are led by Captain Tan Su and Liat Thien, both are rank groups. The last one is a girl who was promoted to a high position just a few days ago." During that, Liu Feng seemed to realize something. A girl promoted just a few days ago. Hyatt Lang continued, "It is said that at the guild conference she directly defeated her opponent to seize the position. But among the 3 factions she is the weakest because she has no group of her own. The other 2 both have their own forces." Liu Feng smiled faintly, his eyes hiding something unreadable. "What a coincidence." The 3 others asked blankly, "What coincidence could it be that you know her?" He placed a hand on his chest. "If you trust me, try standing on her side." Bao Kuang looked awkwardly at Hyatt Lang. "Rely on her." Hyatt Lang hesitated this matter. The next morning, the gentle sunlight spread with the warmth of a new day. Hyatt Lang asked in surprise, "Brother Lu, why leave in such a hurry? Stay a few more days." Liu Feng smiled, "I must return to the first unfallen stronghold. When there is a chance we will drink and discuss yesterday matter again. Thank you 3. He clenched his fist and said confidently, "Brother Lu, rest assured, with the support of a saint rank like you, we will certainly follow Su Fei closely." Before leaving, Liu Feng turned back and waved, "Until we meet again." Hyatt Lang also replied, "Until we meet again." The sound of galloping hooves rang out as the warhorse sped like the wind. Across the vast prairie Liu Feng felt each hoofbeat echo beneath him. He slowly tightened the reins, the horse obediently coming to a halt, his stomach already growling with hunger. Liu Feng revealed a helpless expression. Along the entire road he had not encountered a single magical beast. He could not even hunt something to fill his stomach. Suddenly his eyes widened, a glint flashing within them as if he had grasped a crucial point. Liu Feng took out the moon-white jade he had obtained, thinking that perhaps the energy within the token was too strong, causing the magical beasts to avoid him. Thinking that way, he could only grit his teeth and endure the hunger. Once he returned to Neverfall, he would have a hearty meal. Liu Feng's gaze suddenly turned vigilant, carefully observing every subtle movement around him. His vision swept across the vast expanse. It was strangely quiet. Finding nothing, Liu Feng wondered if he had been mistaken, yet he had clearly sensed a trace of killing intent just now. He urged the horse to run faster, determined to return to Neverfall before dinner. Behind him, a spatial vortex silently formed, gently rippling in the air. From that vortex, Ngayat Bok and UAC stepped out leisurely, their figures faint beneath the dim light. He turned to question why Bok Thuk had not let her take action. UAC calmly replied, "Yue Ling, you must remember, friends are always more valuable than enemies." He stroked his beard and said in a low voice that he suspected Liu Feng was connected to the Dragon Clan, because a trace of their aura lingered on him. UAC paused, clear shock appearing in her eyes. The Dragon Clan. Ngayat Bok gently reminded her that the Dragon Clan was not a force the Wolf Clan could casually provoke. He turned to her and told her to return. If she wanted to surpass Liu Feng, she still had to work harder. UAC firmly replied that she would definitely not lose to him. Ngayat Bok pondered whether the beast race intended to bathe the Neverfall stronghold in blood, and whether Liu Feng could remain safe. He lowered his voice. If something happened to him, how would the Dragon Clan react? For the Wolf Clan, that would likely not be pleasant. Neverfall City was still under strict guard under the supervision of the Watch. From afar, a horse's silhouette dashed over like lightning. Liu Feng had already approached the city gate. Yu Dong stood with hands on hips and arrogantly demanded where he came from. He issued a domineering order, demanding that he stop immediately for inspection without hesitation. Liu Feng reined in his horse and frowned as he asked what was going on to warrant a sudden inspection. He coldly replied that they were about to go to war with the beast race. To prevent spies from infiltrating, the city lord had tightened entry and exit control. Yu Dong pointed straight at him and asked where he came from. Liu Feng calmly answered that he came from the Orcish Great Plains. Hearing that, he revealed a crafty smile. Then you must be a spy of the beast race. Liu Feng was stunned and pointed at himself. How had he suddenly become a spy? Yu Dong snapped his fingers in a covert gesture for money. Whether you are a spy depends on whether you know how to behave. Liu Feng scratched his head and said, "You mean a gate fee?" He laughed in satisfaction. "It seems you understand." Keeping a faint smile on his lips, he said indifferently that unfortunately he did not have a single coin. He shouted angrily, "If you have no money, then what do you have?" Liu Feng clenched his fists, his eyes icy sharp. He only had these hands. He slowly drew his sword. "You still dare to resist? You truly are a spy." Yu Dong pointed his sword at Liu Feng and shouted for his subordinates to charge and seize him. Liu Feng glanced at the people surrounding him, the corner of his lips lifting in disdain, truly overestimating themselves. Maintaining his composure, he knocked them down one by one with clean efficiency. Yu Dong stood frozen, his eyes blank at the scene before him. As he retreated, he suddenly bumped into someone silently standing behind him. He appeared behind him and asked what was happening. Yu Dong stammered as he addressed his superior. He hurriedly pointed at Liu Feng and accused him of being a spy, claiming he only wanted to arrest him but was met with resistance. Yu Dong secretly felt pleased, thinking that with he here that brat would have difficulty escaping. Unexpectedly, he pushed his face aside and cheerfully greeted Brother Liu. "Long time no see," leaving Yu Dong stunned. He's voice suddenly turned cold as he berated him as useless, unable to distinguish who was a spy, and declared him dismissed on the spot. Yu Dong turned pale and stammered in disbelief at being stripped of his post, his mind in chaos. He placed a hand on Liu Feng's shoulder warmly like brothers reunited after a long time. He asked with concern why Brother Liu had returned so early. Liu Feng smiled and replied that since he had promised to participate in the duel with the beast race, he would certainly not break his word. He leaned closer and praised him as trustworthy, then mentioned he had heard that during the mission he had encountered UAC. Liu Feng asked what about it. He tightened his grip on his shoulder and asked about the result of the fight. Without hesitation, Liu Feng reflexively stepped aside gently and said it was a draw. He's eyes widened, unable to hide the shock in his heart at his strength. He smiled amicably and stepped forward intending to pat his shoulder, praising Brother Liu as truly formidable. Liu Feng still kept his distance, deftly avoiding that hand because he did not completely trust him. He walked straight ahead, his voice indifferent as he said he had to return quickly and took his leave. He watched him leave, thinking to himself that this kid's strength had increased again. Suddenly remembering something, he called after him, saying the city lord wanted to see him to discuss matters. Liu Feng turned his head, his face full of doubt. "The city lord wants to see me." The scene shifted to the outside of an ancient building, resting quietly under the gentle evening glow. In the study, Kang Si was handling documents, while Xiao Jin gnawed on meat and grumbled that Liu Feng had not yet returned. Kang Si sighed and said that if he truly missed Liu Feng, he should have lost his appetite. Eating like this, he feared he could not afford to feed him. Xiao Jin refused to accept it and shouted that he was being mistreated, threatening to go on a hunger strike when Liu Feng returned to complain. Kang Si looked helplessly at the plate cleaned down to bare bones. Just as the two were still arguing, a familiar voice rang out announcing that he had returned. Xiao Jin joyfully called out Liu Feng's name, and Kang Si also smiled in welcome. Xiao Jin rushed over to hug him, lightly pounding his chest while complaining about how much he was missed. After a while, Liu Feng finally managed to stop him, asking him to hit more lightly, but Xiao Jin still sulked. Before long, the table was filled with delicious dishes. The two ate like a whirlwind. Xiao Jin complained of hunger and said he missed him so much he could neither eat nor sleep. Kang Si rubbed his forehead, his voice tinged with sarcasm, truly neither eating nor sleeping. The meal lasted more than an hour. Outside, the sky had been dyed with the colors of sunset. In the room, only piles of bones and empty plates remained. Two finally stopped, Liu Feng satisfied, while Xiao Jin held his round belly and said he was 80% full. Liu Feng suddenly looked up at the clock hanging in the corner of the room. He stood up and said it was time to go to the city lord's residence for the banquet. Kang Si was surprised. Xiao Jin's eyes lit up at the mention of a banquet. Liu Feng seriously explained that he had invited him to the banquet and to conveniently discuss the duel with the beast race. As soon as he heard that, Xiao Jin tightly hugged his head and stubbornly insisted on going along. Liu Feng tried to pry him off, saying only he had been invited, but Xiao Jin stubbornly refused to let go. Suddenly, Xiao Jin paused as if thinking of something. He looked at Liu Feng expectantly and said they did not allow bringing people, but they did not forbid bringing a pet. After getting ready, Liu Feng stepped out with a dragon-shaped bracelet on his hand. Zhao Jin beamed thinking he could follow along, while he was left speechless. Liu Feng sternly instructed him to hide himself well and not let anyone discover him. Zhao Jin impatiently urged him to hurry, only hoping to set off as soon as possible. The scene shifted to a banquet hall bathed in radiant golden light, exquisitely arranged down to the finest detail. At the center sat the master of never-setting sun fortress, Grand Duke Ao Ti. Ao Ti looked at Ao He with curiosity. Is that brother Liu truly so outstanding? When asked, he answered firmly, yes. Ao He's expression darkened slightly, his voice growing heavier. He is not inferior to me at all. In fact, I even suspect that he may have already surpassed me. Hearing this, Ao Ti exclaimed in shock, stronger than you, then does that not mean? Paused, looking awkwardly at Ao He, second brother, what rank are you at again? I seem to have forgotten, Ao He mocked lightly. When will elder brother's memory ever improve? Even so, Ao He quickly shifted to an explanatory tone. There are 11 ranks at present. I have just reached the 9th rank. As for Liu Feng, I estimate his strength is slightly above mine. Ao Ti seemed enlightened and nodded, so that is how it is, then we shall calculate accordingly. At that moment, a guard stepped in and respectfully reported, City Lord, someone named Liu Feng is outside requesting an audience. Upon hearing this, Ao He immediately stood up. Elder brother, I will go welcome him. Ao Ti replied courteously, thank you for the trouble, second brother. Before long the two of them appeared in the hall. Ao Ti sat at the head of the banquet table, as maids served exquisite dishes one after another. Liu Feng glanced around, inwardly admiring, as expected of the city lord's residence, its bearing is truly extraordinary. Seeing Liu Feng still somewhat bewildered, Ao He introduced, today's banquet was specially prepared by my elder brother to receive you. Only then did Liu Feng understand why there were no other guests. Only then did Ao Ti slowly raise his hand, second brother, this gentleman is. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly paused and rubbed his forehead in confusion. Ah, what was his name again? The situation left Liu Feng awkward. Ao He quickly patted his shoulder in reassurance. My elder brother's memory is not very good. I hope brother Liu will understand. Then he reminded him, elder brother, this is Liu Feng. Liu Feng immediately performed a formal salute. I am Liu Feng. I pay my respects to Grand Duke Ao Ti. Awkward atmosphere finally dissipated. Ao Ti waved his hand, no need for such courtesy. I must also represent never-setting sun in thanking you for agreeing to fight the beast race. Liu Feng replied modestly, it is my honor to contribute to humanity. That very moment, Zhao Jin in Liu Feng's hand suddenly darted out. It immediately grabbed the food on the table and began devouring it, as if afraid someone would snatch it away. Ao Ti and Ao He were both stunned, almost speaking in unison, this is. Despair was written all over Liu Feng's face. Inwardly he could only lament, this is bad. He quickly grabbed Zhao Jin back and awkwardly explained, this is my pet, just a small snake. Even as it was pulled back, Zhao Jin still clamped down on the piece of meat without letting go. Liu Feng scolded irritably, stop eating, this is too embarrassing. Ao He had yet to recover from his surprise, while Ao Ti observed closely, I have never seen this kind of magical beast before. Liu Feng hurriedly waved his hand, I just made up the name casually, it is normal that you do not recognize it. Ao Ti seemed rather interested and smiled lightly. It is fine, if it likes to eat then let it eat, this place does not lack fine dishes. Banquet continued somewhat awkwardly. As soon as they sat down, Ao Ti asked, I heard that brother Liu once fought with Hoa Uac. Liu Feng raised his wine cup, his demeanor confident. That is correct, is there a problem? Upon confirmation, Ao Ti raised his thumb in praise, truly a hero. In those years Uac led a pack of wolves to besiege the city for an entire month. Unfortunately, we never once saw him. Liu Feng showed a puzzled look, you have never met Uac. The two remained silent as if in admission. He said regretfully, that is truly a pity. Aside from formidable strength, her appearance is also quite remarkable. Ao He was startled, quite remarkable in appearance. Could it be that Uac is a woman? Ao Ti was also shocked, quickly explained clearly. Liu Feng curled his lips, city lord and brother Ao He invited me here today, surely not just to hear a story. Seeing that he did not wish to say more, Ao Ti changed the topic. I almost forgot the main matter. We invited Mr. Liu today to discuss the grand decisive battle with the beast race. Ao He continued, the 4 great academies will send their elites to participate. I hope you can take on the role of instructor. Liu Feng pointed at himself in surprise, instructor me. He affirmed, Brother Liu is young yet possesses extraordinary strength and has unique insights into martial arts. You are most suitable for this position. Liu Feng still hesitated and scratched his head. I have never taught anyone before. I fear I may not be suitable. He reassured him, the students of the 4 great academies are all elites. You only need to offer a few pointers. T added, except for the little girl from the Nicola family who is rather difficult. Just thinking of her gives me a headache. If something happens, it will be troublesome. Hearing that, Liu Feng grew curious. Who is the girl from the Nicola Zhu family? He forced a smile, just a noble young lady with an unfriendly temperament. Brother Liu only needs to avoid contact. Seeing their troubled expressions, Liu Feng felt a chill down his spine and decided it was better to keep his distance. The banquet continued. Perhaps the happiest was Xiao Jin, hugging his round belly, thinking he could not eat any more, yet there were still so many delicacies. With that thought, he secretly circulated his power. His belly flattened as before, and he rejoiced inwardly. That action did not escape He asked suspiciously, Brother Liu, what kind of magical beast is it exactly? I can sense energy fluctuations around it. Liu Feng was startled. Even such faint energy waves were detected. He stammered, it is just a snake I picked up in the wild. I do not know its origin either. He grew more curious and stepped closer. This pet is truly interesting. Can you lend it to me for a little research? Seeing him approach, Xiao Jin arched his body in vigilance. Liu Feng felt a headache coming on, fearing its identity was about to be exposed. At that critical moment, he quickly grabbed Xiao Jin off the table. Liu Feng hurriedly found an excuse to leave. About the instructor matter, let me think more. I have urgent business, please excuse me. Before the two could stop him, the figure of one man and one snake vanished from the hall. Seeing the guest leave in haste, T reproached, why did you insist on researching his magical beast and scare him away? He explained, elder brother, you do not know, I suspect it is a Saint-Rank magical beast. T widened his eyes, Saint-Rank, are you certain? He scratched his head awkwardly, I do not dare to be sure. Hearing that, T became angry, you are not certain yet you speak nonsense. On Liu Feng's side, he ran while glancing back to see if anyone was chasing. Xiao Jin was gripped so tightly that he rolled his eyes and demanded to be released. Only after reaching a secluded and safe corner did Liu Feng stop. He glared at Xiao Jin, I said I would secretly bring you food, why did you rush out yourself? Xiao Jin was not afraid and even pouted, with so many delicious dishes how could I resist? After speaking, his eyes grew drowsy and he covered his mouth to yawn. Liu Feng, I am so full and sleepy, I will sleep first. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to snore. Liu Feng felt helpless, eating and sleeping all day. Might as well change your name to Little Pig. He tucked Xiao Jin into his clothes, his eyes filled with worry, hoping he had not grown suspicious. As he was thinking, noisy voices suddenly sounded from afar, unlucky thing. Because of you I encountered misfortune today. Not far from him, a crowd gathered around someone. Come look, that red-eyed girl is being troubled again. Why does that black-haired, red-eyed girl keep appearing? Liu Feng looked through the crowd and saw Hong Yi in the middle, the girl holding her head in endurance. Catching sight of those red eyes, he halted, the red-eyed witch. The crowd surrounding her hurled harsh words, cursed one still dares to show herself. When Hao shouted that one possessed by a demon deserves punishment, many echoed him and the vicious words did not cease. Yu Dong in the center showed no mercy to Hong Yi. Encouraged by the crowd, he became even more excessive. He raised a beer bottle high, shouting insults, blaming all misfortune on the girl before fiercely swinging it down. Just as the bottle was about to strike, a hand reached out to block it. Yu Dong did not expect someone would dare intervene. He glared to the side. The one who appeared was Liu Feng. He said coldly, enough, leave on your own, or do you want me to send you off? Yu Dong stammered, it is you. The atmosphere suddenly quieted, the beer bottles slipped from their struggle and shattered on the ground. Yu Dong fell to the ground in panic, looking miserable. Why are you here? Liu Feng did not bother to answer, only bending down to help Hong Yi up. Are you all right? The people nearby were dissatisfied. He is caring about that girl again, truly disgusting. Others spoke maliciously, saying the girl deserved to be abandoned. Slanderous words rang incessantly in his ears. Liu Feng paused briefly. Hong Yi looked up at him, her small body covered in overlapping wounds. Gazing into those deep red eyes, Liu Feng felt a slight shiver. That cold gaze gave him a strange sense of familiarity. Liu Feng felt as if he had been dragged back to his childhood, when he himself had been shunned by everyone, those harsh words still echoing in his ears, saying he had brought death to his parents. Truly unlucky, do not let us see him again, stay away from him. The look in Liu Feng's eyes back then was no different from the emotion hidden deep within Hong Yi's eyes at this moment. He silently watched the little girl, a faint bitterness rising in his heart as if he were seeing his former self. Although he had long buried the past, Liu Feng now only cared about the girl before him. Are you hurt? Let me take you to find a doctor, all right. Seeing Hong Yi still wary, Liu Feng gave a gentle smile, softly reassuring her not to worry. He was not a bad person. Realizing his words sounded awkward, he scratched his head in embarrassment. It seemed that anyone claiming to be good only made others doubt more. Hong Yi lifted her guarded gaze and slowly asked, "Do you not hate me?" Liu Feng gently patted her head and comforted her. How could he possibly hate her? She was so adorable. While the two were still speaking, Gu Dong regained his senses. He drew the short blade at his waist and rushed forward, growling that it was all because of you, today you will pay. Just when he thought victory was certain, another Liu Feng appeared behind him and firmly seized his arm. Seeing yet another identical figure, Gu Dong was stunned in terror. He cried out in shock, "What is going on?" Liu Feng did not answer. He merely held Hong Yi gently in his arms and softly said that children should not look at this. Behind them, his clone swiftly subdued Gu Dong, the scene stained in red, sending chills down the spine. The onlookers immediately scattered in panic, when Hao was the first to flee, shouting as he ran that they must report to the Ministry of Justice. At that moment, Hong Yi suddenly pushed Liu Feng away with all her strength from within his embrace. Right then, a drop of warm liquid fell onto the girl's tender face. Hong Yi lightly licked the red streak on her cheek and calmly asked if this was the taste of someone else's blood. Liu Feng took in the entire scene, a chill flashing through his heart. This child was truly unusual. He quickly regained his composure and reached out to her. "Come with me, I will take you home." Faced with his enthusiasm, Hong Yi replied coldly that she had no home. After speaking, the little girl slowly stood up. She turned and walked away. Liu Feng stared after her in a daze, thinking her temperament was truly stubborn. Just when he thought everything had ended, Hong Yi suddenly staggered and collapsed right before him. Seeing her faint, Liu Feng had no choice but to lift her up, anxiously telling himself to quickly find a doctor. In his haste, he did not notice that he had just brushed past a mysterious figure with a covered face. Beneath the hood, Lei Ting's ferocious face was revealed. He gritted his teeth while staring after them, not expecting that man was still alive. Liu Feng carried Hong Yi through the streets, anxiously searching but unable to find a single pharmacy. Looking at the unconscious girl in his arms, he recalled how he once used internal energy to heal Su Fei. Perhaps that method would also help her. Thinking so, Liu Feng immediately circulated his power and transmitted internal energy into Hong Yi's body. He quickly sensed something unusual and looked down in shock. How could this be? Seeing she had yet to awaken, Liu Feng calmed himself and thought that her meridians were quite similar to his, only a few vital channels matched. Otherwise he would have believed she also came from another world. While he was still deep in thought, Hong Yi's closed eyes slowly opened. Seeing her awake, Liu Feng exclaimed in delight, "You are awake. I did not expect it to truly work." As soon as she opened her eyes, Hong Yi showed discomfort and tilted her head away from his hand. The stubborn girl jumped out of his arms, her small feet touching the cold ground. Hong Yi tried to leave again. Liu Feng hurriedly stopped her. "You are still injured, do not run around." In his haste, he accidentally tore the shoulder of her clothing. The sudden situation left Liu Feng stiff with embarrassment, repeatedly apologizing. It was already late at night. The scene shifted to a clothing shop specializing in women's garments. Yu Mai, the shop owner, happily accepted the money pouch from Liu Feng, praising him for his generosity and telling him to choose whichever set he liked. Liu Feng turned to coax Hong Yi, "Let me compensate you with a new outfit. Whichever you like, I will get it for you." The girl glanced around and replied that he was volunteering to compensate. She did not owe him. Seeing her soften slightly, Liu Feng nodded in confirmation. Yes, he was compensating her, he owed her. After looking for a while, Hong Yi decisively pointed at a striking red dress. "I want that one." Liu Feng frowned slightly, thinking the color was too bright, and gently advised that it was not pretty, choose another. He casually picked up an elegant blue dress beside it and suggested this one instead, pure and fresh. A little girl would surely look adorable in it. Hong Yi did not even spare it a glance, and firmly said she only liked that one. Liu Feng pretended not to hear, and continued picking out various clothes of different colors. What about this maid outfit, or perhaps a female student uniform? No matter how hard he tried, Hong Yi still turned her face away, unmoved. Her gaze remained fixed on the red dress, as she repeated that she only wanted it. In the end, Liu Feng conceded and brought the red dress to Yu Mai, asking if she could allow his younger sister to bathe and change clothes. Though Hyumai felt something strange, she maintained her professionalism and replied that there was a bathroom in the back. She would lead his younger sister there. She smiled and walked ahead to guide the way, inviting the young lady to follow her. Hongyi remained standing still, her face cold and expressionless. Looking into those red eyes, Hyumai shuddered slightly, her initial composure fading. Noticing that fear, Hongyi snatched the red dress and walked in herself, saying she could bathe on her own. Door opened and then closed, her small figure disappearing behind it. Only Liu Feng and Hyumai remained in the shop. She trembled and whispered, "My lord, is that girl a demoness, those eyes?" Hearing this, Liu Feng's expression darkened. He sternly said she was his younger sister, not a demoness, and told her to watch her words. After an unknown amount of time passed, Liu Feng waited until he yawned. Suddenly his eyes caught a movement outside the door, and he quickly rushed out to check. On the silent street, he cautiously scanned the surroundings. Could he have sensed wrongly? There had clearly been killing intent just now. While he was searching outside, a strange sound echoed from within the shop. Liu Feng immediately turned back, unease rising in his heart. It was Hongyi's voice. Hyumai waved her hands in panic, saying it had nothing to do with her, she knew nothing. Liu Feng did not suspect her and hurried toward the room, wondering if someone had lured him away. "Do not be afraid, I am here." He pushed the door open anxiously and asked if she was all right. Before him was Hongyi sitting on the floor, clutching her arm in pain. Hearing the noise, the girl lifted her innocent eyes toward the doorway. A moment later, while drying her hair, Liu Feng sighed in relief. So she had climbed onto a chair to reach something and slipped. He had thought something had happened to her. Hongyi obediently sat still as he dried her hair and softly asked that everyone feared her. Why was he not afraid and even saved her? Liu Feng smiled and immediately replied that she was only a child. What reason did he have to be afraid? But Hongyi did not believe him. She said she was considered to bear a demon's curse. Even her relatives wanted to eliminate her, saying she would bring disaster. Liu Feng caught that detail and asked in astonishment, "Cursed by a demon?" Hongyi pointed to her red eyes, her voice lowering. This blood-like color was the mark of a demon. Did he not find it frightening? To soothe her, Liu Feng gently patted her head and looked at her warmly, saying not at all. Instead, he found her very adorable and close. Hongyi asked why. He ruffled his own hair and joked that their hair colors were similar. Moreover, he found her eyes very beautiful. Yet Hongyi still muttered in disbelief, thinking he was only deceiving her. The girl seemed to sink into the darkness within her heart, wondering why someone did not fear those eyes, why someone said he liked her. Even her own family wanted to harm her. Why did he not hate her? All his words were lies. Her emotions surged as she sprang up and shouted that he was deceiving her. No one would empathize with someone cursed by a demon. Even her family feared her. Hongyi's eyes were filled with despair as she looked at reality. She burst into tears. "I do not believe you could possibly understand me." Seeing that the little girl was still doubtful, Liu Feng could only sigh helplessly. He gently took those tiny hands, his steady gaze meeting Hongyi's eyes directly. Facing those eyes that were both youthful and insecure, he said firmly, "I truly empathize with you." Those words made Hongyi look up in surprise. She softly exclaimed, "Huh." Liu Feng gently embraced her small body, comforting her in a soft voice. "I am not afraid of your eyes. If you do not mind, from now on let me be your family." Hongyi only heard those words clearly, her eyes widening in shock. He was not afraid of her, and even said he understood her. Seeing that she was gradually calming down, Liu Feng let go and asked, "Right, I still do not know your name." Hongyi froze for a moment, glanced at the red dress she was wearing and stammered, Hongyi, my name is Hongyi." Noticing that she had steadied herself, Liu Feng smiled and took her hand as they walked out. "Come on, I will take you home." Hearing those two words, Hongyi repeated blankly, "Home." Understanding her confusion, Liu Feng affirmed, "From now on wherever I am, that place is your home." As they walked, he added, "But our home also has rules." Hongyi curiously asked what they were. He replied, "The first is do not mind what others say. As long as you live happily, that is enough." Realizing his goodwill, Hongyi gently nodded, her lips curling into a faint smile. In the shop, Liu Feng continued picking out a few more items for her, muttering, "Still need to arrange the clothes, trim the hair neatly, and figure out how to tie the bow." The scene shifted to a vast castle submerged in the night. It was the residence of Grand Duke Ao-Ti. In the great hall, Ao-He spoke with the man in a black cloak, praising him. "Your strength is truly extraordinary. With your support, the human race's chances of victory will increase by several points." The man in black was Lei Ting. He replied calmly, "I have a grudge against the beast race, so naturally I will stand with the human race." Ao-Ti clapped his hands in satisfaction. "Excellent. Never-setting sun now has 2 more 9th rank experts. Truly a blessing for the human race." Seeing that Lei Ting seemed puzzled, he explained, "We also have another ninth rank named Liu Feng. Tomorrow we will hold a banquet for you two to meet." Lei Ting showed no emotion, thinking to himself, Liu Feng has reached the ninth rank, no wonder he recognized my aura. Thinking so, he waved his hand modestly. "I need to focus on cultivation and will not attend the banquet. I will naturally appear on the day of the decisive battle." Seeing how mysterious he was, Ti suggested staying at the city lord's residence. "I will arrange the quietest place for you to cultivate." Lei Ting did not think much of it. He turned and walked away. "I only ask to represent never-setting sun in battle. See you on that day." Watching his back, Ti wondered if he was a spy. He reassured him that the beast race never trusted the human race. Moreover, they had investigated thoroughly. He was indeed one of them. Hearing that, Ti breathed a sigh of relief. "If so, we will surely wash away our old hatred in this decisive battle." Beneath the star-filled sky, a figure walked silently through the night. Just after leaving the city lord's residence, Lei Ting was blocked by a black cat. Cam in the form of a black cat spoke in a bewitching voice. "Is everything going smoothly?" Lei Ting revealed a sinister smile, reporting that he had gained the human race's trust. The plan was progressing smoothly. The cat lightly leapt onto the wall and vanished into the darkness. "Leave it to me." Left alone, Lei Ting ground his teeth, burning with thoughts of revenge. "You made me lose everything. I will make the human race pay." The scene shifted back to Liu Feng's residence, the blazing mercenary camp. In front of the room, clothes and belongings were scattered everywhere. The scene was extremely messy. Anya looked around the room, seeing nothing worth praising. "Is this your home? It is not even as good as where I used to stay." Liu Feng scratched his head awkwardly. "After all, it is a place where several men live." Then his eyes lit up. "Wait a moment, let me show you." He created a gust of wind that swept the scattered items outside. In just a moment the room was tidy. Liu Feng said excitedly, "All done. Swift wind style is truly a great help for housework." Anya's red eyes sparkled. She looked at him with admiration. Liu Feng asked proudly, "Impressive, want to learn?" Hong Yi immediately replied, "I do. I also want to be as strong as you." Then her gaze dimmed, her voice growing softer. "But everyone says I am cursed and cannot cultivate." Liu Feng rubbed her head. "Do not listen to that. As long as you follow me, you will definitely learn." Suddenly he remembered something, where his big brother Kang Si. "I need to ask if there is a spare room." Not long after, he found Kang Si drunk and lying on the ground, muttering about drinking more. Liu Feng could only sigh. This drinking habit must have been taught to Zio Jin by you. Kang Si still turned his face and slept soundly. Liu Feng had no choice but to shout loudly to wake him. The shout startled him awake, his eyes hazy as he muttered, "Why do I hear brother Liu?" Seeing Liu Feng truly in front of him, he happily jumped up. "You are back." The table beside him suddenly flipped over, causing him a painful collision. That sight made Liu Feng cover his forehead in exasperation. Kang Si still rubbed his head in confusion. "I only bumped lightly. Why is everything in such a mess?" When he became more sober, Liu Feng introduced, "Big brother, this is Hong Yi. From now on she will live with us." Hearing that name, Kang Si blushed and asked blankly who Hong Yi was. Under his curious gaze was the little girl's small face. His curiosity quickly turned into panic. In Kang Si's eyes, Hong Yi was like the legend of the red-eyed witch. He cried out in fear, "It is you." Then he spoke sternly, "Everyone knows about the red-eyed witch. It is said that since she was born her family met misfortune one after another. Her father once wanted to kill her." Liu Feng heard this for the first time and asked what happened afterward. Kang Si lowered his voice and continued, "Her house mysteriously caught fire. Her father died. Only she survived and wandered throughout the city." After hearing it, Liu Feng did not feel fear, only pity for the girl. Kang Si whispered, "We cannot keep her. People say she brings disaster." As soon as he finished speaking, a chilling noise came from the large cabinet beside them. The cabinet suddenly fell onto Kang Si's head, making him dizzy. He cried out that disaster had arrived. The cabinet pressed down, trapping him under its weight. Liu Feng calmly said Big Brother was too happy and fainted. "We will ask again tomorrow." Early the next morning, Liu Feng kept his promise to teach Hong Yi martial arts. He split a melon into two. His hand rotated to create a stream of true qi, half for you, half for him. He lowered his hand, closed his eyes and breathed evenly. Hong Yi quickly followed. Liu Feng explained that to learn swift wind style one must first master Tai Kai. Try performing a full set. Under his guidance, Hong Yi practiced diligently. A little lower, slower, extend your right hand straight. After only 1 hour, Liu Feng noticed the wind in the yard gradually gathering more strongly. A large sphere of wind had already formed in Hong Yi's hand. Liu Feng stared without blinking and murmured, "What is going on?" The swirling wind formed a distinct yin and yang Tai Kai pattern. She relaxed her hands, and the wind gradually dissipated. Liu Feng was astonished, thinking she had stirred the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on her own. Could she be a rare genius? Seeing his strange look, Hongyi asked anxiously, did I do something wrong? Liu Feng hurriedly waved his hand in praise, yet inwardly he was shocked that without being taught how to guide qi she had done it herself. Moreover, she had memorized all of Tai Kai in just 1 hour. Hongyi wondered about something else. With movements that slow, how can it be used to defeat an opponent? Liu Feng explained that martial arts are not for killing, but for protecting oneself and others. At that moment, Kang Si, with his head tightly wrapped in bandages, ran over shouting, Brother Liu. The moment he appeared, Liu Feng smiled brightly and raised his hand in greeting, Brother Kang Si, you are awake. As he was hurrying forward, Kang Si suddenly halted, a trace of caution flashing in his eyes as he looked toward Hongyi. Right after that, he walked around to stand beside Liu Feng and lowered his voice to ask, Brother Liu, why is that little girl still here? Noticing the wariness in Kang Si's gaze, Hongyi frowned slightly. Hearing him ask that, Liu Feng quickly waved his hand, Brother Kang Si, do not get worked up. How about letting you decide whether she should stay or not? Kang Si asked in surprise, what do you mean? Liu Feng pointed at Hongyi and suggested, Brother, try sparring with her. If you win she leaves, if she wins she stays, how about it? The moment he finished speaking, both Kang Si and Hongyi widened their eyes in shock. What? Kang Si suddenly understood in his heart, Brother Liu must feel awkward driving that witch away directly, so he wants me to step in. That way even if she leaves she cannot blame us. Yes, that must be it. After thinking it through, he immediately nodded, fine, but she does not even have battle aura. How can she fight me? Liu Feng replied calmly, I do not have battle aura or magic either. Are you certain you can beat me? He even added a condition, brother cannot use battle aura and may only use 50% of his strength. Kang Si scratched his cheek and laughed lazily. Do not worry, I would not bully a child. After settling that side, Liu Feng turned to Hongyi, rubbed her head and instructed, go on, use the move I just taught you to test it out, then you will understand that sometimes slow can be powerful. Hongyi was brimming with spirit, her fists clenched tightly with determination. Two quickly took their stances. Kang Si asked if she was ready, and the girl answered firmly that she was. The instant he heard that, Kang Si rushed forward and threw a punch. I am attacking now, be careful. In the blink of an eye, the fist was already upon her. Hongyi hurriedly raised her hands to shield her face and block. However, the force was too strong and sent the girl staggering backward. Fortunately, Liu Feng caught her in time and softly reminded, be careful, do not clash head-on. He even called out loudly, did you not say you would only use 50% of your strength? Kang Si scratched his head and laughed awkwardly, I really did use 50%, how about we try again? The match began again. Liu Feng stood behind and reminded Hongyi, use softness to overcome hardness, borrow force to return force. On the other side, Kang Si told himself, this time I will only use 30% of my strength. After saying that, he raised his fist again and charged straight at the girl. Seeing the punch about to strike, Hongyi murmured in her mind, borrow force to strike force. Suddenly understanding, she skillfully placed her hand on Kang Si's wrist and redirected the attack. It was Kang Si's turn to lose his balance, his whole body pitching forward. Hongyi quickly pushed lightly at his back, causing him to fall flat on the ground. Lying on the ground for a while, Kang Si was still stunned, muttering how he had ended up falling like that. Liu Feng walked over with a smile and asked, well, is that slow move powerful or not? Hongyi replied excitedly, it is very powerful. The result was clear. Liu Feng looked at Kang Si, brother you lost, though unwilling, he still said he would keep his word, she can stay. Seeing that he was still worried, Liu Feng assured him, I swear on my honor Hongyi is not a witch. Kang Si rubbed his head and replied, whatever you say. Just then an alarm rang out, this is bad. There are beastmen causing trouble in the city. Quickly inform Lord Aohe. Hearing the news, Liu Feng gritted his teeth, anger flaring in his heart at the beastmen causing chaos. The city fell into turmoil. Panic cries rang out everywhere, run, it is a beastman. In the middle of the street, a ferocious minotaur was wreaking havoc. The guards swiftly surrounded him. The commander shouted, stop him. Do not let him charge into the civilians, everyone stay calm. In a place out of sight, a man in black stood beside a cat, silently observing. Lei Ting crossed his arms and sneered. Just one troublemaker is enough to probe the defensive layout and the positions of the guards. NHA retorted, to get him into the city we paid quite a price. Lei Ting replied indifferently, the higher the price the greater the gain, the longer he wreaks havoc the more information we gather. Before long, more and more guards rushed over, forming several layers around the Minotaur. Seeing that, he grew even more frenzied, throwing his head back and letting out a long, excited howl. Then he charged into the encirclement. An old woman and her young grandson were too weak to dodge in time. Suddenly, the old woman tripped over a stone by the roadside. Seeing her fall, the boy hurriedly knelt down to help her, and that scene caught the Minotaur's eye. As the old woman turned her head, she sensed something was wrong. The Minotaur was already closing in on the two of them. In that critical instant, Liu Feng rushed forward and stood in front of them. He planted his feet firmly, channeling his energy as he said, "Hong Yi, watch closely. This is 4 ounces deflect 1,000 pounds of Taichai." As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of inner energy spiraled and gathered before him. Liu Feng's hands skillfully coiled around the opponent's horns, guiding them with the stance of dual principle. Something unbelievable happened. That massive body was lifted off the ground. Before he could understand what was happening, he was already spun around dizzyingly by the guiding force. Everyone stared in shock, while Hong Yi's eyes shone brightly with admiration. From above, NHA shouted angrily, "You idiot, move aside." Lei Ting said calmly, "It is not that he does not want to move, he simply cannot break free." NHA was surprised, "Cannot break free." Lei Ting explained that the stronger the force Liu Feng faced, the harder his move was to break. He stared intently at Liu Feng, thinking to himself that this did not resemble magic nor an ordinary martial skill. After being spun for quite a while, the Minotaur gradually ran out of strength. His massive body wobbled unsteadily. Finally, he collapsed onto the ground, his vision spinning. Seeing the danger resolved, Liu Feng clapped his hands in satisfaction. "It is done." Hong Yi ran over and exclaimed, "So that move is that powerful." Liu Feng smiled proudly. "Taichai is the essence of Eastern martial arts." Hong Yi imitated the rotating hand motion and asked how to practice this move. "I want to learn." But after spinning a few times she felt dizzy. Liu Feng smiled, "I will teach you carefully when we get back." After that he helped the old woman to her feet and kindly asked if she was hurt. The old woman gratefully thanked him. Liu Feng humbly told her not to stand on ceremony. While they were talking, the Minotaur gradually regained consciousness, his face filled with fury. His bloodshot eyes widened as he charged toward Hong Yi. Liu Feng was startled, thinking could it be that he reacts to red like bulls on earth. Everything happened too fast. He only had time to shout, "Hong Yi, move away." His enormous body cast a shadow over the petite girl. Liu Feng immediately rushed over, seeing Hong Yi frozen in fear. Just as that claw was about to strike, he managed to pull the girl into his arms and used gale steps to leave the dangerous spot. Losing his prey, the Minotaur roared furiously as he watched them. Then he continued chasing after the two of them. Liu Feng remained calm as he patted Hong Yi's head, "Stay here obediently." Then he turned around, his gaze shifting from gentle to icy in an instant. Liu Feng summoned his sword, his voice turning low. "I had planned to spare your life to hand you over to Brother Ao He to deal with, but you dared to touch the little lowly." Liu Feng's face darkened, fury burning in his eyes. He frowned and said, "Now I have changed my mind." As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Feng leapt forward, his sword slashing decisively toward the bull-headed enemy. Upon landing, Liu Feng calmly sheathed his sword as if everything was already over. Behind him, the bull-headed enemy stood frozen, the slash across his body draining all expression from his face. But in the next instant, Liu Feng's expression changed. Seeing hot blood spray out, he cried out in alarm, "Hong Yi, get away quickly." He immediately rushed over and pulled Hong Yi away just as the bull-headed enemy body crashed heavily to the ground. Only after reaching a safe spot did Liu Feng slowly land with Hong Yi. He lifted the little girl in his arms, his gaze gentle as he checked her over before letting out a sigh of relief. Luckily it was in time, otherwise the clothes would be dirty, washing them would be troublesome. That action angered someone. NHA swung her claws and left 3 long marks on the wall. She raised her sharp claws, her voice filled with rage. "So infuriating, meow meow, who is that human? I want to deal with him." Lei Ting beside her remained calm. He said confidently, "There is no need for you to act, I will handle him myself." NHA asked in surprise, "Do you know him?" But Lei Ting did not answer and only urged, "Ao He is about to arrive, we must leave." In an instant, the figures of 1 man and 1 cat vanished without leaving any trace. Below, the guard squad had just rushed over and quickly inspected the bull-headed enemy corpse. Liu Feng asked Hong Yi with concern, "Were you afraid just now?" The little girl calmly shook her head no. Hearing that, Liu Feng smiled lightly and praised her bravery. Not far away, Ao He's voice rang out sternly, "Seal off the entire city and investigate how the spy managed to infiltrate." The guards responded in unison, "Understood." Afterward, Ao He turned to the two of them, his tone friendly, "Brother Liu, this time it was fortunate to have you." Liu Feng thought to himself it was just like in police films arriving at the end. He complained slightly, "Brother Ao He, you really came late." He did not argue and gently explained that he had to receive students from the 4 great academies and could not arrive earlier. Liu Feng immediately caught the key point. The people from the 4 great academies have already arrived. He nodded and said they had planned to come a few days later but changed their schedule. While speaking, He gaze suddenly lowered and fell upon Hong Yi standing beside him. Seeing the little girl, he appeared slightly flustered and stammered, "This is." Without letting him finish, Liu Feng nudged His chest and smiled as he explained, "This is my younger sister, her name is Hong Yi." He understood and hurriedly praised the little girl for being adorable, inwardly thinking that brother Liu daring to take a demon girl as his sister was truly bold. Liu Feng draped an arm around His shoulder in familiarity, winked meaningfully and introduced, "This is brother He, my friend. My current residence was also arranged by him." Hong Yi obediently greeted him, "Greetings, brother." Facing that innocent face, He thought forget it as long as brother Liu is happy, then smiled in response. He turned to Liu Feng and suggested taking the opportunity to observe the strength of the academy group. Liu Feng curiously asked, "Had you not already known?" He smiled inscrutably and said, "Seeing with your own eyes is better. Besides, I will serve as their instructor, so it is convenient to meet them now." Liu Feng rubbed the back of his neck and replied, "I have not yet agreed to be an instructor." He immediately put on a pitiful look, "We are good friends. With such deep friendship, how could you refuse?" Knowing he was being pressed, Liu Feng raised his hand in surrender. "Fine, I agree." Having achieved his aim, He smiled brightly and led the way. "Brother Liu is indeed straightforward, let us go." Before leaving, He also invited Hong Yi to come along. Hong Yi had already nodded, so Liu Feng did not object, thinking it would be a good chance to see what the students of the 4 great academies were like. If Wei were still alive, she would surely represent Star Blue in battle. The scene shifted to the white arena, where quite a crowd had gathered in the center. He together with Liu Feng and Hong Yi slowly approached. A man with a brown band wrapped around his forehead recognized He and wondered who the weak-looking person beside him was. Huan Ding beside him even asked why a child was brought along. As they drew near, Liu Feng released Hong Yi's hand and told her to stand aside and watch without running around. "I have asked He to prepare a seat and some food for you." After saying that, he and He walked toward the group. He introduced them as students of the 4 great academies but said the most troublesome one had not arrived. Liu Feng was surprised. He grimaced and said she found training a waste of time, so she did not participate. Liu Feng laughed and praised her for being straightforward. The two stood before the students. He solemnly introduced, "This is the instructor responsible for your training, Liu Feng." He greeted them politely. Zhan immediately objected, saying he is about our age, so how can he be an instructor? Huan Ding also echoed that he could not sense any aura of a strong expert from him. He was momentarily speechless, while Liu Feng calmly asked, "Do you think I am not qualified?" The young girl voice rang out with mockery, "Someone without magic or battle aura wants to be our instructor. How ridiculous." He recognized the voice and grimaced, saying, "Did she not claim she would not come?" Nicola Zhu appeared from behind and coldly said, "If you want to be an instructor, defeat me first." Liu Feng whispered, "Is that the most troublesome one?" He confirmed she is the genius of Star Blue Academy and the eldest young lady of the Nicola Zhu family. Nicola Zhu spoke first. "Lord He, is this the person you arranged?" In her eyes, Liu Feng was merely someone without magic or battle aura. She contemptuously called him a cripple. Nicola Zhu's gaze turned icy, her words questioning whether this was an insult to the 4 great academy. Liu Feng curled his lips, thinking, if not for brother He being here, I would not be so polite. At that moment, a pair of red shoes appeared before everyone's eyes. Hong Yi angrily shouted, "You are not allowed to speak about Liu Feng like that." Energy radiated from the little girl, causing the crowd to freeze in shock. Hong Yi's red eyes widened, her gaze full of warning. Struck by that gaze, Nicola Zhu's momentum diminished somewhat. The killing intent was too heavy. Liu Feng behind her felt touched and praised Hong Yi for knowing to protect me. He gently patted the little girl's head. Nicola Zhu remained cold but realized that gaze was meant as intimidation and not something from an ordinary person. Under the warmth of his hand, Hong Yi gradually calmed down. Liu Feng spoke in rebuttal, "Miss Nicola Zhu, do you know what it means to be a frog at the bottom of a well? Do not use the knowledge of the 4 great academies to judge us." His expression remained amiable, but his words were provocative. "Even if you are geniuses, in my eyes you are nothing." The crowd immediately erupted. Someone without magic dares to speak so arrogantly, truly ignorant of heaven and earth. Captain, let me teach him a lesson. Liu Feng even deliberately emphasized the name Nicola Zhu as a challenge. Targeted like that, Nicola Zhu drew her sword in anger and declared you will pay the price. Corner of Liu Feng's lips curled slightly, knowing he had successfully provoked her. He signaled Ao He to step back and said he wished to spar with them, asking him to take Hong Yi aside to rest. Ao He held the worried Hong Yi and softly reminded do not go too far. Before stepping forward, Liu Feng winked to reassure Hong Yi, just trust me. Hearing that, the little girl felt more at ease and focused intently on his back. Liu Feng stepped forward to face Nicola Zhu and loudly said starting with you. Zhan interrupted saying wait, trash like you is not worthy of Miss Nicola acting, I will fight you. Lam Dong laughed loudly and joined in, daring to be rude to a lady. Why not kneel and admit you are trash 3 times and we will spare you. Yang Sa stepped out with a show of gallantry, saying Miss Nicola please wait, this sort we will handle. Seeing the 3 of them posture, Liu Feng understood they merely wished to show off before the beauty. He closed his eyes and shook his head, his face filled with disdain, truly inexperienced and thinking the world revolves around them. Then Liu Feng raised his hand and said in that case the 3 of you come together. Nicola Zhu was startled and the crowd behind immediately buzzed, thinking he must have been frightened into madness to dare such arrogance. Zhan did not want to argue further. He immediately raised his fist and charged straight at Liu Feng. Stop talking big. 1 punch from me is enough to make you drop and call for your ancestors. Facing Zhan's surging momentum, Liu Feng remained calm as ever, not a trace of fear showing. The opponent closed in. Liu Feng seized the moment and threw a straight punch into Zhan's chest. Yang Sa and Lam Dong stared in shock. Yang Sa could not help exclaiming that the strike was so precise. Even Nicola Zhu could not maintain her usual cold expression. She softly remarked that the energy was truly unusual. Liu Feng deliberately held back, his hand resting across Zhan's throat as he calmly said that if he wished, he would not still be standing there. Zhan stared at the hand before his throat yet remained stubborn. Impossible, it must have been luck. How could he lose to someone who does not know magic? Hearing that, Liu Feng curled his lips and decided to raise the level, casually shoving the opponent away. Zhan's sturdy body was sent flying back like a light ball under that force. Liu Feng calmly said he would give him another round. Not stopping there, he spoke words that stunned everyone. Come at me together. It seems you are only on his level at best. Lam Dong and Gang Sa grew angrier as they listened, inwardly cursing the arrogant man before them. Unable to endure it, Gang Sa raised his sword and shouted that he had never shown mercy. If he dared to be insolent, he would silence him. Lam Dong immediately summoned her staff as well, her face darkening. If he dared to anger her, he would not have peace. Even kneeling to beg now would be useless. The air grew taut as a drawn bowstring. The 3 of them charged at Liu Feng at once with overwhelming force. Among the 3, Gang Sa led the charge, his sword tip aimed straight at the target as he swiftly closed in. Facing that lightning-fast slash, Liu Feng remained composed and lightly sidestepped to evade it. Behind him, Lam Dong immediately acted, raising her staff high and activating magic. The effect came instantly. Liu Feng's legs were frozen in place by a layer of ice. Yet he did not panic in the slightest. Instead, a faint smile appeared. Wind magic is quite interesting. Not giving him time, Gang Sa was already upon him with a decisive slash. This time Liu Feng did not dodge. He directly swung his sword to block the incoming blade. Even with his legs locked, Gang Sa still could not gain the upper hand. At that moment, Zhan leapt high into the air, his glowing fist hurtling forward. With his legs restrained and his hand occupied with the sword, Liu Feng could only watch the blazing fist draw near. Seeing him standing still, the crowd burst into laughter, believing victory was certain. Some even mocked that begging for mercy now might still be in time. But Liu Feng did not waver at all. He even praised them. The coordination is quite decent. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent surge of power erupted from his body, activating quadruple strike. First shockwave sent Gang Sa flying like a leaf before the wind. Lam Dong behind him turned pale, unable to dodge the figure crashing toward her. Gang Sa fell heavily onto Lam Dong with his massive armor, knocking her unconscious. Only Zhan remained charging forward, while Liu Feng was already prepared to meet him. Liu Feng's blade swept across Zhan's throat in an instant. Even so, he stopped in time, the sword tip halting right at the opponent's neck. Zhan trembled as he looked at the blade before his throat, clearly not expecting the outcome to reverse like this. After a moment, he released his grip and softly said that he admitted defeat. Those words caused an uproar among the surrounding crowd. Some asked in astonishment what had just happened for the situation to reverse so quickly. On the other side, Lam Dong had just awakened and cried out from being crushed, urging Gang Sa to get up quickly. Nicola Zhu looked at the scene, slightly furrowing her brows as she coldly remarked that it was truly disgraceful. Liu Feng turned to Hong Yi with a smile and asked if he was impressive. The girl responded with eyes full of admiration. The three defeated lowered their heads and left amid the murmurs. Some even said, if you are capable, then you go up and try. It did not end there. Liu Feng looked at Nicola Zhu and called her name. Now it is your turn. She confidently replied not to waste words. A new duel began once more in the tense atmosphere. Nicola Zhu raised her sword and charged straight at Liu Feng. When she thought she had struck the target, before her eyes there was only a fading wisp of smoke. Liu Feng's voice sounded behind her, "Your sword is too slow." Nicola Zhu was inwardly shaken by that reaction speed. Despite the surprise, she quickly spun around and unleashed consecutive strikes toward him. Seeing the ground covered in crisscrossing slashes while he remained unharmed, Liu Feng mocked that she had never fought in real combat. Her sword lacked strength and was chaotic. Struck at the core, Nicola Zhu flushed red with anger, her voice choking with fury. She poured all her strength into her arm, fiercely swinging her sword at Liu Feng and shouting for him to shut up. The attack seemed powerful, yet Liu Feng caught it between two fingers. He calmly asked if she was already angry. With her sword firmly held, Nicola Zhu tried to pull it back and shouted for him to release it. Liu Feng coldly commented that her strikes were slow, her grip weak, her footwork chaotic and without discipline. After saying that, he flicked the sword aside, making her stagger. With such strength, she still dares call herself a genius. Driven to the extreme, Nicola Zhu clenched her sword hilt tightly, vowing to defeat him. Immediately after, she unleashed consecutive radiant golden sword energies, forcing Liu Feng to dodge continuously. Suddenly, as Liu Feng moved to deal with his opponent, he glanced at the golden stream of sword energy beside him and thought to himself that this move was truly strange. Those streaks of sword light could even condense into distinct shapes in midair. While Liu Feng was still lost in thought, a chilling slash brushed past his shoulder. Armor on his shoulder tore open a small piece. Liu Feng drew a sharp breath, inwardly shocked by that terrifying sharpness. The crowd standing around immediately burst into exclamation, recognizing it as Nicola Zhu's family ultimate technique named Full Moon Rain Slash. Some even asserting that once she completed a full circle of the moon, her opponent would certainly be defeated. Though he already knew the name of the move, Liu Feng could only retreat and defend, secretly calculating that to extinguish her arrogance, he had to Chinese letter this technique and make her concede wholeheartedly. On the opposite side, Nicola Zhu had nearly finished all preparations for the decisive strike. Immediately after, she swung her sword, her gaze icy cold, unleashing Full Moon Rain Slash. As for Liu Feng, he seemed to have found a way to respond. He directly raised his sword to block Nicola Zhu's attack. The two streams of sword energy collided violently, creating a powerful shockwave that forced the surrounding people back from the aftermath. From within the erupting mass of fiery light, Nicola Zhu was also blasted backward, the sword in her hand flying out of control. She slid a long distance across the ground, her face pale from the tremendous pressure she had just endured. After a while, Nicola Zhu regained her senses, frowning as she wiped the trace of red from the corner of her lips. In front of her, Liu Feng strode forward proudly and declared in a ringing voice that she had lost. Hearing those words, Nicola Zhu's eyes turned vacant, inwardly refusing to accept it. How could she lose to someone regarded as a crippled martial waste? Surrounding students whispered among themselves, some regretting that the ultimate technique had been Chinese letter, others worrying that the reputation of Tin Lam Academy would be affected if the matter spread. Every word of discussion entering her ears made Nicola Zhu tremble. She told herself she could not let the Nicola family bear disgrace. Her gaze suddenly became unusually resolute, two fingers resting against her lips as a powerful surge of energy spread, as if she intended to perform a forbidden art. But at the very moment she was about to release that power, a hand firmly grasped her wrist. Nicola Zhu looked over and saw it was Liu Feng. He calmly told her to stop here. Yet anger made her almost unable to hear, her hands still directed toward Liu Feng. Liu Feng struggled to hold her wrist, frowning as he complained that she truly was a difficult young lady. Hearing that, Nicola Zhu immediately flared up, demanding through clenched teeth what he had just said. Liu Feng did not wish to argue further, coldly reminding her that he still had to instruct everyone and had no time to indulge her. If she wanted to continue displaying her young lady temper before the crowd, then so be it. The one who would lose face would still be her family. Hearing that, Nicola Zhu finally calmed down, turning her face away as if accepting reality. She withdrew her hand from Liu Feng's grasp, turning around resentfully and telling him to speak and see what exactly he intended to announce. After settling matters, Liu Feng turned to the students and asked if anyone still thought he was unqualified to be an instructor. Kang Sa spoke first, representing the Dragon God Knight Academy in requesting instruction. Then Lam Dong and Shijan also expressed similar attitudes in turn. Only Nicolas Zhu remained silent. For Liu Feng, this result was enough to satisfy him. Indeed, only strength could truly convince them. Seeing that only Nicolas Zhu had yet to speak, Hao Haiyan softly called out to her. In the end, she finally spoke, yet still stubborn, wanting her to acknowledge him as instructor was out of the question. Such a temperament left even Liu Feng helpless. He merely shrugged lightly and let her be. After that, Liu Feng addressed the students, announcing that training would begin tomorrow. Gather here early in the morning, and all responded in unison. He raised his hand in signal and solemnly declared the first order dismissed. Nicolas Zhu, hearing this, asked in surprise if that was what he wanted to instruct. Liu Feng nodded casually, saying it was already late today. If she still wanted to compete, then another time. Now he had to take his younger sister home. As he spoke, he led Hongyi away, also advising her to give up the idea because she was not his opponent, then gently telling Hongyi to head home together. Seeing that calm attitude, Nicolas Zhu grew even more furious, inwardly remembering the name Liu Feng. Before long, the two had returned to the Zai Enhayat spirit mercenary group. Liu Feng muttered that at this hour that man had probably already awakened. He lowered his head to look at Hongyi, intending to take the opportunity to introduce her to him. Liu Feng chatted cheerfully with Hongyi, and while talking they arrived at the door of the house. Thinking everything was peaceful, unexpectedly a huge vortex of fire suddenly shot straight toward them from inside the house. Facing the fireball, Liu Feng instinctively retreated swiftly. He immediately lowered his body, letting the stream of fire graze over his head, slightly scorching his hair. With his hair still smoking, Liu Feng told Hongyi to wait outside while he went in to check the situation. After speaking, he rushed into the house that was blazing with heat. Before his eyes, Xiao Jin continuously spewed waves of fire, clearly the source of the earlier attack. Realizing it was not an intruder, Liu Feng angrily shouted at Xiao Jin, asking what he was doing. Hearing the call, Xiao Jin stopped, the flame that had just burst out being swallowed back into him. After that, Xiao Jin showed a wronged expression, clutching his round belly and trying hard to keep the fire from escaping. Seeing him silent, Liu Feng stepped forward and lifted him up, asking if he had gone mad. Pressed by the questioning, Xiao Jin burst into tears, saying Kang Si wanted to leave and he would not allow it. Liu Feng asked in surprise whether Kang Si truly wanted to go. Kang Si spread his hands to explain that he wanted to participate in the Grand Beast Clan duel. Staying would not help anything, and he had also received a letter from Bei Ta informing of a commission in Tin Lam City, so as leader he had to go there. After hearing this, Liu Feng was even more astonished, asking again if it was Tin Lam City. Kang Si affirmed that it was the capital of the Tin Lam Empire. Xiao Jin on Liu Feng's shoulder burst into tears, unwilling for Kang Si to leave and afraid of being abandoned. Liu Feng hurriedly corrected that even if left behind it would not be that serious. Afterward, Liu Feng spoke as if tacitly agreeing, telling Kang Si to go ahead and scout the way. Once he finished the duel, he would come to rendezvous. Kang Si slung his bag over his shoulder and prepared to set out. Xiao Jin waved a handkerchief reluctantly, telling him to be careful. Just then, Hongyi curiously poked her head inside. Seeing that, Liu Feng beckoned her in, asking why she was standing at the door. At the same time, he pushed Hongyi in front of Xiao Jin, saying he would make an introduction. Upon seeing a stranger, Xiao Jin immediately became alert, widening his eyes and asking who she was. Space suddenly fell silent as Xiao Jin and Hongyi's gazes met like invisible sparks. Liu Feng quickly intervened, holding Xiao Jin and introducing Hongyi as his younger sister, then turning to introduce Xiao Jin to her. However, Xiao Jin focused on something else, pouting and comparing because the introduction for Hongyi was a few words longer than his. In his mind appeared a vision of being replaced, imagining Liu Feng saying that Hongyi was the true family member while he had to leave. Thinking of that, Xiao Jin burst into tears, running off in grievance and accusing Liu Feng of having changed. He closed his eyes and rushed forward to cling tightly to Kang Si's bag, sobbing and begging to be taken along because he feared being left behind. Contrary to expectations, Kang Si looked troubled, saying he did not have the strength to support another. Suddenly Xiao Jin told himself that, as a man, he could not so easily admit defeat. With that thought, he turned to Hongyi and fiercely declared that he would not hand Liu Feng over to her and that he was not afraid at all. Hongyi pointed at herself in astonishment and asked if he truly was not afraid. As if to prove it, Xiao Jin decisively jumped down, declaring he would stay and would not let anyone replace him. Without waiting for the three to react, Xiao Jin angrily ran straight upstairs. Kang Si was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Even Liu Feng scratched his head in confusion. In a hidden corner, Hang Yi quietly looked at Liu Feng, thinking to herself that Xiao Jin was indeed his friend. In the end, Kang Si had to depart. He raised his hand in farewell, saying there was not much time left. Liu Feng replied that he would escort him a short distance. But Kang Si walked straight out the gate, saying there was no need for an escort because the carriage was already waiting outside. In the blink of an eye it was the next day, beneath a clear sky, an exquisitely carved ornament gradually came into view. In the courtyard, the students stood in neat rows before Liu Feng and Ao He, preparing for the training session. Now was the time to check attendance. Liu Feng strode forward while softly counting each number, 1, 2, 3, 4. When he reached number 9, his gaze met Nicolas Zhu, who was deliberately avoiding him. Liu Feng smiled faintly. His words said it was not enough, but his body reacted honestly. Even so, Liu Feng did not want to stir up trouble. He continued his task and decided not to argue with the younger students, thinking that, he generously declared, "All right, everyone is present, I am quite satisfied." He calmly stood before the group of students. Liu Feng reminded them and implicitly warned them, "Do not speak unnecessary words. In the first lesson I will handle all of your problems." At that, he frowned slightly and frankly commented, "Your greatest weakness is the lack of life and death experience. You do not have the resolve to stake your lives to defeat your opponent." Hearing that, Shijan boldly asked, "Then how does the instructor plan to train us? Could it be that you will make us fight each other?" Liu Feng neither denied nor confirmed. "That idea is not bad, I will consider it." Shijan was stunned. Someone behind him whispered anxiously, "Could he truly be so cruel as to force us to kill each other?" Another turned pale, thinking this method was too vicious. Nicolas Zhu glared angrily and coldly uttered one word, "Pervert." Liu Feng quickly reassured them, "I was joking. I will take you to a place where you can truly experience life and death." Lam Dong asked in surprise where that was. Liu Feng did not beat around the bush and answered sternly, "The life and death arena." Hearing that name, Shijan was startled and exclaimed in shock, "The life and death arena." Under the doubtful gazes of everyone, Liu Feng calmly asked, "Is there a problem?" Already dissatisfied, Nicolas Zhu retorted, "Is this your training method, to have us duel with slaves in the arena? I thought you had some brilliant idea." Lam Dong also spoke up, "Instructor, that is a place where nobles seek entertainment. We all come from prestigious families. How can we let others look at us like slaves?" Liu Feng's eyes became firm as he said seriously, "Is a noble's pride more important than your life? If you do not dare to risk your life in battle, how can you win a decisive duel?" Lam Dong still objected, "But we do not have to go there. I can invite expert guards to train with us." In his heart he roared, "I will never step into that filthy place." Liu Feng raised his brows at Lam Dong, his voice cold as ice. "Only at the boundary of life and death can true power erupt. What use is sparring with guards like a performance? If you do not want to go, I will not force you, but you can forget about participating in the duel." After speaking, Liu Feng shifted his gaze away from Lam Dong, avoiding making him lose face for his family and invite trouble upon himself. Intimidated by that gaze, Lam Dong clutched his chest and thought, "Why is he targeting me? I am not the only one opposing." Faced with Nicolas Zhu's group's stubbornness, Liu Feng did not wish to explain further and issued an ultimatum. "I will give you 3 minutes to think. If you want to go, then follow me, otherwise return to the academy." After saying that, he and Ao He turned and left, giving no one a chance to argue further. At that moment, Nicolas Zhu called out to stop him, "Are you sure that by going there we will truly become stronger?" Liu Feng slightly turned his head, his voice firm, "Whether you become strong or not depends on your resolve." Receiving that answer, Nicolas Zhu suddenly stepped forward, "Fine, I will go." Shijan followed suit, "If the young lady goes, then we will follow." Lam Dong's group still hesitated. "Hey, that arena is so filthy and you still want to go." Shijan did not turn back. "I follow whoever is strong. The instructor has enough ability, so I trust him." Yang Sa even mocked, "If the young master is soft, then go home." Behind them, Lam Dong could not believe it and silently cursed those annoying people. A student beside him urged, "Captain." Seeing everyone about to leave far ahead, Lam Dong gritted his teeth and ordered, "Follow them," his heart filled with anger. Before their eyes appeared a colossal arena, draped in a mysterious black hue. The students could not stop marveling. "It is truly vast, much taller than the arena in Azure Star City." Liu Feng nodded in praise, "Indeed impressive." Beside him, Ma A, the arena's master, stepped forward to introduce it. This is the largest arena in the stronghold of the never-setting sun, also among the top in the region, Dark Hell. Ma bowed with a hand placed before his chest and respectfully said, Lord Ao he has instructed us. We will follow your arrangements, just call me Ma-e. Liu Feng went straight to the point. We need an empty stage. Is there one available now? Ma-e immediately replied, yes, I will arrange it at once. Hearing that, Liu Feng's eyes flashed with anticipation as he said softly, good, let them taste the feeling of nearing death. Ma swiftly led the way, please follow this path. Upon arrival, Shizhan curiously observed, this is my first time setting foot here. I only heard stories before, while Lam Dong frowned, the smell of blood here is too strong. Suddenly Nicolas Zhu noticed something strange and loudly asked, where is Liu Feng? The person she was looking for was now standing below the arena stage. Seeing him, Nicolas Zhu demanded, what exactly are you trying to do? Liu Feng leisurely replied, do not rush, the exciting part is about to begin. Then he asked Ma-e, where is the host? Ma waved his hand reassuringly, please rest assured, you will certainly be satisfied. Ma raised 2 fingers to his mouth and let out a sharp whistle. Immediately a loud noise echoed back. In the darkness, a large foot bound by iron chains moved slightly. Before their eyes appeared a group of death row inmates led by Bao Ti, Bao and Bao Wu. Seeing that scene, the students were so shocked they froze stiff. In contrast, Liu Feng appeared excited, not bad, they look quite like warriors. Ma smiled ingratiatingly, it is good that you are satisfied. These are all death row inmates I carefully selected. Liu Feng spoke again, leaving him confused, but I still need to choose again. Ma-e was stunned, what do you mean? Seeing he did not understand, Liu Feng said bluntly, remove all their shackles, I will fight them myself. The crowd above cried out in alarm at the danger. Bao Ti and Bao Wu exchanged fierce glances. This man is seeking his own doom. Without waiting for anyone to react, Liu Feng raised his hand provocatively. Did you hear clearly? As long as you defeat me, you will have a chance at freedom. The heavy chains were quickly removed. The death row inmates rushed toward Liu Feng like wild beasts. Facing them, Liu Feng felt an unusual excitement. In the past, he watched films where arena battles looked very imposing. He immediately entered the fray and charged forward, finally able to experience it himself. The intense battle began, and Liu Feng was instantly surrounded at the center. Amid the strong encirclement, he executed swift footwork like the wind, nimbly slipping past each opponent. In the stands, Lam Dong gaped. Nicolas Zhu was inwardly astonished. This footwork is extraordinary. What kind of martial skill is it? After moving around for a while, Liu Feng began to counterattack. Your strikes are too slow, eliminated. The sound of fists cutting the air rang continuously. Each time he spoke, another person fell, not skilled enough, eliminated, poor appearance, eliminated, insufficient strength, eliminated. Before long, only a few scattered figures remained on the stage. Liu Feng looked at them calmly. The battle temporarily ended. He pointed them out with satisfaction. All right, you 6 stay. Bao looked at his unconscious companions and exclaimed, too strong. Bao Ti also lost his fierce demeanor. How could he do that? Lam Dong's group was also stunned. Is he a monster? Gang Sa speculated that perhaps when fighting us he had not used his full strength. Nicolas Zhu, though unwilling, had to admit, how irritating, how can he be so strong? Thinking that, her eyes shone with determination. Good, only then is he worthy for me to surpass. I will definitely defeat you. Below the stage, Liu Feng suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and cast a probing gaze toward the students. Who is talking about me? Then he turned to the death row inmates and jerked his chin toward the stands. Do you see those weaklings up there? Liu Feng decisively declared, as long as you defeat all of them, I will grant you freedom. Bao Ti was stunned. Are you telling the truth? Bao beside him also could not believe it. Seeing their doubt, Liu Feng replied calmly, I have no time for jokes. If you want freedom, this is your only chance. Hearing that, Bao Ti no longer hesitated. Fine, I trust you. Looking at his bearing, Liu Feng asked, it seems you are the leader. What is your name? He answered briefly, Bao Ti. Then Liu Feng asked the others, and you? Each of them introduced themselves in turn. I am Dala Birdie, Bidao Lut, Benben Bujuo, Lucy Heng. I am Katewa Hantukuta, Menda Luke, Beiki Bakin. I am Huang Xiok. Ekalugong. Liu Feng heard those long-winded names and felt his head spin. He raised a hand to rub the back of his neck, muttering in confusion about what kind of bizarre titles they were. A thought flashed through his mind. Liu Feng rubbed his forehead and proposed that since the boss was called Bao Dak, they should simply follow the order and become Bao Bao San, Bao Tu, Bao Wu, Bao Liu for simplicity. That settled it. After dealing with the death row inmates, Liu Feng returned to the group of trainees and bluntly asked if they were fully prepared. If they wanted to withdraw now, there was still a chance. Nicola Zhu did not bother beating around the bush. She coldly replied, "Stop talking nonsense and begin the special training immediately." Faced with that aloof attitude, Liu Feng still smiled brightly and gave a thumbs up in praise, truly courageous. After that, he quickly divided the trainees into groups, explaining that apart from the 4 captains among the 8 people, the rest would pair up in teams of 2 to face Bao San through Bao Liu. Up above, Shijan crossed his arms and shouted encouragement. "Fight properly, you can do it." Lam Dong also yelled along, "Do not make me lose face." When everyone was in position, Liu Feng placed a finger to his lips to signal silence and decisively said, "Begin." The fight had not gone on for long. The trainee groups had fallen one after another to those death row inmates. Nicola Zhu could not hide her astonishment and blurted out, "How could this be?" Liu Feng sneered and asked, "Were you frightened already? I told you that you are still far too weak." On the other side, Shijan shouted in disbelief, "Impossible. How did they lose so quickly?" Lam Dong immediately grew suspicious and insisted there must be something shady. "I think they are not fighting fairly." However, Liu Feng did not bother explaining and calmly announced the next match would be Shijan against Bao Er. Shijan immediately stepped forward to take his position. He laughed loudly with reckless arrogance. "I am 8 die, you are only 7 die, it seems the outcome is already clear." Bao Er gritted his teeth, his gaze sharp and cold as he replied that he had also defeated quite a few 8 die before. In the viewing area, Lam Dong spoke as if he understood and told Liu Feng that Shijan's level was clearly higher. No matter how one looked at it, he would win. Perhaps there was no need to fight at all. In the face of that confidence, Liu Feng spoke in a low voice and denied it. "No, you are wrong, Shijan will definitely lose." The match quickly began. Shijan took the initiative and charged at Bao Er. Facing that blazing punch, Bao Er chose to defend, his entire body tensing as his muscles bulged like rolling waves. Bao Er's arm took the full force of the blow, the impact causing the bones inside to crack under the immense pressure. Even so, he seemed not to care much about the pain, and immediately threw a straight punch at Shijan's face. Shijan had no time to defend, his body swayed and slid backward. Bao Er did not stop at all, he pressed forward, raising his muscular arm high to strike down. At that very moment, a hand reached out in time to block him. Liu Feng knocked Bao Er's arm aside and shouted for him to stop. Only then did Bao Er lower his hand, though his expression remained fierce. As for Shijan lying on the ground, he suffered a heavy shock. He could not believe he had been defeated so easily. Standing beside him, Liu Feng coldly added that if I had not intervened, you would likely not be standing here anymore. Hearing that, Shijan closed his eyes, though unwilling he had to admit, "I lost." Liu Feng sternly continued, "Do you know where you lost? Your strength was originally 1 level higher than Bao Er." Shijan stammered, "I lost at." He paused, rubbing his forehead before answering awkwardly that he did not know where he had gone wrong. Liu Feng pointed at Bao Er and said loudly, "It is very simple. You lost because you did not dare to gamble to the very end. That man dared to endure injury in exchange for a chance to live, while you lacked decisiveness." After that, he turned to the trainees and emphasized that you came here to learn that very thing. When fighting the beast race, there are only 2 paths, survival or death. If you do not dare to risk everything, the ending will only be grim. Though she disliked Liu Feng, Nicola Zhu had to admit that his words were not without reason. Liu Feng continued in the manner of a strict instructor, announcing a 5-day training plan and hoping that after that time you would know how to fight without hesitation. Nicola Zhu replied, "Briefly understood." Gang Sa shouted, "Yes, instructor." Seeing Lam Dong remain silent, Liu Feng barked his name and asked if he had heard clearly. Lam Dong jolted and answered, "Yes, instructor." Though he said so aloud, in his heart Lam Dong felt like crying. He bit the corner of his cloth and lamented his miserable fate. Days of special training began. Liu Feng first explained the core differences between humans and beastmen. Next came endurance training. Each person had extra weights hung on their arms and had to maintain a stance for hours. Everyone worked hard, only Lam Dong secretly used magic to slack off, smugly thinking himself clever. That behavior did not escape Liu Feng's eyes. He threatened that if you are lazy again, I will burn all your clothes. Do you believe it? Hearing that, Lam Dong turned pale with fear, clutching Liu Feng's leg and begging, "Instructor, please spare me. I know my mistake and will not dare repeat it." Besides theory and practice, Liu Feng also had them engage in real combat with the death row inmates. Of course, he always stayed close and reminded them not to only dodge, find the chance to counterattack. You are faster than him. Hearing the reminder, Nicola Zhu on the arena floor immediately sprang up. After a neat mid-air flip, her blade was already pressed against Bao Dak's throat. The onlookers in the distance immediately raised their hands and cheered. Miss Nicola Zhu is truly formidable. Though breathing heavily from exhaustion, Nicola Zhu's eyes still shone with pride as she looked at Liu Feng. I have won. Meeting her gaze, Liu Feng generously praised her well done. As if realizing she had gone a bit too far, Nicola Zhu immediately lifted her chin and turned away proudly. In the blink of an eye 5 days had passed. At this moment on the arena floor, Bao Dak was taking a full punch to the face. Bao beside him fared no better. Zhan with a single punch sent him flying into the air. Struck by the blow, Bao fell flat on his back, his face twisting in pain. After a while he struggled to his feet, wiped the red trace from the corner of his mouth and admitted, I lost. Hearing that, Zhan, though covered in injuries, still smiled brightly. At last I have beaten you once. At that moment Liu Feng spoke. Good, the special training is over, dismissed. Gather at the martial field tomorrow. Yang Sa and Zhan answered in unison. Instructor, you have worked hard. We will take our leave. Among the trainees, Lam Dong was perhaps the most excited. He waved his arm and shouted, hurry up, I must call 18 beauties to massage my legs. Only Nicola Zhu's group remained standing still. Liu Feng asked in confusion, why are you not leaving yet, reluctant to part. Hearing that, Nicola Zhu frowned, her lips pressed tight as if weighing something. Then she turned back and told her teammates to go on ahead. I have something to say to him in private. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, Liu Feng teased, how strange, you want to speak with me alone. Could it be you are captivated by my appearance and plan to confess? As he spoke he propped his chin and pretended to ponder. Surely not, do not fall for me, we are not suited for each other. From start to finish Nicola Zhu let Liu Feng ramble on, inwardly thinking this man truly could not say a single decent sentence, yet that man actually. Hesitating for a moment, she still did not know how to begin. In the end she only softly said thank you. Those 2 words left Liu Feng stunned. He was briefly surprised. After speaking, Nicola Zhu turned and left, leaving Liu Feng standing there dumbfounded, thinking how awkward. After meeting so many girls, only Wei was the most straightforward. Hearing that name, Nicola Zhu halted and turned back to ask, do you know Wei? Reaction also surprised Liu Feng. He asked in return, you know Wei as well. Even so, Liu Feng remained cautious and hesitantly asked, wait, is the Wei we are talking about the same person? Nicola Zhu did not beat around the bush and replied, she comes from Adventurer Town, a student of Xinglan Academy. Is that the Wei? With each word she spoke, Liu Feng's expression gradually changed, his eyes widening. By now he had no more doubts. A trace of sorrow flickered in his eyes. She is my family, but she has left this world. Hearing that, Nicola Zhu understood somewhat and thought, so the person Wei often mentioned was him. Could it be he does not know she is still alive? She was about to say actually, when he suddenly appeared. Brother Liu, there is a letter for you, from the mercenary guild of Xinglan City. He hurried over and greeted Nicola Zhu with a smile. Miss is here as well. She replied indifferently, greetings Lord He. Liu Feng reached out to take the envelope. Without waiting he quickly opened it to read. The more he read the brighter his expression became. It was a letter from Su Fei reporting that she had successfully secured her position and was now the guild master of the mercenary guild. He standing beside him was also delighted and exclaimed that Miss Su Fei, who was once not valued, had now become guild master. Truly admirable. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and nudged Liu Feng, teasing, brother Liu, is there something between you and her? I have experience so I can tell at a glance. You cannot hide it from me. Caught off guard, Liu Feng's face flushed red. He hurriedly waved his hands in denial. Our relationship is not like that, brother He. Do not talk nonsense. Yet He looked as if he understood everything, patting his shoulder in encouragement. A talented man and a beautiful woman are a perfect match. You must seize the moment. Liu Feng blushed and muttered, brother, you really are meddlesome. After delivering the letter, He prepared to leave. The letter has been delivered. I still have to go on patrol. At that moment, Liu Feng returned to Nicola Zhu and asked what she had wanted to say earlier. But she no longer wished to continue, turning her back coldly. It is nothing, I will head back first, leaving Liu Feng scratching his head in confusion. Nicola Zhu was filled with irritation, gritting her teeth as she thought, Wei still remembers you and you already have someone else. Men truly cannot be trusted. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, glaring at Liu Feng and blurting out, hateful man. Seeing this, Liu Feng was bewildered. Why am I being scolded? She was fine just now. Women are truly hard to understand. The scene shifted outside Liu Feng's residence. The sky had already darkened. Inside the house, the round Zio Jin lay on the table. Mumbling in his sleep, Liu Feng hurried back. Suddenly, a gentle hand covered him with a thin blanket. Seeing that Xiao Jin had fallen asleep right after eating, Liu Feng felt concerned. At this rate he will easily catch a chill. Pausing for a moment, he looked around in search. Where is Hong Yi? At the same time, Hong Yi was inside a sealed room, focusing intently on cultivation. Observing her seriousness, Liu Feng silently praised her, truly diligent. Just then Hong Yi's face suddenly turned pale, and she cried out in pain. A strange aura spread around her body, as she trembled without stop. Realizing something was wrong, Liu Feng rushed forward. This is bad. I must control the true qi within her. He immediately placed his hand on Hong Yi's back, trying to regulate the chaotic energy. But everything was beyond his control. Hong Yi's true qi was more chaotic than he had imagined. Liu Feng was flustered. Why can I not stabilize this energy? He poured more strength into his palm, gritting his teeth. I refuse to believe I cannot do it. At this moment the aura around Hong Yi grew even redder, strange streaks appearing on her face and neck. Not only that, the red aura began to spread into Liu Feng's own true qi. The sudden change left him stunned. What is happening? Her energy is devouring mine. Unable to find a solution, Liu Feng had no choice but to withdraw his strength. Rubbing his wrist, he observed carefully. How strange, from the same source yet her energy suppresses mine. Peering deeply into the red aura, he noticed something. What is that? Within the faint red glow, the shadow of a massive black figure appeared. Seeing it, Liu Feng stepped back in shock, thinking to himself, a demon. Before his eyes stood a distorted form like a monster. It growled with menace. Facing that ferocity, Liu Feng froze briefly while it continued approaching. The dark shadow slowly closed in. As it neared, Liu Feng immediately regained his composure and took a defensive stance. He swiftly drew the sword from his back, determined to confront it head-on. Then he thrust his sword decisively into its body. The figure gradually dissipated. Liu Feng looked around warily. It has vanished. He glanced at Hong Yi, filled with doubt. What was that thing, a curse or her innate talent? There was movement from Hong Yi as she slowly opened her eyes. Although she had awakened, Liu Feng cautiously called out, Hong Yi. Recognizing him, her eyes lit up with joy. You are back. Liu Feng stepped closer and asked with concern, Are you all right? What just happened? He looked confused. I do not know. Liu Feng pressed on. Do you truly remember nothing? Seeing this, he took her hand and sent probing energy into her. Let me check. The stream of energy quickly examined her and he exclaimed, There is a vortex in the Danshan. Hong Yi did not understand. What is a vortex? Liu Feng explained, when cultivation reaches a certain level, a qi vortex forms and it helps increase strength. But what puzzled him was why her vortex was red. Hearing this, Hong Yi grew anxious. Is red a problem? I only cultivated and it became like this. Seeing her unease, Liu Feng reassured her. Perhaps it is even stronger. I have not formed one yet while you already have. Even with praise, she remained worried. Did I do something wrong? Liu Feng softened his voice. You did nothing wrong. I was only worried about a mishap. Now that it seems normal, it is fine. Only then did she relax, letting out a breath. You really frightened me. After speaking, her eyes brightened. I just came up with a new move. Without saying more, she went to search for some old item. A moment later, she placed them before Liu Feng with a confident expression. Liu Feng looked on in confusion and asked, What are you planning to do? Hong Yi did not answer, circulating her energy as the objects on the ground rose and spun around her. A red vortex appeared from her abdomen, and the items were drawn into it. Liu Feng grimaced and muttered, Truly a living vacuum cleaner. The display ended, and she opened her eyes wide. She excitedly showed off, Look, it is all cleaned up. I thought of it while doing chores. This move is much more convenient. Liu Feng turned pale. Such a formidable move used for cleaning. Yet thanks to that, he understood more, patting her shoulder. Your ability is devouring. It is very powerful, she asked again, truly. Liu Feng answered firmly, Of course, would I deceive you? Moreover, there is someone outside the door for you to test your strength on. He looked toward the door with a sharp gaze and spoke, Come out, otherwise do not blame me. A commotion sounded outside. We are done. We have been discovered. Lam Don, it is your fault, Liu Feng shouted. Stop talking and come out now. Three had no choice but to enter. Shijan hurriedly shifted the blame. It was all Lam Don's idea. He told us to hide and see when we would be found. Yang Sa echoed him. Lam Don angrily retorted. These two changed sides quickly. They were clearly curious as well. Liu Feng cut them off. Why were you lurking outside my door? The three immediately behaved obediently. Lam Don said, The instructor has worked hard teaching us. We brought gifts to show gratitude. Liu Feng did not believe them and asked again, Gratitude? Why have I never heard of it before? He instantly guessed and spoke frankly. Gratitude is only an excuse. Winning favor is the real intent. Seeing them flustered, he grew more certain. Do not think I do not know your motives. Under Hong Yi's admiring gaze, he stated clearly, "I do not accept gifts and I will not be won over. Do not do this again." Though he refused, he still said, "Since you are here, help me with this," thinking that Hong Yi was strong enough to test herself. Lam Dong on the outside still kept a polite smile and asked what the instructor needed them to assist with. But inside he lamented to the heavens and cursed the earth, only hoping he would call Shijan and not mention his own name. Hearing that, Liu Feng stopped beating around the bush. As soon as he called Lam Dong, the other froze stiff like stone the moment he heard his name. Seemingly not noticing that reaction, Liu Feng gently pushed Hong Yi forward and told her to use magic to spar with him. Seeing the petite girl standing before him, Lam Dong startled and stepped back. Good heavens, with such a small opponent, how could a gentleman like me bring myself to strike? In his mind, he worried about something else. If by accident he made the little girl cry, would the instructor deal harshly with him? Thinking so, Lam Dong quickly leaned close to Liu Feng and whispered, "Instructor, look. Today I just had my hair done and I am wearing brand new stylish clothes. It truly does not suit fighting. How about letting Shijan take my place?" The only response was Liu Feng flicking his forehead coldly. He said irritably, "If I told you to do it, then do it. Stop talking so much." Holding his forehead as he staggered back, Lam Dong wailed in pain. "Why is the one who suffers always me?" Seeing Lam Dong at a loss, the other two came closer. Shijan suggested that the girl did not seem to have much combat strength. "Just cast a spell casually and you will win." Gang Sa added that if you want to curry favor with the instructor, it depends on you. In the end, Lam Dong reluctantly nodded. Liu Feng turned to ask Hong Yi whether she was afraid to fight him. Hong Yi, with a firm gaze, raised her fist strongly and replied that she was not afraid at all. The girl looked straight at Lam Dong. Their eyes met as if sparks flashed. In her heart, she secretly vowed to teach the one who had once mocked her a lesson. Liu Feng rubbed Hong Yi's head and instructed her to use the usual move she used for housework to deal with it. "You are better than him, so do not worry. Go ahead and fight." The girl softly answered yes. The two sides quickly moved to the open ground. Amid the strong wind, Hong Yi stood facing Lam Dong. The spar officially began. Hong Yi chose to strike first. The girl channeled her strength, creating a vortex around her body. Shijan began to feel uneasy, sweat seeping out as he softly said that vortex was somewhat unusual. Facing her, Lam Dong was also slightly stunned by the strange pulling force of the current, unsure what kind of move it was, but he quickly regained his confidence. In his heart, he told himself that no matter how strange it was, she was only a child. "I have more than enough strength to make her admit defeat easily." Lam Dong lightly flicked his finger, sending a beam of magic forward. In his hand, a block of ice immediately condensed, accompanied by a self-satisfied smile. A large block of ice nearly the size of Hong Yi shot straight toward her. Before knowing the outcome, Lam Dong had already turned to Liu Feng to boast that he had held back. It would only freeze for 3 seconds and then melt on its own. It would not hurt the girl. Just then, Shijan's voice stammered as he called Lam Dong's name. Hearing that, Lam Dong quickly turned his head back. Before his eyes, the gigantic block of ice had vanished without a trace. Lam Dong looked around in panic and cried out in shock, "Where did such a big block of ice go? Why can I not see it?" Shijan could not believe it and said that the ice drill had just been sucked into the vortex and disappeared. Gang Sa also widened his eyes because he could not sense any magic power, as if it had been swallowed directly. In contrast, Liu Feng happily gave a thumbs up and praised Hong Yi for doing very well. Lam Dong stood there stunned, muttering that it was impossible for it to disappear like that. Seeing that, Liu Feng reminded him to be more serious, or he might truly lose. Those words seemed to add confidence to Hong Yi, her eyes full of pride as she looked at her opponent. After being reminded, Lam Dong had to focus, yet inside he felt annoyed at being looked down on by a little girl. Immediately after, Lam Dong summoned an ice staff. He swept the staff forcefully against the ground and declared that he would truly make a move to preserve his dignity. Shijan cried out in alarm that he had gone mad to use high-tier magic. Gang Sa also hurriedly reminded the instructor to intervene. But Liu Feng remained calm, raising his hand to signal them to rest assured because he was here. He looked toward Hong Yi. The girl immediately understood. Hong Yi instantly entered a combat state, continuing to pour strength into the vortex before her abdomen. This time, Lam Dong took the initiative to attack, rushing forward and shouting the 7th-tier magic Nicola Snow Dragon Tornado. Staff swung up and a gigantic whirlwind formed. It swept toward Hong Yi. Wherever it passed, the ground was instantly frozen. Even though he trusted Hong Yi, Liu Feng could not help but feel tense as the Snow Dragon Tornado surged forward, wondering whether the girl could withstand it. Seeing a trace of worry flash across the instructor's face, Lam Dong grew even more smug, believing he had victory in hand. In contrast, Hongyi remained unusually calm before that violent whirlwind. The power of the vortex before her abdomen increased more and more. Vortex quickly expanded, controlled by Hongyi to draw in Lam Dong's storm. At first there was no visible change, but not long after Lam Dong's storm was gradually pulled in. The girl continued to increase her strength, making the pulling force even stronger. Lam Dong's eyes widened in shock, anxiety rising in his heart as that move seemed able to devour anything. Before everyone's eyes, Hongyi vortex grew at an astonishing speed. It had almost completely absorbed Lam Dong's move. Even so, Hongyi also sensed danger, gritting her teeth to control it as it was about to exceed her control. Before losing control, the girl shouted, "Return it to you." Immediately, the vortex turned back toward the still stunned Lam Dong. Liu Feng behind them could not hide his surprise, wondering whether this was still the Tai Kai he had taught or why it was becoming stranger and stranger. Fortunately, Shijan noticed the danger in time and hurriedly shouted for Lam Dong to dodge, because that current was too bizarre. Lam Dong remained stubborn, declaring that as a high-tier mage how could he retreat? For the sake of noble honor he had to face it head-on. He raised his staff high and loudly called forth Icebone Spear. A gleaming block of ice, shaped like a gun, immediately covered Lam Dong's arm. It was the first time Liu Feng had seen that form. He asked in surprise why it looked like a mechanical weapon. Zhan explained that it was high-tier magic that Lam Dong had modified from a musket, also his ultimate skill. At this moment, Hongyi Violent Vortex had already pressed close to Lam Dong. Seizing the right moment, he poured all his strength into his arm and ordered it to fire. From the icy barrel, a barrage of ice bullets shot out in succession. However, those ice rounds could not stop the vortex. Instead, they were easily absorbed. Zhan was horrified to realize that even after leaving his hand the vortex continued to devour. This move was truly terrifying. Lam Dong still refused to yield, continuously firing more to see how much it could withstand. But the more he fired, the larger the vortex seemed to grow. Seeing the situation worsen, Shijan anxiously asked the instructor as the vortex grew larger and larger. Yang Sa also feared whether it would explode. Liu Feng still watched intently, reassuring them to wait a little longer. When the vortex in the air reached its limit and became abnormally taut, Liu Feng's expression changed as he exclaimed, "This is not good." Sure enough, when there was nothing left to absorb, it began to pull in the surroundings as well. Liu Feng immediately rushed beneath the vortex. He circulated his true qi, and a yin-yang diagram appeared in his hand. Then he threw it straight into the center of the vortex. The current immediately swallowed it, but this time its form began to change. Right after that, the vortex suddenly exploded in the sky, the sound echoing throughout the space. The once clear blue sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds. The golden clouds gradually dispersed, and a Nicholas snowstorm poured down. Inside the house, Xiao Jin paced along the corridor with a bored look, grumbling about what was happening outside, that it was so noisy and would not let me sleep. He pressed his face close to the window, his absent-minded gaze looking out at the scene outside. Snow fell thickly in heavy sheets blanketing the outside. Xiao Jin let out a thin puff of white breath and murmured that winter had arrived. He lifted his head in a daze, trying to recall the time before, his heart filled with doubt. It was clearly still summer before he slept. Could he have slept for half a year? The hazy sensation had yet to fade. Xiao Jin slapped his own cheek. His skin flushed red at once, muttering whether this was a dream or reality, testing the pain to be sure. Because he struck a little too hard, he grew dizzy and fell backward onto the floor, his vision spinning, the sharp pain proving that none of this was a dream. The scene shifted elsewhere in the freezing open air within the thick white snow of Nicola. A black-gloved hand suddenly reached out. Right after that, Liu Feng and Hongyi both sprang up from the heavy snow covering their bodies. The cold snow still clung to his shoulders. Liu Feng hurriedly asked the girl first, "Hongyi, are you all right?" She briskly replied that she was fine. Still not reassured, he frowned and asked further, "After absorbing such a large amount of magic just now, does your body feel any discomfort?" To prove she was unharmed, Hongyi slipped out of his arms and hopped in place a few times, smiling brightly that she was completely well, leaving Liu Feng to look at her helplessly and chide her fondly. At that moment, Shijan, Gang Sa, and Lam Dong also climbed out of the snow one after another. Shijan hugged himself and shivered that it was too cold, then asked Lam Dong if she was all right. Lam Dong nodded lightly, rubbing her forehead and giving a soft reply. Seeing Shijan pale from the cold, Gang Sa took out a crimson stone and handed it to him, saying it was a fire essence stone. Holding it would make him warmer. After handling that, he turned to ask Liu Feng about the power from earlier. Zhizhan was also curious as he had never heard of such an ability before. Liu Feng calmly analyzed his speculation, believing that Hong Yi attribute might be devouring, that vortex absorbed everything and energy it touched, but if it exceeded her limit it would explode. Hearing that, Hong Yi immediately grew anxious, her voice trembling as she asked whether her vortex differed from what he had taught. Had she done something wrong? Not wanting the girl to feel upset, Liu Feng stroked her head and smiled gently, saying that perhaps different cultivation methods led to different effects. She should continue practicing like this. He bent down to Hong Yi eye level, lightly tapped the tip of her nose, and carefully told her that if she noticed anything unusual she must inform him at once. Those reassuring words made the girl's worries vanish, replaced by an obedient smile and a soft acknowledgement. Just then, a voice called from the other side of the castle, "Brother Liu, what are you all doing?" How he and Nicolas Zhu leapt down from above, hurrying over with anxious expression. Seeing them, Liu Feng smiled sincerely in greeting, apologizing that they had only exchanged a few moves and caused a bit of a disturbance. He even waved at Nicolas Zhu, but she turned her face away and coolly returned a simple good evening. He placed his hands on his hips and looked at the scene, immediately understanding. 3 such powerful streams of magic called a mere exchange. Even the beastmen outside the city likely sensed it. Hearing that, Liu Feng at once asked in astonishment, "Beastmen outside the city?" He spoke gravely, recounting that they had received a report of a beastman squad appearing outside the city, but when they arrived there was no trace of them. He had led men to search everywhere, splitting up to scour every corner without omission, yet they still found nothing, as if those creatures had vanished into thin air. Yang Sa could not help but be astonished. The area outside the city was so open, where could they possibly disappear to? Liu Feng quickly grasped the crux and said in a low voice that outside the city there was nowhere to hide, but inside the city was different. That speculation made Zhizhan and Gang Sa exchange glances. If the beastmen had already slipped into the city, then someone inside must have aided them. He nodded, saying he thought the same. Previously there had been beastmen suddenly appearing in the city without knowing how they infiltrated. Moreover, news came that the beastman army on the northern grasslands was gathering. That information shocked Liu Feng and the others once again. Liu Feng's expression darkened, a dangerous aura spreading as he asked whether the beastmen had finished preparing for war and were confident of victory. He could not confirm, only saying they should observe for now. In a few days they would join the grand duel. The disappearance of the beastmen was indeed a hidden danger. Suddenly, Liu Feng's golden eyes flashed as he said he had just thought of a plan. The scene shifted to nightfall outside the house. Lei Ting stood among massive monsters, a gloomy aura emanating from them. He crossed his arms confidently and arrogantly told the black cat on the ground that the manpower had been assembled. In a blink, Lei Ting's expression changed, his gaze cold and filled with resentment. The bull-headed and horse-faced monsters roared ferociously, displaying their savagery. Nei Cam stepped forward a few paces and asked softly that the grand duel was about to take place. Would the plan succeed? At the mention of that, Lei Ting grew even more smug, declaring that the only variable was Liu Feng, and he would personally deal with him. Outside the city of never-setting sun, the team of Nicolas Zhu, Gang Sa, Lam Dong, and Zhizhan set out on gleaming armored horses, their bearing solid. Behind them, He and Liu Feng also mounted and followed, Hong Yi sitting in his arms. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Nicolas Zhu asked Brother Ao whether they were not supposed to leave in 3 days. Why depart early? Caught off guard, He covered his mouth and pretended to cough, in truth signaling Liu Feng to explain. Liu Feng turned and clarified that the place of the duel was Warrior City on the border between humans and beastfolk. He added that since it was their first time there they should arrive a few days early to adapt. That reason left little room for objection. After hearing it, Zhizhan smiled and praised Liu Feng for indeed being thoughtful. In contrast, Lam Dong felt secretly disappointed. She had hoped to remain in the city to rest a few more days. When there were no more doubts, Liu Feng raised his hand signaling that it was late and they should depart at once. He bent down and told Hong Yi to sit firmly. The girl obediently gripped the reins tightly in response. The group spurred their horses forward, hooves whipping up wind and dust as they crossed the green grassland. Nicolas Zhu unconsciously fixed her gaze on He back, her eyes carrying an indescribable emotion. Her expression was tense, inwardly uncertain whether she was overthinking or He truly had something unusual. On the high city wall, Lei Ting and NHA-CAM watched the army depart. NHA-CAM saying they had set off with half the defensive forces. Something was amiss. Lei Ting remained calm, arms crossed as he said he would follow them, while NHA-CAM stayed to execute the plan. After speaking, he leapt from the wall, his figure quickly disappearing. Time passed. At the Ao T residence, night enveloped everything. The magnificent castle lit up to welcome mysterious figures in black cloaks. Most of them were beast folk, each exuding a fierce and terrifying presence. They stood to one side watching NHA-CAM in black cat form communicate through a magic orb with Lei Ting, asking about the situation. On the other end, Lei Ting held the orb, light casting over his calculating face as he said the target had left and they could act. Ending the communication, NHA-CAM turned back to announce that the city lord had relaxed his guard, the patrol had withdrawn, the time had come. As soon as she finished speaking, she closed her eyes, her cheeks puffing as her entire body tensed as if preparing to transform. Only a few seconds later, she revealed her true form as a human girl. NHA-CAM laughed excitedly, her claws gleaming as she ordered them to charge with her to deal with Ao T. Immediately, the beast folk surged forward to attack the guards, NHA-CAM leading the charge. The scene descended into chaos. Soldiers hurried to resist and shouted that beastmen were attacking, calling for the guards to assemble. With half the forces already gone, the situation quickly tilted. NHA-CAM advanced straight toward the throne. Ao T watched her approach, trembling in fear without stop. His face turned pale, sweat pouring down as he stammered how they dared enter here. Was there an insider, pleading desperately for help? Seeing that, NHA-CAM sneered, mocking the famed city lord for clinging to life in cowardice. He leaned close and accused him of slaughtering so many of her fellow beastmen. Today she would make him repay it bit by bit. Hearing those words, he grew even more panicked, his twisted face reflecting her image as he stammered and begged for mercy. NHA-CAM raised her claw to deliver the finishing blow, her face full of excitement as she told him to scream. Yet at the moment she struck, clumps of cotton burst out unexpectedly, leaving her stunned and crying out in confusion. On the throne, Ao T had his eyes tightly shut, but where her claw touched revealed only layers of cotton instead of flesh and blood. Right after that, he opened his eyes calmly, a stern gaze replacing the fear from before. He removed his cloak, cotton drifting down as he said smugly that his acting was indeed not bad. Next, Ao T appearance vanished, revealing Ao He with a calculating smile. Only then did NHA-CAM realize in shock that she had fallen into a trap, blurting out that it was a transformation spell. The moment her aura was crushed, all her earlier arrogance vanished completely, leaving only confusion mixed with panic. Had that person not followed Liu Feng out of the city already? In response to that doubt, a familiar voice suddenly echoed through the luxurious hall, as if someone had just called my name. Right after that, Liu Feng suddenly descended from above, his movements neat and his bearing brimming with confidence. In the vast hall, the Beast Tribe and NHA-CAM simultaneously shifted their gazes toward the person who had just appeared. Standing opposite, Ao He curved his lips into a faint smile. I thought you did not have the guts to come back. He curled his lips and rubbed his forehead, lamenting that he had struggled greatly to make it back in time, silently thanking the strong wind for helping increase his speed. Its sudden appearance made her even more flustered, countless questions rising in her mind. Was Liu Feng not at the camp, little cat? You must be wondering a lot, right? Ao He withdrew his smile, his voice lowering with invisible pressure. So you truly sent people to secretly monitor the dual team. Seeing her still stunned, Liu Feng kindly explained, Are you curious why Big Brother Ao He is here? It is simple. Ao T and Ao He switched roles. He blinked mischievously, his smile as if flaunting an achievement. Well, are you surprised? During that, even he had to admit the strategy was brilliant. Brother Liu's plan was simple yet far more effective than expected, easily luring you in. The praise made Liu Feng even more smug, and he took the chance to mock. As for your ambush plot, it was far too obvious who came up with it. Did you not bother to use your brain at all? Those words were like an invisible slap that made NHA-CAM flush red. The three words no brain piercing straight into her pride. In an instant, the situation reversed. The Beast Tribe and her were quickly surrounded by soldiers rushing in. Realizing painfully that she had fallen into a trap, NHA-CAM ground her teeth in fury. With no way out, a dark aura spread across her body as she resolved to risk everything. Beastmen have never submitted. Charge. As soon as her words fell, the entire Beast Tribe counterattacked at once, charging into battle with the surrounding soldiers. Taking advantage of the chaos, NHA-CAM pulled out a magic orb to contact Lei Ting, urgently ordering, the one outside the city is Ao T, quickly take him down. Her eyes burned red with fury, killing intent undisguised as it shot straight toward her opponent. Liu Feng decided to personally handle this nuisance, turning to say, "Big brother Aohe, you deal with that beastman, leave this black cat to me." Aohe smiled meaningfully, his eyes as if waiting to watch a good show, nodding, "Then I will leave it to you, brother Liu." With that, he moved away, leaving Liu Feng alone to face NHA who was recklessly charging forward. Liu Feng's golden eyes shone with determination, his brows slightly furrowed in intense focus. She slashed with her sharp claws and deliberately provoked him. "Are you not worried about Ao Ti? Do you think that guard team is enough to protect him?" But Liu Feng calmly replied, "I know you arranged experts to monitor him, yet I also have my own trump card." NHA grew even more agitated, pouncing but missing. "You are lying, besides you and Aohe, who else could there be?" Tilted his body to dodge the sweeping strike, the corner of his lips lifting. "You will broaden your horizons soon enough." On the other side, Lei Ting clenched the magic orb, angrily realizing he had once again been anticipated by Liu Feng. When had he left? The thought flashed through his mind and startled him awake, so Liu Feng had secretly withdrawn from the tent long ago. His face darkened before he let out a cold laugh. "Do you really think you are that clever? Now Ao Ti will hardly be safe." Lei Ting immediately dashed off into the wind, muttering with certainty, "His life must be decided by me." At the same time, the four of Nicola Zhu, Shijan, Lam Dong and Gang Sa simultaneously sensed a strange aura drawing near. Nicola Zhu spoke first. "Where are the instructor and Lord Aohe? Are they testing us?" Suddenly, Lei Ting appeared, the power around him knocking down several soldiers as he charged into the camp. Everyone immediately drew their weapons. She sternly ordered, "The one who comes bears ill intent, stop him." As soon as she finished speaking, Gang Sa, Shijan and Lam Dong unleashed their attacks at once. Lei Ting dodged to the side, letting his clones engage them in battle. At that moment, Nicola Zhu suddenly appeared before him, swinging her sword down. Unexpectedly, he used the hand wrapped in white bandages to seize the incoming blade. With her weapon tightly restrained, she paused for a split second, and he seized the chance to unleash another energy orb. He hurled it fiercely at her, forcing Nicola Zhu to release her sword and retreat to dodge. After dealing with one opponent, he turned around, his face twisted with anger as his aura surged violently. Without hesitation, Lei Ting shot his sword straight forward. The blade whistled as it flew toward the nearby tent. Sharp tip and tremendous force pierced through the tent fabric and shattered the wooden shield behind it. When the tent collapsed, the panicked face of the fake Aohe was revealed. Lei Ting laughed triumphantly, gathering energy in his hand as he rushed forward and shouted, "Ao Ti, accept your fate." At that critical moment, Xiao Jin suddenly appeared. His true form coiled sinuously, blocking in front of the fake Aohe. He opened his mouth and spewed torrents of flames straight toward Lei Ting. Facing the massive fireball, he could not help but panic, the confidence from earlier gone. The flames erupted violently, spreading as if to burn everything around. Everyone hurriedly dodged. Lam Dong exclaimed in shock, "What kind of demonic beast is this strong?" Seeing that, Xiao Jin grew even more smug, letting out a proud snort. Suddenly, from within the smoke and flames, a figure in black shot out. He raised his hand to cast magic, aiming straight at the fake Aohe. Witnessing that scene, he panicked, sweat pouring down. As that hand was about to reach its target, Xiao Jin immediately spun and lashed his tail fiercely at him. Though he still tried to stretch his hand forward, he was struck in the face by the blow and staggered. Right after that, the true appearance of the fake Aohe was revealed. Lei Ting roared in anger, his face twisted. "Who are you?" Knowing he could no longer hide it, Track Lam burst into laughter. "You have fallen into the trap. Duke Aohe never left the city at all." At the same time the other three had finished dealing with their opponents, Gang Sa shouted loudly, "Surround him, do not let him escape." Lei Ting's face was smeared with soot from the flames. He ground his teeth and cursed inwardly, "Liu Feng deliberately lured me out." Surrounded on all sides, he raised his guard high, not daring to be careless. Calculating every path, he had to admit the situation had turned against him, and he could only seek a way to escape before it was too late. But before he could act, Xiao Jin spewed another stream of fire straight at him. Lei Ting's body was engulfed in a sea of blazing red flames, his figure gradually obscured. When the fire died down, only a scorched crater remained on the ground, and Lei Ting had vanished. Lam Dong was astonished by that power, while Shijan noticed something else. Where is the assassin? Three looked at Xiao Jin panting amid the smoke, clearly sensing the fluctuations of 9th-level magic, a 9th-ranked demonic beast in the land of no return, as if guarding something. Unable to find an answer, Nicola Zhu suggested going to ask directly before deciding what to do next. She stepped closer bit by bit, causing Xiao Jin to flinch slightly. But upon seeing the beauty, he immediately brightened, exclaiming, "Beautiful big sister." Before she could say anything, Xiao Jin had already rushed over and wrapped around her in a coquettish manner. Nicola Zhu gently freed herself and asked, "Why are you here? Did someone send you? Did you know someone intended to attack the camp?" With his tail wagging, he honestly explained, "Liu Feng told me to come. He said if any fool dared to strike here, just breathe fire in response." Crack Lamb scratched his head and explained, "I was not sure anyone would attack either. The captain only told me to pretend to be someone." Having roughly understood the matter, she told Lam Dong and Shijan that they could only wait for the instructor and Lord Ao He to return to clarify. In a moment of contemplation, Nicola Zhu gazed into the distance. Perhaps by now the instructor and Lord Ao He were already at the land of no return. The scene shifted back inside the city. In the very room where the first clash had erupted, a chilling gust swept through. Orcs lay collapsed across the floor, dark red stains spreading in patches over the ground. After holding out alone for so long, NHA was now covered in wounds. Seeing her struggle like that, Liu Feng spoke to persuade her. "Stop being stubborn, you have already lost, let it go." But the pride of the beast race would not allow NHA to bow her head. "I am only at a disadvantage. Ao He will surely die, he cannot escape." She suddenly burst into wild laughter like one deranged, deluding herself that she still held the upper hand. Having Ao Ti buried with her would be worth it. During that, he smiled calmly and explained the situation at an unhurried pace. "Sorry for deceiving you earlier. Ao Ti is still at the City Lord Mansion. The one in the camp was only a substitute." The word struck NHA like a bolt from a clear sky, her face turning pale in disbelief. Just then, hurried footsteps rang out, cutting off the exchange. The one who appeared was Ao Ti himself, the target she had aimed for. He walked over slowly and said with a laugh, "Brother Liu truly put on a fine performance." NHA's faith shattered in an instant. She muttered in denial, "Impossible, this is all a trap." Fury surged through her. She lunged forward intending to risk her life against him, shouting that she would take his life. But in that very instant, a sword point pierced through her body, a flash of red scattering outward. NHA stared blankly at Liu Feng holding the sword before her, her throat tightening. Before closing her eyes, she still clung to her hatred, uttering her final words, "Humans are truly despicable." Her breath faded, NHA collapsed in exhaustion, utterly defeated. Ao He turned and said with a smile, "The beast race spies in the city have been cleared out. It should be peaceful from now on." Liu Feng glanced at the body and replied softly, "Hopefully so." Liu Feng's gaze drifted toward the distant camp, wondering whether Xiao Jin had finished dealing with the ambushers. Elsewhere, a battered figure was trembling as he dragged himself forward step by step. As expected, Lei Ting was still alive, clutching his chest in pain, his face filled with resentment. "Liu Feng, I cannot stop yet." Cool night breeze passed through, the tents silent beneath a sky of bright stars and moonlight. Inside the tent, everyone had gathered to discuss. Nicola Zhu stood up first, her voice sharp. "Is this your plan, pretending to be Ao Ti to lure the spies? Are you not wagering our lives?" Shijan hurried to calm her. "Miss Nicola Zhu, please calm down, the instructor must have his reason." Gang Sa also advised trusting him. Lam Dong echoed on the surface, "That is right, Miss Nicola Zhu, do not be too agitated." Yet inwardly she felt pleased at the questioning, thinking she scolded well. This plan was far too reckless. Liu Feng understood she was angry and gently explained, "I admit it was somewhat risky, but I considered every factor carefully." He smiled to ease the tension, reminding them of today's results. Was the outcome not excellent? We are all unharmed. Even so, Nicola Zhu was not appeased and continued pressing the issue. What if the opponent had been Saint level? Liu Feng shrugged frankly. "Even if Ao He and I had been there, we would have been powerless." The man beside him nodded. "Saint level is not something we can handle." She folded her arms and snorted coldly, declaring she would report this matter to the academy. Liu Feng did not care. He stood and said, "Do as you wish. It is late, everyone rest early. We leave for Warrior City tomorrow. Xiao Jin, let us go." Xiao Jin, perched on Nicola Zhu's shoulder, suddenly spoke up, "No, I want to sleep with the beautiful sister." Hearing that, he felt a chill, and inwardly sighed that trouble had come again. Liu Feng slowly moved closer to Nicola Zhu, leaving her puzzled. In the next moment he grabbed Xiao Jin and pulled him down, scolding him, "What sleep? You are still too young." Xiao Jin stubbornly retorted, "I do not care, I still want to sleep beside her." The chaotic scene made Ao He burst into laughter before reminding them, "Everyone did well today, hurry and rest, we depart tomorrow." Lam Dong shrugged and declared the meeting over, while Nicola Zhu fell into thought, what kind of person is Liu Feng really? Outside, Liu Feng and Xiao Jin continued arguing as they walked. One night passed. The next morning the entire group mounted their horses to prepare for departure. Seeing Hong Yi staring intently in one direction, Liu Feng bent down and asked softly, "What is wrong?" The little girl pointed at the sky and said, "Several birds keep staring at us." Liu Feng raised his head to search. "Birds? Why can I not see any?" He beside him suddenly stiffened, his eyes widening. He handed Liu Feng a telescope and said sternly, "Try looking." Though unsure what was happening, he still took it and aimed at the sky. Through the lens, the magnified image revealed two strangely shaped hawks. He praised Hong Yi, "Those are demonic hawks. Warrior City has discovered us. Her eyes are truly sharp. We needed a device to see them." Hearing that, Hong Yi turned her face away, leaving him scratching his head with an awkward smile. Liu Feng modestly said it was only good eyesight. He replied in astonishment, "How could an ordinary person see that far?" He then asked what demonic hawks were. He explained they were magical beasts capable of transmitting images to an eagle stone, commonly used for remote surveillance. He smiled with interest. "Since they have discovered us, they will surely prepare a special welcome." He turned back to tell everyone to be mentally prepared, do not faint from fright. Liu Feng asked further out of curiosity, but He only smiled and said they would understand upon arrival. After the conversation, the group continued forward at a more leisurely pace. When they were only one hill away from Warrior City, Liu Feng stopped to observe from above. The city gate was hung with skulls and bones, creating a chilling atmosphere. Seeing the group approach, the gate slowly opened. As soon as they stepped into the city, the orcs began shouting noisily. Though restrained by chains, they still roared threats at the humans, their words fierce and malicious. Nicola Zhu quietly observed her surroundings, then let out a cold snort. He walked ahead calmly and said, "Do not be afraid. They only look intimidating. They do not dare act." Lam Dong outwardly showed disdain. What is there to fear from this kind? Yet inwardly she sighed in relief. She had thought they would be forced into battle upon entering. Liu Feng looked at the lively stands and smiled inwardly, like watching football on opening day, except this time he was on the field. Suddenly someone from outside the enclosure hurled a brick at Nicola Zhu while cursing. A large iron hammer also flew toward her, leaving her no time to dodge. Fortunately, Liu Feng turned back just in time to notice. He waved his hand, and a magic sphere shot out at once. Just before the hammer struck, the sphere knocked it off course. The hammer reversed direction and slammed into an unfortunate orc. Liu Feng coldly questioned, "Is this how Warrior City treats its guests?" The heavy impact and weight of the hammer left that orc dazed. He staggered and then fell face down onto the ground. The others immediately shouted to break through the barrier. The humans dare to resist, beat them. The cries rang out, more orcs grew agitated and clamored to attack. Lam Dong asked anxiously, "Did the captain not say they would not dare make a move?" Panic began to rise in her heart. Why is this different from what was said, trusting him for nothing? Even He was confused. It is usually not like this. What exactly is happening today? Nicola Zhu, who had nearly been hit, became even more fired up, angrily shouting, "What is there to fear? Consider it a warm-up before the decisive battle." Realizing the atmosphere was tightening like a drawn bowstring, Liu Feng immediately raised his hand to stop them, telling everyone to stay calm because this fight could not happen. He and Lam Dong widened their eyes in surprise and blurted out what. He reined his mount aside to avoid a beast clansman wielding a blade who was about to charge over, then urgently asked Brother Liu, "They have already closed in like that, so why can we not engage?" Liu Feng lowered his voice in vigilance, his sharp gaze sweeping forward because the beast clan is not foolish. When the chains were about to fail in restraining the agitated beast clan, a shout suddenly rang out ordering them to stop. At the same time an arm appeared. In its hand was a heavy large axe. Liu Feng gave a soft snort as if he had long expected it. Sure enough, someone was orchestrating things from behind. After that command, his team finally steadied and continued to move deeper inside. Ange in a seductive red dress stood waiting. Behind her were several beast clan guards. She smiled in welcome to Warrior City. "Sorry for startling you. Someone helped the guest dismount." As soon as he saw her, He paused slightly, then called out Ange in surprise. She responded with a sweet smile, gently greeting Lord He. "It has been a long time." Lam Dong's eyes shone as if hearts were fluttering around him, muttering that he had been struck by love at first sight. Zhan beside him also nodded in sympathy. Nicola Zhu saw that reaction and snorted inwardly, secretly mocking them as a bunch of fools. Unclear about the other party identity, Liu Feng turned to ask He. He introduced her as the owner of the Riot Tavern, someone whose words carried weight among the Beast clan. Hearing that, Liu Feng gave a faint smile, his gaze turning cold as he said, "Fortunately, Miss Ange arrived in time. A little later and this place might have fallen into unimaginable chaos." Ange observed Liu Feng, feeling unfamiliar since she had never met him. This lord looks quite new. He understood and politely introduced himself as Liu Feng, the leader of the human team this time. Ange lightly waved in greeting, first praising that it seems Lord Liu Feng is even more outstanding than Lord Aohe. "Forgive my discourtesy." Then she deftly brought up what had just happened, sweetly saying that my lord has misunderstood. "As soon as I heard the news, I rushed over immediately." As he dismounted, Liu Feng smiled with hidden meaning in his words. "Is that so? I thought that scene was arranged by Miss Ange." Knowing she had been seen through, she immediately shifted the topic to Hongyi, smiling as she said, "My lord truly jokes well. Who is this adorable little girl? Could she be your beloved daughter?" Liu Feng introduced her as his younger sister. Hongyi cast her a glance filled with little favor. After everyone dismounted, Ange, as the host, invited them, saying the journey was tiring. "How about going to my tavern for a drink?" The group agreed and let her lead the way. On the way, Aohe quietly asked why he had been so certain they would not fight. Liu Feng smiled and replied that their strength far surpassed those troublemakers, so they did not dare truly risk it. He glanced at the Beast Clan still watching them and said again that the Beast Clan is not foolish. They would not seek a dead end for themselves. There must be a scheme behind it. Liu Feng asserted it was merely a display to use numbers to suppress morale. Aohe suddenly realized that the earlier shouting had been meant to intimidate new recruits facing battle for the first time. Looking at Ange back ahead, Aohe suspected most of it had been arranged by that fox woman. The tavern was surely not simple either, so he reminded them to be careful because the Fox clan is notorious for cunning. Liu Feng had already made his calculations but did not wish to alert anyone, saying that what happened earlier was just an opening act. Entering the tavern would be the real test. Let us see what she intends to do. After walking quite a distance, Ange finally stopped before a house bearing the sign Riot Tavern. He turned and pointed inside, proudly introducing welcome to the liveliest tavern in Warrior City. Lam Dong looked at the tavern with disappointment. "Is this the Riot Tavern of legend? Why does it look so ordinary?" Shijan echoed that he saw no chaos at all. As soon as the words fell, something splashed onto their faces, and the sound of shattering glass rang out. Everyone was startled as two youths were shoved out of the tavern, their bodies marked with signs of a scuffle. Ange's subordinate shouted loudly, "If you lack the ability, then do not dream of drinking here. Go back and train more. This place is fully reserved by us." Shijan cursed inwardly in shock that they were already smashing things at the slightest disagreement. Lam Dong widened his eyes and asked, "Is this a tavern or an arena? I do not want to go in." Ange raised her hand calmly and said regretfully that today it has been fully booked. "I am afraid I cannot invite you to drink." Liu Feng replied coldly that you invited guests yet say there is no space. If you had sincerity, you should have cleared the tavern in advance. She feigned innocence and said, "In Warrior City strength reigns supreme. A weak woman like me who would listen. How could I drive guests away myself?" Ange leaned close and whispered that if my lord wishes to drink, then simply drive them away directly. There will be space then. She looked at him meaningfully and said that if you are afraid, then wait until the tavern is empty before returning. Nicolas Zhu angrily demanded to see what kind of guests were inside, but Liu Feng stopped her and told her to wait outside. He would go in. Nicolas Zhu narrowed her eyes at Liu Feng, as if trying to read the thoughts behind that calm facade. She turned to leave yet did not forget to remind him not to let the human race lose face. Aohe worried that there was surely a trap inside and said he should not enter. Liu Feng replied that fearing before fighting would lower their morale, so he still had to go. He told Aohe to stay outside and protect everyone while he went in to assess the situation. Aohe nodded and reminded him to be careful. Liu Feng turned and waved to Hongyi, telling her to wait for him to come out. Though unwilling, the girl still agreed. He pushed the door open forcefully and stepped inside, determined to see just how lively this Riot Tavern truly was. The door slammed shut behind him. Liu Feng strolled forward with a confident bearing. The beastmen drinking inside all turned their heads to stare. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent as death. One of them raised his cup and slowly approached, asking whether a human also dared to come here to drink. Liu Feng calmly replied that you are not truly here to drink. Stop the nonsense. He went straight to the point, telling them to come at him together because he did not have time. Ange watched with interest, calculating 1 level 9, 3 level 8s, 8 level 7s. Let us see how capable Liu Feng truly is. Space shook violently as if torn apart, tables and chairs rattled loudly. In the blink of an eye, a beastman was struck down by an invisible force, flung far away like a sandbag. Before long the tavern turned into a chaotic scene. Many beastmen were sent flying in all directions. Ange stared in shock at the defeated figures sprawled across the floor. Door suddenly burst open with a resounding crash. Liu Feng calmly dragged the one who had just scorned him outside, each step leaving that man humiliated. Releasing his grip, he said coldly that someone like this dares to claim level 9, stop bringing shame. Faced with that scene, Ange stiffened, completely unsure how to react. Liu Feng gestured for everyone to enter because there was now space, they could drink at ease. He looked at Ange and asked, surely the young lady is also willing to treat us. She smiled sweetly and replied that it was the tavern honor. Shijian walked in laughing that the liveliest tavern in Warrior City could not last 1 minute against the instructor. Lam Dong excitedly said, today we will reserve this tavern. Since someone is treating, we must drink to our fill. Liu Feng thanked Ange first. She smiled and said, my lord is too courteous. Suddenly Manhwa appeared behind her, causing the atmosphere to tense at once. She reported that every move Liu Feng had just used had been recorded. Ange revealed a calculating smile. Very good, my arrangements were not in vain. She immediately ordered Manhwa to spread the news that the human team had arrived at Warrior City, and that this time their strength was formidable. Manhwa promptly answered, yes Lord. Ange then left. Ange continued instructing that the intelligence about Liu Feng be delivered to that person. The sinister smile on her lips suggested she intended to use another hand to deal with Liu Feng. In the human race small courtyard stood a mansion under strict guard. Beneath the dim moonlight, Liu Feng looked at Xiao Jin sleeping soundly, his breathing steady like a gentle lullaby. He lightly touched his head. Last night he said he would sleep to advance in level, yet he has slept straight until now. Liu Feng shook Xiao Jin but saw no reaction. The cultivation posture was still set. Sleeping like this and expecting a breakthrough is truly hard to believe. Suddenly he paused, his eyes flashing as he heard a strange sound. The scene shifted to a vast stone square. The surface of the stone block was rough and uneven, covered with dense cracks like a spiderweb. He held his sword and observed the slab, realizing that an ordinary slash would hardly be effective. He stared intently at the glowing blade before him, then nodded slightly as if having made a decision. He tightened his grip on the hilt, his figure shooting forward like lightning straight toward the target. Radiant sword swung down fiercely, a flash of light crashing into the stone slab with a resounding impact. Liu Feng stepped closer and praised him. Big brother He, your swordsmanship has improved remarkably, truly worthy of congratulations. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said sincerely that it was thanks to Liu Feng's earlier guidance that he had comprehended this. Hearing that, Liu Feng was slightly stunned and asked again, comprehended. He slowly explained that after sparring with brother Liu, he had pondered a new method of attack. If battle chi could form armor, it could also envelop the sword tip, thus increasing power while reducing consumption. He smiled confidently. I have named this move He Invincible Exclusive Battle Chi Armor Sword. Liu Feng replied helplessly, in my hometown this move is called Sword Aura, I have heard of it before. He paused, suddenly so embarrassed that he did not know what to say. Then he scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Fine then, I still cannot compare to you. He slung an arm over Liu Feng's shoulder and said, brother, give me more guidance, perhaps I can improve even further. Liu Feng felt awkward. This time he was in trouble. He had only spoken casually for fun before. How was he supposed to respond now? He hurriedly changed the subject. By the way, why can this large stone withstand big brother He's full force? He explained that this was Black Gang Stone of the Human Kingdom. A large piece could endure a 9th level attack. Liu Feng was astonished. That formidable, is it not even better than a sandbag? He gestured for him to try. He smiled. Now that he had something to practice on, he should try creating a new move. Sword Aura was powerful but too obvious and easily made opponents wary. He raised his hand, magical light flaring and spreading strongly, if he could gather his inner force into his palm. Liu Feng's palm instantly glowed blue, the energy concentrating before shooting straight ahead. He stood frozen, his eyes wide with shock. A streak of blue light burst forth and raced across the stone slab like lightning. He asked in astonishment, brother Liu, what move is this palm blade aura? He replied with slight disappointment that the power seemed not to have reached his expectation. A cracking sound rang out as the stone slab split slightly, the atmosphere suddenly tensed. Immediately after, the stone block collapsed with a crash, dust billowing everywhere. He exclaimed that only a saint-level expert could shatter Black Gang Stone in one move. He turned and asked Brother Liu, could it be that you have reached saint level? He scratched his head and laughed. Big brother exaggerates. The stone was already about to break. I only delivered the final strike. He nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. The black gang stone must have cracked because of my earlier blow as well. He patted his shoulder. Let us count it as breaking it together, rounding it up. I am almost at saint level too. Liu Feng forced a smile. As long as you are happy. Liu Feng looked at his palm with pride. This move is not bad. Another attack added to his arsenal, truly a genius. Suddenly a subordinate ran over to report, Lord Aohe, there is urgent news from the land of no return stronghold. He turned back and asked urgently, what happened? Could it be that demonic beasts attacked the stronghold? Before the heavy iron gates of the ancient city, the atmosphere was unusually silent. From a hidden corner, Aohe and Liu Feng watched intently. Aohe gritted his teeth and said that if he had not received news yesterday, he would not have known the beast tribe would come today. Liu Feng replied seriously that their early arrival was indeed suspicious. A group riding roaring demonic beasts advanced. Shaking the ground, Liu Feng said softly, they are here. Two masked figures led the way, riding gigantic demonic beasts and charging forward like thunder in a clear sky. He said irritably that last time he lost to those two and caused the human race a heavy defeat. Liu Feng asked in surprise, could it be that big brother faced both of them alone? He closed his eyes and recounted that the brothers Ho Fi and Ho Dim always acted together, known as two as one tiger, and in duels they counted as one person. Liu Feng frowned and muttered that 2 against 1 was truly shameless. He smiled confidently. This time the humiliation from before would definitely be repaid. He clenched his fist and declared firmly that this time there were 3 9th-level experts and he would crush them. Liu Feng asked if the 3rd 9th level was the mysterious person he had mentioned before. He replied in a deep voice that the gentleman would appear on the day of the duel. Liu Feng was still worried, is that mysterious person truly trustworthy? He answered coldly that he had investigated thoroughly. He continued that the background was clear and confirmed to be human, only that true experts were often eccentric. Liu Feng nodded, then it is reassuring. On the back of a demonic beast, the figure of Ho Fi appeared clearly, his gaze sharp. He suddenly took several deep breaths and said that he smelled a familiar scent. It seemed the old friend of the human race was hiding nearby. Suddenly he roared angrily, are you going to keep hiding and refuse to show yourself? Ho Fi swung his arm and hurled his sword toward Aohe while shouting loudly. Aohe, stop hiding. Aohe immediately rushed forward and drew his sword to block. Your sense of smell is quite sharp. His gaze was steady as a rock, without the slightest wavering. Liu Feng and Aohe stepped out simultaneously to face them. Ho Fi sheathed his sword with a sneer. This time the human race is led by you again. Ho Dim added mockingly that it seemed the previous defeat was not painful enough. Subordinates burst into loud laughter upon hearing that. Suddenly a figure flashed past Aohe like lightning, causing him to halt abruptly. Ho Dim frowned, his eyes widening as if he had sensed danger. He drew his sword at extreme speed, preparing to react. Ho Dim spun into a defensive stance and shouted that someone dared to launch a sneak attack. Liu Feng smiled faintly, I have just learned a new move, I will test it on you. The light in his hand flared and struck him, making Ho Dim's expression change. In an instant, his arm was broken by the blow. He fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Ho Fi stared in disbelief. Ho Dim's body was as hard as steel. How could a single palm strike severely wound him? He shouted excitedly, Brother Liu, seize the chance and suppress him. Liu Feng clenched his fist, gathering strength to unleash another decisive strike. But he suddenly sensed a heavy killing intent and snapped to attention. Immediately Liu Feng retreated, his eyes filled with vigilance. Low footsteps approached, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Angel appeared and praised that Lord Liu's skills were outstanding and truly broadened her horizon. Liu Feng smiled and replied that Miss Ange always arrived at just the right moment. Ange softened her voice and pleaded, for the sake of the wine I once offered, please spare Ho Dim this time. Liu Feng looked at her sternly and said, very well, I will give face to Miss Ange. Ange expressed her thanks and then shouted at her subordinates to withdraw at once. Those people scattered in panic, each fleeing in a different direction. Before leaving, Ange turned back and said, Lord Liu, see you on the day of the duel. Aohe sighed regretfully, Brother Liu, that was a good opportunity just now. Why did you stop? His face grew heavy, his eyes filled with vigilance. Earlier I sensed an extremely sharp Azure rank aura. Could it be that the beast race has dispatched an Azure rank expert this time? He cried out, Azure rank. Aohe rested his chin in thought, then said slowly, the human race is guarded by the 3 gods and 4 saints. If the demon race truly mobilizes a saint rank, they would never stand by idly. He clenched his fist, his voice turning grave. Whether it is saint rank or not, we must confirm it ourselves. He asked anxiously what Brother Liu intended. Liu Feng replied decisively, "Tonight we will secretly scout the demon camp." Beneath the bright full moon, a massive structure stood towering into view. Outside Warrior City, two figures descended from above. Liu Feng adjusted his hat and asked softly, "Brother Aohe, can this really fool the beast race?" Aohe answered confidently, "In darkness like this, as long as they do not smell anything unusual, they will not detect us." As he spoke, he took out a small pouch and sprinkled the powder inside over Liu Feng. Liu Feng had not even asked when Aohe pinched his nose and turned pale, exclaiming, "What is this?" He hurriedly explained it was odor-masking powder extracted from the hide of an orc who had not bathed for 800 years. "Endure it for a moment, Brother Liu." After speaking, he immediately turned away. Liu Feng also covered his nose and asked, "The beast race troops entered the city during the day. Why is the camp set outside the city?" Suppressing the stench, Aohe replied, "The scouts reported that fearing your strength, they secretly withdrew outside, but I think it is not that simple." He turned back, his expression serious. "Let us go." The two silently slipped into the night, trying not to make any sound. In the dim darkness, they concealed themselves behind a tent, and both crept deeper into the camp. Liu Feng and Aohe carefully observed every corner around them. Suddenly Aohe noticed something, his teeth clenched in tension. He quickly gestured for Liu Feng to come closer. Receiving the signal, he lightly leapt over to his side. Under the flickering firelight, the orcs were eating and laughing, their faces filled with satisfaction. Liu Feng asked softly what that was. Aohe answered it was the land cavalry, the most elite force of the beast race, previously seen only when war began. He could not hide his surprise. "Why are they here now?" Liu Feng said in a low voice, "Perhaps the beast race already holds certain victory in the grand duel. This time I fear a major change." He speculated that their true support must be inside that large tent. Liu Feng quietly circled around, secretly watching the guard before the tent. Magical power gathered at his fingertips, emitting a mysterious and imposing glow. Both fixed their gaze on the tent as he skillfully used magic to create a small gap. Inside, Ange and many orcs sat in silence, seemingly conducting some kind of ritual. One orc suddenly grew an extra arm, violet magical light shining brilliantly. Ike sat with his chin propped in the silent space, his gaze carrying invisible pressure. Liu Feng clearly felt that terrifying oppression. The aura from earlier in the day came from him. Orc reported that the ritual was complete. In one more day, General Huodim's arm would recover. Ange smiled in satisfaction and told him to withdraw and receive his reward. Huodim said angrily that last time he had merely been unlucky. At the duel, he would make Liu Feng pay dearly. Ange smiled faintly. "Liu Feng has someone else to deal with him. Your task is to handle Aohe." Hearing that, he felt a chill. The beast race had arranged someone specifically for him. Could it be that man in white? Bai Qi, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. "Andazej, where do you intend to place me?" His aura spread outward. "I accepted His Majesty's order to descend the mountain and participate, not to stand by as a spectator." Liu Feng felt a chill down his spine, so it truly was Azure rank. Ho Fi and Ho Dim hurriedly stepped back, avoiding Bai Qi's gaze. Ange remained calm and stood up, saying gently that there was no need for anger, sir. He stepped closer, reminding him that the duel was crucial. His Majesty only wished for him to guard against unforeseen events. Ange lightly placed her hand on Bai Qi's shoulder, her deep eyes concealing unfathomable meaning. She smiled sweetly. "If Sir wishes to fight, it would be even better, but command of this battle remains with me." Ho Dim and Ho Fi exchanged glances, their expressions awkward. Bai Qi tilted his head and asked Ho Dim, "What did Liu Feng do to you? I am somewhat interested in him." His gaze settled on Ho Dim, making the atmosphere suddenly heavy. He lowered his head and replied that Liu Feng's battle chi is very strange and extremely sharp. Bai Qi frowned and repeated the word sharp. He gritted his teeth. "With just one move my arm could not be kept." Bai Qi moved his finger slightly. "Does the human race possess such martial arts? I have never heard of it." He glanced at Ange, knowing she had long prepared for this duel. "If I interfere rashly, it may be disrespectful to His Majesty the Dragon God." He continued, "I will step back. If the person you arranged cannot defeat Liu Feng within 10 moves, I will personally act." Ange immediately replied that everything would follow your command, my lord. Aohe quietly rose. "The beast race has even deployed an Azure rank. I must inform my elder brother at once." His expression was grave. "We need to invite the 4 saints to act." Bai Qi suddenly spoke. "The 2 outside have listened long enough. Come in and talk." Liu Feng froze, his eyes widening in shock. Without another word, he turned to flee. He lowered his voice and told him to split up. Suddenly he halted, a chill running down his spine. Bai Qi waved his hand, shattering all obstacles as his figure shot outward. Liu Feng spun around and shouted, drawing his sword and unleashing a quadruple strike. Bai Qi casually dispelled it, as if brushing aside a passing breeze. He could not believe it. Was even the quadruple strike useless? The corner of Bai Qi's lips curled into a cold smile. He raised his hand and his arm glowed brilliantly. In an instant, a blazing violet surge of magic shot straight toward Liu Feng. Violet force tore through the air. He reacted swiftly and dodged its path. Those inside the tent rushed out. Ho Deem frowned and said he has escaped. Bai Qi gave a faint smile, his voice filled with confidence, wished to run. It is not so easy. In a blink he accelerated like an arrow released from the bow. Liu Feng gritted his teeth and pushed to his limit. This speed was already the boundary of gale movement. He glanced back, his eyes reddened, thinking he had escaped. Azure rank is indeed difficult to deal with. Immediately after, he sensed something wrong, cold sweat breaking out. A violent force crashed down, the ground beneath his feet splitting apart and knocking him over. Liu Feng looked at that scene, shocked at the speed of the attack. Braced himself, evading each relentless strike that seemed capable of crushing everything. From the thick smoke, Bai Qi slowly walked out. He folded his arms, his authoritative voice resounding, "You are Liu Feng." Liu Feng stepped back slightly, his eyes filled with astonishment, not understanding how that man could recognize him. He raised his hand high. 4 dark purple magic spheres slowly condensed and began revolving around his fingertips. Liu Feng slipped aside to evade the strike by a hair-breadth, cursing inwardly that within his perception range even using gale speed would make escape difficult. He had to find another plan. His face darkened slightly, his eyes deep in thought as if something did not quite add up. His gaze turned sharp and cold as he analyzed. If that man were truly at the Azure rank, then back at the camp he could have stopped him. Why let him run so far? Liu Feng turned his head, making up his mind to risk everything in one battle. He suddenly accelerated, charging straight toward Bai Qi like a raging tempest. Bai Qi curled his lips in disdain and asked calmly, "Are you seeking your own doom?" He stood still and observed, his eyes following Liu Feng's figure gradually fading into the air. Bai Qi laughed with interest. That move which made the body vanish was indeed not bad. Immediately after, he threw a punch straight into Liu Feng's abdomen. "In my eyes you have nowhere to hide." Liu Feng was blasted to the ground, the earth cracking beneath the impact. The moment he hit the ground, he sprang up at once and swiftly retreated. Bai Qi clasped his hands behind his back and pursued at leisure. "Do you think you can escape like that?" The scene shifted to a desolate ruin, swallowed by thick night. Within the rubble, a weak arm stretched out and slowly crawled up. It was Liu Feng. He struggled to prop himself up. Fortunately, the mirror image clone had lured him away. Liu Feng smiled inwardly. As expected, his guess was right. A true Azure rank only needed to manipulate spatial force, and even if he grew wings he could hardly escape. There would be no need for such a troublesome chase. He leapt to his feet and gathered his magic power. He had nearly been frightened out of his wits. He had to return to Warrior City at once to inform Brother Ao He. Elsewhere, a hand clenched and slammed heavily onto a table, the air seeming to freeze, infuriating. Liu Feng asked in surprise, "Brother Ao He, what happened?" Ao He smiled in relief. "That is good. Brother Liu has returned safely." Ao He lowered his voice and said he had just contacted his elder brother. According to intelligence, the Azure rank of the beast folk had not been mobilized. The fourth saint had not acted either. It seemed the information was correct. He suddenly froze and turned back. "Then who was that person we met just now?" Liu Feng answered sternly that he had probed him. That man was only a half Azure rank, still one step away from the true Azure rank. He clenched his fist with confidence. As long as he had not reached the Azure rank, then he had a chance to win. 3 days later at the competition plaza, the decisive battle between humans and beastfolk took place. Cries that the beastfolk would surely win shook the sky. On the stands, the beastmen cheered fervently for their race to defeat the human. As representatives of the humans, Liu Feng and Ao He observed the opponent's arrogant atmosphere. Seeing that excitement, Liu Feng was somewhat taken aback, while Ao He calmly explained that beastmen were inherently warlike. When it came to duels, they were always more passionate than others. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Feng glanced back, made a brief comparison, then said in a low voice, "It seems to be on our side." The two of them suddenly froze when they realized the human section was completely devoid of anyone coming to cheer. Afraid Liu Feng might lose heart, Ao He forced a smile and explained, "It is fine, most humans in Warrior City are refugees. They do not expect us to win anyway." He remained silent, merely lowering his head slightly to gaze into the distance before softly saying, "Forget it, after all we are competing on their ground." As if recalling something, Liu Feng touched his new outfit and asked Ao He whether, aside from its striking appearance, it concealed any special function like the former spatial sword sheath. In response, he only received a friendly pat on the shoulder and a casual remark, "Its greatest function is to make you look more dashing." Setting the matter of clothing aside, he asked about Nicola Zhu and Shijan. Ao He immediately pointed toward the preparation area, saying they would enter in the first match. While the two were still talking, a subordinate hurried over from afar to report. After hearing him out, Ao He waved his hand and ordered them to follow Liu Din Tiu Sin's arrangements. Noticing his expression change, Liu Feng quickly asked what happened. Ao He excitedly announced that reinforcements had arrived. A few steps away from them, a masked young man sat quietly observing. Ao He introduced him as Mr. Lei Ting, saying his temperament was somewhat peculiar, and that due to a recent mishap in cultivation his face was injured, hoping Liu Feng would not mind. Liu Feng nodded, yet a strange sense of familiarity stirred within him, making him wonder if he had met this person somewhere before. Seeing their forces were temporarily sufficient, Ao He cheerfully analyzed the strategy. In the final match between humans and beastfolk, each side would send 3 people into a melee. The beastfolk side had a quasi-saint-level fighter and the Hudim brothers, while the third person remained unknown. Liu Feng guessed the beastfolk might have prepared a master specifically to deal with him. Ao He replied in confusion that according to intelligence, aside from those tiger brothers there were no other 9th rank experts, and the identity of the third remained a mystery. Not wanting to dwell on it, Liu Feng smiled and said he would handle the quasi-saint level fighter, leaving the rest to Ao He and Lei Ting. He clenched his fists and declared that as long as the other 2 quickly defeated their opponents, the 3 of them joining forces would surely be able to overcome the strongest fighter of the beastfolk. The competition square blazed with color, as clusters of flares were continuously shot into the sky. From the main gate, a beastfolk maiden strode in with proud steps. Her appearance caused the beastfolk stands to erupt in cheers, endlessly shouting Ange's name. Ange responded with a gentle blown kiss. That gesture alone was enough to make the crowd below flush red with excitement. Without hesitation, Ange lifted her chin high and declared that the long-awaited grand duel had officially begun. Acting as both host and referee, she gestured for representatives of the 2 races to step forward for the opening honorary duel. At the signal, both sides successively sent their representatives into the arena. A beastman in the stands shouted loudly in support, chanting slogans for his tribe. Every step of the human team led by Nicola Zhu drew fierce shouts and cheers. Watching his students step forward, Liu Feng appeared quite satisfied. He thought to himself that their current momentum was completely different from before. The past few days of training had not been in vain. Ange signaled for representatives from both sides to carry out the point-casting ceremony. Hearing that, Liu Feng asked in surprise why they had to cast points, leaving Ao He stunned as he mentioned the competition handbook. Then he suddenly remembered that he had been busy drinking that night and forgot to give it to him, so he gave an awkward smile. Ao He explained that in the honorary duel, each side would send 12 contestants below the 9th rank to participate. After rolling the dice, however many points were shown would determine how many participants that side would send. Hearing this rule, Liu Feng broke into a cold sweat, feeling it was somewhat unfair. Ao He further explained that luck was also a form of strength. This match was merely to stir up the atmosphere and would not affect the overall result. Suddenly, he sprang up to take on the task of casting the points, confidently saying he was very skilled at it. Alone, Ao He swiftly rushed down to the dice rolling area. Before starting, he even teased Hudim about his recovered arm. Hudim angrily declared that he would make Ao He pay in today's match. Ange signaled for both sides to begin the point-casting ceremony. Looking at the 2 gigantic dice, Liu Feng silently worried. Their size rendered any control technique nearly useless, leaving everything to luck. At the command, the representatives of both races picked up the dice together. 2 of them simultaneously hurled them hard onto the arena floor and waited for the result. The dice spun rapidly round after round without stopping. Finally, they stopped at 4 for the humans and 12 for the beastfolk, astonishing many people. Hudim laughed loudly, boasting of his good fortune at obtaining 12 points. Shijan looked at the number 4 and sighed. The result was far too unfavorable. Ange announced that the beastfolk would send 12 fighters, while the humans would send only 4. Hearing that, Liu Feng could not help feeling worried at the disparity. The beastfolk side cheered excitedly at their overwhelming advantage. He sorrowfully lamented his terrible luck despite having washed his hands to pray for fortune. Udim mocked that the humans would only lose 4 people and asked who would step out first. Lam Dong stood silently within the human ranks, yet his heart was filled with frustration. He inwardly blamed that those who were not good at rolling dice should not fight for the task. Nicolas Zhu, Shijan, and Gang Sa courageously stepped forward one after another to accept the mission to fight. He looked at Lam Dong and asked whether he dared to participate. Not wanting to lose face, Lam Dong trembled as he replied that he would enter the battle. Though calm on the surface, inside he was utterly panicked. When both sides had enough participants, Ange requested those not competing to leave the arena. The match between 12 beastfolk and 4 humans officially began. Shijan circulated his energy to observe the situation, then shouted that each of them should try to hold off 3 opponents. Nicolas Zhu unleashed her inner force and drew 3 opponents toward herself. A group of beastfolk surrounded Gang Sa and Lam Dong. The two immediately coordinated. Gang Sa said he would provide support from behind. Accepting the support, Lam Dong raised his weapon forward, ready to face the enemy. Shijan threw out punches like steel, sending a beastfolk flying back. Nicolas Zhu flashed her sharp sword, knocking one opponent down. With smooth coordination, Lam Dong used his ice gun to restrain 2 more foes. In the stands, He excitedly cheered when he saw the humans temporarily gain the upper hand. However, Liu Feng reminded him not to celebrate too early. The advantage was only temporary due to countering. Sensing something was wrong, the opposing side quickly changed tactics and reassigned their target. Tiger-headed beastman obeyed the order and threw a punch head-on against Shijan. The tremendous strength forced Shijan back. He was astonished by that terrifying force. Nicolas Zhu slashed at her stone-like opponent's chest, yet it seemed ineffective. The opponent sneered, his stone-like defense making her sword unable to pierce through. On the other side, Gang Sa quickly returned to support Lam Dong. He repeatedly reminded Lam Dong to focus and shoot more accurately. Lam Dong complained that the enemies moved too quickly, making it hard for him to aim. He felt heavy pressure, having never trained for a situation of 4 against 12 like this. Liu Feng stood up to observe, then asked again about the meaning of the honorary duel. He affirmed that it was merely an opening match and would not decide the final victory or defeat. The harsh reality struck He like a bolt from the blue. Cold sweat broke out across his back, and his face turned pale. This place had long since become the grave of countless prodigies, whether human or beast. How many geniuses had perished here? On Nicolas Zhu's side, she was restrained by a stone man, her hands pinned tightly without release. He even wore a triumphant look for having captured her. He pulled out a sharpened stone spike, pressing it against her chest and declaring he would pierce through. Suddenly from afar, a surge of spiritual power transformed into a slash and shot forward. Slash swept across the stone man's body, splitting him into 2 halves in utter shock. In the blink of an eye, that man collapsed, his body shattered and scattered across the ground. Realizing it was Liu Feng who had intervened, Nicolas Zhu irritably reminded him that this was their battle. He did not need to interfere. With a stern gaze, he slowly enunciated each word. I cannot stand by and watch my student lose her life in this meaningless fight. Outside the arena, Ange as referee saw a human appear at the wrong moment and raised her hand to signal a halt. As she walked toward Liu Feng, she reiterated the rule that his action violated the regulations. He merely smiled faintly. Rules are made by the strong. Whoever is strong enough becomes the rule. Unwilling to let his students be harmed over something trivial, Liu Feng decided to stop and declared that the human race conceded in the honor match. The moment his words fell, the 4 human representatives immediately protested. We have not lost. We still have the strength to fight. Instructor, please let us continue. Seeing their stubbornness, Liu Feng restrained his emotions and explained that the honor match did not decide everything. Their lives mattered more than victory or defeat. Then he turned to Angel opposite and asked her not to waste any more time. Start the final match. Though displeased, Ange still announced that the human race conceded. Yet inside she burned with resentment as her plan to eliminate human geniuses had been ruined by Liu Feng. Liu Feng and a masked person beside them stepped forward to arrange their formation. Once the human side had 3 people, Ange announced that the final decisive battle officially began. The beast race advanced at a leisurely pace, each step confident as they headed toward the arena. The lineup consisted of Hu Shi, Hu Yan, and a masked figure of unknown identity following silently behind. Seeing only those 3, he froze for a few seconds, surprised that he did not see an opponent reserved for him. Liu Feng curiously asked why the beast race seemed to be missing someone. He merely shook his head and replied that perhaps they counted the tiger-headed brothers as 2 slots. Pushing that aside, he smiled and said that once the match began, the beast race's 3rd person would hardly have a chance to appear. Saying nothing more, Liu Feng lowered his head and pondered the identity of the person they hinted at. In his mind echoed Ange's earlier emphasis that someone would deal with Liu Feng. Bai Qi's voice rang out coldly, "If within 10 moves the one she arranged cannot deal with Liu Feng, then I will personally take action." Seeing both sides in position, the referee called out loudly, "Are you ready?" then declared the match had begun. Worried that a lack of numbers would disrupt the match, Liu Feng turned to ask Ange whether it was a problem that only 2 from the beast race stepped onto the stage. Ange curled her lips with hidden meaning, saying there was nothing wrong because the beast race's 3rd person was already present. As her words ended, she struck the gong hard, its sound ringing out to signal the start of battle. As if sensing something ominous, Liu Feng slightly tilted his body and looked behind. Before he could react, he was struck in the chest by a blow from the beast race, blood soaking his clothes red. One who attacked did not retreat but stood still on the spot. He stood tall, raising his sword high toward Liu Feng. The one who had stood with the human side suddenly turned hostile, sneering that he was the 3rd member of the beast race. How he ground his teeth in fury at being deceived, never expecting the one he trusted to be an insider. Without stopping, the masked figure spoke with deep resentment, saying this was retaliation against the human race, and today they would pay the price. He tightened his grip on the sword, mocking that as a human he sold his life to the beast race, then declared he would deal with the traitor first. Liu Feng clutched his wounded chest, striving to stay calm and prevent everyone from acting rashly. He raged and blamed himself for blindly trusting others. In the stands, the 4 human representatives shouted for justice, accusing the beast race of deceit and demanding a rematch. But Ange coldly replied that the rules did not forbid schemes. The beast race's actions were still within permitted limits. As she walked away, she said they had fallen into the trap out of stupidity, provoking furious rebuttals from the students behind. Lam Dong flipped through the rulebook and discovered there truly was no clause forbidding betrayal. The beast race had not broken any rule. Nicola Zhu looked down at Liu Feng, loudly cheering that the instructor had not lost hold firm to the human spirit. Standing behind, Bai Qi reminded the masked man that he had 10 moves to resolve it, plenty of time. Hu Shi and Hu Yan immediately rushed forward to block He, declaring that his opponents were them. With no other choice, He split off, telling Liu Feng that he would handle those 2 first. The masked man looked at Liu Feng and asked whether he had long suspected his identity. Enduring the pain, Liu Feng nodded slightly and admitted that he was the most suspicious. He no longer concealed himself, raising his hand to remove the mask and saying that he had only guessed part of it. The face behind the mask was revealed to be Lei Ting. He smiled and asked if they still remembered him. Seeing that he was still alive, Liu Feng exclaimed in shock, "Lei Ting, you are not dead." Nicola Zhu in the stands was also stunned, staring carefully to confirm it was truly him. Lei Ting confidently brought up the past, asking whether they thought a saint-level sealing technique in a scroll could kill him. He said he had only faked his death to escape the pursuit of Xingyin Academy, at that time gravely injured, so he had to rely on the beast race to preserve his life. Standing in the arena, Lei Ting vented that he had lost everything because of Liu Feng and that girl, and she had destroyed herself and left the world. Even deliberately mentioned Wei with a malicious smile, saying she was beautiful but met a tragic end. Hearing Wei name, Liu Feng lost control and rushed forward, shouting that he was unworthy to mention her and demanding justice. Lei Ting seemed prepared, standing still to receive the attack instead of dodging. He easily blocked Liu Feng's blade and mocked that the out-of-control appearance was truly laughable. Understanding the situation, He loudly reminded Liu Feng to stay calm lest his weakness be exploited. The blade in his hand was knocked away by the opponent's sword. Liu Feng's chest suffered further injury as the long sword thrust forward. Even so, he managed to release a surge of spiritual energy in counterattack toward Lei Ting. Taking a deep breath to regain clarity, Liu Feng told himself to calm down because anger would only lead him astray. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he pulled the sword blade out of his chest with his bare hand. Gripping the blade tightly in his hand, he silently called for Wei to watch him reclaim justice. Seizing the opportunity, Lei Ting unleashed a violent surge of purple energy, shouting that he would end it. Liu Feng retreated to evade, then immediately counterattacked with footwork swift as the wind. He tightened his grip on the blade and charged straight toward Lei Ting. But the unexpected happened when the attack was blocked, leaving him astonished. His arm received the full force of the powerful slash from Liu Feng's blade. Lei Ting knocked him backward and provoked that did he not want to kill him, why avoid? Unwilling to give up, Liu Feng sprang forward like an arrow released from a bow. As the distance closed, he executed the ultimate technique mirror image clone. Seeing the two clones appear, Lei Ting still laughed calmly. He raised his hand, purple energy gathering, as he pointed out the true body. The attack immediately targeted the real Liu Feng. He hurriedly used his blade to defend. He silently cursed for not understanding how he saw through it. The wound from the earlier ambush split open again with searing pain. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Liu Feng still swung his searing blade, a stream of spiritual energy slicing through the air. Lei Ting was struck by the considerable force and suffered minor abrasions, but with his protective aura shielding him, he remained outwardly calm. Someone from behind suddenly rushed in, the blade slashing straight at Lei Ting's shoulder before he could guard against it. Though blood still trickled down, he laughed as if unharmed. The clone was indeed fragile, otherwise that strike might have decided the outcome. As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Ting spun around, his palms spreading open as spiritual power gathered and struck directly at Liu Feng. The attack hit his wound precisely, making him clutch his chest and grimace. He seemed to know all of his techniques, but why? Lam Dong stared in shock. Clearly the instructor was superior to that man, yet in battle he seemed restrained. Even Nicola Zhu could not hide her confusion when his speed suddenly surged. Not stopping there, he lightly bent his knees, and his figure shot into the air. From above, Lei Ting plunged down at extreme speed toward the injured Liu Feng below. Liu Feng forced himself to raise his blade to defend, but his opponent suddenly vanished. Where did he go? Suddenly, a palm slammed hard against his still bleeding chest. A push that seemed light was enough to send him flipping onto his back, face toward the sky. The one who struck was Lei Ting. Liu Feng's body crashed heavily to the ground, dust and gravel scattering everywhere. Gathering his remaining strength, Liu Feng slowly sat up, his heart full of doubt. Why had his speed increased so terrifyingly? With scratches covering his mouth, he lifted his head to look at his opponent, fury and shock mingling in his eyes at that form. In an instant, Lei Ting transformed into a beast race form, a werewolf figure clearly visible. It was a secret transformation art he achieved only after brutal modification. Seeing the danger, he hurriedly shouted to Liu Feng, "Brother Liu." But before he could finish, he was blocked by Ho Fi and Ho Deem, weapons pressed close. Your opponent is us, sooner or later you will go down with him. Turning back to Liu Feng, Lei Ting strolled forward leisurely, his face excited as if awaiting the outcome. His face smeared from battle, Liu Feng asked in a low voice why you know my techniques so well. Lei Ting did not hide it, his eyes widening as he recounted. If you want to die clearly, remember the time you caused chaos at the tavern with those beastmen. Respectfully turned and bowed slightly to Ange. Do you think Lord Ange accidentally confronted you? Wrong, it was all a trap aimed at you. Liu Feng was stunned, a trap for me. He nodded in admission. Every move you used that day was recorded by us. Mu Nhi beside him shouted angrily, the one who harmed my sister must pay. Looking at Liu Feng's battered state, Lei Ting laughed endlessly. To find flaws in your techniques, we spent no small effort. As he spoke, he circulated his energy, purple spiritual power flaring in his palm and making him halt. We have studied you for a long time, today you will hardly escape. After dealing with you, I will settle accounts with the people of Tin Lam Academy. Without hesitation, Lei Ting raised his fist high and charged straight at his opponent. Before Liu Feng could steady himself, the stream of spiritual energy was already near his head. Could it be that I must end here? His expression darkened, thoughts piling up in his mind. Wei Er's revenge is still unavenged, I cannot fall. At that moment Liu Feng's eyes suddenly widened abnormally. His dantian grew hot, strength surged. His entire body felt as if every meridian had been opened. Fortune circulated, the heavenly cycle turned. On the brink of danger he successfully broke through, his meridians completely clear. On Lei Ting's side, a sudden rebound force sent him crashing heavily to the ground, sand and stones flying. Watching from the start, Bai Qi let out a soft, appreciative laugh. Oh, somewhat interesting. Liu Feng was not only unharmed, but had escaped and appeared behind Lei Ting. His whole body shrouded in blue aura, Liu Feng spoke. Thank you for the explanation, villains truly do talk a lot. Seeing him standing there, Lei Ting turned pale, sweat pouring down. Impossible, that strike clearly hit. Liu Feng did not stop, circulating his power to summon the blade embedded deep in the ground back to his hand. Gripping the hilt tightly, he asked again, did your intelligence not say that I still have many trump cards? What is this injury worth? Stepping closer to Lei Ting, he calmly said his inner power had just broken through, and he should thank him, leaving that man stunned. "Thank me." Strength surged, he raised his blade high. "In my hometown there is a saying, the more cornered you are the easier it is to break through. Failing to defeat me only makes me stronger." Not wanting to drag it out, Liu Feng lightly bent his knees and the ground beneath his feet cracked. Holding his blade and charging like lightning, he roared loudly, "Lei Ting, everything ends here." Seeing his opponent rush in, Lei Ting shouted angrily, "Do you think you can defeat me?" He refused to retreat, raising his palm as purple energy gathered again. This time, the purple energy split into many small fragments hovering in the air above his head. Seizing the moment, he waved his hand, and the fragments shot out one after another to attack. Yet Liu Feng easily dodged. Now he was completely different from before. Watching that speed, Lei Ting muttered in shock, "So fast." While he was still stunned, Liu Feng had already closed in, raising his blade and slashing down, it ended. The strike tore open Lei Ting's left arm, blood gushing out, pain clearly visible. Liu Feng's legs also trembled, his knees slightly buckling. He propped himself up with the blade, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Breaking through his meridians had destabilized his inner power. He needed to regulate it immediately or risk upheaval. Lei Ting clutched his wound and sneered, "It seems your condition is not much better." White smoke spread around his body, covering the wound. After transforming, this minor injury was nothing. After a moment of calculation, Liu Feng decided that before his inner power lost control, he could still unleash one more move. Despite being injured, Lei Ting still arrogantly declared that the final victory would belong to me. Without hesitation, Liu Feng gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "I can only risk it all." Executed the old move again, creating two figures, one real, one illusory, the mirror image clone reappearing. He remained silent, only calmly spreading his hands before him. Two enormous streams of purple spiritual energy formed above Lei Ting's head, aimed at the old technique he still dared to use again. Without delay, he poured all his strength into pushing the two powerful streams of energy toward his opponent. Liu Feng and the clone did not dodge at all, instead standing still to receive it. Purple energy finally crashed in, colliding with the blade he held high in defense. The power this time was equal, both sides using their blades to completely neutralize it. Suddenly he widened his eyes, realizing something was wrong. Both are true bodies, how is that possible? His spiritual power gradually weakened, while Liu Feng and the clone closed in. Lei Ting was forced to unleash his final ultimate technique, erecting a barrier around his body, divine right arm. On the ground, two wisps of white smoke suddenly appeared, drifting lightly from nowhere. In truth, it was the afterimage of Liu Feng and the clone's extreme speed, as both charged simultaneously. Two slashes crossed into an X shape, heading straight for the target. In just a few seconds, they passed Lei Ting and then dropped to one knee facing the stand. Clone completed its task and vanished into smoke. X-shaped wound was carved into Lei Ting's chest, blood continuously seeping out. Liu Feng stood up behind him, lightly twisting his neck as he declared, "You lost," leaving Lei Ting stunned in disbelief. He returned to human form, unable to understand why divine right arm, which could block high-level attacks, had been broken. Clutching his aching chest, Lei Ting looked at him in confusion. "Why did you suddenly become so strong?" Liu Feng stood straight, blade in hand, as he explained, "The stronger the clone, the shorter it lasts, that is all." Hearing this, Lei Ting sighed, knowing that after transforming he had exhausted his strength and could not continue. Cast a pleading glance toward Ange but received only a cold reply, "Useless." Enduring the humiliation, Lei Ting turned to look at Bai Qi, standing silently nearby. Cast aside all dignity, dropped to his knees and kowtowed to the lord he had once assisted, begging for help in utter despair. Lei Ting looked utterly miserable, his body trembling uncontrollably. Yet Bai Qi showed no mercy, casually kicking him away. Driven to such humiliation, Lei Ting lowered his head and ground his teeth, carving every ounce of hatred into his heart. Suddenly his face turned pale, his eyes filled with panic, a trace of red seeping from the corner of his lips as he looked up. Liu Feng had never left. He had been standing there silently watching him all along. The moment he saw him, he scrambled up in terror and fled, glancing back to beg for his life in despair. Liu Feng quietly drew the blade from his back, murmuring a few cold words. The blade flashed and shot toward Lei Ting's back. He collapsed, leaving his final words for Wei below. The strike hit a vital point and he fell instantly, his body stretching lifeless across the ground. With the enemy gone and the grudge settled, Liu Feng let out a breath and softly said he had repaid her for her. Afar, hurried footsteps echoed across the arena. Bai Qi looked at him with interest and invited him to fight, saying it was time for them to measure their strength. After issuing the challenge, he waved his hand to signal his subordinates to withdraw. The Beast Clan members in the arena were briefly stunned, frozen in shock. Deem and Ho-Fi widened their eyes, stammering that the match was not over yet. Seeing their hesitation, he frowned in displeasure and declared this was his personal battle. Referee Ange immediately raised his hand to signal everyone to step down. Not daring to delay, they hurried away, leaving behind only a brief wish for good fortune. On this side, He asked anxiously whether Lu Hinde could still endure. He nodded and replied that his inner force was somewhat unsettled, but he could still fight. Knowing he was still steady, He lifted his sword toward Bai Qi and asked to stall for time so he could regulate himself. Hearing this, Liu Feng raised his hand to stop him, but He was resolute, saying this was their final hope. Though his heart trembled slightly, He still gripped the hilt tightly and boldly claimed the opponent for himself. That attitude delighted Bai Qi, who gave a cold smile and said if he wished to seek his own end, he would indulge him. Without hesitation, He rushed forward like an arrow released from a bow, telling Liu Feng to make use of the time. Liu Feng widened his eyes, quickly thinking of how to adjust his inner force after his breakthrough. He immediately entered meditation, his aura spreading evenly as he vowed not to betray He's trust. On the other side, He had only his sword as a companion, charging recklessly at Bai Qi. In contrast, Bai Qi stood barehanded, merely raising an arm shrouded in purple spiritual energy. A stream of energy shot straight at him. Fortunately, He twisted aside in time. But Bai Qi's wrist turned swiftly and seized his shoulder. Gripping his shoulder tightly, he coldly asked why he was not using battle chi armor. Was he courting disaster? Though restrained, He still smiled and said he wanted to save his battle chi for a more crucial moment. With that, he tightened his grip on the sword and swung down fiercely to counterattack. The sudden strike startled Bai Qi, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. He withdrew his hand in time to avoid severe injury, yet angrily cursed his opponent. The sword cleaved into Bai Qi's helmet, shattering it in an instant. His face was revealed, one side clearly covered in raised dragon scale. He stared in shock, never expecting the one before him to be of the dragon race. Onlookers whispered that he might be a half-dragon, blood mixed between human and dragon. Hearing that, he grew even more unsettled, wondering if the dragon race truly allowed such mixed bloodlines. The murmurs enraged Bai Qi, his eyes blazing with fury. He raised his hand and unleashed purple spiritual energy, shouting that mere ants dared to discuss him. Surge rushed toward the two. Luckily, they reacted swiftly and avoided harm. After the warning, Bai Qi turned back to He, who had fallen to one knee. He charged forward like the wind, hand lifted high to deliver a fatal blow. Exhausted, He could only fall back and await the looming danger. Suddenly, Liu Feng appeared, his blade intercepting just in time to save him. Seeing him, He smiled in relief and asked softly if he was fine. Liu Feng glanced back and reassured him that he had finished regulating, and his combat strength had largely recovered. Tightening his grip on the blade, he reminded him of the favor just now, and said it was now his turn to protect his brother. As soon as he finished speaking, he circulated his power, his aura erupting as his hair flew and his strength multiplied. With his might surging, his slash caused Bai Qi's body to bleed. Wounded repeatedly, he glared with bloodshot eyes and roared in rage. In his fury, Bai Qi transformed into a half-man, half-dragon form. His entire body was covered in dragon scales, spiritual energy churning violently around him. He opened his mouth and shrieked that today no one would leave in one piece. Liu Feng was stunned by the transformation, sweat forming as the opponent had stepped into the Saint Realm. Elsewhere in the human city, within a quiet small courtyard. In a small room, Xiao Jin was eating a chicken leg beside Ba Enham and a chai, while Hong Yi sat meditating. Dropping the chicken bone, he complained about being kept back for safety and invited Hong Yi to play. Hong Yi paid no attention, opening her eyes to reply that she must focus on cultivating to grow stronger. Hearing that, Xiao Jin jumped up and said that even sleeping could bring progress in his own way. He flexed his bulging muscles, boasting that after one nap he would be far more formidable. Suddenly sensing something, Hong Yi widened her eyes and looked into the distance. Through the hazy window, Xiao Jin guessed it was a saint-level aura and wondered if Liu Feng had broken through. Hong Yi immediately denied it, asserting that it was Liu Feng's enemy, which made Xiao Jin anxious. Hearing that Liu Feng was in danger, Hong Yi declared sternly that she would not let anyone harm him. Without hesitation, she swept out of the room as swift as the wind. Xiao Jin transformed into a golden dragon and chased after her, shouting that he would use spatial magic to assist. Back at the arena, the sun stood high, harsh sunlight blanketing everything. In the stands, a student worried when he saw the opponent had reached the saint level. Kofi asked in astonishment, while Nji firmly declared that this time victory was certain. He did not forget to order the wolf cavalry to advance, the battle officially commencing. With his newly surging power, Bai Qi laughed loudly in pride. Seeing Liu Feng remain calm, he asked in surprise why he showed no fear. Liu Feng replied that his strength was indeed inferior, but that would not make him retreat. Gripping his blade tightly, he declared he was the last hope of the human race. Even against a saint he would fight. Steadfast attitude further excited Bai Qi, his eyes flashing brightly. Without hesitation, he circulated his inner force, and his figure vanished in an instant. Two of them charged at each other, clashing so fiercely that neither gained the upper hand. The immense force from both sides colliding made the ground around the arena tremble, shattered stones scattering everywhere. Aohi standing at the edge was also affected. Fortunately, he dodged in time to avoid being caught up, truly terrifying. Unexpectedly, it was not just one strike but a barrage of relentless attacks crashing down. Aohi had no choice but to turn and run. As he ran, his eyes brimmed with tears, his mouth endlessly complaining in misery. The waves of devastating attacks continuously blasted earth and stones high into the air. The battle was still undecided, both sides locked in a fierce struggle, tension at its peak. Suddenly he widened his eyes, muttering excitedly as if he had just seized his prey. From Bai Qi's mouth, blazing red flames gathered into a mass, gradually swelling larger. The sight before his eyes left Liu Feng stunned, cold sweat pouring down in panic. When the firepower had fully gathered, he unleashed a surging sea of flames spreading in all directions. Raging flames from Bai Qi's mouth engulfed the entire surrounding area. Even though he managed to dodge in time, he could not help but feel bewildered, murmuring to himself whether there had been some mistake. Suddenly behind Liu Feng's back, torrents of fire came roaring in. He had not yet realized the danger. Only when the flames brushed close to his face did he jolt in alarm. Just as he was about to leap upward, a streak of fire had already coiled around his leg. Liu Feng panicked so much that he clenched his teeth, drenched in sweat, his mind spinning. Flames were like a fire dragon, tightly wrapping around his leg without letting go. Not only his leg, both of Liu Feng's arms were also tightly bound, leaving him unable to escape. Surrounded completely by flames, he was horrified to discover that his movements had suddenly slowed. That panicked expression made Bai Qi laugh smugly, acknowledging that the power of space was indeed formidable. Liu Feng struggled with all his strength once more, but to no avail. He despairingly realized he could not break free. On the other side, he clasped his hands into a seal, gathering even more firepower. When the power had fully converged, Bai Qi coldly declared he would finish off his opponent. Liu Feng had no path of retreat left, forced to face him head-on. He opened his mouth wide, shouting the incantation, executing the demonic fire annihilation. The moment his words fell, a colossal mass of fire slowly surged forward as if to devour everything in its path. In just an instant, that power was already pressing close before him. Bound tightly within the sea of flames, he fell into a critical situation. He cried out Liu Feng's name in despair, while Nicolas Zhu standing nearby was also at a loss, worried. Watching the mass of fire draw near, Liu Feng gritted his teeth, fearing he would fall here. Unexpectedly, a blue magic circle appeared before him. It was a spatial technique. From within that circle, Hong Yi and Xiao Jin broke through the barrier and stepped out. They immediately dashed outward. The little girl's appearance left him stunned as he softly called out Hong Yi's name. Hong Yi with a stern gaze stood in front of Liu Feng, demanding that the other side stop. That small figure radiated an immensely powerful crimson spiritual aura. That aura formed a protective layer, blocking the descending mass of fire. Seeing himself obstructed, Bai Qi angrily shouted who dared to interfere. Taking that chance, Xiao Jin wrapped around Liu Feng and pulled him out, declaring he had come to rescue. Opened his mouth, using his sharp fangs to deal with a patch of flame nearby. Seeing Xiao Jin eat the flames with relish, Liu Feng was astonished, and the boy innocently replied that this tasted quite good. With Xiao Jin's help, the flames were cleared away one after another in the blink of an eye. Only a few seconds later, the fire was completely extinguished, but the little fellow accidentally bit Liu Feng's hand, making him yelp. Circulating a bit of inner force, Liu Feng and Xiao Jin landed safely, escaping danger. Seeing Bai Qi use golden flames to attack Hong Yi, Xiao Jin's eyes lit up with interest. He had no idea he was being watched, still continuously forming seals to challenge the other side to withstand it. The enormous energy from him came crashing straight down toward Hong Yi's head. Liu Feng shouted in panic, reminding the little girl to move aside. It was too late. Hong Yi alone bore the full brunt of that attack. Seeing the little girl fall unconscious and drop, he hurried forward to catch her. Zhao Jin immediately counterattacked on Hongyi's behalf by swallowing all the firepower Bai Qi had created. Placing Hongyi on the ground, Liu Feng scolded her for being reckless, and the little girl honestly expressed that he was her only family. Holding Hongyi's shoulders, he asked about that source of power, but the little girl only shook her head, saying that when she wanted to save him it appeared on its own. Far away under the night sky, the moon hung high in silent stillness. Inside an ancient building, deep within stood a dust-covered coffin placed in the center of the room. Suddenly the coffin lid slowly opened, faint red smoke spilling out. A voice echoed along with the smoke, sensing that the aura had awakened. That person raised his head and laughed loudly, declaring he had waited several hundred years for his disciple and would bring him back. All of Bai Qi fire lotuses were completely devoured by Zhao Jin without leaving a trace. He stared wide-eyed in shock at the unbelievable sight. Zhao Jin did not even bother with his reaction, only focused on savoring the meal. When the flames were gone, he sighed regretfully for not feeling full. Hearing that Bai Qi was stunned as if struck dead, his firepower entirely swallowed. Stomped furiously, vowing to make everyone pay. His enraged roar made Zhao Jin pause slightly. Bai Qi lunged forward like a predator driven by hunger. Seeing danger closing in on Zhao Jin, Liu Feng hurriedly shouted a warning. Yet Zhao Jin feared not his strength, only mocking him as ugly and warning he would act if he came any closer. As soon as he finished speaking, he lightly flicked his tail and sent the opponent flying. Liu Feng holding Hongyi watched the scene with a helpless smile. Seeing Bai Qi knocked away so easily, those watching were also astonished at the origin of the strange snake. Zhao Jin looked at him and remarked that he was weak. Liu Feng suggested that if he defeated the opponent he would treat him to a barbecue buffet, making Zhao Jin's eyes shine brightly. Hearing about food, he eagerly rushed forward with great determination. Bai Qi had no time to react before hurriedly raising his hand to call for a stop. But Zhao Jin ignored him and bit down hard on his arm. Just one bite was enough to leave him numb and collapse to the ground. After a while, Zhao Jin grew bored and released the opponent. That action left him looking dazed, as if he had fallen into a dreamlike state. Losing his footing, Bai Qi staggered before his massive body crashed heavily onto the ground. Because he had charged into battle with Bai Qi, Zhao Jin spun about wildly, fighting so fiercely that even watching from outside left one dizzy. A man with a face full of lumps and bumps hurriedly stammered his surrender. "Stop fighting. I admit defeat. I truly admit defeat." Yet he did not care in the slightest, firmly shaking his head. "No, if you give up then what about my grilled meat?" Since words failed, Bai Qi lowered his voice to negotiate. "I will treat you to a meal, however much you want." On the surface Zhao Jin showed disdain, yet inside he was delighted, so big yet so weak, truly useless. The scene before her left Ange stunned, her mind blank as she wondered who she was and where she was. Could this all be just a dream? Holding Hongyi in his arms, Liu Feng stood atop the high platform and loudly asked, "Miss Ange, this duel counts as a victory for our human race, does it not?" Angel forced herself to stay calm as she explained. According to the rules, once a match has begun, outsiders are not permitted to step onto the stage. She stubbornly insisted that Lord Hack had only admitted defeat to that strange snake and had not acknowledged losing to you, who she beside her chimed in that was right. The one who defeated Lord Hack was not you. Knowing they were adept at twisting black into white, Liu Feng smiled and introduced. "Zhao Jin is my demon pet and the rules allow bringing a demon pet." Zhao Jin on his shoulder immediately confirmed, "That is right, I am Liu Feng demon pet." After speaking he scratched his chin in puzzlement. "By the way, what is a demon pet?" Still carrying Hongyi, he declared loudly, "And you call that shameless? Last season did you not rely on greater numbers to win? What right do you have to criticize me?" Exposed by Liu Feng, Ange flushed red and could only grit her teeth and accept it. "Fine, consider this match your lucky win." Utterly humiliated, she turned and left, saying she hoped the human race would still have such luck next season. The two Beast Tribe members hurried after her, calling Lord Ange, "Wait for us." With the outcome decided, Liu Feng group of students cheered excitedly. "The human race has won, this is amazing." Nicola Zhu remained silent but inwardly kept praising. "Liu Feng, you have created a miracle. If Vi Nha knew, she would surely be overjoyed." Liu Feng also seized the chance to boast to Aohe, "Big brother Aohe, we have won." He laughed heartily and asked if he had seen the Beast Tribe expressions earlier. Zhao Jin lifted his nose and claimed the credit. "Without me how could we have won? I am the most formidable." Suddenly a voice echoed through the air, "Good disciple, your master has come to take you home." Instinctively, Liu Feng immediately turned his head to see who the owner of the voice was. Red smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a tall figure. Kang Qiang appeared before their eyes. His aura pressed down so hard that Liu Feng had to grit his teeth, sweat pouring out, when had this dangerous pressure arrived. At this moment Kang Qiang's expression was cold, his brows slightly furrowed. That appearance made Bai Qi widen his eyes in shock. How could he be here? He immediately dropped to his knees, clasping his hands respectfully. Hack Bai Qi greets Kang Qiang, Blood Sovereign. Glancing at the one kneeling before him, he quickly recognized him. So it is Hack Bai Qi. Hearing that, he grew even more delighted. Blood Sovereign still remembers this junior, truly a great honor. Kang Qiang paid little attention, walking forward as he said indifferently, "Since you feel honored, then continue kneeling." Bai Qi could only bow his head and comply. Seeing that scene and hearing the title, Liu Feng broke into a cold sweat. Kang Qiang, Blood Sovereign, a supreme expert. Xiao Jin curled on his shoulder, trembled rarely. That old man is truly terrifying. Holding the unconscious Hong Yi, Liu Feng suddenly sensed something amiss. Why was everything around them so silent? The group of students were all frozen, standing motionless like statues. The beast tribe fared no better. All of them seemed locked in unconscious stillness. Liu Feng was stunned by that method, muttering, "What exactly is this?" As if reading his thoughts, he leisurely explained, "This old man dislikes drawing attention, so I casually froze time around those youngsters." As he advanced toward Liu Feng, Kang Qiang reassured him not to fear, just a small trick. Yet the more he heard, the more shocked he became at a supreme ability to seal time. How he worried he might break the agreement and immediately reminded him, "Blood Sovereign, according to the dual rules, supreme beings are not allowed to intervene." Yet he replied calmly, "You are merely fighting normally. This old man has no interest in interfering." Mentioning his true purpose, Kang Qiang's eyes flashed with anger. "Today I came to see my disciple." That attitude made Liu Feng, Xiao Jin, and even Hong Yi feel uneasy. Sensing the spiritual aura, he bared his teeth in a calculating smile. Very good. Not only the profound yin-killing ghost crystal, but also a hidden mysterious dark god. As he spoke, he laughed heartily. "Soon there will be a successor. My temple will finally have a disciple stronger than that old wind emperor." Regaining a stern expression, he asked Hong Yi, "Little girl, what is your name?" Just regaining her senses, the girl became frightened. Fortunately, Liu Feng held her and comforted her. "Do not worry, I am here." With steady eyes, Liu Feng looked straight ahead. So this is the pressure of a supreme, many times stronger than Saint Rank. Suppressing his fear, he asked clearly, "What does Senior want with my little sister?" Hearing the words little sister, his face darkened, eyes widening. "Your little sister." As his words fell, a red aura enveloped both Liu Feng and Hong Yi standing together. That action made Liu Feng uncomfortable. What did Senior just do? After probing with the red aura, he affirmed, "You and this girl share no bloodline. Did you think this sovereign would be so easily deceived?" Kang Qiang slightly frowned, as if circulating his inner power to examine something. Suddenly Liu Feng felt sharp pain, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Seeing that, Hong Yi anxiously placed her hand on his chest and asked if he was all right. Liu Feng was still in shock, thinking that just a single glance had severely injured him. Without hesitation, Hong Yi angrily turned to question Kang Qiang, "You dare injure brother Liu Feng?" Afraid she would become agitated, Liu Feng hurriedly coaxed her. "Be good, I am fine." Hong Yi obediently replied yes. Watching the two so close, Kang Qiang was astonished. The yin blood-killing ghost crystal born for slaughter would actually listen to a youth like this. Unwilling to waste words, he coldly ordered, "Regardless of your relationship, within 10 breaths hand the girl over to me. I will spare your lives." Liu Feng did not retreat in the slightest, setting Hong Yi down, his face darkening. "There is no need to wait that long." That attitude made Kang Qiang laugh with interest. The boy understands the times. The blade that always accompanied him was immediately summoned back. Gripping the blade wrapped in blue spiritual energy, Liu Feng pointed it straight at Kang Qiang and declared, "If you have the courage, then kill me now, otherwise do not even think of taking her away." Kang Qiang slowly closed his eyes, a trace of regret on his face. Killing a youth with such potential is truly a pity, but since you request it. After speaking, he opened his eyes, his voice turning cold. "Then this old man will grant your wish," and he shot straight toward Liu Feng. Facing the attack, Liu Feng raised his blade high, both he and the weapon bursting with blue light as he unleashed an 8-fold strike. Kang Qiang calmly commented, "The force is not bad but too slow." In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from the blade tip. Before Liu Feng could react, Kang Qiang had already appeared right behind him. Fortunately, Xiao Jin on his shoulder noticed in time, shouting loudly and fiercely whipping his dragon tail backward. That sweep tore through the air, the ground behind scorched by a streak of flame. Seizing that opportunity, Liu Feng immediately shifted to another position. That reaction even caused Kang Qiang to show a flicker of surprise. In front of him, Liu Feng planted his blade into the ground, his body swaying slightly. Suddenly he coughed lightly, a few drops of blood at the corner of his mouth. Hong Yi hurried over and anxiously asked if he was all right. Liu Feng gently reassured her it was only a minor injury. After that he stroked his chin and looked at Kang Qiang asking Xiao Jin, "Did you block that for me just now?" Xiao Jin proudly replied, "Of course." Regaining his composure, Liu Feng faced Kang Qiang. He spoke probing, which honored sovereign just intervened, "Please reveal yourself." Hearing that, Xiao Jin on his shoulder spoke up, "Are you calling me?" Seeing Xiao Jin clearly, Kang Qiang's expression sank. Could it be the one who blocked me was merely a small snake? Then he asked which clan this honored sovereign belongs to. Watching from afar, Aohi cried out in shock, "Your Excellency, could Liu's contracted beast actually be a supreme powerhouse?" Bai Qi beside him clutched his chest and replied, "Otherwise, why do you think I was defeated?" On the opposite side, Xiao Jin cast a scrutinizing glance at Kang Qiang, then lifted his chin arrogantly. "Who do you think you are? I have no reason to tell you." Kang Qiang narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression deep and cold beyond reading. "No wonder you are so strong, so you have a supreme backing you." Suddenly, a blazing red surge of energy erupted around him. Kang Qiang said in a low voice, "The mysterious Yin Slaughter Ghost Star is extremely important to me. Even if it means offending a supreme, I must take that girl away." Hearing that, Liu Feng's gaze turned alert at once. He was no longer gentle. "Only by following me can she enjoy the resources reserved for geniuses. If you truly think for her sake, then hand her over to me." As soon as the words fell, Hong Yi stared wide-eyed in shock. Kang Qiang continued, dense killing intent flashing through his eyes. "For the sake of that supreme, I will give you one more chance. Think carefully." Faced with that situation, Liu Feng turned to Xiao Jin and asked softly, "Are you confident you can defeat him?" Xiao Jin raised his claw, though not overly confident. He still reassured him, "It should be fine. I feel that man is only slightly stronger than me." Hearing the hesitation in Xiao Jin's voice, Liu Feng grew even more uneasy. Could it be that the only choice left was to hand Hong Yi over to that old man from the Beastman Empire? At that moment, Hong Yi tightly grasped Liu Feng's clothes and said firmly, "I do not need any benefits. I will not go with him. I want to stay by your side." Those words reignited the determination in Liu Feng's eyes. "Fine. If Hong Yi does not want to go, then she will stay with me. Even if I must risk my life, I will not let anyone take her away." Kang Qiang did not wait for another reply. He closed his eyes, his voice tinged with regret. "What a waste of time. It seems I must act personally." Feeling Kang Qiang's aura rising higher and higher, Liu Feng was shocked stiff. He quickly regained his senses and pulled Hong Yi back, "Retreat quickly." From Liu Feng's shoulder, Xiao Jin leapt down to face Kang Qiang and shouted, "You all go first. I will find you later." Liu Feng had not expected Xiao Jin to be so resolute. He was about to rush forward when He grabbed him as Xiao Jin had already turned away. Seeing him hesitate, He picked Hong Yi up with one hand and dragged Liu Feng with the other. "A battle between supremes is not something we can interfere in. You still have to protect Hong Yi. Listen to Xiao Jin." Even after reaching Nicolazoo, Liu Feng's eyes still followed Xiao Jin. He advised, "He is that strong. Even if he cannot win, he can escape. We must not hold him back." Before he could think further, a thunderous explosion resounded in the arena. Liu Feng raised his hand to shield his face from the rushing debris and smoke, yet he could not hide the worry in his eye. From behind came Shijan's loud shout, "Instructor." He held a golden orb in his hand. Shijan asked what had happened. Nicolazoo immediately guessed it was likely a supreme. Seemingly understanding Xiao Jin's intention, Liu Feng clenched his teeth and ordered a retreat. At the same time, beneath the stands, small fireballs shot out one after another from the raging flame. The fireballs hurtled straight toward Liu Feng's group. Wherever they struck, the ground cracked open in a terrifying display. Amid the thick smoke, He, Shijan and Nicolazoo led the way. Behind them, Liu Feng carried Hong Yi with Gang Sa and Lam Dong close behind. Within that blazing sea of fire, two figures clashed fiercely, appearing and vanishing. The more intense the battle became, the more earth and stone were swept into the air. Sky too was covered in black smoke, growing dim and heavy. Liu Feng's group finally escaped the arena. Behind them remained only a sea of flames and rolling thunder. Suddenly Liu Feng turned back upon hearing Xiao Jin's voice. He shouted, "Do not look back, keep running forward." As he ran, he said, "Brother Liu, stop looking. The Kima is waiting ahead to support us. Once we reach the never-setting sun's stronghold, we will be safe." At that moment, He abruptly halted, as if he had discovered something unusual. Liu Feng vaguely sensed it as well, suspicion rising in his heart. What was that sound? Before them was a ferocious army closing in. Liu Feng guessed they were wolf cavalry. As the figures became clear, the wolf-riding cavalry gripped their weapons and charged straight toward them. By Hu Lake, Hu Dim raised his long blade and shouted loudly. Lord Ange was indeed correct. Once Lord Kang Qiang made his move, they could only flee. That man continued to lift his sword and ordered his subordinates to charge, deal with them, and then seize the never-setting sun. Seeing the enemy so determined, Liu Feng turned to Nicola Zhu and said, "You all keep running, we will hold them off from behind." Now he stepped forward to block the wolf cavalry and demanded loudly, "The human race won the grand duel. Do you intend to tear up the pack?" Deem sneered, "As long as we keep you here no one will know. Hu Fi Enham Heem has calculated everything. We will say you were swept away by the aftermath of two supreme battles." Hearing that, Liu Feng said decisively, "Brother, we will stall for the students." Now he immediately activated golden armor that covered his entire body. "Good, today we will fight to our heart's content." Liu Feng placed Hong Yi on his shoulder and told her to hold on tight. The girl obediently wrapped her arms around his neck and answered yes. Before them lay a brutal battle. Liu Feng and Ao He were ready. The two calmly faced the numerous beastmen army. The clash erupted, the two stood back to back, each guarding one side. Liu Feng's sword flashed and swept down the enemy before him. Behind him, Ao He had just knocked another away. Seeing that they still could not gain the upper hand, Hu Fi roared angrily, "A bunch of useless trash. You cannot even take down two men." Without waiting, that man and Hu Dim prepared to charge personally. "Move aside." At that moment an aged voice rang out, "Withdraw. Leave this place to this old man." Hu Fi and Hu Dim cried out in shock, "Lord Kang Qiang." Liu Feng also recognized the voice and exclaimed in disbelief, "How could this be?" For him, Kang Qiang slowly descended to the ground with a smug smile. Seeing him, Liu Feng asked in alarm, "Where is Xiao Jin? What have you done to him?" As if in response, a golden object fell before him. Liu Feng hurriedly caught it and called softly, "Xiao Jin, is that you?" Xiao Jin replied weakly, "The roasted meat you promised I probably will not get to eat." "What a pity," Liu Feng asked anxiously how he was. Without answering directly, Xiao Jin said sadly, "I could not defeat that old man. If Hong Yi keeps sleeping she will not grow stronger. In the future, Liu Feng, I leave her to you. At first, if I had not found her cute I would not have let her in." Hong Yi softly called Xiao Jin. After that, Xiao Jin sent a stream of golden energy into Liu Feng's body and said wearily, "I am so sleepy. This is my last bit of strength." Watching the golden energy merge with his true qi, Liu Feng choked out, "What is this?" Xiao Jin's voice carried reluctance as it left Liu Feng's hand and said, "Liu Feng, farewell." On the opposite side, Kang Qiang looked at Xiao Jin with contempt. "Knowing you were no match for me yet still stubborn, you brought this end upon yourself." Only then did Liu Feng come back to his senses and cry out in anguish, "Xiao Jin." His grief turned into strength, merging with the energy Xiao Jin left behind. The golden meridians within Liu Feng were instantly open. Now he rushed over to catch Hong Yi when she was flung away by Liu Feng's aura. In Liu Feng's mind countless techniques appeared. Sword Edge Storm defying Heaven Ultimate Art, Sword Chi Rampage defying Blade Burst, Wind Finger Cloud Passage, shaking heaven and earth. After comprehending them, Liu Feng's strength soared, his aura overwhelming even the surrounding space. He calmly said to Ao He and Hong Yi, "Brother, take Hong Yi and go first. Leave this place to me." Ao He understood and nodded, "All right." In Ao He's arms, Hong Yi's aura suddenly surged, a dark red current rising like a demon awakening. Girl warned coldly, "If anyone dares to harm Liu Feng, I will make the beastmen pay." Hearing that, he frowned slightly. The surrounding beastmen were frightened pale by Hong Yi's aura. Soon after, Ao He was forced to leave, his gaze still lingering on Liu Feng. Though reluctant, he still carried Hong Yi and swiftly retreated to a safe place. Seeing they had left the affected area, Liu Feng immediately made his move. "Let me see the power of my Sword Edge Storm." In the sky, dark clouds churned as thunder and lightning grew increasingly violent. On the ground, Liu Feng's eyes shone with iron determination. He took the initiative and charged straight toward Kang Qiang. Liu Fei was forced back step after step by the violent pressure released from Liu Feng, the iron axe in his hand trembling violently. Even Hu Dim turned pale. It was clear he had not advanced, so why was his aura so terrifying? Even Kang Qiang could not hide his shock. Liu Feng had not yet entered the Saint Realm, yet the magic he unleashed was no different from that of a spellcasting domain. On the opposite side, as his power surged, Liu Feng's face grew colder and colder. He roared amid the raging winds, his laughter laced with killing intent. Following that roar, a horrifying surge of energy instantly erupted. That force quickly condensed into a massive vortex, sweeping away everything around it. Seeing the scene before him, Hu Dim panicked and ordered his subordinates to retreat, fall back at once. The storm created by Liu Feng expanded at a terrifying speed, soon reaching the cloud layer. Behind him, a faint green silhouette appeared. Liu Feng softly chanted, "Storm Blade." The storm had taken shape, now only the blade needed to condense. As soon as he finished speaking, veins bulged on Liu Feng's forehead. His entire body seemed to transform into a sharp sword. Immediately after, Liu Feng thrust his strength forward, his powerful arms sweeping across. The aura around him exploded more violently than ever. He shouted, transformed, and countless sword phantoms shot out from the vortex. Under the influence of the raging swirling force, the blades instantly rained down in all directions. Wolf cavalry beastmen barely had time to evade. In the blink of an eye, many of them fell. Amid the rain of swords, Kang Qiang merely raised a protective sphere around himself. Being pulled into the vortex, Hu Fei cried out in panic for help. "Lord Kang Qiang, save me." Hu Dim shouted in despair, "My lord, stop him quickly, otherwise the wolf cavalry will be wiped out." Hearing the pleas, Kang Qiang's gaze flickered with contemplation. Although he had no desire to save that useless lot, they were still elite beastmen. It would be too wasteful if they all died. He raised 2 fingers to his lips, his voice carrying a hint of interest to make this old man take things seriously. This youngster truly has some skill. After speaking, Kang Qiang flicked his sleeve, blazing red magic spreading with the motion, blood domain unfolded. In the sky, that magic rapidly gathered, the deep red hue nearly swallowing the heavens. It surged toward the towering vortex. The dark red magic quickly surrounded Liu Feng's storm, tightly enclosed the vortex within its range. In an instant, the sky was left with only a gloomy red color. A moment later, that red also dissipated, and the vortex vanished without a trace. Hu Fei and Hu Dim were flung away and slammed heavily onto the ground, both grimacing in pain. Hu Dim struggled up, rubbing his head, and asked, "Where is Lord Kang Qiang?" While Hu Fei had already climbed onto his wolf, urging, "Do not worry about it, run quickly." When the 2 types of magic dispersed together, the sky gradually returned to its clear blue. How his steps halted, he looked around searching. Had Liu Feng's presence already disappeared? Hong Yi anxiously speculated, could it be that Kaka had been harmed by that old man? How he frowned and reasoned, Brother Liu was likely drawn into Kang Qiang's domain. Within a sovereign's domain, strength surges greatly, almost regarded as divine. Hearing this, Hong Yi grew even more flustered. The girl turned to head back. "I must return." How he immediately stopped her. "No, Hong Yi, do not forget what Brother Liu told you." Remembering those words clearly, Hong Yi could only shed tears helplessly. At the same time, within that crimson space, Liu Feng's vortex appeared once more. From within the storm, Liu Feng gripped his sword and charged toward Kang Qiang. "Old man, go die." Facing him, Kang Qiang remained calm and expressionless, slowly saying, "Brat, today I will let you understand why a sovereign within his domain is revered as a god." As soon as he finished speaking, he clasped his hands, and red magic immediately manifested with the motion. The currents beneath the 2 also stirred violently, swirling and surging, blood guardian domain spell. At the same time, numerous sharp spikes suddenly emerged above Liu Feng's head. Kang Qiang decisively raised one hand high, with imposing authority. Following that motion, the spikes in the air shot down, tearing apart Liu Feng's vortex. The attack shook Liu Feng. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Liu Feng understood that Storm Blade could not last much longer. His inner core only had enough power for one more quadruple strike. Even so, his will did not waver, his gaze remained resolute, caring for nothing else. Even if he had to exhaust his inner core completely, he would stop that detestable man. Thinking so, Liu Feng poured his strength into a quadruple strike. Beneath the sharp blade, sword energy shot out and formed into a gigantic sword that charged straight at Kang Qiang. Only then did the look in his eyes slightly change. Kang Qiang lightly leapt into the air. He immediately erected a crimson curtain like a wall of blood before him to defend. Behind that barrier, Kang Qiang continued condensing magic around himself. Just as the sword created by Liu Feng was about to collide with the blood wall, Kang Qiang promptly formed another magic sphere. Before long, the sword gradually pierced through the wall and continued rushing toward him. At the very moment the sword tip was about to completely shatter the defense, Kang Qiang immediately chanted, "Blood Domain Heavenly Protection Sphere." He raised both hands high, and the magic sphere obeyed and shot forward. Carrying immense power, the sphere in a blink blocked the tip of Liu Feng's sword. In an instant, the 2 forces collided and shattered simultaneously in midair. The scene shifted again, this time into a lush green prairie, and in the sky appeared a massive radiant sphere. From the red magic stream, Liu Feng was flung down onto the ground. Injured and lying on the grass, regret echoed in his heart. If he still had inner core power to unleash an eightfold strike, he would certainly have defeated that man. His consciousness gradually blurred and then completely faded. Liu Feng sank into unconsciousness. Only then did Kang Qiang appear, holding his shoulder and thinking to himself, this youngster is too dangerous. Without the domain, I might have struggled to win. Thinking this, killing intent flashed in his eyes. His voice lowered. This brat cannot be left alive. After saying that, Kang Qiang directed a magic blade toward the unconscious Liu Feng. Suddenly, Hong Yi's gaze and threat surfaced in his mind. If you dare harm Liu Feng, I will make the beastman be buried with him. Recalling that moment, Kang Qiang paused his hand, and the magic blade gradually dissipated. A trace of apprehension also arose in his heart. If he killed him, it might bring trouble with the blood yin ghost crystal. Thinking so, Kang Qiang merely infused a portion of magic into Liu Feng's body and left. His meridians were already severely damaged. Just one more strike would suffice. Red magic immediately flared around Liu Feng. Kang Qiang watched with satisfaction. Why should I personally end a useless man barely clinging to life? After finishing, he departed with excitement. The blood yin ghost crystal will eventually belong to me. As soon as Kang Qiang disappeared, within Liu Feng's body a small radiant sphere suddenly appeared. It quickly used its energy to disperse the remaining magic around Liu Feng, and it emitted a gentle golden light, silently healing his wounds. At the same time, on Ao He's side, he was hurriedly carrying Hong Yi as they fled. Suddenly Ao He came to an abrupt stop, his entire body stiffening involuntarily. Seeing her teacher standing motionless, Hong Yi called out in surprise, Uncle Ao He. Kang Qiang's voice sounded an explanation. He will not respond. Kang Qiang slowly stepped before the girl, speaking as he walked, little girl, we meet again. Facing him, Hong Yi maintained a vigilant expression and sternly asked what he had done to her brother. Hearing that, Kang Qiang glanced at his hand and sneered, saying that he was still safe as long as she agreed to follow him. Having already made her choice, Hong Yi calmly asked if by following him she could become stronger than him. Seeing the opportunity draw near, Kang Qiang laughed loudly and affirmed that with the little girl talent, surpassing him was only a matter of time, even reaching a realm above supreme. Receiving that assurance, Hong Yi decisively pulled away from Ao He's hand and coldly replied that she would go with him. Kang Qiang was overjoyed, secretly gloating that that treasure would finally belong to him. Watching Hong Yi approach, he smugly thought others would surely envy him for obtaining such an outstanding disciple. Yet in Hong Yi's heart there was only one thought. The day she surpassed him would be the day she reclaimed the debt for her brother. On Liu Feng's side, a stream of golden aura coursed through every acupoint, healing his injuries, gathering in the Danshan before spreading throughout his body. As it merged into his bloodline, that light grew denser, as if opening the 8 extraordinary meridians and advancing toward a higher realm. Following the meridians, it sought the most crucial point within Liu Feng Danshan. Inside, the golden light enveloped something like a small glowing pearl. Outside his body, at some unknown moment, a pair of armored legs had appeared standing beside him. It was Ye Ti. He sat down beside Liu Feng, half joking and half reproachful about how he had let himself end up so miserable. Elsewhere in the sky, Kang Qiang carried Hong Yi flying toward the distance. Supported by magic, Hong Yi silently observed his every move. After flying for quite a while, the little girl asked in boredom what he meant by calling her the profound yin slaughter ghost star. Being addressed that way, Kang Qiang felt displeased at her insolent attitude. Even so, he maintained a calm demeanor and slowly said that since she sincerely asked, he would explain. He emphasized that the profound yin slaughter ghost star was a rare spiritual entity formed from the gathering of frigid killing aura, having appeared only twice in millions of years. Hearing that, Hong Yi curiously asked who those two were. Kang Qiang spoke of the mystic maiden of the divine age, who became a god in just 100 years and rose to main god in 200 years, her name shaking the continent. He continued about how the mystic maiden and the dragon god joined forces, using the star pearl to heal injuries and help the dragon god advance. Hong Yi asked again what exactly the star pearl was. Kang Qiang answered vaguely that it was a unique treasure capable of saving lives and increasing cultivation, his eyes flashing with greed when mentioning the ability to condense the star pearl. Thinking that the dark god was even rarer, he schemed inwardly when Hong Yi interrupted to ask what happened next. He slowly recounted that the arrogant dragon god once joined the mystic maiden in declaring war on the main gods, igniting a great battle, but concealed the true reason related to the star pearl. Hearing that, Hong Yi's eyes lit up, associating it with Liu Feng's exceptional swordsmanship like the dragon god. He secretly thought that if she could condense the star pearl she could also protect him, while outwardly asking who had won. Kang Qiang said in a regretful tone that though powerful, they could not withstand the multitude. The dragon god fell and the mystic maiden self-destructed. Hong Yu was stunned by that ending and cried out in shock. Kang Qiang continued about the earth-shaking explosion that caused many experts to vanish. From then on, the age of gods declined. At this point he suddenly paused, as if sensing something unusual. In front of them, several ferocious black dragons appeared blocking the path. Seeing this, Kang Qiang questioned why the Black Dragon clan was surrounding him. The leading dragon demanded that he release the little girl, and they would allow him to leave. Kang Qiang was momentarily bewildered, wondering how they knew about the abduction. He immediately said she was his newly accepted disciple, and told the Black Dragon clan not to interfere. Bai Qi loudly warned whether he wished to oppose the Black Dragon clan. Kang Qiang clasped his hands behind his back, showing utter disregard for them. At that moment a majestic voice rang out, criticizing his arrogant tone. Yati appeared atop a black dragon head, asking whether he was qualified enough to draw his attention. He mocked that if he had not come to rescue, he would not have known Kang Qiang looked down on the dragon clan so much. Yati's aura spread outward, warning that if he did not release her, the blood god hall would be raised. Facing the Black Dragon squad, Kang Qiang calculated the strength of both sides. Though somewhat wary of Yati, he still appeared calm and said fine. He waved his hand, sending Hong Yi forward, saying he did not wish to become enemies with the Black Dragon clan. Yati laughed loudly as he received Hong Yi, telling the little girl to follow him. That excessive smile made Hong Yi uncomfortable. She crossed her arms and stepped back. Taking advantage of the lapse, Kang Qiang secretly formed a curved magic circle. He suddenly hurled the magic circle toward the black dragon nearest to Yati. Before it could reach, it shattered, a stern voice rebuking him for daring to harm the dragon clan. From a spatial circle above, a majestic red dragon flew out. At the same time, many other magic circles opened, several dragons of various colors appearing. Kang Qiang was flustered upon seeing the Black Dragon clan still present in full force. Hong Yi curiously remarked that these dragons were different from Xiao Jin. Finally, a two-headed dragon slowly emerged. Seeing Kim Kwa arrive, the dragons immediately bowed in salute to the Dragon Emperor. Ti hurriedly accused Kang Qiang before the Dragon Emperor, hoping to take charge. Kang Qiang stood frozen when the Dragon Emperor personally appeared. Kim Kwa majestically demanded that he hand over the profound Yin Slaughter Ghost Star, otherwise it would be difficult for him to lead. Kang Qiang asked in confusion why the Dragon clan was interfering when they had always kept to their own affairs. Kim Kwa repeated the ancient secret order of the Dragon God that the profound Yin Slaughter Ghost Star must be assisted upon reincarnation. With the Dragon clan backing him, Yati confidently warned that if she was not handed over, there would be no peace. Seeing the situation unfavorable, Kang Qiang decided to temporarily retreat and wait for another opportunity. Under that pressure, he reluctantly agreed to hand over the profound Yin Slaughter Ghost Star. After speaking, he turned and left despite his unwillingness. Kim Kwa then turned to Hong Yi, saying he wished to speak with her alone. The content of that conversation was known only to the two of them and would perhaps become a secret. In another tidy room, Liu Feng gradually awakened and opened his eyes. He looked around at the unfamiliar space. Liu Feng sprang up, clutching his head as he recalled being on the Great Prairie, wondering why he had returned to Eternal Dawn. Suddenly he heard crying in the corner of the room. It turned out Bai Qi was sniffling. He was holding a book, wiping his tears while sighing that it was too moving. Recognizing the other party, Liu Feng immediately assumed a defensive stance. He suddenly realized his hand was empty, where had his sword gone. Bai Qi looked up and said he was awake. Liu Feng suspiciously asked whether the beast race had already invaded. Seeing him tense, Bai Qi raised his hand to explain that they were now on the same side, but Liu Feng denied it, unwilling to rely on the beast race. Bai Qi hurriedly presented a blue crystal, saying he had returned to the Dragon clan. He affirmed that he was no longer with the beast race, and that this treasure was sent by the Black Dragon King Yati for Liu Feng. That name echoed out, allowing Liu Feng to gradually regain his composure. He widened his eyes in shock and called out loudly, Yati. Only then did Bai Qi throw out the crystal and say calmly, "See for yourself and you will know." The crystal shattered upon hitting the ground, and a faint blue shadowy image appeared in the room. The image gradually became clear. Yati appeared and explained that he had returned to the Black Dragon clan, how Bai Qi was now considered to be following him and would act together with him in the future. Hearing that, Liu Feng's mind was in turmoil. He could not help but think how had they gone from enemies to allies so quickly. Meanwhile, Yeti's image continued enthusiastically recounting his arduous and perilous journey. He even boasted that thanks to his quick wit he had escaped danger many times, nearly swallowed by several phantom fox demons, yet ultimately remaining safe. T went on and on without stopping. Bai Qi had already fallen asleep. Liu Feng asked impatiently if he was finished yet. Last, Yeti got to the point, saying the crystal's energy was nearly exhausted, and informing that the mysterious Yin Slaughter ghost star had been rescued by the Dragon Clan. Xiao Jin was also safe. The news came so suddenly that Liu Feng froze and blurted out, "What?" Before he could say more, the crystal went dark. Liu Feng angrily shouted, blaming Yeti for wasting such precious time. Noise woke Bai Qi, who asked groggily if Lord Yeti had finished speaking. Liu Feng turned and pressed for details about the Dragon Clan rescuing Hong Yi and Xiao Jin's whereabouts. Bai Qi recalled the golden light descending upon the Dragon God altar and the secret order to rescue her. As for who Xiao Jin was, he did not know. Hearing that, Liu Feng's eyes lit up as he guessed it must have been Xiao Jin, then continued asking about the mysterious Yin Slaughter ghost star and why the Black Dragon Clan had returned. Bai Qi replied that the altar had transmitted a secret order summoning the Black Dragon Clan back, and the mysterious Yin Slaughter ghost star had followed Tian Qiang Blood's sovereign and departed. After hearing that, Liu Feng's expression changed drastically. He exclaimed in shock. Bai Qi hurried to reassure him that the girl had willingly followed Tian Qiang, no one had forced her, and that Kang Qiang Blood's sovereign had been driven away by the Dragon Clan. But Liu Feng grew even more agitated, grabbing Bai Qi by the collar and demanding a clear explanation. He pressed on, asking why the Dragon Clan would allow Hong Yi to follow a stranger. Bai Qi struggled and asked him to let go first. Liu Feng continued tightening his grip, nearly suffocating Bai Qi. At that moment, a small blue messenger dragon slowly flew over. Bai Qi recognized it as a message from the Dragon Clan. The little dragon stopped right in front of Liu Feng. He dropped a blue crystal into his hand. Bai Qi excitedly guessed that it contained Yeti's explanation, while Liu Feng coldly warned that he hoped it was so. The crystal activated, Yeti's image appeared again and said that Hong Yi had been accepted as a disciple by Tian Qiang Blood's sovereign, and that he was not that evil man. Yeti further explained that the one who had previously abducted her was Kang Qiang Blood's sovereign of the West Hall, while Tian Qiang belonged to the East Hall. Though both were part of the Blood God Hall, they were fiercely opposed. According to him, Kang Qiang was cunning while Tian Qiang was upright. Both wanted to unify the Divine Hall. Hong Yi's cultivation method suited Tian Qiang, so following him was the better choice. Yeti affirmed that the Dragon Emperor had personally asked Tian Qiang to take care of Hong Yi. It was only a pity that the Blood God Hall lay within the Beastman Empire, making it difficult to meet again. Hearing that, Liu Feng finally let out a relieved breath. As long as Hong Yi was safe, that was enough. Bai Qi fed the messenger dragon some gold and reassured him that, with the Dragon Emperor's protection, Hong Yi would not suffer. Liu Feng pondered that Hong Yi following Tian Qiang was perhaps to avoid implicating him, and that Xiao Jin being with the Dragon Clan was also safe. Just then Yeti's voice rang out again, wanting to continue recounting his adventures. Liu Feng immediately crushed the crystal. Bai Qi could not help but grimace at the sight. During the vigorous movement, Liu Feng suddenly sensed something unusual within his body. A faint green aura spread around him. He realized he could now condense space. It seemed he had stepped into the Saint Realm. Bai Qi said enviously that, when Yeti had brought him here, he had already broken through. Liu Feng recalled his desperate battle with Kang Qiang, thinking his meridians had been ruined, yet it had turned into an opportunity instead. He asked how long he had been unconscious. Bai Qi estimated about 6 or 7 days. The number startled Liu Feng. He asked about the situation of the Beastmen. Bai Qi explained that the Beast Clan had lost the duel and withdrawn their troops. The students had also returned to the academy. He handed over another letter, saying how he had asked him to deliver it before leaving to suppress unrest. Liu Feng looked at the letter and guessed the writer was likely not Ao He, but Nicolas Zhu. He opened the letter and read it, his expression gradually changing. Bai Qi curiously asked what it said. Upon hearing that Su Fei was being forced into an engagement, he asked who Su Fei was. Liu Feng clenched the paper and said she was his most important friend, and he had to go help her. He took the sword from the wall and called out Bai Qi's name. Liu Feng mispronounced the name, causing Bai Qi not to respond. After being reminded that his name was Heboko, Liu Feng decided to call him Dai Hack for convenience. The two immediately left the room. Liu Feng said they had to set out. Bai Qi asked where they were going. Liu Feng's eyes were resolute as he replied, Xinglan City. The scene shifted to the prosperous city named Xinglan. Arriving outside the city, Liu Feng looked up at the magic crystal cannons on the walls and remarked that they looked quite formidable. Bai Qi believed those would not threaten Liu Feng, as long as he was not foolish enough to confront them head-on. Hearing that, Liu Feng suddenly recalled the time when he had first transmigrated here. Back then, even a small magical beast had put him in danger. Now even the great cannons could hardly do anything to him. Thinking of this, he smiled proudly at himself. Then the two stepped through the massive city gates and entered. Liu Feng reminded Bai Qi that this was the capital. Experts were hidden everywhere, so they must restrain their aura. He told him to lower his battle chi to the 5th rank to avoid attracting attention. Bai Qi reluctantly complied. The two approached a guard who was dozing off. During movement, the guard jolted away. Seeing the two of them, he shouted that beastmen had infiltrated. Guards immediately surrounded them and barked that they were not to move. The lead guard Kuk Chin appeared, pointing and shouting which beastmen dared to cause trouble here. Bai Qi angrily denied being a beastman, claiming to be a half-dragon recognized by the Black Dragon King. Kuk Chin sneered mockingly, saying that with scales on his face, he still dared call himself a half-dragon. Unable to endure it, Bai Qi charged forward. Liu Feng quickly reminded him not to injure anyone. Kuk Chin also took a stance, the soldiers behind him shouting as they rushed in. Both sides quickly clashed using their fists. Before long, Kuk Chin was knocked backward, a trace of red appearing at the corner of his mouth. Two soldiers hurried to support him, anxiously calling him sir. Liu Feng mocked that using one's body to confront a saint was truly foolish. The soldiers shook Kuk Chin in panic, calling for him to wake up. Liu Feng urged Bai Qi to leave. Bai Qi gritted his teeth and said he would spare him. As soon as the words fell, the two figures vanished into the air. After a while, Kuk Chin regained consciousness. The soldiers reported that the two had fled into the city and asked whether to report it. Kuk Chin knocked the soldier on the head and shouted that no one was to mention this matter. As he walked, he muttered about half-dragons and intended to report to the third prince. Inside the city, Bai Qi wondered why he had to cover his face. Liu Feng explained that this was the human world and his appearance was too conspicuous and would easily cause trouble. After hearing that, Bai Qi frowned and complained that humans were truly troublesome. At that moment, Liu Feng halted and softly said, "We have arrived." Before them stood the headquarters of the Mercenary Guild, a vital area of Tin Lam City. Suddenly, the tightly shut doors of the guild swung open. Just as Liu Feng and Bai Qi were about to step inside, a wooden chair flew out from within and blocked the space between them. Liu Feng asked in surprise whether the guild in Tin Lam was always so arrogant, while Bai Qi grew excited at the thought of something lively to watch. Inside, a burly man roared that he wanted to settle accounts. The shorter one retorted that others might fear that scar-faced man, but Lai did not. Liu Feng glanced around to see why no one had stepped in to stop them, while Bai Qi beside him cheered with excitement. At that moment, a dignified voice rang out, remarking that the two sides seemed to be fighting quite fiercely. The one who appeared was Su Fei. She sternly declared that each group would lose 1,000 accumulated points for causing trouble. Hearing the guild leader's voice, the two opposing groups immediately withdrew their hands. Jai Luan spoke unwillingly, saying that Lai had snatched his mission. Lai calmly admitted that he had indeed taken it and asked what of it. Su Fei shouted that within the guild it was forbidden to use force to seize commissions. Lai had he forgotten the rule. Lai showed no fear and even mocked that she had set too many rules, who could remember them all. He laughed frivolously and said that during guild leader Su Qi's time things were not so complicated, implying she was unfit for the position and even mentioning the second prince's pursuit. Hearing those offensive words, Su Fei grew furious and rushed forward, scolding him for his filthy mouth. Lai did not retreat and instead used his status as the nephew of an elder of the Thieves' Guild to threaten her. Seeing the sword tip still pressed close, Lai broke into a sweat yet continued to threaten her, even mentioning her mother. That caused Su Fei to freeze. She gritted her teeth and asked whether the previous assassination attempt had also been their doing. Lai lightly brushed aside the blade and smugly said that offending the Thieves' Guild would bring no peace. Then he prepared to leave. Though enraged, Su Fei could only watch him act so brazenly. Lai passed by Liu Feng with a self-satisfied smile on his face. Seeing that unpleasant expression, Liu Feng immediately raised his sword and blocked it across Lai's neck. He coldly said that if Lai wished to leave, he must kneel and beg Su Fei for forgiveness, otherwise he would not take a single step. Hearing his voice, Su Fei turned back and softly called Liu Feng's name in delight. Liu Feng smiled and replied that he had arrived. Yet Su Fei immediately put on a proud air and reminded him not to address her so intimately, as they were not that close. Lai interjected with ridicule, saying the young man was trying to please a beauty, but unfortunately she had no need of it. Those words made Liu Feng slightly frown and pause. The subordinates in the corner also chimed in to mock his status and appearance with contemptuous comparison. Ignoring the laughter, Liu Feng walked straight toward Su Fei, while the crowd waited to see how he would be rejected. Lai turned back with a curious look, deciding to stay and watch how he would perform. Standing before Su Fei, who was sulking, Liu Feng gently told her not to be angry anymore. Before Lai could sneer, Su Fei spoke first. She reproached him for not replying to a single letter she had sent over such a long time. The entire hall was shaken by those words. Many could not believe the goddess had taken the initiative to write letters and stand so close to him. Yet the two seemed oblivious to their surroundings. Su Fei even asked whether he had someone else outside. Hearing that, countless hearts in the hall seemed to shatter, lamentations rising everywhere. Liu Feng lowered his head and explained that he had been busy with a duel and had fallen into a coma from injuries, so he had not had time to reply. After speaking, he looked at her gently and softly reassured her. Behind them, Bai Qi muttered enviously at the scene, even saying they were only ordinary friends. Su Fei worriedly moved to lift his clothes to check his wounds, but Liu Feng hurriedly stopped her as they were in public. The crowd felt even more disheartened at such intimacy. Even Lai could not understand why she favored him so much. With that thought, Lai decided to report this matter to the second prince to earn merit. Taking advantage of the distraction, he quietly slipped away with a smug look. Having been coaxed, Su Fei turned back and said she would reluctantly believe him this time, but he must not repeat it. After that, Liu Feng noticed Lai sneaking away and shouted whether he had been permitted to leave. Called back, Lai turned his head with irritation and asked what he wanted. Liu Feng calmly demanded that he kneel and apologize. Su Fei hurriedly tried to stop him because Lai was an elder's nephew, but Liu Feng insisted that the matter of the Thieves' Guild daring to threaten her could not be ignored. Hearing that, Lai spun around, drew hidden weapons and loudly issued a challenge. Bai Qi stepped forward and said there was no need for the boss to act. Such a small matter he would handle. The aura emanating from Bai Qi made everyone around shudder. Someone whispered whether he was a 9th-level powerhouse, astonished that he was merely a subordinate. Lai began to panic and immediately used invisibility magic to escape. That trick did not escape Bai Qi's eyes. He calmly walked to stand before him. Bai Qi opened his mouth, and a fireball instantly condensed. Trembling, Lai threatened that if they dared touch him, the elder would not spare them. Bai Qi arrogantly replied that he could report it in his dreams and come find him. Realizing the danger, Lai turned and fled. Behind him, Bai Qi's flames pursued closely without pause. In the blink of an eye, the fire struck and forced him to reveal himself, his cries for help ringing out. Soon after, Lai's figure was swallowed by a sea of flame. Looking at the remaining ashes, Bai Qi coldly remarked that such an opponent was not worth dirtying his hands. The onlookers panicked and shouted that he had just killed Elder Legu's nephew. Bai Qi intended to continue, but was stopped by Liu Feng. He had no choice but to halt, remarking in boredom that the opponent was too weak. Bai Qi suddenly grew alert and looked in another direction with a sharp gaze. Su Fei worriedly mentioned the Thieves' Guild. Liu Feng reassured her not to be afraid. The crowd turned pale, some so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. At that moment, a voice from the doorway called out, "Su Fei, my beloved," asking who had dared cause trouble for her. He walked in with an elegant demeanor and extended his hand, asking why she had not informed him. Su Fei turned her face away in displeasure. Liu Feng quietly asked whether that was her fiancé. Did not explain and instead moved close to him, saying that since they were friends he should help her a little, leaving Liu Feng confused. After saying that, Su Fei spoke no more and leaned against him. She nestled into Liu Feng's firm chest and softly said she had just been frightened. Lifting her sparkling eyes, she gently said that thanks to him no one had made things difficult for her. Liu Feng awkwardly replied that he would protect her, inwardly sighing that things were moving too quickly. Seeing that scene, Artist grew furious and shouted for him to release Su Fei and demanded to know who he was. Liu Feng calmly responded by asking what he was to dare call Su Fei his beloved. Enraged, Artist ground his teeth, declaring himself the second prince of the Tin Lamb Empire. Su Fei was his fiancée. He called her darling and needed no permission from a commoner like you. At that moment, Su Fei, who had been silent, suddenly spoke in protest. "Enough, Artist. I have said I am not your fiancée." Artist immediately pressed her. "The engagement was approved by your father. Do you dare defy his will?" Su Fei replied calmly that was his decision. "If you want to marry, then go find him." After that, she turned to Liu Feng, gently touched his cheek and explained the engagement was arranged by her father. She did not agree, hoping he would not misunderstand. Facing Su Fei's natural performance, Liu Feng almost laughed, inwardly sighing that she was truly a master of acting. On the surface, he cooperated smoothly, lightly wiping the tear at the corner of her eye and saying he believed her. Witnessing that intimate scene, Bai Qi-tai nearly vomited from how sickeningly sweet it was. Artist, on the other hand, took it seriously, roaring in fury that the two dared to show affection in front of him. He also demanded to know what that commoner had that was worth her attention, whether he could help her seize the position of clan leader. Su Fei did not even glance at him, saying she loved everything about him. This feeling was something you could never understand. Seemingly losing control, Artist raised his hand decisively. If I eliminate him, then you will naturally return. He glanced backward and ordered those hidden in the shadows, guards, deal with that man. The moment his words fell, several swords shot straight toward Liu Feng. He remained calm, with only one hand dissolving the entire assault. Su Fei angrily questioned Artist, "You dare deploy guards within my guild?" Artist treated it as only natural, boasting that his status as second prince gave him the right to command anywhere. Immediately after, from high walls and behind pillars, purple shadows emerged one after another. The guards flickered in and out as they surrounded Liu Feng, the people around hurriedly retreating for fear of being implicated. Everyone believed none had ever escaped their grasp. Bai Qi, standing nearby, mocked indifferently, "Are just those few enough to make you tremble like this?" Facing that force, Su Fei remained somewhat wary, reminding Liu Feng to be careful because the guards were skilled in stealth assassination and hard to deal with. Seeing Liu Feng silent, Artist thought he was frightened, laughing arrogantly as he ordered them to attack and not let him off easily. Before he could finish speaking, his eyes filled with panic, stammering in confusion at what had happened. It turned out Liu Feng had grabbed one by the collar, with two others pinned beneath his feet, calmly asking what Artist had just said since the wind was too strong to hear clearly. That sight left Artist dumbfounded. 3 guards had been taken down in the blink of an eye. The crowd was also astonished, someone exclaiming that the undefeated guard squad had fallen instantly. No one knew how strong that man was. After dealing with them, Liu Feng turned to reassure Su Fei that relying on them was not enough to harm him. He raised his hand and dragged an unconscious guard closer, asking coldly who had just called him a lowborn. Stepping forward with mockery, Liu Feng said, "Is an imperial prince so lacking in upbringing?" Seeing him approach, Artist retreated in panic, repeatedly emphasizing his status as second prince and future heir. At that moment, a hand reached out and firmly grasped Liu Feng's wrist. Su Fei stopped him, saying he had already learned his lesson. Although he still wanted to press further, he had to stop. He analyzed that after all he was the second prince. Was it worth opposing the entire Tin Lamb Empire? Hearing that, Liu Feng lowered his voice and told him to get lost. He did not want to see him again. Artist hurriedly left, but still threw out a threat that the engagement could not simply be ended. Boarding the carriage, he hastily ordered someone to contact the elder, swearing he would make that man regret it. Liu Feng did not care, even replying coldly that he would be waiting. At the same time, Elder Legu of the Thieves Guild flew into a rage, declaring that tonight he would settle accounts with Su Fei and wipe out the guild. Jia Haiyan worriedly reminded that mobilizing the Shadow Guard unit required the consent of 2 elders. The person beside her also believed doing so violated the rule. Legu flew into a thunderous rage, overturning the wooden table. He roared in fury, "If I say it is allowed, then it is allowed. My grandson is already gone. Why should I still care about those damned rules?" During that, Jia Haiyan and Kandayan could only bow their heads in submission, softly replying yes. The flames of anger in Legu's heart had yet to subside. He was furious that those 2 9th rank dared to flaunt themselves so brazenly. A 9th rank falling under the hands of the Shadow Realm squad was nothing rare. Wherever the Shadow Realm set foot, even weeds struggled to grow. Su Fei, just you wait. The scene shifted to a magnificent villa beneath a star-filled night sky, warm yellow light spilling from the windows like an invitation, dispelling the silent darkness. Behind the frosted glass, Su Fei sat opposite Liu Feng, gently pouring him a glass of wine before saying that only with his introduction to Blood Wolf did she have the courage to compete for the position of guild leader. Liu Feng smiled as he raised his glass. "Why be so formal? I promise to help you obtain the seat of guild leader." Su Fei's cheeks flushed as she looked at the wine glass, softly regretting that the Blood Wolf members were all out on mission and could not come drink with him. Liu Feng joked lightly, "Having you here is enough. Who would want to drink with those rough men?" Su Fei pretended to pout and scold him playfully. "Your tongue is far too slick." He hesitated for a moment before looking at him gently. "Lies matter dragged you into this. I sincerely apologize." Liu Feng laughed it off. We are friends, do not say such distant words. Su Fei tilted her head and sighed. Legu dotes on lie the most, an artist is narrow-minded. Angering both of them at once will surely bring no small trouble. She paused to observe Liu Feng's innocent expression before reminding him to know how to strike back. Do not let them think you are easy to bully. He calmly replied, do you think I am a saint rank, that they would obey whatever I say? Su Fei immediately said, how would you know without trying? From now on I will handle everything, just leave it to me. But Liu Feng shook his head in refusal. I do not trust you. Under the shimmering lights, Su Fei lightly sipped the red wine, her eyes deep in thought. She frowned slightly. I am not lying to you. Since sitting in the guild leader's seat I have not had a single peaceful night of sleep. As she said this she breathed softly. Fortunately you appear. Liu Feng slowly took a small vial from his pocket. I have a way to cure insomnia. Would you like to try? Su Fei widened her eyes at the small vial in his hand. You also know medicine. How have I never known before? Liu Feng leisurely moved the vial closer to her. Just try it and you will see. She opened her eyes wide in confusion. Even if I want to try it should not be tonight. I am worried Legu will come looking. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Fei's eyelids suddenly grew heavy, drowsiness washing over her without warning. In just a moment her body went limp, and her eyes closed as she fell asleep. Fortunately, Liu Feng stepped forward in time to catch her frail body. A while later in the quiet dark bedroom, he gently laid her down on the wide bed. As if sinking into a gentle spring dream, Su Fei unconsciously revealed a serene smile. Liu Feng stood by the bed looking at her tenderly. With me here, no one is allowed to harm you. The sound of polished black leather shoes echoed steadily on each marble step, firm footsteps in the night. Bai Qi focused on reading a shoujo novel, muttering just kiss already. What are you waiting for? Liu Feng stood on the stairs and called out in surprise, Die hack. Bai Qi laughed loudly, you are down already. Did the medicine I gave work well? That is the Dragon Clan's secret sleeping potion. Did you take the opportunity to do anything? Liu Feng frowned and covered his reddened cheeks. Shut your mouth, we are just friends. Bai Qi pretended to zip his lips. Fine, I will not say more. Yet inwardly he thought friends, but going all the way into the bedroom. Who are you fooling? He was a master of shoujo comics, not so easily deceived. Liu Feng sat down beside him. Bai Qi, do you know the Thieves' Guild? Bai Qi answered in surprise that he had clashed with them a few times. What about it? He asked intently, how strong are they? Is there a hidden saint rank expert overseeing them? Bai Qi pondered. The Thieves' Guild is among the largest on the continent. Their influence spreads across cities, but a saint rank likely not. After all, saint rank experts are not found everywhere. He looked up at Liu Feng. Are you worried they will retaliate? He replied seriously, if they dare to target Su Fei once, there will be a second time. Liu Feng rested his chin on his hand and said only by teaching them a harsh enough lesson to make them fear will Su Fei truly be safe. Bai Qi nodded. That is right. If they know a saint rank is backing her, they will not dare act rashly. Liu Feng's eyes grew resolute. Tonight they will surely make a move. We will wait in advance and let them come to us. Beneath the star-filled night sky, soft moonlight covered the majestic stone pillars of the ancient mansion, forming a tranquil and mysterious scene. At the same time, the black-clad shadow realms silently tightened their encirclement around the building. Gu stood behind and coldly ordered, leave no one alive inside. Su Fei alone must be captured alive. Upon hearing the order, the Shadow Realm members knelt in unison to receive the command, yes. On the rooftop, Liu Feng and Bai Qi stretched and warmed up. Liu Feng curled his lips at the person beside him. Big brother, the delivery has arrived. A few minutes later, under Legu's strict command, the Shadow Realm squad quickly shifted formation in preparation for attack. Once the formation was set, Legu immediately waved his hand to signal the assault. Receiving the order, the Shadow Realm instantly dispersed in their assigned direction. Like a well-trained elite force, in the blink of an eye they executed the invisibility technique, their figures faint in the night. Liu Feng said calmly, I will take the front gate, the back gate is yours. Bai Qi scoffed. These people are not worth worrying about. Liu Feng smiled lightly, there will likely be a heavyweight tonight. That part is yours. Bai Qi laughed and replied, then there is no need for more words, let us begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the two immediately split up, each heading in a different direction. Around the grounds, Legu and the Shadow Realm sped forward like the wind while concealed. Yet when they were about to approach the main gate, they suddenly halted. Before them stood Liu Feng blocking the way. Legu at the back reassured himself, what is there to panic about? Our invisibility technique is unparalleled, he cannot detect it. Thinking so, seeing Liu Feng standing still, Legu grew even more confident. Surely he still does not know he has already been surrounded. Under the horrified gazes of those in hiding, Liu Feng casually swept his eyes over each of their positions. Seeing him approach, Legu secretly sneered, "Keep walking, step by step into the trap yourself." The malicious thought had just flashed through his mind when Legu immediately prepared to rush out with a surprise attack. Not wanting to miss the opportunity, he condensed thick dark energy into one arm. At that tense moment, Liu Feng suddenly broke through the invisibility and placed his hand on Legu's shoulder. "You are Lai's grandfather, right?" Legu's eyes widened in shock. He suddenly understood that the other side had long seen through him. Realizing the unfavorable situation, he hastily retreated and shouted loudly, "Take him down. Capture Su Fei and I will reward you heavily." As soon as the order ended, the surrounding shadow realm revealed fierce expressions, their gazes all fixed on Liu Feng. Liu Feng calmly swung his sword. "I do not wish to take anyone's life, but you brought this upon yourself." A cold blue sword light tore through the night, beneath the full moon illuminating the vast space. On the other side, Bai Qi sat cross-legged leisurely atop the piled bodies of the shadow realm. All a bunch of weaklings, not worth mentioning. He glanced toward the noisy commotion and muttered, "Liu Feng really is something, just handling them yet making such a racket." Turning to the battlefield, Legu stood frozen among his fallen subordinates, stammering in horror, "Too strong." Saying that, he pulled out a shimmering purple-pink silk scroll, thinking only of escape. In the blink of an eye, Legu's figure vanished before Liu Feng's eyes. Liu Feng frowned, "A spatial teleportation scroll, worthy of being an elder of the Thieves' Guild. He has quite a few trump cards." As soon as he finished speaking, he gathered strength into his leg. Then he leaped high into the air. Landing on the rooftop, Liu Feng scanned the area and thought to himself, "That scroll likely cannot leave Lam City yet." After searching for a while, he suddenly smiled toward one direction, "Found you." Without further hesitation, he executed the swift wind spell, pursuing Legu to the end. Facing the imminent danger, Legu could only panic and flee faster and faster. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Liu Feng was already blocking his path. Like a fish stranded on land, Legu trembled as he looked at him. "You cannot touch me. The Thieves' Guild will not spare you and Su Fei." Liu Feng did not hesitate in the slightest, gripping his sword tightly before charging straight ahead, then let them taste the consequences. The pain tore through his chest, making Legu cough violently as he stared at the warm blood seeping from his chest, unable to understand how things had turned out like this. Liu Feng's gaze turned icy as it fixed on the opponent. Anyone who was Su Fei's enemy was also his enemy. Like a war god upon the battlefield, Liu Feng did not hesitate to swing another fatal slash at Legu, crimson spraying everywhere. The battle did not seem to be over yet. Liu Feng frowned as he watched the purple smoke slowly closing in. Enveloped in the thickening mist, he only felt his head spin in discomfort. While struggling to block with his sword, Liu Feng gritted his teeth and tensely wondered what this damned thing was. Yet before he could even react, someone suddenly rushed in from afar to launch a sneak attack, as if waiting precisely for this moment, ignoring the old man behind who was charging forward with a blade in hand. From beginning to end, Liu Feng stood still without making any move. But when the blade pierced through that figure, the old man was stunned to realize it was merely an afterimage. Witnessing the scene before him, he could only gape in horror, at a complete loss for what to do. Seizing the moment before the opponent recovered, Liu Feng swiftly closed in and launched a preemptive strike, causing him to suffer grievous injury. He stood proudly before the old man and smiled faintly. The big fish tonight had finally taken the bait. Hearing that, the old man's eyes widened in shock. "You were not poisoned." Liu Feng curled his lips in mockery. "The one poisoned was only a clone. I have been waiting for you here." The old man stepped back, his face pale. "Your methods are indeed impressive." Liu Feng pressed the blade against his throat and said coldly, "Save the compliments for later. Answer me now, who sent you?" After a few seconds of silence, he bluntly exposed him. "Even if you do not speak, I can guess. You watched me defeat Legu without reacting. Clearly you are not from the Thieves' Guild." The old man forced himself to remain calm and tilted his head indifferently. "So what if that is the case?" Liu Feng stared at him sharply. "The only faction daring to target me outside the Thieves' Guild tonight is the Second Prince's camp. Your identity is no longer a secret." Pressed into a corner, the old man hurriedly took out a small gem and cast a spell. As if having prepared an escape route in advance, he immediately hurled the gem toward Liu Feng. In the blink of an eye, the gem burst with dazzling light, forcing him to close his eyes. Taking advantage of that moment, the old man's cloak fluttered as his figure shot away like the wind. No matter how frantically he fled, Liu Feng carried his sword and pursued relentlessly. Do not even think of escaping. In the urgent situation, he decided to thrust his sword fiercely at the opponent's leg. Unfortunately, just as the blade touched him, the old man's body turned into a swirling stream of water and vanished. Liu Feng could not hide his surprise, so it was a clone spell. In just an instant, the old man had escaped the pursuit spectacularly. He rubbed his forehead irritably and looked into the empty air. Could it be that all experts in Tin Lam City possessed teleportation abilities? A moment later, Liu Feng calmly sheathed his sword. This man's stealth techniques surpassed even Legu's. A 9th-rank assassin was truly unpredictable. After finishing his thoughts, he gazed thoughtfully toward the castle. Second Prince, I have accepted your goodwill. In the future, I will repay it many times over. Several hours later in the magnificent main hall, Artist sat on the throne and asked wearily, Shadow Elder, you failed. The old man lowered his head in shame and admitted he was no match for that man. Artist glared at him angrily. You are a peak 9th-rank assassin who has never missed. Could he be even stronger, or has he stepped into the Saint rank? Shadow Elder bowed his head nervously and replied, when we fought he did not use his full strength. I fear he has already reached the Saint rank. Artist rubbed his forehead irritably. Damn it, where did Su Fei find such an expert? Shadow Elder cautiously said, Your Highness, today you were too hasty at the mercenary guild. Artist shouted, too hasty. Do you think I care about her being close to another man? Shadow Elder hurriedly bowed, Your Highness. Artist darkened as he spoke. In name she is my fiancée, yet she grows close to another before everyone. If I endure it, my elder brother will seize the excuse to say I cannot uphold the royal dignity. Seeing the old man fall silent, he sneered, the Shadow Guard's defeat was due to incompetence. It has nothing to do with me. Father will not blame me either. Shadow Elder respectfully replied, Your Highness is wise. Then Artist suddenly asked, You said Liu Feng defeated Legu. The old man knelt and answered, Yes, Legu was defeated by him in a single move without any chance to react. Artist immediately conceived a plan. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Perhaps I should negotiate with the Thieves' Guild. Shadow Elder understood at once and replied he would handle it immediately. Artist laughed ambitiously. The Mercenary Guild and the Thieves' Guild, once I hold both in my hands, let us see who still dares to contend for the throne. At that moment, Shadow Elder requested permission. Your Highness, this old one has something to ask. He nodded, speak. The old man solemnly proposed, Please grant the Blood Kill order. Only the Blood Kill guards are capable of dealing with Liu Feng. He asserted firmly, even if Liu Feng is Saint rank. So what? The Blood Kill guards are a force specifically meant to counter Saint rank experts of the royal family. Artist replied indifferently, Before ascending the throne, I can only use the Blood Kill order once. Shadow Elder urgently advised, to gain something one must pay a price, which is more important, the Blood Kill order or the throne. If Liu Feng turns to another faction, the consequences will be unimaginable. Artist fell into silent contemplation, his gaze wavering. Then he resolutely stood up, Fine. Artist declared clearly, Issue the Blood Kill order and dispatch the Blood Kill guards to eliminate Liu Feng. Under the morning sun, the villa stood majestically behind rows of green trees, exuding an ancient and tranquil aura. Su Fei stretched comfortably. It had been a long time since she had such a sound sleep. She looked blankly out the window. Was it already morning? What exactly happened last night? Recalling Liu Feng placing the vial of medicine before her, she told herself she would only know after trying. In her heart she snorted softly. It must have been Liu Feng's trick. She continued thinking, He made me fall unconscious yet did nothing else. Truly hard to understand. Su Fei checked her body and pouted. Truly a block of wood, not a trace of romance. Her cheeks flushed red as she muttered, At least he could have kissed me once. Heavens, what am I thinking? Like any girl in love, Su Fei hugged her pillow and smiled secretly. The one I like is indeed someone I can rely on. Thinking so, she immediately jumped up and ran out of the room. Liu Feng. The flames crackled as they devoured the dry wood, the red glow lighting up a corner of the courtyard. Liu Feng sat before the grill and asked Bai Qi, Were all the ones who came later last night dealt with? Bai Qi answered concisely, All taken care of. Out of habit, Bai Qi breathed fire to cook the skewers in his hand. Laughed heartily, They are just like these skewers. In the end nothing but ashes remain. Liu Feng paused slightly. Then would not the burnt smell spread through the entire garden? Suddenly he lost his appetite for barbecue. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Fei ran over. Liu Feng smiled and waved, You are awake. Su Fei asked seriously, After you made me unconscious last night, did Legu come to cause trouble? Liu Feng handed her a skewer. He did come, but from now on he will no longer be able to threaten you. Eat some. Su Fei was stunned. Legu can no longer threaten me. How is that possible? A speculation flashed through her mind. Could it be that you have dealt with Legu? Liu Feng closed his eyes and chewed slowly, calmly giving a faint acknowledgement. Su Fei was speechless, her heart in turmoil. Liu Feng had defeated the elder of the Thieves' Guild. They would surely retaliate. But then again the elder was gone, they likely would not dare act rashly. They should not have dared to touch her and her mother. Such an ending was deserved. Thinking of that, she secretly felt satisfied. Liu Feng had especially helped her vent her anger. As for the consequences, they could be dealt with later. Seeing her silent, Liu Feng smiled gently. With me here, from now on you can sleep peacefully every day. At this point he deliberately drew out his voice in a teasing tone. So, my assistant is pretty reliable, right? Su Fei lowered her eyes slightly, her gentle gaze falling on Liu Feng as she softly called his name. Seeing his surprise, she happily rushed forward to hug him tight. Thank you. Liu Feng quickly dodged to the side. Hey, be careful not to stab the meat. Bai Qi felt secretly annoyed, scolding him for not hugging her back and instead worrying about the skewered meat. Truly a straight-minded fool. Liu Feng was still floating from the hug when Su Fei suddenly heard the sound of someone approaching. She hurriedly reminded them, you two hurry and avoid this place. If others see me with two strange men it will be troublesome. Liu Feng and Bai Qi immediately vanished without hesitation. Got it. Su Fei stood by the grill and laughed. Was there a need to be that fast? As soon as they left, she took a few steps toward the main door to observe. Without hesitation, she flung the door open and slowly looked inside. Su Fei placed her hands on her hips, calmly scanning the empty scene, not a single figure in sight. Article suddenly appeared before her, striking a confident pose. The third prince of the Tin Lam Empire has arrived. On the rooftop, Bai Qi looked down, scratching his head and muttering, what is with this showy aura? Is the third prince all right? Liu Feng frowned, just the typical impulsive youth type. Bai Qi asked curiously, what is impulsive? He casually explained, a kind of youthful sickness like his. Down below, Article widened his eyes at Su Fei. It has been a long time since I last saw you. I came today because there is something to discuss. Su Fei walked alongside him and asked calmly, what does the third prince wish to discuss? Article glanced around before asking, are you alone here? She was slightly startled but replied, yes, I have always been alone. Took out two rather ugly sketches of Liu Feng and Bai Qi. So who are these two? Su Fei curled her lips into a faint smile. With drawings like this I cannot recognize them. I do not know them. Article lowered his voice earnestly. I mean no harm. I only have important news concerning these two and wish to contact them. Hearing this, Su Fei frowned thoughtfully before nodding. Very well. But just as she was about to call them, suddenly Liu Feng and Bai Qi appeared, both criticizing, this drawing is too ugly. Who drew it? It is unbearable to look at. Article's eyes lit up as he looked at Bai Qi. So this is the Dragon Man, may I have your autograph? Liu Feng was left aside, sighing, this kind of youth truly cannot resist strange things. Article turned to shake his hand excitedly. You are Liu Feng, right? Would you like to build a fair world with me? Liu Feng beamed, a world of equality sounds nice. Bai Qi frowned instead. What are you thinking? Strength determines position, how can everyone be equal? Su Fei coughed lightly as a reminder. Third prince, speak of the main matter. Article smiled awkwardly. I was a little excited to meet the two of you. After a few seconds his gaze turned serious. My second brother has allied with the Thieves' Guild and issued a blood kill order to deal with you too. Upon hearing this, Su Fei was shaken, her eyes widening in shock. What? Article continued explaining, the blood kill order can mobilize the blood kill guards, a secret organization established by the royal family that once made even top experts wary. Su Fei paced back and forth anxiously. Although they are no longer as strong as before, quite a few people have still fallen at their hands. Liu Feng felt dizzy watching her. Stop pacing back and forth, I am about to fall over. As if remembering something, Su Fei took out a dark green stone. Gritted her teeth. I must inform Hyatt Lang to return at once. After saying that, she turned and asked Liu Feng, what do you think? Contrast to her worry, Liu Feng was already asleep on the table. Bai Qi was reading comics, and Article was holding up a sign of farewell. Seeing this scene, Su Fei was speechless, her face darkening. She exploded, shouting into Liu Feng's ear, can you be more serious? Pay some attention. Unaware of her anger, Liu Feng jolted awake and looked around, asking what happened. As he turned, he accidentally brushed against the face of the girl beside him. In that instant, his lips lightly touched Su Fei's soft lip. Bai Qi hurriedly covered Article's eyes with the sign, muttering, I see nothing, children should not look. After that, Su Fei's face flushed red, her mind in turmoil. Liu Feng was also stunned, lightly touching his lips, feeling the lingering warmth. Cover it up, he quickly changed the subject, whereas the third prince, Bai Qi, said bluntly, you were the one who saw him off and you still ask. Su Fei put her hands on her hips, stop avoiding the topic, and you were even sleeping at a time like this. Liu Feng yawned, Leave the blood kill matter to me. Su Fei slammed the table. There is also the elder of the Thieves' Guild. We have to face two major forces. Elsewhere, someone used a telescope to secretly watch Su Fei's every movement. On the rooftop, Bactrite hugged the telescope and grinned, having just witnessed an interesting scene. That man even gleefully gestured while talking about Su Fei's chest when Liu Feng suddenly appeared and asked again, what exactly is real? The moment he saw him, his face instantly turned pale with fear. Liu Feng smiled faintly yet dangerously. Who gave you the nerve to come here? Before he could react, he was kicked flying by Liu Feng and sent far away, disappear. Liu Feng said coldly, dare to spy again, and it seems I must thoroughly deal with the Thieves' Guild. Night fell over Tin Lam City, at the headquarters of the Thieves' Guild. Liu Feng and Bai Qi hid on the rooftop, waiting for the right moment. When the time came, the two jumped down. Liu Feng said, it seems they have prepared in advance. Bai Qi laughed, this bunch is not worth fearing. No sooner had he finished speaking than a group of assassins suddenly rushed forward to attack. Surrounded, Liu Feng immediately drew his sword to counterattack. In the blink of an eye, sword energy spread out and each opponent was forced back. Liu Feng said coldly, you are seeking trouble for yourself. But it had been arranged. Just as he landed, another person immediately launched a sneak attack from behind. However, when the strike came down, his figure dissipated like an illusion. The other was horrified, a clone. Seizing the chance, Liu Feng counterattacked, you are too slow. With one sword swing, the group was knocked down and lay scattered. In the critical moment, the leader thought to himself, he is too strong, I must use the ultimate move. At the same time elsewhere, Bai Qi saw the opponent attempting to flee and said coldly, you come when you wish and leave when you wish. But just as he was about to chase, a dark formation suddenly appeared around them, dark shadow kill formation. In an instant, the sky was covered by thick black energy, standing beneath the gloomy aura that gradually obscured their vision. Liu Feng and Bai Qi looked at each other in shock. Bai Qi rushed forward, intending to break through that layer of energy. But he was pushed back by that force. Liu Feng ran over and asked, are you all right? Bai Qi's voice trembled, this is law. After a few seconds, sweat poured down as he continued, the power of law. After saying that, Bai Qi could no longer remain calm and cried out in panic, this is truly the power of a god. While Liu Feng and Bai Qi were concentrating on the stream of energy before them, a smug voice rang out. Do you really think the Thieves' Guild could stand for centuries without a way to deal with saint-level fighters? How naive, just stay there and await your fate. Only that little girl is left at the Mercenary Guild. She will be joining you soon enough, now go. Hearing the mocking laughter, Liu Feng grew even more furious. He snarled, are you courting death? The moment he finished speaking, he swung his sword without hesitation, unleashing quadruple strike. Yet the recoil was so overwhelming that he was thrown backward. It was unbelievable. The attack was completely ineffective. Bai Qi sighed helplessly, it is useless. You have felt the terror of the sovereign domain. The wall before us is a law that only a true divine being can manipulate. Liu Feng shouted angrily, are you saying the one we face is a god like the goddess of life? Bai Qi answered swiftly, yes. Hearing this, Liu Feng felt his body tremble slightly, panic rising within him. This is bad, I cannot move. At that moment, the silhouette of a young girl slowly stepped out from a crack in the darkness behind them. Floria stretched and yawned, I thought I was summoned for something important. It turns out it is only you two saint-level brats. After a brief pause, she raised her hand and condensed a sphere of dark energy, speaking indifferently, forgive me, you are the ones who activated the statue I left behind years ago. As soon as her words fell, the dark aura in Floria's hand shot straight toward Liu Feng and Bai Qi. Liu Feng widened his eyes warily, unable to lower his guard before such power. Seeing him charge forward, Floria also gathered her strength and faced him head-on. He smiled faintly with interest, how amusing. Although Floria's strikes grew stronger, Liu Feng dodged nimbly while preparing to slash down from above. It seemed she had already anticipated that line of attack. Floria lightly caught the blade between two fingers, her movements effortless. Witnessing this, Liu Feng stared at her in shock. Still gripping the sword, Floria smiled mockingly, boy, your courage is commendable. Unfortunately, it is useless. As if losing all reason, Liu Feng roared in disbelief and stubbornly launched another strike. Along with his fierce sword technique, he shouted the incantation loudly, octuple strike. A violet glow enveloped Floria as Liu Feng rushed forward with his sword. Fragments of black crystal shattered from the protective barrier and scattered around. Liu Feng clenched his teeth and looked at her in astonishment. Is this truly a god? Even octuple strike is ineffective. Even storm sword seal has no effect. How can this be? At that thought, something suddenly came to him. Wait, within that rotation, try striking the core once. Turning to reality, Floria yawned lazily again. If this is all you have, then let it end. Liu Feng condensed a powerful surge of sword energy. Storm Sword Seal fused with a blue radiance that enveloped his body, his face tense to the extreme. Floria stood amid the green sword aura with a confident gaze, ready to meet him. Within the violet energy swirling around her, she spoke calmly. To damage my projection, boy, you surprise me, but the game ends here. Liu Feng slowly stepped toward the purple light, turned his back and said coldly, the true miracle lies here. Floria was momentarily stunned. You. Not allowing her to finish, Liu Feng turned and raised a statue identical to Floria, his eyes filled with provocation. To her astonishment, he crushed the stone statue without hesitation and smiled confidently, farewell. With a single impact upon the original statue, Floria's figure immediately faded and cracked apart like the statue itself. A key standing nearby gave a thumbs up, impressive. Liu Feng panted, sweat covering his forehead. We finally won, fortunately that god revealed a flaw. Suddenly, a phantom hand of Floria reached out as her soft voice echoed, who are you calling foolish? Liu Feng was startled, fear flashing in his eyes. Floria leaned close behind him and whispered by his ear, Liu Feng, I will remember this name, I will come for you again. After speaking, she turned into purple smoke and dissipated, leaving Liu Feng with a troubled gaze. After waiting a few seconds to be certain, he let out a quiet sigh of relief and finally departed. Suddenly recalling something important, Liu Feng hurriedly shouted at Bai Qi, stop standing there, return to the mercenary guild at once. Elsewhere, the entire guild building was engulfed in chaotic combat. Many people had fallen. Immediately afterward, Su Fei was struck in the abdomen, the pain so intense that she spat out blood. Knocked far away by Bitch attack, she staggered as she watched him step through the smoke and approach. Facing the imminent danger, Su Fei wiped the blood from the corner of her lips, her heart burning with anxiety. Liu Feng, what happened? Come back quickly. Even though Su Fei sat miserably on the ground, Bitch laughed gleefully. Today the mercenary guild will be erased from the Xinglan Empire. Miss Su Fei, rest assured, before you depart I will have someone take very good care of you. Seizing a brief opening, Su Fei sprang up and thrust her sword straight at Bitch. Bitch easily dodged, then countered by seizing her throat. While gripping Su Fei's neck, he lifted her into the air and laughed smugly. Miss Su Fei, are you in such a hurry? Strangled until she could barely breathe, Su Fei desperately pleaded in her heart, Liu Feng, I cannot wait any longer. Falling into their hands is worse than ending it myself. Seeing her intent to risk her life, Bitch hurriedly stopped her and sneered, do not rush. I forgot to tell you about that brat named Liu Feng. Pausing for effect, Bitch looked at her trembling form and burst into laughter. By now he has probably turned to dust. The Dark Realm's subordinate beside him chimed in. Elder is truly formidable. He was merely lucky, easily dealt with. Hearing this, Su Fei's face turned pale. Her eyes filled with panic as worry for Liu Feng surged within her. Seeing her tears fall, Bitch grew even more delighted. So Miss Su Fei, just then a voice suddenly rang out from afar. The Thieves' Guild will pay today. Unable to believe it, he looked around in panic. Impossible, how are you here? Liu Feng and Bai Qi rushed in like the wind. Release her. If you dare touch my sister-in-law, you will not leave unscathed. Following Liu Feng's shout, Bai Qi erupted in fury, spewing fierce flames that scorched the surrounding. Witnessing this scene, Bitch broke out in cold sweat. How is he still alive? That statue was a treasure bestowed by the Supreme Elder to restrain Saint-level fighter. Forced himself to remain calm. As long as Su Fei remained in his grasp, they would not dare act recklessly. But when he tried to use her as a hostage, Bitch was horrified to realize she had vanished from his hands at some point. He roared, when did this happen? Before his eyes, Liu Feng held Su Fei in a princess carry. I am sorry I came late. Su Fei leaned against his chest with tears in her eyes. You scoundrel, you nearly scared me to death. Liu Feng softened his voice. Do not cry, it is over. After speaking, he looked at Bitch coldly. And you, how do you wish to end? Enraged, Bitch roared, even if I die I will drag you with me. As soon as he finished speaking, he concealed himself and launched a sudden attack. Su Fei reminded anxiously, be careful. Liu Feng smiled confidently, rest assured, before me he has no right to risk his life. In the blink of an eye, he had already turned and prepared to deliver a counter kick. As expected, the moment Bitch closed and he was sent flying by Liu Feng kick, crying out in pain as he retreated several meters. Realizing the peril, Bitch hastily pulled out a dark magic scroll to escape. I will return for revenge, just wait. Liu Feng spoke in a deep voice, no need to wait, it ends now. But just as he was about to flee, Bitch suddenly discovered the magic scroll had malfunctioned. What is happening? Seeing his panic, Liu Feng sneered, before a saint who can solidify space, teleportation is as fragile as paper. He swung his sword as he spoke. If I had not carelessly forgotten this ability, that old man would never have had the chance to escape. In an instant, Bitch felt excruciating pain from the cold, sharp blade, his face filled with terror, saint level. After a decisive slash, his body went limp and collapsed, the surroundings turning cold. Battle ended, Liu Feng looked at the young woman beside him. Su Fei, I am sorry, my carelessness nearly caused you harm by the Thieves' Guild. Su Fei replied gently, it is fine, you did very well, thank you. Touched by his warm concern, Su Fei suddenly kissed Liu Feng on the cheek, her eyes closed with emotion. Ignoring the distant gazes, Su Fei quickly turned to give orders. Those who can still stand, hurry and tend to the wounded. Seeing Liu Feng standing alone muttering to himself, Bai Qi coughed lightly a few times and said he was a half-dragon. All day long he had eaten who knew how many of his portions. Liu Feng awkwardly changed the subject, stopped talking nonsense and hurried to save people. Bai Qi folded his arms and replied calmly, killing I am skilled at, saving I cannot. He waved his hand and suggested, then you turn into a dragon and carry the wounded away. Unfortunately, you do not even have wings, truly disappointing. Bai Qi flared up and shouted, are you looking for trouble? Make yourself clear. Few hours passed. Outside Xinglan, city tents of soldiers were set up everywhere. Suddenly at one tent, a sturdy arm lifted the curtain and stepped inside. The stranger holding a scroll walked forward. It has been a long time since I saw Captain Blood Wolf. I heard you always wanted to advance to a rank. I happen to have a rank mission. Dare to take it. Tu Sat lowered his head to read the content. Our Blood Wolf has never feared any mission. Bao Kuang nodded in agreement. That is right. Blood Wolf standing in the middle suddenly startled. Wait, this mission is to assassinate Su Fei. After an hour, Bao Kuang angrily asked, Captain, are you crazy? You even accept this, not only failing to protect Su Fei but planning to strike at her. Blood Wolf said calmly, we accepted it, but that does not mean we must do it. I am not a fool. Clearly this is a scheme to drive a wedge between us and Liu Feng, deliberately spread by Su Fei, but... He paused, put his arms around the two and lowered his voice. This also shows Liu Feng is in danger within the guild. We cannot betray him, but we must also think of the future of the team. Bao Kuang was surprised after hearing it, you mean. Blood Wolf continued, tomorrow enter the city to take another mission and leave this troublesome place. Consider it keeping distance from Liu Feng. At the same time inform him of this commission to earn goodwill. Bao Kuang awkwardly said we could directly confess to him. Say clearly we are not strong enough to join this struggle. Tu Sat sighed and agreed. The next morning, two birds chirped on the electric wire before the villa under the early sun. In the spacious bedroom, Su Fei jolted upright on the bed. No, do not, Liu Feng. It seemed someone was always guarding outside. Upon hearing the sound, they immediately opened the door. Liu Feng hurriedly ran in and asked worriedly, Su Fei, what happened? Su Fei sat up rubbing her forehead, her eyes hazy with fatigue. What do you mean what happened? Seeing her in a seductive nightdress, Liu Feng froze and even got a nosebleed from embarrassment. Su Fei blushed and pulled her clothes back, barging into my room early in the morning. Could it be you want to? Liu Feng covered his nose and waved his hands. No, no, it is not like that. Su Fei bit her lip and looked at him weakly. So you do not want to? I was even planning to repay your kindness. Liu Feng widened his eyes and stammered, repay me. Under his stunned gaze, Su Fei lightly tugged at her nightdress and teased with a smile. Unfortunately, you do not want it. At that moment, Bai Qi strolled over. Brother Liu, why are you shouting so early in the morning? Before he could see that scene, Liu Feng hurriedly pushed him outside. Big brother, let us talk outside. Bai Qi shouted in dissatisfaction outside. You dare hit me? Stand right there. Su Fei held her cheek and laughed secretly. Liu Feng is truly interesting. A few hours later in the courtyard, Su Fei walked toward Liu Feng who was training Bai Qi. Liu Feng reminded, pay attention to your movements, do not be lazy. Bai Qi replied, at your slow style I could fight 100. As soon as she saw Liu Feng, Su Fei blushed and called out. Bai Qi looked at the ambiguous atmosphere and sighed. Early in the morning you already made me full, spare the single man. Liu Feng coughed lightly and asked, Su Fei, how were the losses last night? She frowned, more than 20 dead, over 50 injured. Liu Feng, am I unworthy to be guild leader? Liu Feng stepped forward and patted her head to comfort her. If you are not worthy then no one is, do not worry, you still have me. Su Fei said with teary eyes, but I cannot rely on others forever. I do not want to see my brothers fall into danger and be powerless. I want to hold this position by myself. Liu Feng smiled. I will help you increase your strength. Bai Qi stood aside praising, the guild leader is truly imposing. Su Fei changed expression and looked at the messenger. What is it? The soldier quickly reported, guild leader, your cousin has rushed into the guild. Hearing that, Su Fei together with Liu Feng and Bai Qi immediately went inside. Around them, the soldiers began to whisper among themselves. Have you heard? Tomorrow the mercenary guild will have a great battle with the thief guild. Today the other side already left the city. Really? Before the story ended, a blue-haired man said in shock, impossible. The brown-haired man beside him continued, then who came to cause trouble, truly bold. Seeing Tasu step forward, they continued whispering that is in a ranked team led by Tasu. I heard he is about to reach the saint level. Someone added, he is also the heir of the guild. In the center, Tasu folded his arms facing her. Cousin Su Fei, long time no see. Su Fei coldly asked, what are you doing here? He handed over a letter. Under the elder's order I have come to participate in this struggle. This is the letter for you. Su Fei reluctantly accepted the letter. After reading it, she angrily shouted, what is wrong with the elders? On what grounds do they force me to hand over the guild? Yesterday I just drove away the thief guild. Is that not enough to prove my ability? Su sneered, I heard about that. I do not know who helped you, but taking all the credit is rather confident. Besides, there is a bigger matter to handle. Leaving it to me is more reasonable. Su Fei grew even angrier and clenched her teeth. Liu Feng quietly asked, what does the letter say? She gripped the letter tightly, trying to restrain her anger. Turning to Liu Feng, she said, those elders are forcing me to hand over the guild and even pressing me to marry the second prince to serve the guild. Liu Feng became furious as well, cursing those shameless people inwardly. Su pointed at Liu Feng and warned, watch your words. And you Su Fei, do you intend to defy the order? Su Fei stepped forward to block him. What if I refuse? The Su sneered, if you persist in your stubbornness, I will enforce the clan rules on behalf of the elder. As soon as he finished speaking, the subordinates around immediately tightened their grip on their weapons. The Su ordered that she be escorted back to the clan. Su Fei's subordinates shouted in protest, how dare you insult the guild leader? Do you want to die? Su Fei also retorted, do not think I have no one. The Su said disdainfully, you rely on this rabble, you will only bring humiliation upon yourself. Returning to the clan is safer. Su Fei put her hands on her hips, do not dream, I will not hand over this guild, if you want to fight I will go to the end. At the height of tension, Liu Feng heard hurried footsteps. Su Fei looked at the three who had just arrived. Blood Wolf, you came just in time, drive them away. Everyone began whispering again, the Blood Wolf team just joined but they are very strong. They will surely strike hard. Who will win? Perhaps Blood Wolf. Blood Wolf coughed awkwardly, sorry to disturb. I will say a few words then leave. Forced a smile, guild leader, Brother Liu. We came to bid farewell. Su Fei was shocked. What? Someone outside mocked, thought they came to help but they are running away. The guild leader is truly pitiful. It seems the guild is about to change hands. Blood Wolf scratched his head and smiled. We just accepted a mission and must leave the city immediately, truly sorry. Su Fei angrily asked, you came only to say this. Tu Sat stepped forward to explain, we are only a B-ranked team and do not have the strength to join this dispute, please understand. Hearing that, Liu Feng felt even more disappointed and dissatisfied with Blood Wolf. Su Fei coldly stepped forward, so you choose to leave at this time. The Su standing opposite smiled, even your own people have left, stop struggling and come back. Su Fei fell silent, not knowing what to say in this situation. Liu Feng gently touched her shoulder when he saw her silent. After a few seconds he said softly, do not worry, you have me. Bai Qi behind also smiled and said, you also have me. With a firm gaze, Liu Feng stepped forward to stand in front, sorry, allow me to intervene. The Su was displeased, who is this man so close to Su Fei? He gritted his teeth and asked, who are you, what right do you have here? Su Fei calmly replied, Liu Feng has full authority to decide on my behalf. As soon as she finished speaking, Liu Feng stepped forward, if it is merely a guild dispute and we are all from the same clan there is no need for internal strife. Let us do this. Each side sends one person to fight a match. After a brief pause, he continued slowly, if our side is defeated, Su Fei will hand over the Xinglam City Guild. But if we win, you will return to wherever you came from. Do you accept? Hearing Liu Feng's proposal, Su wavered slightly, feeling that this was indeed a good plan, and he could also take the opportunity to teach that man a lesson. Thinking so, he immediately spoke loudly, fine, then the two of us will fight directly. Liu Feng shrugged calmly and pointed toward Bai Qi behind him. Are you sure you want to compete with me, not planning to switch to someone else, for example that big fellow? The Su lowered his voice darkly, what, are you afraid? Rest assured, for Su Fei's sake, I will leave you a way out. As soon as he finished speaking, he did not hesitate to stab his sword fiercely into the ground. Come then, Liu Feng replied calmly, fine, as you wish. Outside, the bearded man whispered that pale brat truly does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He actually dares to accept. The slanted-eyed man sneered, I bet he cannot last 3 moves. The bearded man burst out laughing, I say at most 2 moves. As if already sensing that a great battle was about to erupt, Hyatt Lang quickly reminded his two companions, "Let us go." Even though Liu Feng is also a 9th rank expert, clashing with Tasu will only bring humiliation. Since they know each other, he probably does not want us to witness that awkward scene. Tu sat and Bao Kuang immediately nodded. Yet at the very moment they intended to leave, Hyatt Lang suddenly froze with wide eyes. The three of them were horrified to find their bodies suppressed by an enormous surge of magic power. Hyatt Lang secretly guessed that this was the spatial confinement of a saint level. Facing their stunned expressions, Liu Feng merely curled his lips into a smile. Why rush to leave? Hyatt Lang suddenly realized that Liu Feng had already broken through to the saint level. Opposite him, Tasu suddenly stomped his foot hard, and flames instantly flared up around him. Like an arrow released from the bow, he shot forward at astonishing speed, causing those around to exclaim, "So fast." Even as the blazing sword blade drew closer and closer, Liu Feng remained standing still without moving in the slightest. Seeing this, Tasu grew even more furious, charging forward while cursing inwardly. "Even now you still refuse to react. With that little ability, how dare you be close to Su Fei?" At the critical moment, Liu Feng's figure suddenly flickered and silently launched an attack from behind his opponent. In just an instant, he decisively swung his sword in a sweeping strike at Tasu back. Watching that counterattack from afar, Hyatt Lang was so shocked that his mouth fell open. Struck by the heavy blow, Tasu was in such pain that he spat out a mouthful of blood, crimson scattering everywhere. No longer in the mood to care about the horrified gazes of his subordinates, he struggled to sit and gasp for breath. "You, just how strong are you?" Liu Feng cast a cold glance at him. "Why should I tell you since you have lost? Hurry back." Tasu quickly stood up and spread his arms to block the two soldiers. I will not go back." One of the men who was stopped angrily shouted, "Brat, do not go too far." Liu Feng frowned slightly, his gaze icy. "Could it be that you intend to go back on your word?" Tasu gritted his teeth and said, "Su Fei can continue to manage the Xing Lam City Guild, but I must stay to participate in this competition. That is my purpose for coming here. Moreover, the Thieves Guild only withdrew temporarily. They will not accept it. Su Fei needs me." Hearing that, Liu Feng looked straight at him, pondering inwardly, could it be that he has feelings for Su Fei? Should I keep them? After thinking for a few more seconds, he shifted his gaze to Hyatt Lang Group and thought to himself, this bunch is hard to trust. Su Fei likely still needs the backing of the strong guild. While Liu Feng was still contemplating, Su Fei gently grasped his hand. "Feng, agree to him." His eyes seemed to light up as if finding an answer, and Liu Feng immediately regained clarity. He smiled gently. "Fine, since Captain Tasu has said so, you may stay." Su Fei straightened her posture and declared, "All right, everyone disperse. Cousin, go arrange the guild first." As soon as her words fell, Tasu and his subordinates immediately turned and left. "That is enough watching, let us go." That moment, Su Fei suddenly remembered Hyatt Lang Group, her gaze slowly sweeping over them. She said coldly, "Did you not want to leave? Why are you still standing here? I believe I have never treated you unfairly. The good missions were all given priority to you. Staying to watch the spectacle is not too much." Hyatt Lang trembled guiltily. "We also wanted to leave." Who would have thought Liu Feng would break through to the saint level? Liu Feng walked over wearily. "Su Fei, ignore them, let us go." Bai Qi also sighed in frustration, truly disappointed. As if hearing the sweetest words, Su Fei blushed and turned to look at him, warmth rising in her heart because he had just called her name. She hurried over and took Liu Feng's hand. "Fine, wait for me." Bai Qi behind them saw the two being intimate and flared up, blurting out, "Are you two done yet?" Unfortunately, the joy did not last long before a mocking voice rang out, defeating the opponent and punishing the traitor, and even embracing a beauty. Instructor truly plans everything thoroughly. Owner of that clear voice was none other than Nicolas Zhu. Seeing her, Liu Feng exclaimed, "Nicolas Zhu." Su Fei asked in surprise, "Why is she here?" She placed her hands on her hips and spoke, "Is this not the granddaughter of the vice president of the Magic Guild? Why are you free to come to the Mercenary Guild?" Nicola crossed her arms provocatively. "What, is this place forbidden? Why can I not come? You just became an expert, so now you speak louder." Su Fei tightly held Liu Feng's arm and sneered, "I do not know what insinuations you came to make. If you are jealous, then go find someone for yourself." Nicolas Zhu immediately stepped forward and grabbed Liu Feng's other hand. "I do not have time to quarrel. Instructor, come with me. I have something to say." Su Fei held on firmly. "He is not going with you." Nicolas Zhu shouted loudly, "Come with me." Liu Feng said miserably in a low voice, "Hey, if you two keep pulling I will be torn apart." Su Fei remained resolute. "No." After struggling for a while, the two finally let go at the same time. Su Fei said coldly, Miss Nicola, the guild competition is about to begin. I have reason to suspect you came to spy for the Magic Guild. If you do not want to be detained, then leave at once. Nicola Zhu replied irritably, the Magic Guild has led for many years. Why would we need to spy on a guild that always ranks last? You think too highly of yourself. Su Fei gritted her teeth, then leave now. In contrast to the tense atmosphere, Bai Qi happily hugged a watermelon and watched the show. Fight, women arguing is the most entertaining. As soon as he finished speaking, he was glared at by the two girls in warning. Frightened, he quickly tossed the piece of watermelon aside. Liu Feng quickly stepped between them. Hey, what are you two doing? After hesitating a little, he turned to Nicola Zhu. What do you want with me? Nicola crossed her arms sulkily. What? Instructor is busy being affectionate, so I am disturbing you. Liu Feng said angrily, in any case I am still your instructor. Who are you speaking to like that? Scold me if you want. What does it have to do with Su Fei? Nicola Zhu said bitterly, instructor truly is a busy man with a poor memory. The promises once made, the things once done, once you turn your back you forget them all. Seeing Su Fei about to retort, Liu Feng hurriedly pulled her away. Do not mind her. Nicola Zhu raised her voice. Liu Feng, I am not finished. If you leave you will regret it. Liu Feng did not turn back. How ridiculous. What do I have to regret? I have no interest in your words. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Nicola Zhu let out a cold laugh. Are you not concerned even if it involves Wei-er? Just as she expected, upon hearing that name, Liu Feng halted. Wei-er. Immediately rushed over to question her. What about Wei-er? Why do you mention her? Nicola Zhu broke out in sweat as she explained. Wei-er is my junior sister. What is wrong with me mentioning her? Liu Feng frowned. Yes, she also studied at Xing Lam Academy, but she already. Nicola cut him off. Already died. Sorry to disappoint you. Liu Feng was shaken, unable to believe it. What did you say? Nicola calmly recounted. At that time I used Master Lan Dai Scroll to save her when she was critically injured, then brought her back to the academy. Hearing that, Liu Feng's voice trembled. So that means Wei-er she. Under his expectant gaze, Nicola replied softly, Wei-er is still alive. As those words fell, memories of Wei-er flooded back. Liu Feng murmured inwardly, she is alive, truly alive. Seeing him stunned, Su Fei asked worriedly, Liu Feng, what is wrong? Bai Qi also scratched his head in confusion. Another Wei-er, who is that? Ignoring Nicola Payne, Liu Feng gripped her shoulders and pressed. Is Wei-er now at Lam Tin Academy? Nicola grimaced. Yes, let go, it hurts. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Feng immediately left in a flash. Su Fei, I am going to Lam Tin Academy. Bai Qi hurriedly called out, wait for me. Nicola rubbed her hand while muttering, truly an impulsive man. Wei-er is currently still in seclusion. Nhi curiously stepped closer. Hey, can you tell me about that matter regarding Wei-er? Not long after, at Tin Lam Academy, the ancient castle stood towering atop a rocky mountain, completely isolated from the outside world. Liu Feng accelerated forward, thinking to himself, Wei-er, I am here. In the past I was powerless and needed you to protect me. Now I am strong enough to protect you. Wait for me. Bai Qi followed closely behind and asked, there seems to be a barrier ahead. What now? Do we charge straight in? Liu Feng replied with a single word, charge. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them poured all their magic power into increasing their speed, the distance to the academy rapidly shrinking. In the vibrant garden, pink roses bloomed under the sunlight, their delicate petals drifting in the spring breeze. Lan Dai was watering the plants when he suddenly looked up at the sky. Who dares to tamper with the barrier of Tin Lam Academy? In just a few breaths, Liu Feng and Bai Qi shattered the protective layer and entered. Lan Dai immediately appeared to block their path. Who are you? Who gave you permission to brazenly provoke Tin Lam Academy? Liu Feng glanced at Bai Qi and silently assessed his opponent. Their exchanged gazes revealing that he was a green rank martial artist. After pausing briefly, he spoke sternly, I am Liu Feng, please forgive us. We only wish to find someone. Lan Dai widened his eyes, thinking this must be the Liu Feng Wei-er kept mentioning, the one who distracted her from her cultivation. He had to see what that man was like. Thinking so, he snorted coldly and immediately charged forward, not bothering to listen further. As expected, with a single lightning-fast punch, Lan Dai severely injured Liu Feng. Seeing Liu Feng staggering and being flung away, Bai Qi hurried forward to catch him. Below, the students buzzed with discussion. Is that not Headmaster Lan Dai? Who are those two, daring to challenge the headmaster? They truly do not know their own limits. In midair, Bai Qi transformed into a black dragon. Liu Feng, go find the person. Leave this one to me. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, he was struck by Lan Dai's shockwave and coughed up blood. The enormous body of the black dragon was hurled away, crashing through a solid wall. Lan Dai coldly looked at Bai Qi, who gave you the right to discuss matters in front of me. Bai Qi bled endlessly, still glaring angrily, you hateful old man. Liu Feng tensely realized that his opponent had been at green rank for many years, far beyond newcomers like them. Even so, he told himself he absolutely could not give up. Immediately after, Liu Feng unleashed a powerful attack that forced Lan Dai to raise his hand to defend. In the critical moment, he swung his sword and thrust forward. Lan Dai instantly erected an energy barrier to block it. Lan Dai's counterattack was extremely fierce. Liu Feng was blasted backward. In the distance, a green-eyed male student commented that man must be crazy to still dare take the initiative. A purple-eyed male student replied he cannot defeat the headmaster. Another laughed and said I bet everything he will surely lose. Returning to the battlefield, Liu Feng was drenched in sweat. The opponent's strength was overwhelming. Facing him head-on was clearly disadvantageous. Refusing to retreat, he raised his sword, determined to test the newly comprehended ultimate skill, triple mirror image split. Seizing a moment of carelessness from his opponent, he created 3 clones, each possessing equal strength. If one was not enough, then 3 would fight together. Lan Dai felt a trace of tension at the sight. The strange clones were no weaker than the original. He calmly asked, do you think that is enough? Liu Feng leapt up and swung his sword with a shout, whoever blocks me from meeting Wei do not blame me, double strike. 3 clones charged simultaneously, forming an encirclement, waves of sword light crashing down in succession. Standing within the encirclement, Lan Dai remained at ease, daring to attack Wei master. Are you not afraid she will find out? Hearing this, Liu Feng's eyes widened in shock. He immediately withdrew his sword and retreated, his expression resolute as he intended to end it quickly. He asked in confusion, are you Headmaster Lan Dai of the 4 Green? Why do you look so young? Lan Dai's gaze darkened, he smiled meaningfully, we finally meet. With an arrogant air, he launched a counterattack that forced the clones to raise their swords in defense. To Liu Feng's astonishment, Lan Dai unleashed Azure Tome Shatter the Profound. Lan Dai's cold sharp blade shot forward. Liu Feng and his clones counterattacked simultaneously from above and below, Gale Step, Quadruple Strike. 2 forces collided violently, fortunately avoiding a massive explosion, yet shattered stones and dust still billowed upward. As the shockwave subsided, Bai Qi outside hurriedly covered his eyes against the smoke and flame. The students below argued over who won. Even a fool would know it is the headmaster, but when the smoke cleared, Lan Dai silently looked at Liu Feng, thinking that was a draw. This boy truly is an anomaly. Seeing the opponent silent, Liu Feng grew impatient, continued. Lan Dai waved his hand to stop the fight, thinking that if they truly fought, Wei would surely blame him. Liu Feng said irritably, you say stop and we stop. Bai Qi behind him complained resentfully, so I am the only one who suffered. Lan Dai snorted coldly, if not for Wei once risking her life to save you, I would not have shown mercy. Hearing this, Liu Feng was astonished, his eyes widening. Standing in the wind, Lan Dai clasped his hands behind his back and said Wei is still in seclusion due to injuries from self-detonation. Meeting you would only distract her. Liu Feng frowned guiltily, Senior, I was too impulsive. Then when will Wei be able to leave seclusion? Lan Dai spoke seriously, I will do my utmost to heal her. When she recovers I will have Nicolas Zhu inform you. Moreover, this battle has attracted others. They may not show mercy and it will affect Wei Bai Qi reminded him that several auras were approaching. Liu Feng had no choice but to consider retreating. After a brief hesitation, he told himself Wei wait for me. The first person you see when you leave seclusion will certainly be me. He withdrew his clones and respectfully said, Senior, please take care of Wei When she leaves seclusion, I hope you inform me first. I was rude today. I will compensate for all damages. Upon hearing this, Lan Dai became angry. Who are you calling old? Liu Feng innocently replied, Senior has long been famous, addressing you that way shows greater respect. Lan Dai gritted his teeth. Seeing he was about to lose his temper, Liu Feng quickly shouted to Bai Qi, run. Watching them leave, Lan Dai thought, boy, Wei is the successor I painstakingly nurtured. Even if you are a genius you must endure trial. Sometime later before the academy gates, Bai Qi landed and lamented that this time he was careless. Next time he would use Dragon Flame to make that man suffer. Liu Feng coldly told him to stop dreaming. Su Fei ran over and asked where Wei was. Liu Feng said in a low voice that the headmaster said she had not recovered and must remain in seclusion. The duration was unclear. When there was news, Nicolas Zhu would inform him. At this point he suddenly remembered, where is Nicolas Zhu? She replied, she has already left. Su Fei forced a smile and congratulated him. From Nicola I learned about you and Wei Er. It is truly moving. I hope to meet that girl soon. Liu Feng inwardly cried that this was bad. He had been so worried about Wei Er that he forgot about this situation. He could only scratch his head awkwardly and say thank you. On the contrary, Su Fei covered her mouth and laughed. You look very foolish right now. Bai Qi chimed in excitedly. Brother Liu Feng, now you are Saint Rank, not just one or two girls. Liu Feng immediately kicked him. Shut up. Su Fei turned serious again. Speaking of business, do you still remember the guild war that Tasu once mentioned? Liu Feng sighed in relief and wiped his sweat. Luckily the topic changed. He replied that he roughly understood it by name. Su Fei explained that the guild war is a contest among the major guilds, with no real benefits, only competing for nominal ranking. But for the mercenary guild and the thieves guild it is a feud passed down through generations. Liu Feng asked in surprise, passed down through generations. She recalled the elder's words. The hatred originated from the time of the mercenary guild ancestor to Han. According to records, during the Divine War long ago the ancestor fought powerful experts. At a critical moment he was ambushed by the founder of the Thieves Guild, both perished together, and thus the 1,000-year confrontation began. She continued that therefore the Thieves Guild would certainly not miss the chance for revenge. Liu Feng replied, let them come, I will make sure they do not return unscathed. A few hours later, before them stood piles of luxurious suitcases stacked high. Nicola Zhu had just stepped out and was already directing people to carry the items inside. My room is on the second floor. They responded in unison, yes miss. Liu Feng stared at her in astonishment. What was going on? Why was she still here and not leaving? Nicola Zhu crossed her arms and replied forcefully, I already made it clear to Su Fei. While Wei Er is in seclusion I will transfer to study at your academy. Do not even think about anything else. Su Fei ground her teeth, closed her eyes and forced down her anger. I will endure this just this once. Liu Feng gave an awkward smile as sweat broke out. His heart stretched tight like a drawn bowstring. It was over. The next few days would hardly be peaceful. A few hours later at the headquarters of the Thieves Guild, the men in black discussed the situation one after another. The two elders Lagu and Bitch in Tin Lam City had lost contact. Most likely they had met with disaster. According to reports, the one who acted might be the mercenary guild, yet they were both peak level 9 experts. Relying on a young girl alone would be difficult to defeat them. Vain Master tilted his head and remarked coldly, no matter who it was, it only proved Lagu was too useless. The guild struggle was approaching. Vice Elder, Elder Cat, Elder Blood and Elder Ha would fight. 4 peak level 9 experts were enough to reclaim everything. Tin Lam City absolutely could not be lost. The man in black immediately clasped his hands respectfully. Understood. Before he could withdraw, the Vain Master called him back. Wait. He suddenly tossed him a statue shaped like Floria and instructed, to avoid any mishap, take this with you. The man in black asked blankly, what is this? He examined the statue carefully for a few seconds, then exclaimed in shock, with this in hand, even a saint tier would find it hard to escape. Outside Su Fei's villa night had fallen, the moon was full and bright and the sky shimmered with stars. Inside the courtyard was an eerie silence. Suddenly a voice rang out, let us see who cooks better. Liu Feng sighed, his face twisted, screaming inwardly again. How many times had this happened in the past 3 days? In front of him, Nicola Zhu and Su Fei waited for him to taste their dishes. He stammered awkwardly this. Looking at the 2 plates of food, Liu Feng felt both weary and afraid. He said cautiously, must there really be a winner? I think both of you cook very well. Before he could finish speaking, the 2 girls slammed the table and shouted in unison, it must be made clear. Liu Feng could only turn to Bai Qi for help, save me. Bai Qi immediately stepped back, this is between the 3 of you, I am not getting involved. Ignoring the thoughts of the 2 men, Su Fei turned to Nicola Zhu and said, Miss Nicola is my guest, how could I let you go into the kitchen? Feng eating my portion is enough. Nicola Zhu replied, you are mistaken, I am only hosting the instructor on behalf of Wei Er. Before she could finish, Su Fei sprang up and shouted, I warn you for the last time, do not use Wei Er to pressure me. Nicola Zhu smiled victoriously. What is wrong? Feeling guilty. The 2 were not paying attention. Liu Feng quietly edged toward the exit. Immediately both of them shouted at the same time, where are you going? His face turned ashen, he did not want to turn back, yet the 2 girls raised their voices even more, come back here. At that very moment, Liu Feng sensed a strange aura appearing. Su Fei also noticed something was wrong and asked at once, what is it? He replied, the rats of the Thieves Guild have finally crept here. He looked out the window calmly and waited. It seemed quite a few had come to watch the commotion. The air was heating up. Liu Feng stepped out of the courtyard and said as he walked, "Come out, stop hiding." From the rooftop came the voice of Vice Elder, "The brat is quite sharp." Another voice interjected, "It is a pity you are not a true mage, but today you must stay here." Opposite them was also a scout team from the Warriors Guild. Luke Enhan Jayap said, "4 level 9 experts. It seems the Thieves Guild intends to wipe out the Tin Lam City Mercenary Guild." Luke Enhan added, "Wait until they finish fighting, then we move. Perhaps we can reap some benefit." As he was mocking, a stone suddenly flew past Jayap's face, startling him. Liu Feng raised his head and shouted loudly, "I will count to 3. Anyone still within this area will be regarded as an accomplice of the Thieves Guild and shown no mercy." The people on the rooftop revealed themselves and laughed loudly. "The brat is too arrogant." Guild leader Su Fei, "Are his words your intention as well?" Su Fei stepped out and replied, "Did you not come here to seize the opportunity? If so, the Mercenary Guild does not mind becoming your enemy." Immediately afterward, the shadow guards swept down from the rooftop like a black gale. Vice Elder shouted, "The Mercenary Guild is courting disaster." Shadow guards attack with full force, elders advance. Liu Feng remained calm where he stood, preparing to begin counting. Behind him, Nicola Zhu said, "Instructor, let me help you." Su Fei replied with trust, "Feng can handle it." Guards split into 2 groups, 3 of them secretly approached from behind him, while he continued counting. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Feng turned like lightning and struck behind him. The 3 had no time to react before they were frozen solid, only managing to cry out, "Spatial freeze, Saint Tier, we are finished." On the rooftop, Luke Enhan Jayap was so shocked that blood streamed from his nose. He is actually Saint Tier. Nicola Zhu was stunned as she realized his true identity. The instructor is Saint Tier. No wonder he did not need a guard team to protect Su Fei. Battle continued. Liu Feng glanced back and said, "Bai Qi, your turn." The black dragon immediately replied, "Watch me." From its mouth burst a fierce stream of flames. Cries for mercy rang out from the rooftop in panic. Luke Enhan Jayap exclaimed in shock, "He dares to face an entire force alone. The Thieves Guild will not let this go." Liu Feng, Su Fei, and Nicola Zhu watched the enemy struggle. Bai Qi discovered someone trying to escape. There was still one fish that slipped through the net. It was Vice Elder attempting to flee. He had not gone far before Liu Feng blocked him. "Your companions are all here. Do you feel no shame fleeing alone?" Amid desperate screams, Vice Elder charged forward with all his might. "Even in death I will drag you down with me." A strange surge of energy erupted from him. He raised the goddess statue high, preparing to carry out a blood sacrifice ritual. Vice Elder screamed madly with nothing left to lose, "We perish together." Suddenly a great sword pierced straight through his body, his face filled with shock and agony. Liu Feng swiftly picked up the object that fell from Vice Elder's hand. He was stunned to see it was the goddess statue. Fortunately, he had stopped it in time, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Su Fei and Nicola Zhu ran over. "Feng, you are truly outstanding." Bai Qi nearby showed dissatisfaction. "This is unfair. Clearly I was the main force just now." Liu Feng raised his hand to stop them. "Do not come closer." The life and death moment that had just passed seemed to signal the storm was not over. A cold voice rang out, "The real show has only begun." Amid the chaos, Liu Feng and his companions continued to face the danger surging toward them. Beneath the starry sky, before him blazed a crimson light radiating from a leader. On the rooftop, a scout from the Warriors Guild cried out in alarm, "The Blood Guard has come here. That brat must be exhausted. Let us wait to see him die. It is said he once clashed with the second prince." Liu Feng calmly analyzed, "They let the Thieves Guild clear the path only to buy time to set up a formation. 10 level 8, 8 level 9 and 1 superior level 9, and they dare challenge a Saint Tier." The red-masked Li Huan rushed forward and shouted, "Enough talk." Green light and crimson aura collided violently. Liu Feng used his greatsword to block and unleashed dual strike. But Li Huan suddenly redirected his attack toward Su Fei and Nicola Zhu. Liu Feng immediately used his power to block spatial freeze. Li Huan was unaffected and shouted, "Blood formation, attack." Liu Feng shouted, "Great Black, stop him." Bai Qi rushed forward roaring, "Did you think I was dead?" Swift strike left Li Huan no time to respond. He staggered back in shock. Liu Feng continued pressing forward and unleashed another dual strike. Li Huan blocked it, creating a fierce clash. Blood formation, defend. In the decisive instant, Liu Feng shot above his opponent at astonishing speed. Under the starry night, Li Huan stood in the blazing battlefield, his weapon radiating sinister energy. Liu Feng realized the source of his power. Those droplets of blood seemed to gather strength from elsewhere, or transfer injuries to others, truly terrifying. He raised his radiant sword and summoned numerous blue clones, mirror clones. "I will sever that connection." As he cut off the source of power, he thought he must not let him succeed. Li Huan screamed, "Transmit blood energy." A vortex of crimson energy swirled around his body, amplifying his strength. Liu Feng felt that force growing stronger. It had reached the threshold of Saint Tier. If not stopped in time, it would be extremely dangerous. He maintained the confident bearing of one blessed with special talent and acted decisively. Liu Feng shot forward with an ethereal green light and unleashed octuple strike with overwhelming power. The blow crashed down with tremendous impact, completely severing the flow of blood energy. A thunderous explosion resounded, the surging shockwave sweeping away the surrounding opponent. He dashed outward, calculating inwardly. The double strike truly devours an astonishing amount of true energy. 2 consecutive 8-fold attacks have nearly drained his body dry. In that suffocating instant, Vuong Triu suddenly appeared behind him, roaring with killing intent. "Accept your fate." Nicola Zhu and Su Fei shouted at the same time to warn him. "Instructor Feng, watch your back." That man raised his glowing blade high, gathering all his strength to bring it down upon Liu Feng's head. Unfortunately for him, protective force had long surrounded him. "Sorry, my defensive true energy is still more than sufficient." Vuong Triu immediately circulated his power, green light spreading across his body, his blazing eyes warning, "Do not be too pleased with yourself." Liu Feng swung his sword in counterattack, a powerful force tearing through the air straight toward the opponent. After that collision, the blood and energy within him churned violently. Nicola Zhu and Su Fei hurriedly supported him. "Are you all right?" He gently shook his head. "I am fine, just excessive consumption." Liu Feng turned to Su Fei, gently rubbing her head and smiling. "From now on you can be at peace for a while." She softly replied, "Thank you, Feng." Beside them, Nicola Zhu clearly showed jealousy, her gaze far from friendly. Bai Qi, standing nearby, interjected, "I thought you were scolding me. Truly a lonely fate." Liu Feng glanced at the opposite rooftop and called out, "If you have enjoyed the show enough, you should return and rest." The detectives hiding there were startled and hurriedly withdrew after being discovered. Suddenly someone's stomach growled. He said awkwardly, "After fighting so long, it seems I am truly hungry." Before he finished speaking, Nicola Zhu and Su Fei had already brought food they personally prepared and invited him to eat. In another room of the villa, Xiao Jin was alone, enjoying a long table filled with delicacies. The sound of crunching echoed as he ate roasted meat with relish. Because he was too hasty and greedy, Xiao Jin nearly choked on a piece stuck in his throat. He suddenly realized the room was too quiet. "Why has Liu Feng not come to find me?" Xiao Jin muttered. "I miss Su Fei's warm embrace." Thinking that, he sprang up, a mischievous idea flashing through his mind. "Perhaps I should sneak off to find them." Under the deep night sky, before the city gate lined with guards, artists slowly approached. That man knelt down, his voice trembling through the air. "Artist, did you use the blood slaughter order today?" His entire body trembled. "Yes, ancestor." The voice grew even harsher. "Before mobilizing the blood slaughter guards, did you clearly investigate the target strength?" Artist raised his head, cold sweat pouring down. "I did. The black-haired man once fought alongside the beastmen. His maximum strength is only around 9th rank. Before he finished speaking, from behind the red curtain a powerful force struck and sent him flying. An angry voice thundered, "A mere 9th rank wiped out the blood slaughter guards I painstakingly nurtured. To defeat blood slaughter guards empowered by blood energy requires at least Saint rank. How dare you provoke him?" Though injured, Artist still forced himself to kneel straight. The voice coldly declared, "You have disappointed me greatly. From now on obediently be your second prince. Do not dream beyond your capacity." That man lowered his head trembling. "I obey, ancestor." Ming Wang lifted the curtain and stepped out, his aura overwhelming. "Attendants, tomorrow morning invite Liu Feng here." He sneered, "I want to see with my own eyes the one who defeated the blood slaughter guards I raised for so many years." Mysterious energy gathered in Ming Wang's hand. He said in a low voice, "What kind of person is he exactly?" Back at the villa after the fierce battle, Liu Feng was thoroughly exhausted. Bai Qi laughed teasingly behind him. "Brother, already worn out so soon." He hugged his stomach and complained, "It was not the fight. Last night I was forced to eat 8 meals and disturbed all night. Thinking about it is still traumatic." Bai Qi burst into laughter. "So you stayed up all night and ended up like this?" Irritated, Liu Feng kicked toward him. "Say one more word and I will not be polite." Bai Qi dodged while laughing. As they were joking, a voice sounded outside the door. "The third prince of the Xingnan Empire requests an audience." Artigal knelt down, his eyes shining. "I have come again." Liu Feng paused. "Third prince, why are you here?" Artigal stood up smiling brightly. "I came to thank you both for helping me eliminate a rival, and on behalf of my father to invite you into the palace." Liu Feng pondered briefly. The Xinglan Emperor wishes to see us. Could it be about the matter of the second prince? While lost in thought, he heard the call for breakfast. Nicolas Zhu and Su Fei approached carrying food. Without hesitation, Liu Feng pulled Artigal along. We will enter the palace now. Ancient buildings with exquisite domes rose high beneath the azure sky. Liu Feng marveled. Indeed, the Xinglan Palace is luxurious and prosperous. Artigal curved his lips slightly. It is all built upon exploitation. The guards stopped them to check their identities. Bai Qi muttered, truly troublesome. When I first went to the Beastman Kingdom, I did not wait this long. Artigal eyes shone brightly. My idol is truly formidable. Next time remember to take me along. Bai Qi laughed, no problem. After passing inspection, the three walked along a sunlit corridor into the grand hall. We have arrived. In the magnificent hall, Emperor Yadi Shen Xiang laughed heartily in welcome. Honored guests have arrived. Everyone bowed in unison. Greetings, Your Majesty. He waved his hand. Dispense with formality. Artigal noticed Artist kneeling. Second brother, what is happening? He stepped closer, helping him up while whispering, Second brother, it seems you have been eliminated. Liu Feng folded his arms, observing Shen Xiang, inwardly full of vigilance. Shen Xiang looked at him. You are Liu Feng, the young genius who participated in that great war, truly a hero born young. He replied modestly, You flatter me. It was only a small matter. May I know why Your Majesty summoned us? Shen Xiang shouted toward Artist, Why do you not quickly apologize to Mr. Liu Feng? Liu Feng remained wary. Does Your Majesty truly wish to resolve misunderstanding, or is there still someone hidden in the shadow? A dazzling golden light erupted, blasting Liu Feng and Bai Qi away. Amid the chaos, a purple barrier appeared, covering everyone like a massive shield. Within the smoke, Ming Wang manifested, his aura towering to the heavens. Bai Qi stood beside Liu Feng, his voice cautious. This old man is also Saint Rank, be careful, he is no weaker than Lan Dai. Ming Wang stroked his beard and laughed loudly. No wonder you defeated my blood slaughter guards. A Saint Rank in your 20s is indeed rare, but unfortunate. As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward to strike. Geniuses often struggle to escape short-lived. Yet before him there was only an afterimage. He was astonished, phantom body. Bai Qi immediately counterattacked head-on, explosive force surging toward him. Ming Wang merely raised one finger and neutralized the attack. The powerful backlash forced Bai Qi far back, dust and stones flying everywhere. Seizing that moment, Liu Feng appeared behind and unleashed his familiar double strike. Ming Wang narrowly dodged, thinking inwardly, no battle aura, no magic, truly strange power. A roar rang out as Liu Feng descended from above with a mighty blow. A layer of orange light suddenly surrounded Ming Wang, blocking the attack like a solid shield. Seeing this, Liu Feng immediately followed with an eightfold attack. Ming Wang calmly said, Boy, not bad. To withstand it, he had to exert his full strength, gathering multiple sharp rays of light like blades to guard around his body. The two forces slammed into each other with a thunderous impact, the aftershock sweeping outward, shaking the surrounding space and cracking numerous objects. Father and son emperors turned pale and collapsed into their seats after witnessing a clash equal to that of the old ancestor, inwardly shocked as they wondered what background that young man truly had. At the same time, Artigal gradually calmed down, secretly calculating what method he could use to win him over so that they would sincerely stand on his side. The duel briefly subsided. Min Vuong searched through his knowledge and thought, he has only tested the waters, yet a newly advanced Saint tier can already match me. If I were serious, I fear he would not survive. Liu Feng was still wary after the fierce collision, thinking, he dissolved octuple strikes so easily. It seems this old man is far from simple. Bai Qi, now composed, leaned close and whispered, Liu Feng, that old man is at least Saint tier second layer. He asked in surprise, what is Saint tier second layer? To dispel the tension, Min Vuong laughed heartily, his eyes shining, little brother, do not blame me. I merely wish to test your skill. If I offended you, please forgive me. Remaining vigilant, Liu Feng looked at him suspiciously. You attacked without a word. Had I been a moment slower, I might have been injured, and now you wish to stop just like that. He weighed matters inwardly. This boy is not weak, and there is also that half-beast beside him. If this continues, even the imperial palace may not be safe. Thus he clasped his hands and said, This old man Ayati Than Chin offers his apology to you both. Hearing him lower himself first, Liu Feng thought this old fox knows when to advance and retreat, and so I need not pursue it, then replied kindly, Senior is too courteous. Bai Qi widened his eyes in respect upon hearing the name. You are Ayati Than Chin, the war emperor who brought Tin Lam from the brink of destruction to become a great power and nearly swept away the beast empire. Liu Feng also asked in surprise, War emperor. Min Vuong smiled when his past achievements were mentioned, saying they were not worth recalling, then observed them. You must not have been Saint Tier long, especially little friend Liu Feng, who seems unclear about the divisions within this realm. Liu Feng answered seriously, that is correct. I have only heard of it for the first time, he then said, then let me briefly explain it to you. With the demeanor of an elder instructing a junior, he said, within Saint Tier those who have just entered like you are called initial stage. Above initial stage is first layer. For example, your half-dragon friend seems close to reaching this level. Higher still is second layer, which this old man reached only after hundreds of years of cultivation, and finally peaked, even the supreme realm. Upon hearing supreme, Liu Feng recalled an old man who once targeted Hong Yi and asked further, could senior elaborate more? Min Vuong did not wish to receive guests outside the palace for too long and interrupted. It is inconvenient to speak here. Why not change location and continue slowly? The subordinates beside him also respectfully invited them. However, Liu Feng politely declined. Thank you, senior, for the guidance. He smiled and replied, little friend is too polite. Afterward, Liu Feng and Bai Qi used movement technique to leave the Tin Lam Palace. We shall take our leave. We will visit again for guidance. Bai Qi let us go. As soon as they left, Min Vuong ordered the entire palace that from now on Liu Feng is an honored guest of Tin Lam. One Saint Tier is precious, let alone a possible future supreme. At the courtyard residence, dusk was falling. The sky dyed deep orange beneath thick clouds. Outside the gate came steady knocking. Hearing the sound, Su Fei hurried to open the door and loudly asked who it was. The moment she saw the visitor, her face brightened. Father, why are you here? But before the joy could spread, she grew serious. Could it be you also want me to hand over the guild? The man before her was Su Po, the guild leader of the mercenary guild. He sighed and said he came because of the competition. The elder council had devised new measures. Before he finished, she replied dejectedly, our strength is too weak. Aside from relying on the royal family, what other way is there? Then opened the door to invite him in. Su Fei quickly prepared his favorite tea. He took a sip and praised, the tea is excellent. Setting the cup down, he went straight to the point. Fei I have heard about Tin Lam City. Does that young Saint Tier have feelings for you? Su Fei immediately felt displeased. Why does father suddenly ask that? Were we not discussing the elder council? He continued, the elder council hopes that if he truly cares for you, then you persuade him to join the guild battle, even to join the mercenary family. During this, Su Fei stood up in protest. No, he has helped me too much. I cannot let him step into danger for empty ranking. He hurriedly added, the elder council promised that if you can persuade him to participate, they will immediately appoint you as clan leader. Placing his hand on her shoulder, he softened his voice. Su Fei, have you not risked everything for that position? He advised, with your current strength, do you think you can contend with those brothers? Now it only requires a word from you. Su Fei shook off his hand and firmly said, no, I will rely on my own ability. If it must be exchanged like that, I would rather not have the position. Seeing he could not persuade her, Su Po changed tone. As clan leader, I order you to find a way for that Saint Tier to fight for the guild, even if you must marry him. Su Fei stood stunned in disbelief. Father. He spoke heavily. I have said enough. This is the best opportunity for you to ascend as clan leader. If you still see me as father, then do as I say. Su Fei choked in disappointment. How could father become like this? Were we not fighting for that position so mother could live better? He sprang up. For years as clan leader you have been suppressed by the elder council. When mother and I were bullied, where were you? Even when they wished to marry me to artist, you could not stop it. I do not need that position. Su Po angrily slammed the table and shouted, enough, Su Fei. Tears welled up as she said resentfully, today you even stand with the elder council and treat me as a pawn. Seeing his daughter like this, Su Po suddenly felt he was wrong. He sobbed and asked, are you still my father? Are you still a man? Hearing the repeated reproaches, he waved his hand in fluster and shouted, I said enough. At that moment a voice rang out to stop him. Stop. He was startled. Saint Tier. Liu Feng had returned in time and stood beside Su Fei to reassure her. Do not be afraid. In her agitation, Su Fei turned to see him, gently patting her head in comfort, and immediately threw herself into his arms. Bai Qi was also present, awkwardly crawling under the table, muttering that perhaps it was safer there. Liu Feng gently comforted her. It is all right, everything is fine. Gaining composure, she remembered her father was restrained and hurriedly said, Feng, I am fine, release him. With a mere flick of his hand, he lifted the restraint. Su Po stood frozen. Though still fearful, he stepped forward and asked, are you Liu Feng, the youngest Saint Tier on the continent? If you and Fei have mutual affection and the elder council approves, when will you marry? Liu Feng answered innocently, sorry, everyone has misunderstood. I and Su Fei are not that kind of relationship. Hearing this answer, Su Fei felt a pang. Perhaps in his heart there is only way er. She quickly said to her father, "Father, say no more," then pulled Liu Feng away. "Let us go outside." Su Po called after them, "The engagement with the second prince has been annulled, but if she does not marry you, the elder council will force her to marry into that distant empire." Liu Feng stopped and turned back. "What did you say?" He sighed. "It is the elder council decision. I cannot oppose it. If you truly care, then consider it." Su Fei said angrily, "What do they take me for? A bargaining chip. From now on I withdraw from that family. If they have the ability, let them come find me." Su Po helplessly said, "With a saint tier backing you can resist them. But what about later? The guild has declined repeatedly, causing the elder council dissatisfaction. If this year still fails, my clan leader seat will be hard to keep." He cut him off. "What is so good about being clan leader? Would you trade everything for it?" He choked up. "I do not do it for myself, but what about your mother, all the precious herbs I used to sustain her life? If I lose the position, how can I save her? I have never forgotten why I became clan leader." He held his head and sat down. "I know I am useless, but your mother's life rests in my hands. What other choice do I have?" Su Fei was shocked at such helplessness. He said, "Being clan leader holds no power and must bear blame for others. I endured before the elder council because I had no choice." He looked at his daughter. "Su Fei, do you know? Perhaps from you everything will change, because you have a saint tier as a companion. If you become clan leader, even the old ancestor will give face." Under the table, Bai Qi sighed. "The mortal world is indeed full of scheme." Liu Feng stepped forward and patted her head, comforting. "Su Fei, this time we lose nothing, you may agree." Then he turned to Su Po seriously. "Uncle, if I participate in the guild battle, then next season the clan leader position belongs to Su Fei, correct?" He nodded in relief. "That is correct." Liu Feng stood beside Su Fei and said firmly, "Very well, this time I will represent the guild in battle." She softly called Feng. Added, "But uncle, convey to the elder council that from now on no one may suppress Su Fei again. If it happens, I will not be courteous." Su Po rejoiced and repeatedly said, "Good, good. I will report the news immediately." Meanwhile, Liu Feng pondered what kind of figure the old ancestor of the mercenary family truly was. Seeing him thoughtful, Su Fei apologized for dragging him into trouble. Liu Feng smiled and said, "It is nothing. I intended to help you and it concerns your mother as well," then teased lightly, "It seems your father truly wants to marry you to me." Before he finished, Su Fei blushed and hurriedly covered his mouth. "I told you he was speaking nonsense." Suddenly before their eyes appeared a red silk banner hung with wedding blessings, the words "100 years of fulfillment, soon blessed with a noble son" standing out brightly. Bai Qi shouted loudly, "Brother Liu," wishing Su Fei a radiant wedding. Su Fei darted away like the wind, hugging her blushing face as she stammered that she would go ahead first. Liu Feng shouted, "What are you doing?" Bai Qi scratched his head with an awkward laugh. "The ceremony has not even begun and already entering the private room." Liu Feng was speechless. He changed the subject at once. "Bai Qi, forget it. If you are free, think about who the ancestor Su Po mentioned is." He asked, "Why do I feel he is also saint level? But are there not only 3 sovereigns and 4 saints?" Bai Qi put on a learned air and said, "The so-called 3 sovereigns and 4 saints is merely how the human race honors 7 top experts. The cultivation world and other races still have countless powerhouses. Even our dragon race already has 4 saints. This continent is unfathomably deep." After hearing that, Liu Feng asked seriously, "Then is the ancestor of the mercenary family a saint or a sovereign?" He analyzed that if he were a sovereign it would be impossible, otherwise the guild would not have declined like this. He pondered and nodded at Bai Qi reasoning. After all, a saint-level expert cannot be underestimated. Before I thought reaching that point was enough for self-protection, now I see that thinking was too simple. Before entering a crucial stage, Liu Feng arranged everything at home and resolved to go into seclusion. Bai Qi, I will cultivate for a while, using the experience from today holy war to consolidate my realm and see if I can break through. I will leave the household matters to you. Bai Qi replied in annoyance, "Go on. Humans are truly troublesome. The dragon race is more carefree, just grow up and become strong." Liu Feng did not mind. He turned and walked upstairs. "I will inform Su Fei first." The long corridor was bathed in dim light. Each of his steps echoed softly as if dragging along countless thoughts. Passing a room, Liu Feng suddenly stopped. Perhaps I should tell Nicola Zhu as well. He thought that if Vi Nha goes out during these days of seclusion, he could ask her to pass on the message. Thinking so, he raised his hand and knocked, a small plaque with a cute drawing hanging on the door. There was no reply. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. "No one is here. I will just leave a message." As the door opened, before him was a dazzling room decorated with floating moons and stars. The space was both adorable and peaceful, surprising him. He did not expect her to like this style. That moment the bathroom door swung open, Nicholas Zhu and he met unexpectedly, both frozen in shock. Before Liu Feng stood a young girl with a soft figure, radiant like a painting. Nicholas Zhu screamed, the sound echoing through the entire villa because the situation was too embarrassing. Liu Feng had no time to understand before he was slapped and shoved out of the room. Su Fei stood nearby witnessing everything. She sneered, "Feng, so you like to peek." He hurriedly waved his hands, his face flushed red. "That is not it, I did not." Su Fei continued teasing, "If you like it then say so earlier, I am always ready." Hearing that, Liu Feng immediately fled. "I must go into seclusion, farewell." Returning to his room, he cast aside all emotions and focused on entering cultivation. Silence enveloped the space. He circulated all his inner force to unlock his potential, telling himself he must gather all the Hua Zia techniques and attempt to merge them. Energy coursed through his meridians, passing 108 acupoints and flowing within the 8 extraordinary channels. He sank deep into meditation, energy gathering in his palms and gradually condensing. Suddenly he awoke, astonished because he sensed something entirely new. He discovered his true qi had transformed strangely, shifting from a gaseous state to a liquid form. New power carried a water attribute that spread outward, far stronger than before, making him realize the path of cultivation was to condense true qi into liquid essence. Before his eyes appeared a mystical image. Oh, it was 2 streams of black and white fish circling each other, forming a Taiji pattern. He calmed down and wondered if practicing Taiji had produced this transformation. Standing within the vortex of energy, he exerted all his strength, thinking he must make the liquid ever more condensed to withstand greater power. Hesitating, he continued to examine the new limit he had reached. Yet the liquid true qi was difficult to control, like a still water surface, leaving him doubtful. Suddenly he sensed another fluctuation, as if wind had appeared. He tried to guide it with force. Indeed, it was effective, continuing to stir the entire water surface. Liquid spread into massive waves, agitating the space. He shouted in joy that he had succeeded. The shout echoed throughout the residence, astonishing everyone, so fast and already breaking through. He sat down and exhaled softly, satisfied with the achievement he had just gained. Bai Qi kicked the door open and rushed in, shouting, "Who dares to sneak in here?" Seeing only Liu Feng sitting there, he was surprised. "Oh, you are awake." Stepping closer, he asked in shock, "Was that aura close to second layer saint yours?" Liu Feng sighed, "Just a little short." Bai Qi grabbed his hand and shook it hard. "Only 5 days and you are nearly second layer saint. Are you even human?" Liu Feng calmly asked, "In your view, what is most important in cultivation, ability, guidance, or inheritance?" Then he teased, "Of course it is talent, something an ordinary dragon like you would hardly understand." Bai Qi grew furious and kicked toward him, wanting to fight. Liu Feng changed the topic. "Wait, you said 5 days, so has the guild battle already begun?" Bai Qi replied awkwardly that it should have. "I just woke up." Liu Feng smiled, "You only eat and sleep, let us go find Su Fei." In Xinglam City, towering spires rose where the magic guild was located. Inside was packed with people. At the center stood the arena, the atmosphere tense. Su Po sat beside his daughter and asked worriedly, "Why has Liu Feng not arrived?" Su Fei looked at her father, about to say something difficult. "Father, actually Feng." From the opposite side came a mocking voice, "Guild leader Su Po, how much longer do you intend to delay?" The subordinates laughed and jeered, "Truly slow, might as well concede." Su Po replied calmly, "Our people will arrive soon." Another group entered from the main gate and asked meaningfully, "Could it be you still have an expert who has not appeared?" Before them stood a ferocious-faced man, the leader of the Shadow Kill Thieves Guild. He ground his teeth. Today grudge must be settled. Su Po showed no fear, rising to face him. "You wish to make a move right here." Shadow Kill was provoked and laughed coldly. "You think I do not dare." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished, circling behind and startling everyone. He lunged toward Su Fei, intending to cause harm like a sudden strike. An urgent cry rang out, "Su Fei." Immediately afterward, a punch glowing blue appeared and blocked him. Liu Feng appeared and unleashed a powerful fist. The blow struck and sent him flying away from his position near Su Fei. Amid the tense air, Liu Feng roared in fury, "You want to pay the price." Sword slash shot forth swift as the wind, Shadow Kill unable to react. He continued to execute techniques, dense energy making the space seem sealed. Behind them, Thiat Chin and his companions stood stunned by the scene. As the battle was about to be decided, a voice sounded asking them to stop, reminding Liu Feng to show mercy. Liu Feng turned in surprise, recognizing Nicholas Zhu's grandfather, the vice guild leader of magic. the one capable of dissolving his techniques. The old man stroked his beard and smiled kindly. Please give me face and stop. Shadow Kill hurriedly agreed, giving face to the Vice Guild leader. After all, the Magic Guild stands foremost. He turned to Liu Feng with contempt. Do not think reaching saint level allows arrogance. Flames of anger flared around Liu Feng, his aura surging. Nicola Zhu stood behind her grandfather and quickly spoke to stop him. Please do not continue attacking. He ignored that concern, only turning back to Su Fei with an apologetic gaze for making her wait so long. Sorry, Su Fei, I almost missed the guild championship match. She immediately replied, her eyes shimmering gently. You are the most important. What is a mere competition worth? Standing at the front was Su Po. He proudly introduced, this is the representative of the mercenary guild participating in today's competition, Liu Feng. A warrior whispered in astonishment, is that the saint-level youth who swept away the bandit guild in Tin Lam City? Another added, I did not expect the mercenaries to let him fight. It seems they are determined to turn the tables this time. To silence the murmurs, Fap Tun stepped forward and announced loudly, since everyone is present, we will begin the guild competition. Please come forward to draw lots. Before he finished speaking, Ansat stepped out with a warlike expression. Vice Guild Master Nicola Zhu, our bandit guild does not need to draw lots. We want to directly determine superiority with the mercenary guild. Liu Feng turned to quietly ask Su Fei, do the rules allow selecting an opponent? She nodded and explained, yes, since the two sides have held grudges for generations, they often step forward to duel. I did not expect them to take the initiative this time. She looked slightly worried, but he calmly replied, it is fine, accept it. Facing the enemy, she firmly said, very well, Captain Ansat, I accept your challenge. He pressed close to Liu Feng, his gaze icy as he sneered, boy, today you will stop here. He calmly answered, I have heard that many times, but in the end the one who falls is not your side. Ansat maintained his contemptuous look, glaring at him. Do not think reaching saint level means you can do whatever you want. Liu Feng smiled confidently. A saint level naturally has the right to be arrogant. The Fap elder stepped out and declared, then the opening match will be between the mercenary guild and the bandit guild. Before entering the arena, Su Fei softly reminded him, Feng, be careful, they surely prepared something. If anything feels wrong, withdraw immediately. He gently nodded to reassure her, trust me. In the arena, the atmosphere was taut as a drawn bowstring. Liu Feng gripped his sword tightly, calmly facing his opponent. Barrier curtains separated the stands from the arena. From above, Ansat mocked, cherish your final moments. Then he ordered his subordinate to attack. Instantly, the wraith corpse with blazing red eyes shot toward Liu Feng. He calmly swung the long sword glowing with blue light, energy surging around his body. Blade tore through the air with a sharp whistle, a force blasting straight toward the opponent. The wraith corpse wore spiked armor, its claws razor-sharp, nimbly evading the attack. Agile, it was still struck from several directions, the sounds of impact and howls echoing across the arena. It roared and lunged forward, swinging its sharp claws to seize him. Liu Feng immediately unleashed his ultimate skill, blue light converging, space imprisonment. Yet strangely, though hit, the wraith corpse seemed unharmed. He frowned, truly bizarre, my attack has no effect. Focused and realized the opponent's body held no life force. The gray smoke around it even drained energy, devouring both battle aura and the barrier. On the stands, Ansat took out a strange object and blew into it. At once the wraith corpse roared, its body seemingly strengthened. Liu Feng was momentarily stunned. The Fap elder said gravely, that is the blood sacrifice wraith corpse. Nicola Zhu anxiously asked, what exactly is that? Explain clearly. Fap Tun immediately explained, the blood sacrifice wraith corpse is an evil sacrificial secret art from ancient time. He elaborated, it requires the blood of 1,000 people born on days of abundant yang, plus 8 ninth-level experts to refine. One wraith corpse equals a saint level, nearly immune to attacks and able to absorb both battle aura and magic. Ansat laughed smugly, worthy of the Vice Guild Master of the Magic Guild. Now witness the fall of the youngest genius on the continent. In the arena, the wraith corpse suddenly appeared behind Liu Feng by teleportation, startling him. It threw a lightning-fast punch into his back, light flashing brilliantly. Nicola Zhu cried out in panic, instructor. Su Fei also shouted loudly, Feng. But Liu Feng flipped in midair at incredible speed, narrowly evading the strike. His eyes turned icy, his will to fight radiating terrifying pressure. The wraith corpse raised its hand, sinister energy tearing through space. Amid the chaos, Liu Feng stood firm, swinging his sword to unleash double strike. I want to see how tough your life truly is. The arena blazed with surging blue light rushing straight at the opponent, energy boiling around him. He continued with quadruple strike, his clones attacking from all directions. He muttered, even sword aura is devoured, watching the black currents swirl around. Though sweat rolled down, he did not retreat. Its body is hard as steel and devours all force, truly terrifying. He realized death energy enveloped him, even seeping into his body. This could not continue. On the stand, Su Fei gripped her father's hand and whispered, "Feng, keep going." Nicola Zhu worriedly said, "Grandfather, every strike of the instructor is ineffective. What should we do?" The Fap elder sighed, "This secret art has been lost for 10,000 years. I am powerless as well." Fap Tun looked at Ansat and warned, "Nurturing this thing must have cost much effort. If the Church of Light learns of it, the Pope may personally pay you a visit." Hearing that, Ansat stiffened, lowering the whistle from his mouth, his eyes wavering. The Wraith corpse immediately froze. Liu Feng seized the opportunity, striking before it could react. He suddenly understood, so it is controlled by the whistle, truly astonishing. Ansat hurriedly blew the whistle. The Wraith corpse moved again. Liu Feng thought, if I seized that whistle, would I not gain an extremely powerful saint-level assistant? Black-red energy surged and tore through the air, his clones gradually dissipating. He gripped the sword with both hands, exerting all strength to resist the violent force, his eyes filled with determination. Rising death energy shook the protective barrier. The stands grew stifling, everyone terrified. Amid the sea of death energy, Liu Feng still stood firm, blood staining his face. His eyes widened in shock at that terrifying power. He realized the invading death energy was assimilated by the Tai Kai within his dansha. In that life and death instant, he awakened. Tai Kai divides yin and yang, reverses life and death. How can this death energy compare? He rejoiced inwardly. If I mobilize the yin within Tai Kai and convert true qi into death energy, perhaps I can injure it. Facing the opponent, he appeared small yet resolute, not retreating half a step. Seeing him stand still, Nicola Zhu and Su Fei anxiously called out, "Feng, instructor." In the arena, Liu Feng unleashed Tai Kai duality, reversal of life and death, sword light flashing. Radiance burst from his blade. The sword chi shot forth like a meteor, piercing straight into the Wraith corpse's heart. The stands, Ansat spat blood as the Wraith corpse was struck. He roared in disbelief. The strike like thunder pierced through the massive body, dark fluid splattering and staining the arena floor. Liu Feng calmly said, "Converting death energy once consumes the equivalent of 2 octuple strikes. The power is immense, but the drain is severe." Ansat rushed down, his face ferocious as he roared, "You dare destroy my Wraith corpse, I will not spare you." Liu Feng immediately sensed the ambush. He leaped high, swinging his sword down at Ansat. Space seemed to freeze, light and shouts resounding. Sounds of collision rang out rapidly, everything blurred in the clash. Then a horrified cry echoed from afar, "Guild Master." Liu Feng stopped, his gaze sharp. In his hand he already held the whistle. A thunderous shout rang out. This move is called Life and Death Sword. Sword light blazed, he stood heroic and unyielding. The air fell silent. Behind him the Wraith corpse had collapsed with a piercing wound in its abdomen. He said solemnly, "Vice Guildmaster Nicola may announce the result." Anshi, subordinate of Ansat, furiously shouted, "You dare kill Guildmaster Ansat." Liu Feng responded with a cold and provocative gaze, his eyes seeming to burn the opponent. "Was not your opponent just now the Shadow Assassin Guildmaster? The duel of life and death was set. He has sent him out of the game. What else is there to question?" In the stands, Nicola Zhu opened her mouth and called out loudly, her face bright but unable to hide her nervousness. She tugged lightly at her grandfather's long beard. "Grandfather," quickly announced the result. The space suddenly turned solemn. The mage sovereign in his tall wizard hat stood sternly, raising his radiant staff high, his voice booming like thunder. "I declare, the one who wins this time is the mercenary guild." In the frozen silent moment, Su Fei rushed forward and tightly hugged Liu Feng, her voice trembling with joy. "Feng, you made me worry to death, luckily you won." He wrapped his arms around her waist, his eyes gentle in reassurance. "It is all right." Su Po looked at that scene with pride accumulated over many years, his voice loud and satisfied. "Excellent. After waiting all these years, we finally have a day to crush that thieves' guild." He burst into hearty laughter and even took down that shadow assassin. The crystal chandeliers above the stands reflected dazzling light across the walls. Laughter and congratulations echoed everywhere. "Congratulations, Guild Master Su Po." "Yes, congratulations to you." As the joyful atmosphere rose high, suddenly a shrill voice rang out in reproach, Liu Feng. His expression instantly darkened, his sharp cold gaze turning toward the one who spoke. "What, do you want to settle scores?" It was Shadow Envoy. That man spoke sternly. "You defeating the Shadow Assassin Guild Master is indeed impressive, but I hope you hand over the Blood Spirit Flute." Hearing that, Liu Feng let out a faint cold laugh. Su Fei beside him also cast a disdainful glance. Oh, it was still here just now. How did it vanish in the blink of an eye? The atmosphere seemed frozen by anger. Shadow Envoy flushed red and ordered his subordinates to bring back the wraith corpse, his voice full of provocation. I want to see what he can do keeping the blood spirit flute. Liu Feng stepped forward, his gaze dignified, speaking calmly, sorry, that item is now my spoils of war. Shadow Envoy widened his eyes, his lips trembling in fury, grinding his teeth as he swore to take it back. Liu Feng, just wait, the old ancestor will surely settle the score with you, then turned and left. Liu Feng was briefly stunned, sweat beading on his forehead, thinking to himself, the old ancestor. It seems every family hides a deeply formidable expert. The mage sovereign took out a box glowing with mysterious blue light, his voice echoing, next is the part for our guilds. Please come forward to draw lots, his eyes both stern and excited. Thus the opening match ended with Liu Feng's victory. Su Fei softly said, Feng, let me take you to rest. Feng went to rest atop the high tower, where the deep blue sky stretched wide before his eyes. From afar Nicolas Zhu approached, holding a tray of steaming food, gently asking, Feng, are you tired? Eat something. Su Fei, sitting beside him, immediately laughed mischievously upon hearing that, her sharp eyes meaningful, her voice light yet tense. Oh, what are you here for? Nicolas Zhu flicked her hair, trying to appear cold but still revealing a trace of awkwardness. Do not misunderstand, I just came to feed the pig, do you want to try? Her words sharp yet faintly concerned. Behind them, the mage sovereign who was eating cake suddenly choked upon hearing that sentence. Air seemed about to explode. Nicolas Zhu and Su Fei glared at each other with sparks flying, their tense expressions making the surroundings seem to smoke. I think I had better not eat. Liu Feng decided to calm his mind and circulate his energy. Sitting in meditation under the gentle breeze, his breathing steady, he murmured, there will probably be more battles ahead. I must adjust my inner breath. Brilliant light burst from his body. The Taiji appeared within the flow of energy, looking like a war god just awakened. Outside, dusk gradually fell, clouds dyed orange and purple, the final golden light of the day covering the horizon. Evening sun shone through the window frame, bathing the room in gold. Su Fei knelt down quietly gazing at Liu Feng's face, the space sweet as if melting. Suddenly he sensed someone beside him. Liu Feng opened his eyes in surprise, causing her to startle and fall backward. He quickly grabbed Su Fei's hand and pulled her back, softly saying in concern, be careful. Because he pulled a bit too hard, she fell into his arms, both of them wide-eyed in astonishment, time seeming to stop, only their pounding heartbeats and locked gazes remaining. The gentle light in the room made that moment even more romantic and shy. Su Fei lay atop Liu Feng, softly responding. To break the awkward atmosphere, Su Fei quickly stood up, her face flushed red, stammering, Feng, I came to tell you, it is your turn to go to the arena. Liu Feng was still embarrassed, scratching his head awkwardly as he asked, all right then who am I fighting? Su Fei calmly replied, it is the final round, you will face the Magic Guild. He asked in surprise, the final round. In the softly lit corridor she raised a hand to her lips, her mischievous eyes sparkling, saying proudly, the guilds that drew lots all admitted defeat, now only the Magic Guild remained. Hearing that, Liu Feng immediately followed Su Fei quickly toward the arena. The mage sovereign, vice-guild master of the Magic Guild, called out loudly, Liu Feng Hein Ni. He looked at him with gratitude, his voice warm and deep. Earlier I did not have the chance to thank you. That girl Nicolas Zhu previously caused you much trouble. Liu Feng slightly bowed his head, calmly replying, you overpraise me. The mage sovereign smiled kindly yet full of authority. Then please, brother Liu Feng, enlighten us. In the vast arena, all eyes focused on him. Liu Feng stood straight and spoke clearly. No need, the mercenary guild chooses to withdraw. The mage sovereign turned to Su Po, asking cautiously, Guild Master Su Po, what is your opinion? He answered decisively with a satisfied smile, Liu Feng's words are also our intention, second place is enough to satisfy us, his face full of confidence. The mage sovereign declared loudly, his voice echoing across the city, then I announce, the Magic Guild takes first place. Liu Feng seemed unconcerned with the result. He looked at Su Fei and asked worriedly, you do not blame me, do you? She shook her head, no, you have already helped us a lot, it is just. The atmosphere grew heavy, Su Fei frowned, slightly saddened at the thought that he yielded because of Nicolas Zhu, causing the mercenary guild to place second. Seeing that, Liu Feng gently explained, what are you thinking? The tallest tree catches the wind, standing at the top may not be good, our guild is not strong enough yet, he believes so. Su Fei suddenly understood, her eyes widening in surprise. Liu Feng spoke just loud enough for everyone to hear, third place belongs to the warrior guild. Suddenly a figure rushed from behind, he became alert, unsure whether it was friend or foe. It was Bai Qi, the dragon-blooded friend, covered in injuries. As soon as he arrived, he shouted, "Brother Liu Feng, you must seek justice for me." He angrily recounted, "That man said Wei had just come out of seclusion and then took advantage of my lapse to strike," his face full of grievance. Hearing that, Liu Feng was startled and immediately pressed, "What did you say? Wei has come out of seclusion?" In the early morning, gentle sunlight shone upon the gate of Xingnan Academy, the wind swaying the green trees. A mischievous voice rang out, "All right already, Su Fei." In a corner of the corridor, the two faced each other tensely. Su Fei asked in a lightly reproachful tone, "Are you in such a hurry, planning to sneak in again?" He tilted his head and replied, "Do you think I do not want to?" The distance was too close, making Liu Feng flustered. He softly asked Su Fei, "Are you truly not going with me?" He lightly grasped the hem of his clothes, as if hiding the unease in her heart. She said sadly, "You are going to see your Wei what would I follow for?" Those words made Liu Feng pause, clearly revealing his awkwardness, but Su Fei smiled gently and said softly, "Enough, stop talking, just go," though her eyes flashed with sadness. Behind him, Bai Qi struggled with the pile of gifts stacked high. Liu Feng only softly responded to Su Fei. Bai Qi tensely kept the gifts balanced, sweat seeping out as he complained, "Liu Feng, you prepared so much for Lan Dai, why not store them in the storage space Su Fei gave?" Liu Feng explained, "The Wraith corpse is inside so nothing else can be placed there." Bai Qi frowned in dissatisfaction. "Clearly Lan Dai once made a move against me, why still give gifts?" Promised excitedly, "If you help me this time, I will handle pursuing young ladies for you in the future." Hearing the tempting condition, Bai Qi immediately raised the gift box high, smiling brightly, "Deal." Under the clear blue sky among magnificent buildings, a girl said excitedly, "This is Xingnan Academy, I must pass the exam." Her friend with sparkling eyes looked at the statue of the dean in the square and exclaimed, "Wow, Dean Lan Dai is truly captivating, exactly my type." The morning sunlight stretched along the stone path leading into the inner courtyard, the scene both peaceful and full of vitality. Liu Feng stepped to the gate, a hand suddenly blocked him. He halted, his eyes flashing with vigilance. The owner was Xiao Jun, a female student of the academy. She spoke decisively, "The inner courtyard forbids free access. If you want to admire the dean's statue, the outer courtyard is enough." Liu Feng calmly stepped half a pace forward, politely saying, "I am Liu Feng, specially come to pay respects to Dean Lan Dai." Xiao Jun laughed mockingly, her voice sharp. "A person without any magic or battle aura like you dares to seek the dean." And with a strange-looking companion beside him, Bai Qi flushed red from the ridicule. He continued disdainfully, "Relying on the two of you and still wanting to meet the dean." Liu Feng tried to remain calm and replied, "Classmate, we did nothing to you, why not speak more kindly?" But Xiao Jun coldly retorted, "Useless people like you dare offend me, leave at once." He did not mind the insult, thinking to himself, could this be someone Lan Dai sent to stop him? At that moment Nicola Zhu stepped out, her face red with anger, pointing and shouting, "Xiao Jun, who allowed you to insult others, apologize immediately." Her voice stunned everyone. Xiao Jun stammered, "I." She immediately bowed low, her voice trembling as she apologized again and again, the atmosphere suddenly heavy, everyone quietly turning away. Nicola Zhu stepped forward, placing a hand over her chest in guilt, trying to remain calm as she spoke gently, "Instructor, please forgive them, they have been spoiled, that is why they were so rude." Beside Liu Feng, Bai Qi hugged a pile of fruit, tilting his head as he said mildly yet firmly, "There is no need to apologize for them," then curiously asked why you came here. He answered calmly, "Teacher Lan Dai called me here. She was worried you did not have enough money to compensate and would recklessly charge in again." She suddenly recalled the dean once saying that one glance at you showed poverty, afraid you could not even afford a single brick. Liu Feng kept a composed expression, giving a slight shrug as he said in a low voice, "Do not worry, I will not act impulsively." Yet inwardly he sighed at how incomprehensible that old man was. Nicola Zhu spoke slowly, "That is enough. In my opinion the sun is already setting, clouds drifting lightly across the sky. Along the way, the gentle glow of sunset covered the ancient rooftops, Liu Feng quietly walking behind her. The wind brushed through his hair, green leaves swaying in midair, and in the distance a large house appeared amid a lush carpet of grass. Suddenly Liu Feng spotted a familiar figure among the vibrant sea of flowers. Golden hair shimmered in the wind. He froze in overwhelming emotion. It was Wei The picturesque scene, Liu Feng stood still in confusion, murmuring softly that he had truly met Wei again. The breeze carried the scent of grass as yellow leaves spun like dancers. He rushed forward without hesitation. The sky seemed to blend dream and reality. He stood stunned, wondering if this was merely an illusion. Within that scenery, Wei was radiant like the morning sun, smiling as she greeted him. Liu Feng, it has been a long time. Beneath the clear blue sky, the two silently embraced. He softly called Wei with all the emotions of something once thought lost now found. He held her tightly in choked happiness. Wei it is fortunate you are still here, still safe. The space seemed to melt into gentle golden light. She rested her head on his shoulder and softly replied yes. With only the rustling wind remaining, she sincerely said she would never let that happen again. He declared that he would protect her and never let her suffer harm again, his words firm like an unbreakable oak. From afar came a hoarse yet powerful voice. Brat, have you held my student long enough? It was Lan Dai, one of the four saints. Two hurriedly released each other, Wei softly calling her teacher with a hint of worry. Under drifting clouds in the blue sky, he bowed and respectfully presented a gift box. Senior, this is my apology for my earlier offense. Thank you for your guidance during this time. Contrary to Liu Feng's expectations, the old man stood there, crushing something in his hand. His eyes flared with anger. I will accept the gift, but do not call me old again. Wei gently tugged at her teacher's sleeve, acting spoiled in hopes of easing his anger. Lan Dai turned away, trying to hide his sadness. Now that you have a boyfriend, you do not need your teacher. I will not disturb you, saying that he left carrying the gifts. Nicola Zhu understood their need for privacy and said she would take Bai Qi to rest, while Lan Dai muttered about being a lonely old man. Bai Qi did not wish to leave, thinking such a romantic reunion could not be missed, his face excited as if he had found treasure. Liu Feng's gaze suddenly turned sharp as flame. He said in a low voice that you are very tired. Bai Qi paused, dejection visible beneath the black mask, muttering that he was indeed tired before quickly leaving. Only the two of them remained, the space silent yet filled with unspoken words, both feeling shy. Liu Feng sighed softly, wondering how to begin, then gently called Wei name with all his emotion. Wei took the initiative to hold his hand. She gently suggested that after his seclusion they stroll around the academy together, the two walking in harmony with nature. The surroundings were quiet, their gazes meeting shyly. He blushed and softly agreed. She smiled warmly. The calm lake reflected the brilliant orange sunset. She said that when she awoke she was already at Blue Star Academy, like a vague memory. Wei continued speaking about her seclusion. Liu Feng regretfully said he should not have dealt with that man so lightly. They were so absorbed in conversation that they did not notice classmates loudly calling Senior Wei. All eyes turned toward her, the once aloof goddess now intimate beside a strange young man, who was he no one had ever seen him before. Teased by the crowd, she blushed in embarrassment, whispers rising that the flower had been plucked. She softly called Liu Feng's name. By reflex, she tried to withdraw her hand from his, but he immediately tightened his grip on her hand. Liu Feng turned to the crowd with a resolute gaze, asking what they wanted with Wei. Intimidated by his presence, they hurriedly said it was nothing and quickly dispersed. Seeing this, Wei covered her mouth and giggled. Her blue eyes playful, she teased that even as a powerhouse he was still like a child. He admitted in a deep voice that his strength was only for outsiders, his gaze profound. To him, she was the only one he did not wish to hide anything from. Before her, he needed no guard. Sunset dyed the sky golden, then red-orange, forming an enchanting scene. Sitting quietly beside her, he suddenly remembered there was something to return to its owner. Wei looked surprised upon seeing the familiar item, softly asking what it was. He replied that it was the only thing she had left behind, his hand gently brushing her hair with lingering emotion. With her cute cat ears and red bow, her gentleness made him tremble, fearing that letting go would wake him from a dream. She laughed and called him foolish. His face darkened. He once dreamed of living together with her and his grandfather, yet that dream still felt distant. Space seemed to gray with his sorrow. He apologized for being too weak back then to save his grandfather. She sat close to comfort him, telling him not to blame himself, that he had done his best and avenged him. She looked up at the sky and said if his grandfather saw his achievements today, he would surely be proud. Liu Feng gazed into the distance, softly calling out to his grandfather as if sending the words into the wind. In his imagination, the old man smiled and nodded, praising him for doing well. As if entrusting hope, the old man said that Wei would be entrusted to him in the future. In that tranquility, even a simple shoulder lean was enough. She told him to recount everything he had experienced. He nodded gently in agreement. Night descended like black silk, a crescent moon hanging high and reflecting upon the still lake. Wei looked at him gently and asked if it was already late. Perhaps tonight he could stay at the academy with her in her private dormitory. After a moment of silence, he nodded softly and agreed. Suddenly Lan Dai's shout echoed from the nearby tower, cutting through that dreamlike moment. He sighed in regret, saying it seemed impossible, the atmosphere turning subdued. Wei smiled as she held his hand, saying she would give him a gift. He curiously asked what it was. Two held hands and walked to the center of the lake, beneath the slender crescent moon, creating a poetic scene. She half closed her eyes, gracefully placing a hand on her cheek and telling him to close his eyes. Liu Feng did as told, his expression trusting and eager. Unexpectedly, she pulled him into the lake. Beneath the blue water, he opened his eyes wide in shock. In the instant she gave him a sudden kiss, all sound vanished, leaving only their pounding hearts. He sank into that kiss, forgetting all the burdens he had once carried. He wished that if this were a dream, he would never awaken. In the deserted courtyard at dusk, a group of students mocked an orphan boy sitting on the ground, his heart crying out from having once been despised and powerless. Image of Liu Feng lying on a white bed appeared. Wei anxiously placing a hand on his forehead, asking if he was all right. He whispered that everything had changed since meeting her in this world. In the small warm room, the girl with round eyes full of concern made him believe that Wei was the only one truly sincere to him. At a small shop under warm yellow lights, he laughed with Wei and friends, someone teasing when his ear was pinched that a man should be strong and not fear his wife. Wei retorted in playful indignation, and he smiled, realizing that life here was always filled with simple laughter. The space suddenly fell silent, only the pounding heartbeat and lingering gazes remained. Wei held Liu Feng's hand and softly whispered that from now on she was family with him. He stood stunned without replying in time, only feeling his hand tighten around hers. For the first time his heart trembled so fiercely. The scene shifted to a radiant ceremony hall. He walked beside Wei in a pure wedding dress, his heart trembling as he dreamed of the day he would truly step into the sanctuary with her. Space changed again, the brief joy eventually faded. Wei-er's image seemed about to drift away, gently reminding him, Liu Feng, promise me you will take good care of yourself. He let out a choked cry, no. An explosive blast with blazing flames tore through the space. Liu Feng screamed in panic. Wei-er. Suddenly a firm voice rang out and pulled him back, lazybones, still not getting up. If you do not get up I will make a move. He opened his eyes in confusion and realized it had only been a dream. Fully awake, he saw Wei with bright round eyes calling out loudly, the sun is already high and you are still sleeping in. Liu Feng reached out and held her hand. He lost her balance and fell into his arms, only managing a soft cry under the gentle morning sunlight. He sat up and hugged her tightly, softly saying, Wei I will not let you be hurt or leave me again. Her blue eyes widened with worry as she asked in a trembling voice, what is wrong with you? While stroking her head, Liu Feng told her about the dream and the memories he had experienced, whispering that he had remembered many things about the two of them. Emotions stretched taut between them when a soft call suddenly sounded, Wei Only heartbeats and mingling breaths remained. Her cheeks flushed red and her blue eyes wavered in confusion as she softly asked, what are you going to do? He moved closer, she lowered her head to avoid him. The atmosphere was suddenly shattered by an angry shout, insolent. A powerful force was unleashed called Azure Profound Breakstrike. The explosion resounded and shook the entire room. In his sleepwear, Liu Feng angrily shouted, Lan Dai, what are you doing? His hand still shielding Wei On the rooftop, Lan Dai's robe fluttered in the wind as he reproached, who told you to have designs on Wei so early in the morning? Have you not been taught a lesson yet? Below, Liu Feng could only look up helplessly. He said worriedly, are you not afraid of implicating Wei Lan Dai confidently replied, if she cannot avoid it the force will dissipate when it nears the girl. Wei smiled to soothe him, master. Getting angry this early in the morning really does not suit the bearing of one of the 4 city lords. Lan Dai trembled with anger, I lack bearing, if I had not come what else would that brat have done? Turned to Liu Feng with a sharp gaze, brat, I am always watching you. Amid the ruined room, the 3 of them were tense yet amused. Lan Dai reminded him to remember to pay for the dormitory repairs later. Liu Feng retorted, why should I pay, at least speak with some reason. He sneered, as a saint realm you begrudge a little money. The words struck directly at his pride. Liu Feng crossed his arms and replied, fine I will pay, but since you ruined my room tonight I will stay with Wei Lan Dai roared from the rooftop, courting death. Wei pulled his hand and laughed it off. Stop arguing and go bathe. Liu Feng still turned back to tease. Dean, I am heading to Wei room. Lan Dai's fury seemed to burn the air as he shouted loudly, brat, stop right there. After bathing, Liu Feng took a deep breath under the early sun and gentle breeze, exclaiming in delight, the air feels wonderful. He touched the bruise on his face and muttered resentfully, He even hit my face. That old man is really heavy-handed, just wait. Wei held the medicine behind him and teased, who told you to provoke master? You deserved it. In her eyes, the two of them would start bickering whenever they met. He said seriously, I endured it out of respect since he is your master. She covered her mouth and laughed, I know. Wei gently dabbed medicine on his face. Liu Feng let out a soft cry. She spoke gently, do not move. The atmosphere grew warm as she said sincerely, you have sacrificed so much for me, no different from family by blood. I hope we can always stay by each other's side. She smiled brightly and tilted her head happily. All done. Liu Feng looked in the mirror and grimaced. My face has turned yellow. This really lowers my bearing. Wei grabbed his hand and cheered. You are still the most handsome. Hurry and stroll the streets with me, he asked in surprise. Stroll the streets. She said excitedly, we have always been cultivating and never went out. Today we must enjoy ourselves. In her soft pink-white dress like a blooming flower, she secretly thought she also wanted to visit Su Fei. The city lit up brilliantly. Liu Feng in blue held Wei hand as her red and white dress stood out amid the bustling crowd. Amid the lively laughter, before he understood what was happening, she had already pulled him along. Wei eyes sparkled as she softly hummed a cheerful tune. She led him to a fashion shop glittering with lights. He imagined Wei in a striking pink outfit, and his heart pounded wildly. Music rang out merrily, and his heart stirred even more. She changed into a white wedding dress and wore a flower crown like a princess, stepping out of a fairy tale. Liu Feng was dazed. His heart felt as if it had been struck. Playfully she made him try on blue clothes and laughed endlessly. The two of them continued to a mount rental shop. She wanted to soar through the sky with him. Under the blazing orange sunset, they sat on a giant bird soaring upward, her hair flying while he felt both nervous and exhilarated. Night fell and the sky was draped in black velvet sparkling with stars. They shared a kiss beneath the bright moon. Turning to the city, lights illuminated the entire old street. Wei skipped about with a radiant smile. Liu Feng called after her, you have been running all day, are you not tired? She turned back with a satisfied smile, I am not tired, it has been so long since I felt this happy, thank you. Night breeze carried the scent of flowers. He awkwardly rubbed her head. Silly, why thank me? She stuck out her tongue. You are the silly one. With hands full of gift bags and sweat beading on his brow, he asked, where to next? Back to the academy. She puffed her cheeks and shook her head. No, I still want to go more places. A voice called out, Wei. Three people stood opposite them led by Luo Kai. Luo Kai with spiked hair angrily demanded, who is he? What is your relationship with him? The crowd buzzed with discussion. It seems academy students are arguing. Someone said Luo Kai had pursued Wei for a long time, now seeing her with another man, and even one without magic waves. Wei calmly replied, sorry senior, this has nothing to do with you. Luo Kai painfully questioned, I have pursued you for so long yet you are with a useless man. Wei lightly gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with displeasure. The atmosphere tensed as Luo Kai pointed at Liu Feng and threatened, just you wait. He calmly looked back. Liu Feng said calmly, such big talk, I would like to see what you can do. Wei raised her hand to stop him. You are holding things and it is inconvenient, let me handle it. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed forward like the wind toward the opponent. In the tense air, she unleashed a decisive strike that made the opponent stagger, radiant energy bursting forth. Shimmering light surrounded her as she coldly said, stop being narcissistic. If you dare insult my man again next time it will not be so light. Purple-white light flared as the surrounding students cheered in admiration. Wei is truly formidable. Ignoring the surroundings, she smiled brightly and pulled his hand. Liu Feng, let us go to the mercenary guild. The academy room, yellow light cast upon the wall hung with emblems. Bai Qi sat cross-legged reading a book and eating watermelon. Opposite him, Nicola Zhu and Su Fei fiercely competed in badminton right inside the reading room, the sound of rackets clashing incessantly. Bai Qi shook his head and sighed, women's competitive spirit is truly impressive, playing all afternoon without getting bored. White light from the high ceiling shone down on the court, each swing of the racket brimming with momentum as if fighting for honor. Within a scene crimson as spreading flames, Nicola Zhu swung his arm decisively, sending the ball shooting forward at extreme speed. An arm suddenly reached out to block it. It was Liu Feng's hand. He had just appeared with a stern expression, his voice slightly displeased yet still calm. I am asking seriously. If you are not staying home then what are you doing running out here? The air suddenly stiffened. He continued, I taught you to play ball to strengthen your health, not to throw yourselves into a life and death struggle. At that moment the two girls immediately stopped. Su Fei's eyes burned with spirit as she shouted Feng, while Nicola Zhu startled and cried out in surprise, instructor. Right then, Wei stepped out with her sparkling blue eyes and a bright smile, gently waving her hand, her voice full of vitality. Hi, hello two sisters. Space seemed to freeze. Su Fei looked flustered as if she had seen something unexpected. Suddenly, Nicola Zhu rushed forward and hugged Wei tightly without hesitation, calling out loudly Wei. Su Fei walked over and hooked her arm around Liu Feng's, her mischievous eyes carrying a half-teasing, half-reproachful smile as if she had discovered something interesting. Feng, this is Vinia Wright. Why did you not introduce her to me? Liu Feng scratched his head awkwardly, his face turning red as he stammered, this is Wei then hesitated, emotions seeming to surge. She is. Gentle light from behind shone on the three standing together. He stood in the middle, slightly embarrassed. Wei held Su Fei's hand and smiled radiantly, softly introducing herself. Hello sister Su Fei, I am Wei. That moment seemed to open a fated beginning. Wei looked straight ahead with sincere eyes, her voice light as the wind during this time. Thank you for taking care of brother Feng. A simple sentence yet filled with emotion. The situation left Liu Feng stunned, his expression full of conflict. I am Liu Feng, a transmigrator. Today was supposed to be the day I had long awaited to reunite with Wei Yet, Wei held Su Fei's hand gratefully. Thank you for helping me take care of brother Feng. Hearing that form of address, he was startled. Heaven, she is calling me brother Feng again. At this moment, Liu Feng's mind was running at full capacity, thoughts rushing in. Heaven, how am I supposed to handle this situation? This is too critical. Suddenly Bai Qi ran over and spoke like someone experienced, just appearing and already declaring sovereignty. That alone is enough to overwhelm. Wei is truly skillful, leaving Liu Feng stunned. You really understand this? Without hesitation, Bai Qi took out the comics he read and boasted, did you think reading those romance stories was useless? Someone like you probably would not even survive half an episode in a harem intrigue. Being someone who understood, Liu Feng turned to ask for help. Then teach me, what should I do now? Who would have thought Bai Qi's mind would go astray? He laughed loudly and suggested take her back to the room, sleep together. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Qi was immediately struck by the two girls and sent flying high into the air. After dealing with him, the two placed their hands on their hips and looked imposing as they stared at Liu Feng, who was shrinking on the ground. Feng, brother Feng, what did you two just say? I. Suddenly a stream of golden red light appeared in the sky and shot downward. It was fire. Xiao Jin appeared. Liu Feng, I am back. Xiao Jin. The glow gradually faded, a familiar face emerged and walked toward him. It was indeed Xiao Jin who had returned. Liu Feng's eyes were full of tenderness as he recalled the memories with Xiao Jin. After Wei incident, it was Xiao Jin who stayed by my side from when she was still a dragon egg. We grew up together, ate and slept together, fought together until facing powerful enemy. Memories surged back. He raised his head to look at Xiao Jin approaching. Now she had returned safely. She must have missed him very much too. Unable to restrain his emotions, Liu Feng opened his arms to hug her, but something unexpected happened. Xiao Jin. She rushed straight into Wei arms, hugging her with satisfaction. Finally, I can feel this soft warmth, completely ignoring Liu Feng, who stood petrified. She buried her face in that softness and happily said, Sister Su Fei, I missed you so much. As if sensing something strange, Xiao Jin lifted her head to look carefully, feeling something was not quite right. This is softer. But then she ignored it and continued hugging with satisfaction. The feeling was far too comfortable. Wei quickly pulled Xiao Jin away, leaving her bewildered. This little sister is really strange. Are you Liu Feng's new girlfriend? She did not look displeased but even smiled. So you are Liu Feng's silly Xiao Jin. Tell me how many people he had by his side before. Xiao Jin honestly raised her hand and counted them one by one. Many. Sister Fei, Sister Kayan, and also the Wolf King. Being called out, Nicola Zhu immediately flared up. I did not stop talking nonsense. Liu Feng hurriedly covered Xiao Jin's mouth. Wei do not believe her. Children just talk nonsense. Ignoring that matter, Xiao Jin hugged Liu Feng emotionally. I missed you so much. Liu Feng lifted her up suspiciously. Really? Xiao Jin innocently replied, really. Aside from when I was eating, I was always thinking about you. If you do not believe me, then. She turned toward the two girls and shouted, Sister Su Fei, Sister Nicola Zhu. Her eyes shone brightly like heart shapes. I missed you two very much too. Seeing her about to fly off, Liu Feng grabbed her tail and pulled her back. Stop fooling around, Xiao Jin. She still struggled as if bewitched by beauty. Let me go. I want to go to the beautiful sister. Wei stepped forward and smiled as she asked Brother Feng, tell me what kind of person creates a Xiao Jin like this. Liu Feng pretended to be innocent, released Xiao Jin and said dragons are naturally fond of beauty. That is her bloodline instinct. It has nothing to do with me. He even raised his hand and declared firmly, I am the purest successor of the dragon clan, raised with proper education. Hearing that, Wei looked slightly disappointed. Is that so? Tonight I plan to stay with you. But if you are so pure, then I will return to the academy. What am I even saying? Liu Feng quickly grabbed her hand. Wait, there is something I have not told you. Actually, I am the heir of the dragon clan. Over there, Bai Qi asked Xiao Jin. Lord Xiao Jin, if you were looking for Liu Feng, there should have been a report. Why is it still silent now? Xiao Jin obediently confessed, I snuck out. Bai Qi was shocked. What, you left on your own? His face turned pale, sweat pouring down. Then Dragon Island must be in chaos. Back on Dragon Island, an angry voice rang out. What? Jin Guo was furious, his sharp eyes looking down at his subordinates. Such a large dragon, and you say it just disappeared. Elsewhere, inside a dark grand hall, a man knelt to receive punishment. The dignified president of the Thieves' Guild was taken down. Even the resentful spirit corpse was seized. You are truly useless. Ying Shi trembled as he reported the opponent had only just reached the Saint Realm. He was terrified, sweat soaking his body. We thought the resentful spirit corpse alone would be enough. We did not expect to fail. Hearing that, the great elder grew even angrier. What were you thinking? He already destroyed 2 divine statues, yet you remained foolish. Now what will you use to make up for the resentful spirit corpse? What will you use to atone? Ying Shi trembled but still spoke. I am willing to accept any punishment, but the resentful spirit corpse is still in his hands. Please, great elder, take action to retrieve it. The old man released green spiritual energy, thick white smoke spreading. I will spare your life for now. Once I take his head, we will settle this. The sky gradually darkened, returning to Su Fei's estate outside in the garden. Liu Feng's group gathered around eating grilled meat, chatting noisily. Su Fei handed a skewer of meat to Wei sister. Try my cooking. If you like it, you can come eat anytime in the future. Wei refused to lose and handed over her portion. Su Fei sister, try this too. This is Brother Feng's favorite. The two silently looked at each other, their gazes sparking as if clashing. Liu Feng was completely unaware, still focused on eating. Xiao Jin, sitting in his lap, spoke up earlier. I did not finish telling the story. While eating, she continued, after leaving Dragon Island, I followed your aura and met many bad people, but I defeated them all. She talked about the hardships she encountered. Once she fell into a pirate trap. They were extremely annoying. She hugged her arms tightly, eyes moist. There was also that old man from the Thieves' Guild who wanted to capture me. I fought back, but my power was sealed, so I almost could not return. Hearing that, Su Fei frowned. The Thieves' Guild again. Feng, today I received news that they have taken action. You must be careful. Liu Feng felt displeased upon hearing this. I have not even gone looking for them yet, and they have come to me. Sooner or later, they must be completely dealt with. Ike sat in the corner taking a big bite. It is only a small guild. Resolving it should be quick. He stretched and laughed loudly. I am bored anyway. How about we set off tomorrow? Night grew late. It was already past midnight at Su Fei's house. Liu Feng stood up, looked at the bonfire, and said, everyone has eaten enough. Go rest early. Su Fei and Wei still refused to yield. Su Fei said, there are not enough rooms. Wei sister, you can sleep in my room. She seemed to implicitly assert her position. As for me, I have guild matters. Staying in Feng's room for the night is fine. But Wei calmly replied, no need. Tonight I will sleep with Brother Feng. I already said it beforehand. He held Liu Feng's hand and asked again, right, Brother Feng? He felt embarrassed but still nodded. Wei will sleep with me tonight. How embarrassing. Hearing that, she had no choice but to let go. Though sad, she still nodded in acceptance. Let it be. It seemed Xiao Jin was very fond of Wei so he spoke up to demand, no, Wei must sleep with me. I still have not. It was already too late. Liu Feng quickly grabbed his tail, not letting him get close to her. Then he tossed Xiao Jin backward, asking Bai Qi to look after him. Go sleep with the big black one. Finally, he pulled Wei by the waist, eagerly leading her back to the room to rest. Meanwhile, Bai Qi had to carry along the clingy Xiao Jin stuck on his head as he dragged himself back to the room. Su Fei was left alone, though sad she could not bear to blame anyone. After a while in the spacious room, the two awkwardly sat on the large bed. Liu Feng looked at Wei with a gentle gaze. She was flustered, tense. Could it be tonight? Gathering all his courage, he blushed and softly called Wei. Their hands clasped tightly, as if unwilling to part even for a moment. Wei flushed red, lightly biting her lip, feeling like an electric current ran through her body. Liu Feng moved closer, holding her shoulders, his eyes hiding something hard to say. His hand gently brushed over her smooth, flawless shoulder. Just a few seconds later, Wei was lying neatly on the bed, her shy eyes full of charm. Under the dim light outside the window, Liu Feng slowly approached, his face close to Wei. In the soft-lit space, they gradually drew closer, no longer any distance. Suddenly outside the window a shadow silently approached. Without warning, it suddenly crashed into the glass making a loud noise. The sound startled Liu Feng. He immediately became alert. Who is it? Turned out to be a familiar creature. It knocked on the window to deliver a message. Liu Feng, Lord Yati told you to get up and go pee. Gripping his blade tightly, Liu Feng flared with anger. Pee what? The whole house of Su Fei echoed with his annoyed curses. Ruining a big matter, I will pee on your face. In another room, the communication stone showed Yati Xiao Jin was injured when entering the altar. The Dragon Emperor originally wanted to help him break through, but he left instead, making him extremely angry. T looked at Liu Feng's group then continued, I guess Xiao Jin will definitely go find him. With a certain look, he affirmed and sent the message here to find him. He also casually teased, reminding Liu Feng about going pee. Liu Feng got angry, throwing a bag of gold at the image. Pee what nonsense. Turning to seriousness, Yati raised his hand and continued, if Xiao Jin's energy goes out of control and he does not break through in time it will cause backlash, so I hope you bring him back soon. Hearing that, Liu Feng looked at Xiao Jin in frustration. What should I do? T did not forget his purpose. He also added that the Dragon Emperor wants to meet you. This request surprised Liu Feng. The Dragon Emperor wants to meet me because of Xiao Jin. After speaking, Yati did not stay. See you at Dragon Island. Remember to get up and pee. As soon as the words ended, Liu Feng kicked the communication stone hard, shattering it. He gritted his teeth, his eyes cold. Yati, you and I cannot coexist under the same sky. Putting that aside, Liu Feng turned to something else. Wei go back to your room. Just as he was about to reach out to help, Wei blushed and ran away. I will sleep alone, you sleep with Bai Qi. That action made Liu Feng stand frozen, his heart feeling shattered. Seeing that, Su Fei could not hold back. She laughed with delight. The next morning, sunlight filtered into Su Fei's house. Su Fei and Wei were both beautiful and skillful, preparing breakfast together. Liu Feng was still sleeping soundly, hugging Xiao Jin in a peaceful dream. Suddenly a shout startled them awake. Miss Su Fei, something is wrong. Su Fei hurriedly put things down and ran outside to ask, what happened? Seeing a heavily injured person collapse, she recognized him as her father's guard. He froze, repeatedly asking, did you not already return to the clan? Tuan Engim used his last strength to say, we were attacked by the Thieves' Guild, clan leader Su Po. Hearing about her father, Su Fei urgently asked, how is my father? Tuan Engim lowered his face. After being injured, he was captured. The bowl of soup in her hand fell and shattered. She stood stunned, murmuring in disbelief, how could this be? Liu Feng appeared, holding her shoulders. Su Fei, what is wrong? She choked as she said her father was captured. Tears streamed down as she asked, Feng, what should we do? Liu Feng felt heartache. Gritting his teeth, he said, do not worry, I will bring uncle back. Thieves' Guild, this time I will end it completely. Without hesitation, Liu Feng left the house, calling Bai Qi, let's go. Bai Qi rushed out excitedly, his hands eager for action. After a few steps, Wei ran after them calling, wait. Voice made them stop and turn back. She ran up, grabbing Liu Feng's hand, I want to go with you. Liu Feng immediately refused, no, it is too dangerous. She frowned, looking straight at him, you became stronger so you see me as a burden. Liu Feng was flustered, not like that, I am just afraid you will get hurt. Wei was resolute, I understand your intention, but I cannot always rely on others. She clenched his hand with determination, I am also a high-level holy student, I want to contribute to saving Su Fei. That sincerity moved Su Fei, she smiled, thank you Wei Su Fei tightened her grip and said firmly, but I also want to go. Liu Feng broke into a sweat, Wei is already enough, why are you like this too? Su Fei spoke frankly, that guild is too dangerous, you might not even handle yourself. Wei held her hand, Su Fei, stay and stabilize everyone, we will save uncle. Hearing that, Su Fei fell into silent thought. Finally she nodded, I will wait for you to return. Qi laughed, all right, we will be back in 2 days, do not exaggerate. Liu Feng looked at Wei fine, you can come, but you must listen to me. Xiao Jin ran over carrying a backpack, wait for me, I will also go protect sister Wei Wei affectionately picked him up. All right, the three set off, Su Fei stood behind seeing them off. One day later, the headquarters of the Thieves' Guild was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. By the window, Anmo listened to the report, Su Po has been imprisoned. If anyone comes to rescue him, the formation will be activated. He asked further, how is the demon crossbow preparation? The subordinate replied, 108 shooters. Even if strong, it will be hard to avoid injury. He was still worried, using the entire century reserve for someone newly reaching the realm. Is it too excessive? The moment he finished speaking, he provoked Ying Mu into a thunderous rage. The old man could no longer restrain himself and spun around, roaring, "Fool, you even lost the blood sacrifice wraith corpse and still refuse to wake up." Clutching the key talisman tightly in his hand, Ying Mu revealed his scheming intent. "In truth, I hope that brat uses the wraith corpse against me, then I will use the talisman to seize back control." Thinking of what Liu Feng was about to suffer, he burst into hearty laughter, calling himself a wise grand elder. Suddenly outside the window, a familiar voice rang out in provocation. "I have just arrived and you already revealed something so important, truly too enthusiastic." The voice made Ying Mu freeze in the middle of the room for a few beats. How is this possible? Why did I not sense even the slightest aura? He immediately raised his hand, circulating inner force as green spiritual energy gathered in his palm. That force pierced through the roof, shattering tiles and stone before shooting straight into the sky. A stream of green energy rushed toward them above, separating Liu Feng and Bai Qi to two sides. This old man was truly ruthless. Through the hole in the roof, Ying Mu lifted his head and shouted, "Worthy of being the youngest saint under heaven, your speed exceeds my expectations. Pity that arriving early means leaving early." As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped hard and used his inner force to soar upward. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Liu Feng and Bai Qi, holding twin swords in both hands. With a light wave of his hand, each sword shot toward one of them. Fortunately, both reacted in time, using hand and blade to block. Seeing them take defensive stances, Ying Mu let out a faint laugh, deep schemes hidden in his eye. Two blades swept horizontally and crossed, forming a brilliant green slash. Only seconds later, the green spiritual energy he created crashed heavily onto the ground. With a single glance, Bai Qi immediately recognized it. This was the second layer of the green boundary. On this side, Liu Feng's forehead beaded with sweat as he gritted his teeth inwardly. The old man is too sinister. Every move uses full force even when it seems casual. Ying Mu flickered like teleportation. In a blink he stood behind him with sword in hand, spatial imprisonment. Just as he was about to take down Bai Qi, Ying Mu laughed endlessly in delight. Seeing his friend in danger, Liu Feng immediately rushed over. "Damn it, Gale speed." Just as he pulled Bai Qi away in an embrace, the old man's cold blade grazed dangerously close. Suspended in midair after saving Bai Qi's life, Liu Feng instructed, "Dai Hack, quickly go save Su Fei's father, leave this place to me." Without hesitation, once Bai Qi left, he immediately cast Mirror Image Clone. Seeing that move, Ying Mu laughed with interest. A clone possessing nearly equal base strength, not bad technique, but unfortunate. He swiftly responded with Blood Shadow Clone. A dark red duplicate appeared. "I am also well versed in this move." The sudden action made Liu Feng widen his eyes in shock. His blood shadow charged into his three clones in an instant go. Two Liu Fengs and Ying Mu continuously clashed weapons in rapid combat. He was not inferior at all. His twin swords combined in a horizontal sweep that sent Liu Feng flying back. Gaining his footing, Liu Feng teleported, and from above brought his blade down on Ying Mu. The old man twisted but was still struck by a slash, his body knocked back several meters. Thinking it was over, Liu Feng curled his lip in disdain. "Is that all?" Yet his expression suddenly changed, sweat lightly forming. "Wait, that was his blood shadow clone." Liu Feng immediately looked down at Bai Qi hovering below. "Dai Hack, be careful." Ying Mu's blood shadow suddenly rushed forward, appearing behind him. As if sensing something, Bai Qi slightly turned his head. "What is happening?" Before he could react, the blade pierced from his back through his chest. Ambushed, Bai Qi roared in fury as he transformed into a half-dragon form, dragon blood erupting with killing intent. His mouth opened wide and flames surged forth, engulfing Ying Mu's clone. Although he tried to burn the duplicate away, excessive blood loss gradually drove Bai Qi into unconsciousness. Behind the building, Wei firmly held Xiao Jin, who was anxious. "Do not rush. Did you not always say the dragon race has thick skin and tough flesh?" We agreed to wait for the right moment. Seeing his friend in critical danger, Liu Feng was extremely worried, while Ying Mu looked satisfied. "My blood shadow may lack agility, but it can trade lives, not bad." Unable to suppress his rage for Bai Qi, Liu Feng raised his blade and shouted, "Bastard, I will make you pay, Gale speed." Slash made Ying Mu spit blood, his head snapping back, 16-fold strike. Even so, he remained conscious, green spiritual energy enveloping his body. Unbelievable that he could unleash such terrifying power in an instant. Before he could steady himself, Ying Mu was struck again by a fierce spiraling surge of spiritual energy. Blade edge, storm burst. The raging whirlwind spun violently, continuously tearing at his body. Students fled in panic, still turning back to shout, "Grand Elder." Moments later, the green spiritual energy dissipated, leaving only scattered rubble and thick white smoke. From above, Liu Feng observed, grinding his teeth in unease. Below, Ying Mu was still alive, their resentful gazes locked. Blood continuously flowed from his legs, wounds inflicted by Liu Feng himself. Not only his limbs, blood streamed across Ying Mu's face. I nearly lost my life under that move, but unfortunately. Suddenly, the streams of blood flew upward from above his head. They coiled around Ying Mu's body, as his skin gradually changed color. Before long, his form became distorted, transforming into a strange shape, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Relying on this new body, he rasped, "You have forced me to use this form." With sharp fangs and round crimson eyes, he advanced, "Brat, I will not spare you." Suddenly, on both sides of him appeared two Liu Feng clones closing in. "Is that so?" Realizing something was wrong, Ying Mu widened his eyes and examined carefully. Instantly, two blades from the clones stabbed straight into those crimson wings. Despite the pain, he endured it, raising both hands to seize the heads of the two clones. From behind, a blade pierced through Ying Mu's body, blood flowing without end. He screamed. The one holding the blade behind him was Liu Feng. Sweat dotted his forehead as Liu Feng sneered, "Trading two clones for one life, I think it is worth it." Struck by the fatal blow, Ying Mu lost strength and fell freely downward. Fortunately, she rushed in time to catch him, holding him and calling, "Grand Elder." Upon landing, he supported the weakened Ying Mu and reproached, "Has the Grand Elder already been defeated so soon?" Liu Feng paid no mind, gripping his blade and gathering all his spiritual energy. "This strike will sweep you all away." Without hesitation, he swung his blade straight toward the two of them. Blade edge, storm burst. She handed Ying Mu to the guild soldiers, then waved his hand in signal, "Break the barrier." Following the signal, two soldiers atop the city wall were already prepared, crossbows drawn awaiting orders. The spiritual force from his slash drew ever closer to its target. At the right moment, he opened his mouth and decisively shouted, "Fire." The command issued. A barrage of bolts tore through the air from the crossbows. The bolts seemed to have predetermined trajectories, aiming straight at him within the storm burst. As the distance rapidly closed, Liu Feng was shaken. These crossbows can actually pierce through the power of storm burst. Without delay, Liu Feng circulated his inner force to erect a protective barrier, spatial imprisonment. Yet something unexpected happened. The protective barrier was easily pierced by the arrow, not only shattering the confined space but also suppressing the true qi within him. Seeing that Liu Feng could hardly escape, Anthai sneered coldly, "Brat, this demon-breaking crossbow was prepared especially for you. It restrains all magic and battle qi. The youngest saint realm on the continent dying in my hands would truly be a joke." On this side, Liu Feng was in turmoil, swinging his blade to block each arrow. After an exhausting defense, he gritted his teeth and calculated, "If I use too much power, the backlash will be severe. If this drags on, I will not hold out. Could it be that I can only wait until he runs out of arrows?" Suddenly, from afar, another unusual arrow shot forth. Its entire body crystallized in frost. It was the profound ice-piercing shot. In the blink of an eye, that icy arrow pierced straight into Anthai's forehead. He froze in place, his sinister face covered by a thick layer of ice. Not only that, his body was frozen solid into a statue of ice. Liu Feng looked up in astonishment and realized the one who had acted was Wei-Er. Sure enough, she was hovering in the air with icy wings and a cold, gleaming sword in her hand. Seeing him, Wei-Er happily called out, "I came to help you." She raised her sword and pointed it at the ground, creating a spreading layer of thick ice, frostbound domain. One member of the Thieves' Guild was immediately sealed within it. Not just one, the entire group was frozen beneath her sword. After confirming they were fully restrained, she sternly shouted, "Shatter." As soon as she finished speaking, the ice imprisoning them shattered into pieces. That image etched deeply into Liu Feng's eyes and left him dazed, beautiful to the point of stealing his breath. Afterward, she landed beside him and softly asked, "Was I impressive?" Liu Feng rubbed her head and praised her. "You are the best," making Xiao Jin behind them pout and demand credit. Xiao Jin boasted that he had lent Wei-Er his power so she could be that formidable. Liu Feng laughed and nodded, promising a grand feast. Looking down at the soldiers and An Mo, he said, "It is not time to celebrate. You two go see how Bai Qi is. I will find that old man." On the other side, An Mo was furious that his subordinates had been wiped out. "My Thieves' Guild, I will drag you down to be buried with me." Black-red blood qi surged from his body again as the Shadow Slaughter formation was activated. He continued to execute his technique. Liu Feng frowned. "It is that goddess summoning trick again." Enmo held the statue of the goddess Floria and growled, "Do not dream of ending this easily. Even if I must pay everything, I will drag you along." He poured all his remaining inner force into the statue and roared in despair, "Go in despair, wail beneath the veil of shadows, blood sacrifice." But something strange happened. The blood sacrifice ritual had just formed when it was sealed and pushed back. Turned out Liu Feng had already acted. He smiled faintly, "Sorry, with your level I had already completed that ritual first." Without another word, he smeared his own blood onto the back of the statue, and used soul power to connect with the lingering aura within it. Anmo could not believe it and screamed madly, "Impossible." He shook the Floria statue violently, repeatedly calling for the blood sacrifice. Liu Feng immediately raised the statue high in his hand. A dazzling surge of purple spiritual energy erupted. The intense light forced both he and Wei to shield their eye. Anmo also panicked and raised his arm to block the light. What is happening? Within the purple mist, a pair of slender legs gradually appeared. Floria appeared, sighing in complaint. "Why do you keep calling me while I am sleeping? If the soul power this time were not strong enough, I would not have come." As if recalling something, she casually glanced around. Floating in midair with one hand on her hip, she smiled. "We meet again." Liu Feng softly said to Wei, "This is the goddess I told you about." She was still stunned, a goddess. Zhao Jin blushed at the sight of the beauty. Despite her terrifying aura, she was truly stunning. Gloria looked at Anmo and sneered, "Thank you for summoning me. There is a personal debt between me and that brat." Liu Feng immediately said, "It was I who summoned you." That sentence made her pause. "What did you say?" Liu Feng said seriously, "Your goddess, please deal with that old man for me." That request made Anmo retreat in fear. But Floria suddenly lunged forward and grabbed Liu Feng by the throat. "Brat, do you think you can command a goddess? I can take your life at any moment." Restrained, Liu Feng remained calm. "There is already a contract between us." A strand of spiritual energy linked the two. It was a contract forged by soul power. If she violated it, she would not only lose the offering but also be forced to return. Floria merely laughed coldly after hearing that. "Do you think I care?" Liu Feng stepped closer and replied, "If you do not need mortal souls, then how did those people manage to summon you?" Two floated facing each other as his voice echoed, "You still need souls, do you not?" Wei watched from below with her arms crossed and muttered, "This woman does not look like a goddess at all." Suddenly Floria retreated and broke free from him. Purple spiritual energy gathered around her body as she prepared to attack. When fully charged, she swung her hand forward and declared, "Disappear." A tremendous force shot straight toward Liu Feng. Wei immediately gripped her sword and prepared to respond. Liu Feng gritted his teeth to find a countermeasure, but had no time to think of one. Suddenly that surge of spiritual energy changed direction. It turned and struck directly toward Anmo. The terrifying power made him scream in agony. Only a few seconds later, the spiritual energy exploded right in front of Floria. The shockwave swept crushed stones everywhere. Seeing Anmo collapse, Liu Feng smiled and said, "Many thanks, your goddess." In response, Floria flicked her hand and created another surge of spiritual energy. It shot toward the two of them, forcing them to hastily cover their faces. Zhao Jin immediately shielded Wei and shouted, "Let me protect sister." Liu Feng was flung away by the aftershock and slammed into a large rock. A high-heeled shoe stepped heavily onto the rock right beside him. Floria stood there and coldly said, "Just wait." She narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. "It will not be long before I personally come to find you and take your soul." After saying that she prepared to leave, Liu Feng endured the pain and called out, "My brother is injured. Please goddess save him." Floria glanced back in irritation. "You are quite greedy. Do you want me to spare your life as well?" Liu Feng extended his hand and proposed, "I will add another portion of soul power as a condition." The proposal made her fall silent for a few seconds. In the end she agreed and frowned. "Who needs saving?" Bai Qi slowly opened his eyes and looked around. After a period of unconsciousness due to his injuries, Bai Qi finally awakened. As if suddenly remembering he was still in the midst of battle, he sprang up and shouted, "Damn it, where is old man Hack Bai Qi?" Seeing that Bai Qi looked much better, Wei hugged Zhao Jin and said joyfully, "You are awake. You look far better than before. What exactly happened?" He rushed forward and landed in front of him, hugging him tightly as he asked softly, "Bai Qi, do you still feel pain now?" Bai Qi slightly raised his hand, a trace of dried blood still at the corner of his lips, and calmly replied, "My injuries have healed, but I was clearly ambushed. Why has it become like this?" On the other side, having finished her task, Floria crossed her arms and spoke irritably, "It is done, I am leaving." Realizing the one who saved him was her, Bai Qi stammered in shock, Are you not that old?" Hearing that, Floria frowned in annoyance. "What did you say?" Seeing the tension rise, Wei hurriedly waved her hands to explain, "Goddess elder sister, he only meant that you are truly beautiful. Many thanks for stepping in to save us." Floria paid no mind to the excuse, waving her hand indifferently. Do not call me elder sister. It was merely a transaction. If not for the space gate closing, I would not need to hastily gather souls like this. He suddenly had an idea and stepped closer to Wei-er, saying, if it is a transaction, I can also provide soul power. Perhaps we can cooperate long-term. The proposal made Floria even more wary. She calculated that her remaining divine statue was scarce and his soul was alluring, but this brat did not look trustworthy at all. Her voice rang with warning, though I do not know where you obtained my divine statue. Do not think offering souls comes without a price. He secretly thought, could it be that souls cannot recover? The statue did not record how to use it. Unwilling to say more, Floria turned and walked away. Souls are what the gods cherish most. When the contract is complete, you will understand the consequences. He glanced back, her eyes calculating, and that little girl as well. Her soul may be lacking, but it is very special. Try to live long. I will come find you. As soon as she finished speaking, Floria transformed into a stream of purple spiritual energy and vanished, mist shrouding where she had stood. Hearing that, he grasped Wei-er's hand and asked worriedly, why did she say your soul is insufficient? Are you hiding something from me? His pupils widened, his gaze trembling as if he had discovered something wrong. Just as he sensed, he collapsed to the ground, sweat pouring without end. His entire body trembled violently, causing Xiao Jin and Wei-er to panic. Liu Feng, what is wrong with you? A hand quickly supported his arm and pulled him up. Qi said little, hoisted him onto his shoulder and strode away, quickly returned. Before they could go far, Wei-er suddenly spat out blood for no clear reason. Xiao Jin immediately circulated his power, a golden aura enveloping her, Wei-er's sister. Carrying yet another person on his shoulder by Qi's side, now another one has fainted, truly a matched pair. Gaining momentum, he shot into the sky, Xiao Jin following closely beside him. After a while, he gradually regained consciousness and opened his eyes to look around. His body still ached faintly as he braced his knees and stood up, looking around. Where is this place? The pure white space made him jump up in alarm. Sweat poured down as he muttered, was I not at the Thieves' Guild? Where is Wei-er? Suddenly Floria's voice echoed, such an alluring soul, yet I cannot absorb it. I already said that brat was not simple, daring to deceive even a god. If I do not recover before they awaken, it will be troublesome. Following the sound, he saw a purple gate and reached out to touch it, dazzling light illuminating his face. Despite his fear, his hand still moved forward as if guided. In an instant, his entire body was sucked into that spatial gate. A distant, unfamiliar place, within a luxurious room stood a large sphere. Inside the sphere appeared his image like a surveillance device. After struggling for a while, he finally escaped safely. Where is this place? Before him was a beauty walking toward the bath. Research can wait, bathing comes first. That sight made him blush deeply, flustered and not knowing where to look. Thinking he was free yet still trapped inside the sphere, could this be the goddess's bedchamber? Floria had not noticed him. She leisurely called for her attendants. Seeing that graceful figure, blood suddenly trickled from his nose. Suddenly white mist drifted over toward the sphere. Not just one but many streams of mist surrounded it. The spiritual energy here was so dense it was visible. Streams of mist continuously crashed against the crystal shell. Seeing this, he grew bewildered. Why are they all heading toward me? A few seconds later, the shell dissolved, and his figure appeared in the open space. As if sensing something, Floria turned her head to look. She spread her hand, and her ultimate skill manifested once more. Who is there? Facing that scene, he could only widen his eyes. This is bad. Floria's power surged forward, the glass shattering into pieces. Spiritual energy roared through the room, shards of glass flying everywhere. He jolted awake from the strange dream, drenched in sweat. Seeing him awake, Su Fei happily ran over and shook his shoulder. Bang, you are awake. Looking at her, he rubbed his head in confusion. Have I returned already? So it was only a dream. His vague words made Su Fei worried. She touched his cheek and asked, what did you dream of? Do not scare me. Not wanting her to worry, he smiled to reassure her, I am fine. Suddenly Bai Qi entered to report. After you fainted, your cultivation dropped to the 3rd rank. Hearing that, he was stunned. What? Bai Qi shrugged and continued, but before you woke up, your cultivation strangely recovered. He raised his hand to sense his true qi. Not only had it recovered, but it was stronger than before, as if about to break through. Xiao Jin's claw was placed awkwardly, causing him to feel a sharp pain. He was surprised to see Xiao Jin sleeping soundly in an embarrassing position. Why is he here? Su Fei explained that while he was unconscious, Xiao Jin had guarded him constantly and only just fallen asleep. Hearing this, he was moved. He looked at Xiao Jin gently. Elder sister, do not run. But remembering something else, he hurriedly asked, where is Wei-er? Su Fei and Bai Qi suddenly fell silent. Seeing that, he frowned. Speak quickly, how is Wei-er? Suddenly Lan Dai burst in and shouted, "You still dare mention Wei Er? I entrusted her to you, and this is how you cared for her." That man raised his fist and rushed forward. "I will not spare you." Though still lying on the bed, he instinctively raised his hand to block. That action made Lan Dai halt in astonishment. The recovery room was blasted with a large hole by his power. As the smoke cleared, the three silently stared at the collapsed wall. He stared at his own hand in shock. "Did I do that?" Baiki angrily shouted, "You still ask?" Looking at the white mist around his hand, he was horrified. "I clearly only blocked unintentionally. What is that platinum like?" Recalling the dream, he wondered whether what entered him was not the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Then what was it? In the rubble, Lan Dai struggled up and approached. "What did you just do?" The barrage of questioning from him made him uneasy, and he cautiously replied that he did not fully understand either. The matter was not urgent. How was Wei Er now? Noticing the worry clearly etched on Liu Feng's face, Lan Dai hesitated briefly and fell into deep thought. In the end, he turned and walked away, urging the young man on the bed to follow him quickly, as Wei Er's condition was rather serious. Following Lan Dai deeper into the icy cave, Liu Feng recounted everything, that before leaving the goddess had said Wei Er's soul was incomplete, and he had intended to ask more when he suddenly lost consciousness. At the mention of that goddess, Lan Dai's expression changed slightly. He looked back and asked if it was the figure from legend, for they had left the continent tens of thousands of years ago, leaving no trace behind. With a resolute gaze, Liu Feng frowned slightly and asked further, that the goddess also gathered soul spiritual power to heal, and left behind a divine statue that could be summoned through soul sacrifice. Did Senior know anything about it? Lan Dai did not conceal anything. He merely looked straight ahead and said that what he knew were only legends passed down. Old memories surged back as he spoke of the surviving gods advancing toward the gate of space after that great war, when more than 90% of the war gods had fallen. Fortunate gods who escaped the calamity then left the continent and entered the divine realm, and from then on this place no longer saw the presence of immortals. Hearing this, Liu Feng broke into a cold sweat and wondered whether it was now possible to set foot in the space of the gods. Stepping down the stone stairs in the cave, Lan Dai flatly denied it. Not even the gods could return. At most they could only leave behind fleeting images. Hearing that firm assertion, Liu Feng was bewildered and wondered why he had once appeared in that place. When they reached the final step, Lan Dai softly reminded him that they had arrived. Before him lay Wei Er resting within a massive block of ice. The sight made Liu Feng's heart tighten. Unable to restrain his worry, he rushed forward and pressed his hand against the freezing ice, softly calling Wei Er's name. Seeing Liu Feng appear, her eyes grew moist as she asked why he had come and whether his injuries had healed. Seeing that expression, Lan Dai felt displeased and glanced over, reproaching that she was already hurt yet still worried about him. Afraid her master would scold Liu Feng, Wei Er quickly placed a hand on her chest to explain that she had been careless and begged him not to blame him because he was always so carefree. Still pressing his hand to the ice, Liu Feng turned and asked Lan Dai the true cause of her condition. Lan Dai lowered his voice and said that although he had preserved Wei Er's life, her soul had been damaged, which was why her body was unstable. During this, Liu Feng reproached her in pain for not saying so sooner, and Lan Dai interjected that she had only feared he would worry. Within the layer of ice, Wei Er placed her hand parallel to his and smiled reassuringly, because she wanted to stay by his side and had not expected things to become so serious. Lan Dai said there was currently no way to completely heal soul damage. They could only rely on the water of life from the elven race to soothe and nurture the soul. Liu Feng apologized full of guilt, and Wei Er gently shook her head, saying it was all right. From behind, Lan Dai clasped his hands behind his back and stepped forward, saying that meeting him had brought no good fortune, but after witnessing his growth he had changed his mind. He spoke of the lost paradise of the gods, where many fallen gods lay and where a cure might exist, making Liu Feng eagerly ask where it was. Yet Lan Dai warned that the place was extremely dangerous. Even so, Liu Feng's eyes held only determination. As long as Wei Er could be saved, even if it was the divine realm, he would venture there. Suddenly thinking of Floria, he felt that if he could reach the divine realm, perhaps asking that goddess would yield a solution. Unfortunately, the divine statue had already disappeared. Lan Dai did not stop him but reminded him that the lost paradise was even more perilous than the divine realm, for it was the resting place of fallen gods. He described a gloomy desert shrouded in dark clouds, sand burying the corpses of beasts and humans alike, where countless wandering souls had roamed for tens of thousands of years. There were also demonic beasts in hibernation, feeding on the corpses of gods and many unknown dangers. Numerous powerhouses had gone seeking opportunities and never returned. Hearing that he intended to take such a risk, Wei panicked and tried to stop him, saying that simple recuperation would suffice and begging him not to go. With their hands separated by a layer of ice, they spoke their hearts. He could not stand by while she was injured because of him, and she feared he might not return. In the end, unwilling to waste time, Liu Feng reassured her to trust him. He would not fall so easily. He asked Lan Dai for the exact route, but received only a shake of the head because he did not know either. Seeing his resolve, Lan Dai suggested going to Dragon Island. Perhaps the Dragon Emperor knew the entrance to the gods' lost garden. Thinking of Kim, Liu Feng nodded and said he understood. Before leaving, he placed his hand on the block of ice once more and gently called Wei Er's name. He lifted his head and lightly pressed his lips to the ice as if sending a kiss to her. After saying goodbye, Liu Feng turned his back and told her to wait for him. Watching his figure fade into the distance, Wei choked as she called his name. Lan Dai stood beside her and consoled her that the boy was very strong and would certainly return. Did she not trust the one she had chosen? Following the cave passage, Liu Feng soon emerged to where his companions were waiting. Seeing him safe and sound, Bai Qi let out a sigh of relief and said he had finally come out. Beside him, Su Fei hurriedly asked how Wei was. Liu Feng replied that she was temporarily stable, and then announced that he and Bai Qi had to travel far. Su Fei and Bai Qi were stunned and asked where they were going. With a determined gaze toward the distance, he said they would head to Dragon Island. 3 days later, the sea surged with waves, the blue waters stretching endlessly as seagulls wheeled overhead. Suddenly 2 streams of purple and green spiritual energy shot swiftly across the sea like the wind. Liu Feng asked how much farther. Bai Qi replied they were almost there. Carrying Xiaojin flying ahead, Liu Feng asked about the distance again, and Bai Qi behind still insisted they were truly almost there. Hearing that repeated too many times, he grew annoyed, and Bai Qi tearfully said it was not as if everyone was familiar with the Holy Realm's roads. Xiaojin shook his head in exasperation at the childish demeanor of that great dragon. Suddenly he pointed into the distance and said there seemed to be a city. Perhaps they could go there to ask for direction. At the mention of a city, Bai Qi's eyes lit up as he thought of barbecue restaurants and beauties, urging Liu Feng to hurry. By the seaside appeared a majestic city amid the sound of crashing waves. At the entrance of the city, 2 groups were arguing over a mission against the Sea Clan, their words sharp and tense. Jing Tai, wearing a lecherous expression, even uttered crude teasing words, inviting the girl to follow him. Nhai showed no fear, placing her hands on her hips and disdainfully replying that with such an ordinary appearance, he should look at himself again before daring to touch her. Enraged, he ordered his lackeys to charge because she refused the offered toast. No sooner had his words fallen than a figure wrapped in green spiritual energy rushed forward. It was none other than Liu Feng, with just a light kick. He sent that group flying in all directions. After dealing with them, he stamped the ground with imposing momentum. Then he smiled and raised his hand to greet Kang Si, saying it had been a long time and introducing himself as well. 4 of Bei Ta, Fa and Kachma joyfully shouted Liu Feng's name. Kang Si embraced him emotionally, saying he had not expected to meet again in the Qinghai Empire. Liu Feng scratched his head with an embarrassed smile, as last time they had agreed to meet in another empire but failed. Who would have thought they would reunite here? Looking toward Huo Nhai, Kang Si excitedly said he would introduce the new member. The 3 girls introduced themselves in turn as Huo Nhai, a 5th-level thief, Thai Bitch, a 6th-level mage, and Lion Yi, a 5th-level priest. Liu Feng politely raised his hand to greet them. Huo Nhai looked at him, crossed her arms, and loudly greeted the handsome guy. Xiaojin thought she was calling him, his mouth agape as he asked if she was speaking to him. Liu Feng glanced toward Jing Tai, who was injured, and asked Kang Si who he was. Kang Si indifferently replied that he was merely an acquaintance. They had accepted a mission against the Sea Clan but had been provoked before even meeting the enemy. As they were talking, Jing Tai roared for being ambushed and then treated with disdain. Liu Feng told Kang Si that it seemed they had to deal with this bunch first before catching up. Kang Si laughed and said thanks to his arrival he felt relieved. In front of so many girls he had to perform well. Unwilling to admit defeat, Jing Tai frowned and shouted that he still had 4 6th levels under his command, immediately ordering his men to charge. Hearing that the other side had many people, Thai Bitch anxiously placed a hand on her chest. He had brought as many as 4 6th-realm fighters. Could Liu Feng withstand them or not? Nhai crossed her arms in agreement. There was not a trace of magic or battle aura on him, what would he use to fight back? Seeing the two girls doubtful, Kang Si laughed to reassure them. Thigh bitch hoa nhi, what you see may not be the truth. Just 4-6 realm fighters, in little Lu's eyes they are probably not even worth concern. As soon as he finished speaking, all three girls immediately turned to look at him in disbelief. Kang Si, have you been drinking? Lian Yi remained silent, slightly frowning in thought. The name Liu Feng sounded very familiar. Watching him stroll leisurely into the fray, Kang Si added, Brother Liu Feng is a legendary figure. With only a slight circulation of inner force, Liu Feng had already thrown Can Tai's group into disarray. He is the youngest saint realm on the continent, and also my friend. Hearing that title, the three girls were stunned. A saint realm. Seeing Liu Feng's blade aimed at him, Can Tai turned pale and begged, It was I who was blind and offended you. Please show mercy. That man shut his eyes tightly, trembling as he pleaded while the inner force continued to rise. Great hero, spare my life. Unexpectedly, Liu Feng did not strike, but turned around to stop a spear thrusting from behind Can Tai. Immediately after, he hurled the spear back at the attacker, knocking down a Sea Tribe warrior. It turned out that from beneath the sea, a troop of Sea Tribe soldiers had surged onto the shore. The Sea Tribe has arrived, the Sea Tribe is here. Soldiers in the city quickly reformed their ranks, facing the enemy in preparation for battle. Seeing the chaos, Can Tai seized the chance to flee while repeatedly giving thanks. Hoa Nhi irritably asked Liu Feng, why let him go? That kind of person should at least be taught a lesson. He replied indifferently, if you want to deal with him then do it yourself. Hoa Nhi fumed, so what if he is Saint Realm? Thigh bitch hurriedly intervened enough, for now we deal with the Sea Tribe first. Kang Si suddenly remembered and turned to Liu Feng. The scales on the merfolk foreheads are mission spoils, do not forget, I am still hoping to earn some money. After speaking, he raised his sword high and shouted, brothers follow me forward. But before he could charge into battle, Xiao Jin cut in. It said playfully, when you earn money remember to treat me to a good meal. Two sides immediately clashed, the city and the Sea Tribe fighting fiercely. The wounded were carefully treated by Lian Yi with inner force. From afar, Liu Feng and Bai Qi approached. Seeing him staring intently, Bai Qi asked, what are you looking at? Liu Feng replied softly that Lian Yi is clearly a level 9 priest, why hide under the title of level 5? Bai Qi laughed, would it not be simpler to catch her and ask directly? Xiao Jin lay on his shoulder, drool streaming, those shrimp and crabs look so tempting. It suddenly recalled the past and jumped up pointing at the Sea Tribe. Last time they almost captured me. Suddenly the soldiers in the city shouted in panic, this is bad, the giant shark warriors are here. By the shore, a group of ferocious giant sharks was closing in. They rushed onto land, each heavy step making the ground tremble. With just a single stomp from them, soldiers were sent flying, blood spilling from the corners of their mouth. One of them raised his spear and sneered, scared already, surrender quickly. Kang Si swung his sword to block and said in shock, why are 7th realm giant sharks here, retreat quickly. Seeing the dire situation, a figure wrapped in green spiritual energy rushed forward. It was Liu Feng. Alone he blasted back the giant sharks, leaving them dazed. Seeing their comrades fall swiftly, the remaining ones thrust their spears together. All the spear tips were aimed at Liu Feng within the green spiritual aura. Coldly waved his hand, and every spear in their hands instantly changed direction. The spears turned and pierced into their own masters. Witnessing that scene, everyone cheered in astonishment, truly formidable. On the sea surface, under the escort of 2 monsters, a young man appeared. That appearance made Liu Feng frown slightly. He sensed an unusual aura. Seeing his arrogant bearing, the crowd whispered, a human powerhouse. That man waved his hand disdainfully. I am the 2nd prince of the North Sea, Bodhi, deal with him and let those humans know fear. Bai Qi eagerly rushed forward. I have heard that giant shark bodies are very tough, let me test it. Bodhi mocked, comparing bodies with giant sharks, truly seeking hardship. But that man fell silent when he saw Bai Qi single-handedly knock down the giant sharks. How could this be? With no path of retreat, that man dropped to his knees stammering, they are Saint Realm. Bai Qi rushed over, grabbed Bodhi by the throat and lifted him up. Is this all the ability you have? In panic, Bodhi mentioned the agreement between the 2 races. Saint Realm must not interfere in battles of ordinary people. Bai Qi sneered, what if I insist? That arrogance made the sea surge, a voice rang out, then wait for the Sea Tribe powerhouse to settle this. A young girl seated on a giant shell throne approached. She was Jing-er, Bodhi's younger sister. Jing-er coldly demanded, release my royal brother. Bodhi was still being choked, struggling to cry out, little sister save me. Bai Qi flung him aside, where did this little girl come from daring to look down on me? Xiao Jin on Liu Feng's shoulder pointed, it is her, last time she wanted to capture me. Hearing that nickname, Jing gritted her teeth in anger. Flat-brained princess. Without further words, she raised her hand and summoned a sword from the seawater. The sword shot straight toward Bai Qi like a water arrow. He spread his arms and laughed loudly, trying to bathe me. He opened his mouth and breathed fire, then I will return the favor. The flames burned away the coming-of-age ceremony prepared by her royal father. Jing dodged and angrily shouted, "You dare ruin my ceremony, I will not forgive you." She placed her hand upon the sea and cried out, "Sea god's wrath." Seawater roared into a towering column of waves. Seeing that everyone was horrified, this little girl truly makes a grand move. Liu Feng realized the trident in her hand could control the raging waves. Before the soldiers could retreat, they were swept down by the waves, cries for help echoing everywhere. Protect everyone, Liu Feng raised both hands and cast spatial imprisonment. Jing did not waver and continued lifting the waves higher. Do you think that can stop me? The raging waves transformed into a gigantic water monster, charging forward. In its hand it also held a water sword that slashed down fiercely. Liu Feng quickly raised the hand wearing the ring high. Light from the ring burst forth, shattering the water monster's attack. The trident technique was broken, the seawater gradually receded. Tai looked up amid the downpour and sighed in relief, saved at last, he is Saint Realm. Clutching the powerful ring tightly, Liu Feng radiated a formidable aura. Jing still could not believe it, her sea god's trident had been neutralized by him. As if alerted by instinct, Jing suddenly turned around, just in time to see Bai Qi in his half-dragon form lunging at her. She immediately spun and dashed away, still unable to believe that her ultimate move sea god trident strike had been so easily neutralized by him. Unfortunately, Jing slammed straight into Liu Feng. He curled his lips in mockery. Flat-brained princess, where do you think you are running? This time you have fallen into my hands again. Seeing Xiao Jin act that way, she angrily reached out to grab him but was too late and was pulled back once more. Her wrist was gripped tightly. The other party held on without letting go, his voice indifferent. It seems you still do not understand your current situation. Seeing his younger sister completely surrounded, Bodhi hurriedly spoke up, facing the Saint-Rank expert and the half-dragon gentleman who called himself the second prince of the North Sea, pleading that for the sake of their grandfather Poseidon and their ties with the dragon clan, they spare Jing Liu Feng still held Jing hand and turned to ask Bai Qi, "Have you heard of what he mentioned, you lovesick fool?" Bai Qi scratched his head, trying to recall. He seemed to have heard of it. That man was close with many giant dragons on Dragon Island, and even had a deep friendship with the clan leader Yati. Liu Feng looked at Jing and decided, then for the sake of the dragon clan, I will spare you once. However, Xiao Jin was unwilling to accept it, bringing up how that princess had belittled him last time and growing annoyed. Tightening his grip on her hand, Liu Feng had an idea. If that is the case, then the princess should offer some compensation to make it reasonable. The mention of compensation, her face flushed red as she turned away and retorted, "What are you looking at? I will not agree." Liu Feng recalled what Kang Si had once said about the scale on a merfolk's forehead being a precious trophy. He had yet to make a move and was already hoping to gain a little profit. Thinking so, he did not hesitate to raise his hand and remove the scale from Jing forehead, taking it as compensation. Holding the pink scale in his hand, he examined it with interest, so taking this off was actually quite simple. Her face turned crimson as she touched her forehead, stammering in reproach that he dared to take what belonged to her. Suddenly from the front, an arm reached out and seized Jing wrist. Bodhi appeared in time, pulling his sister away before thanking the Saint-Rank expert for showing mercy and promising to meet again someday. A radiant golden light shone down upon the injured arm of a soldier within the city. Lian Yi was channeling her inner force to heal him, the holy light enveloping the soldier and filling him with endless gratitude. Witnessing that scene, Liu Feng immediately searched his memory for anything related to this woman. Her body suddenly trembled, seemingly exhausted after expending too much energy to save others. Sure enough, Lian Yi fell backward. Fortunately, a familiar hand caught her in time. One who reached out to hold her shoulder was none other than Liu Feng. Lian Yi lowered her head in awkward thanks, and Liu Feng calmly replied that there was no need to be polite. Drowning in suspicion, he asked why a 9th-rank priest would hide her strength to travel with Kang Si, and what her true purpose was. Under questioning, her face reddened as she placed a hand on her chest and swore she meant no harm. She only enjoyed traveling and had happened to meet Kang Si along the way. Liu Feng stepped closer, making her retreat in panic, his voice cold in warning. "I hope that is the case, otherwise it will be hard to say." Lian Yi clutched her chest in protest, emphasizing that she was not wicked at all, and even mocked that the Saint-Rank was not limited to him alone. Hearing that, Liu Feng eased his suspicion slightly, lightly tapping his nose as he said he was only concerned about Kang Si. She lowered her head in thought, secretly criticizing his lack of charm and comparing him to the unpleasant people in the church. From afar, Kang Si called out loudly, praising Liu Feng's progress, and he scratched his head in embarrassment as he responded. Kang Si urged them to set off, while Bai Qi and Xiao Jin appeared saying that he wished to invite everyone to a meal. Kang Si quickly waved his hand in refusal. Huo Nhi teased in displeasure where his generosity had gone, saying she would treat today. But when holding the bill, Huo Nhi choked up at the amount of money that made her heart ache. In contrast, Xiao Jin ate happily, while thanking his beautiful sister. Time pressing, Liu Feng embraced Kang Si in farewell, wishing each other a safe journey. Kang Si and Lion Yi stood watching them leave, even waving until their figures disappeared in the distance. As for Lion Yi, she clenched her hand tightly, inwardly seething as she memorized that hateful name. Returning to the open sea, the three hovered in midair when Liu Feng suddenly sneezed as if about to catch a cold. He rubbed his nose, guessing that Wei must be missing him. Xiao Jin, sitting behind, wondered why he was not sneezing. Could it be that the elder sisters did not miss him? Without warning, a column of water shot up from the sea surface straight at Liu Feng, drenching him completely. He shot upward and looked down at the rippling water below. Xiao Jin beside him shaking off water and shouting to ask who was causing trouble. Not just one but countless water columns surged toward them, forcing Liu Feng and Bai Qi to accelerate to dodge. Xiao Jin found it amusing, weaving back and forth as if playing a game, while Liu Feng wondered why the water was slow yet still difficult for him to avoid. Soaked through, Bai Qi helplessly suggested, "Brother Liu, forget about dodging." He looked toward the floating object on the sea and called out loudly, "Elder Hai, please stop teasing us." Liu Feng asked in confusion, "Elder Hai, could that island actually be a living creature?" Waves crashed heavily against what seemed to be a small island covered in sharp spikes. Gradually, the mass of earth rose higher, revealing a shape like a gigantic shell. Liu Feng quickly flew higher to avoid the water and lowered his head for a closer look. What exactly is this? From the depths of the sea, a creature with the form of a turtle and the body of a serpent emerged. He exclaimed in shock, "The black tortoise divine beast." On the turtle's head, an old man with white beard and hair sat there at ease. Hai Xuan smiled and stroked his beard, reproaching Bai Qi for not visiting him for so long. Liu Feng asked excitedly whether he was the legendary black tortoise. Hai Xuan widened his eyes and sensed his aura, noticing his black hair and unusual energy, guessing that he did not belong to this world. Having his secret exposed, Liu Feng asked in astonishment how he knew could it be. Seeing that reaction, Hai Xuan laughed loudly and confirmed that he was indeed from Huazia. Two were like old confidants reunited after a long time, clasping hands emotionally with eyes brimming. Standing on the turtle's head, Hai Xuan called Liu Feng closer, explaining that he had been sealed by a group of immortals, making it difficult for his soul to leave his body. Hearing that, Liu Feng immediately flew up toward the turtle's shell without hesitation. He cupped his hands respectfully and introduced himself as the junior Liu Feng, paying respects to senior. Hai Xuan waved his hand, telling him there was no need for formalities and to sit down and talk more comfortably. Liu Feng sat down accordingly, and Bai Qi stepped forward to ask about the Chan sect that he had just mentioned. Hai Xuan calmly said that he had crossed over here during this world's investiture of the gods' era, leaving Liu Feng even more bewildered. Not wanting to waste words, he raised a deck of cards and invited them to play a few rounds to make up the numbers. He had always been short 3 players and only now found companions. Seeing the deck of cards, Liu Feng was once again astonished that even during the investiture era there were playing cards. Bai Qi explained that Yati had taught him so Hai Xuan could pass the time. Who would have thought he became addicted? Hai Xuan said nothing more and decisively slapped the deck of cards onto the turtle shell. A strange interface appeared in the air, along with lively music. The game they were playing was Landlord Fight. Hearing the familiar music echoing in this foreign world, Liu Feng was stunned, imagining that the composer of that tune would likely find it unbelievable. After the cards were dealt, Hai Xuan urged everyone to quickly call for the landlord. The three had no choice but to pick up their cards. Xiao Jin whispered fearfully about the formidable old turtle, but his low voice was loud enough for Bai Qi to hear and remind him. Hai Xuan brought up how he had chased after them last time because he sensed the Liu Jian bloodline within Xiao Jin, then asked if anyone would call for the landlord. While playing, Liu Feng asked about the Liu Jian bloodline and Xiao Jin's background, whether he was Yati's child or not. Hai Xuan rejoiced at successfully doubling and jumped up to declare that the landlord belonged to him. He placed 5 cards face down on the turtle shell, explaining that Xiao Jin had only accidentally swallowed the divine egg of Liu Jian, so his memories had been thrown into disorder by the new energy. During that, Liu Feng was stunned, both by the unexpected news and by Hai Xuan's swift move. The old man urged repeatedly while holding his cards, "Are you playing or not? Hurry and make your move. I have waited so long the flowers are about to wither." He gently shook his head and passed, saying there was no need. Having grasped the next step firmly, Hai Xuan pondered his cards while continuing to tell Liu Feng that when the war of investiture first began, he and Liu Jian fought fiercely before being swept by a spatial current into this world. In the past, the two of them risked their lives battling those people. In the end, both were drawn into this place, and afterward were struck by a strange technique. Liu Jian was forced until only his bloodline remained within the altar of Dragon Island, while he was sealed within this place. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man threw down a hand that made everyone pale, 3 threes with a pair, only 1 card left in his hand. But Bai Qi was not the same. He flipped his cards and calmly said, "Wait, I have 4 of a kind." Before he could continue, Hai Xuan's gaze made the old man falter, hesitating as he wanted to withdraw his move. Bai Qi was unsettled by Hai Xuan's overwhelming aura. "Should I block this or not? What do you think?" In the end, he abandoned the idea. When the moment arrived, the old man hurriedly threw his final card onto the turtle's shell. "This is the last one, I have won." Seeing his victory, Hai Xuan propped himself up proudly. "The old man's card skills are truly extraordinary. Come now, hand over the money." Knowing he had lost, Bai Qi took out the silver and handed it over. Smiling as he said, "Xiao Hai has learned to earn money lately." The old man accepted it and waved his hand, saying, "This is enough. Liu Feng does not need to pay." Setting aside the matter of winning and losing, he rested his chin and pondered something else. So Xiao Jin is the dragon god. No wonder after being severely injured by Kang Qiang Blood Sovereign last time he returned to the dragon altar, and could even order the rescue of Hong Yi. Suddenly, a stream of white energy enveloped him, causing he to quickly raise his hand to shield his face, looking around in confusion. A black-bearded figure appeared with a majestic voice. "What did you just say?" It was Hai Xuan with a younger appearance, his eyes blazing red as he demanded who dared to injure Liu Jian's son. Seeing that expression, Bai Qi anxiously blurted out that it was over. Hai Xuan's berserk side had awakened, leaving Liu Feng bewildered at what berserk meant. Bai Qi looked at him while explaining that normally Hai Xuan appeared as a kindly old man, but when enraged he would transform completely. His body swelled, his eyes turned blood red, his hands clenched tightly. A mere glance was enough to send chills down one's spine. That aura frightened both of them into huddling together. Clearly he had become like a different person. Not stopping there, he lowered his voice and asked who had injured his Hua Zia totem. Hai Xuan frowned and roared, "Is this how you take care of my Hua Zia totem?" As soon as he finished speaking, the space around Liu Feng shook violently, his body swayed and nearly collapsed. The pressure was far too heavy. Seeing the situation was bad, Bai Qi hurried forward to persuade him. Hai Xuan calmed down. Liu Feng did not do it on purpose. Before he could finish, Hai Xuan waved his hand and knocked Bai Qi back, coldly calling him useless. Liu Feng still tried to circulate his inner power to resist, gritting his teeth as he thought how terrifying, even the aura alone was unbearable. Xiao Jin gathered his courage and rushed out to stand before him, his eyes resolute, not allowing anyone to bully Liu Feng. Hai Xuan waved his hand and vines immediately wrapped tightly around Xiao Jin. "Stay obediently for me." He declared that from now on the child would stay by his side. Xiao Jin struggled fiercely and shouted for him to move aside. Liu Feng did not remain still, loudly asking on what grounds. Xiao Jin could decide for himself who he wanted to stay with. Xiao Jin nodded, agreeing that Liu Feng was right. Hai Xuan's expression did not change. He increased the inner power in his palm and replied briefly that you are not qualified. In an instant, he tightened the binding further, causing Xiao Jin to cry out in pain. Liu Feng anxiously shouted for him to stop. Immediately afterward, Xiao Jin unleashed his power and transformed into his true dragon form. He tried to break free from the restraints, opening his mouth to roar as he charged straight at Hai Xuan. But with a single wave, Hai Xuan rendered Xiao Jin unconscious, shrinking him to lie within his palm. Even so, he still muttered insults, calling him despicable. Hai Xuan sighed helplessly at the reckless child, saying that if Liu Jian knew, he would likely be furious enough to leap up. He withdrew his aura and gently handed Xiao Jin to Liu Feng. "Take care of him for me." carefully received him, staring at Xiao Jin lying in his hand, rendered speechless. All around them, the sea surged violently, the crashing sounds echoing repeatedly. After a while, Haixuan returned to his former appearance, hands on his hips as he grumbled that this brat was truly stubborn, coming whenever he pleased without letting him prepare, playing with whomever he wished. Liu Feng could only force a smile, thinking his temper changed quickly. Bai Qi struggled out of the water, his face smeared as he said that at that time Liu Feng had only been at the 9th rank, yet his opponent was already a supreme powerhouse. Haixuan frowned in displeasure and asked since when is a supreme even considered a powerhouse. Yet immediately after, he changed his attitude and gently told Liu Feng not to blame him, he had just relapsed. Liu Feng replied seriously that the senior was right. Previously he had not protected Xiao Jin well because he was weak. In the future it would not happen again. Hearing that, Haixuan scratched his head awkwardly and suggested that since he was sealed here and his excess origin energy was useless, Liu Feng could enter within him to cultivate. In less than 2 months he would surely improve. He added that the energy was accumulated over many years, the essence gentle and very suitable for Liu Feng to absorb. Liu Feng looked around, sensing the surging force. If he cultivated here, it would indeed be a great opportunity. Though thinking so, he still shook his head to thank Haixuan, saying there was urgent business at Dragon Island and he could return next time. Haixuan was stunned, then cried out that he was leaving so quickly. Stay and duel until dawn. Liu Feng awkwardly replied, apologizing, Senior, this matter concerns Xiao Jin. Next time he would certainly accompany him to his heart's content. Haixuan's heart turned cold, muttering that everyone promised like that yet no one ever returned. Helplessly, Liu Feng apologized, and then asked whether there was a way to heal a damaged soul. Haixuan said irritably that he could help in a fight but not with healing, then hooked his finger saying after finishing remember to return. At that time taking Xiao Jin away would also be fine. Liu Feng was left speechless, thinking the senior changed topics so quickly. Hooking fingers was not that a child's game. Even so, he still raised his hand to hook fingers with him, listening as he recited hook fingers and hang yourself. 100 years unchanged. If you break the promise, I will not spare the two of you. Hearing that, Liu Feng and Bai Qi stood frozen for several seconds, eyes wide in shock. Not stopping there, Haixuan also handed over several 4-of-a-kind threes, saying he had forgotten to give a meeting gift. Take this bomb for protection. Liu Feng received it stiffly, the corner of his mouth twitching. Could this really be used for protection? Time passed, dusk descended, sunlight dyed the sea into shimmering streaks of light. Bai Qi led the way, pointing ahead excitedly, saying they had arrived. At last they reached Dragon Island. Liu Feng looked in that direction, unable to hide his astonishment. He asked in surprise if this was Dragon Island. Xiao Jin on his shoulder pouted, saying there were no little sisters here. How boring. Bai Qi laughed and explained that adult dragons could all transform into humans. There were female dragons on the island. How could there be no little sisters? Hearing that, Xiao Jin's eyes lit up as he exclaimed that was right. He was foolish not to think of it. Liu Feng, hurry up. He could only smile awkwardly. Immediately afterward, 2 figures skimmed across the water like the wind rushing forward. After traveling some distance, Liu Feng suddenly halted, his curious gaze sweeping around. He turned his head and asked what that was. Bai Qi explained it was the island's defensive barrier, able to detect and lock onto outsiders early. Before he could say more, a blue dragon shot swiftly toward them. It aimed straight at Liu Feng and roared angrily that you kidnapped Lord Xiao Jin. I will swallow you whole. Liu Feng had not even reacted yet, and already sighed helplessly again. Lan Dun opened his mouth, gathering inner power into the forbidden spell 1,000-mile frozen ice. Cold energy condensed into a single point, forming an ice sphere ready to be launched. Xiao Jin immediately stood before Liu Feng, shouting loudly, what are you trying to do? Hearing that voice, the other party halted and widened his eyes, calling out Lord Xiao Jin. Then he hurriedly swallowed back the ice sphere he had just created. After swallowing it, Lan Dun finally let out a breath of relief. Next he transformed into a human, tearfully rushing forward to embrace Xiao Jin. At last he had waited for his lord. Unexpectedly, Xiao Jin showed no mercy and delivered a spinning kick to his face, making him spit blood. Watching Lan Dun plunge headfirst into the water, Xiao Jin smugly rubbed his nose. Who told you to stare at me every day before? After that, Lan Dun returned to his dragon form and carried Liu Feng's group away. Even then he remained so moved that tears fell, as he said it was wonderful that Lord Xiao Jin was safe. Seeing that scene, Bai Qi could only choke back his words and sigh helplessly. Lan Dun, you truly are still the same as before, always sentimental and melancholy. Liu Feng merely smiled it off, inwardly mocking himself for those two words melancholy. At the same time, Xiao Jin crossed his arms and lifted his chin imposingly as he questioned Lan Dun. Where exactly is this big fellow planning to take us? I still want to find Sister Xiao the dragon. The man immediately bowed respectfully and replied, Lord Xiao Jin, first we must pay our respects to His Majesty the Dragon Emperor. Before long, the entire group quickly stood before a magnificent and grand structure. Liu Feng and Bai Qi had to crane their necks to the limit to take in the colossal sight before them, unable to help but gasp in admiration. The moment they stepped inside, what struck their eyes was a lively scene filled with resounding cheers echoing everywhere. Liu Feng asked in confusion, was it not said we were coming to meet the Dragon Emperor? How did it turn into a casino like this? Meanwhile, Xiao Jin's eyes lit up as he excitedly cried out, so many young ladies, this is truly paradise. In a corner of the casino, an excited shout suddenly rang out, 9 points, a clean win. That person was Yati, sitting at the betting table with a radiant face, loudly declaring that he had won. Liu Feng froze for a few seconds. Could this be the so-called cross-dimensional culture of legend? He thought to himself that Yati was indeed a fellow transmigrator. His ability far surpassed my imagination. Completely absorbed in gambling, Yati did not notice Liu Feng's group arriving at all. Bai Qi finally could not hold back and charged forward aggressively. He grabbed Yati by the collar and demanded sternly, the Huo Long clan already expelled you from Dragon Island, yet you still dare to act so recklessly. Are you not afraid the Dragon Emperor will blame you? Unexpectedly, Yati showed no fear at all, instead curling his lips into a smile as he jerked his chin forward and told him to look. Bai Qi followed his gaze and saw that the Dragon Emperor he revered was also engrossed in flipping cards, even saying your 24 cards cannot possibly beat me. That scene left Bai Qi so shocked that his lips trembled and he could not utter a word. Your Majesty, the Dragon Emperor. On the other side, Lan Dun leaned close to Jin Gua's ear and whispered something. After hearing it, his expression changed at once. Jin Gua narrowed his eyes slightly, a sharp glint flashing within his golden pupil. He said nothing further, merely waved his hand coldly as a signal. In the blink of an eye, the entire crowd in the room vanished completely. By the time Liu Feng came to his senses, Jin Gua was already seated majestically upon the throne. Liu Feng shuddered inwardly, being teleported within a sea of people without him noticing at all. The strength of a supreme expert was truly terrifying. Not only that, in just an instant Xiao Jin, who had been lying quietly on Liu Feng's shoulder, was suddenly lifted into the air. Despite Xiao Jin struggling with all his might, Yati happily tossed him around and laughed loudly. I have finally met you, Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin asked in confusion, who are you? How strange. Why do I feel an overwhelming sense of familiarity with you? Liu Feng stood aside watching the emotional reunion and muttered softly, how could you not feel familiar? He is your mother. Yati said awkwardly, when I gave birth to you, you were still inside the egg. I finally waited until you returned to the altar intending to visit you. Who would have thought the altar would be sealed by the Dragon Emperor? This news came so suddenly that Xiao Jin was stunned. Heavens, so I was actually born from a man. And then just a few minutes later, the group continued chatting and laughing, completely forgetting Jin Gua, who was left aside. He thought irritably to himself, are these brats treating me like air? In the end, Jin Gua deliberately raised his voice. Yati, bring Lord Xiao Jin over here for me to take a look. Time passed quietly, the room gradually sank into silence. Sunlight streamed through the window onto the chandelier, forming shimmering streaks of light. After observing carefully, he nodded in satisfaction and said, fortunately, there is no problem. Xiao Jin pouted and replied, it is precisely because of that everyone stares at me every day. I hate it. Jin Gua explained sternly, because you carry the bloodline of the divine dragon. Absolutely no mishap is permitted. He shifted his gaze down to Liu Feng standing below. This must be young friend Liu Feng. Upon being called, Liu Feng immediately clasped his hands and bowed, paying respects to His Majesty the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor smiled faintly and said, given your relationship with Lord Xiao Jin, there is no need for excessive courtesy. However, I have one matter to ask. Paused for a moment, his expression suddenly turning solemn as he emphasized each word, Lord Xiao Jin. After a round of discussion, Liu Feng only felt as though he were a chicken forced to hatch eggs against his will. He hurriedly waved his hands in explanation. Xiao Jin was not hatched by me. At that time, I carried the dragon egg while fleeing and accidentally let my blood seep into the shell. Hearing this, Xiao Jin nodded repeatedly in confirmation, then suddenly broke through the shell and emerged. Jin Guo stood up excitedly. If that is true, then the words once spoken by the dragon god that only one of the same race can bring forth the divine dragon, and he is a prince of the dragon clan, this appearance heralds the moment of our rise. Hearing that, Liu Feng's mouth fell open in shock. Such a thing exists. He turned to Yati with a bewildered gaze. Then why are you? Yati leaned close and whispered, our circumstances are different. You transmigrated bodily while I transmigrated in spirit. Perhaps because Xiao Jin hatched early, he required the blood of a Huaxia person. At that moment, Jin Guo spoke again. Young friend Liu Feng, are you willing to follow me to the altar for verification? It just so happens that Lord Xiao Jin also needs to break through there. Liu Feng readily agreed, of course. Many thanks, Your Majesty. He took the chance to add, I also have a matter I wish to request. I hope Your Majesty can guide me on how to reach the legendary land of divine loss. Hearing that name, Jin Guo was slightly startled and asked, why do you wish to go there? He then changed his mind and said, forget it. Let us discuss it in detail once we reach the altar. The scene shifted to the altar area. Everyone quickly gathered together. Liu Feng carefully read the inscriptions on the stone statue. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. It has been a long time since I last saw Huaxia characters. Jin Guo smiled and said in a deep voice, you indeed recognize the handwriting of Lord Dragon God. Immediately after, he waved his hand and a surge of brilliant golden power erupted, sweeping through the entire space. Standing at the center of that energy, Jin Guo declared loudly, elders follow me and activate the altar. As soon as his words fell, the elders clasped their hands and closed their eyes, channeling all their internal power. Everything happened too quickly. Before Liu Feng could steady himself, the next scene left him stunned. The stone walls around the altar were now covered in dazzling golden light, the imposing aura so fierce that no one could look away. Thunderous roar resounded. From the altar, a gigantic pillar of light shot straight into the sky. The radiance was so blinding that Liu Feng had to raise his hand to shield his eye. Just a moment, the beam of light dissipated. Liu Feng hazily opened his eyes as familiar sounds from distant memories echoed by his ears. He hurriedly looked around, his body stiff as he could not believe his eyes. This place is. At this moment, he was standing amidst a bustling modern street, people coming and going in droves. Liu Feng looked around in all directions, emotions surging within him as he murmured softly, I have truly returned. Just then, a voice sounded from behind him, is this the Huaxia of 1,000 years later? Instinctively, he turned his head, but the moment he saw that person's appearance, he froze. That man calmly looked around before taking the initiative to greet him. Greetings, young friend. Liu Feng immediately raised his guard, assuming a defensive stance and staring intently, who are you? Facing such vigilance, the other party merely smiled gently. Hai Xuan must have mentioned me. I am the Transmigration Sect disciple Liu Giant. Hearing this name, Liu Feng was horrified and blurted out, are you senior dragon god Liu Giant? Had you not already departed from this world? He replied calmly, that is correct. What you see now is only a remnant consciousness I left behind. Liu Feng gradually understood, so this is. Liu Jian nodded in confirmation, this is your consciousness space. Everything you see belongs to your memory. Those words were like a bolt from the blue. Liu Feng could not hide his shock as he asked loudly, my memories. In just an instant, the surrounding scene suddenly sped past. Liu Feng suddenly saw the image of himself as a child, his youthful face smiling happily upon a rocking horse. Liu Jian asked curiously, this must be your happiest memory. What is this object? What are you doing? Liu Feng slowly walked toward the rocking horse, his gaze softening. This was the last time my mother took me out to play while she was still alive. This is called a rocking horse, a toy for children. At this point, he suddenly paused and looked toward one direction. Liu Feng followed the figures of his past self and his mother, emotions surging within him, never expecting he could see her again. He lowered his eyes in reminiscence, that was the happiest period of my life, but then she left. I became an orphan. Liu Feng's voice choked as he only whispered softly, mother. At that moment, Liu Jian decisively waved his hand and said, enough of the sad talk, look at this. Immediately after, the scene of Liu Feng and Wei overlapping by accident appeared, and he blurted out, that is the memory that moved me the most. The sudden scene that burst into view left Liu Feng stunned and unable to react, his face flushed red, his mouth hanging open in shock. He hurriedly pulled the curtain shut, shifting from embarrassment to irritation as he shouted, Senior, could you stop jumping over here whenever you please? Later, in a quiet cafe, Liu Jian leisurely swirled his coffee cup, propped his chin on his hand as he observed the surroundings, then sighed that the world 1,000 years later turned out to be like this. He raised his brow slightly, let out an amused whistle, and even teased that girls nowadays dressed truly boldly. The moment his gaze met that of a female student strolling by, Liu Jian immediately sprang to his feet and waved enthusiastically in greeting, while Liu Feng frowned and assessed him, muttering that the older one grew the more unpredictable he became. Liu Jian withdrew his unruly demeanor, resting his chin on his hand with a faint smile as he recounted how he and Hai Xuan once roamed another world, only for one to fall and the other to be trapped, never expecting to meet a fellow Huaxia native again. Hearing that, Liu Feng was stunned, replying that he had not expected it either, then asking whether Senior knew that the egg he had kept back then had already hatched. He nodded in acknowledgement, saying that when the boy entered the altar last time he already knew, he simply lacked the courage to face it, for seeing him would remind him of Haiyan Nhi. Liu Feng had heard that title before, thinking that Haiyan Nu was the Haiyan Msat Kui Tin who guarded this continent, and in the end fought the gods over the Star Pearl and the Dragon God before falling. Liu Jian went straight to the point, setting aside old matters for now. Young friend, I have appeared this time because I need a favor. He said that when he and Hai Xuan traveled to another world back then, they had only reached the Supreme Realm, yet relied on Huaxia techniques and spells to contend with the gods, stirring their greed. Later, Haiyan Nu used the Star Pearl to save his life and helped him break through to the main god realm, news that drove the gods into a frenzy and ignited the Great War. He said that he and Haiyan Nu were besieged and died on the battlefield, their bodies still remaining there, now called the Garden of the Fallen Gods, and if you ever step inside in the future, please bring our remains back, and when you return to Huaxia, bury us together atop Mount Qi as we once agreed. After speaking, he summoned an item and said, I will not let you go empty-handed. This locking dragon flute sword shall be my token of thanks. The moment he saw it, Liu Feng immediately stared at the flute sword in shock. Liu Jian explained that though it was a flute sword, it could be used as a weapon. The sword you are using is sharp yet has not fully awakened its sword core. Bring this flute sword to the battlefield of the gods, and you will find your cold dragon sword again. Hearing this, Liu Feng no longer stood on ceremony, accepting it and bowing in thanks. Many thanks, Senior. As fellow natives, I will surely do my utmost. I only fear that the chance of returning to Huaxia is too slim. Liu Jian remained calm and continued, that is precisely the second matter I wish to discuss with you. He recounted that when the War of the Gods erupted, the space main god Ka-Ao-Tu and the war god Athai-Tu used a planar banishment spell, then both vanished into the void before the gaze of countless gods. He paused before adding that many years later they returned, surrounded by the sword aura of the immortal slaying sword formation, proving they had once traveled to Huaxia and were able to come back to this world. Only then did I learn they relied on a divine artifact called the Spatial Guide, something that could permanently retain the imprint of planes it had traversed to trace a path back. Liu Feng exclaimed in shock, so as long as I have the Spatial Guide I can return home. Liu Jian spoke sternly that matters were not so simple. Between planes lay turbulent currents and spatial storms. I once intended to keep that divine artifact for study, but when besieged I risked my life to grievously wound Ka-Ao-Tu and seize it. Recalling the past, he let out a soft sigh. Regrettably, just as I activated the Spatial Guide I fell. Only a remnant soul of mine was swept into a spatial rift. I have never forgotten how Haiyan Nhi met a tragic end with the gods because of me. Then he turned serious and said that within your memories, I saw a little girl identical to Haiyan Nu. Liu Feng immediately thought of a familiar face, Hong Ye. Before he could ponder further, Liu Jian warned him to increase his strength as soon as possible, because the little girl's star pearl could help divine powerhouses advance without harm, and if the gods learned of it, they would surely try every means to seize it. He warned that at that time, neither she nor you would be able to escape calamity. Liu Feng solemnly took it to heart, thanking Senior for the reminder. I will certainly raise my strength to protect her. Liu Jian smiled in satisfaction, saying he believed in you, inwardly hoping you would not repeat the mistakes he and Haiyan Nhi made. Liu Feng suddenly asked, does Senior know how to heal a damaged soul? Liu Jian was briefly surprised before replying that he was only accustomed to battle and not skilled in healing. Yet several gods had once studied the soul. If you find the medicine or divine artifacts they left behind, there may still be hope. Before he could finish, Liu Feng grasped his hand and urgently asked for a way to enter the Garden of the Fallen Gods. Regrettably, Liu Jian shook his head, saying he did not know. Liu Feng asked again in shock, truly. He explained that many gods had fallen there, their chaotic energies forming a separate space whose entrance shifted unpredictably. I am merely a strand of divine will awakened by Huaxia bloodline. If you wish to know more, ask the current Dragon Emperor. Liu Feng sighed that senior spoke so lightly, my small heart can hardly bear it. Liu Jian curled his lips in a smile, leisurely lifting his coffee cup and joking that he would punish himself with a sip. Yet the moment he took a sip he spat it out, coffee spraying all over Liu Feng's face and making him cry out in alarm, "Senior." He laughed awkwardly and apologized that the flavor of this era was unfamiliar, then asked why there was a trace of boundless energy within you. Liu Feng was bewildered and did not know what that meant. Liu Jian explained that it was a higher-level energy than magic and battle chi. One must possess it to break through to godhood and also to sustain it. He added that the Great War back then appeared to be because of me, but the root cause was the decline of this world boundless energy. The gods were forced to seize the energy within one another to survive, while immortals needed to grasp the laws, and after slaying gods could even inherit their authority, thus all were drawn into the vortex. At this point he raised his hand, and a transparent sphere gradually appeared in his palm. Seeing that energy resonate with Liu Feng, he was perplexed, for after Haiyan Nhi self-detonated the boundless energy should have completely dissipated. Liu Feng was also startled, thinking it might be related to the time he had once gone to that plane. He recounted that from the moment he awoke, he had discovered numerous streams of silver energy within his body. After hearing this, Liu Jian stood up excitedly and said it was not a plane of the gods. The white space you reached was very likely the legendary Boundless Realm. He explained that the Boundless Realm was where boundless energy was born. What once existed in this world was merely leakage from there. Liu Feng was astonished, never expecting that place to be the Boundless Realm. Yet in my memory I only saw endless whiteness, as if there was nothing else. Liu Jian shook his head, saying he did not know either, for the Boundless Realm existed only in legend, never expecting you to have the fortune to step into it. Liu Feng could only scratch his head and smile wryly. He placed a hand on his shoulder and sternly reminded him this was a rare opportunity. Use the boundless energy into your cultivation. If you only use it for attacks, it will sooner or later be exhausted. After speaking, he looked up at the sky and sighed that what needed to be said had been said. My time is running out. The remaining energy will be left to that child as compensation from a father. Liu Feng asked in confusion that you still seem fine. Is there truly no way to revive? Liu Jian replied that he was now merely a remnant consciousness. With what could he be reborn? Liu Feng suddenly realized something yet still asked further. He said that if the soul fragment swept away by the spatial rift before his fall could be found, there would still be a chance. Regrettably, the possibility was too slim. As he finished speaking, his figure began to fade, and a faint golden light gradually emerged. The halo grew ever more radiant, enveloping Liu Jian's floating figure as he smiled gently and said that meeting a fellow native left him content. Before departing, he expressed the hope that we might meet again someday. On the altar over there, the golden rays also gradually dispersed into the air. Nearby, Xiao Jin propped his chin gloomily and complained that Liu Feng was too heavy-hearted. Suddenly, a stream of golden light shot straight toward him, catching Xiao Jin off guard. Instantly transformed into a dragon and soared into the sky, his face fierce yet filled with confusion at why he was suspended. Jin Gua and the others also cried out in panic, Lord Xiao Jin. Amid the chaos, Liu Jian Phantom appeared from the altar and gently said he truly wished to hold his child once with his own hand. Jin Gua was stunned upon seeing this and incredulously asked who you were. In the blink of an eye, the elders all knelt respectfully and hailed Lord Dragon God. Xiao Jin still did not understand and repeatedly questioned Liu Jian what he intended to do. Yati stood frozen, his heart in turmoil from an indescribable sense of familiarity, perhaps because they shared the Huaxia bloodline. Before he could think further, the two elders had already forced Yati to kneel and pay respects. Xiao Jin looked at the elders in confusion, then at Liu Jian. He said nothing, merely pursing his lips as he silently observed him for a long time. Then Liu Jian lightly flicked his finger against Xiao Jin's forehead and said, "This is the last portion of my energy." By reflex, Xiao Jin closed his eyes, unaware that a golden light had flashed at the center of his brow. In an instant, the brilliant golden light erupted and enveloped his entire body. At the same time, Liu Feng returned to the altar, his body suspended in midair, surrounded by faint golden rays. The scene before their eyes left Kim Kwa and the elders stunned, every one of them wide-eyed, frozen speechless. On this side, Liu Feng had just raised his head when he saw the Dragon Clan elders kneeling before him. He blurted out in exasperation, "You are all too courteous. I only just stepped out and you are already performing such a grand salute." The sixth elder paid no mind to that reaction. He sprang up in alarm, his hurried voice thick with anxiety. "Where is Lord Dragon God? Where is Lord Xiao Jin?" Kim Kwa waved his hand to signal everyone to be silent, his voice low as he announced, "Lord Dragon God exhausted too much power and has once again fallen into a deep slumber." As soon as he finished speaking, he solemnly declared that Liu Feng had been acknowledged by the Dragon God. From this moment on he was the prince of the Dragon Clan. Liu Feng had only just returned and had yet to grasp what was happening. He could only stare around with wide, bewildered eyes. Under his astonished gaze, everyone present knelt in unison and shouted together, "We pay our respects to the prince." Everything happened too suddenly. Before Liu Feng could react, he saw Xiao Jin rushing straight toward him, calling out his name loudly. Overwhelmed with excitement, the boy crashed into Liu Feng, dragon eyes shimmering with tears. The outcome was easy to predict. Liu Feng had no time to brace himself and was knocked backward by the impact. Xiao Jin cried out at once and hurriedly flew to his side, asking anxiously, "Liu Feng, are you all right?" Remembering the earlier lesson, he quickly raised his hand to signal stop, and even let out a stop. Xiao Jin obediently complied at once and softly replied, "All right." Meanwhile, Kim Kwang observed Xiao Jin's current appearance and could not stop praising, "Truly worthy of the Dragon God's bloodline, such extraordinary presence." He took the initiative to suggest that if possible Xiao Jin should retract his dragon form, as standing this close made it difficult for everyone to endure the dragon's might. Behind Kim Kwa, the elders lowered their heads, their bodies trembling incessantly. Xiao Jin looked at everyone awkwardly and hesitated before replying, "But it seems I can no longer transform back." A moment later, atop a towering rock, Kim Kwa spoke privately with Liu Feng in a sincere tone, "Prince Liu, thanks to you I was able to behold Lord Dragon God whom I have longed to see all my life." He paused, searching within his robes before saying, "This is our clan's divine dragon token. I entrust it to Prince Liu for safekeeping." Kim Kwa further explained clearly that this token could command any giant dragon of the Dragon Clan. According to ancestral decree, this item should have been given to Lord Xiao Jin, but since he is still young it will temporarily be kept by Prince Liu. Liu Feng accepted the token, examined it carefully, then asked, "Are you truly at ease entrusting such an important object to a human like me?" Kim Kwa merely smiled. "The token cannot issue orders that harm the Dragon Clan, that is a natural law, and if anyone harbors ill intent they will inevitably pay the price." Liu Feng understood the warning implied in those words and immediately replied, "Your Majesty Dragon Emperor, rest assured, I will never harm the Dragon Clan." He seized the chance to ask further, "In addition, please show me the path to the Divine Lost Garden." Kim Kwa frowned in confusion. "Have you truly decided? With your current strength it is no different from stepping into a perilous land." Liu Feng's gaze was resolute as he said, "The one I love was injured because of me, her soul incomplete. I have heard that the Lost Garden may hold a method to save her." He added, "Moreover, this is also the mission that Lord entrusted to me." Hearing this, Kim Kwang was startled. "You speak of that Lord. Could it be that Lord Dragon God is still in good health?" Liu Feng shook his head seriously. "No, but the Dragon God Senior truly has hope of rebirth, and the clue lies within the Lost Garden." Kim Kwa fell into contemplation. The legendary Divine Lost Garden conceals the secret of breaking through to the divine rank, yet after the War of the Gods it vanished from the continent. According to his knowledge, 1,000 years later, every 100 years when the sun and moon intersect, through the upheaval of heaven and earth's energy, and the cooperation of 4 supreme experts, can the Lost Garden be temporarily drawn back. However, that place restricts the number of souls allowed to enter, so only a few chosen ones gain access, and the great powers have secretly kept this secret for many years. Kim Kwa said that only on the night before the sun and moon intersect do certified experts gather at the City of Collapse between the 4 great empires, holding a heroes' assembly to compete for entry slots. Liu Feng asked in shock, "What does advancing to the divine rank mean?" A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the Lost Garden contains a source of energy far beyond the ordinary? He listened attentively as on the day before the phenomenon occurs, those qualified will engage in a final decisive battle to select 12 people to enter the Lost Garden. Over tens of thousands of years, hundreds of saint-rank experts have perished on the battlefield for this very reason. Kim Kwa suddenly paused and slowly asked, "Prince Liu, are you prepared?" The sudden question left him standing still. Looked straight into Liu Feng's eyes, each word clear, prepared to face death at any moment. Liu Feng replied loudly, his expression resolute. Of course, I must go to the lost garden. He suddenly thought, but it only happens once every 100 years. Must I wait until my hair turns white and my back bends? Kim Kwa reassured him, no need to worry, 1 year from now will be the next sun and moon intersection. Spread his arms, his voice resounding with majesty. I believe that with Prince Feng's talent, 1 year is enough to reach the necessary condition. Liu Feng's eyes lit up. Your Majesty, Dragon Emperor, Dragon Island is also a powerful force. Do we not possess a qualification certificate? Kim Kwa replied slowly, though the Dragon clan is powerful, reproduction is difficult. Even without the divine rank we can dominate. The lives of our clansmen are more important. Thus we withdrew from the heroes' assembly and relinquished the qualification long ago. His words fell like a heavy hammer, leaving Liu Feng stunned. Do not say such things. Suddenly a subordinate ran over from afar to report, Your Majesty, Dragon Emperor, Poseidon of the North Sea seeks an audience, requesting you to receive him. Kim Kwa smiled meaningfully and waved lightly. It seems the one bearing the certificate has arrived. After speaking, he turned and left, instructing Liu Feng to stay and wait. I will bring the qualification certificate back for you. Liu Feng clenched his fists, eyes thoughtful. Could it be that the Dragon Emperor had long made his calculation? That moment a voice sounded from behind Liu Feng. I have transformed back. He turned around. It was Xiao Jin. Liu Feng's expression suddenly changed. His eyes widened in alarm. This is bad. Xiao Jin's massive body charged forward like the wind, the ground shaking with each step. Liu Feng hastily raised his hand to signal him to stop, trying to halt the boy's momentum. Xiao Jin sat behind and playfully jostled him, making his head sway. Liu Feng crossed his arms in annoyance. Xiao Jin, is that enough? This brat had only just reached the supreme realm, yet his strength was already astonishing. The boy wrapped his arms tightly around him and said happily, Before you always hugged me. Now I can hug you back. Liu Feng replied helplessly, Thank you. A subordinate suddenly knelt to report, Your Highness Prince, His Majesty Dragon Emperor invites you over. Liu Feng quickly freed himself from Xiao Jin's embrace. I must go at once. Inside a magnificent palace, with exquisitely carved walls and ceiling. Before the gate he thought to himself, this is the Sea Clan. No wonder the name Poseidon sounded so familiar. He stepped steadily up the stairs, his shadow stretching long beneath the evening glow. Suddenly a man appeared, raising a staff to block the way, his voice cold as he asked, Human. Gyro Fatch opened his mouth in an arrogant grin. This is no place for someone as insignificant as you to set foot. Liu Feng looked straight at him and replied calmly, This is Dragon Island, you see clan are the outsiders. Gyro Fatch waved his hand intending to shove him, shouting angrily, A weakling dares to act presumptuous, get out of my sight. That man suddenly stiffened, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, leaving those around him stunned. His subordinates immediately drew their weapons in unison. Gleaming blades pointed straight at Liu Feng. Liu Feng remained calm, his icy gaze sweeping over them as he frowned slightly, ready to fight. Magic power gathered beneath his feet, forming a powerful vortex of energy. The ground shook violently as if about to split apart, the group unable to keep their balance and falling to the ground. From behind, Gyro Fatch pointed at him and roared in fury, charged forward and threw a punch at Liu Feng's face, but he merely raised his hand lightly to block it, his expression unchanged. Seeing this, Gyro Fatch was stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief. With a simple twist of his hand, Liu Feng sent him sprawling to the ground. Just as he was about to continue, a stern voice rang out, Stop. The moment he turned his head, an axe tore through the air straight toward him. In an instant, Liu Feng tilted his body to dodge, the axe blade grazing past him. When he saw clearly who it was, he could not help but exclaim in surprise, It is you. Jing halted, her eyes widening in shock upon recognizing that the person before her was him. Her face flushed red with anger, teeth clenched tight, this hateful man. In the suffocating silence, a hoarse burst of laughter suddenly rang out, shattering the stillness. At that moment Liu Feng's gaze froze stiffly, his whole body rooted to the spot in shock. Zidun strolled forward leisurely, his voice brimming with excitement, At last I have found you. His face lit up with unconcealed joy at seeing Liu Feng again. Zidun immediately rushed over from afar, calling out warmly, My good grandson-in-law is here. He spread his arms to hug Liu Feng, but he swiftly sidestepped to avoid him. Liu Feng asked in confusion, Who are you? Who said I am your grandson-in-law? Zidun pointed at him at once, Brat, you cannot take advantage and pretend not to know. Jing crossed her arms and stepped forward, saying coldly, Enough, old man who said he is your grandson-in-law. If you keep talking nonsense I will truly leave. Dun immediately put on a pitiful look, lamenting that he had lived for hundreds of years in loneliness, and even his granddaughter would not care about him. Liu Feng secretly marveled. This old man truly had superb acting skill, changing expressions with astonishing speed. He pretended to be miserable, saying he might as well die, forcing Jing to hurriedly shout at him to shut up. Jinghua stepped out from behind and teased, "No wonder your granddaughter calls you a shameless old man. Today I have truly broadened my horizons." Dun turned back with a smile and replied, "Your Majesty, the Dragon Emperor mocks me." Cheerfully introduced, "This is Liu Feng, Prince of the Dragon Clan, and this is Saint Tier Elder Dun and Princess Jing of the Northern Sea Imperial Dynasty." Hearing her name mentioned, Jing merely frowned slightly and turned away, her expression icy. Liu Feng leaned close to Jin Guo and whispered, "Not long ago they ambushed my clansmen. What are they doing here at Dragon Island?" He stroked his beard and replied with a smile, "That was merely a dispute over resources. If your friends were accidentally involved, they should withdraw early." Jin Guo smiled and spoke frankly, "This old man has come to seek aid. The two great sea clans Northern Sea and Western Fang have always been evenly matched and never erupted into full war." He slowly explained, "Recently the Western Emperor of Western Fang broke through to the second level of Saint Tier and immediately launched war, not only to destroy Northern Sea, but also to seize certification to participate in the Assembly of Heroes." Jin Guo looked at Liu Feng, he pointed at himself and asked, "So Dun came to Dragon Island for help. Your Majesty wants me to act in exchange for that certification." He smiled and replied, "The Dragon Clan cannot directly intervene. It is better to let Prince Feng fight. You have already seen his strength." Upon hearing this, Dun clasped his hands in gratitude. "Many thanks to your Majesty for your righteous assistance." Jin Guo clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Do not thank me yet. If the prince goes to battle there must be compensation." Dun laughed and replied, "Just say it. I will prepare several tons of pearls to bring." Liu Feng propped his chin and pondered, is this old man truly pretending to be foolish or deliberately ignoring the exchange just now? Jin Guo's gaze darkened, his voice cold, "Do not feign ignorance, you know what I am implying." Dun replied gently, "The certification is an ancestral relic. How would I dare hand it over casually, moreover?" He hurried to Liu Feng and Jing and said, "Helping Northern Sea is helping my grandson-in-law. Is that not still related to the Dragon Clan, right granddaughter, grandson-in-law?" Liu Feng immediately stepped back, "I have no relation with your granddaughter. We only met once and even exchanged blows." He pointed straight at her and said, "Even if I wished to marry, she might not agree to wed me." Jing looked at him firmly and replied, "I agree." Liu Feng had thought she would oppose and was about to laugh, but upon hearing that he froze. He widened his eyes and asked, "What did you just say?" Jing blushed and said, "As long as you help Northern Sea through this crisis, I will marry you." Dun and Jin Guo stood aside like outsiders watching a play, intently observing the development. Liu Feng waved his hand decisively. "Impossible, do not dream, I do not want to marry you." Hearing that, Jing face flushed red, both embarrassed and angry. She stepped forward lightly, like a petal swaying in the wind. Suddenly she pressed close, her hand trembling yet gripping Liu Feng's collar as she asked, "Why?" Her eyes blazed as she demanded, "Do you think I am not beautiful enough?" Distance between them was so close that Liu Feng grew flustered. His eyes widened as he stammered, "You." He turned his face away from her gaze and awkwardly said, "Because you are not suitable for me. Zio Jin said so." Jing angrily scolded, "Do you think I truly want to marry a shameless man like you?" Dun hurried to hold her back. Liu Feng also retreated and said, "I never said I wanted to marry you." Liu Feng propped his chin in thought, unaware that Jin Guo had already stood right behind him. He spoke, "My only condition is exchanging for the certification. I need to enter the Divine Lost Garden." Liu Feng continued, "The solar eclipse phenomenon is only 1 year away. Can your imperial dynasty endure until then?" He looked straight at them with sharp eyes, "The decision lies with you." Jin Guo added, "If Northern Sea is destroyed, then keeping the certification is useless. Why does your Supreme Sea Sovereign not step forward to stop it?" Dun fell silent for a long time, his distant gaze calculating something. Finally he clenched his hand and said, "Fine, if Northern Sea survives this time, the certification will be given to my grandson-in-law. After all, we are family." Liu Feng and Jing protested in unison, "Who is family?" Dun quickly changed the subject. The two turned to look at each other and said, "Do not imitate me." Both blushed and pointed at each other, arguing, "Clearly you were the one imitating." At that moment a subordinate ran over, holding a letter high in his hand. 1 day later the sea surface rippled gently. Seahorses rose and swam beneath the clear water. Jing sat opposite Liu Feng with arms crossed and said, "You have read that letter 100 times, are you not tired of it?" Liu Feng read the letter Wei sent, saying she had recovered much better, left the water of life, but her master was still worried. She also reminded him not to take risks and to return soon. Her soul had already stabilized. Liu Fei also sent word, saying she had moved to care for Wei together with Nicola Zhu. Her father had recovered and asked her to convey his thanks. Liu Feng rubbed his forehead in concern. The three staying together might cause trouble. Wei said Nicola Zhu also wanted to send a message. She crossed her arms and said, "Who cares to ask about him? Return quickly and do not let Wei worry." Liu Feng smiled. Seeing Wei truly recovering well put his mind at ease. Now he only needed to obtain the Assembly of Heroes certification. He suddenly fell into thought, is it truly fine to act alone? He recalled Jin Gua placing a hand on his shoulder and saying he would take Xiao Jin to Hai Xuan to cultivate because her cultivation had risen too quickly and was hard to control. Jin Gua also instructed Bai Qi that the Dragon Clan could not directly intervene. Even if Little Hai accompanied them, he must not act rashly. Thinking of that, Liu Feng could only force a bitter smile, at a loss for words. A voice pulled him back to the present. Ahead lay the border of the Northern Sea Imperial Dynasty. Liu Feng stepped down from the carriage and asked, "Is there a way to help me breathe underwater? Do not forget I am still human." He looked at the dragon scale in his hand and said again, "Back then I did not know taking this scale meant I had to become her husband. Now I return it." Jing stepped out from the carriage and exclaimed irritably, "How troublesome." Zidun held his hand and said, "Do not rush. Just place the scale on your forehead and you can breathe under the sea and conceal your human identity." Liu Feng examined the scale, so it has such a use. Jing stepped down lightly and spoke to stop him. "Wait." Liu Feng had already placed the scale on his forehead and turned back to ask, "What is it?" She lightly struck Zidun and reproached him. "Grandfather," he laughed, and said, "Once you wear the scale, all sea clans will know you are the grandson-in-law of Northern Sea." Liu Feng panicked and pointed at the scale on his forehead. "You have harmed me." He ran towards Zidun demanding it be removed at once. "I do not need this." Jing angrily punched him and scolded, "What are you saying? I do not even want to marry you." Zidun laughed and said, "This is fate ordained by heaven." Hak Kwang held a romance novel and muttered that the plot was truly cheesy. Suddenly from above a huge shadow descended, blocking the light where he stood. Liu Feng and Zidun widened their eyes at the same time, astonished by the sudden scene. In the sky, a colossal water wave monster howled as it surged straight toward him. It slammed down with a fierce blow, crushing the carriage like a fragile toy. Zidun flew into a rage, clenching his fist as magic power swirled violently around him, shouting loudly. The force that erupted from him instantly shattered the monster before his eye. Behind, an arm suddenly wrapped around Jing slender waist. He slowly closed his arm, gently holding her waist and shielding her within his embrace. In the distance, two imposing figures appeared, the second layer Saint Tier Western Emperor and the peak Saint Tier Western Emperor. Jing gripped Liu Feng's clothes tightly. He teased softly. "Why are you holding me so tightly?" She replied awkwardly, "You clearly made the first move." He suddenly released her and forced a smile. "Pardon me." She immediately fell freely downward. As she flipped through the air, she shouted in fury. The Western Emperor spoke arrogantly. "Zidun, since the Dragon Clan will not help you, you can only run around seeking aid. Is this first layer saint your new reinforcement?" Zidun glared and retorted, "My affairs are none of your concern, at least I act openly, unlike you who prefer sneak attacks." The Western Emperor said coldly, "As long as I can eliminate you, any method will do. The Western Clan army has already set out. Today you will not escape." Beneath the sea, waves of attacks intertwined, turning the scene into utter chaos. That man clasped his hands behind his back and spoke arrogantly, "The Northern Sea Imperial Dynasty is as easy as turning my palm." Zidun was shocked. Has Western Fang already declared war first? If I am held here, then Northern Sea will be in grave danger. He furiously gathered his magic power and shouted, "Do not indulge in delusions." Western Emperor sneered and swung his sword as he charged forward. "You were lucky to escape last time. Today I will not let you flee." In an instant the two collided, shaking the very space around them. The sea surface before him churned violently, leaving him astonished. Jing called out anxiously, "Grandfather." He reassured her, "Do not panic. Do you not trust your grandfather's strength?" After speaking, he looked toward the Western Emperor, wondering why that man had not made a move. Western Emperor spoke, "You are not of the Sea Clan. Why interfere? If you withdraw, the Western Fang King will pay double what Zidun promised." He fell into thought, sensing the situation was unfavorable. He replied calmly, I do not betray. The old man only speaks empty words. If I demand proof, he likely would not dare provide it. Suddenly Hak Kwang shot up from the water, splashing waves everywhere. He shouted loudly, was it you who ruined my favorite novel? The Western Emperor curled his lips and summoned waves to sweep away the soaked book. The Western Emperor suddenly widened his eyes and called out, Dragon Clan. He was suspicious. Could it be the Dragon Clan wants to break the rules and interfere in the Sea Clan's affair? In his heart he felt uneasy. If the Dragon Clan intervened, there would be nothing left to contest. Hak Kwang held up the drenched book. Whoever ruined my property pay up. He reminded, be careful, he is a peak saint tier stronger than me. Hak Kwang laughed. It is fine. The dragon god granted me an immortal artifact, enough to deal with him. The Western Emperor lamented, the dragon god gifted you again. Why do I not have such fortune? Truly unfair. He lightly pressed his ring, and a brilliant light flashed. In his hand appeared the dragon sword, radiating majestic brilliance. He said coldly, Senior, rest assured, my dragon clan will not interfere. We will decide the victor ourselves. The Western Emperor fell silent, his expression dark as he calculated. Jing-Er smiled faintly in relief. He deliberately emphasized his ties with the Dragon Clan to make the Western Emperor wary. Dun rose from the water, waves splashing everywhere. She shouted, Grandfather. Dun stood upright as his aura surged, unleashing Sea God's wrath. He turned to Liu Feng, grandson-in-law. I will handle the Western Emperor, you block the Western King. The Western King also appeared, sneering, trying to flee. That man opened his mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and summoned giant shark slash. He dove down from above like a bolt of lightning. His voice rang out firmly, break for me. The Western King laughed loudly and channeled magic power to unleash wild shark assault. The blue magic power transformed into a gigantic shark charging forward. That man laughed smugly, reduced to pieces, unable to withstand a single move. Jing-Er shook her head. He cannot be defeated so easily. Suddenly he appeared behind the Western King. What are you so pleased about? He sneered, what you struck was merely my clone. Western King cried out in shock, what? He unleashed his magic power and launched a quadruple strike. The Western King widened his eyes, unable to conceal his fear. Dragon's sword radiated dazzling light, carrying the might of a divine dragon as it swept past that man's body. The Western King was blasted away, struggling as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He sheathed his sword and inwardly praised the dragon god's blade. Its sword energy could transform into a dragon shadow at will. The Western King gathered all his inner power, veins bulging. That man transformed into a colossal monstrous fish, his body covered in gleaming scales. The Western King glared, I will crush you. He smiled calmly, just in time. I also wish to test my strength. The Western King roared and charged forward like a raging storm. He immediately drew his sword to block. Two exchanged moves repeatedly at a breathless speed. Liu Feng's sword tore through the air with a thunderous sound. He shouted loudly, eightfold strike. Western King opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs. That man hastily activated water-piercing armor to defend. The flaming dragon sword energy collided with the armor, creating a violent shockwave. The sword energy pierced through his defense, gaining the upper hand. Western King stared at the approaching strike in shock. Impossible. He brought the tip of his sword close to that man's face. The pressure spread outward, freezing the air as the Western Emperor suddenly appeared. If you dare strike, I will make Zidun be buried together with the Western King. Liu Feng halted his steps, immediately tilting his head to one side, his sharp gaze scrutinizing every movement around him. He froze, his eyes suddenly stiffening at the sight before him. Zidun had fallen from power. His body collapsed and held under Zidai's control. Jing-Er cried out in horror, how could this be? Grandfather is at peak saint rank. Even if he cannot defeat Zidai, he should not lose so quickly. Liu Feng did not retreat in the slightest, continuously unleashing strikes that forced Zai Huang into a passive position. His hand tightened around the opponent's throat, the force as if crushing every path of life. Then he held Zai Huang firmly in his grasp, his cold gaze directed straight at Zidai. Zidai gave a cold laugh. I did not expect you with only first-level saint rank strength to defeat Zai Huang. Liu Feng did not wish to waste words, bluntly asking, enough nonsense, kill or exchange. Zidai lifted Zidun high, in my hand is a peak saint rank, yet you bring only a second-level saint rank for exchange. Liu Feng replied indifferently, if not then forget it, I have no ties with that old man anyway. Hearing that, Zidai roared in fury, then let us be buried together. Jing-Er was so anxious that she clenched her hands tightly, silently praying for the best. Amid the vast sea, Liu Feng stood calmly, the sea breeze brushing lightly past his clothes. He said softly, enough, stop acting, release them together. Zaidai looked at him warily. I will count to 3. We release at the same time. Their gazes locked taut as drawn strings, and they counted in unison 1, 2, 3. Zaidai slowly loosened his grip, letting Zaidun fall freely downward. Liu Feng also released his hold, allowing Zai Huang to fall from his control. Suddenly Zaidai let out a cold laugh, his smile filled with calculation. He suddenly slammed Zaidun down violently, showing no mercy in his force. Realizing the other party had broken his word, Liu Feng shouted angrily, despicable. Zaidai not only went back on his promise, but immediately rushed forward to attack Liu Feng. Caught Zaidun, gritting his teeth and saying, "You truly are treacherous." Without delay, Liu Feng channeled his power, unleashing a move that amplified his strength 16-fold. The strike flashed like lightning, leaving Zaidai stunned. He turned his head, his eyes filled with shock and panic. That attack shifted direction, crashing straight toward Zai Huang and striking down without mercy. Zaidai cried out his brother's name in pain, his voice choking Zai Huang. He could not believe the truth, turning to Liu Feng and roaring, "You dare strike Zai Huang." Fury erupted as he raised a massive wave, still screaming with hatred. Sea surged violently, spray soaring high as it shot toward Liu Feng's group. Zaidai seemed mad, eyes bloodshot, strange black patterns appearing on his face as he threw his head back and roared. Amid the whirlpool forming into a massive sphere enveloping his body, he shouted, "Today I will make you and the Northern Sea Royal Court pay." He glared and ordered, "Western Fang Wolf Sons, heed my command, attack." As soon as the order was given, deep horns resounded beneath the sea, blown by the Wolf Sons' army. Sea monsters surged forward, shouting in unison to break the Northern Sea Royal Court. Zaidun struggled to call Jing-Er. "I was struck by Zaidai's mind-numbing art. I cannot move for days. Come here quickly." He pointed into the distance, eyes earnest, return and stabilize the situation. Liu Feng handed Zaidun to her, instructing her to take him back safely. "Zaidai, leave him to me." Jing-Er was full of worry but understood only he could bear this, so she nodded, "You must be careful." Witnessing this, Zaidai grew even more enraged, roaring, "Once I finish him, I will send you after." After the grandfather and granddaughter moved far away, Liu Feng turned back and said, "Your brother once wanted my life too. Unfortunately, he failed." The pain resurfaced. Zaidai's eyes reddened as he roared, "I will make you pay." He raised both hands high, controlling the sea to rise into towering waves. He swung his hand down, the surging water sweeping forward. The column of waves transformed into a gigantic shark charging toward Liu Feng. The furious water rushed in, making Liu Feng start as he faced the lethal strike at close range. Jing-Er turned her head and shouted, "Liu Feng, get away. He has poured all his hatred into this move." Zaidai confidently declared, "Go join Zai Huang." Water Shark opened its jaws wide, intending to swallow Liu Feng whole. In that critical instant, Liu Feng understood this was a decisive blow difficult to evade. The Water Shark engulfed him and plunged deep into the sea. Jing-Er looked on in panic. Could it be he has? She nearly rushed after but was called back, forced to support Zaidun and leave. Her eyes brimmed with indignation, teeth clenched tight. Unable to abandon her grandfather, she could only silently pray that nothing would happen to Liu Feng. Bai Qi erupted in anger, unleashing his power and loudly cursing Zaidai. The next moment, the water shark was torn apart by a brilliant golden sword light. Zaidai's eyes widened in terror, unable to believe the sight before him. Liu Feng burst from the waves, his spirit-infused blade skimming the water as he unleashed an 8-fold life and death sword. The sword force raged like a storm, thrusting straight toward Zaidai. He looked down at the lingering spiritual power before his chest, muttering, "Impossible." Seeing Liu Feng unharmed and counterattacking fiercely, Bai Qi laughed, "This guy always makes others panic." Liu Feng raised his sword to the sky, his gaze icy. "Be on your way, Zai Huang is waiting for you." Death looming near, Zaidai panicked, hastily releasing a defensive and freezing artifact. Liu Feng did not wish to delay, decisively swinging his sword to finish it. Zaidai could not withstand it, his eyes gradually losing light as his spiritual power dissipated. But from behind came a majestic voice, "Human, stop. This is the territory of the sea race." Zaidai felt as if he had grasped a lifeline, raising his head and calling for help. "Supreme Lang Ti, save me." The sea trembled, whirlpools rising as two figures gradually appeared. The two sea race supremes Lang Ti and Ba Ti Deng stood upon the water looking at Liu Feng. Liu Feng frowned, the sea race supremes arriving at this moment. Sparing Zaidai would be no different from planting future disaster. Thinking so, he still rushed forward determined to eliminate the threat at its root. Zaidai was locked in place and could only cry out in panic, "You dare." But before he could finish, the sword light sent him away, his fate sealed. Remaining spiritual power scattered everywhere, making the sea surface glow. Lang Ti angrily shouted, "Boy, you dare defy my words." Without waiting for Liu Feng to respond, he charged forward, his hand transforming into sharp water claws. Lang Ti growled amid his fierce charge, "Then do not blame me for being ruthless." An arm with claws as sharp as dragon talons suddenly swept across. From a distance, that hand expanded grotesquely before grabbing straight toward Liu Feng. Lang Ti did not expect Liu Feng's movement technique to be so agile. He merely tilted slightly and cleanly avoided the attack. Seeing that decisive motion, he was forced to reassess the strength of this human. He had actually broken free from the spatial suppression of a supreme. Liu Feng kept a safe distance, standing midair with the holy sword pointed at his opponent, stating clearly that he had accepted the commission of North Sea Poseidon to stop the West Sea invasion. Lang Ti stared at him as spiritual power surged, coldly asking whether he knew that those at Saint rank were forbidden from interfering in war. Liu Feng replied frankly that the West Emperor and the West Sovereign had broken the pact first, using Saint rank experts to try to destroy the North Sea. Lang Ti shouted furiously, calling him arrogant and demanding that he pay for the death of the Sea Clan Saint. From behind, Ti Dang asked in a deep voice whether what that human said was true. Tai Dan, having returned safely with his granddaughter's help, immediately reported that the West Emperor and West Sovereign had not only violated the pact but had also acted in secret, and without Liu Feng the North Sea would have been in grave danger. Even after hearing this, Lang Ti still did not agree with seeking outside aid, believing it was wrong. Tai Dan hurriedly explained that he had sought help from other Sea Clan nations but had been refused, and begged the two supremes to spare Liu Feng. Ti Dang distinguished right from wrong, advising Lang Ti that this youngster had only acted upon Tai Dan's commission and should be shown leniency. But Lang Ti was stubborn, saying he could spare his life but must abolish Liu Feng's Saint rank cultivation as a warning. Hearing this, Liu Feng was stunned. Bai Qi immediately stepped in front of him to plead and declared that Liu Feng was a prince of the Sea Clan. Lang Ti grew even angrier, refusing to believe a human could be a prince of the Dragon Clan, thinking they were deceiving him. Tai Dan quickly confirmed that Liu Feng had been acknowledged by the Dragon Emperor and personally invited from Dragon Island. Upon hearing that, Ti Dang suspected that the Dragon Clan intended to intervene in the continent by appointing a human as prince. Bai Qi anxiously warned that if they touched Liu Feng, the Dragon Emperor would certainly not let it pass. Lang Ti did not bother listening, his claw extending once more. He seized Bai Qi by the throat and lifted him up, mocking that if the Dragon Emperor were here he might show restraint, but a mere half-dragon was nothing. Seeing his companion restrained, Liu Feng lowered his body and shouted for him to stop. His words did not make Lang Ti hesitate. He sneered and mocked the human prince for daring to raise his voice before him. As soon as he finished speaking, he increased his strength, controlling seawater into sharp spikes that pierced Bai Qi and gravely injured him. Then he released his grip and coldly threw Bai Qi down. Liu Feng roared upon seeing this, calling out his companion's name. He gripped his sword and charged forward, ignoring Lang Ti's scornful gaze. That mockery ignited his fury, his whole body trembling with indignation. Lang Ti laughed disdainfully, claiming that a first-layer saint like him was no different from an ant. Provoked, Liu Feng shouted and rushed forward, refusing to retreat. Lang Ti looked down on him, dragon claws manifesting as he declared he would teach him a lesson. Liu Feng took a deep breath, his eyes turning icy as he softly said 8 times. After accumulating power, he swung his sword fiercely at Lang Ti. Lang Ti did not dodge, merely raising a hand brimming with spiritual power to block head-on. The strike failed to pierce through, leaving Liu Feng astonished at that hardened body. At that moment, Lang Ti swept across in counterattack. Force sent Liu Feng sliding backward. He braced his hands and feet against the water to steady himself, sliding a long distance. Without hesitation, Liu Feng charged again, his gaze unwavering. Sword raised high, spiritual power transformed into a dragon phantom that surged toward his foe. Lang Ti smiled, remarking that he had some skill but still underestimated the gap between Saint rank and Supreme. He unleashed an attack shaped like a shark. 2 forces collided head-on. A barrage of strikes clashed and exploded, the sea surface trembling violently. Liu Feng was at a disadvantage, blasted away as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Both he and his sword were flung far, stopping only when he crashed into a cliff. Rock amid the sea cracked from the impact, Liu Feng lying motionless atop it. Lang Ti continued the pursuit, leaping high and aiming straight at him. Colossal spear of spiritual power formed and plunged down like heavenly thunder. Beneath the sea, Tai Dan and Jing could only look up in worry. Yet before the spear struck, the black dragon appeared and shattered the attack. Liu Feng stood upon the black dragon's back, gripping his sword as he charged once more. Lang Ti offered faint praise before criticizing him for not knowing his limits. He teleported instantly, appearing before Liu Feng. A single kick sent him flying backward. Once again he crashed into the rocky shore, debris scattering everywhere. Liu Feng was severely injured, nailing with his sword for support as blood seeped from his lips. Memories of the past and the helplessness of losing someone important flooded his mind. The feeling of powerlessness before a supreme only deepened his rage. He forced himself to stand, vowing not to repeat the mistakes of years ago. From above, Lang Ti told him to obediently let his cultivation be crippled, promising not to take his life. Liu Feng retorted that Saint Rank could still contend against Supreme. He channeled spiritual power around his body, causing the seawater to surge. With him as the center, the sea roared violently like a rising storm. A thunderous sound echoed throughout the space. Lang Ti still looked down arrogantly at the insignificant figure. He waited with contempt in his eyes. Only then did Ti Dang remind Lang Ti not to let him continue gathering power. Lang Ti folded his arms, saying that only by driving a genius into despair could one completely shatter his will. Below, the water vortex around Liu Feng expanded wider and wider. He continued to increase his spiritual power, telling himself it was not enough. Thunder and lightning gathered around him as he clenched his teeth and poured in more strength. Electric light merged with the blue of the sea, enveloping his body. After a while, Liu Feng shouted loudly, demanding fusion. A colossal water pillar shot into the sky, dragging dense dark clouds with it. Only then did Lang Ti look up in shock. A mighty torrent surged straight into the high clouds. The power swept even seabed creatures into the violent vortex. Sensing danger, Lang Ti condensed spiritual power into a spear, determined not to let him continue. He gripped the spear and charged toward the heart of the vortex at extreme speed. As the distance closed, Lang Ti roared and thrust his spear straight forward. "Brat, today I will let you experience what it means to fall from the peak into the abyss." The spear tore through the sea vortex created by Liu Feng, shooting straight toward his position. When the spearhead was only a hair's breadth from his throat, Liu Feng decisively grabbed it with his bare hand, hot blood from his palm splattering in all directions. He clenched his teeth, pouring all his strength into holding it back, determined not to let it advance even half a step to threaten his life. Witnessing that scene, Lan Dak revealed an arrogant smile and coldly uttered a sentence. "This is where it ends, brat." Liu Feng turned to look at him, his gaze calm yet full of confidence. "Old man, I have been waiting for you for a long time." As soon as he finished speaking, the spearhead in his hand was crushed, and behind his back countless other spears gradually condensed from the whirlpool, forming a sharp storm. They shot forward in unison, Lang Ti hurriedly circulating spiritual power in his hands to resist. The dense spears made it impossible for him to dodge them all. Several streaks brushed past his flesh, leaving bleeding wounds. The wounds on his body emitted white smoke. Lang Ti frowned in discomfort as he sensed that strange force seeping into his body. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, he immediately retreated to create distance, silently telling himself he could not continue to take risks. Seeing the opponent trying to withdraw, Liu Feng swung his sword behind his head and shouted loudly, "Do not even think about running." Aiming straight at Lang Ti, who was busy dodging, he slashed down with another resolute strike. The sword strike carried lightning as it descended, forcing him to evade with difficulty, yet he still could not avoid being wounded. Clutching his chest, Lang Ti ground his teeth and muttered, "I never expected that I, a dignified sovereign, would be forced to this extent by a saint." The humiliation of struggling against him made him even more furious. He said coldly, "Since that is the case, do not blame me for bullying the weak with strength." His aura surged, dark blue spiritual power like rolling seawater spreading around his body. Ti Dang stood outside observing, briefly astonished when he saw that Lang Ti intended to unleash that move. Before he could finish speaking, Lang Ti had already spread his arms, drawing an ever-expanding circle. The water domain began to take shape. With him as the center, the water domain formed a gigantic circle. Facing it was Liu Feng's raging vortex. Liu Feng looked at the scene, his brows tightening further, clearly understanding in his heart that the sovereign's strongest method had finally appeared. In an instant, a black hole appeared, swallowing everything from the surface of the sea. Jing supported her grandfather. The two stared in shock at the empty space, not understanding why they had suddenly disappeared, that Brat had actually forced the sovereign to use his domain. Amid the tension, Tae Don turned to his granddaughter and said something unrelated. "Good granddaughter, as long as you and your husband bear a son and a daughter, our North Sea will be secure in the future." Hearing that, she blushed, both shy and annoyed, lightly tapping her grandfather's head. "What nonsense are you saying?" Inside Lang Ti's domain, the two were still locked in a tense standoff. Drawn into that space, Liu Feng felt the invisible pressure weighing down on him. He exclaimed in discomfort, "This oppressive domain again." He glared at Lang Ti opposite him, his will unwavering. "This time I will use the power of a saint to confront a sovereign." Raising his hand to gather strength, he created an increasingly large white sphere, its boundless energy making even gods wary. Just how powerful this storm blade will be, I too am waiting to see. Lang Ti formed seals, stirring the sea surface into waves, and said coldly, "It ends here, water domain, realm of severing water." Following his shout, towering pillars of water shot straight into the sky. As if sentient, they crashed into the opposing vortex, the thunderous collisions causing space to tremble. Liu Feng gritted his teeth to maintain his stance, glancing anxiously at the nearly breaking water pillars. Just a little more, just a little more. Lang Ti continued chanting, urging forth the next move, second layer domain, mystic giant of severing waters. From the surging waters, a colossal head emerged, its blazing eyes staring straight ahead. Its massive body gradually appeared, long arms with bulging muscles and cold, sharp claws. 3 water giants stood towering upon the sea. Gazes simultaneously locked onto Liu Feng, who was gathering power. Locking onto their target, they leapt up together, pressing toward him. Under that pressure, Liu Feng did not waver, continuing to focus on the white sphere. Only the final step remained. Seeing his stubbornness, Lang Ti roared, "Within my domain, I am the god." The energy completed, Liu Feng crushed the sphere in his hand and raised his head to respond. "Then I will slay your god, boundless storm blade." As soon as he finished speaking, gigantic white spears shot out, striking directly at the bodies of the water giants. At his command, a rain of swords poured down like a waterfall. All the giants were pinned down and disintegrated back into the deep sea. Liu Feng thrust his sword forward and shouted loudly, "Break for me." Countless sword phantoms tore through the air, sweeping even the dark clouds as they advanced unstoppable. The sole target was the arrogant Lang Ti, white blades slicing across his flesh, leaving countless wounds. Forced to that extent, Lang Ti clutched his chest and continuously coughed blood, muttering in disbelief, "How can a saint shake a sovereign's domain?" Liu Feng was brimming with confidence as he charged to attack, mocking, "So this is all a sovereign's domain amounts to." After his words came a heaven-shaking rumble. Jing in the North Sea anxiously looked up at the sky. "What is happening now? He will not run into trouble, will he?" The old man standing outside replied, "Rest assured, Hai Lang Ti only said he would cripple his cultivation, not take his life." He looked up at the sky. Though unclear about the situation inside, he still leaned toward Lang Ti, only hoping that brat would not truly ruin the grand plan. Very soon, a water-like tier appeared separating the domain from the outside world, the crack widening more and more. Ti Dang stared in horror at the scene, sweat pouring out. "Has Hai Lang Ti's domain space been broken? Wait, what is going on with your clothes?" Hearing that, Lang Ti turned his head, his body covered in wounds yet still shouting loudly, "Stop talking nonsense. Quickly help me stabilize the domain." Ti Dang spread his hands helplessly and said in disbelief, "The two of us sovereigns actually have to join forces to deal with a saint." Clutching his wound-covered body, Lang Ti pointed at Liu Feng's vortex. "You still call him a saint if we do not act. When the storm shatters the domain, this sea region will fall into chaos." Hearing that, Ti Dang no longer hesitated and immediately mobilized his spiritual power to assist. Seeing the two intending to join forces against Liu Feng, Jing weakly pleaded, "Lord Sovereigns, please show mercy." He frowned and replied, "Those words should be said to that brat. Lang Ti, a dignified sovereign, has already been forced to such a state." After speaking, he froze the seawater beneath his feet and slowly rose. The extreme ice plain domain unfolded. Ti Dang quickly entered to assist, following Lang Ti's words to mend the tear in the domain. As soon as he entered, he exclaimed in shock, "No wonder your domain could not hold enough talk. Let us join hands to crush his storm." Ti Dang immediately nodded, forming seals with Lang Ti to counterattack. Two stood amid surging water and ice, drawing thunder and lightning roaring in. Their combined power transformed into a gigantic dragon, tearing apart Liu Feng's vortex. Seeing his defense pierced, Lan Dak revealed a smile, while Ti Dang continued to observe silently. Liu Feng was struck, spitting fresh blood, yet his gaze remained firm and unshaken. Sensing the spiritual power around him gradually weakening, he felt a flicker of panic. The boundless energy was about to run dry. Ti Dang standing behind assessed the situation, while Lang Ti seized the chance to unleash another strike, end it, ice pierced. Countless shards of ice shot out at his command. Liu Feng roared in pain as his body endured violent impacts. The domain gradually withdrew. The three returned to the original sea surface amid a curtain of icy rain. King clenched her hands, anxiously looking up at the sky. They are out. Who won? Moments later, she hurriedly covered her eyes, her face flushed red as she cried out. Lang Ti laughed arrogantly at Liu Feng, his gaze sharp and cold. Accept your fate, brat, what a pity. Liu Feng also smiled in response and said calmly, even if I lose, I do not lose out. Only then did Ti Dang cover his darkened face and stammer a reminder, your pants. Hearing that, Lan Dak looked down and panicked upon realizing he was exposed before everyone. He roared furiously, his voice resounding everywhere, bastard. Humiliated before the world, Lang Ti clenched his fists, his resentful gaze fixed on Liu Feng, wishing he could take his life immediately. At this moment, the one standing beside him could no longer maintain his usual stern expression. Fatigue clearly etched across his face as he asked Lang Ti why he had to push things this far. In the end, how exactly did he expect him to protect him? Yet his companion ignored every word of advice, charging headlong into a duel with Liu Feng for the sake of a little pride. He looked at that out-of-control display and laughed. Do you really think you already have victory in your grasp? Though a streak of red still lingered at the corner of his lips, not yet dry, his eyes shone with absolute confidence in victory. As the dust gradually settled, only Liu Feng remained in the open space, calmly holding 4 cards and standing there in silence. Without the slightest hesitation, he flicked his hand, the 4 cards slicing through the air like blades, carrying terrifying explosive force. Lang Ti and the one beside him stood frozen like statues, their eyes locked onto the incoming card. His pupils dilated to their limit as he shouted in panic, dodge quickly. Amid the chaos, Liu Feng clutched his chest and trembled as he called out loudly, die high. Bai Qi immediately surfaced, raising his hand high as he answered, present. He grabbed his hand, do not just stand there, run, that thing will only leave you in misery, it will not take your life. The sea roared as waves surged upward like the grotesque tentacles of a colossal monster, twisting and entangling together. In the distance, Lang Ti and the one beside him were swept into the violent vortex, their bodies tightly restrained with no easy escape. Lang Ti gripped him tightly and roared in fury, do not even think about escaping. King lightly covered her mouth, a faint smile appearing on her lips, well done. When everything calmed down, only the tranquil sea remained beneath the gentle glow of the setting sun. Lang Ti and Ti Dang struggled to rise to the surface, their gazes filled with resentment. Lang Ti roared, Ti Dang, have you locked that brat down yet? If he is not dealt with, I will not be able to vent my anger. Watching him struggle as he spat out a streak of red, how do you plan to face the wrath of the Dragon Clan? Lang Ti said in a low voice, I do not believe the Dragon Clan would start a war for a mere mortal. Even if we do not kill him, we will seal him beneath the seabed, alive yet no different from being buried forever. With a cold gaze, the one beside him declared decisively, it is done. The scene shifted to Liu Feng and Bai Qi gliding swiftly across the water, the sound of waves echoing on both sides. A sudden sense of unease struck. He widened his eyes, shock filling his heart. Liu Feng fell into the sea, a stream of red flowing from the corner of his lips as if the air itself had frozen. Bai Qi hurriedly caught him, calling out anxiously, brother Liu Feng. Liu Feng smiled faintly, his true qi is exhausted. I truly cannot run anymore, it was just a little short. He placed Liu Feng's hand on his shoulder, his gaze firm, then let me continue in your stead. Suddenly Bai Qi coughed violently, a streak of red seeping from the corner of his mouth. The two of them swayed, losing balance before sinking into the cold water. Amid the icy current, they struggled desperately, each ragged breath making their faces grow even paler. Bai Qi burst into loud laughter. Never thought we would end up in such a miserable state. Liu Feng weakly raised his hand and said softly, sorry, I dragged you into this. He lightly pushed his shoulder, saying that makes me an outsider. You are a prince of the Dragon Clan, our clan always protects its own. If those two dare to strike, the Dragon Clan will never let them off. At that moment, Lang Ti's voice echoed, found you. Where can you run now? Today I will make you taste enough suffering. Liu Feng replied with a smile, old man, patching up your pride must have been hard, being forced back by a saint rank before so many sea clans. If it were me I would have hidden already, yet you still dare to stand here and show off. Fury surged as he threw a punch at terrifying speed. Are you seeking your own doom? After that blow, Liu Feng was hurled far away, his body spinning wildly in midair. He plunged straight into the water. Lang Ti closed in and said coldly, today even the gods cannot save you. He grabbed Liu Feng's collar, preparing to cripple his cultivation and exile him to the deep seabed, so you will regret it forever. Aicchuan suddenly shouted loudly, stop. He formed a hand seal, intending to end everything with a decisive strike. Lang Ti palm bearing a mysterious sigil pressed toward Liu Feng, leaving him no time to react. He widened his eyes at that approaching hand, a thought rising within him. Could it be that everything ends here, truly unwilling? At the brink of despair, a strange surge of power erupted and knocked his hand away. Among the towering figures, Hai Xuan voice echoed, shattering the oppressive atmosphere. Hai Xuan frowned and shouted, "You see clan dare to harm the people of Huazia. Do you think Huazia has no one left?" As his roar faded, the giant turtle and colossal serpent under his command surfaced together. A fierce assault erupted at once. Seeing that scene, Ti Dang was utterly horrified, fear swelling in his heart. He and Lang Ti immediately clasped their hands in seals, unleashing a dual domain along with an ice seal. Green spheres of light spun with the wind, blazing brightly before shooting straight toward them. Both of them spat out streaks of red, pain evident on their faces. Lang Ti cried out in alarm, "It is a sea divine beast, retreat quickly." At that very moment, colossal chains tore through space and shot forward. Hai Xuan shouted, "Do not even dream of escaping." Icy chains suddenly tightened around the giant turtle neck with a metallic clang. Hai Xuan roared in anger, "You detestable gods." He waved his hand and commanded resoundingly, "It is your turn now, move forward, I choose you." At that instant, a streak of blue light burst forth and sliced through the air, leaving Ti Dang and Lang Ti stunned. Xiao Jin appeared abruptly and shouted, "Liu Feng, leave him to me." Liu Feng's eyes lit up as he called out in delight, "Xiao Jin." Lang Ti and Ti Dang did not hesitate, simultaneously unleashing wild sand assault and furious shock impact. Xiao Jin was blasted away by the combined force, flying far through the air. The boy shouted angrily, "You two, you even dare to sneak attack a child." Then Xiao Jin raised a finger to his mouth and bit it lightly, full of confidence. He straightened his body, forming a layer of golden magic power around himself. Lang Ti and Ti Dang stared in shock. What is happening? Liu Feng shouted, could this be second stage awakening? Has the Pirate King possessed him? Hai Xuan stood high above and said coldly, "You see clan, open your eyes and behold the results of our special training." Xiao Jin slowly transformed, mystical golden light enveloping his body. Ansang covered his eyes in dizziness and stammered, "What is this?" Xiao Jin hair gradually lengthened, falling to his shoulders. A radiant suit of armor formed, fitting snugly around his body. Xiao Jin transformed into a mature and imposing form, causing him to exclaim in astonishment, "Xiao Jin." He pointed at himself, "This young master is here. Are you two ready to receive my move?" Xiao Jin shot forward like lightning, every movement making space tremble. He kicked out, preparing to unleash descending immortal kick. Lang Ti cried out in shock, "Too fast." He hurriedly raised his hand to block that kick. In a flash, Xiao Jin appeared above Lang Ti's head and unleashed Guanyin Lotus Seed. He descended lightly, leaving him no time to react. Xiao Jin brought two fingers together and thrust downward, lightning venom dragon drill. Liu Feng and Bai Qi exclaimed in shock, "Monkey steals peaches." Old man pushes the cart, self-touch pure color, wrath of bear sea child. Not stopping there, the boy unleashed another stream of flames, while Hung Nhi2 spat out a mouthful of saliva in retaliation. Hai Xuan looked utterly smug. My personal guidance was not wasted. He has truly grasped the essence of my teaching. Tu Dang and Lang Ti cried out in pain. If not for being injured earlier by the sea god beast, how could we let you humiliate us? A man of resolve would rather die than endure such disgrace. Realizing the situation was about to be lost, Lang Ti clenched his teeth and decided to drag everyone down with him, choosing mutual destruction. In the chaos, Liu Feng shouted a warning. He is about to self-destruct. Xiao Jin, be careful. Xiao Jin saw his opponent's abdomen swelling abnormally and muttered, could he really be that reckless? The boy raised his hand. Lightning flashed as roaring thunder gathered into his palm. One of Xiao Jin's hands turned into a raging vortex. The other erupted with crackling lightning wrapped tight. The wind-rain domain combined with snow lightning Nicola. Lang Ti's abdomen swelled grotesquely, his flesh trembling as if a violent force was about to erupt. Xiao Jin raised his hand high, his aura soaring to the heavens, his attack stance as if to defy the very sky. Hearing that, Liu Feng nearly choked on water, who came up with such a bizarre name. Hai Xuan could only shout helplessly. Lang Ti spewed out a surge of violent energy, before immediately retreating backward. Flash of light burst forth. The two figures turned into streaks of lightning tearing through the sky before vanishing without a trace. Ba Tu Dang, retreat. Xiao Jin stood there dumbfounded, his face filled with confusion. Did he not say he would risk his life? The boy sprang up intending to chase the fleeing pair. Stop right there for this young master. A streak of light flashed past. In an instant he transformed into a tiny snake. Zio Jin showed clear regret, lamenting that his spiritual energy was completely exhausted. Strength suddenly drained away. He could not maintain his balance and began to fall freely. Liu Feng hurriedly reached out to catch him before he hit the ground. Zio Jin. The heavy impact left them no time to react, as both were sent plunging straight into the deep sea. Liu Feng cursed himself inwardly, forgetting that he too was utterly exhausted and no better off. For his eyes remained only a pitch-black void, suffocatingly silent. There was no foothold or escape. Where exactly was this place? Liu Feng recalled that after being chased by Lang Ti into Haixuan's sea domain, then Zio Jin appeared and then. His face turned pale as a sudden thought struck him. Could it be that he was stabbed by Zio Jin and lost his life? Haixuan appeared and knocked hard on his head. You still have to play cards with me, how could you die? The old man coughed lightly before explaining that this was his consciousness space. He was surprised at why it was so dark. Haixuan scolded lightly, still asking, you dared to use limitless energy recklessly. It would be mild if only your meridians and dantian were damaged, even your consciousness nearly collapsed. Liu Feng asked in confusion, what would happen if his consciousness collapsed? The old man replied that at best he would become a soulless body, to put it bluntly a dull and mindless being. Hearing that, he froze in place, panic surging in his heart. The old man pointed upward to reassure him. Do not worry, fortunately I managed to preserve your last strand of spatial energy in time. Haixuan conjured a formation diagram. This is the star formation map passed down to me by the Grand Sect Master in the past. Now I give it to you. The old man continued, from now on you must use the 7-star light points to activate spatial energy. Then transform this star formation into your new dantian in the future. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. Using a formation diagram in place of a dantian could raise your strength to unpredictable heights. The key is no longer fearing backlash from abusing energy. Haixuan added that thanks to the properties of this star formation, in the future you could break seals. Below the divine altar few would be able to restrain you. He hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Many thanks, Haixuan. The old man waved it off, saying no need for courtesy. The benefits have been given. Now it is your turn to repay. Liu Feng widened his eyes in shock. Repay what? The old man suddenly charged straight at him. A heavy blow struck down on Liu Feng's head. Liu Feng's body suddenly split into two shadowy figures. Haixuan. Haixuan smiled reassuringly. Relax, this is my 300 Divine Sense avatar secret art. The main body stays to cultivate, the avatar follows me. Liu Feng was speechless, so splitting me in two was just to go play cards. The old man yanked Liu Feng's clothes, leaving him no time to react. Haixuan kneaded and adjusted him like clay in his hands, otherwise how could it be? With one hand he molded Liu Feng, with the other he casually pulled out a rabbit. Pressed down hard on it, rendering it stiff and unable to move. The rabbit trembled and knelt, its round eyes pleading to Liu Feng for help. It had not yet understood what was happening before Haixuan grabbed it by the neck and lifted it up. He held it and immediately left. Come on, time to play cards. Liu Feng watched the two figures depart, well as long as he is happy. He looked up at the starry sky, his mind tranquil, his spiritual platform clear. Liu Feng closed his eyes, energy gathering into his core, body and mind becoming one. He drew all spiritual power back into his body and sat in meditation in a state of serenity. 1 month later, Liu Feng formed a hand seal, circulating heaven, earth, man, time, yin, and yang according to a mystical law. Spiritual power gathered around him like an invisible membrane, activating the 7 stars, using fulfillment to unite with the Tao. Suddenly, the spiritual power surged into his hand and then dissipated into the air. Liu Feng opened his eyes in alarm. This is bad. The energy is exhausted. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging. Unite with the Tao for me. Spiritual power ran out of control. His body stiffened as if frozen. Haixuan stood above observing, seeing him struggle while clutching his head. The old man shook his head. I knew this impatient brat would cause trouble. Fortunately, I prepared in advance. Haixuan signaled the rabbit from earlier to assist his main body. Rabbit rushed forward and touched Liu Feng. His spiritual power immediately began to recover. Liu Feng clasped his hands gratefully. Many thanks, Haixuan, for your help. The gambling debt I owe will be settled later. The old man rushed over and knocked hard on his mouth. Shut up. You still owe me 1,390,000. Liu Feng's figure slowly merged back into his meditating body, the two becoming one. Haixuan smiled in satisfaction, clasped his hands and shouted, this is the moment, merge. Liu Feng's entire body blazed with light, radiance spreading throughout the space. A mysterious figure suddenly appeared behind the old man, truly generous. Hai Xuan's consciousness manifested. The spiritual energy accumulated over the years was also used to help him. Old man stroked his beard and laughed. It is rare to have such a good card partner. What is a little spiritual energy? Did you not also transfer the Grand Sect Master's primal chi to him? That consciousness laughed in reply. I merely borrowed him to deduce and perfect the one chi transforms into 3 purity. Hai Xuan looked at that figure helplessly, dead yet still arrogant. Moments later, Liu Feng brimmed with vitality, power surging throughout his body. He sensed that he had reached the peak of the Saint tier. If he fought that Sea Clan sovereign again, victory would tilt toward me. Liu Feng clasped his hands in thanks. Many thanks, old man. He replied, no need for courtesy, go, someone is waiting for you. The old man quietly turned and walked away. He led him before a magnificent waterfall. Liu Feng asked in surprise where this was. Hai Xuan replied leisurely that this was his inner space. After years of watching over it, he found it too dull, so he opened a cave abode within his own body and eagerly offered to take him around to explore. He added with a smile, if I did not reveal it myself, who would know this is the world inside my body? Everything here is merely a miniature modeled after the design of Bich Du Kung. Only when you truly set foot in Bich Du Kung will you understand what a genuine blessed grotto heaven means. From afar, he saw familiar figures gradually emerging through the drifting mist. Bai Qi, Xiao Jin, and Jing were gathered around playing cards at a simple stone table. Liu Feng called out loudly, Bai Qi, Xiao Jin. Hearing his voice, Xiao Jin immediately rushed over and hugged him, exclaiming, Liu Feng. Xiao Jin asked with shining eyes whether her transformation last time had been imposing, and he laughed, replying that it was very cool. His gaze suddenly swept past Jing. He frowned, wondering why she had appeared here. Jing looked at him gently, her eyes glistening as she softly said, husband, you are awake. Liu Feng froze, his face darkening as he pointed at himself and asked suspiciously, what did you just call me? She blushed deeply and murmured shyly, husband. Hai Xuan and Bai Qi hugged watermelons and chuckled, clearly enjoying the spectacle. He irritably pulled Xiao Jin in front of him as a shield and snapped, is something wrong with your head? Jing angrily retorted that we had agreed, if you helped back Hai pass the trial, I would marry you. Liu Feng hurriedly pushed Xiao Jin aside and waved his hands firmly. Stop, I do not. He said coldly that he had only helped casually. Who would have thought the old master would repay him in such a way, truly calculating and deep. Jing channeled her magic power into her hand, and a green blade gradually took shape. Unable to suppress her anger, she shouted loudly, bastard, I will fight you to the end. Liu Feng quickly shoved Xiao Jin away and dodged aside, calling out as he evaded, Xiao Jin run. Bai Qi and Xiao Jin stood there dumbfounded at the chaotic scene before them. No one took their eyes off the chaotic clash, the moves crashing down one after another like surging waves. Suddenly he reached out and firmly grasped her wrist. Jing shouted angrily, let go, if I had not been forced into a bargain, who would bother entangling with someone as lacking in charm as you? The scene shifted. Tai Dan lay on the bed and said hoarsely to his granddaughter that if you truly dislike that son-in-law, then forget it. Later ask your brother to bring the qualification certificate to Long Dao. She flushed and hurriedly snatched the card, awkwardly saying that such a small matter did not need to trouble her brother, she could go herself. Tai Dan smiled mischievously and teased that it seems Jing has fallen in love. She hurriedly denied it, saying if not for the fact that he could assist in capturing the sea, she would not even bother with him. Recalling what had just happened, she grew even more embarrassed, her cheeks flushed and her gaze evasive. Liu Feng crossed his arms and mocked that you do not look gentle at all, yet you claim there is nothing remarkable about you. Jing angrily rushed forward and hugged him tightly, shouting tell me that again, making Liu Feng cry out in alarm asking what she was doing. He trembled, not daring to look straight at her, glancing downward and muttering that he had not expected her to have such a figure. He curiously glanced at her, wondering what it truly felt like to be of the merfolk race. He blushed and shouted, what are you looking at? Liu Feng hurriedly denied that he was not looking. Jing was so angry that she ground her teeth and suddenly swung her hand, slapping him with a loud crack. Hai Xuan, Xiao Jin, and Bai Qi burst into laughter, lamenting that they had almost witnessed an interesting intimate scene. It turns out Liu Feng likes this kind. Liu Feng and Jing shouted in unison, you all shut up. The two glared at each other, neither willing to yield, then both told the other to be quiet. Turned to ask Hai Xuan why she was here, and the old man replied that she claimed to be your husband, so I let her in. Liu Feng immediately denied it, I am not, while Hai Xuan pointed and said that sooner or later you must go with her. He stroked his beard and avoided his gaze, saying that while you were healing and cultivating, I lost a wager to Jing-er. Aicxuan shouted that your life was saved by me. Your breakthrough was also thanks to me. Using you as a wager once is nothing excessive. Liu Feng stammered, even so. We still have assets, including the space ring and the holy artifact from before. Aicxuan shrugged and said that she had won all of those by the second day. Liu Feng stood there stunned, his expression helpless as if time had frozen. Jing-er looked at him and teased with a smile. So what will you do now, husband? Suddenly a respectful call sounded from behind, causing everyone to turn around. Before them stood Kim Kwa and his subordinates in majestic dragon form. Bodies were covered in shimmering multicolored scales, making him blurt out why the Dragon Emperor was dressed so flamboyantly. Each of them held a congratulatory scroll in their mouths, warmly celebrating the grand wedding between the Dragon Clan Prince and the Princess of Back High. They also loudly wished Liu Feng and Jing-er an early noble son. He also noticed a line congratulating Aicxuan on escaping his predicament. Kim Kwa transformed into human form, cupped his hands, and congratulated the double joy of the old man escaping calamity and the grand wedding of the ennobled prince. Liu Feng asked in shock whether Aicxuan had truly broken free from the seal. Aicxuan smiled and said yes, but he needed to borrow the power of your star array to cooperate with Kim Kwa in attacking the seal. Liu Feng pointed at himself in disbelief. Yati stepped forward and greeted Liu Feng brother, saying it had been a long time since they met. The sixth elder also appeared and congratulated the dragon god king for embracing a beauty. Yati ran over, slung an arm over his shoulder and laughed heartily, calling out brother Liu. He pointed into the distance and said, we designed a grand ceremony in the style of a Hua Zia Otherworld, giant dragons escorting the bride. What do you think? Liu Feng immediately knocked him to the ground and retorted, what do you mean satisfied? Who said I wanted to marry? T cried out that the matter of the Dragon Clan Prince single-handedly competing for marriage against two supreme beings has spread across the continent. Are you still going to deny it? He ground his teeth and said this must be the scheme of that old Tay Don. Kim Kwa gave a light cough to draw attention. He cupped his hands respectfully and said that he and the ennobled prince request to begin. Liu Feng lightly tapped his toes, and his figure rose gently into the air. With each light step, the entire group soared upward together, their garments fluttering in the sky. Liu Feng raised his voice and proclaimed that the star array activate, the formation diagram manifest. New magic power enveloped him, his hands forming seals as he recited in sequence Tianshu, Tianxuan, Tianjai, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kai Yang, Yaoguan. With resolute eyes, he shouted for everyone to lend him a hand. Aicxuan stood there in deep thought, magic power around him surging continuously. Crimson chains tightly coiled around the massive body of the divine turtle, piercing deep into its hard shell. As the sword tip lifted, the dragon power within Liu Feng erupted violently. That power caused the crimson chains to shatter under its overwhelming might. Aicxuan roared that the gods sealed me for over 10,000 years. Today is the day I break free. He exerted his full strength to shatter the shackles. Whether gods or chief gods, at last I am free. A dazzling light burst forth, forcing everyone to raise their hands to shield their eyes. Kwa exclaimed in horror that with just one clenched fist he created such a terrifying shockwave. Is this the peak supreme being? Aicxuan floated in midair, his calm gaze looking down at Liu Feng below. The old man gently raised his hand to shield himself, then motioned for him to come closer. Quickly, come here. Liu Feng immediately flew to Aicxuan's side. The seal has been broken. How do you feel? The old man smiled and stroked Xiao Jin's head. How could it be that easy? It is only the final trace of divine sense that can leave the body to wander, and at most for half a day. He asked in surprise, after spending so much effort, you are only free for half a day. The old man gently pinched Xiao Jin's cheek. If there is a first time, there will be a second. Today the divine sense can go out. Tomorrow the true body will also have hope. Everything must be done step by step. Liu Feng gritted his teeth. One day I will make those chaotic gods taste this. Aicxuan laughed. With that intention I am satisfied, but right now you are not strong enough. You might as well play more cards with me in the future. He could only fall silent. The old man was truly teasing him. The old man waved at Liu Feng. Let us go. Before this, two supreme beings wanted to seal you, did they not? I will take you to find Duong Tu. The cold moonlight spread downward. In the night a gloomy castle emerged. A hand reached out and summoned magical power. That force caused a monster to cough up blood in agony. Hangyi tightened her grip on the monster's throat and calmly turned her head, her aura overwhelming. The girl widened her eyes, her voice tinged with curiosity. Who could it be? Anya released her hand, the monster fell. That direction seems to be Dragon Island. The girl muttered in confusion. I heard Liu Feng once snatched a bride in the North Sea near Dragon Island, HMPH. What is so great about mermaids? Anya closed her eyes in thought. It has been a long time since I saw Liu Feng. I truly miss him. She raised her hand to summon magical power. The next time we meet, he will surely be shocked to see how much stronger I am. Groups of terrifying monsters rushed forward. Anya merely smiled faintly. The girl clenched her fist. Magical power burst forth and dazzled the monsters. Truly something to look forward to. At the bottom of the ocean, T Dang and Lang T exerted all their strength as they dove into the abyss. At the cave entrance, Lang T suddenly roared. See Clan Lang T and Ba T request an audience. Please grant us a meeting. No matter how loudly he called, the cave remained silent without the slightest response. T Dang asked nervously, do you truly intend to join forces with the Dragon Clan? I am already exhausted from being hunted. He replied, to protect that brat, the Dragon Clan even sent out their 5 supreme elders. Lang T continued, the seabed beast clans share the same origin as our sea clan. If we do not seek their aid, how can we resist the Dragon Clan? Seeing him grind his teeth in resentment, T Dang stammered, but suddenly the ground trembled. Both of them startled and looked around warily. A red-eyed beast clan member appeared. Why are the sea clan supremes free to visit our deep-sea territory? Lang T quickly clasped his hands. I have a matter to request. Amid the rippling waves, schools of fish swam gracefully like a melody of the sea. Suddenly Liu Feng and Hai Xuan appeared, gliding through the deep blue waters. Hai Xuan said, 2 sea clan juniors are nearby. Zio Jin asked, where is this? It seems elder sister is not here. Jing held Liu Feng's arm. This is likely the deep-sea forbidden land my sister once mentioned. I heard there are many terrifying beast clans. He turned to her, could you let go, or at least loosen your grip a little? Being called out directly, Jing blushed and shouted, I will not let go, absolutely not. Xuan immediately teased. The 2 little ones are becoming more and more in sync together. Liu Feng flushed red and shouted, Old Hai, that is enough. A metallic voice rang out, Lang Ti, Ba Ti Lang, how long do you plan to keep hiding? 2 immediately appeared and bowed, Dragon Emperor, it has been a long time. We did not expect you to come in person. He said coldly, you joined forces to deal with a prince of my Dragon Clan. If I did not appear, would that not let the world think the Dragon Clan is easy to bully? Will you surrender or fight? Lang Ti hurriedly apologized, Dragon Emperor, we had no intention of being enemies. What happened before was a mistake. We hope to negotiate. Kim Kwa looked at him coldly, negotiate? Are you even worthy? A strange sound from behind made Liu Feng and the others turn around in shock. In an instant, he stepped forward and stood before Jing like a shield. She blushed and smiled. This fellow seems more reliable than I thought. Amid the whistling wind and the dark seabed, the shadow of a beast clan emerged. What if we join as well? Kim Kwa understood. No wonder they dared not fear so many beast clan supremes with such backing. The red-eyed beast clan stared at them. Dragon Emperor Kim Kwa, it has been a long time. Liu Feng suddenly felt uncomfortable. This is bad. My fear of crowds is acting up again. Kim Kwa crossed his arms. Evil King Atan Thak too. I did not expect you to awaken from your long slumber. The beast clan extended its tentacles. I have rested too long, and now fresh flesh and blood has come to my door. It let out a shrill laugh. The piercing sound seemed to tear through space. The scent is truly enticing. The beast clans grew impatient. Enough talk. I can barely restrain myself. It has been 1,000 years since I tasted supreme flesh and blood. A shrill cry rang out like a pack of starving beasts. Eat them, devour them all. Lang Ti raised his hand to stop them. Wait, we only wish to make peace with the Dragon Clan. We do not want war. Paid no attention. Shut up. Say one more word and we will deal with you first. At once Kim Kwa appeared and poured all his magical power into forming a radiant sphere. He hurled the sphere at the beast clan's tentacles. The longer you live, the more foolish you become, trusting the words of these beasts. Have you forgotten why they are called beast clans? In the blink of an eye, they gathered into a circle and tightly surrounded Kim Kwa. At that very moment, his body blazed with light and transformed into a majestic giant dragon. Liu Feng placed his hand on Jing shoulder and pulled her back. Each of these beast clans is no weaker than Lang Ti. Stay close to Hai Xuan later, Jing softly said. You must also be careful. Hai Xuan leisurely raised his hand, like a commanding signal, stop. The beast clan sneered and asked, what are you supposed to be? The old man merely nodded slightly as if he understood, his calm gaze resting on them. Hai Xuan swung his hand, surging magical power gathered into a fierce strike that shot forward. The force struck its body and instantly exploded into a dazzling bombardment. The Beast Clan let out a miserable scream, the sound echoing as if to tear space apart. In an instant, the deep chasm exploded, smoke and dust billowed everywhere. Liu Feng, Jing and Kim Kwa were all stunned and turned to look behind them at the same time. He looked back at the chasm before him. It had been completely flattened. This moment Lang Ti realized in shock that this was the legendary great deity. The old man said calmly, "All right, the side matter is settled, now it is your turn." The old man looked at Lang Ti and Ti Dang. "Earlier you wanted to seal Liu Feng, so I will return the favor and seal you instead," Lang Ti panicked. The two hurriedly knelt and clasped their hands in plea. "We beg you to show mercy, my lord." Liu Feng leaned close to the old man's ear and whispered, "Wait, old Hai. After refining the star array diagram, I have never tested it in real combat." He stretched out his hand, firm muscles clearly visible. "Why not use them for practice?" The old man stroked his beard and laughed. "Such a competitive brat. Very well, go ahead, I am here." Lang Ti whispered to Ti Dang, "What are they plotting?" He shook his head, "No idea." Liu Feng stepped forward. "Last time I nearly lost to you. Today we fight again. If I win you may leave." He warned in a low voice, "If you lose then obediently accept the seal." Sixth Elder suddenly burst into excited laughter. Truly worthy of being the prince of the Dragon Clan, bold beyond compare, this century-defining battle is indeed worth anticipating. Yeti propped his legs on the betting table and loudly opened the wagers. "Place your bets, place your bets. If the prince wins the payout is 30-1. If the Sea Clan Supreme wins the payout is 15-1. Xuan only taught Liu Feng for 1 month, but the other side has 2 Supremes working in perfect coordination. Everyone should think carefully before betting." Lang Ti awkwardly looked at the lively betting scene and stammered, "My lord, are the prince's words true?" Xuan rolled up his sleeves and replied firmly, "What Xiao Feng said is also my intention. What, do you doubt it?" The two hurriedly lowered their heads and answered in unison, "We would not dare." Lang Ti and Ti stood facing Liu Feng, the air around them taut as a drawn bowstring. Without hesitation, he spoke calmly, shattering the suffocating tension that hung in the air. After hearing him, the two exchanged glances and secretly signaled each other. In an instant, Lang Ti and Ti attacked simultaneously, their dual domains overlapping as the ice-piercing seal was unleashed. In the blink of an eye, frigid energy and surging waves roared violently, crashing toward Liu Feng. Xiao Jin on Jing Er's shoulder shouted encouragement, "Liu Feng, you can do it." In that very moment, Liu Feng waved his hand to summon the ring sword, the blade appearing at his side with blazing momentum. Lang Ti and Ti immediately admitted defeat, stammering in praise, "Too formidable, we have lost, please seal us." Hearing this, Hai Xuan and the others could only stand frozen, at a loss for words. Liu Feng's eyes widened in shock as well, his mouth hanging open in disbelief. He rushed forward intending to question Ti. "I have not even made a move yet." Two instantly got into character, repeatedly lamenting that the prince was too powerful, both wise and brave. "We are completely no match." In their hearts they calculated, "Do you think we are easy to fool? Losing to you is still manageable. If we accidentally win and invite disaster like the Beast Clan, that would be misery." Xuan burst into hearty laughter, the sound echoing everywhere. He reached out and grabbed Liu Feng's collar as he aggressively charged forward, holding him back. Xuan said calmly, "Enough, let it end here. In this battle they have already lost the spirit of cultivators. I fear they will find it hard to go far in this life." He waved his hand to summon Jin. "The ceiling is left to you. Let us go back and play landlord." As soon as he finished speaking, he along with Liu Feng and Jing turned into streaks of light and vanished in an instant. The scene shifted to Jing in a soft nightgown that accentuated her alluring curves, her body slightly tilted on the bed. She thought to herself that tomorrow Liu Feng would leave, and she would also have to return to the North Sea. Jing wondered when they would meet again after this parting. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door, breaking the stillness of the space. The door opened, and Jing was surprised to see Liu Feng standing before her. Her cheeks flushed, a faint smile bloomed, her eyes shining with barely concealed joy. Blushing, she asked what he wanted with her. Liu Feng scratched his head awkwardly. "Well." He pointed at the dragon scale on his forehead. "Could you help me remove this scale?" She looked straight at him. "You came to me in the middle of the night just to remove my mate's scale." Liu Feng asked in confusion, "If not that, then what else?" Jing angrily turned her back, loudly declaring she would not remove it as she moved to slam the door shut. As the door was about to close, he quickly blocked it, preventing it from shutting. Liu Feng pleaded, "We have been by each other's side for so long. Even if not close, we can be considered half friends. Just help me this once." She pressed on, "As friends you are so eager to remove the mate scale. Do you not dislike me?" He immediately refuted, when did I ever say I dislike you? Are you being reasonable? Jing stubbornly shouted, I want you to carry my mate's scale for your entire life. Suddenly losing his balance, Liu Feng failed to steady himself, and his whole body pitched forward. Unexpectedly, his hand accidentally touched Jing-er's chest, causing the air to freeze. He stammered in an attempt to explain, while Jing-er blushed and shouted, remove your hand. Liu Feng raised both hands. Actually, your dragon scale is very beautiful, but I am about to return to the continent. It is inconvenient to keep wearing it forever. Hearing this, she softened and said gently, I understand, lower your head. When Liu Feng lowered his head, their faces unintentionally drew close, both blushing awkwardly. Jing-er gently touched his forehead and carefully removed the dragon's scale. After removing it, she turned away and said softly, thank you for helping the North Sea. From now on we shall not interfere with each other. Liu Feng quickly held onto the scale, let me keep it as a memento. Her words left Jing-er stunned, perhaps it may be needed in the future. With everything settled, Liu Feng quietly turned away, his figure gradually fading into the distance. Well, he suddenly stopped and turned back to point behind her. It is almost completely exposed. Jing-er's face flushed red with embarrassment and anger as she shouted, idiot. Through the crystal ball, Hai Xuan along with Xiao Jin and Bai Qi watched the entire sequence unfold. Sighed, is Xiao Feng really that slow? She has made it so obvious and he is still stiff as a log. Xiao Jin chimed in that Liu Feng does not like overly strong women. The scene shifted to a clear blue sky, clouds drifting gently, the sound of waves murmuring like a song of the sea. Hai Xuan waved his hand as if to drive them away. None of you want to stay with this old man anymore. Go, all of you go. Jing-er called out reluctantly, old H. Liu Feng said helplessly, this is already the 7th time this month. Every time we leave you put on this act, try a different trick. He said seriously, old H, I truly must leave. After settling matters back home, I still need to prepare to go to the body's lost garden. The old man placed his hand on his shoulder. Then go, the young should go out and gain experience. Hai Xuan then stuffed a pile of items into his hands, medicinal herbs and materials I have accumulated over the years, take them all. He rummaged again, and this as well, there is only one black tortoise god sealing talisman left. It is specially designed to counter soul cultivators, it may be useful in the future. He continued to instruct, the concealment technique I taught you must be diligently studied, do not waste the power of your sword domain and also. Liu Feng gratefully knelt and cupped his hands, this junior thanks Hai Xuan. Hai Xuan patted his head and gently reminded him, take care. Yati suddenly ran over, brother Liu Feng, luckily I made it in time, there is a letter for you. He opened his hand to receive the letter, his eyes focused as he read. The letter read, Feng, quickly come to the royal sea prison to find me, urgent, Su Fei. Liu Feng thought anxiously, Su Fei is in such a hurry, could something have happened? He turned back and called out loudly, Bai Qi, let us go. Jing-er silently watched him leave, her eyes brimming with emotion. Liu Feng looked at her and said slowly, I will go first. She turned her face away to avoid his gaze and replied softly, I must return as well, farewell. The moment her eyes met his, Jing-er immediately turned away and dove into the water. Legs transformed into a shimmering fish tail. Liu Feng watched her figure, unspoken thoughts rising in his heart, farewell. His gaze grew resolute as he said loudly, let us go, depart. Bai Qi and Xiao Jin responded in unison, depart. He lightly pushed off the ground, his body slowly lifting as he soared into the sky. Looking up from below, Yati raised his head and shouted, Hi Bai Qi, do you truly wish to return to Dragon Island? He smiled awkwardly. How could Dragon Island be as interesting as following Liu Feng to experience so many wonderful things? Xiao Jin added that there are also many beautiful young ladies to meet. Amid the tranquil surface of the water, Jing-er slowly raised half her head, silently watching everything that had just occurred. Her gaze shone with determination. Liu Feng said that once he finished handling everything in back high, he would personally go to find her. Outside, thunder roared and lightning flashed. A massive palace stood tall amid the torrential wind and rain. Surrounded by armed men, Hoa Nhi still stood firm at the center, her eyes resolute as she stared straight ahead. What exactly do you want? Black Boss spoke up, his gaze indifferent as if unconcerned. Two young ladies, I merely intend to invite you back to my residence as guests. I have absolutely no other intention. The crowd began whispering, that group truly had terrible luck. First they offended the city lord, then they caught Dak Ba's eye. Everyone knew the largest mercenary corps in Ngu High City belonged to him. Once they fell into his hands, those young ladies would hardly have any peace. King Si was drenched in sweat but still firmly said to Thigh Bitch, "Later we will risk our lives to hold them back. You girls take the chance to run." She hesitated slightly but, growing impatient, Dak Ba shouted an order, "Truly ignorant of what is good for you, all of you attack, capture them all for me." At that moment the door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. Amid the flashing lightning, two tall figures in cloaks slowly stepped out from the darkness. Dak Ba turned around, his eyes filled with suspicion as he looked toward him and Bai Qi. Liu Feng curled his lips slightly, his voice tinged with helplessness. "Brother Kang Si, why is it that every time I see you, you end up in such an awkward situation?" The moment he saw Liu Feng, he immediately broke into a radiant smile. "Brother Liu Feng." Dak Ba crossed his arms, his eyes displeased as he coldly barked. "Where did these brats come from daring to meddle in my affairs? Break their legs and throw them out for me." Blonde man leaned close to him and whispered, "Young man, leave quickly. Dak Ba in Ngu High City covers the sky with one hand." Others echoed, "That is right, go quickly." Liu Feng merely smiled reassuringly, "It is fine." On Bai Qi's side, he swiftly twisted a subordinate's arm and sneered, "Bullying the weak is indeed satisfying. I have long grown tired of looking at trash like you all day." In his fury, he roared, "You dare oppose me? I am an imperial noble." Without hesitation, he swung his hand in a slap that left Dak Ba reeling, teeth flying out. "I do not care whether you are a marquis or anything else. Even the emperor does not frighten me." He clutched his cheek and shouted angrily, "Bastard, just you wait, I will definitely." Hoa Nhi suddenly appeared and delivered a kick that caught Dak Ba off guard. His face turned pale. Bai Qi was briefly stunned, muttering as he watched Dak Ba collapse flat on the ground. He lay sprawled on the ground, in so much pain that he could not utter a word. Liu Feng turned and asked, "Brother Kangxi, have you seen Quado?" He hurriedly replied, "Brother Liu Feng, quickly go save her." He rushed over in a panic, his face filled with anxiety. "Lion Yi has been taken away." He was startled. How could she have been captured? Inwardly puzzled with her strength as a 9th rank priest, aside from a saint rank, who could possibly do that? Hoa Nhi quickly explained, "Lion Yi went into the city lord's residence to treat injuries. He secretly drugged her, leaving her unconscious before taking her away. Brother Liu Feng, please save her if we are any later then." Liu Feng's expression darkened, grinding his teeth as he wondered whether that woman was too kind or too naive. Without hesitation, he immediately turned and left. "Die hack, follow me." Two had barely stepped out the door before turning into blurs that shot off like the wind. Scene shift. Outside the window, rain poured relentlessly. Gusts of wind howled, making the surroundings even more bleak. Lion Yi lay exhausted on the floor, her weak voice sounding out, "Why?" She frowned, wondering why her entire body had no strength left. A pair of footsteps approached, a figure appearing with a calculating smile. "Little beauty." With his hands clasped behind his back, he calmly looked at her, could not wait any longer. Outside, thunder and lightning continued to roar without end. In the dark room, Lu Vin looked at the captive with a sinister gaze. "Did you think you hid your identity well? As long as I control you, I will use the Radiant Church to gain even more power." Lion Yi lay helpless on the bed, trying to avoid his hand as she weakly warned, "Release me, otherwise I will." Not letting her finish, Lu Vin gripped her chin, his other hand pulling out a vial of medicine. "After drinking it continuously for 7 days, you will lose all reason like a wild beast." As soon as he finished speaking, he forcibly poured the liquid into Lion Yi's mouth. Lion Yi struggled free, turning her head to spit out the medicine she had just been forced to swallow. Lu Vin withdrew his hand, seemingly very confident. "Next I will treat you, then control you to enter the church's sight." While he was still fantasizing, a soldier's panicked voice rang out from outside the door, "Someone has attacked." He shouted irritably, "Useless trash, must I handle everything myself?" Then he turned back to Lion Yi, "Little beauty, wait for me a moment." Left alone in the room, Lion Yi trembled as she softly pleaded for help. "Someone save me, father, mother, save your daughter." Stepping into the corridor, Lu Vin still maintained a calm expression, until one subordinate fell headlong in front of him. Nearly colliding with him, Lu Vin immediately grabbed that man by the collar, violently flung him against the wall, cursing, "Useless trash." This situation was caused by Xiao Jin, Liu Feng, and Bai Qi. Xiao Jin stood imposingly with a guard pinned beneath him. No one dared approach. Seeing there were only 3 people, Lu Vin sneered contemptuously. "Bold fools, daring to barge into the city lord's residence. Are you tired of living?" Liu Feng asked coldly if it was him. Hoa Nhi stepped forward and anxiously said, "Where is Lion Yi? Release her." A group of powerful guards rushed out from behind Lu Vin. He sneered, "So you are her people. I happen to be lacking a beauty, and you deliver yourselves to me." Then he ordered, "Deal with the men, keep the women." Seeing several men charge forward, Liu Feng calmly tightened his grip on the sword hilt. He swung his sword decisively, cutting them down in the blink of an eye. Lu Vin watched intently, a glint of interest flashing in his eyes. "One move to defeat 3 men, no wonder you are arrogant. Boy, kneel and follow me otherwise." As his words fell, dense magic surged around him. "I will let you know the terror of a 9th rank wind element." Liu Feng's face remained calm. After dealing with the subordinates, he immediately charged straight at Lu Vin. With astonishing speed, Liu Feng struck the opponent's chest, leaving him no time to react. Only then did Lu Vin realize the danger. "Impossible," Liu Feng frowned, his attack growing even more decisive, too noisy. With those words, he withdrew his hand. Lu Vin's body stiffened before collapsing in front of Liu Feng. Seeing the city lord fall, the soldiers retreated in panic like headless snakes. The city lord was dead. Liu Feng did not bother with them, turning to instruct Bai Qi, "The rest is up to you." Not long after, Liu Feng found the room where Lian Yi was being held. At this moment, Lian Yi lay with her eyes tightly shut in exhaustion. Seeing that she was still safe, Liu Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then Liu Feng gently waved his hand. Ropes binding Lian Yi instantly snapped apart. Liu Feng lightly patted her cheek and called out, "If you have slept enough, then wake up. How could a 9th rank priest like you?" Recognizing that it was Liu Feng, Lian Yi suddenly sat up and threw her arms around him. Caught in the unexpected embrace, Liu Feng grew flustered. "What are you doing?" The scene happened to fall into Bai Qi's eyes as he stepped in. Noticing the strange atmosphere, he quickly turned his back. "I saw nothing. You two continue." Liu Feng struggled as he pried Lian Yi's hands away while explaining to Bai Qi, "It is not what you think." At that moment, Lian Yi suddenly jumped onto Liu Feng's back, her arms tightly wrapping around his neck. Like a soft serpent, she coiled around him, held tightly in her embrace. Liu Feng hurriedly said, "Wait." Liu Feng's entire body stiffened, trying to remain calm as he looked at her pressing close before him. "How are you?" Seeing her move closer, Liu Feng quickly raised his hand to stop her. "Do not come any nearer." But Lian Yi seemed not to hear, still lunging at him, causing Liu Feng to break into a cold sweat. If it were an injury, he could use true qi to heal it, but in this situation, what could he do? Suddenly Liu Feng's eyes turned cold. He slowly said, "If that is the case, I only have one way." At this point, Liu Feng let out a helpless sigh. He reached his hand toward Lian Yi, his voice tinged with apology. "Forgive the offense." At the same time outside, Xiao Jin anxiously circled in the air, unable to understand why Liu Feng had not come out yet, making it restless. Seeing it about to rush in, Bai Qi immediately stopped it, holding Xiao Jin tightly and lowering his voice mysteriously. "Lord Xiao Jin, Liu Feng is saving someone. Let us wait a little longer." As for Liu Feng at this moment, he held Lian Yi in his arms and leaped out of the room. Standing before the pool of crystal clear water, Liu Feng decisively let Lian Yi fall into the surface of the water. Go. The cold water enveloped her. Only after a while did Lian Yi surface from the pool. Seeing her still dazed as she walked toward him, Liu Feng shouted in alarm, "Damn it." Still not awake as soon as the words fell, his eyes flashed with determination. He immediately pressed Lian Yi down into the water once more. "Sorry." Feeling that his action had gone a bit too far, Liu Feng lightly covered his eyes. A moment later, Lian Yi struggled and cried out, "Let me go." Looking down through the gaps of his fingers, Liu Feng hurriedly explained, "I was only checking if you were all right. I was absolutely not peeking." Hearing the commotion, Bai Qi and Xiao Jin ran over. He looked down at the pool and said softly, "I think it is fine now." Hearing that, Liu Feng finally released his hand from Lian Yi's head, secretly guessing in his heart that she should be fine. Amid the heavy rain, Lian Yi wearily surfaced and clung to the edge of the pool. Seeing Liu Feng in front of her, she exclaimed in shock, "Why is it you?" As soon as she spoke, Lian Yi hurriedly hugged herself tightly and asked warily, "What did you do to me?" Liu Feng aggrievedly threw his coat to her and replied, "You should think again. It should be what you did to me." It seemed that Lian Yi's memory was gradually returning. For a moment she stammered, I then lowered her head to avoid his gaze. Could it be that I really did that just now? While Lian Yi was still blushing, Nhi and Thigh Bitch also ran over and asked with concern, "Lian Yi, are you all right?" But she did not dare to turn back, hurriedly leaving under the astonished gaze of Nhi, Lian Yi. Though a little embarrassed, Liu Feng still let out a sigh of relief. At least this method worked. Bai Qi stepped forward and draped an arm over his shoulder, lowering his voice to tease. "She was already like that and you still threw her into the water." Liu Feng replied seriously, "I am not someone who takes advantage of others in times of danger." To Bai Qi ears it meant something else. He covered his mouth and whispered to Xiao Jin, "It seems Liu Feng kidneys have a problem." Xiao Jin asked blankly what kidneys meant. Liu Feng immediately cut in, "Do not teach children such nonsense." At that moment, Lion Yi's voice came from upstairs. "Hey, can you help me with something?" Liu Feng nodded. "Go ahead." Lion Yi frowned, her voice full of anger. "I do not want to see anything related to Lu Vin anymore. Help me destroy this place." Outside, the rain grew heavier. The sky darkened, lightning tore across the sky. In another corner of the city, Dak Ba led his subordinates aggressively toward the city lord mansion. "Those bastards must be there. I will punish them." One subordinate suddenly stopped, calling out in a trembling voice, "My lord." Following his gaze, before them was only ruins. The city lord mansion had disappeared. Dak Ba's eyes widened in disbelief, finally collapsing to sit on the ground in shock. The scene shifted to a large inn, named Thin Huang Inn. In a private room, Liu Feng said, "Brother Kengxi, half a month ago you met Su Fei in Horseshoe City, right?" And he speculated, "So the letter she gave me was also sent at that time." Kengxi answered with certainty, "That is right. At that time Su Fei said she had accepted a mission from the Beastman Empire. At first she said she would wait for you, but then suddenly changed her mind and left early." After hearing that, Liu Feng rested his chin in thought. Did anything unusual happen then, or was it because of Wei that she had to leave in a hurry? Kengxi recalled and shook his head. "No, she even cheerfully said goodbye to us." Still without clues, Liu Feng continued, "Do you know what that mission was?" Kengxi shook his head. "I do not know. She only said she would give you a surprise." The tangled heart, Liu Feng wondered if Su Fei hurried to find him just for a surprise. What was that surprise? Suddenly a voice sounded, "Liu Feng, can you come in for a moment?" Hearing that, Bai Qi, who was reading comics, also raised his head curiously. In the room, Lion Yi lay resting on the bed, looking at Liu Feng gratefully. "Thank you for today, if not for you then." Liu Feng waved his hand and smiled. "No need to be polite. You are brother Kengxi companion. Helping you is only right." Lion Yi gathered her courage and said, "Brother Liu Feng, can you help me with something?" Liu Feng rubbed her head and replied, "You have not even called me brother yet and you are already asking for help. It must not be simple." Seeing that he did not refuse, Lion Yi continued, "When I was captured by Lu Vin, the protective talisman I carried was taken away. In her mind appeared the necklace with a wing pendant. She said softly, 'It was a gift from my father. Once it leaves my body it will send a warning signal.' At this point she became agitated. 'Then my father's subordinates will find me. But I do not want to return, and I certainly do not want to marry that man.'" Liu Feng understood somewhat. "So you mean you want me?" Before he could finish speaking, the wall behind was smashed through from outside. Peter stepped through the hole and angrily shouted, "A commoner dares touch Her Highness the Saintess. You must pay the price." He charged forward to attack, unleashing a series of magic swords toward Liu Feng. Facing that situation, Liu Feng immediately drew his sword to fight. He swung his sword to block Peter's magic attack. As the two sides were locked in struggle, Lion Yi hurriedly cried out, "Saint Peter, stop, he is my friend." Peter did not listen. He pointed and ordered, "Her Highness the Saintess is being threatened. Holy Knights, take Her Highness back." Lion Yi called out in shock, "Saint Peter." Liu Feng retreated close to her and said coldly, "Are your father's subordinates always this rude? Then I will not hold back either." As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Feng tightened his grip on the sword and used magic to fly straight toward Peter. He unleashed a powerful slash toward him. Struck by the blow, Peter was sent flying backward. A loud noise made by Qi and Xiao Jin in the living room realized something was wrong, and they rushed in at once. Immediately after, Bai Qi purple magic power collided with the golden light from the opponent. Arriving in time, Bai Qi asked suspiciously, "Liu Feng, why did you clash with someone from the Church of Light?" While fighting, Liu Feng replied, "What does the Church of Light have to do with me?" Bai Qi muttered, "These people are truly strange. More than a dozen of them can still withstand my attacks." Suddenly Bai Qi's expression changed. He said in alarm, "Liu Feng, there is a surge of energy rapidly approaching." Liu Feng guessed the source and immediately rushed forward. It was the one just knocked back. Unexpectedly he leaped from the 9th tier to 2nd level Saint tier in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, as expected, Peter grew a pair of golden wings and flew back. In midair the two charged at each other again, sword against sword, forming a fierce battle. At this moment Peter's aura surged greatly. He declared, "I am the throne of light, the third angel of the Legion." He swung his sword toward Liu Feng and roared, "Heretics must be purged." Liu Feng temporarily retreated, his mind filled with doubts. Throne of light, third angel, could it be that this world still has remnants of gods? Peter raised his sword high to gather magic and shouted loudly, "Holy light purification." A Liu Feng ear sounded high Xuan voice, "You are the unique sword body. As long as you fuse your talent with the star array and boundless energy, you will reach supreme attack. The great path is simple. The sword path is precisely so. Recalling those words, Liu Feng seemed to comprehend something and immediately poured his power into the sword. Seeing him standing still in thought, Bai Qi shouted loudly, "Liu Feng, be careful." The space around Liu Feng seemed to fall silent. He gently closed his eyes. The great path is simple. After a breath, he abruptly opened his eyes. The sword swung horizontally. A stream of sword energy shot out. The sword strike shot straight toward Peter, but he avoided it in time. Peter still threatened fiercely, "Daring to touch a servant of the god, heretic, I will purge you." Liu Feng paid no mind to those words, only thinking that the dodge was indeed decisive. The great path is simple is truly correct. It seems in the future he should focus on cultivating the sword. While still thinking, Bai Qi suddenly spoke. "Where did that guy go?" Liu Feng asked in return. Bai Qi, "What exactly is that winged one? He calls himself the Throne of Light, third angel. Could it be that gods truly exist?" Bai Qi did not dare to be certain, his gaze distant as he replied, "In the ancient texts of my clan, it is recorded that the subordinates of the god of light in the age of gods were powerful humans who called themselves angels, but they should have already left this world." After hearing it, Liu Feng understood at once. That man must have used a method similar to that goddess to descend to the mortal world. It seems this world holds more and more worth exploring. After a bout of turmoil, matters temporarily settled. Liu Feng and Bai Qi stood facing Lian Yi. The others busied themselves tending to the injured knights inside the room. Liu Feng crossed his arms, his gaze probing. "Hey, holy maiden, are you not going to explain anything?" Lian Yi still tried to hide something. She turned her face away awkwardly. "I have nothing to say." Just then Kang Si stepped forward. "Liu Feng, I suddenly remembered something very important." His expression grew solemn. Half a month ago, when Su Fei arrived at Royal Sea City, she encountered Lu Vin. Fortunately, the puppet she summoned forced him to retreat. That time, St. Peter was also present. I fear he had already taken notice of that puppet. Kang Si frowned and continued. "After Su Fei left, Peter's subordinates also disappeared. I did not think much of it at first, but now knowing he belongs to the Church of Light, it is truly suspicious." Liu Feng immediately grasped the key point. That puppet is the blood sacrifice vengeful spirit beast. This is bad. 3 days later, outside Iron G City, a fierce battle erupted between humans and a pack of wolves. On the city wall, a wounded soldier shouted, "Damn it, they are coming." Another yelled loudly, "Fight with our lives, charge." Amid the wolf pack, Tsu urged the troops to retreat, but it was too late. A loyal soldier cried out before being dragged away, "Commander, behind you." The wolf lunged at Tsu. A sharp streak of sword energy slashed through and struck it down. Tsu stood stunned at the sight. "Saved me." In midair, Bai Qi unleashed flames that burned the ferocious wolves to ashes. Liu Feng descended holding Lian Yi and Xiao Jin, and asked Tsu, "Why are you here? Where is Su Fei?" Tsu replied, "A few days ago she led the vengeful spirit guardians to the Beastman Prairie. After hearing this, Liu Feng panicked. You let her go alone." Pressed by the question, Tsu scratched his head guiltily. She said, "With the vengeful spirit guardians protecting her, we would only be a burden if we followed." When they landed, Lian Yi blushed and spoke softly in Liu Feng's arms. "You can let me go now." He gently took Xiao Jin back and said softly, "Many thanks. If not for me asking you to avoid the Church of Light and bring me here, you would not have wasted so much time." Liu Feng smiled awkwardly. "No need to be polite." Liu Feng went straight to the point. "Tsu, did she say clearly what she was going to the prairie for?" Tsu recalled. "She said she found a treasure that could help Wei and you as well. If she obtained it, Feng would surely be happy." During this match Kang Si's deduction, Liu Feng inwardly scolded, "That foolish girl." Tsu suddenly remembered more. Before leaving she said if you arrived and she had not returned, do not worry, the vengeful spirit guardians would keep her safe. But that very reassurance made Liu Feng even more uneasy for fear the church was tracking her. His mind in turmoil, Liu Feng looked at the wolf pack outside the city and said irritably, "These things truly will not leave until they are wiped out." He raised his hand and cast condensed spatial magic. Liu Feng rushed into the wolf pack and swiftly cut down each one. When it was over, his heart still felt heavy. Where exactly was Su Fei? Time went back one day. The Moon Orchid clan consisting of UAC and Ngayat Bok stood blocking Su Fei. Before them was a gigantic head with mysterious red eyes. They were surrounded by a powerful army. That black head was the Black God. He spoke coldly, "Since you have come, stay and become my puppets." Su Fei looked at UAC. "We cannot wait to die." UAC replied coldly, "If not for a human like you barging in." Su Fei retorted, "Without me you would have already become puppets." UAC fell silent. As the two were still arguing, Ngayat Bok spoke up. "We cannot delay any longer. I will open a path for you. Take the chance and run." UAC shook her head. "I am the king of the Moon Orchid clan. I should stay." Ngayat Bok looked at her with pride and patted her shoulder. "Precisely because you are king, you must live for the clan." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward to block in front of them. Magic power erupted around him as he shouted, "Go now." UAC choked out Uncle Bok, but he only repeated, "Go." Within the encirclement of magic, Ngayat Bok was quickly forced back. From afar, UAC cried out in anguish, "Uncle Bok." We tried to hold them off. The black god quickly caught up with the two. He roared and stretched out a strange hand toward them. "That old man thought self-destruction could stop me. How naive. Today none of you will escape." In that critical moment, Su Fei silently sent an apology to Feng. Back to the present, the soldiers of Iron G City cheered. The wolf pack had retreated. Despite being covered in wounds, they rejoiced and shouted, "We survived, thanks to the Saint-Rank Lord's rescue." Troops all knelt before Liu Feng and shouted their gratitude. Their gratitude moved Liu Feng slightly. He had only helped in passing. A youthful voice rang out from behind. "I once heard that mercenaries fight only for money, but today I saw them risk their lives for the people in the city." It was Article appearing with flair. "Idol, we finally meet again." Liu Feng rubbed his forehead helplessly. Bai Qi asked, "You are the prince of Xinglan. Why come to Tianhai? Are you not afraid of danger?" Article said solemnly, "If a ruler does not understand the common people, how can he comprehend their suffering? If he has not witnessed the world, how can he be worthy to sit on the throne?" Radiance shimmered around him. "The throne of Xinglan will sooner or later be mine. I will seize the chance to gain experience before inheriting it." Bai Qi gave a thumbs up, "Worthy of being my fan." Before he could say more, Article hurried off. Before leaving he called out, "We will meet again if fate allows." Jumping down from the city wall was not easy. On the ground he hugged his leg and groaned, "It hurts so much." Bai Qi scratched his head. "I take back my praise." Liu Feng discussed with Tsu, "Every 5 days the beastmen send wolves to attack. Why has Xiao and Gaiet Thienlang appeared? Has something happened to the Moon Wolf clan? Is it related to Su Fei?" Liu Feng did not answer. He was sensing a powerful fluctuation of energy. Bai Qi also sensed something strange. Those with low strength could not feel it. Seeing their grave expressions, Tsu asked, "What is happening?" Liu Feng uneasily guessed, "On the prairie strong experts are fighting. This aura feels familiar." His eyes suddenly changed. "It is UAC." His voice was so loud it woke Xiao Jin. The boy grumbled, "It is too noisy to sleep." Seeing Xiao Jin still drowsy, Liu Feng pulled him away. Xiao Jin struggled. "I will not leave, little sister." Liu Feng held Xiao Jin and turned away. "Sorry, you stay here. We will make a trip," she asked. "Where are you going?" Watching the 2 streaks of light rise into the sky, Lion Yi softly said, "Everyone be careful." In only an hour, they arrived at a grassland shrouded in darkness. High above, within a floating sphere of magic, 2 figures were faintly battling. UAC was fighting Ngayat Pham, but was clearly at a disadvantage. Before long, she could no longer hold on and was driven back. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, she demanded, "Old wolf, why betray the clan to follow the black god?" Ngayat Pham laughed wildly, "Offering a human city to the black god in exchange for supreme power, why would I not do it?" His eyes were filled with greed. "Moreover, the black god promised to hand the little princess of the moon orchid to me for my command." UAC shouted in fury, "Do not even think about it." Surrounded by blood-marked wolves, Ngayat Pham grew even more excited. A mere first-tier saint dares to fight desperately, obediently admit defeat. With that, he erupted with power and blasted everything around him away. Even UAC could not withstand it. He was forced back helplessly. Immediately afterward, UAC collapsed to the ground, another streak of red spilling from the corner of her lips. Seeing that she no longer had the strength to resist, Ngayat Pham laughed arrogantly. "The #1 beauty of Ngayat Land has finally fallen into my hands." That very moment, an arm suddenly stretched up from beneath UAC. Ngayat Pham's voice halted as that man stared intently at the hand that had just appeared. It was Liu Feng springing up behind her, furiously shouting, "Damn it, did you scratch my face on purpose?" He raised his hand to touch the faint red mark still on his face and said indignantly, "You stand there, do not even think about running." In the night thick with killing intent, Ngayat Pham lunged forward like a raging gale and roared, "Where did this worm crawl out from? Hand over your life." Liu Feng immediately turned and threw a punch to meet him head-on. The 2 fists carrying surging force collided, opening a fierce clash. After a brief struggle, Ngayat Pham gradually fell into a disadvantage against Liu Feng and was forced back. Liu Feng withdrew the true qi around his body and looked at his opponent arrogantly. "Only at the 2nd level of Saint Realm and you dare act so brazen." Xiao arrived a step late but still eagerly rushed forward. Seeing Xiao charge toward Yueshi, Liu Feng asked in surprise, "What are you trying to do?" Xiao replied anxiously, "She is injured, I have to help treat her." Knowing the boy's thoughts clearly, Liu Feng grabbed him and tossed him toward Bai Qi, telling him to watch over him. But Xiao struggled, "Let me go, I have to save her." At that moment, Ngayat Pham gradually regained his senses, and his body began to transform violently. In a short instant, that man revealed his true form as a black wolf, his eyes glowing red with eerie light before he let out a roar. "I will never let you go," he said, and charged straight at Liu Feng. Facing an opponent who overestimated himself, Liu Feng did not even bother to reply. He raised his sword high and swept it across decisively, yet the blade only struck a faint layer of black mist in the air. Ngayat Pham's true body had already taken the chance to flee, cursing inwardly that without the power granted by the Black God he would have struggled to escape unharmed. As he retreated, that man glanced back over his shoulder and muttered that this matter could not be let go. Before he finished speaking, Liu Feng had caught up and slashed down at the wolf's body, saying coldly that it could not be forgiven. Yet before his astonished eyes, everything once again turned into black smoke and slowly dissipated. From afar, Bai Qi sensed the danger and shouted, "Feng, be careful," but it was too late. Like a black tail, a body tightly coiled around Liu Feng as Ngayat Pham laughed savagely, obediently submit beneath the killing aura of the Black God. Though restrained, Liu Feng calmly raised his palm, condensing demonic power toward his opponent. Immediately afterward, he seized Ngayat Pham by the throat, sending that man into extreme panic. A red gleam flashed in Ngayat Pham's eyes as he roared unwillingly, "How can this be?" Seeing that expression, Liu Feng curled his lips and said, "I should be the one thanking you." His hand tightened further as he explained that he had thought the yin-yang force within him had completely died due to his damaged dansha. Yet thanks to your killing aura, it was reactivated. After saying this, he clenched his hand and Ngayat Pham's body gradually turned into black smoke and dispersed. "Consider it repayment, I will take your life." A moment later, Bai Qi ran over and asked worriedly, "Liu Feng, are you all right?" Liu Feng turned back with a smile. "Misfortune can bring fortune. The Black God he spoke of is not simple. I nearly could not keep myself in control." That moment Xiao called out anxiously, "Liu Feng, come look at this." Seeing him circling around Yueshi, Liu Feng stomped irritably, "That is enough." But Xiao face was full of seriousness as he hurriedly shook his head and said that was not it. He pulled from Yueshi's body an object resembling a black worm. Xiao said suspiciously, "This thing seems like something we have encountered before." Liu Feng examined it closely and exclaimed in shock, "The control talisman of a vengeful spirit." The scene shifted to a luxurious inn. In the warm room, Yueshi was still immersed in sleep. Suddenly she slowly opened her eyes, her gaze hazy. "Where is this place?" Immediately afterward she sprang up from the bed. "I am awake." She rushed forward and pinned Liu Feng to the ground, asking vigilantly, "Who are you?" Just then Lion Yi heard the noise and stepped in, the scene before her leaving her stunned. In this awkward position, even though Yueshi was only defending herself, Liu Feng found it hard to explain. After a brief daze, Lion Yi quickly turned away. "Sorry, I came at the wrong time." Liu Feng intended to chase after her to explain but was held back by Yueshi as he called out helplessly, "You have misunderstood." On top of Liu Feng, Yueshi tightened her grip around his neck. She pressed him repeatedly, "Who are you? Where is this? Why am I here? I do not want to implicate anyone." Liu Feng grabbed her wrist and with a single turn reversed the situation. He said with slight anger, "No matter what, I am the one who saved your life, at least you should show some courtesy." Lying on the cold floor, Yueshi still refused to yield and hurled insults. Liu Feng did not argue and directly tore off the object hanging from her neck. He held it before her and lowered his voice to ask, "I do not have time to beat around the bush. Where did you get this thing you are wearing?" Yueshi did not answer and suddenly bit at Liu Feng's neck. He quickly dodged and said irritably that she was truly unreasonable. Taking advantage of Liu Feng's distraction, she leaped back onto the bed. On the bed, she assumed a defensive posture like a wild beast. Liu Feng rubbed his stinging neck and asked again, "Where exactly did this talisman come from?" Yueshi remained wary and blurted out a lie that she had seized it from its owner. Hearing this, Liu Feng shouted, "What did you say?" Losing his composure, he rushed forward, "Repeat that." His eyes burned with anger as he demanded she speak clearly. Under that pressure, Yueshi finally told the truth. "This item was given to me by a woman named Su Fei." Liu Feng immediately asked, "It is a protective artifact. Why would she give it to you?" She hesitated before recounting that when Su Fei broke into the forbidden ground of the Blood Wolf clan, she encountered me while I was tracking the Black God. I intended to capture her, but the Black God appeared and chased us both. In the critical moment, Su Fei told me to use a puppet as cover to escape. At the same time, she asked me to find someone named Liu Feng and pass along that message. UAC turned her head, her voice still tense. Many puppets self-destructed. I barely escaped the Black God and in the end fell into the hands of that old wolf. After hearing this, Liu Feng almost understood as his voice sank, so Su Fei had. Afraid he would misunderstand, UAC reassured him. You are Liu Feng that she mentioned, right? Do not worry. For now the Black God has not touched her. Even so, Liu Feng cautiously asked again, why? UAC closed her eyes and explained that Su Fei holds the divine guardian arm that the Black God covets. If she is killed, the divine artifact will activate on its own. That is not what he wants. Upon hearing this, Liu Feng immediately asked what the divine guardian arm is. Before her eyes appeared the image of a magical artifact with a core like an eye. She continued, it is the inherited divine artifact of the Wolf God clan, possessing an ability even the gods desire, resurrection. Miraculous, it also has limits. Originally there were 3 resurrections, now only 1 remain. The Black God will certainly not easily give up that final chance. Returning to reality, UAC emphasized the urgency. If this drags on, the chance of the Black God reclaiming the divine guardian arm will only grow higher. Hearing that, Liu Feng grew even more anxious. What are we waiting for? Tell me where Su Fei is. UAC replied coldly, human brat, do you know who the Black God is? That is an ancient divine soul reborn from remote antiquity. Even in weakness, he is not someone you can oppose. But Liu Feng's gaze remained steady as stone, determination clear. That is none of your concern. UAC folded her arms, studying him closely as she probed. Human brat, you seem familiar, have we met before? Liu Feng calmly recounted. Half a year ago on the Beastman Great Prairie I crossed paths with you. At that time you were the lofty Blood Wolf chieftain, while I was only an unknown 9th tier guard. At some point a surging aura had enveloped Liu Feng's body. He said in a low voice, but now it is different. UAC suddenly realized and exclaimed in shock. You are that boy from back then. How is that possible? In just half a year you rose from 9th tier to peak Saint tier. She bit her lip in hesitation. Could he truly be strong enough to deal with the Black God, the enemy of Bai Thuk? But placing her hope on someone she had met only twice, would he dare risk his life? The memory of Ngayat Bok's tragic fate resurfaced in her mind. Closing her eyes as if making up her mind, she asked herself what other choice she had. Opening her eyes, UAC said, Peak Saint tier is still not enough to fight the Black God. Let us make a pact. If you help me eliminate him, I will use the Blood Wolf secret art to raise your strength by another level. Liu Feng shook his head. I will certainly defeat the Black God, but my purpose is only to save Su Fei. There is no need for condition. UAC did not allow him to refuse, gripping the hem of her skirt as she said softly, I hope you can do it. Immediately after, before Liu Feng's stunned gaze, she suddenly tore off her outer dress and said resolutely, revenge. UAC stepped closer, calmly ordering begin. Seeing her approach, Liu Feng panicked and retreated. Do not come over, I am not interested in that. He slipped and fell to the ground, blushing as he stammered, I have ears. In an instant, UAC was flipped back. She shouted angrily, what are you doing? It turned out Liu Feng had tied her up. UAC struggled furiously, let me go. He said sternly, what are you thinking? At a time like this, you are still concerned about that. Just then Bai Qi appeared at the door, eyes wide as he asked, Liu Feng Jr. brother, what are you doing? Xiao Jin also asked curiously, why tie her up? Seeing Xiao Jin, Liu Feng suddenly had an idea, grabbing him as he said, you think I am not strong enough? With that he threw Xiao Jin in dragon form toward UAC. What about adding him? UAC looked at Xiao Jin in shock. This little snake is a supreme being. Xiao Jin puffed his cheeks in protest. I am a true dragon, not a snake. The scene shifted back to the Beastman Great Prairie beneath the tranquil night sky, the grass bathed in moonlight. Against the pitch-black sky, 3 dazzling streaks of light cut through the air. While flying, UAC explained, in ancient times the 8 tribes stood equal. After the Divine War 7 declined and the Wolf tribe rose to dominance. She pointed toward distant mountains and continued, beyond there is the Wolf tribe territory, deep within lies the Blood Wolf forbidden ground. UAC said gravely, that girl Divine Blessing was taken from that forbidden ground. Liu Feng secretly guessed that Divine Blessing was what Su Fei mentioned in her letter, but she belonged to the Xing Lan Empire. How did she know the secret of the distant Lan and Ngayat forbidden ground? What truth lay hidden? As the 3 approached the forbidden ground, a dark figure suddenly appeared blocking the way. The shadows, countless hidden weapons shot out. Fortunately, Liu Feng blocked them in time. Ambushed, Bai Qi angrily spat flames toward the enemy. Rats, show yourself. Through the sea of fire, a figure in blood wolf form rushed out. He gathered magic power and struck directly at Bai Qi, forcing him to raise his arm to block. The force was too strong. By the time Liu Feng intervened, Bai Qi was already severely injured. Bai Qi reminded softly, he is also peak Saint tier, be careful. UAC recognized the man and asked in shock, Elder Ngayat Kwang, did you not leave the tribe? Why are you still here? Ngayat Kwang laughed sinisterly. If I had not broken the restriction, how could the black god escape the seal? How could the blood wolf fall into my hands? Those words struck UAC deepest pain. She charged forward in fury. You release the black god, I will never forgive you. Facing her attack, Ngayat Kwang calmly evaded. He sneered and struck UAC with a powerful palm, the shock sending Xiao Jin from her shoulder. Xiao Jin was unharmed, but UAC suffered serious injury. Liu Feng hurried forward to support them both, scolding gently, do not risk your life like that. UAC collided against Liu Feng's shoulder. Borrowing the force, she leaped into the moonlit sky, energy surging around her. Ngayat Kwang remained arrogant. Even if you know heavenly wolf howls at the moon, obediently become my puppet. His words only deepened UAC hatred. She shouted loudly, I will never forgive you. At the same time, a radiant golden halo flared on Liu Feng's shoulder. Before UAC could charge again, that light shot toward Ngayat Kwang. Xiao Jin shouted, bastard. The two forces collided with a thunderous explosion. The shockwave sent UAC flying away. Liu Feng had not yet understood when he saw a white figure flying straight at him. It was UAC, more precisely she crashed into his face, making him groan. Liu Feng held his nose with a grimace, while UAC flushed red in embarrassment. As soon as she steadied herself, she angrily shoved Liu Feng. Blocked and said aggrievedly, you rushed at me yourself. I have not even blamed you. UAC stubbornly ignored him. Over there, Xiao Jin muttered, so noisy, I was still sleeping. Still angry, he continued condensing a magic sphere. Then he hurled it straight at where Ngayat Kwang had fallen, energy spreading and submerging the entire forest. The sight made Bai Qi marvel. Lord Xiao Jin is truly powerful, while Liu Feng worried whether such a blatant move was wise. When the aftermath settled, the ground had become a vast lake. From the deep pit, Ngayat Kwang struggled to crawl out. Xiao Jin strolled closer, seemingly ready to strike again. No longer dared to be arrogant, retreating and trembling. Do not come closer. If you touch me, the black god will not spare you. Xiao Jin only asked, you submit. But in the blink of an eye he fled, leaving only curses echoing behind. UAC refused to let him go and immediately gave chase. Do not even think of escaping. At that moment the black god appeared. He blocked UAC to protect Ngayat Kwang. Sensing danger, Liu Feng hurried after them, thinking that with such a stubborn mouth and soft heart she would suffer sooner or later. As UAC was about to collide with the black god, Liu Feng caught her and dodged aside. His swift movement drew the black god attention. He laughed with interest, interesting movement. In Liu Feng's embrace, UAC exclaimed in shock, Black God, you have escaped the forbidden altar seal. Black God laughed scornfully. How much power can a 10,000-year-old restriction still have? Before long I will completely break the seal. Liu Feng gripped his sword tightly and shouted, Skeleton, shut up, then swung his sword in a slash. Sharp magic power pierced into the black god body. He remained arrogant. I did not expect you could wound me. But how can a mere ant understand divine power? Regret it, soul domain. As he spoke he suddenly paused, his gaze fixed on the sword sheath, this sword sheath. Hearing this, Liu Feng's eyes flashed with shock as he immediately pressed, Do you know Xiao Long? Those words struck Black God like a bolt of lightning. He cried out in alarm, Liu Jian Hai Xuan. The moment he finished speaking, Black God turned and fled in panic, leaving everyone behind staring in confusion. Xiao Jin stood there blankly watching his retreating figure, teasing, scared off just by a name, such tiny courage yet you dare call yourself a god. The scene shifted to the altar within the forbidden grounds of the Blood Wolf clan, surrounded on all sides by towering treacherous mountain. Black God landed on the altar, cursing non-stop as he strode forward, damn it, truly damn it. He glared at Su Fei who was bound, his voice impatient, Woman, where did you hide the divine protection? When she remained silent, he grew more furious and intensified the dark curse surrounding her. Once I seize it, none of you will escape. Sinister curse gradually eroded Su Fei's body, yet her face remained strangely calm. Only a short while after leaving, Black God suddenly returned to her side. Strange light flashed over Su Fei's chest. He wrapped his long tail tightly around her and laughed arrogantly, so it was hidden here. Sooner or later it will belong to me. With the divine protection exposed, Su Fei's tears fell as she softly called in despair, Feng. Under the cold moonlight, the red eyes on the statue seemed to signal impending calamity. On Liu Feng's side, Bai Qi laughed loudly in mockery. Black God was so fierce just now, yet hearing the names Dragon God and Hai Xuan, he ran off in fright. Liu Feng did not joke, speaking in a low voice. He must have returned to the blood wolf forbidden grounds. After saying that, the group immediately accelerated with Bai Qi toward that direction. Xiao Jin was unusually excited, running while shouting, "Wait for me." Then he leaped straight into the soft fur on Yue's chest and shouted, "Charge," making her grind her teeth inwardly. "Brat, if not for you being the supreme one, I would have taught you a lesson." Before long, the jagged mountain range of the Forbidden Hall came into view. Inside, a group of knights and mysterious figures knelt before the statue with blazing red eyes. In that scene, Yue softly said, "We have arrived." At the same time, Black God voice rang out in fury, "How dare you toy with me? Liu Jian and Hai Xuan were sealed long ago. How could they still be alive?" Liu Feng mocked, "I merely mentioned their names casually and you panicked. Yet you still dare call yourself a god. Release Su Fei now and I will let you leave." Provoked, Black God immediately hurled hidden weapons toward them. "Go." Yue waved her hand to redirect the hidden weapons. Liu Feng swept his sword to create sword energy that blocked them, while Bai Qi breathed fire to burn the rest. On the other side, Black God seized the chance to open the soul prison domain. Instantly, dark magic coiled tightly around the entire group. The sky before their eyes was gradually replaced by endless night. Yue said anxiously, "We are trapped." Black God opened his mouth as countless crimson soul shadows appeared. He sneered, "See these souls, all of them obey me," then signaled them to encircle the group. The souls immediately closed in. Bai Qi panicked. "We are done, how do we fight this?" Yue sensed something more alarming. His power has increased again, while Xiao Jin on her shoulder cheered excitedly. Liu Feng remained calm and instructed, "Everyone take care of yourselves." As his words fell, he slashed horizontally, countless magical sword tips shooting out from the vortex around his body. Blade storm. Souls were struck all at once. Black God roared, "Where did this brat come from? All my long accumulated effort." Liu Feng had no desire to harm innocent souls. He spoke gently, "Rest in peace." Wherever the vortex swept through, the souls gradually returned to pure white, looking at him with gratitude. Effortlessly breaking the move, Liu Feng said coldly, "Black God, is that all? You were once a god." He replied confidently, "That was merely the opening act. Now the real feast begins." The people who had been kneeling suddenly stood up, their eyes bloodshot and empty. Bai Qi flew to Liu Feng's side, both staring in shock at the scene below. Bai Qi smiled lightly with interest, 3 peak saint rank, and a whole group of 9th rank, interesting. Liu Feng charged toward the strongest group and assigned, "The 3 peak ones are mine, the rest are yours." The battle erupted, Liu Feng continuously striking with his sword amid the encirclement. The enemy forces were too many. He cast mirror image spirit split magic. Clones spread everywhere, coordinating with the original body to take down each opponent. Suddenly he paused, sensing someone behind him. Black God voice sounded, "Brat, you want me to release her, do you not?" When he saw clearly, Liu Feng pupils contracted. It was Su Fei, yet her expression was utterly unfamiliar. He tried calling her name to confirm, "Su Fei." Not only Liu Feng, Bai Qi was also stunned. What is happening? Xiao Jin softly called Sister Su Fei. Yue clenched her teeth. "We came too late. She is being controlled. The divine protection is likely gone as well." Su Fei tilted her head, her emotionless gaze directed at them, both familiar and strange. Without a word, she immediately attacked Liu Feng and his clones. Liu Feng did not counterattack, trying to awaken her. "Su Fei, wake up." Black God explained smugly, "I seized the power of her soul through the divine protection. She rose from 8th rank to peak saint rank. Now she is merely my puppet." Rage flared within Liu Feng as he roared his name. Black God laughed sinisterly, "Though she is not your equal, would you dare strike? A single moment of distraction is enough." Clearly intended to use that instant to attack. Xiao Jin rushed forward to block him. "Hey chicken god, your opponent is me." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a golden dragon, repeatedly shattering Black God dark energy. Black God was astonished. Where did this little snake come from? Hearing that, Xiao Jin grew furious, drawing in surrounding magic power. "I am a divine dragon." He transformed into a golden armored dragon youth and opened the wind rain thunder lightning domain. Xiao Jin raised his hand high toward the sky. A gigantic magic sphere condensed in his palm as he shouted loudly, "Great spiral jade." Liu Feng held Su Fei tightly and urged urgently, "Xiao Jin, hurry." Hearing that, Xiao Jin hurled the sphere fiercely toward Black God. The sphere exploded upon contact with him, smoke and flames engulfing his figure. Xiao Jin stood there disdainfully, all weakling. Yet he did not realize Black God had appeared behind him at some point, his voice sounding, "That move is useless against me." Before he could react, Xiao Jin was restrained in his grasp, struggling and shouting to be released, while Black God looked at him like prey. Liu Feng was holding Su Fei and could not rescue him in time, only managing to shout, "Xiao Jin." Suddenly the dark space shifted to a brilliant golden hue. Xiao Jin spread his arms calmly, "Chicken God, welcome to the second layer domain Dragon Island Joy Valley." Black God was stunned and muttered, "Since when?" Liu Feng was also drawn into that domain, astonished by the strange scene, while Su Fei continued to struggle. While Black God was still stunned, Xiao Jin had already dashed forward like lightning. "Chicken God, try the feeling of light." Without waiting for him to respond, Xiao Jin slammed directly into him. Black God felt his body tremble, shocked and unable to understand why he was affected. Xiao Jin wore a straw hat and laughed with excitement. "This place is under my control, including you." Before Hai Shen could understand what Xiao Jin intended to do, he had already shouted loudly, "Captain, to your position." Standing beside Hai Shen, Xiao Jin assumed the air of a captain issuing orders, skillfully steering the ship straight toward him. The pirate ship continued to surge forward at full speed, while Hai Shen remained stuck fast beneath the hull. In the next instant, the ship suddenly slammed down onto the ground with tremendous force. Pinned beneath the ship, Hai Shen was so dizzy that his vision blurred. Under the bright blue sky, the giant wheel kept turning steadily, the clash between Xiao Jin and Hai Shen growing ever more intense. On Liu Feng's side, things were far more difficult. He struggled to block Su Fei's sharp teeth. "Wait, do not bite, my teeth are about to chip." Liu Feng cried out in confusion. How exactly should this be handled? While fighting the living corpses, Yueci hurriedly said that Hai Shen's soul had invaded her body. To save her, they had to extract that source of power. Hearing there was a solution, Liu Feng quickly pressed, "How do we extract it?" Yueci lightly placed a finger on her lips, her meaningful gaze fixed on him. "Think about it yourself." In Liu Feng's mind, an intimate image of himself and Su Fei suddenly appeared. He instantly flushed red, understanding the issue. "Do we have to use the mouth?" Seeing that reaction, Yueci immediately guessed what he was thinking and shook her head. Being exposed, Liu Feng grew so flustered that he could barely stand, stammering. Xiao Jin's voice suddenly rang out urging, "Liu Feng, hurry." On the other side, Xiao Jin was gripping Hai Shen's head tightly, shouting that I cannot hold him much longer. He has no physical body, so I can only injure him. At the same time, Bai Qi tried his best to end the battle quickly, but the living corpses were far too tenacious. Powerful, Bai Qi was growing exhausted, sweat soaking his forehead as he angrily cursed that these things did not know what fatigue was. Seeing the dire situation, Liu Feng could not hesitate any longer. He looked seriously at Su Fei and said, "Forgive me first." But Bai Qi was even more impatient. He directly forced the two to press their lips together, "Hurry and deal with it." Thanks to the force of that kiss, Su Fei finally reacted differently, pushing Liu Feng away forcefully. Liu Feng watched a stream of black energy escape from her body, guessing inwardly that it was Hai Shen's soul power. Outside the vortex, the black energy grew thicker and swirled violently. Bai Qi was also sent flying by the shockwave. Xiao Jin's side was even more dangerous, as Hai Shen seemed to have broken free from the restraint. Suspended in midair, Hai Shen paused briefly as if calculating. Then he plunged forcefully toward the ground. He struck out and blasted Xiao Jin away, shouting, "Die, little snake." That moment, a strip of black cloth appeared in Xiao Jin's hand. He calmly tied the cloth over his eyes and confidently declared, trying the amusement park's ultimate move, "I am the clown." At some unknown moment, Hai Shen's limbs were fixed onto a rotating wooden wheel, a clown mask placed on his face. He exclaimed in shock, "Little brat." Xiao Jin did not reply, instead standing opposite and shooting his sword toward him. That sight enraged Hai Shen, his hand clenching tightly. With a single surge of strength, all the chains binding him shattered apart. Immediately, Hai Shen charged straight at Xiao Jin. He delivered a heavy blow that forced Xiao Jin back and made him cough up blood. Fortunately, Xiao Jin still managed to steady himself. Hai Shen had no intention of letting go, continuing to press towards Xiao Jin. Seeing him approach, Xiao Jin panicked and shouted, "Liu Feng." As if hearing that call, Liu Feng within the black vortex suddenly opened his eyes. He decisively drew his sword. He leaped high and slashed out a powerful arc of sword energy toward Hai Shen. The sword energy struck, forcing Hai Shen backward. This moment Su Fei was fully conscious, asking in confusion, "Feng, why are you here? Am I dreaming?" Hearing her voice, Liu Feng's gaze softened. He gently replied, "This is not a dream." Su Fei blushed and hesitantly asked, "Really?" She shyly touched her lips, "So we just kissed." While the two were still flustered, Xiao Jin urgently shouted, "Stop being affectionate, Liu Feng, he is about to catch me." Liu Feng immediately turned away, leaving a reassuring word to Su Fei that they would talk more later. Without further hesitation, Liu Feng immediately charged into battle, wielding magic and activating mirror image clone. He quickly realized the problem. Damn it, the damage was too low. Wait, each sword aura only contained a limited amount of energy. So what if the clones continuously attacked the same target at the same time? Thinking so, he acted at once. Liu Feng decided to test it. He and the two clones poured all their magic power into the sword they gripped tightly. Immediately afterward, all three swung their swords at the same time, slashing straight toward the Black God. Streams of sword energy surged like a raging storm, surrounding the Black God at the center. Trapped within that vortex, the Black God began to feel uneasy. He cried out in shock, "This is limitless energy, how is that possible?" Liu Feng calmly observed, his eyes brimming with confidence. Even a god would have to pay a heavy price this time. After dealing with the Black God, Liu Feng turned to Su Fei. "Earlier I intended to absorb the Black God's power within your body to break the control. Do not misunderstand." UAC standing beside them immediately exposed him. "With your strength, you only need to draw the power from a distance. There was no need to cling so close." Knowing he had been exposed, Liu Feng and Bai Qi found it hard to explain themselves for a moment. At that moment, the Black God, who seemed to have vanished, stirred and rose again. He roared, "You forced me. Since you want to destroy me, then I will grant your wish." He took out divine protection, roaring in fury, "The moment I revive will be the end of you." Seeing that item, UAC cried out in alarm, "It is divine protection." Liu Feng's expression also changed. "This is bad. I almost forgot about that thing." Opposite them, the Black God grew even more frenzied. A god cannot be insulted. Realizing the situation was worsening, Liu Feng immediately shouted, "Xiao Jin, take everyone and leave first." The other side quickly replied, "Understood." Su Fei called out worriedly, "Feng," but he only rubbed her head to reassure her, "Be good, I will come out soon." Following the order, Xiao Jin created an energy sphere that enveloped the group, reminding them, "I will return to assist soon." In an instant, they vanished into the air, leaving only Liu Feng with a headache as he pondered. Hai Xuan's soul had left the body, yet he could still easily defeat so many supreme experts. Speaking of Hai Xuan, Liu Feng suddenly remembered a true god. It seemed that he had once given him a scroll. He immediately took out a purple scroll and asked the Black God, "Since you are familiar with Hai Xuan, then you must know what this is." Black God glanced at it and recognized it at once. Black Tortoise God Sealing Spell. Liu Feng nodded. "Exactly, created by Hai Xuan to suppress divine souls. Anyone with cultivation lower than him would be sealed forever." Saying that, he curled his lips in confidence. "You tremble just hearing his name, so your cultivation is surely far inferior." As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Feng opened the scroll. Purple lightning flashed instantly, then obediently accepted the seal. Seeing he was not joking at all, the Black God panicked and begged, "No, I do not want to be sealed again. Stop, I will tell a secret." Liu Feng grew even more certain that the fear was real. "Let me hear what you have to say, but first hand over divine protection." Black God immediately shook his head. "Impossible." Liu Feng prepared to open the scroll again. "Then there is nothing more to say." Black God hurriedly spoke up to stop him. At the same time, he handed over divine protection. "Wait, I will give it to you." Holding the treasure in his hand, Liu Feng was satisfied. "At least you know what is good for you. This is the item that can reverse life and death." Having lost his final trump card, the Black God cursed angrily, hateful. Annoyed, Liu Feng kicked him and made him stagger. "Behave yourself." After that he ordered, "Shrink down and then I will hear your secret." When he saw the tiny form of the Black God, Liu Feng was briefly stunned. "Are you trying to act cute?" Being mocked like that, the Black God flushed in anger. "I have done as you said, do not go too far." Liu Feng went straight to the point. "Speak. If it is not worth it, then I apologize in advance." Being controlled, the Black God had no choice but to reply, "I know where the gods have gone." Liu Feng responded coldly, "Is that all? Where they are has nothing to do with me. It seems you should accept the seal." The Black God flew out of his hand and spoke sternly, "Brat, sooner or later you will reach supreme rank. When that time comes, how will you break through to God rank on this continent lacking limitless energy? The little energy you have is not enough." At last something caught Liu Feng's attention. He said, "Continue, I am starting to get interested." Seeing him hesitate, the Black God offered a condition, "Return divine protection to me and let me go. I will use my soul to create a scroll. When I safely leave the grassland, it will open by itself and reveal the rest." Liu Feng raised the scroll to threaten him, "Then take your secret with you and be sealed." The black god grew furious. Do you not know how to negotiate? Liu Feng replied calmly. Negotiation is only for equals. What do you have to bargain with? Forced into a disadvantage, the black god had no choice but to concede. I no longer need divine protection, but you must protect me until I recover. Otherwise, I would rather both of us suffer losses. Liu Feng pointed at himself. I protect you. Are you not afraid I will change my mind? Fine, continue. Seeing his demand tacitly accepted, the black god continued. Because of limitless energy, the gods erupted into a divine war. During the battle, the energy gathered and exploded, accidentally opening a plane filled with limitless energy. Under the guidance of the god of space, the gods entered it together. As long as you find traces of the divine war, you can find the path to the divine plane. Liu Feng speculated. You mean the lost garden of the gods? The black god replied. I am one of the few remaining gods. I am the key that will help you reach that place. Image of Floria flashed through Liu Feng's mind. Is that plane where she resides? It sounds interesting. He lifted the black god up and pondered. Divine protection is already in hand. Keeping him might be useful, but if he plays tricks, I will show no mercy. Even so, Liu Feng suddenly changed his tone. I am still far from god rank. Your secret may not benefit me. The black god was startled. I have already conceded for the greater good. Liu Feng raised his index finger and analyzed. I agree to the deal. Although you once controlled Su Fei, she increased her cultivation because of it. Consider it a good deed you have done. He asked further, are you going to follow me in this form? The black god shook his head. No, let me stay on the back of your hand. You only need to provide a bit of energy to nourish me. When needed, I will assist you. Even so, Liu Feng remained suspicious. It sounds reasonable, but what if you take advantage of my carelessness? The black god broke into a cold sweat. I would not dare. Liu Feng came up with an idea. You are a divine soul, that is the soul of a god then. Seeing that look, the black god stepped back warily. What are you planning to do? Without explaining, Liu Feng took out Floria's statue and chanted, Shadow Assassination Array, activate. As soon as he finished speaking, the statue emitted a dense stream of purple aura. From within that aura, Floria appeared, her expression displeased. Boy, did you have to choose this moment to summon me? She warned, a divine statue only has 3 summons. If there is no proper reason, I will make you regret it. Liu Feng quickly presented a golden plate. Goddess, the food is prepared. With just one glance, Floria recognized the pitch-black figure before her. Black god, I thought you had perished in the divine war. Facing her, the black god trembled and hid behind Liu Feng, stammering, Floria, why are you here? Liu Feng directly pushed the black god forward. Goddess, I have a deal with him. Please help ensure he cannot harm me. The payment will be a portion of his divine soul. In Liu Feng's hand, the black god struggled. Brat, you tricked me. I will not let this go. Held firmly by Floria, he still struggled. Let me go, she sneered. I did not expect a god rank to be deceived by a saint rank brat. Amused, Floria draped her arm around Liu Feng's neck. Little one, you surprise me. He forced a smile. It is merely mutually beneficial cooperation. She nodded. I accept your request. Then her fingernail lightly brushed Liu Feng's cheek to draw a drop of blood. That drop of blood was directly fed into the black god's mouth. Immediately, a magical chain shot out from Liu Feng's body. Chain tightly wrapped around the black god, who was trying to escape. Witnessing that scene, Liu Feng was puzzled. What kind of connection has appeared between me and him? Is it a contract? Floria smiled in satisfaction. Clever. Your soul is weaker than his, so I had to use a master-slave contract. This contract is enough to prevent him from harming you. After finishing, she extended her hand. Now I will take my payment. Floria did not hesitate and made her move on the black god's divine soul. Liu Feng cupped his hands in gratitude. Many thanks, goddess. She happily took half of the divine soul, no need for courtesy. Before leaving, Floria lightly licked the trace of blood on his cheek, her voice filled with interest. I await the day we meet in the divine plane. After that, her figure dissolved into the purple vortex, leaving only her voice echoing that this time it counts as a special favor. Only after Floria's figure completely vanished did Liu Feng turn to Hai Shen, casually extending his hand and saying, all right, it is your turn to appear, making Hai Shen growl resentfully in frustration. Though aggrieved, he still had to keep his promise to Liu Feng, transforming into a rune that imprinted itself on the back of his hand. Lying on Liu Feng's hand, Hai Shen muttered angrily, that was half of my divine soul, yet that woman took it all, truly hateful. After hearing that, Liu Feng casually comforted him. At least you still exist, that alone is fortunate. Just as he was about to leave, Ngayat An and several members of the Blood Wolf clan suddenly blocked his path. A long, eerie scar marked Ngayat An's eye as he coldly shouted, human, hand over the divine arm guard. Liu Feng silently assessed the situation. More than 10 ninth rank experts, 6 saint rank among them 2 at peak level, truly not easy to handle. Hai Shen on his hand spoke irritably. Earlier they all hid like turtles. The moment I concealed myself they showed their faces. Brat, deal with them all, their souls let me collect. Instead, Liu Feng calmly raised the divine arm guard and asked, "You want this?" leaving Hai Shen stunned as he questioned why he would present it. Seeing the treasure in Liu Feng's hand, Ngayat An spoke sternly, "This is the relic of our ancestor, the wolf god, not something for humans to seize. Considering your cultivation was not easy, hand it over and I will spare you." The subordinates behind immediately echoed, "Elder, stop wasting words, just attack." Another added resentfully, "A human daring to barge into our clan's forbidden ground must pay the price." Hai Shen kept urging as well, "Brat, do not hesitate, let them have a taste." Just as the atmosphere grew tense as a drawn bowstring, Yuaxia's voice rang out decisively, "Stop." She stepped forward to stand before Liu Feng and said sternly, "He helped me deal with Hai Shen. He is not an enemy, all of you step back." When Ngayat An sneered, "You say he helped eliminate Hai Shen, then where is Hai Shen?" Liu Feng calmly replied, "Naturally he has been defeated by me." Behind him Su Fei softly called his name, while he thought to himself that none of them could see Hai Shen now. Those gentle words shocked the Blood Wolf clan, and Ngayat Phim exclaimed, "How could a peak saint rank defeat Hai Shen?" And Ngayat too also stood stunned in disbelief. Ngayat Phim raised his hand to steady the other two before saying coldly, "Human, this is your last chance. Hand over the divine arm guard or bear the consequences." Before he could answer, Hai Shen grumbled, "Brat, are you letting them look down on you like this? I can finish this bunch with a flick of my hand." With no other choice, Yuaxi invoked the authority of the clan leader, Elder Ngayat An, "I order you all to step back." Unfortunately, he showed no respect and even sneered, "What of the clan leader? Before the divine arm guard it is worth nothing. If you persist, we will depose you and turn you into a wolf slave." Yuaxi angrily demanded, "When Hai Shen harmed our clansmen, where were you? Uncle Bok fell to save me and none of you appeared, and now you fight for credit." Seeing her emotional state, Su Fei stepped forward to advise, "Calm down, leave this to us." Ngayat too behind recognized Su Fei and reported, "It was that woman who took the divine arm guard." During that, Ngayat An flew into a rage and rushed at Su Fei shouting, "Then suffer the consequences." Yet before he could touch her, his arm was blocked by a sword strike. Touching his injured arm, Ngayat An exclaimed in shock, "You have also reached peak saint rank." It turned out the sharp strike just now came from Su Fei. She calmly said, "First, I did not steal it. Uncle Ngayat Bok entrusted it to me temporarily." After that, she recounted everything. Upon entering the altar, she encountered Hai Shen chasing Ngayat Bok. According to her account, the perilous scene at that time gradually became clear. "I had met Ngayat Bok and the clan leader before, so I recognized them. I summoned the resentful spirit corpse to assist but still could not defeat Hai Shen. In that dire moment, Ngayat Bok handed the divine arm guard to me and told me to take it away, to make Hai Shen think the treasure was still with him or the clan leader and thus remain wary." At that point, Su Fei's eyes dimmed slightly. Regrettably, in the end it was still seen through by that monster. Her expression suddenly changed as she pointed her sword at Ngayat An and asked coldly, "You can be peak saint rank, why can I not?" Liu Feng stood beside her full of admiration. Even Zio Jin could not help praising how imposing Su Fei was. Only Hai Shen muttered irritably, "Imposing what? It is all thanks to my soul power." Even so, Ngayat An was unwilling to accept it, and waved his hand to order his subordinates to attack. Liu Feng frowned, displeasure evident on his face. In an instant, he and his two clones rushed forward, unleashing the move Infinite Slash. Dense sword light swept down upon the blood wolves like a raging storm. Hai Shen at the side shouted excitedly, "That move, let them taste the relentless sword energy." Yuaxi still held some kinship and hurriedly called out, "Liu Feng, please show mercy." Hai Shen immediately objected, "Strike quickly," but Liu Feng shouted back telling him to be silent. In the end he still held back. The opponents were injured but not in mortal danger. Liu Feng said coldly, "I once intended to hand the divine arm guard to the clan leader, but now I have changed my mind. Whoever wants it can come take it themselves," making Hai Shen curl his lips in disdain at his pretense. Seeing that no one dared step forward, Liu Feng turned to Yuaxi to borrow the treasure. She nodded gratefully and expressed her thanks. Liu Feng responded politely, while Hai Shen muttered how she would react if she knew he had not vanished. Perhaps thinking the same, Liu Feng shot him an annoyed glance and told him to change his name to something less conspicuous. Hai Shen argued that now bound to him, could he not even speak a few words. That moment Zio Jin appeared asking what this was. Hai Shen was startled and inwardly exclaimed how this snake could see him. Setting that aside, Liu Feng cupped his hands to UAC in farewell, promising to meet again someday. UAC seemed to want to say more but stopped, an indescribable emotion rising in her heart. After the farewell, Liu Feng held Su Fei and flew off first, calling Zio Jin and Bai Qi to follow. Zio Jin and Bai Qi behind hurriedly called out, "Sister Su Fei, wait for me." In midair, Su Fei wrapped her arm around Liu Feng, excitedly saying her cultivation was now stronger. Let her carry him, leaving him briefly surprised. Before he could ask further, she had already accelerated and shot forward. Liu Feng could only feel dizzy and lament that female drivers everywhere made one break into a sweat. Below, UAC silently watched his figure fade into the distance, silently giving thanks and hoping to meet again soon. Night descended over the wilderness forest, flickering firelight warming the quiet air. Aiki skillfully sprinkled salt over the golden roasted meat, while Zio Jin stood nearby swallowing in anticipation. He wiped the drool from his mouth and asked where Liu Feng had gone. He was starving. The two had not met for a long time and were surely busy, so he would eat first. In the tranquil deep forest, the crescent moon cast a gentle glow, making the scene even more poetic. Liu Feng clasped his hands behind his head and strolled leisurely beside Su Fei, gazing at the moon, sighing that it had been long since he felt such ease. After walking a distance, Su Fei suddenly stopped and stood silent for a long while. She stepped behind Liu Feng, her face bathed in pale moonlight, softly speaking an apology. Lowering her head without daring to look at him, she blamed herself for her impulsive actions that put him in danger. Liu Feng stepped forward and gently rubbed her head, telling her she was foolish, that he should be the one thanking her. Hearing that, Su Fei's tears immediately streamed down as she softly called his name. She leaned into his warm chest, closed her eyes to enjoy the comfort, and whispered her gratitude. Liu Feng lightly tapped her nose and teased that the Su Fei he knew was not so sentimental, careful not to become a resentful woman. Teased like that, she blushed and retorted that he was the resentful one, surely influenced by that big head. Elsewhere, Hai Shen sneezed loudly and muttered that someone must be speaking ill of him. That brat sealing him was truly infuriating. Back in the forest, Liu Feng asked seriously why she left the Xinglan Empire to come to the Beastman Prairie in search of treasure. Su Fei answered solemnly that she had inquired everywhere for a way to cure Wei-Er. Recalling when she received the map from the Grand Elder, he said it was an ancient ruin that might contain a method to save Wei-Er. She said she intended to wait for him to return and go together, but fearing unforeseen events, she set out first and followed the map to the Moon Wolf clan. After finishing everything, she smiled and said he already knew the rest, and obtaining the divine arm guard also required thanking the Grand Elder. Liu Feng slightly frowned and said mockingly, "Then we should go personally to thank that kind Grand Elder who let an 8th rank come to the Moon Wolf clan seeking treasure." Su Fei did not notice the implication, and happily held his hand, saying her mother had long wanted to meet him, making him startled as he asked about her mother. In Liu Feng's mind immediately appeared the image of a stern woman interrogating him about everything. He imagined a barrage of questions about salary, work, car, house, and family background rushing toward him. Just thinking about it made his head spin. Internal injuries surged up and blurred his vision before he fainted, blood spreading red as Su Fei cried out in panic, "Bong, what is wrong with you?" The scene shifted to a massive, magnificent castle under brilliant golden sunlight. Outside stood the imposing and solemn Lord's Manor. Right on the fortress steps, two factions in red and white were locked in a standoff, gleaming silver swords pointed straight at one another. The group, clad in robes embroidered with blazing red Nicola patterns, led by an old man, urged sternly, "Your Highness the Princess, please return to the palace with me. His Holiness the Pope is very worried about you." The words of Han Dak Hongyi the High Priest rang out. Hearing that, Lion Yi merely lowered her head slightly, her gaze sorrowful yet her will unwavering. "High Priest Han Dak, I came out to temper myself. When I finish I will return on my own. Please do not interfere any further." Peter, standing beside Han Dak, turned over, his expression displeased as he reminded, "High Priest Han Dak, please remember the Pope has issued a death order. Act at once." That man pointed straight ahead and loudly accused, "They are surrounding the Saintess. Immediately purge these heretics impersonating our Church of Light." Forced into a corner, Han Dak had no choice but to act first, softly saying, "Forgive my offense, Your Highness the Saintess." Su Shi and his teammates hurriedly stepped in front of Lion Yi, their tense eyes fixed on the charging crowd. Suddenly a pair of slender legs in high heels stepped forward, blocking the path. Lion Yi forcefully waved her hand, decisively stepping forward and shouting, "Saint Peter, I absolutely will not allow you to harm innocent people. Eyes blazed with anger, her beautiful face radiating authority as her lips softly moved in a chant. In the blink of an eye, her slender body was clad in new armor, a golden scepter appearing in her hand. She slammed it down and shouted, "Do not force me to go to the end with you." People opposite immediately changed expression at the sight, all of them gritting their teeth and gripping their weapons awaiting orders. Not giving them time to react, Lion Yi alone swung her holy staff and swept away the lackeys, holy light bursting forth. While she was engaged in battle, Peter rushed in with blazing red magic intending a sneak attack, but she tilted aside in time to evade. Keeping a safe distance, she pointed her scepter straight at Peter and shouted, "Divine purification." A dazzling golden beam surged forth. He frowned, glaring resentfully at her equipment and hissed, "Damn it, the Pope even handed you the white jade holy staff and the crown of thorns." Peter easily shattered the attack, roaring angrily as he charged forward, "Break it for me. Stop being stubborn and follow me back to the holy court." Lion Yi was no less resolute. She replied firmly, "No, I would rather lose everything than return." As soon as she finished speaking, she closed her eyes, her body slowly rising within the golden light as she cast sacred body sacrifice. Dak broke out in cold sweat and shouted in alarm, "This is bad, Saint Peter, stop the saintess." Peter immediately sprouted a pair of radiant wings and shot into the air to block her. He closed in within an instant, reaching out to seize her throat and coldly saying, "As long as I am here, you are not allowed to act recklessly." The sushi group below looked up in horror, stammering, "An angel of the Church of Light. They have offended divine will, Miss Lion Yi." During that, Peter grew even more furious, summoning a scorching magic-infused longsword and shouting, "You vermin dare insult the god." One hand still restraining Lion Yi, with the other he swung his sword down, his voice icy, disappear. Sword light rolled like a storm toward Sushi. The entire group could only stand frozen and wait. Lion Yi turned pale from lack of air, her eyes filled with pain as she bit her lip and thought, "Is everything over? Not only must I return to that cage, but I have also dragged others down." At that very moment, a blazing golden figure covered in shimmering scales swooped in. A dragon tail swept across, knocking away the sword light closing in on the sushi group. "Birdman, taste my strike." Peter was startled by the counterattack and hurriedly retreated to dodge. Even so, he was struck by the backlash, blood spilling out as his eyes swept toward the newcomer and he shouted, "Who is it?" The red-haired girl smiled seductively and answered curtly, "Your aunt." In midair, Su Fei in glossy black armor held Lion Yi. Behind her, Xiao Jin in dragon form coiled protectively. Liu Feng and Bai Qi also appeared. Bai Qi teased, "When did Su Fei arrive? It seems you have no chance to play the hero saving the beauty." Seeing the two close together, Liu Feng's eyes seemed to glow with dreamy pink. He smiled foolishly as he watched. Even his reason wanted to knock him awake, but the scene truly stirred the heart. While he was distracted, Black God urged, "Kid, hurry up. There is a divine soul for me to handle. What are you hesitating for?" Opposite them, Peter coldly swung his sword and shouted, "Purify these heretics, holy light slash." Su Fei needed only one hand to block his sword, still holding Lion Yi tightly without letting go. Peter retreated, his hand turning into a dragon claw gathering magic as he prepared to cast Holy Light Prison. Before he could complete the move, Xiao Jin suddenly transformed into human form and brought down a heaven-shattering blow that made him spit blood again. Peter was smashed straight to the ground, only a flash of gold and a tremor remained as the earth cracked. The subordinates below panicked at seeing their leader struck and hurriedly cried out. They rushed to provide aid, but Peter surged up like one escaping an abyss, his rage knocking even his allies aside. The more furious he became, the more his power erupted, his wings spreading wide once more. He stood upright, magic surging as he raised his face to declare, "Dare to insult me, you will pay the price." Liu Feng drew his sword into a defensive stance and said gravely, "He has broken through to the supreme realm, I must act." Seeing him serious, Su Fei tossed Lion Yi to Feng and said, "Leave him to me and Xiao Jin, you take care of her." Liu Feng had not yet understood what was happening when he found Lion Yi resting securely in his arms. He looked at Su Fei and softly reminded, "Be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Fei and Xiao Jin had already rushed forward to meet the battle. The eyes of the two locked tightly onto Hong Yahe. Peter rose from the pit, rubble shattered all around him. He clasped his hands and raised his face to the sky as if praying, asking the gods to bear witness. Su Fei and Xiao Jin halted midair, no longer attacking but watching cautiously. Black God frowned and muttered, "What are these two planning? Clearly they are driving him into a corner." Completing the ritual, Peter spread his wings and flew up, his eyes filled with fanaticism. As the prayer ended, the magic around him surged abnormally. Holy light enveloped his body, light divine spell, divine punishment descends. Sensing danger, Liu Feng ordered Xiao Jin, take Su Fei and Lion Yi away from here. Xiao Jin immediately created a golden ring of light, lifting the two girls up, then quickly left the battlefield. Peter slashed down with a strike carrying power as if to erase everything. Liu Feng stood before everyone, his face calm as he awaited the massive blow crashing down. The people behind turned pale, standing frozen and muttering that it was over. Only Liu Feng remained steadfast, softly shouting, slash. His sword energy shot out, meeting Peter's colossal beam of light. Two forces collided, sparks flying as they struggled in midair. A violent explosion erupted in the sky, forming a gigantic sphere of energy. Liu Feng looked up worriedly. If it breaks, it will tear space apart and the fortress will be destroyed. What should he do? Bai Qi, standing behind, felt that power inside. I have been left too far behind. At that moment, Xiao Jin shot past his side. He charged straight toward the light sphere, startling Liu Feng. Liu Feng shouted in alarm, Xiao Jin, what are you trying to do? Xiao Jin did not answer, reverting to his original dragon form and rushing forward. Peter also roared in fury, his eyes blazing. Xiao Jin drew close enough, then stopped, opening his huge mouth and staring straight at the light sphere. In the next instant, the light sphere vanished, leaving only Xiao Jin puffing his cheeks and chewing noisily. A moment later, he hugged his round, swollen belly and let out a satisfied groan, so full that he did not want to move at all. Peter's face turned pale with shock, his eyes wide as if about to split, foul liquid still running from his nose. He screamed in disbelief. How could the spell fail? Wait, you are a dragon god. After dealing with his bloated stomach, Xiao Jin coiled his radiant golden dragon body before him and corrected solemnly, it is divine dragon. Having teased enough, he turned and spat out a fireball aimed straight at the target. The target was Peter, who had yet to regain his senses. The attack came too suddenly for him to defend. Struck head-on, he let out a shrill scream. Soldiers below saw Peter fall and burst into cheers. We are saved, that demon helped us, truly too powerful, even stronger than angels or devils. Before the cheers ended, Xiao Jin reverted to human form and fell from the sky, muttering that he was too sleepy. He landed gently in the waiting arms of Liu Feng, making him both catch and worry. This brat always makes people's hearts leap. On the other side, Hack then extended a pitch-black arm and seized the divine soul shaped like a dazzling golden angel. He looked at the spoils in his hand with delight and said to the stunned Liu Feng, brat, we succeeded. This is that angel's divine soul, right? Hack then immediately acted, black smoke slipping into that divine soul. I have refined it into pure energy. It can be absorbed at any time, split 4-3-3, or I will just take 3 parts. Seeing Liu Feng nod, he swung his hand down and split the divine soul into 3 parts. Fine, let it be so. Hack then swiftly swallowed 1 part but still wondered, why divide it into 3? This worm and your woman cannot absorb more for now. Liu Feng kept 1 part for himself and tossed the remaining part to Bai Qi standing beside him, who caught it at once. Bai Qi lifted it to examine closely and exclaimed in shock, this energy is truly pure. Liu Feng turned and smiled at him, raising the golden orb. You should seize the chance to break through as well. Many thanks, junior brother. Two looked at each other and simultaneously threw the energy into their mouths, their eyes full of excitement. Hack then stood beside them, muttering regretfully, leave me a little more. I have not even had time to feel anything. The pure energy surged in. Liu Feng clearly felt it spread through his meridian. He opened his eyes and murmured, this divine soul is indeed extraordinary. Only 1 step remains to reach the supreme realm. Lowering his head, Liu Feng was startled to find the space around him pure white. Where is this place? Before he could adapt, a shadow appeared behind him. No wonder it felt familiar. It is Liu Jian's aura. Who are you? Shadow expanded into a gigantic stone statue. The other spoke majestically. I am the god of light, Apollo. Liu Feng looked up, his eyes filled with astonishment at the massive figure and that resounding title. Apollo smiled down at him and asked slowly, Liu Jian truly did not die. Where is he? Why is his weapon in your hand? Liu Feng took a slight step back and replied in confusion, what are you talking about? I do not understand. Looking at the self-proclaimed god before him, his mind surged, the god of light, one of the strongest chief gods of legend. How could he appear here? Receiving no answer, Apollo withdrew his smile, his face turning cold, not speaking. He suddenly raised his foot high, intending to crush Liu Feng's small body, then disappear. The step descended with force, but Liu Feng reacted in time, shifting aside to evade. However, the stone arm extended and clenched him in its palm. This is bad. Liu Feng circulated magic, struggling with all his might and shouting, let me go, let go, sword ring protect the body. Yet the gap in strength was too great for him to escape. The hand tightened further, ended. Pain made Liu Feng frown, a desperate thought echoing in his mind. This time it is truly dangerous. At that moment, the tightening hand was struck away by another force and forced to release. Liu Feng fell like the last leaf of autumn. Xuan suddenly appeared, holding a long sword, his sharp gaze charging in to rescue. He rushed before Apollo and casually left several sword marks on the statue's neck. Liu Feng temporarily escaped danger and called out in shock, Xuan, why are you here too? Without turning back, Xuan replied coldly, of course because I worry about you. When I transmitted one chi transforms into 3 purities, I left behind dual consciousness. Having one hand severed, Apollo roared in fury, Xuan, it is you again. Xuan stood upright like an immortal and said to Liu Feng behind him, look carefully. This is the Zhu Xian sword technique I comprehended in the formation, outwardly sword aura, inwardly hidden sword intent. His eyes were calm as water, his instructions sounding out, remember it. After reciting the sword art, he flew up and slashed, blocking the sweeping arm. In an instant, he circled behind the statue and leisurely drove the sword down. Apollo's stone statue immediately cracked and collapsed. Apollo roared angrily as Xuan stroked his beard calmly, detestable. The dual consciousness turned to Liu Feng and said, we are only consciousness, one who has just crossed a plane is not worth fearing. The true Xuan looked at his own consciousness and secretly sighed, I truly possess a soaring demeanor. Before the words finished, the shattering head of Apollo still emitted a ray of light from its eyes. Xuan, since you have protected this human, I will reverse the law of time. Seeing Liu Feng in danger, Xuan shouted, his eyes blazing, do not even think about it. He used his body to shield Liu Feng and condensed magic into a shield. Yet that ray pierced through the shield, brushed past Xuan and shot straight behind. Too fast to avoid, Liu Feng could only stand there watching the light approach. The dazzling golden light entered his body, spreading and creating an unpredictable change. Xuan's 2 consciousnesses stood still, one shocked, the other murmuring anxiously, this is not good. After some deliberation, the 2 could only watch helplessly. It seemed they were one step too late. Silver-haired Xuan stepped closer to observe, stroking his beard and murmuring, I did not expect him to shrink like this. The 2 consciousnesses gradually retreated and vanished. So be it, we are only consciousness, teaching once is already our limit. Outside at the place where the battle had just occurred, before the city lord's mansion, Bai Qi laughed loudly as he checked his new strength, finally reaching peak saint rank, only half a step from supreme. He turned to look for Liu Feng but saw only a golden halo floating. Liu Feng junior brother, what happened? Su Fei supported Lian Yi with Tasu looking at the halo and explained, not sure, earlier he suddenly became like this. Bai Qi scratched his head and laughed foolishly. Could it be that Liu Feng already broke through to supreme? Tasu and Su Fei exclaimed in unison, supreme, so fast, Su Fei truly has keen judgment. At that moment, familiar black hair appeared within the halo. Bai Qi cried out joyfully, congratulations Liu Feng. Hearing the call, Liu Feng slowly opened his eyes, his gaze still hazy. The other 3 widened their eyes in shock and asked together, what is going on? It was still Liu Feng but now a naked child, a pacifier in his mouth, sitting atop a pile of oversized clothes. Baby Liu Feng stared blankly at Bai Qi with sparkling adorable eyes. Perhaps the loud shout startled him, his small mouth opened and he burst into loud crying. 3 days passed, a small hand scratched the ground unwillingly, damn it, why did it turn out like this? Miniature Liu Feng stood up, wearing cute children's clothes, wiping the mark from his face. He pointed toward the opposite side, his round eyes full of anger. Today's humiliation I will repay tenfold. Baby Liu Feng activated the formation beneath his feet, golden light appearing with each movement. Receive this, heavenly wall dragon flash. He rushed into combat with Xiao Jin, movements swift as lightning stirring up dust, neither willing to yield. Bai Qi and Su Fei could only stand watching, their faces full of helpless ellipses. Su Fei sighed and spoke, when this happened we were even more shocked, though he remembers nothing it seems he has become a different person. In her mind appeared the image of Liu Feng lying on his back, playing 2 days ago, compared with the scene of fighting Xiao Jin now. The good news is that 2 days ago Feng seemed to grow 1 year older, only his mind has not recovered so each day he clings to Xiao Jin like this. Her head throbbed dully, she had no desire to look at the scene before her. In her mind lingered only the image of the little boy Liu Feng bursting into tears at the very beginning. It would have been better if he had remained an infant forever. At least he would still be a well-behaved little angel, not like now, mischievous to the point that no one could control him. Bai Qi opened his book, his face gloomy as he complained, That is right. In just today, Zyojin dragged him around to tease more than a dozen girls, offending dozens of people. Even my compensation money is about to run out. A vivid illustration appeared. Liu Feng sat perched on Zyojin's shoulders, both wearing long robes, holding hands with a beautiful young lady while flirting. This young lady would suit being the mother of my future son. What do you think? When shall we switch roles? In the blink of an eye, Liu Feng was already riding on Zyojin's back, laughing loudly, excitedly declaring that in the end I still won. Bai Qi glanced at the scene and could only plead weakly, "Wait a moment, let me get used to this first. I still cannot digest this matter." Liu Nhai appeared even more enthusiastic, looking at Liu Feng and waving. "I think this is quite adorable. Little one, come here to big sister." Hearing the beautiful older sister call, Liu Feng's eyes lit up with heart shapes, his mouth hanging open, almost drooling. He shut his eyes tightly, leaped up in excitement and rushed toward Huo Nhai, shouting loudly, "Big sister." But before he could touch the beauty's embrace, Su Fei had already slapped him, sending him falling to the ground, sternly telling him to be quiet. Liu Feng felt dizzy and dazed, allowing her to grab his collar and lift him up. Su Fei carried him like a little chick, stuffed a pacifier into his mouth and said to Lion Yi, "I am afraid Feng cannot recover immediately. I will take him back to the clan. The one who wanted to capture you has withdrawn. You can continue your adventure." Lion Yi hesitated upon hearing that, her eyes filled with worry as she looked at the two of them, but, not giving her a chance to refuse, Su Fei pushed Lion Yi toward Kang Si. "Stop talking, leave her to them, just rest assured." Bai Qi lifted his eyes from the book, looked at Su Fei and sighed. A woman is truly a woman. Even after Liu Feng became like this, he still wants to flirt everywhere. After settling Lion Yi's matter, Su Fei breathed out in relief and turned to say, "Consider everything settled, let us set off." But in the next instant, she lowered her head and saw her hand empty, startled as she asked, "Where is Feng?" It turned out that little Liu Feng had run over to those three beauties to play. Making Su Fei so furious her blood boiled. Liu Feng. In another dark space, the black god kept smashing against the seal until his skin split as he roared, "Hateful brat, release me, release me." Scene shifted elsewhere. A magnificent building gradually appeared, half a month later at the mercenary clan. Su Fei led Liu Feng through the gate, Bai Qi walking beside them, constantly observing his every move. She gently brushed her wind-tangled hair aside, smiling at the familiar sight, finally returned. The men began whispering as soon as they saw her, "Is that not Su Fei? I heard she left the clan. The Grand Elder once looked for her. Now she returns right at the Elders' assembly. Who knows what she intends? A woman should settle down and marry for the clan." At that moment, Liu Feng stepped in front of her, hands on his hips as he shouted, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a beauty? Keep staring and I will deal with you." A scar-faced man stepped forward with a sneer. "Is this not cousin Su Fei? What a pity. During the elders' meeting, outsiders are not allowed in." Su Fei crossed her arms, her gaze sweeping over him with disdain. To Kang, "I am the nominated successor for clan leader. Do I not have the qualification to attend?" Kang sneered, his eyes wicked. "How ridiculous. Even your father could not keep his position. What are you as merely a nominee?" He reached his hand toward Su Fei with unclear intent. "If you are willing to be my woman, I might consider letting you enter." Before his words finished, a kick like thunder struck to Kang's face, his right cheek taking the painful blow. He sent flying to the side, sliding across the ground, leaving a clear curved trail. Though his body was small, Liu Feng's strength was not small at all. Before his leg even lowered, smoke rose from his shoe sole. "You dare touch my woman." Su Fei sighed softly. If only he had said that before shrinking, I would have been very happy. Kang struggled to his feet, spitting out 2 teeth that had just been knocked out. He pointed and shouted, ordering his subordinates to rush forward. "Bold little brat, seize him." Liu Feng said nothing more, stomping hard on the ground, causing it to crack apart. The soldiers were immediately thrown off their feet by the shockwave. They had not even managed to touch a single strand of his hair. The little fiend Liu Feng stood with hands on hips, laughing proudly. "None of you can even fight." Zyojin heard that and angrily shouted, "That line is mine." While everyone was focused on the scuffle, an arm reached toward Su Fei's shoulder from behind, a trembling voice asking, "Su Fei, is it really you?" Liu Feng immediately dashed over, his small fist aimed at the white-robed figure behind. "You dare sneak attack Su Fei, I will not spare you." Su Fei turned around in panic to stop him. Liu Feng halted his hand. "That is my mother." Following the shout, the punch could not be withdrawn in time, sending a figure stumbling backward. The scene shifted to a spacious residence with a tea table set in the courtyard, parasols shading the late afternoon sun. This was the residence of the mercenary clan. At the table, Xiao Jin was tearing meat apart in delight. Bai Qi focused on reading, while Su Fei sat drinking tea with a beautiful married woman. She looked at her worriedly and asked softly, "Mother, are you all right?" Hearing that, Liu Feng with 2 swollen bumps on his head knelt on the grass aggrieved. "I already withdrew my hand in time and even punched myself. How could anything happen to her?" Su Fei glared angrily. "You still dare to say that?" Su Fei's mother gently stroked her daughter's cheek, smiling kindly. "Do not be angry at a child. Will you not introduce him to me? Is this the one you want to bring back?" "Yes." She looked at the person before her. Though slightly reluctant, she still smiled. "Even wearing a strange mask, he looks like a talent. My daughter has good taste." Hearing her mother's comment, Su Fei blushed then froze in surprise. "Ah." She hurriedly waved her hands, flustered as she explained, "No, that is not it." Bai Qi was startled and almost fell off his chair. "Aunt, you may eat casually but do not speak casually. I have no such intention." She covered her mouth in surprise, glancing at Xiao Jin who was devouring food. "Is it not him, or perhaps the one on the table?" As if recalling something, she looked at Liu Feng puffing his cheeks on the ground. "I remember you said black hair. Could it be this one?" Su Fei's face flushed again, her gaze becoming noticeably gentler. Ning Kaio held her daughter's hand and said worriedly, "I am not forcing you, but you should consider carefully. It looks like an adult bullying a child." Xiao Jin, who was eating, suddenly paused and raised his head after hearing that. Then he burst into laughter, his small hand patting his round belly in delight. Su Fei sighed helplessly and said slowly, "Mother, what are you thinking? Listen to my explanation first." Time passed quickly. Before long, night fell completely. The lights in the building lit up all at once. Su Fei breathed lightly, sat down and recounted everything. Only then did Feng end up like this. Ning Kaio still found it hard to believe, looking at her daughter as she asked again, "Did such a thing truly happen?" Liu Feng sat on the ground waiting for them to finish speaking before raising his hand eagerly. "Aunt, rest assured, I will recover soon. I just need." He spread his fingers to count. "The first time growing 1 year needs 2 days, the second time 4 days, the third time 7 days, calculating like that I only need." She coughed softly and patted her daughter's shoulder. "I truly cannot understand your thoughts. As long as you are safe, that is enough. Do you still not trust me?" At that moment, several figures hurried along the road, looking as though something urgent had happened. Before long, Su Fei's courtyard was packed with people. 3 elders leading the group stormed in. "Su Fei, have you found that item?" Su Fei stood up and replied calmly, "I have found it." Hearing that, the elder's eyes lit up as he urged, "Bring it out quickly." Su Fei crossed her arms and said coldly, "Sorry, Grand Elder, that item is not with me. I searched for the divine blessing for Wei-Er, not for you." Grand Elder shouted displeased, "Mind your attitude. The old ancestor needs that item. As long as you hand it over, the next term clan leader position will be yours." Unexpectedly, Su Fei laughed, her eyes sharp and cold. "Whoever you are helping is your choice. It seems Feng was right. When you gave me the treasure map, you never had good intentions." Knowing he could not deceive her further, he turned hostile. "If so, do not blame me for being ruthless. Seize them. Deal with anyone who resists." The men holding weapons surrounded Su Fei tightly, their mouths spouting vulgar and unpleasant words. "Remember not to harm her too much later. She is still the #1 beauty of the clan. I also want to try my luck." Su Fei stood there listening to them discussing her with contempt. Is this the mercenary clan? Truly disgusting. She immediately released her aura, a powerful surge of energy erupting and enveloping her entire body. Even the Grand Elder and the others were suffocated by the aura she released, everyone trembling in terror, stammering in disbelief that a saint rank could be like this. She leisurely stepped forward, and wherever she went those surrounding her were forced back. Then she curled her lips slightly and told the Grand Elder that her strength today was also thanks to him. The Grand Elder could not withstand that surging power, immediately coughing up a mouthful of blood before dropping to his knees to beg the ancestor for help. As soon as the words ended, Liu Feng shot forward like a bolt of lightning. He squeezed himself between Su Fei and the Grand Elder, indifferently saying that even calling the ancestor would not save him. Standing straight with the yellow hem behind him fluttering wildly, he placed his hands on his hips and pointed at the opponent, declaring that from now on the Su family would be decided by Su Fei. Liu Feng mischievously raised his thumb to point at himself, eyes shining as he said that what you could not do Su Fei would do, what you could do Su Fei would do even better, acting first and reporting later. He allowed it. In his mind appeared the image of himself as a majestic lord, with 3 subordinates obediently following behind. Su Fei glanced at him and muttered that she did not see any sincerity in his praise at all. Just as Liu Feng was still immersed in his self-performance, another old man suddenly appeared and asked if it was true. He descended into the courtyard. Behind him were several mercenaries pressing their blades against the neck of a red-haired man. He held a sword and smiled sinisterly, his cold eyes signaling toward the hostage as he shouted, "Su Fei, look who this is." Hearing that voice, Su Fei turned and froze, crying out, "Father." Rage flared up as she pointed at the newcomers and shouted that Su Bai. She had not expected him to be so despicable as to attack even a junior. He still stood there smiling calmly, replying that for the sake of the family, a little infamy meant nothing. Su Fei immediately cast a spell, and in an instant space seemed to be locked, only she could still move as she rushed forward. Mercenaries behind Su Bai were all restrained by that force, unable to move. Only Su Bai still retained the ability to move. He waved his hand and unleashed a move that shattered the frozen state Su Fei had created, space instantly breaking apart. She took a deep breath to steady herself, her eyes still locked on the old man before her. Though surprised, she quickly regained her composure. The two faced each other head-on without the slightest retreat. Streams of magic were continuously unleashed, colliding in midair. The two fought fiercely, neither willing to yield. From one corner of the courtyard to another, the battle still showed no winner. Suddenly Su Fei revealed an opening, and Su Bai immediately seized the chance to deliver a kick straight into her abdomen. The blow struck her, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of her lips. She fell heavily to the ground, while Su Bai floated in the air with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down and saying that although he did not know what fortune had made her so strong, her combat experience was still too shallow. He looked down arrogantly from above, saying he would give her another chance, hand over the item, and with the two of them the Su family would surely rule the continent. Su Fei braced herself on one knee, wiping the blood from her lips and firmly replying that he was dreaming. Even if she could not defeat him, she still had someone to help. Bang. After calling several times without a response, she turned her head and her expression darkened. It turned out that behind her Liu Feng was still busy playing rock, paper, scissors with Xiao Jin, his mouth continuously chanting rock, paper, scissors. He even secretly switched hands, causing Xiao Jin to burst into laughter and lose focus, giving the wrong sign. Liu Feng jumped up cheering that he had won and took on the task of dealing with the old man, telling Xiao Jin to go save the person despite being accused of cheating. The two immediately split their tasks, Liu Feng flying into the air to face Su Bai. Meanwhile, Xiao Jin followed orders and rushed toward the group controlling Su Fei father, shouting while running that a win was a win. Attack. As soon as he entered the fight, Liu Feng closed in and unleashed a move, loudly challenging the old man to take it. Su Bai tilted his body to dodge the first strike, yet inwardly he was shaken by the speed. The second move followed immediately, Liu Feng's small fingers thrusting straight toward his eyes, forcing him to hurriedly raise his hand to block. In that rapidly shifting instant, he had already spun around and swung his leg with a loud shout. The final strike suddenly aimed straight at a vital spot, leaving the opponent unable to react in time. He could only throw his head back and cry out in pain for failing to dodge in time. Immediately after came a kick to the face that left him dizzy, as if returning the previous blow for Su Fei. Su Bai was sent flying into the hall wall, bricks and stones scattering everywhere. The mercenaries who witnessed the scene turned pale, unable to believe that a peak saint ancestor was at a disadvantage before a mere boy, some shouting to retreat quickly. Below, Xiao Jin had also neatly dealt with the remaining lack. He grabbed Su Fei father by the collar and pulled him to safety, appearing calm. After finishing his move, Liu Feng landed in the courtyard before the house. Su Fei immediately ran over, lifted him up and kissed his cheek with praise that he was truly formidable. Liu Feng smiled with narrowed eyes, his chubby cheeks flushed as he said it was only a small matter. While everyone was still rejoicing, a loud explosion sounded from inside the house, bricks and stones flying. Su Bai stepped out amid surging black energy, his expression crazed as he roared that they had forced him. Bai Qi standing behind was astonished at that energy, muttering that this was a breakthrough to Supreme, while Su Fei recognized the aura of the Dark God. The mercenaries cheered when they saw him rise, believing their family was about to become #1 on the continent. Su Bai curled his lips and recounted that he had once fallen into the Dark God's seal, invaded by its energy, so he delayed his breakthrough to wait for today. As long as he killed her and took the Divine Mind Guardian, he would no longer need to fear anything. Hearing him admit it, Su Fei suddenly realized that from the beginning she had been plotted against. Asking the Grand Elder to pass on a message had only been to test the waters. He lowered his eyes and smiled smugly, saying that with a saint rank boy willing to take the place, everything was in his hand. Liu Feng scratched his head in confusion, not understanding what they were talking about, only feeling that the name Dark God sounded familiar as if he had forgotten something. He raised his hand to touch the strange red mark on the back of his right hand and pressed lightly. His hand immediately transformed into the shape of a phone, which he put to his ear and jokingly asked whether it was the Dark God. From the other side came an irritated roar saying that the boy had imprisoned him for so long and to release him at once. Liu Feng grabbed the Dark God by the collar and pulled him out of the seal, and he asked how you had become like this and why there were fluctuations of law on you. Could it be that you had fought a god rank? Ignoring the question, Liu Feng turned the Dark God toward Su Bai and said that surely he knew that old man, telling him to reveal his true form for him to see whether he was the one who escaped from his hands back then. He folded his arms and stood aside with a rogue-like smile, telling them to reminisce about old times and to remember to reveal the true form or the old man would not see. With permission granted, the Dark God immediately transformed into his true body. Su Bai looked at that enormous figure and cried out in shock. He stepped back, raising his head to look at the Dark God who had just appeared before him. In the blink of an eye, he turned and fled without another word. The mercenaries below also stared in stunned silence. Su Bai gritted his teeth and used all his strength to run as fast as possible, hoping to escape as far away as he could. But immediately afterward, his eyes widened at the sight before him. The Dark God face blocked his escape route, speaking coldly that he had already come, so why hurry? Knowing he could not escape, Su Bai clenched his fists and threw a punch, reassuring himself that now he was in the supreme realm and did not fear him. However, the blow only passed through black smoke without causing any harm, making him even more flustered. The Dark God gathered behind Su Bai and whispered that if there had not been his energy within him, it would have taken some effort to deal with him, but now it was different. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed back into his complete true form. The deep black mouth opened wide and swallowed Su Bai whole amid a shrill scream. The entire house shook from the echo before gradually returning to silence. Mercenaries murmured in confusion whether the ancestor had lost and fled, while others quickly dismissed the thought. Su Fei turned to look at Liu Feng, who was grinning, and asked whether the Dark God had not already been destroyed by him, and he replied that keeping it as a pet was far more useful. After the Dark God finished dealing with Su Bai, he shrank into a cuter form, angrily shouting for justice at being called a pet. He pulled Hai Shen into the air, laying him flat on his back, then reached out to lightly scratch all over his body, making him docile like a kitten. Master, no, that is right there, a little harder. Su Fei watched the scene and could only sigh helplessly. Ever since he shrank down, even Hai Shen's aura had changed along with him. On the opposite side, Su Bai landed among his ranks with his hands clasped behind his back, his appearance prompting the soldiers to shout in unison, "Ancestor." He paused slightly, a faint wisp of black smoke still lingering at the corner of his eyes, his face no longer arrogant and cruel as he declared in a deep voice, "From now on the position of clan leader will be held by Su Fei. The Council of Elders is dissolved." That decision immediately stirred an uproar in the crowd. The great elder took the lead in protesting. "How can this be? The Council of Elders cannot be abolished. That is right. This is far too unreasonable." The moment he finished speaking, he was met with the old man's imposing gaze as a cold shout rang out. "Have you forgotten your own identity after holding power for so many years?" The great elder faltered for a moment, then pointed with a trembling finger and stammered that he was not great-grandfather, that he was an impostor. Su Bai wasted no words, immediately rushing forward to grab him by the head, sternly rebuking him for his reckless words. He struck without mercy, driving a punch into the opponent's abdomen, causing the great elder to spit out a mouthful of blood in agony. Su Bai stood upright, looking at the man kneeling at his feet as he spoke clearly. "The great elder has abused his authority to monopolize power for far too long. That man used the Council of Elders for personal gain. Being punished before everyone today is merely reaping what he has sown." Su Bai and the remaining elder respectfully bowed to Su Fei, declaring that from now on the mercenary clan would heed only the clan leader. All the clan members lowered their heads in unison, the cries of greeting the clan leader echoing endlessly through the solemn air. Su Fei smiled and glanced at Liu Feng standing beside him, seeing him respond with a radiant, proud smile. The scene shifted to another place, a massive structure hidden among lush green trees near Tin Lam Academy. Liu Feng and Bai Qi sat leisurely on a high branch, one reading a book while the other nodded off to sleep. Beneath the tree came Hai Shen's miserable cries for help as Xiao Jin used him for amusement. "Kid, save me." Xiao Jin held Hai Shen in his hands, gleefully kneading him until he was misshapen, even shouting that this time he would definitely create a Gundam. Suddenly a group of people passed by below, causing Liu Feng to awaken at once. Group discussed how the eastern and western blood god temples of the Beast Kingdom had gone to war. It was said the new Eastern Temple Master had taken the initiative to challenge, and the young Temple Master was hailed as the #1 beauty of the grassland. He used his arm as a pillow, looking down at the crowd while murmuring, "Blood God Temple, young Temple Master." A blonde girl approached, looking up at him on the tree branch and softly asking what he was muttering about. Liu Feng instinctively replied that it was nothing. The moment he recognized the familiar voice, he sprang upright and stammered out Wei-Er's name. Before him stood a beautiful girl with flowing golden hair and a pure white dress that stirred the heart. Wei-Er gently brushed her hair aside, her face flushed as she asked what was wrong. "Now that you have shrunk, have you forgotten me?" Liu Feng, in the form of a child, blushed bright red, patting his chest to calm himself, telling himself to keep his composure. A man must make the woman take the initiative. Yet before he could act cool, he burst into tears and threw himself into her arms, loudly calling Wei-Er. Rubbing his eyes while looking around, he asked where Su Fei was. He had told her not to let her see him like this. It was too embarrassing. Wei-Er bent down, gently touching his cheek as she smiled and said she found him very adorable. She had always thought that no matter how strong he was still like a child. Liu Feng hurriedly raised his small hand to stop her, averting his gaze as his heart pounded. "Do not pat my head, I will not grow taller." She mischievously hugged that tiny body tightly. "If you stay like this, I could raise you for a lifetime. Let me go." Two chatted happily, unaware that Su Fei stood quietly behind a tree watching. In the end, Wei-Er invited him for a walk and he nodded. Watching that happy scene, Su Fei thought bitterly that she could never compare to Wei-Er. Whenever he met her, he always returned to his truest self. The scene shifted again to the bustling street of Tin Lam Academy, voices buzzing as people urged one another to look behind. Wei-Er held Liu Feng's hand as they strolled in his childlike form, her beauty causing countless heads to turn. Two walked calmly through the crowd, leaving behind endless whispers about the boy accompanying the goddess. Liu Feng wore denim overalls printed with a cat face, holding a lollipop as he tugged Wei-Er toward a delicious eatery across the street. Suddenly, a young man appeared to block their path, holding a vibrant bouquet of purple roses. The young man gazed at Wei-Er in infatuation, then boldly confessed the feelings he had hidden for so long. Wei-Er maintained her gentle smile, tactfully replying that she already had someone in her heart. Yet he knelt down and offered the flowers, saying that although he knew her boyfriend was Saint Rank, he believed he could bring her happiness and hoped for a chance. Liu Feng raised the lollipop to his lips, his childish voice ringing out, "Mom, let us go." He pulled Wei-Er away, leaving behind stunned onlookers and jealous whispers. That young man collapsed in despair, unaware of Wei-Er's soft mutter of mock complaint at being called mom. The scene shifted to a luxurious villa, hidden beneath lush green trees. Lan Dai leisurely sipped tea in the sunlight, enjoying a peaceful morning. As soon as she finished speaking, Wei-Er led Liu Feng in to greet him, waving as she called teacher and mentioning that her injury had improved. Before she could finish, Lan Dai spat out his tea in shock at the sight of the one beside her. He jumped to his feet and pointed at Liu Feng, teasing that she had a son after just one night. Wei-Er laughed and took his hand to explain, while Liu Feng glared in annoyance at the nonsense. Lan Dai still refused to believe it, pointing at that face and bearing, insisting it must be the son of that Liu Feng. Liu Feng crossed his arms and retorted, his voice young but imposing, "Do not insult people carelessly." Hearing this, Lan Dai grew even more irritated, stamping his foot and saying he was just as rude as the original, until Wei-Er clearly stated that this was Liu Feng himself. After hearing the whole story, he curiously reached out to touch his cheek. Liu Feng brushed it away, frowning and telling him not to poke at him. Seeing that tiny appearance, Lan Dai gleefully pinched his bun-like cheeks and laughed meaningfully. Liu Feng slapped his hand away, grumbling that even small he was strong enough to teach him a lesson. Lan Dai laughed heartily, saying that just seeing this look made him satisfied, even wanting to preserve it as a memory. After settling down, he seriously asked about his next plan now that Wei-Er's matter was temporarily resolved. Liu Feng raised his head and replied that the Son of God must undergo rebirth. He did not want Wei-Er to take risks, so he treated it as a backup plan. Lan Dai nodded, suggesting that while waiting for the continent's heroes to gather, he could stay at the academy as a practical combat instructor. Liu Feng pondered, while Wei-Er squatted beside him, urging him excitedly to agree. At that moment, a green blur shot over at astonishing speed. Xiao Jin slammed into Liu Feng, knocking him onto his back, as Bai Qi hurried after him calling out. Holding his head as he stood up, Liu Feng shouted what was going on, then heard that the two blood god temples of the Beast Kingdom had clashed. Xiao Jin quickly recounted what he had heard about the conflict between the two factions. At present, both sides had suffered heavy losses and were preparing for the final decisive battle. Liu Feng calmly replied that he had heard about it as well, but did not understand what it had to do with him. Xiao Jin's eyes lit up as he mentioned Hong Yi, who was at the Eastern Blood God Temple. Hearing that name, Liu Feng froze for a moment. In his mind appeared the image of a little girl in a red dress calling his name. Lowering his head, he blamed himself for being so preoccupied with Wei that he had forgotten Hong Yi, not knowing how she was now. He turned to Wei and said seriously that even in his small body, he still had to make a trip to the Beast Kingdom. An Dai immediately reproached him, saying that speaking of looking for another woman in front of Wei was too much. Liu Feng did not explain, only affirming that Hong Yi was also his woman, making Wei see him so serious for the first time and agree. The scene continued at the Grand Gate of the Beast Kingdom, where beastmen bustled back and forth. Hai Shen suddenly pounced into a group of beastmen, startling them into retreat. Liu Feng and Xiao Jin excitedly rushed forward, staring intently at Hai Shen below. He revealed a mischievous smile, his eyes sparkling ahead as he prepared to unleash a spinning back kick. Immediately after, he treated Hai Shen like a ball, one kick sending him soaring high into the air. Xiao Jin let out a mischievous laugh and leaped forward in pursuit. He dashed ahead to block the way, swept out a decisive kick that sent Hackden flying, and even threw out fierce threats. Liu Feng also rushed over. Before he even landed, he saw the little boy smiling as he caught the black shadow. Before Hackden could reach his hands, he slammed into a massive figure blocking the path, the force of the collision twisting his face. In front of them stood a huge pig-like beastman, carrying a club on his shoulder, bending down to look at Liu Feng and asking why children were here. Xiao Jin looked a fat pig head. Hearing Liu Feng call out, Xiao Jin immediately ran over, using his tiny finger to poke the beastman's nose in curiosity. Was it really that big? The yellow-furred fox-like beastman standing beside him softly reminded him, "The little brat is calling you a fat pig head, but I am indeed a fat pig head." He leaned close to his boss' ear and explained that humans use the term pig head to insult others as lowly creatures. After hearing that, the fat pig head flew into a rage, gripping his club tightly as he glared at the two children and growled that he would deal with them. Just as he was about to strike, a sudden voice rang out to stop him. "I already said so." An old man carrying a large barrel on his back stepped forward to intervene, asking them to spare the children for his sake, but the beastmen argued that the two brats had caused trouble first. The old man set the barrel down and slapped the lid with a bang, saying, "Consider this barrel of wine my treat to you." Taking the barrel of wine, the beastmen slung it over their shoulders and left together, saying they would drink in consideration of the old man. The old man bent down to ask Liu Feng why he dared come here when beastmen hated humans, yet he still asked for directions to the Eastern Blood Divine Temple. That dad had not gone far when he clearly heard the question and immediately halted. He still carried the wine on his shoulder and turned back to look at them with a ferocious gaze. The older brother turned pale, sweat pouring out as he scolded the boy for daring to inquire about the Eastern Blood Divine Temple in Western Blood territory. Dat flung the barrel of wine aside and led his men back, declaring that he was a loyal believer of the Western Blood Divine Temple and could no longer show leniency. The older brother stood in front of the two children, begging that Dat not to take offense at children and promising to treat him to wine for 3 days. He shoved the old man aside and arrogantly shouted for him to move. Just as he was about to attack, another group of beastmen rushed over in panic to report that the Eastern Blood Divine Temple had attacked. Immediately after, a squad of beastmen riding giant wolves thundered in as proof. The leader raised a red banner with a swirling emblem high and loudly declared that those who followed Eastern Blood would live, those who resisted would know no peace. That Dat and his men instantly knelt trembling and begged to join, claiming they were the most loyal followers of the Eastern Blood Divine Temple. Liu Feng and Xiao Jin stepped out to expose him, saying he had not spoken that way just now. Suddenly a hand grabbed Liu Feng by the collar and lifted him up, leaving him stunned. That beastman pointed straight at him, turned to ask the leader, Lord Lang Vu, whether they should deal with this human child. Lang Vu snatched Liu Feng over and kicked his subordinate, reminding him that the young temple master had forbidden killing at will and suggesting they bring the children back as gifts. Carried like a chick, Liu Feng angrily shouted back that he was no gift. Lang Vu irritably struck the back of his neck hard and ordered him taken away. Yet Liu Feng did not faint at all, leaving Lang Vu and even his mount astonished. Just as he was still puzzled, Bai Qi descended from the sky calling loudly for Liu Feng and Xiao Jin. Liu Feng looked up, panic rising in his heart as he thought that if he was caught he would be scolded again. Fixed a serious gaze on Xiao Jin and signaled him to act. But when he turned back, Xiao Jin had already vanished, making him inwardly lament that this fellow lacked loyalty. Liu Feng immediately pretended to faint in Lang Vu Han, startling him. Just after he finished acting, a cold little girl stepped forward and asked Lang Vu what he was doing. Hong Yi floated in the air with her arms crossed, looking down with authority. Her face was calm, her large eyes waiting for Lang Vu's answer. Hong Yi gently descended to the ground. The subordinates around her all knelt and shouted greetings to the young temple master. Hong Yi coldly told everyone to rise. Seeing her appear, Lang Vu hurriedly presented Liu Feng and said this was a gift he had found. That action angered Hong Yi. She stepped forward and asked where he had caught a child when it had been forbidden. Her steps suddenly halted. He was about to touch Liu Feng's face but stopped, wondering why this child looked so much like brother Liu Feng. Liu Feng inwardly panicked and broke into a sweat, hesitating whether to wake up or continue pretending for fear of losing face. At that moment, a strange object shot down from above. Hong Yi immediately recognized it and used magic power to block it, shouting to ask who it was. The object exploded a step away from them. Thanks to the magical barrier, no one was injured. Hong Yi suspected this might be a peak saint tier expert. Could it be from the Western Blood Divine Temple? She quickly ordered a retreat back to Suba City. Lang Vu and his subordinates bowed their heads in obedience. After walking a few steps, Hong Yi instructed them to bring that child along as well. High above, Bai Qi observed the scene in shock as he recognized the little girl who had once walked beside Liu Feng. He sighed and said truly a monster, while Xiao Jin struggled in his hand asking why only he had been caught. Qi laughed slyly and told him not to ruin Liu Feng role-playing. Xiao Jin blinked in confusion and asked who was role-playing. The scene shifted to the magnificent gates of the royal palace of Suba City. Inside a luxurious bath, Liu Feng was soaking comfortably. Outside, Lang Vu kept urging that he had bathed for too long. Liu Feng felt another headache from the strange law, determined to break it and return to normal to meet Hong Yi. Thinking this, he let out a soft sigh. In his mind appeared the sealed acupoints, and he thought of the 7-star formation specialized in breaking seals that might help. While he was pondering, Lang Vu lost patience and barged in, grabbing him from behind and saying the young temple master had waited long enough. He was lifted up before he even had time to get dressed. Liu Feng was so angry his eyes widened as he silently cursed that fellow. Before long, Lang Vu brought him before Hong Yi and respectfully reported that he had brought the person. Hong Yi looked at him with satisfaction and said this was more like him, while Liu Feng bluntly remarked that it was not as good looking as before. He even turned to ask Hack then if he was right, and he hurriedly nodded in agreement. While he was speaking, Hong Yi came over and pinched his cheek, laughing in delight. Treated like a child, Liu Feng pushed her hand away and reproached her for not knowing propriety. Hong Yi flicked his forehead and made him call her sister Hong Yi. A trace of sadness flashed in her eyes as she murmured that she wished brother Liu Feng were as adorable as the child before her. Liu Feng patted his chest intending to say he was exactly that, but before he could she interrupted and declared she would take Liu Feng as her adopted son. During that he was stunned and hurried to explain, calling out her name. At that moment another person entered to greet the young temple master. It was the beastman Prince Su Xiao asking what she had gained this time. Hong Yi coldly replied that 32 eastern cities had submitted to the Eastern Blood Divine Temple, and they would soon wage a decisive battle against Western Blood. Su Xiao continued to inquire about the time and place of the upcoming battle. Upon hearing those words, determination shone in Hong Yi's eyes. She replied slowly, Blood God Mountain. Years ago the Blood Divine Temple was destroyed there. Now I will allow the Eastern and Western temples to reunite at that very place. Having spoken, Hong Yi looked into the distance, her voice deepened. This time the master will personally join the battle. After a brief silence, the little girl's eyes turned cold. Kang Qiang Blood Lord must pay. Su Xiao felt a shiver at that gaze, quickly clarifying his stance. If the young temple master has such resolve, I am willing to help her wipe out the remnants of the Western Divine Temple. Liu Feng standing beside him smiled faintly. Speaking is easy, if you dare, go find Blood Lord and settle the score yourself. Being doubted by a brat, Su Xiao shouted angrily, who are you? Liu Feng paid no mind, his voice full of provocation. I will not tell you, little kitten, if you are dissatisfied, see for yourself. Now Suzayo had lost his composure, roaring and charging, seeking a difficult path. But before he could touch anyone, a powerful force knocked him back, the corner of his lips streaked with red. Forced to stop, he asked in astonishment, "Young Temple Master, why?" Hangyi stepped forward to block Liu Feng, her voice cold as she warned, "You dare touch him, I will not forgive." Suzayo froze. "Miss Hangyi, what do you mean by this?" Seeing her unmoved, Suzayo reminded again, "Do not forget we are allies." Liu Feng laughed sarcastically, a tiny ant claiming to rival a mighty dragon. Hangyi, seeing him overstep, tapped his head to warn. Liu Feng clutched his head in pain. Just as the tension grew like a taut string, Beast Emperor spoke. "Hangyi, little friend, the young temple master truly speaks interestingly." Unlike Suzayo, Hangyi remained cautious with Beast Emperor. She replied softly, "Letting you ridicule, the child does not understand." Beast Emperor did not wish the matter to escalate. He patted Suzayo on the shoulder, chuckling, "Just a child," Suzayo whispered, "Father." Suddenly beside them appeared a beastman figure. Both Hangyi and Liu Feng turned to look. It was Miu Lu. She licked lightly across Liu Feng's face with her long tongue. Long time no encounter such fragrant human. Probably not a bad taste. Hangyi immediately pushed her face away, stopping that action. Immediately after, Miu Luke received a counterattack. Hangyi said coldly, "Foolish ones of the Western Divine Temple daring to come by themselves." Not missing the opportunity, Hangyi used the momentum to strike straight into a dark corner. There, two black shadows instantly leapt out and retreated. Liu Feng glanced and understood. He hurried to chase. "The green-haired enchantress dares tease me, stop." But Hangyi firmly pushed him back, commanding, "Lang Vu, take him down, obey orders." Liu Feng struggled, "Let me go." Lang Vu held him while avoiding injury. "Be silent for a moment." In the hall, Beast Emperor saw the two reveal themselves, feigning respect. It turned out to be the two great sect masters Hu Lang and Miu Luke, rude, yet inwardly amazed. Hu Lang and Miu Luke revealed their true forms, their voices cold. "If not for coming, how would we know His Majesty intends to change allies? Wonder if Kang Qiang Blood Lord heard the news and came personally." Beast Emperor hurriedly explained, "The Empire does not intervene in the struggle of the two sects. Hope you convey this to Blood Lord." Hangyi did not waste words. She charged immediately. "No need to report since here stay." Lang and Miu Luke quickly used magic to support themselves. In the air, two streams of Hangyi red magic fiercely clashed with the opponents. The little girl did not retreat, continuing to press the force. "Is that all? Then prepare to face the consequences." Blood-colored sphere carrying tremendous power shot forward, blood-condensed steel strike. Yet amid the opposing forces, the space ahead seemed empty. Suddenly the force rebounded, sending Hangyi flying backward. Beast Emperor and Suzayo simultaneously changed color. Kang Qiang Blood Lord. In the space echoed a deep laugh. "Little girl, finally I waited until you were alone." Facing Kang Qiang, Hangyi remained calm. "Shameless old man, do not hope to succeed." Two streams of red magic collided, the shockwaves tearing through the space. Though outwardly balanced, Hangyi clenched her hands tightly, muttering a curse. Suddenly countless red streaks shot toward her. Hangyi froze. "What is this?" Her eyes opened wide in shock. Liu Feng stepped forward, sweeping his sword to dispel the streaks. Hangyi whispered, "Brother Fang." Around Liu Feng radiated brilliant light. He smiled. "Long time no see, Hangyi." Buried memories surged. In childhood she was called cursed, sewer rat, detestable. She was always oppressed, looked down upon, until the day he appeared. The darkest moment, Liu Feng reached out, "Follow me." He gave her new clothes, led her to fine food, protected her, and gave her a home. Then all vanished when Kang Qiang appeared. He determined to take her. Liu Feng risked himself to stop him. Since their separation, she only thought about maturing, could not always rely on him. Turning to the present, when he truly stood before her, it was still that light and familiar hand reaching out. Tears welled in Hangyi's eyes. From afar, Kang Qiang shouted angrily, "Who dares block me?" Liu Feng twirled his sword, declaring, "Today I will settle the score." But before the words finished, Hangyi hugged him tightly from behind. "Brother Fang." She choked, "I missed you so much." Tears finally overflowed uncontrollably. Liu Feng sat down gently, wiping her tears. He held her in his arms, gently saying, "Me too." Hangyi held tighter, fearing it was all a dream. She sobbed, pleading, "Do not leave me again." Liu Feng softly replied, "Okay." When she demanded a promise, he said, "I swear." In her heart, Hangyi also vowed never to let go again. Just then Tian Qiang stepped out from the formation. Coldly, "Kang Qiang, if you dare, fight me." Seeing this, Kang Qiang laughed loudly and withdrew with the two others. Meet in 3 days at Blood God Mountain. Liu Feng watched. He really runs fast. He patted Hangyi's head, then let him live 3 more days. As the two prepared to leave, Suzayo blocked the way again. "Lowly human, who allows you near Miss Hangyi?" Hong Yi immediately gathered magic in her hand. Su Zio, want to test me? But Liu Feng stopped her, smiling, leave this to me, later you just watch. Hong Yi obediently nodded. Liu Feng stepped toward Su Zio, little kitten, I want to see what you intend to do. Suddenly he halted, realizing his energy from the formation had been exhausted. Too late to react, his body gradually shrank. Damn, I do not want to return to that form. Before the stunned eyes of everyone, Liu Feng appeared small with an innocent look. Hong Yi called out in shock. And from afar, Kang Qiang's shadow was advancing toward them. He asked curiously, Hong Yi, who blocked Kang Qiang old monster's strike just now, introduce me so I can meet him. Hong Yi answered awkwardly, teacher. Then she pointed toward Liu Feng and stammered, it was him. Seeing Liu Feng in a child's form, Tian Qiang froze for a moment. Liu Feng hurried to break the awkward atmosphere. Beautiful big sister, why are you staring at me so fiercely? Could it be my aura has captivated you? Hearing that, Tian Qiang's lips curved slightly. Brat, what did you just say? Hong Yi immediately ran over to confirm, are you really that child? What exactly happened? Under their questioning gazes, Liu Feng explained, I have wanted to tell you for a long time but had no chance. I was ambushed by someone named Apollo and ended up like this. Do not worry, I will recover soon. After speaking, he spread his arms and looked at Hong Yi expectantly. Come here and give your brother a hug. But Tian Qiang was quicker, lifting Liu Feng into the air, her probing gaze never leaving him. Was it really this brat who blocked Kang Qiang's move? Suspended in midair, Liu Feng struggled and shouted, put me down, hurry up. If I had not shrunk it would not be like this. Let go or I will turn hostile. Annoyed by his noise, Tian Qiang pressed his face against her chest to muffle him. Be quiet. At that moment a crash from the shattered door rang out, causing everyone to turn. The Beast Emperor appeared with a majestic roar. Who dares to be so bold, seeking disaster? Bai Qi calmly appeared in midair. I only broke a door, no need to be so tense. Recognizing the newcomer, the Beast Emperor frowned. You are Mr. Hai. Did you not leave the Empire already? Bai Qi ignored him and stepped forward to bow to Tian Qiang. If I did not come, who would resolve this situation? Hai Bai Qi of the Black Dragon clan greets Iron Region Sovereign. Hearing the familiar voice, Hong Yi suddenly realized, you are the half-dragon who took part in the grand duel. Bai Qi replied, it is me. Did Liu Feng mention me? Once confirmed, Hong Yi immediately rushed forward. Then take this. Bai Qi hurriedly raised magic power to block, asking in surprise, why so fierce upon first meeting? After several evenly matched exchanges, both retreated to keep their distance. Lying in Tian Qiang's arms, Liu Feng spoke up, wait, he is. Before he could finish, Tian Qiang threw Liu Feng toward Hong Yi, let me handle this. Seeing her about to strike, Bai Qi frantically waved his hands, it is a misunderstanding, I am Liu Feng's brother. Mo Zio Jin, stop sleeping and save me. The shout startled Zio Jin awake, he rushed out excitedly, you interrupted my sleep again, oh there is a beautiful big sister. Looking at Zio Jin's golden dragon body, Tian Qiang remained disdainful, just a large snake. Insulted, Zio Jin glared, I am a divine dragon, do not think you can speak nonsense just because you have a big chest. And he turned to Hong Yi with a syrupy voice, Hong Yi little sister. Hong Yi felt uncertain but still asked, Zio Jin right? He nodded cheerfully, it is me. Only then did she say to Tian Qiang, teacher must have misunderstood. Tian Qiang heard this yet still kept a wary gaze. In the end she signaled to leave. We will speak after returning to the temple. Farewell, Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor clasped his hands respectfully, seeing off Blood Sovereign. When only the father and son remained in the hall, he said in a deep voice, Father, in 3 days regardless of the outcome the Blood God Temple will merge. By then we. The Beast Emperor did not respond, his eyes looking into the dark corner. Slaughter second sovereign, since you are here, come out. Knowing they were discovered, the two stepped out from hiding. Slaughter impatiently asked first, why did we not seize the chance to kill that woman earlier? The Beast Emperor lowered his voice in reminder, I have said the old recluse behind the mountain is Tian Qiang. It is not easy to touch her. Better to wait 3 days until both she and Kang Qiang are weakened before acting. The second sovereign spoke angrily, thinking of my nephew who died at the hands of the Blood God Temple, I cannot endure it. Trace of ambition appeared on the Beast Emperor's fierce face. Rest assured the Blood God Temple will sooner or later be flattened by the Beastman Empire. Tian Qiang, Kang Qiang, or Hong, you will all struggle to escape. Elsewhere at the Eastern Blood God Temple under Tian Qiang's control. Bai Qi's indignant voice rang out in the hall. I did not expect Liu Feng to be schemed against like that. Hong Yi standing beside said, the Radiant Church, I will definitely seek justice for Brother Feng. She turned to Liu Feng with a resolute gaze. No matter what you become, you are still my brother Liu Feng, he replied while eating and smiling, of course. Tian Qiang was still puzzled. What exactly is this seal? Clearly you can break it. Why did you shrink instead? Asked that, Liu Feng stopped eating and said seriously while Hong Yi wiped his mouth. The seal is very strong. How do you plan to deal with Kang Qiang, or shall I strike directly at his door? Tian Qiang shook her head. My strength equals his, but the Eastern Hall has 12 guardian divine corpses. If someone controls them together, they are comparable to a sovereign. She looked at Hong Yi beside her and said regretfully, on our side, no one can control them. Hong Yi has tried many times without success, but now with the divine dragon sovereign in me, against Kang Qiang it will be 2 against 2. Seeing Liu Feng and Xiao Jin patting their full stomachs after the meal, she did not continue. If you truly can withstand a sovereign, then this battle is in our grasp, as long as you return to normal. Liu Feng's short vantage point looking upward. He suddenly had a nosebleed, then retorted, do not think being beautiful lets you say anything, I am still fine. Tian Qiang placed her hand on his shoulder and emphasized, cooperate with me to try breaking the seal. In just an instant, her consciousness had delved deep inside, where Liu Feng's true body was bound. She approached the glowing chains and said in surprise, is it this thing? Just break it. Before she finished speaking, she was blasted backward by a strong force. What is happening? Outside her body also trembled similarly. Hong Yi hurried to support teacher. Tian Qiang could only shake her head. Liu Feng anxiously raised his hand, so it is truly 1 against 2 now. Seeing blood at the corner of her lips, she said, the seal is too strong, just 1 attempt caused backlash. Fortunately, there are still 3 days to recover. Hong Yi suggested, teacher perhaps risk trying to control the divine corpses once more. Girl worried, I fear Kang Qiang still hides a trump card. Not long after, the group followed Tian Qiang down beneath the temple. As they walked along the corridor, she said, ahead is the entrance to where the divine corpses rest. Beside Liu Feng, Hai Shen excitedly absorbed the surrounding energy. This place is full of darkness, perfect for my recovery. Tian Qiang suddenly stopped, then activated the formation. We have arrived. Before them appeared a magic circle, engraved with strange ancient characters. When the formation opened, the forbidden ground of the divine corpses was finally revealed. Tian Qiang looked at the fluctuating currents of magic power and said solemnly, these are the 12 sovereign hall masters of the Eastern Hall. After resting, they voluntarily became guardian divine corpses. Ai Qi sensed the different space and marveled, this place is like a separate world, truly formidable. Xiao Jin frowned instead, I do not like this place. It resembles the Dragon Clan altar, empty and terrifying. Tian Qiang handed the item in her hand to Hong Yi. Use the blood rune jade pendant to attempt communion with the guardian divine corpses. The girl nodded, understood. Hong Yi raised the jade pendant and closed her eyes to chant. Light from the pendant grew increasingly brilliant. Streams of red aura surged from the doors. They quickly coiled around Hong Yi. The entire space dyed a strange red. Seeing her face turn pale, Tian Qiang hurriedly encouraged, Hong Yi, hold on. As soon as she finished speaking, a strange foot appeared on the ground. The man's face was concealed behind a mask. From a single initial figure, more silhouettes gradually emerged within the red aura. The moment Tian Qiang saw them appear, the tension on her face gradually eased, then it was fine. Behind them, Bai Qi cried out in horror. 1 saint rank level 1, 4 level 2, plus 2 at peak level. This force is too terrifying. Hearing the noise, Hong Yi opened her eyes, looked at the jade pendant in her hand and gently shook her head, but I have not finished yet. Only then did Liu Feng speak in confusion. It was just me. Did they not say those guardian divine corpses were hard to control? I think they are quite normal. His words fell like thunder beside Xiao Jin, Bai Qi and Hong Yi. The 3 of them almost shouted in unison, what? In truth, those guardian divine corpses were surrounding Liu Feng's small figure. Tian Qiang tilted her head and observed him warily. You mean you were the one who activated the divine corpses? Under her gaze, Liu Feng confidently pointed behind him. That is right. Seeing Hong Yi struggling so much, I tried a little. Who would have thought it worked? Tian Qiang found it hard to believe. To communicate with the divine corpses, one must use the technique of the Blood God Hall as a bridge. How could you do that? Seeing her doubt, Liu Feng shouted loudly, attention. Immediately, the guardian divine corpses stood perfectly still. Not stopping there, he shouted again, kneel, and they obeyed at once. At this point, Liu Feng shrugged helplessly, see for yourself. Even with the truth before her eyes, suspicion still flickered in Tian Qiang's gaze. The divine corpses were born to protect the Blood God Hall. The Black God whispered for Liu Feng alone to hear, the 12 saint rank puppets are only energy. With strong will you can control them temporarily. Hong Yi immediately praised him as amazing. Being praised, Liu Feng beamed, it is nothing. Even Xiao Jin leaned over to ask softly, controlling all 12 at once, "How did you do it?" Liu Feng lifted his chin and replied, "What is so hard, before I even manipulated hundreds of units at once." Xiao Jin widened his eyes in admiration. Then Liu Feng turned to Hong Yi, "Come, hold my hand, I will help you control them. No need to use the jade pendant." The girl immediately nodded, "All right." Hong Yi took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. Streams of red aura from the divine corpses coiled around her body again. A moment later, Hong Yi opened her eyes and exclaimed happily, "It worked. I can command them." Only then did Tian Qiang truly acknowledge Liu Feng's strength. "Your little boyfriend is truly surprising. I have more confidence in the battle 3 days from now." After being praised, Liu Feng eagerly ordered the 12 Golden Saint warriors to assemble. Seeing the divine corpses being controlled by him like puzzle pieces, Tian Qiang's face immediately turned pale. "I take back what I just said." In the blink of an eye, the sky was already dyed with the colors of dusk. On the balcony of the magnificent temple, Liu Feng seemed to be chatting with Hong Yi. The girl looked at him shyly. "I did not expect to have the chance to spend childhood with brother Liu Feng once more." Hearing that he pouted and pretended to be wronged, Hong Yi has changed. "I am already like this and you still tease me." Hong Yi curiously continued, "Then what about you?" Liu Feng was startled. "What about me?" She lowered her voice. "I heard this year you met a sea tribe princess, then some saintess, and even the Moon Wolf clan leader." She suddenly held his hand seriously and asked, "If you had to choose between me and them, who would you choose?" Seeing Liu Feng fall silent, Hong Yi's expression dimmed slightly. "If you cannot choose, then I will make them disappear. You only need to look at me alone." Before he could answer, Hong Yi changed her expression and smiled as she rubbed his head. "Do not worry, I was just joking. How could I bear to make you sad?" Only then did Liu Feng breathe in relief. After that, Hong Yi hugged him, her voice lowering softly, "Only for now." In the corner Liu Feng could not see. A fierce possessiveness flashed through the girl's eyes. "You belong only to me." But that emotion quickly vanished. She returned to normal. "Today I have already rested for a long time." Hesitating a little, her face flushed red. If time could stop at this moment, it would be wonderful. Hearing that, Liu Feng immediately cut in. "Would that not mean I would never grow up? That would not be good." Seeing that he did not understand, Hong Yi scolded him playfully. "Brother Liu Feng becoming small is truly foolish." He retorted, "You are the foolish one. Have you hugged enough?" But she still shook her head, "Not yet." After an unknown time, the guards' voices rang out. "Do you know who that human child is?" Another asked, "Who, that black-haired brat?" No sooner had they mentioned it than they ran into him. At the corner, the guards encountered Liu Feng and Hong Yi. Realizing they had misspoken, they turned pale and knelt down. "We pay respects to Princess Hong Yi." Hong Yi did not let it pass easily. She spoke coldly. "What did you just say?" The guard stammered, "Oui." Hong Yi raised the hand tightly intertwined with Liu Feng's, her gaze like a warning, "See clearly." Understanding her meaning, the guards hurriedly shouted in unison, "We pay respects to the young lord." Liu Feng stood beside her in confusion. What is that, young lord?" Hong Yi had already pulled his hand and run off, leaving Liu Feng calling after her, "Hong Yi." To ease Liu Feng's mind about what happened earlier, Hong Yi coaxed softly, "Ignore them. I will take you to enjoy something delicious." The moment he heard about tempting food, Liu Feng immediately nodded, "Something delicious, then let us go." Night fell in silence. The entire divine temple sank into the tranquil darkness. Suddenly, Liu Feng's figure was seen swiftly gliding over rooftops, before landing in front of a room. With agile movements, he easily slipped inside without encountering any obstacle. At that moment, Hong Yi was lying on the bed. Although her eyes were half closed, she could still sense the movement. Realizing it was Liu Feng, she felt a trace of shyness. So late at night, what was he sneaking into her room for? Liu Feng stepped to the bedside and gently shook her. "Hong Yi, wake up." Yet Hong Yi stubbornly refused to open her eyes, secretly thinking she would pretend to sleep and see what he intended to do sneaking into a girl's room. After calling for a long time without response, Liu Feng paused, his voice lowering with regret. In the blink of an eye, the little girl from back then has already grown up. A trace of guilt flashed in his eyes. If not for trying to break the seal and recover a bit of awareness, he might still have been as heartless as before. As he spoke, he gently stroked Hong Yi's head. "I am sorry. For the past year I was busy taking care of Wei Su Fei and let you suffer here." Tian Qiang's words echoed in his ears. Since the day Hong Yi arrived, she had not spent a single night without arduous training, often pushing herself into danger out of stubbornness. Liu Feng's voice gradually softened. "You have endured too much hardship." Letting out a sigh, he reproached himself. "As your brother, I truly have not fulfilled my duty." Unable to keep pretending, Hong Yi sat up decisively. That is not true, Feng Kaka. Because of you I found the meaning of living, I exist for you. Seeing her wake at that exact moment, Liu Feng was surprised. When did you wake up? Could it be you were pretending to sleep just now? He brushed aside the doubt and took Hong Yi's hand. Come with me, I have a gift for you. The two stepped out onto the cliff. Liu Feng gazed into the distance and said, this is the place. Hong Yi widened her eyes in astonishment. Under her curious gaze, Liu Feng raised the blood whistle to his lips. The signal sounded. Countless streaks of light shot straight into the sky, leaving Hong Yi stunned. Liu Feng. Upon reaching the sky, those streaks of light burst brilliantly like a gigantic blossom. Multicolored flames illuminated Hong Yi's lovely face. Only then did Liu Feng explain, in my hometown on every grand occasion or memorable day, we set off fireworks like this. As they watched the blazing fireworks, he said in a low voice, life is full of rough paths. Instead of sinking into darkness, be like fireworks in the night and pour out all your passion to light yourself up. Liu Feng looked straight at Hong Yi and said seriously, you have your own path. Promise me you will not say you live for me anymore. Those words touched the depths of Hong Yi's heart and moved her, her eyes turning red. She gently closed her eyes and hugged Liu Feng tightly, tears silently falling. Liu Feng. After a while, Hong Yi opened her eyes, her gaze shimmering as she said softly, meeting you is the greatest blessing of my life. The two simply embraced quietly beneath the sky filled with dazzling fireworks. Elsewhere, Xiao Jin together with Bai Qi and the group of divine corpse guardians were reluctantly carrying out their task. Even the black deity was summoned. Grumbled, that brat Liu Feng still has not stopped. I am about to collapse. Xiao Jin panted, I am nearly exhausted too. I cannot launch any more. Truly a rice-powered fireworks launcher. At the foot of the mountain, golden light shone brilliantly. Suddenly a flock of red-eyed crows swooped down as if heralding ill omen. Sure enough, beneath the mountain an army with strange appearances emerged, advancing with imposing momentum. They shouted about wiping out the opponent and declared that today they would unify the two temples. In the sky, Kang Qiang appeared together with Ho Lang and Miu Lu. He declared coldly that the Eastern Blood Divine Temple would hardly escape today. Above, Liu Feng sensed something amiss and said angrily, Kang Qiang struck first again, truly despicable. He turned to look for Hong Yi, but she had vanished at some point. Where is Hong Yi? In fact, Hong Yi had also realized the enemy had appeared. She rushed forward in fury, old Kang Qiang, today I will reclaim it. In midair, Hong Yi continuously unleashed magic toward the three of them. Ho Lang and Miu Lu immediately joined forces to block, while Kang Qiang stood behind observing calmly. The collision of power created a violent explosion, energy scattering wildly. Ho Lang and Miu Lu were shaken back. Kang Qiang quickly steadied the two. Hong Yi was also affected by the aftershock. Fortunately, Tian Qiang appeared in time. Wiping the trace of blood from the corner of her lips, Hong Yi said firmly, Kang Qiang must be taken down by my own hand. But Tian Qiang replied in a low voice, it is uncertain who is stronger. On Xiao Jin's side, they still did not understand what was happening. He asked blankly, did Liu Feng call others to launch fireworks too? The commotion is too great. Bai Qi immediately warned that this was an enemy assault. At the same time, the alarm bells resounded everywhere. Everyone prepared to face the enemy. On the opposite side, Kang Qiang said arrogantly, Tian Qiang, I give you one last chance, surrender. Hearing that, Tian Qiang sternly instructed Hong Yi, if I do not win I will drag him down with me, you must retreat at once. Hong Yi hurriedly reassured that there were still Liu Feng and Xiao Jin. Tian Qiang smiled faintly, her gaze resolute. Kang Qiang has been in that realm for many years. The other two are hard to handle. It is enough if I protect you and let you lead. After speaking, her eyes became determined as she turned decisively. Tian Qiang shot straight toward Kang Qiang and shouted, come here. Facing that momentum, Kang Qiang remained composed. I passed that threshold before you. Now you are not my opponent. Even so, Tian Qiang did not retreat and coldly replied, then we shall decide within the domain. Two rose simultaneously, supreme pressure radiating around them as they unfolded their domain. In an instant, crimson covered the gloomy sky. The battle between the two sides was about to erupt. Miu Lu shouted for all troops to heed the order. Wipe out the heretics before us, deal with any who resist without mercy. Seeing Ho Lang and Miu Lu, Hong Yi immediately charged forward. Your opponents are me. The two evaded nimbly. Ho Lang sneered, Your Highness, we are not your match. My subordinates entertain you, capture her. Facing the black-robed divine corpse guardians, Hong Yi immediately drew the blood ring horizontal severance array. They did not hesitate and rushed into battle, sparks flying as chaos ensued. At that moment Liu Feng appeared, forcing back the divine corpses, pressing Hong Yi. I am here, brothers, charge. At the command, the divine corpse guardians of both sides surged at each other, red and black entwining in a fierce clash. Sight left Miu, Luke, and Ho Lang stunned. Was it not said that Hong Yi had not yet controlled the divine corpses? While they were still astonished, Liu Feng had already rushed forward. With me here nothing is impossible, do not even think of running wild. However, his powerful kick was blocked. Ho Lang stepped back without suffering any harm. Liu Feng withdrew his aching leg and muttered, Hong Yi, did your master not say there are 4 peak saint tier experts on their side? They are as hard as steel. Hong Yi stepped closer and reminded him, the weakness of the divine corpses is at the back of the head. Break their defense and destroy the corpse core to deal with them. Hearing that, Liu Feng's eyes lit up. Why did you not say so earlier? He leaped high and raised his sword, aiming straight at the nape of one of them. Take this. The sword tip shot toward the back of the divine corpse guardian's head at an unpredictable speed. However, the blade only sparked and could not pierce the tough defense. Even Dragon Lock cannot break it. Just then 2 other divine corpse guardians closed in from behind. Liu Feng hurriedly called Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai quickly blocked them. Before he could call further, Bai Qi had already intercepted one and said excitedly, let me handle him. Immediately after, Bai Qi exerted force and flung the 2 corpse guardian disciples into each other. Finally encountering a version of himself with some bearing, it truly felt satisfying. Bai Shen roared in fury, who did you just call Little Black? Taking advantage of the corpse guardian disciple being dazed, Liu Feng immediately thrust his sword forward, the tip brimming with momentum, incomparably sharp. After taking one down, the situation clearly eased. Liu Feng seemed invigorated, calmly moving toward the next target. Now it was the second one. In another corner of the domain, Tian Qiang and Kang Qiang were also fighting. At a glance, Tian Qiang seemed heavily injured. Kang Qiang laughed arrogantly and said coldly, surrender Tian Qiang, otherwise I will make your life worse than enduring torture. Tian Qiang wiped the blood from the corner of her lips, her voice still resolute. I have yet to use the supreme self-destruction technique. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately leapt into the air. Then she charged straight toward Kang Qiang, her gaze icy. Kang Qiang, come to the very end with me. Hearing that, Hong Yi cried out in panic to stop her. Teacher, do not. Beside Liu Feng, Hai Shen curled his lips in disdain. You cannot even see the afterimage, yet you talk about perishing together. Truly foolish. Liu Feng still watched the battle above and asked worriedly, then is she not in danger? Sure enough, just as Hai Shen said, what Tian Qiang struck was only an afterimage of Kang Qiang. Only then did Tian Qiang realize in shock, a trace of astonishment flashing across her face. It was only an afterimage. But it was already too late. The magic power began to backlash from within her body. Seeing that scene, Kang Qiang laughed triumphantly while swirling magic in his hand. I had already anticipated you would do that. Since you do not know what is good for you, do not blame me. After speaking, he raised his hand high, seemingly preparing to unleash the final blow. Farewell. At that very moment, a powerful stream of white energy swept through, forcing Kang Qiang back as he shouted, who is it? Liu Feng raised his sword and stepped forward. It is this young master. Kang Qiang was stunned. A brat? No, a peak saint tier brat. Though he bore the appearance of a youth, the aura emanating from Liu Feng made others not dare underestimate him. He called out loudly, old man, are your eyes dim? You cannot even recognize me. With such cultivation, yet it is wasted. Tian Qiang, who was being treated, could not help covering her mouth and laughing. With that appearance it would be strange to recognize him. She was so agitated that Hong Yi had to remind her, teacher, do not move. Only then did Kang Qiang look carefully and ask doubtfully, are you that human brat from before? How did you become like this? But very quickly he regained his sinister look. Last time I regretted not eliminating you. Today let us see how you escape. After saying that, Kang Qiang raised both hands. Magic power surged outward, domain, blood sea realm, blood ocean overturning heaven. In his heart he was determined not to let this brat continue growing. Sensing the familiar aura, Liu Feng's gaze grew even firmer. The blood sea realm again. I lost last time. This time I will end you within your own domain. Hearing that, Kang Qiang sneered, bold words. Magic still surging around him, domain, blood sea devouring serpent. Instantly those strands of magic transformed into a swarm of crimson serpents, sharp fangs exposed as they charged toward Liu Feng all at once. Facing that scene, Liu Feng widened his eyes. If we fight then fight. Why drag these disgusting things out? My trypophobia is acting up again. Then he quickly steadied himself and swung his sword down. Beneath the razor-sharp blade, most of the devouring serpents were severed at the upper half. Yet their heads immediately grew back, even faster than before. Even Liu Feng had to retreat to dodge, slashing without end. Instead, Tianqiang activated the domain of absolute mind immunity. As soon as she finished speaking, a force field surrounded Liu Feng. Wherever he went, the serpents disintegrated, nearly immobilized. Standing amid the wreckage, Liu Feng taunted, "Stupid snake, keep biting. If I move, then I will take your surname." Just then Kang Qiang made another move, Tianqiang, adding more people is useless, domain, 10,000 serpents self-guard. The remaining devouring serpents immediately began devouring each other. The vortex they formed grew longer and longer. Before long, a gigantic devouring serpent emerged from it. It coiled around Liu Feng, opening its mouth as if to swallow him in one bite. The force field around Liu Feng gradually could not withstand it. The gigantic serpent pierced straight through it. In that situation, Liu Feng could only continuously evade. On the other side, the breaking of her technique caused Tian Qiang considerable pain. She said weakly, "Hongyi, I am afraid teacher can no longer help your little boyfriend." Hongyi called softly in worry, "Teacher." Hongyi still trusted Liu Feng. She reassured, "Teacher, rest assured, brother Feng will certainly handle it." In her heart, she had even thought of sacrificing her spirit pearl to help him break through. At this time, under the assault of the gigantic serpent, Liu Feng struggled to hold on. Standing on its head, Kang Qiang's killing intent thick as he shouted, "Disappear." Not stopping there, he raised his hand again and called out, "Domain, blood-devouring demon arrows." Instantly countless blood-red arrows shot toward Liu Feng. Amid the rain of arrows, he froze briefly. In the blink of an eye, only the crimson of magic remained where he stood. His figure seemed to be submerged within it. Kang Qiang laughed smugly. "Rising from weak to peak saint realm within a year is indeed genius. Unfortunately, you will become nourishment for my devouring serpent." Seeing that, Hongyi called anxiously, "Brother Feng, Liu Feng." Her eyes flared with anger as she shouted, "Old man, I will fight you to the end." Before she could act, the mass of red magic was torn apart by a streak of sword energy. Liu Feng appeared unharmed. The sword in his hand had at some point swept across the mouth of the gigantic serpent. He landed spiritedly before Hongyi. She cried out in delight, "Brother Liu Feng." Seeing him escape so easily, Kang Qiang exclaimed in shock, "How is this possible?" Liu Feng said coldly, "It is merely a mongrel serpent attacking a supreme. If not for being too unsightly, I would have handled it in an instant." Hai Shen took the opportunity to absorb the remainder. "Within this bloody water lies considerable dark energy. I am quite satisfied." Kang Qiang narrowed his eyes and asked unexpectedly, "Is that so?" As soon as he finished speaking, the gigantic serpent rose again. Kang Qiang shouted, "Born from the Blood Sea, as long as the Blood Sea has not dried, it will never stop fighting." Liu Feng was slightly surprised. Could it be this thing revives without any rest? Even so, he still stepped forward and felled it with another slash. Yet the devouring serpent regenerated again, roaring fiercely. Liu Feng signaled Hongyi to retreat, his eyes still locked on the opponent. "This so-called immortal race truly makes one uncomfortable. In the future, I must cultivate into a holy knight." Then he turned and instructed, "Hongyi, stay a little farther away." He kept muttering, "As long as the Blood Sea is not dry, it cannot be destroyed." Thinking so, Liu Feng released Hai Shen. "It is decided, you little black, drink that Blood Sea dry." He roared, "Drink what drink, your grandfather?" Xiaojin jumped out from behind and asked curiously, "Liu Feng, what is that red sticky thing? It looks so ugly." Seeing Xiaojin appear, Liu Feng immediately assigned the task. "You came at the right time. This ugly snake is yours." But Xiaojin replied lazily, "I am tired. Unless after it is done I get a big feast." Hearing that, Liu Feng pointed behind. "Not only food, later there will even be a beauty personally giving rewards." Xiaojin's eyes lit up at once, really. In his mind, a sweet scene quickly appeared. Tian Qiang with a charming figure feeding him pieces of cake. Just thinking about it made him unable to wait. He immediately transformed into a dragon. "It is settled." From behind, Tian Qiang said nervously, "Is that divine dragon's aura truly so terrifying?" Hongyi was also astonished. When did Xiaojin become so strong? Even Kang Qiang was stunned. Clearly it had been weak before, yet he still shouted an order, "Devouring serpent, swallow it." In dragon form, Xiaojin faced the devouring serpent, opening his mouth as he continuously gathered magic power. When his power reached its peak, Xiaojin spewed flames that burned the body of the devouring serpent. Beside him, Liu Feng gave a thumbs up in praise. "Xiaojin, I crown you the strongest." Xiaojin tried to appear modest. "It is nothing." Kang Qiang gritted his teeth. "How is this possible? My Blood Sea realm was broken in such a short time. Its strength has surpassed mine." In his heart he immediately considered retreating. As long as he preserved himself, there would be chances in the future. At that thought, he immediately turned to mock Tian Qiang. You wretched woman, the struggle between your two sects has even dragged outsiders into it. I will certainly expose this matter and make the Eastern Blood Divine Hall lose all face. Yet she quickly saw through Kang Qiang's scheme. The domain has already shattered. Do you think you can still escape? Knowing full well Tian Qiang would never let him leave, Kang Qiang immediately gave the order, stop them, open the domain, raise the blood-colored defense. Facing those guardian divine corpses, Liu Feng only revealed a look of disgust. Truly troublesome, these things are too tenacious. It will not be easy to deal with them in a short time. At that moment, Hong Yi rushed over in time, bringing another group of guardian divine corpses with her. Liu Fengji, let me help you. Thus the guardian divine corpses of both sides plunged into chaotic battle once more, and Liu Feng unexpectedly gained an opening to advance forward. Seeing him still standing there, Hong Yi reached out to Liu Feng and urged, Liu Fengji, hurry up. Meanwhile, Kang Qiang had already abandoned his subordinates behind and fled alone. Even so, he bitterly reassured himself, damn it, next time we meet, I will make you all pay tenfold. Before his words even faded, a voice responded, is that so? It was Liu Feng executing his movement technique like the wind to catch up. 1 year ago you relied on the might of a supreme to drive me into a dead end. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the sword in his hand high. Liu Feng roared, today I will rely on my own strength. All the resentment he had suppressed for so long erupted. Liu Feng shouted to wash away his humiliation and unleashed a chain of relentless attacks. He continued chasing Kang Qiang through the air, unaware that the scene had already fallen into the eyes of someone hidden in the shadows. The Beast Emperor clenched his fists, his expression stirred with excitement. He did not expect that young human to be so powerful. Kang Qiang was defeated too quickly. Then he turned to the person beside him, his voice tinged with unease, Bikyu Elder, you are the guardian of our Beastman Empire. If we delay any longer and let Kang Qiang merge the two halls, I fear the Empire will fall into the hands of the Blood Divine Hall. Hearing this, Bikyu Elder remained calm and slowly analyzed. A mere Blood Divine Hall cannot stir great waves, it is not worth worrying about. Beast Emperor immediately clasped his hands before his chest and spoke respectfully. If so, please take action to save Blood Venerable Kang Qiang and prevent the Empire from losing a supreme expert. Bikyu Elder quickly nodded in agreement. Only then did the Beast Emperor feel at ease, his gaze flicking back as he spoke to the kneeling figure. Whether your family lives or dies depends on what you confess later, Lang Yu hurriedly replied, yes. On the other side, after a period of pursuit, Liu Feng seemed to have lost patience and swung his sword fiercely. Violent sword chi immediately blasted Kang Qiang away, and he cried out in pain, no. Showing no intention of sparing him, Liu Feng continued launching rapid attacks toward him, except your end. Yet before the sword tip could reach him, it was blocked by a layer of magical power, and a voice echoed in the void, please show mercy. Kang Qiang secretly rejoiced at the arrival of reinforcements and shamelessly spoke, Bikyu Elder, this human seeks to harm the Empire, please deal with him. The unfamiliar name drew Hong Yi's attention. Who is Bikyu Elder? And the person beside her explained, he is the prophet of the Beastman Empire and also the guardian deity. He rarely appears unless it concerns major national affairs. Even so, Liu Feng paid no heed and directly shattered the magical barrier protecting Kang Qiang. Left with no choice, Bikyu Elder revealed himself and shouted loudly, brat, stop. But it was already too late. Liu Feng's sword still came down, and Kang Qiang only had time to scream, I am unwilling. After finishing him off, Liu Feng even feigned regret and said to Bikyu Elder, sorry, he is dead, you came too late. His face immediately darkened, you dare. Immediately after, Bikyu Elder raised his staff high and shouted, Scarlet Lightning Execution. In the gloomy sky, a mass of blue light suddenly appeared, with lightning flickering around it. Facing that move, Liu Feng remained calm and unshaken. He shot forward to stand before the opponent and sneered, old man, what you struck was only my clone. Even so, Bikyu Elder's strength was far from ordinary, and he immediately raised a curtain of lightning around his body. Sensing the danger, Hong Yi intended to command the guardian divine corpses to assist Liu Feng. But before she could take another step, her face turned pale and blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. Tian Qiang hurried forward to support her. Hong Yi, you have exhausted too much, do not force yourself, trust him, he will be fine. Zio Jin also flew over and echoed, that is right, that old man is no match for Liu Feng. Her body was injured. Hong Yi's eyes never left Liu Feng, but at that moment Bai Qi rushed out and shouted with vigor, Liu Feng, I am here to help. As soon as he threw a punch, it was blocked by another fist. Recognizing the person before him, Bai Qi froze as cold sweat broke out. Beast Emperor, since when you actually reached peak saint rank? The Beast Emperor did not respond, and in the blink of an eye snatched Hong Yi from Tian Qiang's grasp. Then he pressed a sword against Hong Yi's neck while his other hand held her tightly, making escape nearly impossible. Tian Qiang angrily shouted, "Beast Emperor, do you know what you are doing?" Xiaojin was also furious. "Release Hong Yi at once." Yet the Beast Emperor feigned innocence and replied, "Lord Tian Qiang, I am merely obeying Bikyu Elder's orders. Forgive the offense." Though restrained, Hong Yi still warned, "Beast Emperor, playing with fire will only burn you in the end." On Liu Feng's side, the situation was no better. That net of magical power kept closing in, causing him to curse inwardly. As soon as he broke free, Liu Feng immediately warned the old man, "Release Hong Yi at once, otherwise after I deal with Bikyu, you will have nowhere to hide." At this moment Bikyu Elder was strangely calm, as if plotting something. Liu Feng quickly sensed that abnormality. This time he took the initiative to strike first, unleashing an infinite killing move. As expected, the opponent retreated and roared, "Domain Wolf roams the world." Immediately afterward, countless magical wolves materialized and charged toward Liu Feng all at once. The moment they approached, they exploded, and a strange green energy spread to fill the space. Under that assault, Liu Feng could not avoid being injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was knocked backward. Seeing that Liu Feng was temporarily no longer a threat, Bikyu Elder flew to the Beast Emperor's side. He asked, "Prophet, are you all right?" And the old man replied calmly, "It is not to the point of losing my life." Bikyu Elder immediately urged, "That brat is seriously injured as well. This is the best chance to eliminate him. Beast Emperor, give the order to your subordinates." Yet he did not notice that the Beast Emperor's expression had changed, and the Beast Emperor slowly said, "Thank you, Prophet, for taking action. Then this junior will." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch that sent Bikyu Elder flying. Caught off guard and already wounded, the old man immediately lost his balance and fell heavily. Only then did he realize the Beast Emperor's ambition. Bikyu Elder cried out in shock, "Beast Emperor, you." The Beast Emperor still held Hong Yi tightly and laughed loudly. "For so many years I have inherited this empire." His eyes were dark as he revealed his thoughts. "In name I am the Emperor, yet whether the Blood Divine Hall or you Bikyu Elder, none of you ever took me seriously. From that moment I swore to wipe you all out." On the ground, Bikyu Elder struggled up with his staff and tried to explain, "Beast Emperor, the Prophet exists to protect the Empire. I have never thought of contending for power with you." But the Beast Emperor cut him off and roared, "I do not allow anyone to share power, Prophet. You stand in my way. Today I will eliminate you all." Then seized the mysterious Yin Slaughter Star Pearl to ascend to Supreme. The Beast Emperor did not seem to be joking, and Bikyu Elder replied coldly, "You have endured for many years. It was not easy, but even if I am heavily injured, you may not be able to defeat me." At that moment, Slaughter and Second Venerable appeared, standing on the Beast Emperor's side. "What if you add us?" At this point, there was no trace of tolerance left in Bikyu Elder's eyes. "So it was you, Slaughter, Second Venerable, very well." He held his staff horizontally before his chest and shouted, "Attack." As soon as he finished speaking, the Beast Emperor turned back warily. It turned out Liu Feng had recovered and was charging over. But he quickly evaded, his body almost unscathed. Immediately after, the Beast Emperor roared, "Die," his raised claw ready to strike down. Seizing the moment when his grip loosened slightly, Hong Yi spoke, "Beast Emperor, have you forgotten? I am also blue rank." She immediately counterattacked, forcing the Beast Emperor to release her in pain. Though freed from his control, that move exceeded her endurance. Hong Yi spat blood and fell straight down. Fortunately, Liu Feng caught her in time and asked anxiously, "Hong Yi Mei, are you all right?" Hearing his voice, Hong Yi opened her eyes, slowly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and replied, "I am fine." As for the Beast Emperor, he was enraged, clutching his aching body, his eyes filled with hatred as he glared at them. On this side, Liu Feng had already brought Hong Yi safely to the ground. She asked, "Liu Fengji, that Bikyu old man did not injure you, did he?" He smiled reassuringly, "It is nothing, just a minor wound." In Liu Feng's mind, the earlier telepathic words of the Stitched Elder suddenly echoed, "Brat, threatening Hong Yi was not my intention. The Beast King merely used this to force us to risk our lives. You and I will cooperate to perform a play. Let's see what he is really scheming." Afterwards, the two pretended to engage in combat. Liu Feng explained that this was why he had staged a mutually damaging play with this great man. Having spoken, Liu Feng turned to look at the Stitched Elder, suspicion arising in his heart. Could the Beast King's plan really be so flawed? Before the man could reply, Bai Qi stepped forward to tease, almost falling into the trap, making Liu Feng flush with embarrassment. Hong Yi immediately defended him, Liu Feng. Because your body is smaller and your temperament younger, you were easily fooled, right? At this moment Liu Feng had to use that excuse. Yes, of course, the Beast King surely knew that when I shrink I become easily agitated, thus devising this plan. Hong Yi's gaze suddenly grew heavy. She lowered her voice and said, Lang Vu, I just saw him standing beside the Beast King. He has betrayed me. The Beast King's side, Second Lord and Sat Luke stepped forward. Sat Luke said irritably, I told you not to perform unnecessary tricks, just deal with it directly. The Beast King frowned in response. Without me Kang Qiang would have perished. Tian Qiang would be crippled, otherwise even with your help, you might not have defeated them. Just then the voice of the Stitched Elder rang out authoritatively, Beast King, who gave you the illusion that relying on Sat Luke and Second Lord could oppose me. Seeing him approach, Sat Luke and Second Lord immediately leaped down. The Prophet is supreme. We are obviously no match, but before the words ended, a strange purple magic erupted around the Stitched Elder. Immediately after, his figure vanished into the air. Liu Feng was stunned, exclaiming, where did he go? What exactly is this? Beast King laughed loudly and explained, that is the teleportation formation I specially prepared for the Prophet. Now he has been sent thousands of miles away. By the time he returns, everything will be over. Hearing this, Liu Feng quietly asked Xiao Jin, are you recovered? He replied immediately, no problem. Understanding each other, they both launched forward, then let's deal with them in one go. Responding to Liu Feng's words, Xiao Jin immediately transformed into a dragon, rushing forward excitedly. But before he could fly far, Xiao Jin's body collided with a fist filled with magic. It turned out to be 3 enemy beastmen. One shouted, leave this spirit beast to us. Dealing with the 3, Xiao Jin had to expend some effort. Where did these 3 appear from? Seeing Xiao Jin surrounded, Liu Feng immediately intended to rush to his aid. But Sat Luke dashed into ambush. He laughed coldly, brat, take care of yourself first. Next to his agile body, Liu Feng easily dodged, spinning to face the other 2, trying to ambush me, not a chance. In front of him, Sat Luke and Second Lord coordinated to unleash ultimate skills. Double combination, Sat Luke's Arctic domain. Liu Feng did not hesitate to swing his sword loudly, attack amplified 8-fold. But the sword energy vanished before leaving the blade. Liu Feng was dumbfounded. What happened? Where did my attack go? Just as he was stunned, the sword energy that had disappeared suddenly reappeared and struck him directly. Hit by the unexpected strike, he lost balance and fell down. Sat Luke laughed smugly, in our domain, all your attacks are absorbed and reflected. Second Lord opened his black sinister eyes, admit defeat, little devil. On the ground, Liu Feng kneeled, gasping, thinking that the power of his sword is truly immense, it hurts. Thinking so, Liu Feng smiled, seemingly quite excited by this opponent. All strong foes he met were defeated. Now the opponent is his own power, the thought alone was thrilling. Then Liu Feng stood upright, magic surging. He calmly said, attacks reflected. Let's see if this domain can reflect everything, precision formation, shatter it. Immediately, the golden chains around him snapped, the seal temporarily lifted. Accordingly, Liu Feng's body gradually restored to its original size. Exhaled deeply, eyes full of confidence, temporarily back. Before shrinking again, he must deal with them. Seeing this, Black God shouted, have you lost your mind? Opposite, Sat Luke and Second Lord realized the danger, hurriedly said the situation is bad, quickly finish him. Liu Feng communicated with Black God, if you do not want to perish with me, give me all your energy. Black God lamented, that is the power I painstakingly accumulated. Liu Feng looked at the sword in his hand, energy radiating increasingly intensely. His gaze was as cold as a blade. He decisively swung his sword, wind exploding fiercely. The tremendous force made Sat Luke hesitate. What move is this? I can feel the domain shaking. Energy swirled around Liu Feng like a vortex. Countless swords were launched from it. The sword tips shot straight at the 2 in front at extreme speed. Facing such power, Sat Luke panicked, not good, the frequency is too dense. We will be countered, retreat quickly. Amid the energy vortex, Liu Feng's expression remained strangely calm. Sensing the right moment, he shouted decisively, and immediately, cracks appeared on the white wall surrounding the domain. Sat Luke and Second Lord almost shouted in unison, our domain is cracking. As the domain collapsed, a loud explosion rang out. Sat Luke and Second Lord were blasted outward. The sky returned to black. Liu Feng stood arrogantly in midair looking down. Your domain is only this strong. But as soon as he finished speaking, his complexion turned somewhat pale. Shortly after, Liu Feng lost balance and fell. Seeing this, Hong Yi panicked, calling out Liu Feng. Luckily, she managed to use magic to support him. Liu Feng had fainted from overexerting his power. Seeing his contorted face, Hong Yi softly called Liu Feng. Satluk and Second Lord quickly regained composure. Satluk said, "A junior so young forcing us to this extent is truly extraordinary." Second Lord coldly added, "Today you won't escape." He gently stroked Liu Feng's face, voice resolute, "Liu Feng, I will not let you be harmed." After the words, their bodies slowly hovered. A glowing gem appeared on Hangye's chest. She put the gem in her mouth and brought it to Liu Feng's lips. As the gem entered his mouth, Liu Feng gradually awoke. "Hangye, what are you doing?" As he opened his eyes, Hangye collapsed from exhaustion, her beautiful face still pressed to his cheek. Black God recognized it and said, "This is the Star Pearl. This woman is Zion Msak Quitin." The Star Pearl immediately took effect. A layer of red magic enveloped Liu Feng and Hangye. On the other side, Satluk and Second Lord were stunned by the strange phenomenon. Satluk stammered, "What is happening?" Only the Beast King understood. He shouted to stop them. "The woman is Zion Msak Quitin. She must not give the Star Pearl." Obeying orders, Satluk and Second Lord hurried forward with tense expression. At that moment, Zio Jin had defeated the blocking opponent and quickly flew to support. Not a chance. Zio Jin transformed into human, brandishing his weapon horizontally, saying, "With me here, you will not advance another step." Satluk and Second Lord ignored this, both charging fiercely. Zio Jin used his spear to block Satluk, while Second Lord secretly attacked from behind. In this dangerous situation, Zio Jin had to deflect Satluk's sword to block Second Lord. Exactly as Satluk intended, he immediately struck Zio Jin's chest with a palm. Zio Jin was thrown backward, the force shattering a large rock behind him. With Zio Jin out of the way, Satluk and Second Lord lunged toward Liu Feng to finish him. At that moment, despite being severely injured, Zio Jin concentrated all his energy into his hand. For Zio Jin, this action truly exceeded his limit. He even coughed up blood but still tried to deliver the final strike to protect. As Satluk and Second Lord neared Liu Feng, the powerful energy Zio Jin unleashed timely blocked them. After the clash ended, Zio Jin was exhausted. He raised his hand to wipe the streak of red from the corner of his mouth, and loudly boasted that this young master could still handle two at once with ease, so do not underestimate him. While Zio Jin was still reveling in his triumph, the three beastmen had already recovered, growling that they were still here. The brat should prepare to suffer. Pressed by the onslaught of attacks coming from one side, Zio Jin could only cry out in despair, "No." Right after that, before their eyes remained only a field of shattered earth and stone, clear traces of the violent collision moments ago. Satluk asked in shock what kind of monster this beast was to be so terrifying, but Nhai Tun immediately brushed it off. "Why bother caring? He certainly would not survive. Next we will." Yet before he could finish speaking, from within the pile of rubble, a golden armored arm suddenly reached out. Turned out Zio Jin had not fallen, though his body was covered in wounds. He still stood blocking their path. That sight sent chills down Nhai Tun and Satluk's spine, both staring wide-eyed in horror as they exclaimed what was happening. Facing the enemy, Zio Jin roared resolutely that today, no matter the price, he would never let them touch a single strand of Liu Feng's hair. Once a radiant golden aura erupted around Zio Jin, the domain of wind, rain, and lightning unfolded. But Satluk remained calm, sneering that it was interesting. If he were uninjured, he might have been troublesome. Unfortunately now, he was nothing more than a bow that had lost its strength. Just as he said, while Zio Jin hovered in midair, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell backward. His body crashed down heavily like a lump of scrap iron, lying motionless without the slightest response. Satluk clutched his stomach, his eyes still full of vigilance as he looked over there. This time it should truly be over. Zio Jin still struggled to push himself up. Nhai Tun muttered in terror as if seeing a ghost. Why would this thing not fall? The five of us joining forces could barely withstand even a peak supreme. How could he still stand? At this moment the three beastmen experts approached, smiling viciously that he had only a breath left. Let me send him on his final journey. Hearing that, Zio Jin no longer reacted, inwardly thinking, Liu Feng, I am sorry, I have done my best. Thinking so, he closed his eyes and accepted his fate. Before him, the cold, sharp claws descended. Time seemed to slow, the hairy hand of the beastman casting its shadow over Zio Jin's face. Suddenly a voice rang out, icy and filled with infinite slaughter. Immediately his body was torn apart horizontally and vertically by streams of sword energy. Only then did Satluk and Nhai Tun behind him feel the terrifying pressure, a single move that made a supreme vanish in an instant. Recognizing the familiar voice, Zio Jin sank into unconsciousness in relief, his body reverting to a small dragon form, Liu Feng. He fell neatly into Liu Feng's embrace, caught by one arm. One arm holding Hangye, Liu Feng declared with eyes full of fury that today none of them would leave here unscathed. Nhai anxiously said this brat had broken through to Supreme thanks to the Spirit Pearl, but Satluk still sneered that someone who had not comprehended a domain had nothing to fear. Immediately after, Liu Feng took the initiative, gripping his long sword and sweeping it forward. The astonishing power made the remaining 3 beastmen suffer greatly, while Satluk and Nhai barely managed to resist. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the 2 remaining beastmen experts hurriedly fled. "This man is too terrifying. We will not take part in this anymore. Retreat." Liu Feng let out a cold laugh as he watched them, trying to run. Sword light flashed decisively, sending them out of the game. Standing aside, Satluk and Nhai cursed the 2 fools in anger. At this moment Liu Feng released Hongyi and calmly said, "Do not rush, you will soon follow them." Hearing that, Satluk and Nhai turned pale, stammering that he was a monster, killing 3 supremes in succession. "Run quickly." The 2 immediately turned and pulled each other as they retreated. Liu Feng would not let them go so easily. He softly shouted infinite slaughter. With his superior movement technique and speed, the 2 fleeing men likely could not escape their fate. They were so heavily injured that they spat out blood. Even so, they still tried to create a smokescreen to seize the chance to escape. Liu Feng suddenly also spat out a mouthful of blood. Holding Xiao Jin, Hongye anxiously asked Liu Fengji, "Are you all right?" Liu Feng steadied himself and explained the Spirit Pearl had helped him break through to Supreme, but because of the seal of the Light God his injuries still could not fully recover. Hongye gently wiped the blood from his lips and softly comforted him, "Do not worry, Fengji, they will not escape for long. I will surely make them pay." Suddenly Liu Feng noticed something strange, looking at Hongyi and asking why her aura was so weakened. Was her cultivation nearly depleted? Was it because she gave him the Spirit Pearl? Hongyi shook her head firmly and said, "It is nothing, Fengji. I only lost a little cultivation. Helping you is enough." That devotion moved Liu Feng, softly calling Hongyi. He embraced her and whispered his thanks. Being hugged, Hongyi's face flushed red, happily replying, "It is not necessary, Liu Feng." After a while Liu Feng let go, placed his hand on her head and said, "Your Spirit Pearl still has some power left. I return it to you. Do not be so reckless again. I do not want you hurt." Hongyi obediently answered yes, but inwardly thought if there were another time she would still do the same. Suddenly remembering something, Hongyi held out Xiao Jin curled in her arms and said, "Right, Fengji, quickly see how Xiao Jin is." Liu Feng took him and quickly transmitted a stream of golden energy into his body. Xiao Jin's body gradually recovered. He unconsciously murmured, "It feels so comfortable." After finishing the examination, Liu Feng let out a breath and said he is still fine. If Xiao Jin truly met with misfortune, he did not know how he would face it. Just then Bai Qi stepped forward, throwing Beast Emperor to his knees and asking Liu Feng how he intended to deal with him. Liu Feng looked at that man with disgust and calmly replied they would wait for the senior prophet to return and let him decide. Yet Beast Emperor laughed wildly and said, "Victory makes the king, defeat makes the bandit. I accept it." Soon at the Continental Heroes Assembly I have already spread word that the Eastern Blood God Temple holds proof of qualification. Let us see how you respond. Hearing that, Hongyi stepped forward and coldly said, "Compared to that I care more about you." She placed her foot on his chest, her voice icy. "I want to see if you can still laugh when I wipe out your entire clan." Struck at his weakness, Beast Emperor panicked and begged, do not involve my clan in this." Hongyi said nothing more, raising her hand before him. From that man's body, a dark red aura was drawn out. As that aura left, Beast Emperor's life force quickly faded. That sight left Liu Feng stunned, stammering as if to confirm what it was. Hongyi withdrew her hand and calmly explained the technique he cultivated had a similar origin to hers. Refining his blood aura would allow her to advance another layer. Just then Elder Bai Kao returned, kneeling before Hongyi and pleading to spare Beast Emperor and his clan. In exchange, he offered to help her ascend as the Blood God Sect's Pope, the first Pope after 10,000 years of division. 3 days later, night had fallen but Liu Feng's room was still lit. In the silent room he sat cross-legged on the bed, a purple aura swirling around him. After an unknown time Liu Feng opened his eyes, his expression somewhat disappointed. 3 days had passed since breaking through to Supreme, yet he still could not touch the domain. Within his sea of consciousness, he stood before a massive purple vortex, realizing it was the entrance to the space domain that Mr. Bai Kao had mentioned. It seemed the reminder echoed in his ears that to comprehend a domain one must let divine sense enter that space and absorb its power, and the strength of the domain was closely tied to that space. Thinking so, Liu Feng tried to extend his hand to probe, lightning flashing as if to swallow his hand whole. He immediately withdrew his hand, rubbing his wrist and grimacing that it truly hurt. Outside, Liu Feng frowned and guessed perhaps the time had not yet come. He could not even step past the entrance. Back then beside him sneered that having just broken through for 3 days, and already wanting to comprehend a domain was a dream. Even so, the infinite slaughter move he created already carried a hint of domain intent. Just then the closed door was opened. Before their eyes appeared a pair of striking red shoes. Hongyi stood obediently before the door, knocked softly and gently asked, "Liu Fengji, will it disturb you if I come in?" The moment he saw her, Liu Feng immediately withdrew his pensive look and replied with a gentle smile, "Not at all. I was only resting my eyes for a bit. Is something the matter?" Meanwhile, the black god who was imprisoned continued to shout angrily, "That brat actually dares to treat me like this." Suddenly Hongyi lowered her head, her eyes revealing clear unease. "Liu Fengji, I feel a little nervous." Liu Feng affectionately rubbed her head and softly asked if it was because of tomorrow's ceremony. Hongyi nodded lightly and answered yes. Hongyi looked at him directly and sincerely said that although Kang Qiang was gone, the merging of the eastern and western halls into one made her worry she could not shoulder. Hearing that, Liu Feng pondered with his chin resting on his hand, then suddenly suggested that she stop being the pope. Hongyi shook her head to show her determination. "The power of faith allows the profound yin within me to grow and restore my cultivation quickly. If I become pope, I can soon regain the saint rank and even become stronger than before." Liu Feng gently stroked her hair, his eyes full of affection. "Hongyi, with me by your side you do not need to push yourself so hard." Hongyi paused slightly, then her whole body tensed. "I only want to always stay by Feng Jiji's side, but this time you have faced too many dangers." She looked at him firmly. "I want to have enough ability in the future to protect you." Being comforted, Hongyi became even more determined. "I must grow stronger. I must be worthy to stand beside Liu Feng." Seeing that look, Liu Feng laughed helplessly. Truly a foolish girl, yet unbelievably stubborn. In the end, he respected her choice, resting his forehead against hers and saying, "All right, I will listen to you. I will wait for the day you surpass me." Suddenly remembering something, Liu Feng exclaimed, "All right, tomorrow tell Dahai to prepare more communication crystals for you." Hongyi responded with a gentle smile. It was already past midnight. Liu Feng indulgently urged her, "Hurry back and rest. Do not stay up too late." But she still stood there and softly said, "Liu Fengji, I want to." Saying that, she mischievously pushed him down onto the bed. "I want to sleep with you." The night passed quickly, and early the next morning the temple square was already packed with people. In the distance were those who once followed Kang Qiang, now kneeling with lowered heads as they waited. Before the gates of the Yuan-Yi temple, Elder Bikyu and Tian Qiang slowly stepped out. As soon as he appeared, he shouted majestically, demanding everyone keep silent. Immediately after, Tian Qiang's voice echoed everywhere. "The time has come. The ceremony of inheritance for the Pope officially begins." Below, countless beastmen of various forms raised their hands in response. The ceremony opened with Tian Qiang recounting how 10,000 years ago the Blood God sect once flourished across the continent before splitting into 2 regions due to disagreements. In contrast to the solemnity outside, inside the room Liu Feng was adjusting Hongyi's attire. "Today you are truly beautiful," while outside Tian Qiang continued about the years of civil war that weakened their strength. Seeing Liu Feng about to withdraw his hand, Hongyi immediately held it, anxiously saying she was still trembling, while the speech outside was nearing its end and mentioned today's reunification. Liu Feng looked at her with gentle reassurance. "Just treat that crowd as dogs and cats with ears and fur, then you will not be nervous." Outside, Tian Qiang's voice continued about the restored glory. Hearing him say that, Hongyi let out a soft laugh and felt much lighter. Liu Feng affectionately rubbed her head. "It is your turn." Hongyi obediently answered yes. At that moment Tian Qiang loudly announced, "Please welcome the new pope of the Blood God Temple, the Blood Maiden Hongyi." Right after the introduction, a pair of exquisite red shoes appeared at the temple entrance. Hongyi stepped out amid thunderous cheers. "Long live the Blood God sect." She slowly walked up to the high platform, where Elder Bikyu and Tian Qiang were holding the crown in wait. Hongyi slightly bowed to allow Tian Qiang to place the crown upon her head. When the crown settled in place, she stood upright with imposing presence. Hongyi turned with dignity to face the square. Amid the sea of people, Liu Feng watched the scene with surging emotion in his heart. He silently thought that the little girl had finally truly grown up. Then Hongyi spoke her first words in her new position, introducing herself before everyone. She raised her head high and solemnly declared that the Blood God sect, divided for so many years, was now unified. With resolute eyes, Hongyi solemnly vowed to restore the sect's former divine glory. As soon as she finished speaking, the beastmen below erupted in cheers wishing the sect prosperity. Amid the fervent atmosphere, Elder Bikyu declared that according to the agreement from 10,000 years ago, from today the Blood God sect would become the state religion of the Beastmen Empire, sharing honor and disgrace together. Before he finished, a group of fierce beastmen stepped forward, the lion-headed one speaking up to ask them to slow down and saying this decision was too hasty. He said gloomily that they had only secluded themselves for a few years, yet a little girl with low cultivation became pope and even made it the state religion. Was that not too childish? On Liu Feng's shoulder, the black god sneered that they were blind and could not see true strength, while Liu Feng calmly observed and realized among them were peak experts who seemed not to respect Elder Bikyu. Facing the questioning, Elder Bikyu emphasized that this was an agreement between both sides from 10,000 years ago. An elephant-headed beastman behind immediately retorted that who knew whether that agreement was real or fake. Green-skinned one continued, questioning that the elder set up a new pope without foundation and supported a little girl. His true motives were hard to believe. Hearing that, Elder Bikyu no longer showed courtesy and pointed out that after years of seclusion they appeared now. Was it for the empire, or to compete for qualification to enter the Lost Garden? Struck at their weakness, the beastmen who had been aggressive fell silent. However, the lion-headed beastman quickly regained a firm expression and said the Beastman Empire values martial strength. If they wished to be the state religion, then a contest would make it clear. Atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Tian Qiang intended to speak to mediate, but the sound of a staff striking the ground cut off his words. It turned out Hong Yi calmly stepped forward and said to the 5 seniors that she would use her current cultivation to seek their guidance. Suddenly laughter rang out as a red dragon flew over, praising that she was worthy of the profound Yin killing star with such imposing spirit. It declared itself representing the dragon race including Hong Gubo, Yin Guang, Lan Fei and Lu Yin to congratulate Hong Yi, with other elders following behind. After speaking, the red dragon descended and transformed into Xiao Jin, happily calling to Hong Yi and Liu Feng, "I have returned." The appearance of the dragon race stunned the beastmen. Nearly all the elders were present. Just what connection did this little girl have with them? Hong Yi lifted her bright eyes and asked Xiao Jin, "Are they new guests who have arrived?" Xiao Jin raised his claw and excitedly replied that yes, 2 days ago Liu Feng told me to invite them. Understanding his intention, Hong Yi respectfully bowed to the dragon elders, thanking them for personally attending. The red dragon politely said Hong Yi was the younger sister of the dragon prince and thus their younger sister as well. Of course they had to come to congratulate her. It turned to the group of beastmen and asked if they were dissatisfied with Hong Yi and wanted to compete. The dragon elders bared their teeth with imposing might. Perhaps they should try competing with us first. Under that pressure, the lion-headed beastman hurriedly changed his tone, saying they had only come to congratulate Hong Yi on her enthronement and the sect becoming the state religion, the others echoing him. Cold sweat dotted his forehead as he cautiously asked permission to leave. That said, the whole group of beastmen prepared to withdraw at once. However, Liu Feng spoke up to stop them, crossed his arms and with sharp eyes asked that since they had come to congratulate, should the seniors not present some gift. The lion-headed beastman did not know his identity and contemptuously asked who this human was to dare interfere. The red dragon immediately stepped forward and respectfully introduced that this was the dragon prince, his status equal to the dragon emperor. Hearing that, the lion-headed beastman knelt and offered an ancient broken blade of his clan's predecessor, asking Hong Yi to accept it. The others also knelt one after another, some offering divine arrows, others presenting golden silk robes impervious to blades. The elephant-headed beastman even broke off his own tusk as a gift. Hong Yi accepted everything without ceremony, thanking them for their generosity and saying that when she broke through to Supreme she would invite them again. But the beastmen hurriedly withdrew, some saying urgent matters awaited at home, others claiming a daughter-in-law was about to give birth as excuses to leave. Seeing the situation stabilize, Tian Qiang sighed that the Blood God sect was truly rising, while Elder Bikyu smiled and corrected that it was the Beastman Empire that was about to prosper. In the blink of an eye 5 days had passed. Under the brilliant morning sun, Liu Feng together with Bai Qi and Hong Yi quietly stopped before the main hall gates. Hong Yi unconsciously tightened her grip on Liu Feng's hand, her voice choked with reluctance. "Liu Fengji, is it already time to leave so soon?" Liu Feng remained silent as if confirming it, making Hong Yi burst into tears. "Could he not stay with me one more day?" was also unwilling to leave so early. But responsibilities lay ahead. Hongyi, the eclipse is approaching. I must return to prepare in advance. Sensing the private atmosphere, Bai Qi tactfully carried Xiao Jin and stepped away. Your Highness Xiao Jin, let us wait over there. Yet the boy struggled. Let go of me, Big Black. Standing before Liu Feng, Hongyi lowered her head and confessed sadly, thinking about not seeing you for a very long time makes my heart heavy. Liu Feng lifted her face and gently promised, did I not say it already? I will send news every day, no, once every 3 days, do not be sad anymore, all right. Hongyi replied with a determined gaze, Liu Fengji, rest assured, at the eclipse gathering of heroes, I will certainly break through to Supreme in time to help you. Liu Feng lightly rested his forehead against hers and reminded her, promise me do not force yourself, and never let yourself be hurt, remember? The girl obediently answered yes. The two embraced for a long time beneath the morning sun. Hongyi thought silently, we will meet again soon, Liu Feng. Scene shifted to outside Xinglan City. In the sky 2 streaks of light tore through the wind at great speed. Flying alongside Liu Feng, Bai Qi excitedly said that many long-hidden experts had emerged these days, but Liu Feng was worried they are all heading toward the eclipse. It may not be good news for us. Bai Qi smiled meaningfully. The continent has been like a still lake for too long. A little turmoil is interesting. Hai Shen agreed the little black dragon is right. In the past, Saint Rank was already the peak, far inferior to 10,000 years ago. Now it is finally worth watching. Only Liu Feng noticed the movement in his hands. He looked down curiously. Xiao Jin, you were smiling so happily earlier. What happened? When asked, Xiao Jin's eyes sparkled with heart shapes. We are about to reach Xinglan City. I can see Sister Su Fei, Sister Wei and Sister Nicola Zhu. I miss their gentle hug. He even bluntly teased Liu Feng, unlike you, stiff as a boar. At the same time, a thunderous explosion sounded above Xinglan Academy. In the courtyard, a man shrouded in surging power roared, Lan Dai, the battle from 100 years ago was unfinished. That inheritance should have been mine, not a useless person like you. Under harsh accusation, Lan Dai retorted, Zich Veem, Master did not choose you because your nature is too extreme. Zich Veem would not listen and immediately charged forward. You biased old fool. Today I will flatten both you and this academy. Knowing words were useless, Lan Dai had no choice but to unleash Azure Obsession shattering profound. Yet Zich Veem caught the sword strike barehanded. Without stopping, he followed with a punch into Lan Dai's abdomen. Fierce blow sent Lan Dai flying back, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The students below panicked. How could this be? The dean is being suppressed. Is he not at peak Saint Rank? Amid the chaos, Wei rushed up in time. He caught Lan Dai as he fell, her face full of worry. Seeing him unresponsive, Wei anxiously called, Master, how are you? Lan Dai opened his eyes and wiped the blood. If I had not been ambushed by Zich Veem's men 2 days ago, I would not be in this state. Below, Nicola Zhu led others to assist. She shouted loudly, Dean, Wei I have informed grandfather. He will arrive soon. Everyone fall back for now. Zich Veem sneered wickedly and blocked their path. You will not have time to wait. His eyes gleamed with malice. Lan Dai, that is your most prized student, is it not? Today I will make you witness it with your own eye. Lan Dai struggled to stand and shielded Wei Zich Veem, you dare. But in response there was only empty air. His figure had already vanished. In a blink, Zich Veem appeared before Wei his hand reaching out with intent. At that very moment, Liu Feng appeared in time. Kicked straight at his face, get lost. Caught off guard, Zich Veem was sent crashing painfully to the ground. After dealing with him, Liu Feng hurriedly turned to Wei and asked worriedly if she was hurt, whether her hands or legs were all right. Wei looked at him, tears streaming down, softly calling Liu Feng. Seeing her cry, Liu Feng felt guilty. Sorry, I came late. Wei leaned against his shoulder and said gently, no, I am fine. The students whispered, is that the instructor Nicola Zhu often mentioned? Others were curious. Who is he to dare hold the goddess? Someone recognized him. Is that not Senior Wei legendary boyfriend? After the exchange, Xiao Jin rushed over. Sister Wei I am back too. Let me hug you as well. Liu Feng directly pushed Xiao Jin aside, clearly unwilling to let the boy get close to Wei At this time, Zich Veem on the other side had struggled back to his feet. He roared, where did this brat come from to meddle in my business with Lan Dai? Before Liu Feng could reply, Xiao Jin sneered, merely peak Saint Rank. A single breath from me is enough to make you stagger. Those words enraged Zich Veem. Insolent child, I will teach you a lesson. He swung his blade straight at Liu Feng, go die. Facing that overwhelming force, Wei anxiously called Liu Feng's name. Nicola Zhu also cried out nervously, instructor. In contrast, Liu Feng remained calm, a confident smile appearing. He lightly waved his hand and uttered a cold word, break. Seemingly casual motion made Zich Veem's eyes widen in terror. The tiny stream of power suddenly became a decisive strike. Zich Veem screamed in despair, no. Even Lan Dai was astonished. This boy has become stronger than before. Students murmured again. The one who gravely injured the dean was defeated in a single move, truly worthy of the one senior Wei chose. Some marveled that Nicola Zhu's instructor was truly formidable, while Nicola Zhu herself stood silently, realizing the gap between her and him had grown even wider. Beside Liu Feng, Wei Er's eyes were full of admiration. Have you broken through to Supreme? He smiled and answered, that is right. Bai Qi stepped forward from behind and laughed. Junior brother Liu Feng, you are too fast. I have not even had time to warm up. Liu Feng glanced at Zich Veem and said calmly, you still have a chance. He has not completely stopped breathing yet. Bai Qi was startled. What? Lying motionless, Zich Veem felt uneasy inside. Damn it. He discovered that I am still alive. Unable to keep pretending, he opened his eyes and gritted his teeth as he stood up. His gaze shot straight toward Nicola Zhu, calculating silently. They surely will not spare me. Only by controlling her can I hope to escape. Thinking this, he gathered all his strength and lunged toward Nicola Zhu. Liu Feng had already anticipated it and shouted coldly, courting death. Zich Veem's hand was already close to touching Nicola Zhu. Facing danger, Nicola Zhu was so frightened she stiffened, only able to raise her hands to cover her face. At the critical moment, Liu Feng's sword flashed. The blade pierced straight into Zich Veem's chest, his other hand tightly holding Nicola Zhu. When no further movement came, Nicola Zhu slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Liu Feng's face right before her, she softly called, Instructor. Opposite them, Zich Veem's body gradually dissipated. He roared unwillingly. In Nicola Zhu's eyes, there was only Liu Feng's figure. He had saved her once again. Seeing her dazed, Liu Feng gently asked if she was all right. Not hearing her reply, Liu Feng raised his voice, Nicola Zhu, are you so shocked you've gone blank? Only then did Nicola Zhu come to, awkwardly avoiding his gaze. No, it's just that seeing you defeat a Qing-level expert in one move surprised me. Hearing this, Liu Feng smiled faintly, calmly replying, Qing level is nothing. When you reach the supreme wisdom later, you'll understand. As they looked at each other, Wei approached, softly calling Liu Feng. The voice made both quickly turn. Liu Feng coughed awkwardly. Wei immediately grabbed his arm, worriedly asking, are you all right? Liu Feng stroked her head reassuringly, it's fine. Just then a hand suddenly intervened, pushing them aside. Lan Dai, still aching, exclaimed, why are you standing so close? I just suffered for senior brother. Think of this old man a little. The rude interruption left Wei momentarily speechless with anger. Liu Feng quickly pushed Lan Dai aside. You really don't get the atmosphere, step aside. I'm still on a date with Wei As he spoke, he lifted Wei into the air, politely saying, excuse me beforehand. Lan Dai angrily shouted after, hey kid, put her down for me. Xiao Jin, also left behind, hurriedly called, Liu Feng, don't forget me. A female student behind Nicola Zhu watched in admiration. Snow's instructor was both handsome and formidable, if only I could. Before she could finish, Nicola Zhu tapped her head lightly. Stop dreaming, it's not your turn. The female student rubbed her head, sighing, then asked skeptically, on what basis could it be you also have feelings for the instructor? Struck at the heart, Nicola Zhu blushed and looked away but replied firmly, don't talk nonsense, there's nothing like that. The scene shifted to a quiet wooden house in the forest, its paint faded with time. The main road through the forest, Liu Feng walked alongside Wei in silence. He asked softly, Wei were your wounds okay when I left? She smiled. The master usually lets me soak in life water for a few days, so as long as it's not too severe, it's fine. Saying that, Wei placed her hand on her chest, took out a divine talisman and continued furthermore. Her cheeks flushed as she held it up. I've always carried this with me, don't worry. Liu Feng's gaze lingered on her hand, a faint smile forming. Noticing his unusual look, Wei subconsciously lowered her head. She noticed today's outfit accentuated her curves, quickly hugging her chest and turning away, annoying. Confused by the remark, Liu Feng innocently asked, what did I do? Realizing the misunderstanding, Wei stubbornly quickened her pace, ignoring him. Seeing her suddenly speed up, Liu Feng reached out to pull her back. Feeling the warmth of his hand, Wei finally stopped. Saying nothing, Liu Feng wrapped his arms around her from behind, closing his eyes in contentment. The forest wind rose, leaves swirling as if to embellish the sweet moment. He rested his head against her neck softly. Wei let me hold you for a while. They remained like that for some time. Wei affectionately asked, didn't we just meet not long ago? Liu Feng opened his eyes, his gaze distant. Last time I shrank my body, my consciousness was in turmoil, so it felt like a long time since I last saw you. Wei turned slightly, their faces nearly touching. She asked, "So how long do you plan to hold me?" Liu Feng seemed lost in thought, murmuring, "How long is a long time? A long time is exactly." As they talked, Su Fei appeared unexpectedly, startling Liu Feng into letting go. Facing her sharp gaze, Liu Feng called awkwardly, "Su Fei." Wei quickly ran over and grabbed his arm. "Su Fei, you're here." The person who appeared was Su Fei. If I hadn't come, someone would have forgotten me. Her presence made him awkwardly stroke his head. "Su Fei, I was planning to look for you too." The two girls exchanged sparks of glare, words flying. "Aren't you worried Wei will be upset? I'm just meeting an old friend, or does Liu Feng think otherwise?" Seeing Wei expression, Su Fei deliberately asked loudly, "So you thought Feng and I were just old friends?" Feng wasn't honest, then pressed, "Tell me, what is your relationship with the guild leader?" Wei hugged him tightly, lightly shaking. Liu Feng hurry and answer. Su Fei also held his hand, demanding, "Explain clearly." Pressed from both sides, Liu Feng paled, stammering, "I." He looked at the two with eyes full of sparks, silently calling for help. "Somebody save me." Seeing his hesitation, both lightly pushed his stomach in frustration. The anger subsided. Su Fei waved her hand. "Fine, I won't make it difficult. Stay with Wei I'll go ahead." Wei heard this, pleased and teased, "Consider it you were sensible." Seeing Liu Feng try to keep her, she put her hands on her hips, puffing her cheeks in displeasure. Seeing Wei expression, he hurriedly apologized. "Wei but she turned away, saying out of consideration for you she returned first to find you, let you have dinner with her." Speaking of evening, Wei eyes brightened with anticipation, but he had to return to sleep that night. Seeing her flushed face, he couldn't contain his excitement. His mind was filled with the words evening sleep. As Wei turned to leave, Liu Feng held her hand. He looked at her with a passionate gaze. Softly, "Wei I'll return, wait for me." The scene shifted to another space, Su Fei's luxurious white villa. She quietly walked through the vast grounds, a solitary figure. Sighing, she blamed herself. "Clearly I wanted him, so why did I step back just facing him? Where's the courage?" Unable to contain her feelings, Su Fei clenched her fist and struck a tree. Truly foolish. Soon pain hit, making her wince, too painful. Hugging her arm, tears welling, she thought, "Before I dared anything to tease him, why now that I'm sincere do I feel so awkward?" Sunset fell before the villa gate, the guest bell rang. Exhausted, Su Fei closed her eyes, instructing, "Have my report anything, don't disturb me today." Yet it was Liu Feng who arrived, appearing behind her with swift steps. "Turns out Su Fei is busy. I still want to invite you to dinner." Hearing the familiar voice, Su Fei beamed. "Feng." That evening, through the villa window, the two could be seen sitting opposite each other at the dining table. She held her knife and fork, looking at the meat, asking, "Aren't you with Wei Why still have time to dine with me?" Liu Feng raised his head, replying promptly, "It's been a while, wanted to talk." Hearing this, her eyes lit up. Then what happened next? Liu Feng awkwardly rubbed his chin, blushing. "Previously you took care of Wei so I wanted to thank you." She paused. "So you invited me because of Wei She stabbed her knife into the meat like venting. "Seems I'm just an old friend to him." Seeing her like this, Liu Feng froze for a few seconds. "It's not like that." Su Fei sighed, looking at him. "Sometimes I wish you were more of a passionate man." Saying this, she slammed her hand on the table and stood up abruptly. Suddenly, Su Fei's soft lips touched Liu Feng's surprised face. Pulling away from the kiss, she blushed, declaring, "Go back to Wei tell her I won't give up." With that, Su Fei turned and walked away, leaving Liu Feng standing silently watching. At this moment, his face was heavy with contemplation, his hand lightly touching his cheek, fatigue clearly visible. Just how should he handle this matter properly? Night fell, the light in the room shone through the window glass and spilled outside. It was Wei bedroom. Lan Dai folded his arms before his chest, raised his head high, his gaze directed at Liu Feng and Wei sitting close together on the bed. After watching for a while, he lowered his head again, leaving Liu Feng silent yet inwardly restless. Liu Feng's expression darkened, clearly displeased as he spoke. "Headmaster Lan Dai, do you intend to sit there and observe us all night?" Hearing that, Lan Dai shook his head in denial. "That is not the case." As soon as his words fell, the atmosphere between them grew even heavier, all three letting out soft sighs. Without hesitation, he folded his arms again and stated his intention bluntly. "From today until you leave, I will sit here and watch over you both." That resolute answer pushed Liu Feng past his limit. He burst out, "Teacher Lan Dai, you are going too far." Lan Dai paid no mind to his expression, spreading his hands as he said, "Think whatever you like. Last time I was careless and nearly let you scheme something improper. This time you will have no chance." Wei understood the implication in her teacher's words and gently said, "Teacher, Liu Fengji will not do anything excessive to me." His gaze grew colder, lowering his voice as he said, "The three phrases men love to say most are I love you, I only love you, and I will only touch lightly." Liu Feng had expected this. His body stiffened as he thought that old man was truly shameless. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. A wisp of black smoke shot out from his body and darted straight toward the window. An Dai seemed to sense it and immediately turned his head. Was there something that just passed by? On the rooftop, Bai Qi and Xiao Jin were already waiting. Upon seeing the black smoke, they sprang up. Bai Qi, Liu Feng has sent the signal. Receiving the cue, they quickly took out the outfits they had prepared, threw them on, and began to act. Once ready, Bai Qi bent his knees and leapt high into the air. The two immediately transformed, Bai Qi becoming Sun Wukong. Xiao Jin transformed into the Calabash Boy, loudly provoking Lan Dai to come out. Otherwise, they would turn the Xinglan Academy upside down. Inside, Lan Dai flared with anger, red spiritual energy, enveloping his body, truly thinking my academy is a place you can come and go as you please. Without another word, he shot through Wei Er's window. Liu Fengji, quickly go help teacher. Seeing Wei Er's worry, Liu Feng stepped closer and whispered, "Do not panic, everything has been arranged by me, tonight belongs to us alone." As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Er's cheeks flushed crimson. She stammered, "Liu Fengji ui." Outside the night grew darker. The yellow light in the room spilled through the window. "Wei Er, do you know?" Liu Feng gently placed his hand on her cheek, his eyes full of tenderness. "From the first time I met you." Wei Er closed her eyes, her face shy as she listened to him promise he would always stay by her side. Outwardly she tried to remain calm, yet inside she was in turmoil from embarrassment, no longer noticing her surroundings. When she opened her eyes, the two were already close to each other, yet so many times they had been forced apart by circumstance. Quickly tugged lightly at the strap on her shoulder, each separation only deepening their feeling. Wei Er's face shone with anticipation. At last she could truly be by his side. He embraced and shared a passionate kiss after so many days apart. "Wei Er, I love you." Entwined together, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Liu Fengji, I love you too." Emotions blended with their breathing. Liu Feng gently laid her down on the bed. Wei Er softly said, "Do not." Whispers echoed in the quiet night, "I will only touch lightly." Dawn gradually broke, early sunlight shining upon the building, the scene radiant. Outside the door, Nicolas Zhu was knocking repeatedly. "Instructor, Wei Er, are you awake?" Early morning call startled the two upstairs. "Liu Fengji, hurry down and open the door, you are pressing on my hair." Liu Feng hurriedly put on his clothes and ran downstairs, coming. "What is the matter so early?" Nicolas Zhu said grandfather invited him to the Magic Guild. President Fa Yan wishes to meet. He leaned against the door, sticking his head out as he said, "Wei Er has not been well these past days. I need to stay and take care of her." Hearing that, Nicolas Zhu pushed the door intending to enter. What is wrong with Wei Er? Let me see." Upstairs, Wei Er wrapped in a white cloth, her face flushed red. "I am fine. Do not listen to Fang KK talking nonsense. He is just teasing." Fang KK, quickly go with Nicolas Zhu. Liu Feng stood beside her, stunned for a few seconds, "But you are not." Wei Er was so embarrassed she lightly kicked toward the door. "Hurry and go." After leaving, a new scene appeared, the headquarters of the Magic Guild with its magnificent magic tower. Nicolas Zhu led him to the door and said, "President Fa Yan is waiting inside." Liu Feng nodded in thanks. Without hesitation, he forcefully pushed open the large door before him. Inside was a space like a galaxy, starlight surrounding him. Not far away appeared a figure wearing a hood, looking mysterious. A white-haired old man holding a staff with a magic orb appeared. It was President Fa Yan. He raised his head to look at him and smiled. "Venerable Liu Feng, welcome." Liu Feng clasped his hands in greeting, inquiring about his identity, confirming he was the guild president. He nodded. "Today I asked Nicolas Zhu to invite you because there is an important matter." Fa Yan went straight to the point. "I wonder if Venerable is interested in advancing to the divine rank." Hearing that, Liu Feng was startled, his mind racing, advancing to divine rank. Could it be he knew he could enter the boundless realm? Seeing his surprise, he turned and gestured, "Brother Xinglan, it seems this news has surprised Venerable." The white mist gradually dissipated, and another silver-haired elder appeared. He slowly stepped forward and said, "Regarding advancing to divine rank, at first we were the same." Xinglan clasped his hands and introduced himself as the founder of the Xinglan Principality, fortunate to have survived until now. That identity shocked Liu Feng, the founding ruler still alive, truly a reclusive old monster. Xinglan calmly said that after many years of research, no one could advance now because the world lacked energy of the boundless realm. Liu Feng frowned and replied he had also heard Huang Long mention this before. The old man stroked his beard and said because of that lack of energy, breaking through to divine rank was nearly impossible, but they had found another method. This information left him stunned. What do you mean? A Dzinglan affirmed that although energy of the boundless realm was gone, the continent still had ancient divine souls that could be refined to produce it. Liu Feng rested his chin in thought. It seemed they were not targeting him, but these two old men setting their sights on divine souls was not simple. He raised his head and asked if they invited him. They must already know where a divine soul could be found. Dzinglan nodded. Within the forbidden Fenglin there was a powerful divine soul sealed and guarded by the heavenly ape clan. According to records, that divine soul had once been sealed by the bright god religion with golden chains. At the mention of the bright god, Liu Feng's face paled, beads of sweat forming. He turned as if to leave, coldly taking his leave. A Dzinglan hurriedly called out that the divine soul sealed for 10,000 years must have weakened. If they joined forces it would be fine. Liu Feng closed his eyes and replied firmly he was not interested. Diligently cultivating and entering the boundless realm on his own would not that be safer? Ak then suddenly appeared and whispered, even if you do not need energy of the boundless realm, that divine soul could help you comprehend a domain first. Liu Feng cast him a sidelong glance. I think you just want to devour it. Hak then laughed schemingly, mentioning the lost divine garden might still contain many divine souls of divine rank. Without comprehending a domain, how would you face them? Hearing that analysis, Liu Feng paused, thinking it made sense. Dealing with a supreme before had already been difficult, let alone divine rank. Ah Yan sighed sadly, not expecting that man to fear taking risks, while a Dzinglan believed knowing how to restrain temptation was also valuable. Unexpectedly, Liu Feng turned back and asked then if there is a divine soul, how will it be divided? That question left both old men stunned, standing frozen for a few seconds before reacting. The Star Mist Sub-Emperor did not wish to miss another opportunity, his stern gaze proposing, as long as Venerable Liu Feng assists in seizing the divine soul, we will divide it equally afterward. What do you think? After hearing the plan and the method of dividing the divine soul, Liu Feng folded his arms in thought, then nodded in agreement. No problem. Ai Shen seemed to sense something amiss, standing behind him and shouting loudly, Liu Feng, Su Fei has been attacked. The news instantly changed his expression. What? The manor where Su Fei resided, spears stood tall, purple ribbons fluttering fiercely in the wind. The courtyard before the house had become a mess, shattered earth and stones scattered everywhere. Suddenly from the sky, a streak of purple spiritual energy shot down like a meteor. Receiving the urgent message, Liu Feng appeared at once. Who dares touch Su Fei, tired of living? But the scene before him left him stunned for a few seconds. Bai Qi and Wei were not only safe, but were continuously pressing their opponent. As for Su Fei, she was fighting alone against Ying Mu, the leader of that group. Her eyes burned with fury, her teeth clenched tight. Without a single unnecessary movement, she lowered her body and delivered a furious straight kick. Her toes struck Ying Mu square in the chest, making him cough violently. The force of the kick was so strong that that man lost direction and was sent crashing into a nearby wall. Liu Feng stood aside observing, recognizing that gray outfit as Ying Mu, had he not spared him last time. His voice rang out, causing the two girls to start and turn their heads to look. In a blink the two beauties rushed to Liu Feng, their voices soft and aggrieved. Feng Ji, we were so scared they wanted to harm us. On the other side, Ying Mu trembled as he braced himself on the ground and struggled to rise. His face was pale, clutching his chest as he begged, please kill us, let me be freed. Liu Feng held the two girls in his arms, looking at his behavior with deep suspicion. The sun stood high in the sky, its harsh rays shining down on Su Fei's luxurious residence. In the reception hall, Liu Feng's group gathered around the guest table. Xiao Jin sat perched on Bai Qi's shoulder and honestly recounted, I went out with Sister Wei to buy medicine because she said last night. At that point Wei hurriedly covered his mouth and whispered, Xiao Jin, can you skip this part? Xiao Jin obediently glossed over it and continued, saying that they met Su Fei and the two chatted happily. Then Ying Mu and another man suddenly appeared, saying they had been reborn through bloodshed, endured endless torment, and came to the guild for revenge. Before I could act, the two sisters had already rushed forward. I was about to handle it, but they were even faster. After hearing this, Wei and Su Fei both drank water while blushing at the intense story. Liu Feng quickly asked Wei if she was all right. She shyly lowered her head and replied that she was fine. Su Fei looked at their expressions and narrowed her eyes inquisitively. Last night you two. The question made Liu Feng flustered, his face flushing red. Su Fei smiled calmly. Then the day after tomorrow you belong to me. Wei tightened her grip on the cup and shook her head in objection. No, her words stunned Liu Feng. What are you saying? Liu Feng cleared his throat and announced, in 2 days I must go to the Forbidden Wind Forest. Hearing this, Su Fei widened her eyes. The Forbidden Wind Forest, one of the 4 great forbidden lands. Explained that Guildmaster Fa Yan found a method to advance to God rank. I must go and see. Xiao Jin and Bai Qi will stay to guard against danger. Outwardly he remained calm, but inwardly felt relieved for having changed the topic. Wei stood up and said, it already sounds dangerous. You should take Xiao Jin with you. We will be safe at the academy. Liu Feng stroked her cheek to reassure her. The lunar eclipse is approaching. There have already been 2 saint ranks. Next time it may be supreme. Though she understood, she was still worried. Su Fei behind her spoke. Once he has decided something, it is hard to change. She pulled Wei into her arms and assured her, do not worry, I am at the academy. Bai Qi sighed at such concern and softly said to Xiao Jin, it seems we forgot something. Xiao Jin shook his head. I am so smart, how could I forget? Indeed, they forgot that Lamb Ditch was still imprisoned in the mountain cave. He shouted, Liu Feng, release me. 2 days later at the Forbidden Wind Forest, the woods were tinged with autumn hues. A group of powerful experts were surrounding a ferocious giant heavenly ape. Without hesitation, they charged forward to attack together. On a large tree nearby, Liu Feng, Fa Yan, and the Star Mist Sub-Emperor quietly observed. Liu Feng folded his arms and looked down. Merely the rumor of a pseudo-divine artifact appearing has drawn numerous experts in 3 days. Venerable Xinglan truly has skill. Xinglan stroked his beard and replied, I had no choice. The Heavenly Ape clan has 8 peak saint ranks and 5 supreme. He looked down and reported that 4 supreme heavenly apes have left. Our opportunity has arrived. Seizing the chance, the 3 operated their techniques and shot forward like arrows. Before long, they reached an area with floating stone pillars and a high platform in the center. King Lan said, this is the place. We must act swiftly. As soon as they touched the ground, a stream of golden spiritual energy descended from above. Be careful. The 3 immediately leapt into the air. Strike sent earth and stone flying in dangerous bursts. Suspended midair, Xinglan frowned. What is that enthroned angel? Liu Feng observed and said, it is a subordinate of the god of light. With 4 wings like that, it is likely god rank. Hearing this, Xinglan was startled. God rank, has the energy of the divine realm not already dissipated? Fa Yan was also astonished. Liu Feng speculated that perhaps the god of light used some method to keep him here. The angel raised his sword high, golden spiritual energy radiating. Leave the sealed land immediately, otherwise the next sword will purify you. Liu Feng frowned. If it were truly god rank, we would hardly survive. He would not need to waste words like this. A premonition struck. He glanced back to see Fa Yan and Xinglan exchange looks. Xinglan cupped his hands respectfully and said, Sir, we came by mistake. We will leave at once. The 3 turned and left, and the angel also descended to the ground. Suddenly Xinglan turned around and shouted, Venerable Liu Feng, strike. The angel grew furious, golden spiritual energy erupting. Do you seek your own destruction? He focused on Xinglan and Fa Yan, unaware that Liu Feng had circled behind him. Liu Feng gritted his teeth and swung his blade straight down. In an instant, the blade pierced through the angel's body, startling him. He twisted it fiercely once more, the opponent crying out in pain. Liu Feng shouted coldly, explode. Words had just fallen when a thunderous explosion rang out. The angel vanished, and he withdrew his blade. Landing on the ground, he held the blade and seized the stream of energy resembling a divine soul. So it was merely an illusion, thanks to Senior Xinglan for the diversion. Xinglan smiled politely. I only have more experience now that the seal is exposed. Fa Yan, the next step is yours. Fa Yan tightened his grip on the staff and began to channel his power. On the ground, the seal emitted dense spiritual energy, a magic circle appearing beneath his feet. Suddenly, the sealing formation began to crack. Seeing this, Xinglan immediately shouted loudly, the formation is about to be broken. Fa Yan, be careful. Hearing that, Liu Feng stood beside the elder and said in a low voice, if that divine soul truly still exists, then it must retain its consciousness. We must never let him escape. A Datin lamb immediately responded, understood. The sealing array slowly dissipated. A glowing fissure split open beneath the ground and green spiritual energy seeped out. That current of energy coiled upward, drawing the divine soul into view. At last I am free. 10,000 years have passed. Seizing the moment, he raised his blade high and slashed forward, signaling the elder to strike together. Liu Feng's blade energy tore through the air and shot straight ahead, its destructive power increasing fourfold. Having just broken free from the seal and immediately suffering a chain of attacks, the divine soul glared in fury. Who dares ambush this god? From behind, a Datin lamb closed in and swung his blade fiercely at the opponent. He instantly lowered his body to evade and landed on the ground. Yet from above, Fap Veem unleashed sharp icicles from his staff, piercing through his body. His back embedded with icy spikes, the divine soul howled like a wounded beast, detestable. He lifted his head and shrieked, flames of rage surging across his body. Suddenly his body swelled, his legs beneath him gradually transforming into something colossal. In the blink of an eye, a towering giant-like figure appeared. With a single sweep of his arm, he sent Fap Veem and a Datin lamb flying away. Liu Feng hovered in midair, observing and calculating that his strength had not reached peak sovereign level. He could still be dealt with. In his gigantic form, he looked at the three with disdain. 3 sovereign worms dare block me. As soon as he finished speaking, he spread his arms, black spiritual energy flooding out as the spirit ring domain opened. At the same time, a colossal axe formed from green spiritual energy gradually took shape. The divine soul transformed into a knight riding a warhorse, wielding a weapon like a scythe. The ground around them bulged as countless white skeletal arms emerged. From the damp, cold soil, skeletons slowly rose under his control. Not just a few, but an entire skeletal army surrounded the three. A Datin lamb immediately charged forward, slashing repeatedly. Do not let the death energy invade your body. Liu Feng and Fap Veem coordinated their attacks as well, shattered bones scattering across the ground. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Fap Veem frowned and said, "This will not do. Protect me while I cast a forbidden spell." In the distance, the divine soul rode forward. "He is coming, I will stop him." He raised his scythe high and cleaved down toward Liu Feng. Liu Feng swiftly lifted his blade to block, intercepting the deadly strike. Seeing his attack easily neutralized, he changed expression. What weapon can block the Soul Reaper side? Liu Feng and his 3 mirror clones charged forward at once, blade light flashing. Purple blade energy shot straight toward the divine soul atop the horse. He snorted coldly, "Worms dare to shake me." A massive surge of green spiritual energy burst from the scythe in counterattack. That force was like a monster devouring space as it pressed toward Liu Feng. Seeing him in danger, a Datin lamb threw himself forward. "Do not underestimate me." The divine soul immediately swung his scythe, sweeping toward him. The elder tilted his body to evade and retreated backward. Seizing his opening, a Datin lamb counterattacked. The blade strike slashed straight at the warhorse's leg. The sudden blow caused Liu Feng to freeze for a brief moment. Elder laughed smugly, "I told you, I am very cunning." Not far away, the space turned crimson. A ring of fire erupted. The fire element forbidden spell Karma Inferno World Incineration. Fap Veem raised his staff, the magic sphere shining, "Move away quickly." Small spark at first suddenly transformed into a surging sea of flames sweeping forward. The divine soul was momentarily stunned by the spectacle. He and the skeletal army were swallowed by the flames, collapsing within the fiery sea. A few seconds later, a thunderous explosion rang out, smoke billowing high. The three descended to the ground, looking toward where the smoke gradually dispersed. Before their eyes, the earth had turned into a field of blazing red lava. A Datin lamb placed a hand on Fap Veem's shoulder and asked if he had been destroyed. Liu Feng stared intently and said, "Not yet." Within the lava, the battered divine soul crawled out, impressive. "I will extract your souls and torment them for eternity." He swung his scythe again and charged forward, a death-reaping strike. Liu Feng decided to go all out. "Then let us risk it, mirror image clone." Datin lamb raised his blade and unleashed the azure star slash. Fap Veem summoned meteoric flame rain from his blazing staff. The three joined forces, pouring all their strength into the final blow. Suddenly the offensive stalled. Fap Veem and a Datin lamb looked toward Liu Feng. The two simultaneously pointed at the divine soul, aiming directly at the black energy in his hand. Ludia was briefly astonished by their tacit coordination. Then together with the celestial ape clan charged in to surround the divine soul. They led their soldiers to close in on the target. Relentless attacks from all directions continuously rained down on him. The divine soul gnashed his teeth in fury, despicable wretched. He swung his scythe and flung the celestial ape clan aside, "Move away." Seeing the situation worsen, Fap Veem glanced at a Datin lamb signaling action. The two flew upward, weapons ready. A Datin lamb slashed out a brilliant golden arc of spiritual energy. Divine soul spun and launched a fierce counterattack toward him. Liu Feng stood outside observing. Seeing his companions continuously suppressed, he grew anxious. He rushed forward, his blade thrusting straight into the opponent's chest. The divine soul turned his head. "It is you again. If I recover, I will make you pay." Liu Feng tightened his grip on the blade and said coldly, "You will not have that chance." As the words fell, he unleashed his strongest strike, its destructive force eightfold, shattering his body apart. Yet from those fragments streams of green spiritual energy gushed forth. Reconnected his body, death energy protecting him. You cannot kill me. Liu Feng immediately created countless clones. Mirror image clone deploy. Copies surrounded him tightly preventing escape, attacking in unison. The divine soul was shattered again, green spiritual energy scattering everywhere. At that moment from the ring on Liu Feng's hand, Hack then flew out. Now it is my turn. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed the stream of green spiritual energy like death aura that could sustain an undying soul body into himself. All the Ludia soldiers simultaneously looked up at Liu Feng floating in the air, beside him the cold scythe of death. So many people and even the celestial apes present, yet they still could not bring down that monster, but he finished it in just 2 moves. The Tin Lamb laughed at his actions, stroking his beard as he said that this brat actually knew how to hide his strength and strike suddenly. Quite interesting. Bap Veem looked at him and immediately understood that the old man was truly unfathomable. The black god hid himself while holding the soul god's scythe, sighing that the soul body was already in hand. It was a pity the scythe had a problem. Fortunately, he managed to absorb a bit earlier, otherwise it would have been in vain. He seized the rare opportunity to snatch the scythe from the opponent's hand, and casually made use of the item that seemed to be discarded. Suddenly, the Ludia soldiers shifted at once to surround him. How could the divine weapon fall into that brat's hands? Could it be that he intended to keep it for himself? Seeing himself surrounded by too many, he deftly tossed the scythe back. If you want it, then take it. Ignoring their chaotic scrambling, he immediately teleported to Fap Veem and a Tin Lamb nearby, urging them to leave quickly. My share is still waiting. 2 days later at Lam Tin City. That night, the 3 of them hovered in the air observing the city below. The Tin Lamb stood beside Liu Feng stroking his beard, and said that fortunately the celestial ape clan could not leave the Fong Lam forbidden land. Fap Veem suddenly remembered something and reminded Liu Feng Tun Jia, the divine soul. He did not beat around the bush and took out 3 divine souls resting neatly in his palm. They are here. Seeing the 3 pure divine souls appear, the eyes of the 2 men lit up. They did not expect it to go so smoothly this time thanks to Liu Feng Tun Jia's assistance. Quickly handing 2 to the 2 seniors, he smiled and said that since the items were in hand, they would part ways here. Holding the divine soul in his hand, a Tin Lamb said he welcomed Liu Feng brother to visit him at the imperial palace. Fap Veem also cupped his hands and said he had to return to the magic guild first and bid farewell. Watching the 2 leave and remaining alone with the last divine soul, he thought to himself that next he had to comprehend his domain to stabilize it only. His face suddenly flushed red as he scratched his head awkwardly. Better go find Wei first. In the middle of the night, the bedroom window of Wei suddenly opened in a strange manner. From outside the window, he activated his technique and rushed in, landing lightly. Wei I am back. He rushed quickly to her bed like someone long separated. After a few days apart, he missed her to the point of madness. Lying beside the person he had longed for day and night, he suddenly felt something was off. Why did the touch of that hand feel so strange? The light in the room turned on. The person lying on the bed was not Wei but another girl named Nicholas Zhu. He held his cheek that had just been slapped, stunned and unable to understand why she appeared here. She slightly drew her legs in to cover her alluring body, her face flushed red, stammering I. Suddenly from the bathroom door came a familiar voice, Nicholas Zhu, what happened? Realizing the situation could easily be misunderstood, Nicholas Zhu hurriedly pushed Liu Feng off the bed, urging him to leave quickly. The door opened. Wei came out wrapped in a towel after bathing, asking again with surprise. He was pressed down by her head between her smooth white legs, completely covered as she whispered for him to stay silent. Nicholas Zhu tried to remain calm, but her worry was still obvious. She lied that she had just had a nightmare. Hearing that, Wei felt somewhat relieved, walked to the bed and complained after a tiring day of work. Holding Liu Feng's head, she blushed and shouted, startling Wei who asked again. Nicholas Zhu made an excuse, pointing at Wei-er's wet hair, reminding her to dry it to avoid catching a cold. Seeing her strange behavior, Wei-er teased her, leaving Nicholas Zhu flustered and unsure how to respond. Without hesitation, Wei-er knelt on the bed and moved closer, asking once again. Facing that gaze, Nicholas Zhu involuntarily blushed, her emotions becoming hard to describe. She grabbed Wei-er's hand and changed the topic to ask about the instructor. Liu Feng hid beneath her legs, his face flushed, telling himself not to look. Wei pulled her hand back, causing Nicholas Zhu to ask in surprise. She grabbed Wei-er's hand again, her eyes full of suspicion, thinking that she also liked Liu Feng. Liu Feng lying below heard it and froze for a few seconds in shock. As soon as she finished speaking, Nicholas Zhu's face turned red. Her mind was in turmoil, afraid that it had been heard. Nicola Zhu hurriedly waved her hands to deny it, shaking her head continuously. Liu Feng became self-satisfied again, thinking it was natural for many people to pay attention to him. Conversation between the two girls continued. Wei moved closer. Liu Feng's eyes widened, staring straight ahead. His gaze was fixed on her full chest, unable to hide his astonishment. Wei looked at Nicola Zhu and said that feeling was only admiration. Nicola Zhu immediately nodded in agreement. Wei explained it was a confusion of emotions. Wei moved closer, softly saying that Nicola Zhu did not truly understand Liu Feng. Liu Feng secretly glanced, his gaze lifted with curiosity. His emotions surged, he could hardly restrain himself. His eyes widened, his overexcited expression clearly visible. Wei noticed something unusual, looked down and asked what she was doing. Nicola Zhu called her name, making her turn back in surprise. Nicola Zhu pulled Wei's hand closer. Then suddenly the two shared a kiss. Liu Feng below was completely confused by the scene. He was stunned, unable to understand what was happening, his mind in chaos. After the kiss, both covered their faces, embarrassed and not daring to look at each other. Nicola Zhu hurriedly explained that she did not mean it. Liu Feng thought wildly, unclear who liked whom, his mind tangled. Seeing him still lying still, Nicola Zhu began to feel annoyed. He pinched his ear, urging him to leave quickly. Liu Feng immediately slipped away, leaving the hiding spot carefully. In the dark room, the two girls looked at each other in silence. Liu Feng quickly escaped outside through the window. Outside, he sighed, feeling everything had gone beyond expectation. He vaguely thought about the relationship between the two girls. As he walked back to his room, he recalled the scene just now and felt uncomfortable. He decided to focus on cultivation first. In the room, Hakthan coiled around his arm, grumbling about being confined. Liu Feng replied with teasing words, making Hakthan furious. Hakthan retorted, asserting that he had far more experience. An ironic image appeared like a familiar rejection. Hakthan ignored it and guided Liu Feng to absorb energy to break through. Liu Feng was doubtful, but was reassured that this was necessary energy. He decided to try once. The stream of energy was quickly absorbed through his breath. He entered a meditative state, spiritual energy surrounding him. A space of consciousness opened before his eye. Hakthan asked him to channel energy into it. Liu Feng followed, sending energy into the space. His arm was pulled inside, and his entire body was drawn into that space. He looked around, realizing this was his domain. He touched the purple energy clusters with curiosity. He thought about the domains he had seen and questioned their abilities. After a while, he suspected the domain was only for support, but he resolved to turn the domain into his main offensive power. A massive source of energy flooded in, making him tense. He focused, determining that his domain was related to sword. Sharp spiritual energy shot into the sky like blades. He realized the process of condensing energy into crystal, but he did not stop, continuing to experiment. Multiple streams of energy shot upward like arrows. In the end, only 3 crystals remained. He was surprised that the number was not as expected. Though disappointed, he accepted the result and was curious about their power. At the Sufei residence, night had fallen, the sky full of stars. Suddenly, a stream of blue energy descended from above to the ground. The one who appeared was none other than Ludia. He raised his hand and pointed straight ahead, his voice filled with authority as he commanded, "Boy, hand over the divine soul to me at once." Half an hour earlier, in a fit of anger, Ludia coldly ordered, looking toward Fap Veem and a Datin Nam, "I will ask one last time, will you lend me the divine soul or not?" During that request, a Datin Lam stroked his beard leisurely and replied, "If it were you, would you hand it over to me for research, Ludia?" Being questioned, Ludia flew into a rage and grabbed his collar. "If I had not lured them to seize the remnant scythe in the Fong Lam Forbidden Hall, would it have been so easy for you to escape? I have been stuck at this realm for 100 years, enough to drive anyone mad." The Tin Lam remained calm and speculated, "So that is why you want to snatch it." As soon as he finished speaking, Ludia growled angrily, "You are forcing me." Realizing the tension, Fap Veem immediately raised his staff and sternly said, "Ludia, step back." Ludia had no choice but to withdraw his hand and quietly step back without saying another word. He took a deep breath, trying to stay calm before speaking. "The divine soul has been split into 3 parts. Where is the remaining portion? Is it in that boy's hand?" A Datin Lam slightly lowered his head, his gaze sharp as he answered, "Sorry, I cannot reveal that, but I advise you, do not do this." Suddenly, all 3 looked ahead at once. An unexpected change occurred. He had successfully comprehended the domain. Sensing the aura from Liu Feng, Ludia laughed smugly, "That is the divine soul. It must belong to me." Veem raised his staff to block him, trying to stop Ludia from advancing. Venerable Liu Feng is my friend. Please do not disturb him, yet he still could not stop him. Being obstructed, Ludia grew furious. Green energy surged around him. If you refuse to lend it and still dare to stop me, do not blame me for risking my life. Seeing him so stubborn, Bap Veem was about to make a move but was stopped by a De Tin Lam raising his hand. Very well, I hope you will not regret this. Watching Ludia leave, Bap Veem asked unhappily, Tin Nam, why did you stop me? A De Tin Lam calmly stroked his beard. Does he think he can contend against venerable Liu Feng? After saying that, the old man immediately left and called Fap Veem to follow. Let us go. Watch the excitement. Perhaps we will even have to clean up the aftermath. Have you not always been thinking about that gemstone? At the Su Fei residence, hearing the loud noise, Wei and Bai Qi immediately used their movement techniques to fly out and investigate. Bai Qi frowned in worry. This is bad. A supreme expert has arrived. Liu Feng is cultivating and Zio Jin is not here. Wei showed no fear, frowning as she said, did Master not say there are only a few saints on the continent? Why have there been so many experts lately? Were we deceived? Bai Qi was stunned on hearing that. Is this the time for that? Bai Qi forced himself to remain calm, looking at Ludia approaching and politely said, Senior, what brings you here? Please withdraw your pressure. Ludia laughed disdainfully. A mongrel dragon dares to speak. The mere flick of his hand, Bai Qi was sent flying, blood gushing from his mouth, yet lost. Taking advantage of the moment before the others could react, Ludia exerted his strength and shot straight into the air. He charged toward Liu Feng's room and shattered the wall with a single strike in an instant. Looking inside, he saw Liu Feng still seated in meditation, seemingly unaware. Ludia raised his hand, condensing spiritual energy into a green sphere, preparing to strike boy hand over the divine soul. Before he could act, Wei appeared to block him with a sword in hand. Senior, please stop. Hearing that, Ludia flew into a rage, spiritual energy surging. You are courting death. Wei did not retreat, swinging her sword in counterattack as icy energy surged forth, the move Extreme Frost shattering the arcane. Immediately, successive explosions rang out as smoke and dust billowed. When the smoke cleared, Ludia still stood there, his aura undiminished. Once I obtain the divine soul, I will surely break through to the legendary realm. Suddenly a cold voice sounded behind him, you deserve to die. Turning around, it was Liu Feng supporting Wei The sword domain's aura erupted. With a cold expression, Liu Feng pressed two fingers together, spiritual energy condensing as the amethyst sword appeared. In the blink of an eye, Ludia was engulfed in raging flames, blood pouring endlessly from his mouth. He was utterly powerless, burned away with no path of escape. Liu Feng held Wei and gave a faint smile as he looked at the other's end. Bap Veem was stunned in shock, unable to believe it, finished with a single move. Is this your domain? A De Tin Lam stroked his beard. I thought I had already overestimated it, yet I did not expect such a terrifying pure offensive domain. After dealing with it, Liu Feng descended and asked Bai Qi, are you all right? Bai Qi stood up, clasped his fist toward him and smiled. It is nothing, I can still endure. He wiped his wound and sighed. I am falling further and further behind you, Liu Feng. Hearing that, Liu Feng took out a divine soul. This is the remnant soul I obtained. Use it to break through. Bai Qi was so moved his eyes reddened as he looked at him with gratitude. He suddenly embraced Liu Feng and said gratefully, this time I will definitely break through. Before he could finish speaking, he was pushed away as he complained. A De Tin Lam and Fap Veem stepped forward. Congratulations, venerable Liu Feng, truly astonishing. Liu Feng asked in surprise, could you two explain clearly? Veem lowered his head in apology. A De Tin Lam said, Ludia originally intended to seize the divine soul, but after sensing your aura, he shifted his target. A De Tin Lam took out a purple gem. This is your spoils of war, take it. Wei looked displeased, while Liu Feng sighed and refused, no need. Next time I hope you two will inform me in advance. The old man put away the gem and said with a smile, then another day we will invite you to Bai Feng Pavilion to make amends. That place is very lively. Bap Veem immediately pulled him away. Stop talking, let us go. Wei stood beside him and asked softly, Brother Feng, you are not planning to follow them, are you? Liu Feng hurriedly explained, do not listen to them. Wei crossed her arms and said, something about you is not right. Ever since you returned you have not looked for me. Her gaze turned serious. Without saying anything you went to comprehend the domain. That is not like you before. Liu Feng felt troubled inside but remained calm on the surface, giving a roundabout explanation. I am not that kind of person. Wei blushed and softly asked, then later you will not return to the room with me. Liu Feng pretended to be serious and said he still had to continue cultivating, not to disturb her rest. Wei covered her mouth and laughed, adding, Nicola Zhu just left, I even thought your room was messy. After hearing that, Liu Feng immediately changed his mind and pulled her quickly back to the room. Inside the room, he gently placed her on the bed. Wei turned her face away and reproached, did you not say you still had to cultivate? Liu Feng lightly tugged at the strap on her shoulder, we will talk about that next time. Wei looked at him with gentle eyes and asked, did you not claim you were upright? Liu Feng leaned closer and gently replied, I am still someone who bears responsibility. Wei leaned close to his ear and softly asked about what happened before. Liu Feng understood her meaning and still teased her. It was not bad. Wei blushed and admitted, at first I did not think anything of it, until something happened did I realize. Liu Feng lowered his head in guilt, sorry, I was confused at that time. Seeing him blame himself, Wei softened and hugged him, I understand now, but... He looked at him intently, hoping he would tell the truth about what was between him and Nicola Zhu. Liu Feng raised his hand to swear, I have no intentions toward her, moreover she does not even like me. Afraid she still did not believe him, he suggested, if necessary we can go ask her directly. Before he could stand up he was pulled back by her, you really are foolish. The two embraced each other, exchanging gentle touches in place of words. Next day Liu Feng strolled through the street at ease. Bai Qi had gone to work. Zhao Jin was still drunk, and Wei was busy. He sighed, recalling the scene just now. Fortunately Wei had stopped him in time. Alone and idle, he felt somewhat bored. In the distance, a group of young women cheered upon seeing him. Lord Liu Feng, good morning, truly dashing. He maintained his courteous demeanor, lightly raising his hand in return, his lips curving into a bright smile along with a well-meaning good morning greeting. As soon as the words left his mouth, Liu Feng revealed a trace of self-satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with pride in his appearance. It turned out he possessed no small amount of charm himself. Suddenly from afar, a figure sprang forcefully off the ground, the body shooting decisively into the air. A small framed youth brushed past him. Unfortunately neither side could dodge in time and they collided. Carried by inertia, with nothing to brace him, Tam Fong fell backward onto the ground. At a glance at the other party, Liu Feng was drawn to those eyes, inwardly praising this girl was truly adorable, only her eye color was somewhat unusual. Jiang immediately stretched out his arms to catch Tam Fong, gently apologizing and asking with concern, sorry about that, are you all right? Sitting flat on the ground, he began to complain indignantly, repeatedly demanding, my leg was hit by you, hurry and compensate my medicine fee. That tone made Liu Feng freeze, are you a man? His face flushed red with anger as he continued to shout, who do you think you are, pay up now. Faced with that shameless act, he calmly crossed his arms and replied, trying to extort me, I have no money but I do have one life. Seeing Liu Feng refuse to yield, Tam Fong escalated further, wailing loudly everywhere. How could that heartless man treat me like this, deceiving both my feelings and my money? How am I supposed to live from now on? Enraged by the sudden act, he pointed straight at that man and shouted, for money you do not even want your dignity anymore. While Tam Fong continued to tremble in pretense, acting on, you cannot be so cruel. Before long, the city soldiers rushed over and surrounded them, noisily condemning Liu Feng, even bullying a little girl. You must think her eyes are strange, hurry and compensate her. Liu Feng could only remain silent, his sharp gaze directed at that cunning Tam Fong. For the moment he could not do anything to him. Suddenly, Tam Fong widened his two-colored eyes and lifted his head as if he had discovered something. His figure shot away like an arrow, leaving Liu Feng without hesitation, tossing back a promise to settle the score next time. Liu Feng was once again stunned by that abrupt action, unable to react in time. Everything had happened so quickly that he could only stand there, tears of frustration rolling down. Truly strange, in just a few minutes so many faces had changed. His reputation had almost been ruined by that brat. Not far away, near the fence inside the city gate, hurried footsteps sounded along with a report. Someone is causing trouble in the mercenary guild hall. It is said to be the team of 3 saint rankers. Hurry and take a look. News stirred his curiosity. Liu Feng stroked his chin in thought. Could this saint rank group have appeared because of the lunar eclipse? Following the rumors, he entered the hall alone where the saint ranks were densely gathered. Vuong Dang led soldiers behind him, his expression fierce as he slammed his hand onto the table. Why is there no mission related to magic metal? How is this guild doing business? My, the guild receptionist hurriedly explained, sorry you three, the mission regarding magic metal has already been taken. Her words did not seem to calm Vuong Dang. He remained stubborn, then add another mission for me, otherwise I will smash this place. Seeing the tension rise, he stepped forward to speak up for my. The guild is only responsible for issuing missions. If no one posts one, then forcing it is useless. Liu Feng added firmly, moreover 3 saint ranks pressuring a young girl, is that reasonable? That remark enraged Vuongdang. Brat, are you tired of living? Liu Feng showed no fear, frowning as he replied, this is Tin Lam City. Saint rank is not invincible. Arrogance provoked Vuongdang. He charged straight ahead, it is enough if I take you down. Seeing him lose control, a teammate quickly pulled him back and said apologetically, my friend is a bit hot-tempered, but we truly need magic metal. To ease the situation, he proposed, I wonder who accepted that mission. We are willing to pay a high price to buy it. One person in the group tightly grabbed Tam Fong and complained, I am the one who accepted the mission. I had just stepped out when this brat took the coordinate scroll. He refuses to say where he hid it. Release me now. Hearing that, Vuongdang bent down and looked straight at Tam Fong, asking coldly, tell me where the scroll is. Sudden question made Tam Fong turn pale, shaking his head repeatedly. His eyes suddenly turned toward Liu Feng standing a few meters away, as if seeking rescue. Tam Fong raised his hand, the corner of his lips curling as he sweetly called out, my beloved, did I not already give you the scroll? Hurry and save me. Disaster struck again. Liu Feng was stunned, his mouth agape, not this again. From outside the door, footsteps sounded, the ground trembling slightly as someone landed. Su Fei appeared, black spiritual energy surging behind her and forming a massive ox shadow. She called out my beloved, leaving Liu Feng startled once more. Fei, Su Fei. Her face darkened with jealousy as she strode closer. Fong, where did you pick up this little girl again? Introduce her to me. Noticing her expression was off, he hurried to explain, Su Fei, do not listen to his nonsense. What happened back then was. The more he tried to clarify, the deeper her suspicion grew. What even Nam Anyu would not let go. Soldiers standing near Tam Fong whispered, so adorable yet actually a man, though being a man is not unacceptable either. Those words made his mind waver, his hands clenching into fists. What exactly is going on here? 3 flames seemed to blaze above Liu Feng's head as he advanced toward Tam Fong. It was you who started the extortion, and now you dump everything on me. Let me see how I deal with you. Held tightly by the soldiers, Tam Fong still shouted, my beloved, respected master, I already gave you the scroll, was it not in your chest? Furious to the point his face flushed red, he thrust his hand into his inner robe to search. You still dare to fabricate lies when you are about to be in trouble. Suddenly, Liu Feng's eyes shifted from anger to shock in an instant. Just as that man said, the scroll rested neatly in his hand. It was truly on his person. How could a mere third-rank brat accomplish this? Confirming the scroll in Liu Feng's hand, Vuongdang and that soldier immediately shouted, excellent, you two colluded to deceive us. He leapt high and threw a punch straight at him, intending to corner his opponent. Seeing the situation spiral beyond expectation, Tam Fong hurriedly shouted, wait, I was only joking, he is not. But Vuongdang's punch was already close. Liu Feng merely raised one finger in response. That sight left him aghast, blocked with just one finger. Above Liu Feng's head, 2 other reckless men wielded weapons aimed straight down. With cold and indifferent eyes, Liu Feng lowered his voice and ordered, get lost. As soon as the words fell, purple spiritual energy burst forth around him, blasting the surrounding men away, blood spilling from their mouths. Witnessing that scene, Tam Fong panicked inwardly, I am finished. I provoked the wrong expert. Had I known he was this formidable, I would have knelt and acknowledged kinship from the start. Just hope he does not deal with me too harshly later. The 3 battered men finally realized Liu Feng's terrifying identity, a supreme expert. He stood upright calmly, looking down at the people lying on the ground. I already said, whether saint rank or supreme, all must follow the rules. Understood? Yes, sir is absolutely right. From behind, Tam Fong looked at Liu Feng back and sighed inwardly. A supreme expert, the one closest to the gods, if only I could take him as master, but why would he pay attention to me? Everything settled, he came up with an idea. You are saint rank's right. Work here for 3 years and we will consider this matter settled. How about it? Vuongdang was about to protest when the soldier beside him covered his mouth and hurriedly answered in his stead, all right, we agree. Hearing there were 3 more free workers, Su Fei beamed with joy. Fong found 3 more helpers for me again. She gratefully ran over and linked arms with him, then signaled for the crowd behind to disperse. Seeing an opportunity flash by, Tam Fong revealed a sly smile. Excellent. No one is paying attention now, time to slip away. He bent down and weaved through the crowd of experts, muttering, let no one see me. After a while, crawling low to avoid notice, Tam Fong happily thought he had escaped. But the moment he lifted his head, he saw Liu Feng and Su Fei already waiting. Dear disciple, where are you going? His face turned deathly pale, his whole body trembling. With no other choice, he rushed forward to hug Su Fei's leg tightly, pleading, "Mistress, save my life." Hearing that form of address, Su Fei widened her eyes and asked, "What did you just call me?" Still clinging tightly, Tam Fong repeated with teary eyes, "Mistress of Master, is that not right?" She placed her hands on her hips, her gaze softening as she told him to call it again, and Tam Fong obediently repeated, "Mistress." Just like that, the two of them bantered, Su Fei blushing at that title as the two words mistress echoed again and again. She turned to ask Liu Feng, "What is your disciple name?" Tam Fong quickly answered, "I am Tam Fong." Su Fei waved her hand, "Such a good disciple should be spared." Hearing that, he could only lower his head awkwardly. "Clearly you are not my disciple." Tam Fong hid behind her back and said aggrievedly, "Mistress, stand up for me. Master has disowned me." Liu Feng grew angry and was about to rush over. "You keep spouting nonsense and see what happens." Fortunately, Su Fei stopped him in time. "That is enough." Being calm, Liu Feng stared and asked sternly, "Hey kid, how did you hide the scroll on you?" Tan Fong, upon hearing this, looked smug and explained his special ability. "This is a natural talent. I can erase traces of my existence for a short period." "Where did my huge forest go? It was clearly right in front of me a moment ago." The other person, seeing his unusual ability, half-jokingly asked, "So can you sneak into the bathroom without anyone noticing? Can you teach me?" But Tan Fong coldly replied, "No." Su Fei, caught up in their strange conversation, could not help but speak irritably, "What are you two talking about?" Liu Feng stepped aside, touched his chin thoughtfully. "So it is a bloodline talent. I thought I could learn it. Never mind, let's go fi NHI." From behind, Tan Fong, looking sad, hurriedly called back, "Wait sir, can you accept me as your disciple?" Liu Feng, walking ahead, heard this and turned his head, smiling slightly. "I am not even sure what I am cultivating, let alone able to teach others." Su Fei stepped beside him, voicing her guess. "This child surnamed Fong has anomalies, likely a descendant of the primordial Fong god," but Liu Feng still kept his decision. "I really don't know how to teach anyone." Seeing his expression, Su Fei seemed to recall something, smiling, "Then come with me, I have a gift for you." Seeing the two gradually leave, Tan Fong immediately raised his hand and ran after them, calling loudly, "Master." But suddenly his body could not move. "No, I can't move, don't leave me behind." Su Fei's villa. The morning sun shone on the grand white building. Su Fei and Liu Feng entered a room. She placed her hand on the table and said, "Fong, ever since you were with Wei you haven't looked at me." Liu Feng felt awkward, cleared his throat a few times. "Recently I have been busy with Fong Lam Imperial Guard matters." She crossed her arms, closed her eyes, and said directly, "Before going to Fong Lam, I also didn't see you." Liu Feng remained silent. Su Fei put her hand down and said, "Forget the past, rest here. I will handle the guild and then talk." She sat on the chair opposite, not far away. "Later I will give you the gift." Liu Feng quietly listened and nodded, "Okay." His eyes focused entirely on Su Fei, who was attentively working. Unexpectedly, a strong girl like her is even more attractive when serious about work. His gaze was full of gentleness, never leaving Su Fei. Time passed quickly. 2 hours later, she finished the pile of documents, stretching, finally done. With a slightly coquettish look and tone, she said, "Fong, I am tired, can you carry me to bed to rest?" Liu Feng laughed, stood up and said, "You are already saint level, tired from a few documents." Hearing this, she pretended to be angry, almost scattering the papers. "Is this a realm problem?" Not wanting to argue, Su Fei spread her arms, urging, "Hurry up." Liu Feng hesitated slightly at that attitude. Finally, unable to resist, he lifted her and entered the bedroom. Her request made him slightly stunned, but he silently complied. Under his supporting arms, Su Fei was brought into the room. Liu Feng rubbed her head, blushing, feeling confused. Why is the atmosphere so strange? He placed her on the bed, saying, "Rest, I will go first." But Su Fei suddenly grabbed his shirt at the waist. Liu Feng was pulled back, body pressed against hers, face to face. He blushed, heart racing. "Su Fei, what are you planning?" She smiled, voice full of implication. "Fong, remember I said I had a gift for you." Liu Feng was stunned before he could react. She pulled him close. "The gift is me." Saying that, she lightly touched his lips, a gentle kiss in place of the gift. They quickly pulled apart. Liu Feng was dazed. Was he just kissed? He was still shocked, face red. The feeling was strange. What am I thinking? Su Fei released his shirt, letting go, and suddenly lifted her legs, forcing Liu Feng to fall onto the bed. In the blink of an eye, he was below, she was on top. She slowly pressed close, making him embarrassed. "Don't come closer, I might lose control." She gently rested her head on his chest. "Let me lean a little, okay?" Liu Feng tried to calm himself, softly replying, "Okay." Feeling his heartbeat, Su Fei said, "The eclipse is coming. I just want to be with you before you leave." Liu Feng lightly embraced her. "I will return soon." She lightly touched his chest. Even if brief, how long can it last? As if recalling something, she raised her head. My mother is pushing for a marriage again. During this, Liu Feng sprang up. No, who are you marrying? Su Fei stepped closer, asking why not. He blushed, stammering, because you are mine. She gently touched his shoulder, heart racing. He lay down again. Su Fei smiled. All right, I won't force you. Men are really confusing. Blushing, Liu Feng still protested. I am not like that. She placed her hand on his heart, smiling. Yet your heartbeat is so fast. They both looked out the window. The moon was high. Su Fei seriously asked, tell me, will my life end peacefully? Liu Feng felt sad, thinking silently if he was too selfish. He intended to promise something, but Su Fei stopped him. Don't easily promise a girl. She lowered her head, saying, the future can wait. Tonight I want you beside me. They both fell asleep. Outside, the night wind blew gently. The next morning, Liu Feng and Su Fei stood in the villa yard. He adjusted his shirt. Remember to report to me before leaving Tin Lam City. Liu Feng nodded. At the gate, they saw Tan Fong still sitting there. Liu Feng was angry. How did this kid find his way here, even cut his hair? Su Fei was touched by his perseverance, while Liu Feng sighed. This disciple has some determination. He lightly kicked Tan Fong to wake him. Sure enough, it worked. He woke up startled. In front of him were the two watching. Tan Fong's eyes lit up as he ran to hug, but Liu Feng dodged. What nonsense, you are too clingy. He immediately knelt, bowing and begging, please give me a chance. Liu Feng asked wearily, why do you want to make me your master to find support? Tan Fong raised his head and said, no, I want to be stronger. And then his gaze changed, gritting his teeth, kill the god. Those words made both freeze for a few seconds. Black God appeared, arms crossed, saying, I can't keep up with the times, now everyone wants to kill the god. Liu Feng tried to stay calm, lowering his head and asking again, did I mishear or did you speak wrongly? Tan Fong kept the same posture as before, his palms slamming hard against the ground, teeth clenched as he recounted with seething hatred. I want to take the life of the one who killed my mother, the one who once tried to devour me, claiming to be a god yet in truth only a man who has lost all humanity. Tan Fong's expression suddenly changed from fury to sorrow. That person is my father. Hearing him say it with his own mouth, Su Fei covered her lips in shock. Your father is a god. I thought you were only a descendant of the ancient wind god, then why did he want to devour you? Tan Fong forced himself to suppress the pain, his voice lowering. My mother was the true successor of the ancient wind god. I inherited the bloodline from my maternal side. After listening, Hack then immediately grasped the crux of it. His father was the one who awakened more than a decade ago during the War of the Swine God. After meeting his mother, he formed the intention to seize her divine meridians and the unborn child to heal himself. Hearing that, Liu Feng asked, even a ferocious tiger does not eat its own cubs. Upon reaching the divine realm, does one lose all humanity? Hack then crossed his arms and sneered. For someone who has lived too long, the word humanity has long lost its meaning. When the answer ended, he was still stunned. Beside him, Su Fei gently urged Fong. Liu Feng said nothing more and stepped forward to help the kneeling Tan Fong up. Stand up. I am only a supreme. You wish to take me as your master to kill a god. You think too highly of me. He widened his eyes, his voice firm. No, in the future you will surely become the strongest. Hearing that, Liu Feng lightly slapped him and reminded him, tell the truth. He rubbed his cheek and answered honestly, I feel you are a good person. If I miss this chance, I fear I will never find a supreme expert to take as master in my lifetime. Tan Fong's eyes gleamed with calculation again as he tried to rush forward and hug Liu Feng. Moreover, I truly think master is handsome and unrestrained, wise and mighty. But he raised a hand to block him. Stay away from me. I have already said I do not know how to teach anyone. After thinking for a moment, Liu Feng spoke. Since you are sincere, I have someone more suitable to take you as a disciple. Words left Tan Fong stunned, frozen in place for a few beats. Liu Feng turned toward Su Fei, who was still standing in the courtyard. Su Fei, I must return to Xing Lam Academy first. She did not forget to remind him of his earlier promise. Do not forget what you agreed to me. He nodded firmly, then grabbed Tan Fong's collar and carried him as they soared away. Before long, the two appeared before the gates of Xing Lam Academy. As soon as they entered, the students on both sides bowed in unison. Lord Liu Feng. Seeing everyone's reverence toward Liu Feng, Tan Fong secretly admired him. Master is truly imposing. Just then, Wei appeared with her arms crossed. So you still remember the way back. From his previous dignified demeanor, Liu Feng immediately grew flustered. Wei why are you here? Tan Fong was stunned seeing Liu Feng's attitude toward her. Who is she? Wei ignored him and pointed at Tan Fong while asking Liu Feng. One day apart and you already have someone new. Did you spend last night with her? Knowing she misunderstood, he hurriedly touched his nose and explained. Wei he is male. temporarily consider him my newly accepted disciple. Hearing that, she gaped. This child is too delicate. Brother Fong, even your own son is not spared. Liu Feng felt wronged and drew circles on the ground with his finger. So this is how you all see me. Ignoring him, Wei stepped forward to introduce herself. I am Wei Brother Fong's girlfriend. What is your name? Politely extended his hand. Greetings, second master's wife. I am Ai Tam Fong. That form of address changed Wei-er's expression as she turned to look at Liu Feng, second master's wife. Liu Feng's face paled as he stammered. Wei-er, listen to my explanation. She drew her sword, icy energy shooting toward him. Liu Feng, you had better watch yourself. Seeing Liu Feng leap high to dodge, Tam Fong exclaimed in admiration, as expected of master. After a while, Liu Feng was covered in injuries, yet still tried to calm Wei-er. She threw the frozen sword to the ground. Go find his first master's wife. With that, she turned and left coldly, ignoring the calls behind her. Liu Feng covered his bruised face and comforted himself. I hope she has calmed down. He angrily lifted Tam Fong and dragged him along. It is all your fault. If you do not know how to speak, then keep silent. After settling your matter, I still have to go coax her. Two returned to another corner of Xing Lam Academy, where sunlight streamed through the tall tower. In a nearby garden filled with flowers and grass, Lan Dai was leisurely reading a book. From afar, Liu Feng and Tam Fong appeared, calling out loudly, Master Lan Dai. Seeing Liu Feng, Lan Dai angrily flipped the tea table. You still dare to come here. He swung his sword and chased him as Liu Feng dodged and spoke. Master Lan Dai, I have important matters. He was still angry about the past. What is there to say? Do you know how many days I was locked up? The scene of one chasing and one dodging kept repeating. He continued to complain. Do you know how miserable it is to go days without bathing? Standing aside, Tam Fong could only see flashing moves. So formidable, I cannot see the movements at all. After a round of dodging, Liu Feng stopped and let the blade rest by him. Master, I need to join the Continental Heroes Assembly. Lan Dai tightened his grip on the sword and warned him. Have you thought it through? You could lose your life. Liu Feng did not hesitate, lightly touching the blade as he replied. Because Wei-er's soul was injured, I must enter the divine lost garden to find a way to heal her. Hearing that, Lan Dai laughed and sheathed his sword. At least you still have some conscience. He closed his eyes and clasped his hands behind his back. Fine, get out of my sight and stop bothering me. Liu Feng pulled Tam Fong forward to introduce him. Before leaving, I entrust you with a student. His goal is to slay a god. Lan Dai widened his eyes. Slay a god. Heterochromatic eyes, this brat is not simple. Tam Fong was about to speak, but Liu Feng covered his mouth. Master. Hearing that address, Lan Dai's expression changed. He calls you master. Your disciple becomes my student. Liu Feng smiled soothingly. Then in the future I will call you master and you can call me old brother. Furious, Lan Dai kicked the two flying. Who is your old brother? Get lost. Seeing force would not work, the master and disciple began to lament pitifully. Who told Master Lan Dai to be so iron-hearted? Tam Fong lowered his head with teary eyes. I am unworthy. Though turning away, Lan Dai still said, tell him to come by himself tomorrow. Do not bother me today. Plan succeeded. The two were delighted. It is done. Being taught by one of the four saints is enough for you. Master is truly formidable. Lan Dai returned to his seat by the tea table and instructed Liu Feng to survive and come back. Liu Feng raised his hand to his forehead in a gesture of promise. Understood. After settling matters, the two went away-er's residence to coax her. Did not dare enter through the main door, only hiding by the window to peek inside. Master, this is somewhat cowardly. Remember what I told you. As soon as he finished speaking, a teacup flew out. Fortunately, both avoided it in time. After receiving her permission, they stepped inside. Liu Feng scratched his head. Wei-er, what happened earlier was a misunderstanding. Little Fong. Tam Fong lowered his head and apologized. Greetings, Master's wife. Wei-er crossed her arms. Was I not the second Master's wife? If you have the ability, then go find his first Master's wife. Seeing the tense situation, Liu Feng pretended to cough and switched to another plan. Tam Fong immediately hugged her leg tightly. Master's wife, it was my slip of the tongue. If you are angry, then blame me, do not blame Master. Liu Feng forced a smile. A child who does not understand. Master's wife, please do not take offense. Though she struggled, Tam Fong still clung tightly as he spoke. Since childhood I lost my mother. My father even wanted to harm me. Fortunately, Master gave me hope. Master is the most capable, the most benevolent, the most valiant. In the end, Wei-er sighed helplessly. Fine. Seeing the master and disciple standing properly, she softened. Brother Liu Feng, you intend to enter the divine lost garden, do you not? Liu Feng was startled. You already know. She lowered her head sadly. You are risking yourself for me. How could I not realize? Liu Feng held her hand to comfort her. Vin Wai, I am sorry. His gaze turned solemn. I cannot take you with me. That place is too dangerous. Wei spoke softly. I understand, but you should not hide it from me either. Liu Feng pulled her into his embrace. I have only just been by your side and already must leave. I did not know how to say it. Wei raised her head with a smile. It is all right, Feng Ka. We are each other's closest family. Promise me, whatever happens in the future you must tell me. Liu Feng did not hesitate at all, pulling her into his arms, his hand gently stroking her hair as a sign of agreement. Yes, he agrees. Even so, Wei still brooded over the past, raising her head to look at him seriously. Consider it a punishment. I want you to promise me one thing. She immediately came up with a rather bold idea, asking Liu Feng to do as she said. This time I want you not to say goodbye to Su Fei. After hearing Wei request, he froze for a few seconds, stammering this. Seeing that expression, she instantly guessed his thoughts, reaching out to pinch him lightly. What is it you refuse? He awkwardly covered the spot that had just been pinched and nodded. Of course not, I promise to do it. I just do not know how to explain it to Su Fei. Seeing him soften, Wei lowered her voice, stepping forward to lean against Liu Feng's chest and giving him an encouraging kiss. I know you love me the most. The next morning, at the building where Fap Veem resided, the early sunlight bathed the entrance. Filled with excitement, Liu Feng pushed the large doors open and stepped inside. Unexpectedly, beside him sat a tin lamb leisurely holding a cup of water, smiling as he called out, Brother Liu Feng has arrived, come sit here. Seeing him appear, he widened his eyes in surprise and asked, Why have the two seniors summoned me today? The tin lamb clapped loudly and called out in a booming voice, Venerable Liu Feng has arrived, all of you come out. A series of beauties with alluring figures stepped out, chirping as they surrounded him. Little Kaka has come to play, choose me handsome. He wrapped around him like spider silk, leaving him flustered as he shouted, Where did you all come from? What are you trying to do? Let me go. Seeing him flustered before such beauty, a tin lamb sighed teasingly. So young yet unable to withstand even a little test, Fap Veem beside him covered his face in exasperation at the indecent joke. Liu Feng struggled with all his strength to escape that dangerous encirclement, shouting loudly, a tin lamb, make them leave at once. He did not press further, waving his hand to dismiss the group of beauties before smiling and asking, Is this apology sincere enough, Brother Liu Feng? Wiping the sweat from his face, Liu Feng angrily scolded, You truly go too far. Sitting down at the table, he turned to the main matter. In a few days I will leave Tin Lam City to attend the heroes' gathering. The Tin Lam looked at him seriously. That gathering always brings heavy casualties. What are you going there for? He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Just treat me as a hot-headed youth. I want to test myself. Taking a deep breath, Liu Feng cupped his hands respectfully. Today I ask the two of you to look after my friends while I am away. When I return, I will surely repay you. The Tin Lam stroked his beard and laughed. What repayment is needed? Having a promising young man owe us a favor is already more than enough. Knowing his temperament well, Liu Feng leaned close to whisper, When I return, I will invite all the beauties in the city to serve you both. A Tin Lam's eyes lit up as he slapped his hand and laughed loudly. It is a deal. Remember to give Fap Veem a bigger share. Fap Veem could only grit his teeth and clench his fists. Truly thank you both. Returning to the academy, Liu Feng knocked on the place where Hakthan was confined and said, Old Hak, this time I hope you will stay and help me protect Wei. Hakthan manifested with an irritated expression, Brat, after ordering those two around you now want me to work for you as well. Have you forgotten I was forced to follow you? You trust me that much? Liu Feng looked at him seriously and replied, Senior Hak, you know well how I have treated you during this time. I truly regard you as a friend. Hearing that, his heart wavered slightly as he lowered his head in thought. After 10,000 years, there is actually someone who wants to be friends with me. Seeing him soften, Liu Feng added, We have faced life and death together. You would not turn your back on me. Hak then immediately flared up. Would it kill you not to add that line? To soothe him, Liu Feng opened his arms and embraced him. Rest assured, I will not let you suffer. I will find a fragment of your divine soul to help you recover. And THEN Chinese letter the contract. Suddenly in the distance, Nicola Zhu and Lu Na appeared, walking closer. Seeing those two figures, Liu Feng panicked and searched for a place to hide. If she catches sight of me, it will be big trouble. He immediately dove into the roadside flower bushes and hid carefully. Fortunately, he reacted in time. Walking beside her, Lu Na asked loudly, By the way, Sister Nicola Zhu, how have things been between you and the instructor lately? Hearing himself mentioned, Liu Feng narrowed his eyes while hiding in the bushes and listened. The instructor is me. The question made Nicola Zhu blush as she stammered, What do you mean how? Luna pressed on, do not you like him? Has there been any progress? She tried to hide her emotions, closing her eyes as she spoke stiffly. Who said I like him? Luna refused to let it go, bringing up the past when you got angry at that soldier yet still denied it. I also heard you call his name in the rain, and last time when someone touched the stone you brought back from the Beastman Kingdom, you nearly ruined him. Look at the heart, her eyes flashed with sadness. In the end, Nicola Zhu sighed and admitted, even if I do like him, so what? He and I were never meant to be. Hiding behind the bushes, Liu Feng was stunned. Does she truly have feelings for me? Seeing her downcast, Luna encouraged her. If you like him, then move forward. Not everything is a dead end. Suddenly behind Liu Feng, the two beauties from the other day rushed over calling, young master. So you are here, come with us quickly. Each of them grabbed one of his arms tightly, making it difficult for him to break free. The noise made Nicola Zhu raise her head and look toward the flower bushes. Her eyes met, and the air instantly grew heavy. Face flushed red, Liu Feng forced a smile. If I say it is just a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Nicola Zhu tried to remain calm and said coldly, then wipe the lipstick mark off your face. He hurriedly shook off the two beauties' hands and frantically wiped his face. That scene cast a layer of sorrow over her eye. Saying nothing more, she turned and left, even declaring that she would tell Wei everything. During that, Liu Feng's eyes widened in worry. He immediately chased after her, grabbing her wrist to stop her. That sudden action left her stunned. Liu Feng hurried to explain, those women were arranged by a tin lamb to test me. I was set up by him. Even if I had any thoughts, I would not dare act on them. Her face reddened as she avoided his gaze and stammered, let go of my hand, I believe you. He still held tightly. Nicola Zhu listened to me until the end. Her heart pounded as she vaguely anticipated something. Luna behind her also waited nervously. Liu Feng spoke seriously, do not tell Wei about this, all right, I do not want her to be sad. As soon as those words fell, Nicola Zhu's eyes dimmed. She suppressed her emotions and asked again, is that what you wanted to tell me? He answered calmly, yes, what else could it be? Luna, standing aside, was so angry she clutched her head. What an incurable fool. Nicola Zhu gathered all her courage to confess, Liu Feng, did you hear what I told Luna? It was true. He seemed to turn to stone, the words slipping out, what? Not giving him time to react, she stepped forward and embraced him tightly, whispering, knowing you makes me very happy. Within that embrace, she silently thought that she truly liked him, even knowing it might never be complete. That hug was also the last. She let go and said goodbye. Luna hurried after her, turning back to scold Liu Feng once. Fool. Liu Feng stood still watching her figure gradually disappear. Hack then appeared with his arms crossed and teased. She is just a woman, what are you afraid of? Liu Feng replied seriously. It is not fear but responsibility. I cannot bear it, telling you is useless. Not letting emotions hinder him, he turned and left. The person he needed to see had been seen. It was time to set out. 3 days later at Tin Lam Academy, the leaders gathered within the inner courtyard. Liu Feng looked at them and spoke his final farewell before departure. Master Lan Dai, please pass a message to Dai Hack for me. After saying his farewell, Liu Feng still turned back to look at the girl he loved, speaking gently, Wei I am setting off now. She tried to hold back her sadness, tightly grasping his hands as she reminded him, Brother Feng, remember to leave early and come back soon. Knowing she was worried, Liu Feng softly reassured her, lowering his head to place a tender kiss on her forehead. I promise I will. Before leaving, he did not forget to remind Wei to take good care of her health and look after herself. With everything arranged, he leapt into the air, cast one final glance downward, then vanished, leaving behind the words, everyone take care. Not far away, though she did not appear at the farewell, Nicola Zhu quietly leaned against a tree watching his figure, softly whispering goodbye. On the other side, atop a tall villa, Su Fei stood beside Hoke Sat Quan, silently observing Liu Feng depart. He folded his arms, muttering in complaint that brat truly goes too far. He says he treats me like a brother. Yet in the end he hands the contract to you, The girl beside him only smiled lightly, Senior Hack. Only then would you be willing to stay. Memories flooded back to the night before when Liu Feng handed Hack then to Su Fei, saying that tomorrow he had to set out. Hack then was entrusted to her, and the household would rely on her care. Holding him in her arms, her eyes full of reluctance, she raised her head and declared, Feng, wait for your return. I will settle things clearly between Wei and me. I will not put you in a difficult position. A week later, in the snow-covered Nicola mountain range, the cold pierced to the bone. After many days of travel, Liu Feng finally set foot safely upon that land. The city was now packed with people, all wrapped tightly in thick coats and warm boots. He and Xiao Jin looked around, scratching his head as he sighed. It has been 2 days since we last saw anyone. Could it be that we are lost? Xiao Jin beside him kept whining. I am starving. I want roasted chicken and beer. Xiao Jin flailed like a child, luckily held tightly in Liu Feng's arms. There is no roasted chicken and beer here for you. He rubbed its head while surveying the surrounding, wondering which city this was and how far it remained from Van Lac City. Suddenly Xiao Jin spotted something and cried out as it ran over. What huge chicken wing! Turned out that before the city gate stood a gigantic guardian statue with broad wings, which it mistook for chicken wing. Liu Feng counted the wings and could not help being astonished. 12 wings. A seated angel only has 4. Then what rank is this? As if his horizons had widened, he mocked himself. Once I was complacent after breaking through to supreme. Now I see I am nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well. He continued staring at the statue, one hand resting on the sword hilt. 12 wings were truly shocking. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. His eyes widened. Angels, then this place must be the holy city of the bright church. Liu Feng ruffled his hair in frustration. How did I end up running here? Truly, when two people with no sense of direction travel together, there is only trouble. If we had followed my way, we might have arrived long ago. Suddenly, a group of white-robed figures with covered heads appeared beside them, filing into the city. The Saintess inheritance ceremony is about to begin. Hurry up. I heard this time the Saintess has gained the approval of a 12-winged angel. During their praise, memories suddenly resurfaced. The Saintess they mentioned was Lion Yi. Xiao Jin was also surprised, nearly drooling. Is it that big sister? Liu Feng immediately tightened his grip on it and lightly tapped its head in warning. Be quiet. Since we have an acquaintance here, we will go find her. Looking toward the ice-covered buildings in the city, he thought to himself that the Pope here was at peak supreme. It was better to act discreetly. A plan sprang to mind. Liu Feng flashed swiftly through the crowd and casually took a cloak. I will borrow this outfit for now. Thanks to his skillful disguise, before long he was standing among the white-robed ranks. Even his gaze had changed. Glanced lightly toward something nearby. A hint of excitement crossed his face as he stroked his chin and muttered, there is an aura here that the bright church despises. Could it be aimed at Lion Yi? How interesting. Following the flow of white-hatted figures, Liu Feng entered the towering structure ahead. Interior space left him stunned. He rubbed his eyes several times, truly worthy of the largest religion on the continent. Its grandeur even surpassed the blood god church. Seeing everyone kneeling devoutly, he hesitated for a moment. If he did not want to expose his identity, he had no choice but to follow. Yet unwilling to kneel like them, Liu Feng seized the chance to slip to one side. Hiding behind a large pillar in the hall, he let out a breath of relief. Fortunately, everyone had already entered the main hall. Otherwise, it would have been hard to conceal himself. Looking at the vast and complex space, he wondered which direction to go. Xiao Jin on his shoulder suggested, follow the old rule, toss a shoe and go whichever way it points. Before he could do anything, 2 people approached from afar. Kahu, is little Lion Yi ready yet? Receiving Ko Dak's question, Kahu replied confidently, rest assured Grand Pope, the Saintess has been properly arranged. The heretics who infiltrated have also been dealt with. As if sensing something when passing the wall where Liu Feng hid, the old man shouted, who is there? The 2 turned to search, but the other had already vanished, leaving only a white cloak on the ground. Kodak did not care much, curling his lip in a smile, just a little rat. According to plan, as he walked he ordered his subordinates, you split up and search. Kahu and I will first go see the Saintess. Thanks to his quick reaction, Liu Feng had already shot upward to escape danger. He did not expect to encounter experts so casually in the holy court. Fortunately, he had not been discovered. He immediately left the hall, and within minutes descended outside the city. Before him was a completely different scene, a small house amid a fragrant flower garden, in stark contrast to the icy atmosphere from before. He silently marveled, who knows how many magic crystals this garden consumes each year to maintain. Using his senses to probe, he realized those people were approaching, so fast, I must find a place to hide first. Without hesitation, Liu Feng dashed through the window of the house to hide temporarily. The moment he stepped inside, the mystical atmosphere left him slightly startled. What kind of place is this, so strange? Hearing a familiar singing voice, Liu Feng's eyes lit up. It was certainly Lion Yi's voice. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and lifted the curtain in greeting. Lion Yi, Xiao Jin also chirped, hello sister. She was sitting beside the hot bath, just scooping water when she froze at the sight of the 2. Lion Yi's face flashed with panic, her mouth opening as she was about to cry out. Understanding her intent, Liu Feng immediately leapt up. He covered her mouth and softly said, Lion Yi, it is me, Liu Feng. Hearing his identity clearly, her face flushed red, her lips trembling. Afraid she might struggle for breath, he quickly released his hand and stepped back. I will let go, but do not make a sound. Freed, Lion Yi immediately retreated into the hot bath, water splashing everywhere. She curled herself within the water and softly said, do not look anymore. Hearing that, he silently complied, picking up a white towel and raising it. Liu Feng wrapped the towel over his eyes and apologized. I did not mean to barge in, I was just lost. Hearing that, she calmed slightly and reached for her clothes. I understand. Wait a moment for me to get dressed. His face turned red even with his eyes covered, still politely turning his head to the other side. All right. Suddenly a voice called from outside the bath chamber, Little Lion Yi, are you inside? He replied in surprise, I am here. What is it? From outside came Kahu's voice. The ceremony is about to begin. I told the maid to bring your attire in for fitting. Hearing that, Lion Yi grew tense and hurriedly said, wait. Before she finished speaking, the door was already pushed open. Holy Maiden Hall, I am coming in. Afraid Liu Feng would be discovered, she cried out in panic, do not. Just as she was about to stand, she quickly steadied herself again. Glancing at Liu Feng still covering his eyes with the towel, she breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he did not see. The maid respectfully entered, holding Lion Yi's attire in her hands. She lowered her voice and said to Liu Feng, someone has come in, hide in the bath. Without waiting for his reaction, Lion Yi used her inner force to pull him over. Ignoring his struggle, she forcefully pressed Liu Feng's head under the water. Though uncomfortable, in the urgent situation, he could only endure. While his eyes were covered, Liu Feng's hand accidentally touched the curve behind her. Feeling a man's hand touch her, Lion Yi blushed deeply, her heart pounding. The maid set the clothes down and respectfully said, Saintess, your attire. Lion Yi tried to remain calm as she replied, all right, leave it there, you may go out first, I wish to soak a little longer. Obeying the order, the maid respectfully responded yes and quickly withdrew, placing the items neatly. Watching the figure fade away, Lion Yi silently lamented, must leave here quickly. At that moment, a shocking sound echoed from beneath the water, startling her. Liu Feng surfaced from the water, gasping, holding back so long it became uncomfortable. Lion Yi hurried to the shore, softly saying, you should stay inside for now. After speaking, she quickly changed the thin clothes on her body, straightening her outfit. With his eyes blocked, his hearing became sharp. Liu Feng murmured, what is that sound? Immediately after, he suddenly realized and shouted, Lion Yi is changing. Xiao Jin, unable to contain curiosity, peeked out, let me take a look. On the other side, Lion Yi quickly finished adjusting. The white outfit made her look pure. The curves hinted beneath the fabric enhanced her charm. Sitting closer, she softly said, Liu Feng, elder brother, you can take off the scarf now. He removed the fabric, smiling awkwardly. Lion Yi, I swear I didn't see anything. Hearing that, she blushed and scolded, that's worse than saying nothing. In the following days, Lion Yi curiously asked why he came to Guangming's sect hall. He candidly replied he wanted to join the heroes' assembly to compete for a place in Divine Kai Lost Garden. After hearing this, she hesitated, but that place is not in the same direction as the hall. Liu Feng was embarrassed, not knowing how to explain. Then Xiao Jin interjected because he got lost. This guy is hiding fun stuff from me. During that line, you could only be speechless, face flushing as she sighed. Liu Feng forced a smile to cover childish words, don't mind them. To ease the awkwardness, he changed the subject. Your room is really special. Lion Yi joined in, yes, elder brother, come sit here. Then a plate of fresh fruit was brought to serve the two. Xiao Jin's eyes lit up at the sight of food, unable to hide excitement. Lion Yi continued, right, elder brother just said you wanted to go to Divine Kai Lost Garden. Liu Feng nodded to confirm. She hesitated and asked, are you sure you can get there? Question puzzled him. He asked again why. Lion Yi replied, Guangming Sect Hall is influenced by the Guangming deity. Recently, the deity issued an order to capture someone with black hair. He paused, then continued, that person is you. This made Liu Feng even more astonished. He shouted, what, the Guangming deity wants to capture me, inwardly thinking the deity is too narrow-minded. Immediately after he asked, so when do your hall plan to act? Lion Yi shook her head, we will not act, surprising him. He explained the relationship between deity and hall is just a transaction. He needs faith, and we need angelic remnants. The cost to capture someone is too high, so they only keep appearances of harmony. Liu Feng frowned, can they use smiling but dissatisfied to describe me too? Lion Yi stuck out her tongue teasingly, just telling the truth. He still wondered, if not intending to capture me, why advise me not to go to Divine Kai Lost Garden? She explained, because angelic remnants there follow the prophecy, you would be chased if you go. Liu Feng reassured, I have fought angels twice already. As long as I haven't reached deity level, I can handle it. Lion Yi objected, not the same. Previous angels were just products created by Zazada using divine essence. Hearing that, Liu Feng suddenly remembered, moved closer to ask, you mean refine? Lion Yi's heart raced, slightly embarrassed by the close distance, but still replied yes. Liu Feng frowned, your hall not only worships, but also creates angels. He replied, why worship him? The Guangming deity is just a strong human, essentially no different from us, and even treats humans as tools. Liu Feng was surprised, didn't expect the saintess to think like that. Lion Yi proudly said, humans worship deities only for benefit. If the deity protects, they are worthy of respect. If not, there is nothing to rely on. Liu Feng pondered, if believers knew this thought, chaos would ensue. Lion Yi said, that's why you shouldn't leave the room. At this moment, he sensed a strange aura outside and shouted loudly someone. Immediately sensing danger, he rushed forward, pulling Lion Yi to the ground. A surge of power struck his back as predicted. The door could not withstand the force and shattered. Liu Feng still held Lion Yi. She softly exclaimed, Fan Han Enhuok Dak angrily shouted, that brat won't let go of my granddaughter. Liu Feng held tightly, drawing his weapon, asking, who are you? Do you want to harm Lion Yi? He pointed at him, scolding, I am Zenith Peak. Why harm my granddaughter? You are taking advantage. Liu Feng was startled, granddaughter, inwardly lamenting. He quickly let go and forced a smile, sorry, it's a misunderstanding. Lion Yi fell to the ground, sat up rubbing her bottom, eyes teary from pain. Immediately he rushed forward to strike, why push my granddaughter? He roared, then charged, I will deal with you. But Lion Yi quickly stopped him, grandfather, Liu Feng is my friend, don't hurt him. Angry, he still loved his granddaughter, feeling like raising her than having her taken away. Lion Yi turned to ask, elder brother okay? He replied, I'm fine. Then she scolded him, why act before knowing right from wrong? Fan Han Enhuok Dak was heartbroken, his granddaughter scolding him. Outside, loud noises echoed, someone attacking the hall. Everyone quickly ran out, the chaotic scene spreading. The leader rode a fierce beast, shouting, target the angelic remnants in the saintess, capture and withdraw. Fan Han Enhuok Dak stood in front of Lion Yi, summoning an energy barrier. Io Jin angrily yelled, dare to treat my clansmen like this. He said coldly, causing chaos in the hall is seeking death. The attacker was Du Nayat. He raised his staff shouting, wind and spirit domain activated. From the ground, countless skeletons rose, the scene extremely grotesque. Fan Han Enhuok Dak sneered, just a little trick. He exerted force, releasing judgment light directly. Liu Feng was amazed, the Guangming power was terrifying. Zio Jin said it looked like ice cream, probably tasty. Then from the ground, something else rose very quickly. More terrifying, not just one but many, rushing toward Lion Yi. Moments her body was tightly wrapped by black strands, unable to escape. Being pulled, Lion Yi panicked, shouting, Liu Feng. Seeing this, he immediately rushed to slash and shouted, Lion Yi. The objects injured oozed a blood-like fluid. He held her, asking, are you okay? Lion Yi was about to speak when an attack came from behind. She quickly warned, careful. Liu Feng immediately turned to counterattack, wielding his sword skillfully, shouting, Zenith Twin Strike. Inla sneered coldly, a supreme not yet 20 years old was indeed rare, but unfortunately today you must die by my hand. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately struck toward Liu Feng, making him startled and hurriedly defend. Seeing his granddaughter at risk of being taken away, Fan Han Enhuok Dak shouted in panic, Tiu Lion Yi. Du Nayat laughed arrogantly at him, saying the Pope should worry about himself first. After saying that, he raised his hand to his mouth and gave a signal, as if summoning his accomplices. Instantly, a thick white mist spread everywhere. Fan Han Enhuok Dak was horrified at the scene, loudly demanding what was happening. Masses of Nicola Zhu poured down upon the fortress, causing the people and soldiers to panic and flee. The entire city fell into chaos. Elder hurriedly reassured everyone that with the Pope here, nothing would happen. Du Nayat glared defiantly, no matter how strong you are, by the time you deal with us, the holy court and the cities below the mountain will already be buried. He forced Fan Han Enhuok Dak to choose between his granddaughter and the entire holy court. Lion Yi Lin immediately spoke, telling him not to worry about her and to save the people first. He sighed softly, apologizing to his granddaughter because his responsibility to the followers was greater. He told Liu Feng to protect Lion Yi, as if he owed him a favor. Du Nayat laughed loudly, declaring that even the strongest pope could not stop it. The remnant angel soul would belong to him. Seeing the mist beasts being controlled, Zio Jin grew angry that the dragon race was being enslaved. He circulated his inner force, breathing fire toward them, sending his kin to rest. Flames instantly burned the demonic beasts, shocking Du Nayat. Zio Jin did not care, shouting loudly as he unleashed sword domain and purple crystal sword energy. Black vines suddenly wrapped over, making Du Nyat startled as he called Hinla. Sensing something unusual, he stared toward Liu Feng in astonishment. Liu Feng stepped on the terrifying purple head, asking if he was looking for this. He was now left with only a head. He kicked the head toward Du Nyat, returning it to him. The impact tore a long wound across Du Nyat's face. He grew furious and rushed forward, not expecting his long-planned scheme to be ruined by a mere youth. Suddenly, a long serpent-like creature burst from the ground, opening its mouth toward Du Nyat. It swallowed him whole and then burrowed deep into the earth. Liu Feng was stunned by the sight, not expecting there to be an insider. With the chaos, behind Lion Yi appeared a venom-coated tail. The tail struck, Liu Feng could only shout her name. Having completed its goal, the beast immediately retreated underground. Liu Feng realized angrily that the internal conflict was only a diversion to ambush Lion Yi. He poured his strength and stabbed his sword into the ground, severely injuring the beast. Raising his sword, he dragged Du Nyat back out from beneath the earth. He was beaten miserably, covered in wounds. Even so, Du Nyat still smiled sinisterly, telling him to look at his sainte. Xiao Jin panicked and told Liu Feng to look at Lion Yi. Ignoring Du Nyat, he hurried to her side. The force around Lion Yi burst out and knocked him away. Xiao Jin said he had tried to approach but could not get close. Lion Yi was lifted into the air, her body as if being controlled. Du Nyat laughed crazily, saying even if he died, the remnant angel soul would still belong to them. From Lion Yi's back grew a pair of strange black and white wings. Poison caused her body to distort, her aura becoming eerie. Liu Feng angrily stepped on Du Nyat's back and interrogated him. What exactly did you do to her? He spat blood and replied that he had only planted fallen power into her. The remnant soul would become a fallen angel. Lion Yi's eyes also turned black like her wings. He struggled between two consciousnesses, a blazing angel and a fallen angel. Two forces collided, creating a terrifying aura that blasted Xiao Jin far away. Than Han Enhuok Dak meanwhile was suppressing the storm to save the people. He resisted the storm while worrying about Lion Yi, struggling to hold on. He unleashed the forbidden spell light of protection. Brilliant golden light tore through the storm, pushing back Nicolas Zhu. But the storm still raged and counterattacked endlessly. He continued to cast light reprimand. After the clash, the fortress finally calmed. Lion Yi looked at Liu Feng with a cold, unfamiliar gaze. Liu Feng called her name repeatedly in worry. The fallen angel seemed to take over her mind, coldly declaring that the heretic must die. He immediately released a stream of dark power toward him. Fortunately, Liu Feng narrowly dodged in time. The place where he had just stood was corroded into two terrifying deep pits. He still tried to explain to awaken her, but before finishing, he had to dodge another attack. Each strike melted earth and stone, with immense destructive power. He dodged while considering. Purple crystal sword energy was too powerful to use. Xiao Jin angrily shouted for Liu Feng to hug his sister and end it quickly. Seeing long-range attacks ineffective, Lion Yi rushed forward. She gripped Liu Feng's neck with sudden immense force, then hurled him flying through the mountain behind. Liu Feng was completely at a disadvantage before her. Lion Yi stared coldly, continuing to declare the heretic. He gathered power, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Unable to refrain, Liu Feng gritted his teeth and unleashed sword domain. Blood splattered, the situation of both sides became extremely critical. Most of the injuries were on Liu Feng, while Lion Yi was almost unharmed. She asked in confusion why your sword could kill me yet you stopped. Liu Feng only smiled faintly without answering, making her ask if you could not bear it. Immediately, she continued to swing her hand in relentless attacks toward him, her cold voice falling. If you are this foolish, then disappear. Still unwilling to stop, Lion Yi once again circulated her inner force, her aura rising higher and higher. It was clear she was preparing to unleash a decisive strike to determine victory or defeat. Witnessing that scene, Xiao Jin turned pale and shouted in panic, Liu Feng. Thinking Liu Feng was about to fall into danger, unexpectedly he sprang up to counterattack. Who would fall was still uncertain. He gripped Lion Yi's shoulder tightly and pushed his inner force, deploying 7-star defense. Before he could feel proud, the black thread suddenly changed direction and shot straight toward Liu Feng. He wrapped tightly around both of them, startling them as their bodies were pressed close together, unable to separate. Their faces were close. Lion Yi angrily shouted, "Heretic, what are you trying to do?" Liu Feng grimaced in discomfort and snapped, "I should be asking you that." Suddenly a beam of light descended and enveloped them, Liu Feng's vision gradually blurring. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered he was in a vast space, his body completely naked without a single thread. Quickly realized this was his own world of consciousness. Blushing, Liu Feng hurriedly covered his sensitive area. Why am I in this state? As soon as he finished speaking, two streams of black and white energy appeared before him, swirling endlessly. Seeing them, he immediately thought of Lion Yi. That must be the power of light and darkness within her body. At the same time, on the surface of the distant water, a head slowly emerged in shock. That person was Lion Yi, leaving Liu Feng astonished. Why was she inside his consciousness? He intended to fly up to observe, but was held tightly by that source of energy. Lion Yi suddenly rushed toward him. Liu Feng also moved forward, shouting in alarm, "Stop." Once again the two were bound tightly together by an invisible force, just as outside. Seeing her close her eyes, Liu Feng hurriedly shook her and called out, "Lion Yi, wake up." Hearing his voice, she opened her eyes, but her gaze remained hazy, not fully awake. She remained silent, her lips trembling slightly, her expression sinking into unfathomable thoughts. Suddenly Lion Yi leaned forward and pressed a fervent kiss upon his lips, leaving Liu Feng stunned. The inner force continued to swirl fiercely, their naked bodies clinging tightly together, unable to part. Outside, Xiao Jin anxiously circulated his power to search and kept calling out, "Liu Feng." Shadow suddenly reacted and lunged toward Xiao Jin, causing him to cry out in fright. Because he was both angry and helpless at being unable to save Liu Feng, Xiao Jin sought a target to vent his fury. He kicked Du Nayat hard in the head, making that man spit blood as he shouted, "Bastard, what did you do to them?" Du Nayat lay on the ground aggrieved and stammered, "I truly do not know." Xiao Jin did not believe him and continued to strike. "I will see how long you can keep pretending." At that moment Thanhan Enhuok Dak returned and pressed urgently, "Where is Lion Yi? The aura of the assassins has completely vanished." Seeing Du Nayat trampled under Xiao Jin's foot, he was stunned, not expecting that man to be beaten so miserably by a child. Beaten to the point of collapse, Du Nayat trembled and said, "I truly do not know." Xiao Jin snorted coldly, too late. Thanhan Enhuok Dak asked anxiously, "Child, where are the two of them?" Xiao Jin pointed at the black hole and answered calmly, "They went in there." The old man stared blankly in confusion, scratching his head as he asked again, "In there?" As soon as he finished speaking, cracks appeared on the shadow like an eggshell about to shatter. The cracks spread rapidly, signaling that the two were about to break free. When the shadow shattered, Liu Feng and Lion Yi appeared embracing each other, their clothes already neat. Seeing his granddaughter in the arms of a young man, Thanhan Enhuok Dak angrily shouted, "Brat, you are bold." Lion Yi hurriedly covered herself and explained, "It is not as you think, Liu Feng saved me." Blushing, she added, "Can you let us change clothes first before asking?" He angrily dragged Xiao Jin away, ignoring the boy struggling and shouting that he wanted to look. After tidying up, the two quickly returned home. They were silent like a young couple just caught, neither daring to speak. Finally Lion Yi broke the silence. "Brother Liu Feng, are you all right?" He scratched his head awkwardly. "I am fine, my injuries are healed, what about you?" But inside he was in turmoil. What exactly happened in that consciousness? That feeling was too unusual. Seeing his awkwardness, Lion Yi's face also flushed red. She lowered her head and said softly, "I am fine as well." Panic filled her heart. Could it be that their souls had just fused? She comforted herself, treat it as a fleeting dream. Her two fingers unconsciously touched together, as she blamed herself for thinking nonsense. Gathering her courage, she said, "Please do not let anyone know about what happened in that space." "All right," Liu Feng nodded. At that moment Thanhan Enhuok Dak strode in imposingly, carrying Xiao Jin as if carrying an object. As soon as he saw Liu Feng, he threw Xiao Jin toward him, making the boy cry out and cling to Liu Feng. He said directly, "I already know everything. I owe you a favor, but now leave immediately." Being told so bluntly, Liu Feng was speechless as he looked at him intently. Lion Yi defended him. "Brother Liu Feng saved me. Why are you like this?" he replied. "I said I owe him. But the church is in chaos. Keeping him here will only cause more trouble." She acted coquettishly and tugged his hand, hoping he would change his mind. He pleaded, "Liu Feng wants to go to the divine lost garden. Can you give him the map related to the remnant angel soul?" She smiled and explained, "Because he saved me many times, I told him about being hunted." Hearing that, he felt a headache and lamented, "Even confidential matters are spoken of. Truly a grown daughter cannot be kept." In his mind flashed the thought of making a move against the heretic Liu Feng. But his granddaughter kept pleading beside him, softening his heart. Finally Thanhan Enhuok Dak sighed, "Fine, follow me." Hearing that, Lion Yi replied joyfully, "Yes." Before long, he led the two to his private study. The room was immersed in a quiet atmosphere. While waiting, Liu Feng thought, "Because of that incident I absorbed both light and darkness. My Danshan formed two yin and yang energies. Previously, when comprehending the life and death sword, there was only death energy. Now with the addition of light power, the life and death sword is truly complete." But the image of that fair body suddenly surfaced, causing him to quickly shake his head to dispel it. Unable to resist, Liu Feng secretly glanced at Lian Yi, and she also secretly looked back. The atmosphere grew awkward again. He scratched his head and said, "About the map, thank you." He replied hesitantly, "Between us there is no need for courtesy." Realizing her words were easily misunderstood, she hurriedly corrected herself, "I mean we are good friends." Two fell into silence again, their faces flushed red. Seeing this, Thanhan Enhuok Dak deliberately coughed several times as a reminder. Startled like someone caught in the wrong, Lian Yi hurriedly sat up straight, her face flushing red like the evening glow. Thanhan Enhuok Dak glanced at Liu Feng, his voice lowering, "Boy, do you truly wish to go there? With your current strength, entering the Lost Garden would only make you a stepping stone." Hearing that, Liu Feng's gaze turned resolute. "There is something I must do, I cannot choose not to go." Thanhan Enhuok Dak tossed over the scroll in his hand. "This is a map drawn by the church hundreds of years ago, marking places where remnants of angelic souls may exist. I will say this first, no one has verified it to this day." Holding the map, Liu Feng still did not understand and asked again, "Why is that?" He explained, "Do you think about why the higher-ups ordered us to search for the angelic divine soul? If it were truly found, who would hold power on this continent in the future? This world has only just become the domain of humanity after great hardship. I will not allow gods to reign above our heads. If they intend to return, I am willing to give everything to stop them." After hearing that, Liu Feng immediately stood up. "When that time comes, count me in." Thanhan Enhuok Dak snorted coldly, "Are we that close? The item has been given, now get lost." Doused with cold water, Liu Feng felt momentarily deflated. The atmosphere had clearly been so impassioned. Did not stay long, this junior takes his leave. After speaking, he looked at Lian Yi again, "I am going." But a fair slender hand suddenly reached out and tightly grasped his hand. Liu Feng paused and turned his head in surprise to look at her. Lian Yi softly said, "Brother Liu Feng, could you stay and watch my inheritance ceremony?" It was already late. He decided to stay the night and set out the next morning. After bidding farewell to her grandfather, the two returned together. Lian Yi spoke, "Thank you for agreeing to stay and watch my ceremony." Holding Xiao Jin, who was fast asleep, Liu Feng smiled faintly, "We are friends after all." Their eyes accidentally met, causing Lian Yi's face to flush red again. Liu Feng lamented inwardly, "Since that dream, I do not know how to face her," while Lian Yi shyly covered her face, secretly hoping someone would break this awkward atmosphere. She awkwardly said, "The moon is beautiful tonight," but when she looked up at the sky, she realized there was no moon at all. A night breeze passed by. Lian Yi shivered slightly and hugged her shoulder. Liu Feng noticed and immediately channeled energy into his storage ring to take out a cloak. Gently draped it over her shoulders, the young girl felt as if wrapped in the warmth of spring. He asked with concern, "Are you warmer now? In such cold weather, why are you still dressed so thinly?" Lian Yi pouted and replied, "For beauty." Liu Feng sighed helplessly. Indeed, women are the same everywhere. Hearing those two words, she began to think too far and turned her face away in annoyance. Looking at the cloak on her body, she quietly thought, "It carries his scent, making one feel strangely at ease." Liu Feng spoke, "Lian Yi, thank you for the map. I will definitely return safely." She blushed once more, "I believe you." Two continued walking forward side by side. She pointed to the large room ahead. "This is your lodging, rest well. The inheritance ceremony has been moved to tomorrow afternoon. Do not oversleep." Liu Feng watched her departing figure. Lian Yi softly said good night. Xiao Jin beside him whispered, "Your smile looks truly silly." At last the important day arrived. Before the people, a brilliant golden light appeared. The crowd cheered, "Her Highness the Saintess has arrived." Yu Deng stepped forward in a flowing white dress, her bearing graceful. The two behind respectfully bowed their heads. Lian Yi stood upright with full dignity. No longer showing her usual innocence, she exuded noble temperament and a determined gaze. Liu Feng was present below. Xiao Jin exclaimed, "Sister Lian Yi is truly beautiful." She stepped onto the high platform. Baola extended his hand intending to support her, his gaze full of indulgence. But Lian Yi acted as if she did not see it and calmly walked past, causing Baola to feel displeased. Liu Feng recalled the warning that someone in the church wished to earn merit by targeting him. He realized that it was the Holy Son whom the Pope had once warned him to guard against. It seemed the church was not entirely united. Their inaction was likely due to the Pope's stance. Thanhan Enhuok Dak began to pray to the Lord of Light. He placed the crown upon Lian Yi's head. "Please grant your blessing and use Holy Spirit to pour upon your descendants. Bestow the inheritance upon the Saintess." As soon as he finished speaking, the statue radiated light. Pure white wings appeared behind Lian Yi. Her beauty combined with the golden crown further amplified her aura many times over. Liu Feng below the platform stared without blinking, truly too beautiful. Yet another image suddenly surfaced in his mind, causing his heart to grow chaotic. He blushed and held his head. I cannot stay any longer or I will think nonsense again. Liu Feng mouthed the words, the ceremony is almost over, I must go. Lian Yi understood and smiled gently as she nodded. Liu Feng blended into the crowd and left. Before disappearing, he even waved goodbye. Lian Yi thought to herself, little ghost, we will meet again soon. Baola ground his teeth in anger. He only had 6 wings while Lian Yi had 8, truly too biased. A subordinate stepped forward and whispered into his ear. After hearing it, Baola narrowed his eyes, is that true? 2 hours later, Liu Feng left Lian Yi's residence and stepped onto the street. Zhao Jin left him bewildered. We have finished buying food, but this village is too small. There are hardly any stalls left. Everyone has gone to watch the ceremony. No shop is open. We will starve. Liu Feng glanced at the boy then leisurely said, I already promised this time I would not get lost again. Why carry so much food? Zhao Jin beamed like spring sunlight, replying briefly, still have to buy. At that moment, a squad of soldiers suddenly appeared from nowhere and rushed toward him like a storm. The moment he saw them, Liu Feng's gaze instantly turned cold. He asked in a low voice, what is going on? Are they targeting me? As expected, the soldiers quickly formed a tight encirclement, making the situation tense like a drawn bowstring. Baola stepped out from the crowd, loudly accusing heretic Liu Feng, the one who dared to obstruct our church's saintess from returning, and even dared to intrude into the inheritance ritual. Behind him stood 2 soldiers, each face filled with fierce hostility. He lowered his voice and continued, you are also the one hunted by our commander. Today is your end. As soon as he revealed himself, the crowd shouted in unison, the angel of wisdom Tai Lun has descended. He leaped into the air, spreading his massive wings as if to show dominance. Even Liu Feng was briefly stunned. Without hesitation, he gathered his inner force and struck directly, shouting loudly, punishment of light. A violent explosion erupted where Liu Feng stood. Debris scattered and the civilians panicked and fled. Seeing his reckless attack, Liu Feng thought with disdain, this man does not care about the safety of innocent people at all. He dodged the attack, but ordinary people were not so fortunate. Amidst the chaos, a woman's desperate cry rang out, "Nah." Liu Feng immediately rushed forward, using his body to shield the little girl, ignoring the danger. Taking advantage of his opening while saving someone, Baola immediately seized the chance to strike his weakness. Another shockwave rang out. This time Liu Feng suffered more while protecting others. Zhao Jin panicked and dropped the fruit bag to the ground, shouting, Liu Feng. Seeing him risk his life for an ordinary child, Baola sneered, truly foolish. Beneath the dust and rubble, the inner force around Liu Feng still surged, his face gradually darkening. His arm still held Nan Nan tightly. Thanks to that, the girl remained safe. Despite a few scratches on his face, Liu Feng still gently reassured, it is all right, be good. After that, he handed Nan Nan to Zhao Jin, telling him to take her back to her family. Once done, he glared at Baola and shouted, are you insane? Do you not see there are people everywhere here? He replied calmly, to offer themselves to the god of light is their honor. Heretic, worry about yourself first. Unable to understand such thinking that treated human lives as worthless, killing intent surged violently within Liu Feng. Today you will not escape. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword and rushed forward, his offensive power erupting fourfold. Killing intent gathered at the sword tip into a sharp force that pierced forward, striking Baola. Yet he immediately shattered the attack and roared, heretic, face your punishment. Even after causing such chaos, the civilians still knelt and pleaded, divine being, please calm your anger. Suddenly, a golden tail swept down from the sky and struck Baola's face, making him spit blood. Zhao Jin turned into a streak of light and rushed forward, shouting, what are you pretending? In front of me you cannot deceive. Wiping the blood at the corner of his mouth, he cursed angrily, beast, I will purify you completely. On this side, Liu Feng continued channeling his inner force into the sword, his gaze sharp as a blade. Instantly he unleashed his move, shouting, sword domain, amethyst sword force. Sword light tore through the air toward him. Baola did not expect his opponent to be so strong, fear rising within. Pain surged through him as if his entire body was being torn apart. He roared unwillingly, impossible. Seeing his remnant soul being shattered before his eyes, Baola cried out in panic, Knights of Light, Father Li, quickly save me. Yet those people had already fled. He shouted in shock, what are you doing? Come back. Liu Feng continued attacking without mercy, each strike making Baola spit blood again. At this moment he was like a war god descending, his cold gaze locking firmly onto his opponent. When the battle ended, he finally felt a sharp pain in his shoulder from the blow he had taken. It was truly not light. Zio Jin ran over excitedly, saying he had captured another remnant angel soul. Liu Feng nodded lightly, yes. He smiled and said, consider it helping old Feng Huang deal with a rival. He probably will not mind. Suddenly Nan Nan ran over and hugged him, calling out, big brother. Her mother cried out in alarm, do not run. Little girl looked up with a radiant smile, thank you. Liu Feng gently patted her head, no need to be polite. After exchanging greetings, he stood up and said, let us go. Zio Jin. The little dragon also waved goodbye to the girl. The scene shifted to Than Han En Huok Dak. He stood deep in thought by the window. A subordinate entered respectfully and reported, Lord Huang, Than Baola is dead. He was briefly surprised that Brat acted swiftly. No wonder Deep Two once lost at his hands. He pondered deeply. Last time the chief judge nearly framed Deep Two. This time my killing Baola can be seen as supporting him. But I fear he has already contacted his superiors. Brat, I hope you can survive and return from that lack vein. After dealing with Baola, Liu Feng did not linger and immediately set off for another place. In the sky, two figures shot forward at great speed. He and Zio Jin were so fast that even birds could hardly compare. Upon arriving, Liu Feng landed. The long journey made him breathe a little heavily. Looking ahead, he said, this is Van Lac Than, once the mightiest great city on the continent 10,000 years ago. Its presence is truly extraordinary, while Zio Jin frowned and complained that it was dark and ugly. Seeing that, Liu Feng lowered his voice to coax him, come on, let us go in and take a look. Suddenly a warning voice rang out, if you do not wish to lose your life then do not step forward. Hearing this, he immediately turned his head. The dark-skinned man stepped forward and asked, is this your first time here? Though he did not know his identity, Liu Feng still replied politely, yes, may I ask who you are? Hearing the answer, he let out a slight breath, seemingly realizing Liu Feng was not dangerous. He introduced himself, I am Kwa Thur of the Cow Sun tribe. I guide people into Van Lac Than. Liu Feng asked curiously, can a guide not enter by himself? At that moment, a group of people descended from above, each wearing a fierce expression. Seeing Liu Feng, they sneered, brat, Van Lac Than is protected by an ancient formation. Without a guide, if you charge in, you will either be sent 10,000 miles away or meet an unpredictable end, and you still dare to come. Wather stepped forward to explain, their words sound unpleasant, but the truth is indeed so. He carefully instructed, watch closely every step I take, a slight deviation will send you elsewhere. After speaking, Quathur channeled his inner power into his feet. He stomped hard on the ground, opening a path. Instantly a fierce wind rose, sand and dust swirling to form a mystical scene. The companions behind also circulated their power, each one extremely cautious. Liu Feng watched and inwardly sighed. It looked no different from a group of aunties dancing in the square. But in the next moment, bright constellations appeared before his eyes, startling him. Stellar formation diagram had been activated. According to his understanding, this stellar formation specialized in breaking all techniques, formations, and seals. Could it be that the ancient formation here could also be dissolved? Feeling energy rising within his body, Liu Feng was astonished that he could absorb that source of power. Everyone saw Liu Feng step forward one pace at a time. All of them widened their eyes in shock. Two people hurriedly blocked his path and shouted, "What are you doing, you country bumpkin seeking death?" As soon as the words fell, the young man suddenly froze, staring at him in a daze. Just like that, Liu Feng calmly walked past under their gazes, the stunned expressions of Kwa Thur and the others. Even so, he calmly turned and tossed out a mocking remark, "How embarrassing, I have let you all down." Kwa Thur could not help but wonder, why is it like this? Why was he not affected at all? Wait, the teleportation effect of the ancient formation seems to have completely vanished. Liu Feng could not be bothered to explain. He merely waved his hand lightly, without turning back as he left behind a brief farewell. After a while, Liu Feng finally stepped inside. Though the light here was dim, the residents were bustling about just like outside. Looking at the surrounding structures, Liu Feng could not help but marvel. How wondrous, could those floating buildings possibly be some kind of illusion art? At that moment, Zio Jin gave a slight start and reminded him, "Liu Feng, quickly look at that stone tablet over there." Engraved on the stone tablet were the names of three people: Nicholas Zhu Ho, new born in the era of war, Bang Van of the Age of Dragons, and Hyang Gayet, who was also born in that era. Quathur suddenly appeared at his side and explained that this was the monument recording the battle achievements of Van Lac City. Whether participating in the hero assembly or entering the Lost Garden was fraught with danger. Therefore, before stepping into the arena, everyone had to leave their name to prove their existence. He leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Brother, the formation outside is completely broken. Was it you? Now anyone can enter," Liu Feng replied calmly. "Do not speak nonsense." At the same time, a crimson flower suddenly bloomed, its fragrance spreading and causing everyone to unconsciously take several deep breaths. Liu Feng thought curiously, what is this with such a strong fragrance? Just then that man stepped out from the smoke. He smiled and walked forward saying, present your qualification certificate, then inscribe your name on the monument of achievements. Xiao Jin was startled by him. The boy softly said into Liu Feng's ear, this person gives me chill. The moment he saw Liu Feng, Yu Tian spoke up, boy, you once crossed hands with old Saint Han Enhuak Dak, did you not? Hearing that title, Liu Feng was slightly shaken. Across the continent, only 2 people dared to call the Pope by name like that. The old man before him must be one of the 3 Grand Supremes, Yu Tian. He immediately replied respectfully, that is correct. This junior greets senior Yu Tian, this is my certificate. Yu Tian casually accepted the token. I do not care what your name is, just go in, write the truth, and that will suffice. Liu Feng strode inside, ignoring the murmurs behind him. Another reckless fellow who knows where that certificate came from. He does not look like much. Right after that, he raised his hand and carved words onto the stone tablet, every stroke careful and precise. Like those before him, he clearly recorded his origin, Liu Feng of the Ma Vo era. Seeing the line of words appear, Quather was stunned. This achievement, could it be that you are Liu Feng, the youngest supreme on the continent? He immediately took out paper, quickly sign for me. If I bring it back to the Cow Sun clan, it will surely sell for a high price. Xiao Jin also ran up before Yu Tian, old grandpa. This part is mine. Grandpa Long Hong helped me and my friend obtain the certificate. Liu Feng looked at the 2 of them and did not know what to say. The goal of Song Hong seemed all too clear. Xiao Jin excitedly stepped forward. It is my turn, what should I write? Oh. After reading it, the boy's eyes suddenly lit up, mixed with a hint of excitement. I have got it. After muttering for a while, Xiao Jin quickly finished and cried out joyfully, done. Boy turned to Liu Feng with pride. See, I always fight side by side with you. When you are happy, I am truly clever. Over there, 2 people were clashing. The force they released left the onlookers astonished. Observing them, Liu Feng said to Xiao Jin, has the competition for entry into the Lost Garden already begun? Quather shook his head, not yet. The selection will take place in the arena shortly. Those 2 likely have a grudge and could not restrain themselves from striking first. He lowered his voice and reminded Liu Feng, venerable. In Van Lac City, combat is not forbidden, but if the structures are damaged, that Lord will intervene. At best one is expelled, at worst the outcome is hard to predict. Over there the battle grew increasingly intense. The young man wielding blue energy unleashed a powerful punch. His opponent was forced backward by the shot. He suddenly started, this is bad, I struck too heavily. At that moment, an old man flicked his sleeve and sent both of them flying. Quather introduced that he was the referee of the hero assembly. The 2 youths were left staggering by that light flick. Immediately after, a bolt of lightning descended and left them in misery. Liu Feng pondered and remarked, the might of this Lei Ting truly inspires fear. The examiner spoke up, is there anyone else registering? If not, then enter the arena. As his words fell, 3 figures appeared simultaneously in midair. Xiao Jin stared closely, then panicked. Liu Feng, it's Yati, it's really Yati. Hearing this he froze. What? Above, the scar-faced man sneered down, his cold gaze fixed on the young Dragon Clan member. Liu Feng immediately rushed to save his comrade, shouting angrily, don't think you can. Burst of aura forced the 2 elders to take a few steps back. He smiled faintly, teasing Yati, is it always this pathetic when we meet? He replied irritably, I fell into a weak position because I saved your little companion from pursuit. Liu Feng looked at the 2 following his friend, 2 of you, long time no see. The moment they saw him, they immediately recognized him. Sat Luke exclaimed in horror, it's you. Channeled his inner power, last time letting you escape, this time it will be fair. Nhai Tun gritted his teeth, sensing the anomaly. Not good, he has comprehended the realm, must retreat. Watching them flee, Liu Feng smiled faintly, want to leave, it's already too late. After speaking, he drew his sword, activating the sword domain, purple star sword domain. Sat Luke and Nhai Tun were immediately locked by the power. Behind them, 2 sword beams surged forward. In an instant, a shockwave erupted, dust and smoke obscuring the view. Liu Feng stood firm, unscathed, his steps growing more resolute. Among the ruins, his figure was cold, like a messenger harvesting light. Quather and the others were stunned, Nhai Tun defeated just like that. He turned to pat Xiao Jin's head, the old grudge is avenged for you. The boy smiled brightly. However, after prolonged combat, Yati suddenly spat a mouthful of blood energy, staggering. Soon after, he revealed his true form, becoming the Black Dragon. His massive body fell to the ground, lifeless. Liu Feng shouted in alarm, Yati, what's happening to you? It turned out someone had unexpectedly ambushed him. Liu Feng hurriedly said, "Senior Yu Tian, please show mercy." After that attack, the surrounding space shook violently, the scene chilling to behold. Liu Feng shielded Yati, respectfully saying, "Senior, my comrade lost consciousness, unintentionally causing disruption, not enough to deserve severe punishment. I hope you will spare us." Yu Tian looked at him and nodded, not in vain facing the Pope, truly somewhat interesting. He channeled power once more, shouting, "If you want me to spare you, first you must defeat me." Liu Feng thought warily, a mere wave of his hand holds such force. This elder is truly unpredictable. No matter what, he cannot let Yati be endangered. He gritted his teeth with resolve, taking the risk. Taking a deep breath, he activated his sword domain, Purple Star Sword Domain. Yu Tian also immediately channeled his inner power, launching a palm strike at Liu Feng without hesitation. Liu Feng dashed forward, raising his sword to deliver a blow. Even though Yu Tian is a senior, if he is careless, both he and Yati would be in danger. Two forces collided and intertwined rapidly. In the flurry of clashes, Liu Feng could not help but expel a mouthful of blood energy. Surrounding people were horrified at the overwhelming might. Must we compete with such a monster? Getting caught could be fatal. Yu Tian praised, "Achieving this level at youth is commendable, but compared to the peak you are still far off." Taking advantage of his lapse, Liu Feng counterattacked, forgetting to mention, "My domain favors offense." Yet Yu Tian was not idle in words, quickly sensing the anomaly and turning to respond. His left strike was dodged the instant it was thrown. Liu Feng's attack was already swift as lightning, yet the opponent was even more agile. Seeing that the old man was unharmed, he immediately rushed in again, increasing the power of his move eightfold. At that very moment, Yu Tian counterattacked in a flash. As an elder, he was naturally not one to concede easily. Before long, the two had closed in, entering a tense close combat. Both seemed determined to see it through, neither willing to retreat half a step. Liu Feng's sword slashed fiercely toward Yu Tian, red streaks spraying from his body into the air like scattered rain. Witnessing that scene, everyone was stunned. Even one of the three peak experts like Yu Tian had been injured. Yet strangely, his arm quickly recovered as if it had never been harmed. Yu Tian nodded slightly in approval. Liu Feng humbly said he had only used a small trick of a junior, considering it a slight advantage. Yu Tian circulated his inner force again, and said in a deep voice that victory and defeat were not yet decided. If that was all he was capable of, then this match should end here. Unexpectedly seeing him so persistent, Liu Feng was startled and called out "Senior" twice. Just then a crimson glow flashed, and the figure of a stunning woman slowly appeared. The moment she appeared, she cast a cold gaze at Yu Tian and said, "If I am included, then what?" Liu Feng turned and was inwardly astonished to see that Hong Yi was here as well. Yu Tian frowned slightly. The girl had just broken through to the supreme venerable realm, yet her aura was so sharp. Without hesitation, she struck toward him and loudly declared that no one was allowed to bully Brother Feng in front of her. Under that overwhelming pressure, Yu Tian was momentarily restrained, his entire body finding it hard to move. Even so, he quickly dispelled it and immediately redirected his attack straight at Hong Yi. Seeing the girl in danger, Liu Feng could not stand by. He gritted his teeth and rushed forward to rescue her. While blocking the strike with his sword, he earnestly asked Senior to show mercy. Yu Tian continued to pour in his inner force, saying only by defeating him could they proceed to the next move, Thunderous Spatial Domain. At that moment he seemed like a thunder god descending, torrents of aura surging densely around him. Suddenly a familiar figure approached, and upon seeing the scene became alarmed. Lian Yi hurried forward, calling out to Yu Tian to stop. Seeing her appear, Liu Feng was taken aback, wondering why she had come here as well. Yu Tian was also puzzled, asking why the church that had never cared about the lost garden would send her. Lian Yi stammered that Liu Feng was her friend, hoping Yu Tian would spare him out of respect for her elder. He stroked his beard and laughed with interest, saying if this boy was Than Han Enhuok Dak's grandson-in-law, then it was all the more reason to have a match. Hearing that, Lian Yi blushed and hurriedly denied that it was not as he thought. Liu Feng stood there bewildered, confused as to how he had suddenly become someone's grandson-in-law. Those words angered Hong Yi beside him. She immediately circulated her inner force. Killing intent rising, she looked at Yu Tian and challenged that if he wanted to fight, then fight, do not speak so much. Yu Tian was displeased, reproaching what junior from nowhere dared to be so rude. Lian Yi hurried to stop them, taking out a sound-transmitting crystal and saying her elder wished to convey an important message. Seeing her lower her voice in conciliation, he withdrew his aura and said out of respect for Lian Yi he would not pursue the matter. As everything settled, Liu Feng let out a soft sigh of relief. Hong Yi stepped forward curiously and softly asked brother Liu Feng who that girl was. Caught off guard, Liu Feng felt awkward and did not know how to introduce her. Lian Yi took the initiative to greet them, introducing herself as the Holy Maiden of the Church of Light. Liu Feng also introduced Hong Yi as his younger sister and said he was very pleased to make her acquaintance. Hong Yi looked at Lian Yi with vigilance, thinking of the enmity between Feng Ji and the church. Her suspicion deepened. Killing intent flared within her again. Hong Yi suddenly turned toward Lian Yi and unleashed an attack. Liu Feng was alarmed seeing the two about to clash. He hurriedly shouted for Hong Yi to stop. She merely shot him an annoyed glance without replying, leaving Liu Feng even more confused. Then Hong Yi withdrew her aura and suddenly wrapped her arms tightly around his arm. She bit down hard, making Liu Feng cry out in pain and hurriedly beg her to let go. Xiao Jin ran over in panic, reporting that Yati was showing signs of something abnormal. Hearing the urgency in his voice, Liu Feng was startled and looked over. He immediately ran with Xiao Jin to Yati's side to check the situation. Ak Long shut his eyes tightly, streaks of red continuously spilling from his mouth, causing everyone to anxiously call his name. Lian Yi did not hesitate and raised her hand to cast a healing light technique. Yati opened his eyes and teased that he thought Liu Feng had forgotten him, that man who forgets friends for beauty. However, Lian Yi gradually grew flustered, as the healing seemed to have no effect. Yati weakly told her not to waste the effort. His soul was about to dissipate. No remedy could save him. Liu Feng was stunned and asked why it had come to this. Hong Yi guiltily admitted that when she broke through, she had accidentally implicated him. Otherwise, he would not have fallen into danger. Yati reassured them that that man had only injured his body. The real problem lay in his soul. He recounted that half a month ago his soul had seemed to be pulled by some force, nearly leaving his body. After Long Hong temporarily stabilized it, he left Long Dao to seek the source of that mysterious power. 3 days ago, Long Hong's energy was exhausted. His soul grew weaker, his words gradually breaking apart. Seeing his friend on the brink of death, Liu Feng cried out Yati's name in terror. He suddenly remembered that Long Hong had once stabilized his soul. Yu Tian was also a peak expert who might be able to help. But another elder shook his head and said that once the soul left the body, even the divine realm would be helpless. Knowing there was no hope left, Liu Feng painfully wondered why everything had turned out this way. Yati used his last bit of strength to call Liu Feng. He immediately replied that he was listening. He smiled and said how fortunate he was to meet a fellow countryman like him in another world, then asked old Kata to send his regards home before bidding farewell. After speaking, his body and soul gradually dissolved into the void, light enveloping his large figure. Liu Feng was unwilling to accept it, choking as he shouted his friend's name. Hong Yi and Xiao Jin also cried out Yati's name in sorrow. From the sky, a dense golden radiance continuously shone down. An on the other side also radiated light that shone directly onto the motionless body. Liu Feng wondered in shock what it was. He was even more astonished when that power suddenly resonated with him. Anto along behind his back began to glow on its own and broke free from control, flying out. From the sword emerged a stream of pure primal energy that transformed into the form of a great dragon coiling through the air. Liu Feng was shocked to realize it was the phantom of the Hua Zia divine dragon, formed from Yati's soul after leaving his body. Xiao Jin also exclaimed that he resembled him. Immediately afterward, the dragon's spirit merged into Liu Feng's sword. Holding the sword again in his hand, he felt that the weapon now seemed to possess its own life. Xiao Jin anxiously asked about Yati's condition. Liu Feng hesitated and said he was not sure either. Yu Tian spoke up and remarked that the sword was truly special to be able to contain his soul. Liu Feng was both shocked and asked what would happen after the fusion. He pondered and said that with poor fortune, during this time the soul could still scatter and vanish. With good fortune, it would become the sword spirit of this blade, existing in another form, but for now there would be no danger. He still wanted to ask more when Yu Tian interrupted. Do not ask me how to turn into a sword spirit. Such a matter can only be encountered, not sought. As soon as he finished speaking, he circulated his inner force to summon the spatial ring. Very quickly, Yati's body below was enveloped by a dense layer of power. He turned to tell him, "Take your friend body away." Clenched Yati's remnant soul in his hand and respectfully said, "Many thanks, senior." Yu Tian then looked toward Hong Yi and Lian Yi. "You two hand over your identity tokens for verification." The two glanced at each other at the same time, yet Hong Yi gazed toward Lian Yi was filled with hostility. Even so, both still took out their tokens and handed them to Yu Tian to verify their identity. Yu Tian waved his hand. Enough. It is time to enter the arena of contention, please. He looked at the sword in his hand and silently resolved, Yati, I will definitely find a way to save you. Xiao Jin also shouted that he would too. Hong Yi gently tugged his hand. Liu Feng Ka, Yati will be fine. Lian Yi also said apologetically that she was sorry for being unable to help. He replied that even Senior Yu Tian was helpless, so you need not blame yourself. And why have you come here is not your church. Lian Yi gripped his hand tighter. Liu Feng Deji, this time I bring extremely important news. Seeing her so tense, he immediately asked what news. At the side, Hong Yi secretly felt displeased. This woman was attracting Feng Ji attention again. Lian Yi quickly said that the chief judge of the Church of Light intended to harm him. He was surprised. Who is he? She explained that he was the opposing faction within the church, wanting to seize the authority to contact the deity from Jia Han. She added that he had colluded with an expert attending the heroes' assembly, intending after entering that Lac Veen to awaken the angel divine soul to hunt him down. During this, he gritted his teeth. Does that scheming spirit know who he is in contact with? Lian Yi replied sadly that she did not know. After the Holy Sun was killed, Jia informants on his side had been exposed. His eyes grew resolute, then they could only adapt to circumstances. He pondered and then said, let us go to the arena of contention first, Hong Yi. Hearing no reply, he turned and saw the girl standing silently at a distance. He suddenly realized he had been so busy speaking with Lian Yi that he had neglected Hong Yi. Hong Yi turned her face away, inwardly scolding, how bad, I worked so hard to break through to Supreme to find you. He hurried over to her side, knowing clearly that she was angry. Hong Yi looked up at him with grievance in her eyes. He softly said, what are you dazing for, let us go. Hong Yi struggled internally, telling herself not to pay attention to him. But in the end her heart overcame reason, and she rushed forward to hug Liu Feng tightly. Her voice choked, I missed you so much. He gently embraced the girl in return. Lian Yi stood beside them witnessing the scene. Lian Yi patted her own face, why be jealous of a little girl, she is only a younger sister, calm down. After a while he patted Hong Yi's head, that is enough, people are watching. Hong Yi looked at Lian Yi and asked, are you not opposing the church? What is this saintess about? Xiao Jin was about to interject, I know last time Liu Feng and her. He hurriedly covered Xiao Jin's mouth and explained that Lian Yi was his good friend who had helped him many times, and she should get along with her. Hong Yi still looked at Lian Yi warily. Beside Feng Ji there was another woman. Seeing her remain silent, he rubbed her head, Hong Yi be good. Then he called Lian Yi, stop standing there, come here. Lian Yi ran over happily, smiling brightly, here. Since Hong Yi appeared, she no longer kept her distance and pulled Liu Feng's hand, let's go. Hong Yi stared, eyes cold as if to say let go. Lian Yi shivered inwardly, sensing that gave. He bent down and whispered, Hong Yi, let's get acquainted again, I am Lian Yi. Knowing the girl did not like her, Lian Yi still smiled, hoping we can be friends. Hong Yi immediately shook her hand away, coldly saying no need. Liu Feng placed their hands together and smiled, we are all good friends. He looked at the light ahead in amazement, the heroes' gathering has begun. Yu Tian stepped forward to remind, if you are late you lose the right to compete. Liu Feng smiled wryly, sorry senior, I am delayed. Yu Tian explained the rules simply. No restriction on methods, life and death self-responsible. The remaining 8 sages and 4 holy rank will eventually enter that lost garden. Hong Yi wondered why it was divided into 8 sages and 4 holy rank. Yu Tian said that long ago the passage could only bear sages. After holy rank dissatisfaction, disputes damaged the passage, so the quota was divided. Sages enter left, holy rank enter right. Liu Feng laughed, they do not need to enter, too dangerous, I will go instead. Hong Yi worriedly wanted to follow, but he stroked her head explaining he cannot let her take risks. Hong Yi intended to speak further but stopped. Liu Feng advised, I do not want you in danger. If you do not listen, I will be angry later. Hong Yi sadly held his hand, I know. He comforted, behave and wait for me to return. With that, Liu Feng turned and stepped in. Xiao Jin, let's go. Lian Yi cheered, wishing big brother success. Xiao Jin shouted excitedly, I want to fight 10 people. 5 young men suddenly froze upon seeing him appear. Liu Feng asked, what's wrong? Afraid I will strike from behind. One respectfully said, we saw you defeat 2 sages, we know we are no match. He admitted he considered a joint attack but lacked trust, so conceded, hoping you wait until we finish. Liu Feng was surprised, there is such a method. Xiao Jin gaped. Hong Yi silently observed outside, not speaking to Lian Yi. Lian Yi stepped forward to ask, are you really not following big brother into that lost garden? Hong Yi cautiously stepped back, do you want to provoke me and him? Lian Yi quickly said, I just thought we could sneak in during the eclipse. Hong Yi shook her head, I promised Fong brother. Lion Yi explained ordinary people only seek opportunities near the passage entrance and must return within 5 days. I suspect Big Brother will go deep. If missing the deadline, he must wait 100 years for it to open again. Hongyi was unsettled hearing this, asked really. She asked further than how to enter, pull someone out or force. Lion Yi whispered the passage has limits, can only take someone else's spot. Inside Xiao Jin's side, the heroes' gathering is expected yet so boring. Liu Feng turned to the boy and said that was not perfectly fine. Without even making a move, they had already secured a slot to advance. Xiao Jin pouted and replied that their strikes were too light, lacking any real force. Hearing that, the corner of his lips curved up meaningfully, so even you noticed. It seemed this group's acting skills were truly remarkable. The moment he finished speaking, the 4 young men immediately scattered to surround Liu Feng, the situation turning into him facing all 4 directions alone. In the blink of an eye, they all attacked at once, shouting to one another, strike, finish it. Then those streams of energy intertwined into a cage that tightly trapped Liu Feng, making him no different from a bird locked away. Right after that, the orange-haired young man gritted his teeth and thrust out his hand, gathering strength to strike straight at Liu Feng. Liu Feng glared at them and asked coldly what exactly they intended. That young man said reluctantly, "Forgive us, Liu Feng Venerable, 8 slots yet we had to yield 2 to you. We truly could not accept it, so we resorted to this method." The bearded man also cut in, "This old man is interested in the title of youngest venerable on the continent like you. At such a young age you slew 2 venerables in an instant. You must have secrets, speak them, and I will show mercy." Liu Feng laughed with interest. "Do you truly believe this thing can bind me?" As soon as he finished speaking, his figure gradually turned illusory. The bearded old man's expression changed drastically. "This is bad heat." From above the cage, Liu Feng shouted loudly, "Domain, violet crystal sword barrier." His inner force surged violently, the shock severely injuring all 4 of them, each unable to suppress the blood they spat out, only managing to cry out in terror. He smiled with amusement. "This thing is quite interesting. Now it belongs to me." Xiao Jin huffed in agreement, "Just a bunch of worms." Only then did the old man truly panic. "Liu Feng Venerable, we only wanted to hold you back. We never intended to." Before he could finish, Xiao Jin shot forward and opened his mouth, spewing a fierce blaze straight at the opponent. The boy said disdainfully, doing evil yet still wanting to keep a good name. Seeing Xiao Jin speak too excessively, Liu Feng lightly tapped his head, "Be quiet." Caught off guard by the hit, Xiao Jin widened his eyes in protest. "It was like that to begin with. He is the most detestable. If not for our quick wits we would have been in trouble." Liu Feng pinched his cheek. "I told you not to say such harsh words." Then Liu Feng swept his gaze over the group. "Does anyone else wish to try?" Seeing no one respond, he said cheerfully, "In that case I will not waste time. I will go ask Senior Yu Tian whether this counts as winning 2 slots already. I wish you all good luck." After settling everything, Liu Feng quickly returned. Lion Yi and Hong Yi were still waiting there. Lion Yi hurried forward and asked anxiously, "Brother Liu Feng, are you all right?" He reassured her that it was nothing. They were not strong enough to injure me. Liu Feng turned to Hong Yi and said, "I obtained something quite good. Take it and try refining it." The girl beamed with thanks. Then he asked Yu Tian, "Senior, when they all admit defeat, does that mean I have secured a slot, or must I still remain there until the end?" The old man quickly replied, "No need to enter again. Wait for the lunar eclipse in 3 days." Liu Feng and Xiao Jin bowed respectfully. "Many thanks, Senior." Once it was done, he glanced at the 2 girls beside him with a hint of curiosity. Their relationship seemed to have eased considerably. Lion Yi smiled brightly and hooked her arm around Hong Yi. "Girls are like that, right, Hong Yi?" Hong Yi immediately shook off her hand. "Stay away from me." Seeing that, Liu Feng stepped closer. "Are you all right?" Yet Hong Yi could not hold back, circulating her inner force to gently push Lion Yi away. "Let go of Brother Feng." Liu Feng worriedly grasped Lion Yi's hand. "Are you hurt?" She stammered that she was fine. He felt slightly displeased and reproached Hong Yi for pushing someone like that. Hong Yi instead tugged at his hand coquettishly, her voice full of grievance, leaving Lion Yi standing beside them with an awkward smile. Girl murmured an apology. "Because Brother Feng always pays no attention to me, I got angry. I did not mean it. It will not happen again." Liu Feng softened his voice to coax her. "It is also my fault. Do not be upset, but in the future you must treat everyone well, understand?" Lion Yi was secretly startled. Could she be imagining it? Why did it feel that Hong Yi's feelings for Liu Feng were not merely sibling affection? Yu Tian watched the scene and sighed softly. "You." He pointed toward him and said, "Liu Feng, The tidal energy before the lost garden descends appears only once every 100 years. If you wish to grow stronger, do not miss it. During that, Liu Feng asked in surprise, "What is tidal energy?" Lian Yi explained that it was a phenomenon that appeared when the lunar eclipse opened the passage, space and time intersecting to create anomalies. A single eruption could rival the entire continent's energy. Liu Feng was astonished. "Is it that terrifying?" Then respectfully thanked Senior for the reminder. Yu Tian said with satisfaction, "No need to thank me. I merely wish to see whether the one valued by the Dragon Emperor and the Pope can surpass us old ones." Watching those fighting in desperate struggle, he sighed helplessly. This continent will likely stir sooner or later. Time passed silently. Night fell, the sky filled with stars, a cold, gloomy wind blowing through. Liu Feng sat alone on the rooftop in contemplation, the scenery here both strange and captivating. Holding that object in his hand, he smiled faintly. "For Nhai Sufei, I will surely return soon." Yet worry still flickered across his face. Stepping into such a completely unfamiliar place, had I prepared enough? Just then a figure approached from afar, startling Liu Feng. Recognizing Hong Yi, he asked why she was still here. She sat beside him and said she could not sleep. She asked worriedly whether he knew that if one entered the lost garden and failed to return before the passage closed, one would be trapped for 100 years. Hong Yi confessed that she did not want to spend 100 years without seeing him. Liu Feng rubbed her head. "Do not worry. I once heard the Dragon Emperor say there is another way to return besides the passage on the day of the lunar eclipse." At that moment Lian Yi appeared. "Brother Liu Feng, the method you speak of, could it be going through the exit of the divine lost garden?" Hong Yi asked warily. "So late, and you are still looking for Brother Feng for what?" Lian Yi replied calmly that she could not sleep either. Lian Yi continued, "Grandfather once said that exit connects to the continent of the gods and also the dark continent, but she said that there is a gatekeeper there powerful enough to contend with a god-tier expert." During that, Hong Yi immediately clutched Liu Feng's arm tightly, her voice trembling as she called his name. Liu Feng said coldly, "Then I will sweep away that gatekeeper." 3 days passed swiftly. A red moon gradually appeared in the sky. Everyone had gathered in full, all looking up toward the moon. Liu Feng looked around in confusion. Were there not only 20 slots? Why are there still so many people? Yu Tian explained that there were indeed 20 slots, but when the tidal energy erupts, the fallen city becomes an excellent place for cultivation. I serve as guide for that reason as well. Liu Feng understood and turned to remind Hong Yi and Lian Yi to seize the opportunity later. Yu Tian reminded them it was about to begin. "Everyone activate your protective aura." As soon as he finished speaking, the darkness in the sky completely devoured the moon. Watching the mist spread, Yu Tian said that was the tidal energy. The elements were surging violently. Lian Yi further explained that the tide has 3 stages. First is the mist suitable for Saint Tier. Next is the rain for Supreme Venerables, and the final stage is the true tide. Even Emperor Venerables can hardly withstand it. Zhao Jin asked in surprise why he felt this energy was extremely comfortable. High above, streams of swirling air continuously formed, a terrifying gale sweeping in. Liu Feng was astonished. "Is this the second stage? The energy density has indeed increased several times over." Yu Tian approached. "Liu Feng boy, the Pope asked me to deliver this to you." It looked like a small compass. Liu Feng observed it carefully for a long while. Holding it in his hand, he asked curiously what this is. Yu Tian replied that this is a divine ancient compass from remote times. It helps determine direction within the lost garden. Together with the map given by the Pope, you will avoid much trouble. Liu Feng expressed gratitude to both seniors. He waved his hand. "No need to thank me. The old Pope said that if you can return, then help me advance one more step." Liu Feng gave a wry smile. "Senior also believes those words. You truly overestimate me." Yu Tian stroked his beard and asked with satisfaction whether he was ready. Dawn is approaching. That very moment, a mystical beam of light suddenly appeared, leaving Liu Feng stunned. It was a rainbow. He paused for a moment and murmured in denial, "No, that was the true source of the tide, and also the gateway into the lost garden." Wind from the sea surged violently. Waves beneath the dark red sunset sky rolled without cease. Yu Tian, with a steady gaze, instructed that to absorb the tide to its limit one had to dive as deep as possible. Yet at the first sign of danger he must return at once, though worry still flickered in his eye. A mystical violet radiance blanketed the sky like a barrier. Liu Feng was about to step into a new trial. He sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Many thanks, Senior Yu Tian." The old man nodded lightly and replied, "Go on." Hong Yi stood silently behind him. Suddenly her small body stiffened, her face turned pale, blood trickled from the corner of her lips. Liu Feng rushed forward in panic to catch her, his voice filled with worry as he asked Hong Yi what was wrong. She weakly replied that she was fine, yet every breath revealed her exhaustion. Lian Yi, standing nearby, could not hide her concern, and hurriedly said she had forcibly broken through just to gain his permission to enter the lost garden with him. Hong Yi immediately cut Lian Yi off as if trying to conceal something, not wanting Liu Feng to know more. Liu Feng choked with emotion as he placed his hand on her shoulder as though afraid of losing her, softly saying, "You promised me." Hong Yi turned her face away from his gaze and gently pleaded, "Brother Feng, I want to follow you." He rubbed her shoulder and gently reassured her, "I know you want to help, but I am strong enough to take care of myself. Nothing will happen. Listen to me." Hong Yi clenched her fists, her eyes blazing with determination, saying, "No, I must go with you." Liu Feng froze, telling himself he had to be firmer, or she would never let go. He pretended to be stern and lightly tapped her, asking if she would listen to him. Her eyes reddened as she looked at him with grievance and said, "You are hitting me again." He forced himself to remain cold and replied, "So what? Disobedient children must be punished." She shut her eyes tightly, tears streaming down, her heart aching even more than her body. Seeing this, Liu Feng was stunned and realized he had hurt her. He asked softly, "Are you crying?" He pulled her tightly into his arms as if to make up for his fault. Hong Yi leaned against him, tears falling in grievance. Liu Feng's voice trembled as he apologized again and again, not to be forgiven but out of genuine remorse. He looked at her in anguish and said, "I do not want to be apart from you either, but I fear even more that you will face danger. I would rather endure separation than see you harmed." His gaze was firm yet pained. "You are the one I am determined to protect. He would rather sacrifice himself countless times than let you face peril." Liu Feng pleaded for her to agree. Hong Yi lowered her head, her reddened eyes wavering between wanting to follow and fearing separation. Lian Yi stepped forward and suggested that Liu Feng should focus on training while she would take care of Hong Yi. He nodded in trust. As Liu Feng still hesitated, Yu Tian shouted that the tide was about to disperse and to hurry. His urging resounded like a warning bell. Footsteps rang out in urgency. He ran while shouting, "Wait for me." Xiao Jin followed closely behind, panting and telling him to slow down. Ashore, Lian Yi placed her hand on Hong Yi's shoulder and said in a low voice that they had tried every method. Now a choice had to be made. Hong Yi clenched her hands, her hesitant gaze knowing that the decisive moment had arrived. On Liu Feng's side, he was writhing within the swirling tide, shouting that no one had said it would hurt this much. Sweat drenched his forehead as he looked around and realized no one else was comfortable either. Only Yu Tian stood calmly within the vortex, seemingly far more at ease. Liu Feng was astonished to see Xiao Jin completely unharmed and even muttering in enjoyment that it felt great. He stared wide-eyed and exclaimed that Xiao Jin was truly fine and even enjoying it, his voice tinged with envy. Yu Tian roared like thunder, telling them to focus there because the energy had only just begun, it would affect the mind, causing the body to give up and be torn apart by the tide. Liu Feng steadied his mind, tension and confusion intertwined in his eyes. He told himself that this energy also harmonized inside and out. He had already borrowed the tide to ignite the fourth spiritual star within his star array. Though his body was weary and his eyes closed, his mind still surged. From deep within he roared that it was not enough, still not enough, forcing himself beyond his limits. The power grew increasingly violent, sweeping along companions who were struggling to endure. The strongest wave crashed down like the eye of a storm. Yu Tian coldly warned that the strongest energy had arrived, and they must prepare to withdraw at any moment, his voice calm without fear. Within the tempest, a few people nearly failed to endure, but still forced themselves to remain. Liu Feng clenched his fists and breathed heavily, thinking that with just a little more he could ignite the fifth star and break through to the second stage of supreme wisdom. He poured out all his strength and shouted, "Hold on for me," his eyes blazing with determination. Light burst apart like falling stars. Liu Feng stood within the vortex and raised his head, not from awe but from burning desire. Light swirled around his body. He opened his eyes in shock and said, "Was I not training during the lunar eclipse? Why am I here?" His mind fell into chaos as he muttered, "What is a lunar eclipse? What is the tide? What is training?" His voice trembling like one lost in a dream. A voice echoed from afar repeatedly calling his name, Liu Feng, Liu Feng. Whether real or illusion left him bewildered. In a frozen instant, he opened his eyes wide, stunned by the scene before him. The space transformed into a sunny beach with golden waves. He lay stretched out on a chair, enjoying the peace of modern life. Wei suddenly appeared in a figure, flattering red swimsuit. He leaned close and asked Liu Feng what was wrong. He stared wide-eyed and said in a trembling voice, "You are Wei. She smiled brightly and replied yes. Stop spacing out, everyone is waiting outside, and pulled him up by the hand. Under the blazing sun and gentle sound of waves, Wei held his hand and ran toward the sea. He asked in surprise about the other sister. The tranquil scene was bathed in radiant sunlight over the golden sand. Wei raised her hand high and shouted, "We are here," as if calling to someone in the distance. Before him, 5 girls were playing in the blue water. Laughter rang out, and someone excitedly called Liu Feng. He froze and reflexively raised his hand, eyes wide as he said, "What is going on here?" Before he could think further, Wei had already pulled his hand and urged him to go. Liu Feng asked suspiciously, "Wei you are my girlfriend, right?" She cheerfully replied that she was. He pointed toward the group and awkwardly asked, "Then what about them? Do you not find this strange?" Wei cupped his cheek gently and said, "What is strange? We are good sisters." Liu Feng stared in shock and stammered, "What kind of absurd arrangement is this?" Wei looked at him in confusion. She asked in puzzlement why he was still standing there blankly. Liu Feng covered his ears and shut his eyes, unwilling to accept anything further that defied reality, and shouted enough. Wei's golden hair fluttered in the wind as she stood stunned in silence. He thought in doubt, how could the Wei Su Fei, and Hangyi he knew be this harmonious? Everything was too unreasonable. He angrily roared that this modern society was nothing but a ridiculous farce. Liu Feng turned and walked away. Realizing this was an illusion that even Long Hong would struggle to resist, he sighed and blamed himself for being too weak. A voice rang out as if exposing his inner thoughts, asking whether he had ever considered that this was his true desire. He tried to remain calm and shouted, "Shut up," trying to dispel that thought. The beach suddenly vanished, an invisible force carrying him into a forest before a wooden door. Liu Feng felt a fleeting regret for the dreamlike scene, and softly said, "Do not." Instantly, the images of Wei and the girls vanished like smoke. Emotions erupted as he trembled with joy. After so much training, he had finally broken through. Everything around was drawn into the eye of a vortex, energy intertwining and spiraling deep within space. Yu Tian stared at the vortex's center and muttered that the tide had already receded, yet he had not come out. Could he have failed? He sighed that no matter how talented one was, it was hard to escape such exaggerated temptation. Hangyi clenched her hands and said with trembling trust that Feng Kaka would definitely not die. Beside her, Lian Yi also silently prayed for Liu Feng to return safely. Yu Tian spoke leisurely, his deep eyes seeming to see through everything, saying that you had never experienced the terror of an energy tide collapsing. The space fell silent for a moment, and he let out a soft sigh filled with regret. While everyone was still lost in confusion, Liu Feng appeared like a ray of light tearing through the night, the aura around his body surging magnificently. So beautiful he looked like a living painting. Yu Tian stared at the young man with blazing eyes and an upright bearing. He spoke calmly, as if reminding himself and affirming that no matter what happened, he had never betrayed his ideals. Hangyi rushed forward, her eyes red as she choked out his name. He immediately turned and opened his arms to pull the girl into an embrace. He smiled gently as if dispelling all worries, reassuring that he was fine. That warm voice gradually steadied Hangyi's trembling heart. Yu Tian halted, his gaze mixed with doubt and shock, wondering how you could resist the collapse of the tide before losing consciousness. Then he suddenly thought that perhaps you had never fallen into the illusion at all. He paused slightly, his eyes darkening as if looking into his own heart. He admitted he had not been controlled by the illusion, and that enduring the collapse was thanks to someone, his words unfinished yet the answer already clear in his eyes. The chaotic memories, he recalled being sheltered by a radiant golden dragon. Xiao Jin's voice sounded and woke him, and he softly said that it was Xiao Jin who had saved him. Yu Tian widened his eyes, astonishment mixed with suspicion when he heard that name. He murmured, "Xiao Jin, is that not the supreme magical beast?" He affirmed it was not a magical beast, but a divine dragon of Hoa. The image of the glittering golden dragon winding through the energy tide remained deeply imprinted in his mind. That violent source of energy had been completely absorbed by Xiao Jin. He asked in a trembling voice how it could swallow the tide on the verge of bursting apart, yet no one could answer. The air was taut as a drawn bowstring. Xiao Jin stood majestically in midair. Then he sighed, clutching his stomach and complaining that he was too full and could not eat any more. Standing before Yu Tian and Lian Yi, he looked at Xiao Jin rubbing his belly with half annoyance and half helplessness. It was almost a grand barbecue feast, yet you were already stuffed. Xiao Jin suddenly spotted someone familiar and cried out brightly as he shot forward like an arrow. Lian Yi froze, her eyes widening in surprise. Before she could react, she felt a small blue creature rest its head innocently against her chest. Her face flushed, and a gentle smile curved her lips. In his transformed human form, Xiao Jin eagerly boasted that he had grown stronger than before. He boldly declared that he could now fight that old senior. He quickly turned to Yu Tian, his voice serious yet worried, saying that senior, Xiao Jin, meant no offense. Yu Tian closed his eyes lightly, stroking his chin in thought before calmly saying that at present he might not be its opponent. Even so, he was still willing to test himself in a match. Lion Yi lifted Xiao Jin in her hands, her gaze stern yet eager, reminding Yu Tian that it was time to open the passage into that lac vein. He nodded, purple energy swirling around his outstretched hand. He ordered everyone to transmit their power together and draw that lac vein into manifestation. He stood at the front like a steadfast pillar, raising his hand to unleash strength that tore open space. The others behind him followed at once. A thunderous explosion resounded as the path gradually widened. Cheers erupted when the passage was finally open. He silently gazed at the path ahead, anxiety mingled with doubt. Beyond that door there might be another world. Suddenly a small hand timidly touched his. Hong Yi tightened her grip on his hand, her eyes glistening with tears as she trembled and asked whether he had to leave. He lowered his head to apologize for what had happened and promised to return soon. Hong Yi merely nodded softly, her faint response as light as the wind. She hugged him tightly, listening to his heartbeat like a vow. He promised that when he returned, wherever he went he would take her along, making her hold him even tighter. He handed the communication crystal to Lion Yi, asking her to deliver it to Wei at Lam Tin Academy. She nodded and told him to be careful. Radiant light tore space apart to form a gate. Yu Tian solemnly announced that the passage was open and reminded everyone that they only had 5 years. Amid the purple and pink glow, Yu Tian looked at him firmly and said he would await the day of return. He responded with a single assured word. As soon as his words ended, he rushed into the passage. Below, Hong Yi stretched out her hand and called after him desperately. He looked back, raised his hand in farewell, and told her to wait for him to come back, enough to tighten every heart. Light exploded and swept everything into a brilliant vortex. 2 small figures were drawn into an unpredictable trial. Before them stood a gate leading to the unknown. He asked Xiao Jin whether he was ready to face countless supreme beings, his eyes filled with determination. When his figure completely vanished, Hong Yi clenched her hands and whispered an apology in confusion. He choked with emotion for being forced to break her promise, only hoping he would not blame her. The luminous gate gradually shrank, and everyone hurried inside before it closed. In the quiet space below, Lion Yi softly asked whether Hong Yi was ready. The girl fell silent for a few seconds before nodding firmly, her eyes showing she had long been prepared. Lion Yi returned to her true form, a glittering crown upon her head and half-white half-black wings spreading with majesty. She led Hong Yi flying into the radiant passage, opening a new journey. The wind howled along with violent clashes, as the two attacked those flying slower to seize a chance to enter. Caught off guard by the sudden ambush, the other 2 failed to react before being left behind. Before disappearing, Lion Yi managed to hand the crystal to Yu Tian, asking him to keep it safe. The entrance slowly closed, each figure dissolving into the fading space. Yu Tian only managed to catch the crystal, standing there bewildered and not yet understanding what had happened. The 2 who had been knocked away voiced their dissatisfaction, accusing the act of breaking the rules and asking whether he would handle it. He rubbed his forehead, vaguely wondering what had occurred, then muttered that he was truly old. Yu Tian pondered deeply, realizing the Pope had found a way to erase the consciousness of the angel remnant's soul. The unstable continent needed someone with enough potential to rise. The space was mottled with chaotic shifting colors, both beautiful and terrifying. He braced himself against the surging torrent of energy. In the end, both he and Xiao Jin could not endure it, as if they had just passed beyond their limits. The 2 vomited violently, Xiao Jin lamenting the roasted meat he had just eaten. He staggered and looked around, asking in astonishment whether this was that lac vein. The sky was gray and the land desolate with traces of battle. He thought that long ago this place must have endured a brutal war. Suddenly realizing only one person remained beside him, he asked in alarm where the others were. Ta Kone explained that upon entering everyone was randomly teleported, possibly near each other or separated by tens of thousands of miles. In the mysterious purple atmosphere, he understood and said that leaving this place would likely take time. Ta Kone asked in surprise whether he had already planned to leave after 5 days, then expressed admiration for his knowledge and courage. He said in a low voice that it was only because of several important matters that he had to take the risk. Xiao Jin tilted his head and teased that this time they surely would not get lost again. He tapped Xiao Jin on the head, scolding that the one who jumped around the most still dared to complain. Xiao Jin pouted and begged him not to hit anymore or he would become stupid. He took out the ancient map and confidently said that this time they had guidance. A small blue glowing spirit appeared on the map and politely asked where they wished to go so it could lead the way. He said the goal was to find a way to heal Wei and seek the remnant soul of Senior Liu Giant, but first they had to find natives to assess the situation. The spirit flew over the map, carefully charting a route. Beneath the sorrowful purple sky, he bid farewell to Ta Kone and set out. The wind whistled past the cliffs as he sped forward. His face clearly showed an unshakable determination. Ta Kone curved his lips in a half-smile, a trace of coldness flashing in his eye. That man thought everything was proceeding according to plan, that by using it to awaken the angel remnant soul he would gain divine power, and he regarded Liu Feng as a stepping stone. Thick purple mist enveloped the forest as night fell. On the damp ground, a human skull lay quietly within the silent space. A howl rang out as crimson carnivorous plants opened wide and tightly wrapped around a creature flying past. Up in the forest, he and Xiao Jin continued their rugged journey. Xiao Jin asked suspiciously where this was and scolded him for having no sense of direction. He retorted angrily, saying he had not known that a fixed domain would suddenly appear along the way. The spirit explained that the domain was formed from the remaining divine soul of a fallen powerhouse, and the stronger the strength, the wider its range. After much probing, they decided to meet the master of the domain, the first divine soul they encountered in that lac vein. Blazing red fangs lunged forward as he shot ahead like lightning, gripping his weapon tightly. Two colossal monsters roared and charged with sharp claws and savage teeth, yet he stood firm without the slightest wavering. In the distance, a figure sat motionless upon a throne of thorned bones, the energy radiating from it causing the ground to tremble and the air to grow stifling. In the dense bone-white fog, a grotesque figure emerged, its head a dry skull with green eyes piercing as if to see through the soul. Ba Dak Nha stepped down from the throne, murmuring that he had already smelled it, the scent of human blood, reminding others of the past. He spoke with an ancient chant, "Humans are insignificant, offering body and soul to the great god Ba Dak Nha, I will grant eternity. This is not an invitation but an order." Liu Feng squinted, smirking with disdain. "Perhaps you were once a god, now you are only a second-tier sage." Despite the oppressive pressure, he remained calm. "You have been abandoned by the age." The ground trembled under immense force. Liu Feng gripped his weapon, each strike falling like thunder, attacks quadrupled. Space seemed torn by dense murderous intent. Ba Dak Nha roared in fury. Liu Feng frowned, glancing at the thick death aura. No wonder so stubborn, perfect for testing this move. A gold-white light burst in the darkness, his whole body blazing. He unleashed the new death sword. The radiant energy pierced Ba Dak Nha's body, sweeping everything. He turned pale in horror. Liu Feng advanced, voice cold as ice. "From now on answer my questions, or death will not be just a warning." Ba Dak Nha bellowed, eyes filled with rage. "Lowly insects dare not insult the great god." In the darkness he swung his skeletal hand, red flames spouting from Xiao Jin's mouth counterattack. Liu Feng surged forward, light from his weapon tearing through the gloom. He opened his mouth to scream but was overwhelmed by his aura. "Stop shouting, answer me." Cornered, Ba Dak Nha still defied, not a chance. Liu Feng summoned all strength, thrusting his sword into his head, golden light erupting. The air thickened. He spoke coldly, "Answer or not." He stammered, "What do you want to ask?" Liu Feng stood over him, demanding details about that lost garden, which power, and the location of the treasure. He was astonished. "This is the battlefield of gods. Did you come from a land forsaken by them?" Liu Feng seethed, thinking the gods are shameless, fleeing yet claiming abandonment. He thrust his sword again, answer when asked, no long speeches. Ba Dak Nha spoke solemnly. "The battlefield has three major powers, Demon King Datak Uk Tu, Angel Fa Lan Kak and Wusu Uk Thua." He recalled a towering figure with high horns. "I obey the orders of Demon King Datak Uk Tu guarding this place." He spoke coldly, "Prepare to face the pursuit of a great master." Liu Feng shouted, "Just a lackey, speak of the godly rank." Frowned, "Even the divisions of gods are unknown. Do not waste words. There are 4 godly ranks, common, king, emperor, supreme. Above is the law-abiding powerhouse, then God." Liu Feng pondered, "So I am far from a powerhouse," recalling Liu Jian Sr. and Hai Xuan facing such existence. Xiao Jin trusted, "I believe you can do it." Liu Feng nodded, "Only under pressure can one improve. Let us grow stronger together." Badak Nhi roared in discontent. Even when you talk, think of me too. Liu Feng continued, where are the soul-healing medicine? He laughed bitterly, the battlefield is full of damaged souls. Such treasures are for the strong only. Liu Feng thrust again, answer clearly, no beating around the bush. He trembled if seeking, go to the city of the three great powers or into a perilous place by luck. He pointed to the dark great mountains 300 miles away, where the fluctuations are strong. Liu Feng snorted coldly, do you think I am easily fooled? He drove his sword once more, golden energy bursting. Liu Feng spoke coldly, farewell God Badak Nhi. Amid the sea of flames, he screamed, body and soul gradually dissipating. Badak Nhi was completely defeated, his form dissolved into the flames. When he vanished, divine soul energy floated in midair. Liu Feng collected it, this energy enough to consolidate his realm. Xiao Jin swallowed, eyes glinting with desire. Liu Feng said, Xiao Jin, you just advanced 2 levels, use this. Xiao Jin shook his head, I have yet to digest the previous energy. Suddenly a scream tore through the space. A girl in tattered clothes rushed in, eyes filled with panic. She collapsed exhausted. She pleaded, Master, save me. Xiao Jin was mesmerized, sister, save her. Liu Feng hesitated. From afar Macaque charged, eyes fierce, let's see where you run now. He looked at Liu Feng in astonishment, there are humans here. He laughed, devour you first then consume human flesh to reconstruct the body. The girl screaming for help. Liu Feng immediately stood in front, rest assured, I will protect the beauty. She warned he is hiding strength, not just a first-tier sage. Liu Feng was startled. Macaque angrily scolded her for ruining the plan. Liu Feng summoned his sword, move aside. Both sides clashed fiercely. Suddenly the girl attacked from behind. Xiao Jin shouted, get out of the way. Liu Feng was knocked aside, fell heavily to the ground. He forced himself up, gritting his teeth, you. The girl dissipated into smoke. 2 figures merged with Macaque in the light. He laughed, long time no see fresh blood. Macaque was surprised, you have recovered from my enchantment. Xiao Jin was furious, dared to mesmerize us. Liu Feng felt nauseous from nearly falling for it. He laughed, feigning weakness to launch a critical strike is basic technique. In a blink, Liu Feng and Xiao Jin were sucked into the void. Macaque cursed, Ka Luodu is also here. He raised his hand, channeling magic to control the space. Space cracked like glass. Liu Feng stared at the twisting space before him. This is space control power. He was trapped in the invisible space, unable to move. Macaque sneered, controlling the space collapsed. An explosive blast resounded, tearing the atmosphere apart. He laughed with smug satisfaction. Below the divine tier no one can withstand my 3 layers of spatial control. This time I can finally condense a body to reach the divine realm. In the dense smoke, Liu Feng suddenly shot out like lightning. The sword domain unfolded, the amethyst sword rang out sharply. The blade tore across Maquis's body, so fast that he could not react. Before disintegrating, his eyes were still filled with shock. What exactly was this? Liu Feng landed neatly, letting out a low grunt. Panted, sweat seeping out after consuming a large amount of mana. Xiao Jin rushed over and asked, Liu Feng, are you all right? He gave a faint smile, just minor injuries. In exchange for obtaining those souls it is worth it. Only thinking about being burned into golden color before still feels unsettling. Xiao Jin suddenly sensed something. Many powerful figures are approaching. Liu Feng wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. The souls in this lost garden are truly as persistent as hounds. In just an instant, the 2 dashed away at extreme speed. A heavy stomp cracked the ground, fragments of stone flew everywhere. Without a word, Luo Duo and his subordinates appeared, a chilling aura enveloping the area. He inhaled lightly, the scent of humans is still fresh. We arrived too late, that Maquis stirred up big trouble. Subordinate said, the one who killed him must also be injured. Finding him not only gets the body but also 2 portions of nether essence. His escape direction is the dark great mountain. On the way to the Forbidden Palace, might as well go together. Luo Duo shook his head. Everyone who goes with you ends up as nether essence in your pocket. I do not want to repeat that. After speaking he rushed ahead, I will go first. Wind howled past his ears. Liu Feng's heavy breathing echoed in the air. He streaked through space like lightning, the 9th pursuer already. Xiao Jin laughed, if not for their divine tier, I would have devoured them all long ago. Suddenly a wave of dizziness made his steps stagger. Liu Feng collapsed, coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Jin cried out in panic. Liu Feng gritted his teeth. It has been a long time since I met so many stronger than me. Xiao Jin worried, the injuries cannot be prolonged. Quickly find a place to absorb souls to heal. Liu Feng suddenly realized, perhaps they are deliberately forcing me toward the dark great mountain. He said coldly, ahead is the Forbidden Palace. There is no time to recover. A long-range attack tore through the air with great force. Liu Feng leaped aside, they caught up this quickly. Xiao Jin recognized they are all divine tier unicorns. Luo Duo led the pursuit closely, move quickly. The subordinate asked, "Boss, why keep chasing him? Is not the forbidden land treasure more urgent?" Luo Duo shouted, "What do you understand? That brat comes from a world abandoned by the gods. He must know the way in and out of the battlefield." He waved his hand, dark mana gathered like ghostly mist. The surging energy surged straight toward Liu Feng. It ends here. A loud explosion rang out, black smoke and sparks erupted across space. His eyes flashed with cruelty. The subordinate asked if he died. Luo Duo replied, "Not that easily." Liu Feng burst out of the sea of fire. Luo Duo said at most he is severely injured. Ahead is the Forbidden Valley. If he cannot break the barrier, there is only death. He held Xiao Jin tightly to protect him. His strength was gradually exhausted. He could not hold on anymore. Ahead was a gloomy forbidden zone, full of mysterious danger. Liu Feng felt puzzled. Why do the souls only guard outside the barrier? Could it be they cannot enter? The souls smelled flesh and blood, and immediately howled, "He is mine." They charged like a pack of starving wolves. Luo Duo shouted, "Whoever dares touch him, I will devour that one." Hearing that, the souls hesitated in confusion. Liu Feng thought inwardly, such cowards frightened so easily. Pulled Xiao Jin and ran at full speed. Only gamble remains. Luo Duo sneered, "Ahead is the barrier, go die." The two rushed into the barrier, light flashed and they disappeared. Luo Duo stood stunned, unable to believe it. He muttered, "Even the Demon King could not break it, how could he?" The souls checked, the barrier had vanished. Suddenly the barrier surged with force, blasting them far away. Luo Duo touched it and sensed, indeed this brat has a problem. He gritted his teeth in hatred, bastard. His power erupted, causing the air to tremble. In the void appeared a strange gate, as if connecting another world. Liu Feng held Xiao Jin, and passed through the gate then fell down. Exhausted, he lost consciousness. Xiao Jin cried out, "Liu Feng, wake up." The boy looked around seeking hope for help. Strange space appeared, where is this? Liu Feng opened his eyes and woke. Xiao Jin was overjoyed. He rubbed his head and asked about this place. Xiao Jin replied, "We have entered the Forbidden Palace." Liu Feng looked around, so we truly got in. He wondered if it was due to the star formation collapsing, but from beginning to end, it was never activated. Xiao Jin asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Liu Feng reassured, "Temporarily safe." He thought at least before the barrier disappears, it is still fine. Xiao Jin summoned mana, quickly use it to heal. Liu Feng sat in meditation, recovering mana bit by bit. Small light orbs appeared around his body. He coughed and spat out blood. He thought using half a soul only restored part of the meridians. When the barrier opens, danger is still unavoidable. Liu Feng resolved, "I must ignite the 6th star to break the second layer domain." Closed his eyes, focusing all mana. He gritted his teeth and growled softly, "Light up." He poured all his strength to break through the limit. In the end he spat blood again, the metallic scent spread through the space. He looked into the distance, shaking his head in disappointment. It was still not enough. He simply could not take another step forward. Liu Feng ground his teeth and cursed under his breath, damn it, could he only sit and wait for the outcome? His hand trembled with frustration, unwilling, truly unable to accept it. Amid the chaotic echoes, Xiao Jin called softly, "Liu Feng." He turned back and asked, "What is it?" Xiao Jin pointed straight ahead, his voice tense, "Look inside there." The space before them was shrouded in black mist, faint light flickering to create a scene both illusory and chilling. Within that gloom, a purple coffin lay silently like something out of place. It was a coffin. Xiao Jin widened his eyes in shock. "There is someone inside," Liu Feng replied. "It is a corpse." Xiao Jin spoke with a trembling voice, "Should we go closer? I feel a chill down my spine." Liu Feng said, "Since we are here, there is no way back. We might as well examine it ourselves." The two quickly moved closer, the distance to the coffin shrinking in the blink of an eye. Inside, Alice lay peacefully as if in a deep sleep. Xiao Jin exclaimed, "She is truly beautiful." Liu Feng rested his chin in thought. This must be the remains of an ancient god. This place is in fact a divine tomb, and that face seems somewhat familiar. Xiao Jin asked anxiously, "You are not planning to use this way to get acquainted with the deceased?" Liu Feng turned pale. "Do not talk nonsense, I am serious." Suddenly, purple spiritual energy surged out to envelop the coffin, causing the space to tremble violently. Liu Feng and Xiao Jin clung tightly to each other, their bodies trembling in fear. What is happening? Xiao Jin turned his head and shouted, "Liu Feng, look over there." Liu Feng looked back, his expression changed. "This is bad, the barrier is weakening." From outside came a shout, "The barrier is about to collapse, get ready." Liu Feng's heart pounded rapidly, his chest burning with urgency. It had to be cut off immediately. He slowly raised his hand, summoning the sword that settled neatly into his palm. Clenching the hilt tightly, channeling strength into his legs, he leapt forward to attack. Purple spiritual energy surged and fused together yet did not move in the slightest, completely ineffective. He narrowed his eyes at the coffin. It seemed there was only this way left. Liu Feng raised his sword high. The blade flashed before slashing down. At that very moment, Alice suddenly opened her eyes, her icy gaze making the air seem to freeze. Liu Feng froze mid-motion, inwardly crying that this was bad. But the sword had already fallen and could not be withdrawn. The blade struck the coffin lid, creating a crack. Coffin shattered, Alice gently floated into the air. Liu Feng stared wide-eyed at the scene before him, filled with shock. Alice's slender body was like moonlight, her hands lightly shielding herself. She gritted her teeth, her body taut as if about to unleash power. Her hands swept across, brilliant purple magic power erupted. Liu Feng and Zhao Jin were flung far away. Liu Feng realized inwardly, divine rank, and far stronger than the one outside. Alice coldly shifted her gaze toward him, her eyes icy. She extended her hand, purple magic power swirling around her fingertips. In an instant, Liu Feng's clothes were pulled away. Those garments immediately covered Alice's body, concealing her snow-white form. Liu Feng said awkwardly, "There are spare clothes in my space." Her gaze swept over him coldly like a blade. He quickly covered his mouth, falling silent and not daring to speak further. Liu Feng took out another outfit to change into. Fortunately, he still had other clothes. Just then, Luo Duo appeared with his subordinates. "Brat, where can you run this time?" He looked at Alice in shock and asked, "Who are you?" Alice did not respond at all. Luo Duo angrily shouted, "I am talking to you." Alice raised her hand indifferently. Purple magic power transformed into a sword and burst forth. Luo Duo was stunned, not yet understanding what was happening. Sword light swept past. He only had time to feel a gust of cold wind brush by. She remained calm, continuing to summon 4 rings of magic power that revolved around her. Liu Feng watched the scene in horror. Her cold stance made him recall something. Thought flashed through his mind, it was her. Liu Feng called out with a trembling voice, "Shadow Goddess." Alice looked at him and asked coldly, "You were just trying to kill me." Liu Feng hurriedly waved his hands. "No, it was a misunderstanding." Alice rushed forward as fast as lightning. She grabbed his collar tightly. "Why do you carry my aura on you?" Liu Feng stammered, "Goddess, I am your friend, how can you not remember?" Alice turned her face away, her hand reaching out to seize something else. She seized Zhao Jin and squeezed, making him cry out, "Let me go." With both hands restraining them, she asked coldly, "You know me?" Liu Feng turned pale and replied, "Of course, we have met many times." Alice tried to recall, but her memories were hazy. "Why do I remember nothing?" Sweat ran down Liu Feng's face. She should have been on the divine continent. How did she appear inside this coffin? Alice slowly released her grip. "Who am I? Why am I here?" Her eyes reflected confusion. "Who am I?" She clutched her head in pain. "Who am I?" Her scream rang out as if tearing through space. "Who am I?" Power spread from her, causing the ground and stones to crack apart. Purple magic power erupted violently around her body. Liu Feng held Zhao Jin tightly. This pressure was too terrifying. If it continued, they would be crushed to death. He shouted, "Goddess, I have a way to help you recover your memory." Alice paid no attention, her power continuing to rise. Liu Feng gritted his teeth. His injuries worsened before they had healed. He had no choice but to awaken her. He slowly raised his hand, his eyes shining with determination. He shouted, "Domain, amethyst sword aura." Sword energy surged as it shot toward Alice. Alice raised her hand to block coldly. "You truly intend to kill me." Magical power around Alice erupted violently as she shot toward Liu Feng like a raging tempest. Immediately after, she unleashed a blazing violet stream of energy and let out a shout filled with killing intent. Liu Feng cried out in panic that he had a way to help her recover her memories. Just as that force was about to strike him, it suddenly halted midair and trembled lightly. The doubts that had accumulated for so long made her unable to hold back. She demanded in a low voice how he intended to find them. Holding Zhao Jin in one arm, Liu Feng took out a small statue with the other and asked whether she found it familiar. Alice narrowed her eyes and stared intently at the object, trying to search through her vague memory. Yet everything remained blank. She had no impression at all. Liu Feng pondered. If she did not remember, then either she had truly forgotten or she was not the same person. Then the only option left was to activate the statue and see. The moment he released the statue, he circulated his magic power and activated the Shadow Slaughter formation. The statue floated in midair, trembling slightly as if being awakened. It suddenly went completely still for a few breaths. Then it fell straight to the ground and shattered. Liu Feng cried out in shock, unable to understand what had happened. Alice lowered her voice, her gaze sharp as a blade as she asked whether he was deceiving her. He waved his hands in flustered denial, and asked to try once more. Suddenly she coughed violently, dark red streaks spilling from the corner of her lips with each cough. After that bout of exhaustion, her body went limp and collapsed into Liu Feng's arms. He hurriedly caught her, his eyes filled with worry as he asked what had happened to her. Xiao Jin quickly tugged at him and urged him to leave at once. If they waited for her to wake up, they might not survive. Without hesitation, Xiao Jin immediately turned and ran ahead. Liu Feng followed behind. Alice lay on the ground, her body trembling slightly, her lips moving as if trying to stop them. She gasped for breath, her weak voice pleading for them not to leave. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass, shining upon Floria's hair as she knelt inside the church. Floria bowed devoutly, placing all her faith into her prayer. Suddenly, steady footsteps sounded from behind, breaking the sacred stillness. Roman called to his daughter that the followers of the evil god had arrived and urged her to leave. Yet Floria kept her hands clasped and said the deity had heard and would save them. He replied in despair that the god of light had turned his back, they must leave at once. Floria shook her head in disbelief, insisting that the deity would not abandon his most faithful follower. The brilliant stained glass windows suddenly exploded, shards scattering everywhere. Taekwang slowly stepped out, his eyes icy with a faint, meaningful smile. He gave a cold laugh and said that the god of light, in order to deal with the dragon god, had made a deal with his master, and they were merely pawns. Those words left Floria stunned, her face turning pale in shock. The truth was too heavy for her to accept. Roman handed Floria to Celia and told her to quickly take the girl away. Celia held the girl tightly and hurried off, her eyes filled with anxiety. Floria looked back, her gaze brimming with unease. Even while enduring heavy blows from Kai Kwang, Roman still roared for them to keep running. Celia clutched Floria in despair, tears mingling with her hurried steps. She flung open the church doors, every second now precious. The sight outside left them both frozen, panic flooding in. Kai Kwang's subordinates had already been waiting, sealing off every path. When Floria saw them rushing forward, she screamed in terror. Awakening in a haze, Floria realized she was in a bath. She let out a soft sigh of relief, her hand touching the cool water. Holding her head from the pain, she wondered why she would dream of that after more than 10,000 years. A strange violet vortex suddenly appeared before her, violently twisting the surrounding space. She widened her eyes, realizing someone was calling her. That aura belonged to that boy. Floria reached out her hand and softly said she was free, so she would go take a look. A sudden suction force pulled her into the violet vortex ahead. That power dragged her even harder, causing Floria to cry out in alarm. She frowned in worry, not understanding why that man had stepped into the battlefield of the gods, a place even gods found difficult to enter. Stepping into the silent space, she softly said that if that man survived he would come here, and then she would receive him properly. In the pitch-black darkness, a small flame flickered as if trying to dispel the night. Alice slowly opened her eyes, as if just awakening from an endless slumber. She suddenly sat up, startling Liu Feng into exclaiming that she had awakened. Cautiously explained that earlier it had only been a misunderstanding. He had no intention of harming her. She glanced at the object in his hand and asked what it was. Liu Feng said it was a divine sealing scroll given by an elder, but Alice said it had no effect on her. He gave a wry smile, admitting he had guessed as much, and asked whether she had calmed down. She cut him off and directly asked whether he truly could help her recover her memories. Liu Feng replied that she greatly resembled a friend of his. If he could find that person it might help, but that person was on the continent of the gods and perhaps she did not remember. Pointed to the ground and explained about 2 different planes, and that one had to pass through a connecting gate to reach that continent. After speaking, he looked up and asked whether she understood what he had said. Alice looked at Xiao Jin holding a chicken leg and casually told him to hand over another one. Liu Feng asked in confusion whether she was hungry, then suddenly wondered whether even a divine soul felt hunger. Alice replied that she did not know what hunger was, she only felt that her body needed it. Xiao Jin hugged the chicken leg tightly, his voice full of vigilance as he said it was his. Just as he turned away, the boy froze in shock when the chicken leg had already disappeared. Liu Feng smiled and handed the chicken leg to Alice, saying Xiao Jin was not hungry. She took it, surprise flickering in her eyes. Alice tried taking a small bite, the flavor spreading through her mouth. Her eyes lit up in astonishment at the delicious taste. Xiao Jin angrily shouted that she had taken his food. Liu Feng gently coaxed him, saying she had not eaten for a long time so he should yield a little. He said seriously that to reach the continent of the gods one must pass through the lost garden and defeat an extremely powerful gatekeeper, but with her strength it might not be too difficult. Alice spoke while eating that each time she made a move she suffered backlash, her strength gradually declining. Liu Feng asked in surprise whether that meant she was weaker than before, though she could still easily defeat others. Thinking of that, an indescribable irritation rose within him. He said that if she were not continuously weakening, he could accompany her on a journey, but now it was different. Alice held a chicken drumstick as she spoke. From now on I will follow you until I recover my lost memories. That is right, from now on I must have this dish every day. Liu Feng looked at Xiao Jin like that and could only sigh helplessly before nodding. Fine then, do as you wish. While she ate with great relish, Xiao Jin sat beside her with reddened eyes, feeling wrong. He let out a soft sigh of relief, for now it could be considered calm after the storm, and it was unclear whether Hong Yi Lion Yi had sent the letter to Wei yet. The scene shifted to a desolate wasteland. The sound of birds rang out clearly in the silent air. In that setting, Lion Yi and Hong Yi stood side by side, each of them filled with vigilance. The mysterious man chuckled softly, truly unexpected. A human from a land abandoned by the gods carries the aura of a fallen angel. Interesting, this trip has not been in vain. 3 days passed, an ominous castle emerged in the night like a ghostly silhouette. Liu Feng and Alice stood close together, intently watching the territory ahead. He exclaimed in astonishment, a territory this vast, the master of this place must be exceedingly formidable. Liu Feng turned and asked, Goddess Manhwa, why did you suddenly change course and lead me here? He noticed Alice raise her head in thought and immediately asked, have you remembered something? Xiao Jin said worriedly, Liu Feng, are we really going to enter such a powerful territory? It is very dangerous. He replied that according to the map records, this was the stronghold where the divine souls resided. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light flared up, illuminating the surrounding space. Pablo appeared and introduced that Hachko-La City was a domain established by Lord Hachko-La upon the remains of a colossal beast. This place was not only brimming with energy, but also protected by the Lord. He looked straight at Liu Feng and asked bluntly, so are you going in or not? Both Liu Feng and Xiao Jin were stunned for a moment before answering in unison, of course we are. Xiao Jin hurried over to pick up Pablo's fallen jaw, reattached it for him and asked softly, are you all right? After adjusting himself, Pablo said, it is only natural for someone newly awakened to be naive. Quickly hand over the undead spirit fluid and enter to reside. Liu Feng thought, thanks to her support, these divine souls truly did not detect my human identity. It was just that. He asked Pablo, may I know what the undead spirit fluid is? He widened his eyes. You do not even know about the undead spirit fluid, truly ignorant. The undead spirit fluid is. Idea suddenly appeared, cutting off Pablo's explanation. He reproached him, planning to bully the newcomer again. Fine then, I will pay his entrance fee for him. Liu Feng clasped his hands in gratitude, his eyes filled with sincerity. Many thanks to this friend. Alice said nothing, only coldly turned and walked away, leaving everyone around stunned. Seeing her leave abruptly, Liu Feng awkwardly called out loudly, sorry, wait for me. Watching the three gradually walk away, Pablo stood dumbfounded and was about to call after them, hey, newcomers you all. Taidio immediately stopped him, mind your own business, do not interfere in matters that do not concern you. He suddenly felt a pang of pity for that person, a poor rookie who had just awakened only to run into warped law enforcers, still believing there were decent people here, just like himself when he first awakened. Liu Feng hurried after Alice, reminding her as he walked, do not be so reckless. Alice glanced around, the resources here feel familiar to me. He was slightly surprised, you mean the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is dense. No wonder one must hand over purple spirit fluid to enter. At that moment Taidio appeared and spoke, outside this city it is still rather weak. The cultivation tower in Hachko-La City is the true standard, naturally the purple spirit fluid fee is higher. Liu Feng turned and bowed politely, thank you senior for stepping in to save us earlier. May I ask what purple spirit fluid is and how to obtain it? Taidio explained, it is the essence of energy condensed when a divine soul completely dissipates, extremely pure, refining it will increase strength. As for how to obtain it. Pausing for a beat, he circulated his inner force and struck straight at Liu Feng, shouting, it is exactly like this. This move is called White Bone Guard. Binding, suddenly surrounded by countless white bones, Liu Feng was startled. What is this? In the blink of an eye, the white bones pressed against his face. Liu Feng closed his eyes and endured the force of the attack. Xiao Jin was seized and immediately cried out in disgust, these bones stink. In just a moment, all three were buried in a heap of bones, looking like gigantic cocoons. Taidia clasped his hands and chanted, turn into pure purple spirit fluid, white bone guard, soul refinement. At that time, demonic energy from the three bone cocoons continuously emitted waves of dark power. Just then Liu Feng's sword suddenly pierced through the bone, shattering them like melting ice. Seeing this, Taidya could not help exclaiming in shock, how could this be? Beneath the ground, a pale blood-stained hand was struggling to claw its way up. Liu Feng flew into a rage, swinging his sword and shouting, "Is this damned place full of treacherous people?" Taidya refused to be outdone, slamming his hand onto the ground and channeling power to unleash dream suppression binding. In the air, streams of killing intent like vines surged forward to attack Liu Feng. Of course he would not submit so easily. Liu Feng circulated his inner force throughout his body and roared, quadruple strike. But when the attack made contact, those vines immediately disintegrated. They were not destroyed, but shifted into a defensive form before counterattacking. Black energy quickly gathered into vengeful spirits, clinging to Liu Feng and screaming, "Die, die." His vision darkened, everything becoming blurred and hard to grasp. He felt as if he were about to faint, his head spinning, his body heavy and unable to move. Suddenly a voice rang out in warning, "Liu Feng, watch out behind you." He managed to steady himself but still could not react in time. A massive shadow had already engulfed him. Taidya stood atop his mount and ordered coldly, "Swallow him, corpse dragon." As soon as the words fell, the corpse dragon opened its huge mouth and growled toward Liu Feng. In an instant, it lunged forward and swallowed Liu Feng whole. Fortunately, with quick reflexes, he managed to wedge his sword into its mouth to block it. Sweat poured down as he realized his body was gradually losing sensation. In a brief lapse, a shadow flashed behind him and startled him. Liu Feng's shoulder was slashed with a deep wound, blood immediately gushing out. Taidya had lost an arm yet laughed in delight after tasting Liu Feng's blood. Fresh blood is indeed alluring. Not wanting to tangle with this freak, Liu Feng shouted loudly, "Xiao Jin." Upon hearing the command, Xiao Jin immediately spewed a fierce blaze. Corpse Dragon was scorched by the flames and roared in pain, sending chills down the spine. Thanks to that, Liu Feng broke free from the restraint. As he fell, Xiao Jin rushed to catch him. Liu Feng wake up. Seeing that scene, Taidya revealed a cold smile. It is over. He unleashed his final strike, Soul Requiem Forbidden Spell, Reaper Side. Liu Feng fell into extreme danger, hanging by a single thread. Despite being severely injured, he refused to let himself fall, seizing the chance to counterattack. Tightening his grip on the sword, Liu Feng executed the move, Sword Domain. Staring at his opponent, he shouted, "Death Faith Sword Aura." Carrying an overwhelming momentum, he charged straight toward the Grim Reaper summoned by Taidya. The next instant, the Grim Reaper was pierced through. Taidya was also gravely wounded to the point of coughing blood. A thunderous explosion resounded. Smoke and dust filled the air. It seemed Liu Feng had gained the upper hand. Even so, the energy aftershock still sent him flying far away. Xiao Jin was also swept away and thrown outward. Two crashed heavily onto the ground. Liu Feng held Xiao Jin tightly to shield the little one. He spat out a mouthful of blood, thinking that without the remaining trace of divine soul, it would have been disastrous. Immediately after, a sharp pain struck his chest, and blood surged out once more. Remembering Xiao Jin in his arms, he hurriedly asked, "Xiao Jin, are you all right?" Alice stepped forward. Her calm expression made Liu Feng slightly surprised. Liu Feng said, "Big sister, even if I told you not to intervene, could you really stand by and watch me die?" He replied calmly, "I sensed a powerful energy within you," then handed over a black pearl. "You will not die yet." He accepted it and thanked her, so the nether spirit essence was divine soul energy. He had thought it was something novel. Suddenly a clear voice rang out, "I saw everything." Liu Feng became alert. Who is there? Luna turned into a small flower on the ground. Teasing that she saw everything, Liu Feng asked, "So what?" Luna returned to her original form and laughed. "That is why you need me." She handed over an introduction sheet. "I am Luna, a professional guide. This place is full of struggles, so you need a safe spot. I can help." After speaking, she gently proposed that payment could be made with nether spirit essence. Upon hearing the price, Liu Feng refused, saying no need. Luna hurriedly stopped him, "Do not rush." Even while he was tending to his wounds, she kept talking. "I am the best guide in Hachkola City. I can handle everything above and below." Xiao Jin eagerly cut in, "Food, I want it." Liu Feng pressed his head down. "Does a divine soul also need to eat?" Luna explained that of course, most divine souls use energy, but those who reconstruct bodies prefer delicacies like this big sister. Liu Feng looked at Alice, thinking that she was indeed not an ordinary divine soul. Luna lowered her voice and tempted them. "I can also find special rooms, full of entertainment, guaranteed enjoyment." Liu Feng pretended not to understand. "I do not know what you mean." Xiao Jin tilted his head and asked, "What kind of entertainment?" Luna gleefully listed, such as trampolines, nurse outfits. Suddenly a hand gripped Luna's neck, making her freeze in shock. Alice said coldly that she did not like the way Luna looked at her when speaking. Luna was bewildered. Why are you grabbing me? Even Lord Hatchcola can hardly keep me. After observing for a moment, Luna laughed. So this big sister is the important one, I misjudge. She turned to the two and asked whether they were her pet and servant. Xiao Jin became furious, saying he was a divine dragon. Liu Feng had to hold him back. Luna moved closer to Alice and fawned, "Big sister, just give your orders." Alice looked toward the tall black tower in the distance and said, "Take me there." Following Lona's instructions, the whole group immediately gathered before the gate leading into that gloomy region. Seeing Luna calmly conversing with the guard who was nothing but a skeleton, he could not help but shiver. Something that had left the mortal world yet still sent chills down one's spine must have been terrifying beyond measure when alive. Before long, Luna returned with the news that all procedures were complete. "We can enter now." Before stepping through the gate, she sternly reminded them that after entering Hatch-Ko-La City, they must not engage in combat without permission. Anyone who violated the rule would be dealt with immediately. Liu Feng asked in surprise, would that not mean protecting the weak? Is Hatch-Ko-La truly so generous? Luna shook her head and explained that such protection had to be exchanged with death spirit fluid, and that meant fierce competition. She added that inside the city there was a soul arena specifically for deciding victors. The survivor had to hand over half of the death spirit fluid obtained, the rest was used in the cultivation tower, and the cycle repeated endlessly. According to Lu Na's understanding, in the end everyone who set foot here would be completely devoured by Hatch-Ko-La. After carefully giving all the instructions, the group finally entered one after another. After walking a little farther, Luna excitedly pointed ahead. "We are here, that is the cultivation tower of Hatch-Ko-La City." Liu Feng looked on in amazement. Even before entering, the energy here is already far denser. It is truly hard to believe. At this moment, Lu Na was like a tour guide, explaining that the city was built upon the corpse of an ancient giant beast, and the cultivation tower stood at its very center. She pointed in another direction. "Do not think Hatch-Ko-La is generous. His palace occupies the most prime location in the city." Over there, Alice suddenly approached that area, and the moment she reached out to touch it, a surge of energy immediately rose. A trace of sadness crossed her face. The feeling was strangely familiar, yet her memories were completely blank. Seeing her confusion, Liu Feng hurried over to reassure her. "Do not worry, I said I would help you." Alice merely gazed at him silently, her focused eyes making Liu Feng ask awkwardly, "What is it?" Suddenly she stepped closer and lifted his chin, the bold action making him flinch slightly. With an indifferent expression, Alice evaluated him. "You also carry a similar aura." Liu Feng's face flushed red, inwardly lamenting being teased into such embarrassment. Luna nudged Xiao Jin's shoulder. "Hey little beast, what exactly is the relationship between those two?" The boy growled in protest. "I am not a pet. It is just that women who meet Liu Feng can hardly escape his charm." Luna burst into laughter and waved her hand. "All right, I understand." After that she turned to everyone. "Stop standing around. Let me take you inside to have a look." Hearing that, the group silently followed her forward. Not long after, Liu Feng stood before a vast space filled with countless densely arranged doors. Xiao Jin gaped in astonishment. "What kind of rooms are these? There are so many." Luna explained that those who came here focused entirely on cultivation. The size of the rooms was not important, though there were occasional exceptions. Liu Feng felt dizzy listening to her. She added that the energy inside the tower did not differ much, but most preferred the higher floors to avoid disturbance. "Since you arrived late, only the lower floors remain." Liu Feng immediately asked, "Then how is the usage fee calculated?" Luna quickly quoted the price: 5 drops of Supreme Tier Death Spirit fluid in exchange for 1 month of cultivation. He took out the black object in his hand and hesitantly asked, "Can this count as 1 drop?" Luna immediately snatched it away. "This is a complete essence. It can be separated into 10 drops of Death Spirit fluid. I will pay the fee for you, 1 room for each person." Then she leaned close to Liu Feng's ear and whispered teasingly, "If you want, I can also arrange a shared room to conveniently nurture your feelings." Liu Feng forced a smile. "Wait a moment. Is it not 5 drops per room?" Luna put her hands on her hips, guiding the way and explaining like this is exhausting, and you will not even count it as payment. How heartless. Realizing he had been tricked, Liu Feng angrily chased after her shouting, "Give it back to me. I never hired you." Luna shot off laughing loudly. "Catch me first and then talk." Xiao Jin was already displeased with her. Seeing this, he immediately cheered. Liu Feng teach her a lesson. Just then a sharp hand swung over and knocked Xiao Jin aside. "Move. Do not block the way." Seeing the boy knocked away, Liu Feng hurried over to catch him. Xiao Jin Xiao Jin glared angrily. You hateful man, let me go so I can deal with him. Liu Feng lightly tapped his forehead. It was only a slight bump, there is no need to make a big fuss. The young man looked at him with cold eyes, what not satisfied. Luna hurriedly intervened, peace brings talent, but Xiao Jin refused to yield. If not satisfied, then fight. Luna whispered to Liu Feng, he is Ko-2, a divine stage expert. Hatch Kola wants to recruit him with the Dark Dragon team, stay out of it. Liu Feng suddenly understood. The rule against private fights only binds the weak, right? Luna nodded slightly, can be understood that way. Not wanting to dwell further, Liu Feng turned to his teammates, let's go. Ko-2 stepped close to Alice, teasing, someone like him has no future, better follow me. Alice's eyes grew icy, discomfort clear on her face. Ko-2 reached out to touch her cheek arrogantly. Instantly Alice swung, slapping him loudly. Perhaps never treated this way, Ko-2 held his stinging cheek, gritting his teeth in rage. He clenched his fist, lunging with intent to strike heavily. Liu Feng blocked in front of Alice, taking the hit for her. Blood spurted at the corner of his mouth, uncontrollably. Ko-2 grew more furious, launching continuous attacks forcing Liu Feng to retreat. He sneered, you claim to be a hero saving the beauty, laughable. Luna reminded from outside, Ko-2, private fights are forbidden in the city, I warn you. He casually tossed a few drops of purple soul relic at her, as if to silence her. Indeed effective, Luna didn't intervene further, only said don't go too far. Then she pretended not to notice, I'll go register a room for you. Liu Feng watched, snorting, truly sees advantage and forgets righteousness. With tacit permission, Ko-2 drew a massive black blade. He gripped the weapon tightly, shouting bring it on. Liu Feng struggled to stand, I still have inner power, if you wish mutual harm, try it. Ko-2 froze, face pale for a moment, what? Liu Feng looked him straight in the eye, aren't you afraid of being punished for private fights? He continued, but what if this fight damages Hatch Kola's palace? His voice turned cold, you think you can defeat me before I counterattack? Ko-2 narrowed his eyes, are you threatening me? Liu Feng smirked faintly, you figure it out. Two stared tensely, aura rising as if to devour each other. Finally Ko-2 knew to stop at the right moment, withdrawing power from his hand. Turning his back he said coldly, I'll let you live a few more days, I'll still find you. Alice quietly withdrew her inner power, eyes still on him. As Ko-2 left, Liu Feng collapsed, exhausted. Xiao Jin hurriedly supported him, blaming himself for being too weak to help. Liu Feng smiled to reassure, same here, we'll try together. At this moment Alice quietly approached, Liu Feng turned to look at her. He showed no gratitude, only a slight reproach, knowing he was no match, why intervene? Liu Feng smiled, you once said using power drains oneself and affects strength, not worth reducing yourself for this. Alice was silent briefly, recalling how she made him blush, finally only responded softly. At that moment, Luna spoke up to announce that she had finished paying and handed over the token for you to enter. The room number was clearly written on it. Since the time she betrayed Liu Feng for money, in his eyes Luna had already lost all goodwill. After receiving the room card, the group did not hesitate and went inside together. Seeing no one paying attention, Luna called out loudly, I have not finished speaking yet. Being ignored, Luna grumbled irritably, truly crossing the river and tearing down the bridge. I even took the trouble to choose a good room for you, how annoying. After walking a bit further, Liu Feng finally found his room. It was number 115. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out to open the door. After moving non-stop all day, everyone was exhausted. But the moment he looked inside, Liu Feng seemed startled and let out a cry of surprise. The room interior was arranged rather unusually. The dominant red tones and decorative details easily evoked an atmosphere filled with suggestion. Seeing him standing frozen, Alice stepped forward and asked, why are you not going in? Hearing that, Liu Feng hurriedly blocked the door, wait. Alice did not understand his action, her face showing a trace of confusion. Liu Feng stammered, not knowing how to explain. Just then Xiao Jin called out, Liu Feng, look at this. Boy held up a strange object, innocently praising it as soft and similar to something he had seen on Long Dao. Liu Feng flushed red, snatched the item back and scolded, children must not play around carelessly. Seeing him act strangely, Xiao Jin asked, what is wrong? Liu Feng stuttered, this room is. Alice picked up an item in her hand and asked calmly, why are you so tense? Only then did Liu Feng remember that she had no memories. Xiao Jin also did not understand anything. What was he even worrying about? About 10 minutes later, the room had been rearranged, and the awkward atmosphere eased considerably. He wiped his sweat and let out a sigh of relief. It feels much better. After pausing for a moment, he turned to Alice as if wanting to say something, hey, you. But she had already closed her eyes and fallen asleep at some point. Liu Feng was surprised, already asleep. Alice slept soundly, her face revealing a peaceful and gentle expression. Looking at her, Liu Feng felt a bit of heartache, not knowing which was her true self. He recalled that in the past she had acted coldly like a machine. He pondered silently. It was truly hard to connect those two images together. Being stared at, Alice opened her eyes and asked, "What are you looking at?" Liu Feng forced a smile and scratched his head, saying he wanted to wake her, and that he planned to stay here to cultivate a bit more. Xiao Jin whispered, "But only for 1 month. What about after that?" Liu Feng replied that he would go to the Soul Arena to try his luck. Alice frowned. "If you go there, that man may seize the opportunity to act against you." Liu Feng reassured her. Alice then said, "If that is the case, no one will help me find my memories." Hearing that, he only wanted to bang his head against the wall for overthinking so much. Elsewhere, Ko-Tu stepped into a luxurious room where someone was already waiting. That man said coldly that everything had been arranged. Wait until the target disappears and then join the team. He was Fei Zai. Ko-Tu showed gratitude and bowed respectfully. He revealed a sinister smile, not expecting to encounter someone carrying such special energy. Thinking of Alice, he plotted to use her to elevate his cultivation. A day later, Liu Feng focused intently on circulating his power, more concentrated than ever. Xiao Jin said he had just sensed a familiar aura from afar, growing clearer and clearer. Liu Feng asked whether it could be traces of the senior, and if the direction could be determined. Xiao Jin guessed it was the south. Liu Feng gave a wry smile and corrected him, "That is the east. Clearly you have no sense of direction." Alice calmly said that was the north. Two argued for a while. In the end, neither was certain. Liu Feng could only laugh awkwardly. At that moment, the door opened. Liu Feng looked at the newcomer and asked his identity. That man coldly conveyed the order that he must participate in the arena tomorrow. Otherwise, the consequences would be hard to predict. After speaking, that man turned and left. Liu Feng called out to him but received no reply. Grew wary. This might be a scheme using someone else's name to force him into a dangerous match. Xiao Jin worriedly suggested leaving. Liu Feng reassured him that he still had a trump card, so there was no need to fear too much. Yet in his heart he calculated that if the other side truly had powerful backing, it would be very troublesome. At the arena, the crowd buzzed as if waiting for a grand performance. Liu Feng realized this place was tied to gambling, truly a game driven by profit. Gusi saw him and mocked him for not choosing to flee. Liu Feng looked into the distance and asked who the person who had just appeared was. Luna stood among the crowd, calling for everyone to line up and place their bets. He explained there was no direct win or lose option, only betting on how many opponents one could defeat. Xiao Jin pointed ahead. Liu Feng complained why he ran into her everywhere he went. Luna quickly approached and loudly greeted the guest. Seeing him avoid her, she still enticed him to bet with attractive odds and even offered to reserve a spot. She continued promoting, saying that most positions could be chosen except the VIP area. When she asked about the room last night, Liu Feng warily asked what condition it would take for her to stay away from him. Luna revealed a satisfied smile, as if she had achieved her goal. Liu Feng promised to hand over the reward if there was one. Luna reminded him to understand the rules clearly. She explained that the arena was held periodically, with no limit on participants or methods. Each match lasted half an hour. Once time was up, it had to stop. Those remaining would receive the reward. She laughed cheerfully, affirming that strength itself was the rule. Looking at Alice, she suggested that she participate. Alice calmly agreed. Luna excitedly said she would open additional betting line. Xiao Jin reminded them to leave. Liu Feng said they should find a good spot first. A voice rang out ordering all participants to take their positions. The space was about to close. Immediately everyone rushed forward to prepare. Liu Feng stood up and said he would participate. Alice told him to be careful. He responded softly and then dashed forward. Upon arriving, he saw a chaotic melee, truly a place of real trial. His opponent appeared. Gu Si charged over with a sword in hand. Liu Feng quickly circulated his power and drew his sword to meet the attack. After one strike, Gu Si was shaken to the point of spitting out a mouthful of blood. The surrounding space suddenly sank into a gloomy darkness. Liu Feng unleashed a powerful strike, carrying a special aura. But another force suddenly intervened, causing his power to dissipate. He was startled, gritted his teeth, his gaze growing more vigilant. O2 clenched that surge of energy in his hand, a grin of barely contained satisfaction on his face. He squeezed, crushing the power, then sneered at Liu Feng. "Brat, meeting again so soon." In another shadowed space, the one seated on the main throne was Hach Ko La, master of the land bearing his name. He glanced at his subordinate Fei Zai. Was he the one coerced into the Soul Arena? Hearing the question, he scratched his head awkwardly. The subordinate merely helped Ko-Tu a little. Kola spoke deeply. Ko too is a rebel under Faplan Ka, one of the three great forces of the fallen angel. You wish to use intelligence from him to gain merit before me. Azai bowed respectfully, serving the Lord. He dared not claim credit. Kola laughed coldly. I said serve me, then treat it as entertainment. On the other side, Liu Feng and Ko Tu continued their fierce clash, engaged in a tense pursuit. Of course, he wouldn't let Liu Feng escape freely for long. At this moment, Ko Tu swung a fierce slash again. Liu Feng refused to yield, countering with his inner power, opening the solid domain of Purple Star Sword. At the same time, a violent whirlwind erupted. Swirling wind charged straight at Ko Tu's black dragon. An instant explosion erupted. Ko Tu was flung high yet seemed unharmed. Liu Feng was hit immediately after, his body thrown back with a mouthful of blood, leaving him stunned. What happened? Looking up, he gritted his teeth as he saw the Purple Star Sword shattered by him. Ko Tu laughed arrogantly at Liu Feng. Brat, is that all your strength? He continued coughing, thinking that in just minutes he had faced danger several times, unable even to counter the domain. The gap between Supreme and God level was too wide. Ko Tu charged recklessly again. It's about time you left here. Facing such overwhelming power, Liu Feng was helpless. It seemed there was only one option. At the same time, he drew out a green book, channeling his inner power into it. As he opened it, the book radiated fierce energy directly at Ko Tu. Immediately, a fierce green turtle appeared in the sky, rushing forward to bite and tear. He watched, sweating, wondering what this was. Liu Feng replied calmly, it's merely a sealing scroll. Let's see if you can defeat me before I lock you. Ko Tu's eyes widened in a roar twice threatened by a tiny worm. Furious, he drew his weapon, anger spreading to affect the surroundings, detestable. Immediately after, Ko Tu became cautious, beginning to channel inner power. He swallowed something, his gaze full of hatred. This will be your final warning. Liu Feng thought, I hope this is the last time, at least to keep some dignity. Finishing, the surrounding earth and rocks rose, forming a small mountain. Liu Feng startled, Ko Tu's sudden halt quickly followed by a deadly strike. Below, a demon beast opened its tooth-filled mouth, waiting for him to fall. At the same time, the horned minions under Ko Tu's command turned to him, all shouting kill. Liu Feng soared, shouting, if I cannot defeat God level, how could I handle you? Quadruple strike. As soon as the words left, explosions resounded, the ground shaking violently. Standing atop the demon beast, Liu Feng remained alert, knowing the opponent was formidable. He examined the demonic energy in his hand, murmuring that this should suffice for a while. Suddenly, Ko Tu appeared behind, striking unexpectedly before he could react. Liu Feng fell to the ground in pain, completely unable to resist. Not stopping, Ko Tu drew his sword to strike directly at his head. Moments later, people lay scattered, and a voice proclaimed, the soul arena time has ended. The sword in Ko Tu's hand paused, though he wished to kill. He dared not disobey orders. Liu Feng could hardly move. Ko Tu was indeed too strong. Frustrated, he kicked at Liu Feng, unable to finish everything with one strike. Lucky bastard. Ever so humiliated, Liu Feng turned pale with anger. Ko Tu laughed contemptuously. Fool, did you really think I'd be intimidated? He turned his back, sparing him 2 more days, waiting until he descended. I will handle that woman for you. Liu Feng rose, wiping blood from his lips, regretting not using ringed storm sword, nearly died. He clenched his fists. Only another breakthrough could give him strength to end him personally. At that moment, energy in Liu Feng surged uncontrollably. His arm lifted unconsciously, the sudden motion startling him what was happening. The power sought to leave his hand, purple soul relic flying away. Crowd roared in anger. Half of what I risked to obtain the purple soul relic must be surrendered. Kola truly a blood-sucking devil. Unwilling, Liu Feng hurried after the energy, not wanting it stolen. From afar, he saw someone atop the demon beast staring directly at him. Liu Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, contemplating the figure before him. Above, Kola also looked down, gaze full of contempt like viewing weeds. Liu Feng's heart shook. That was Kola. At the same time, his body's energy continued being drained. All energy absorbed from everyone converged, flying toward the dragon ahead. Liu Feng sweat, so that is the might of God-tier king level. No wonder Ko Tu stopped. His vision dimmed just as Luna passed by, touching him and calling, hey. His body fell like a leaf. Liu Feng groaned, utterly exhausted. Pausing, he realized he fell on something soft and startled, seemed to press against someone. A small hand reached out. Liu Feng followed to push himself upright. Luna scolded angrily, you crushed me, you detestable. Nearby, Alice and Zio Jin rushed over to check Liu Feng. Seeing him unable to rise, Alice extended her hand, could not get up. His gaze on her seemed different. Liu Feng fell silent. Eventually he reached out. Alice grasped his hand and helped him up. He looked intently at the girl, softly saying thank you. Alice frowned, turning away, voice annoyed. Go heal and train, I will deal with him. But Liu Feng hurriedly held her hand, surprising Alice, not understanding why. She turned, eyes full of suspicion, awaiting explanation. Liu Feng looked at her resolutely. Let me deal with him myself, all right. Alice seemed to disagree, turning away silently. Liu Feng pulled her hand, leading ahead. Let's go. Back at the residence, night fell. He and everyone gathered for dinner in the dining hall. Letter 1ED9NA should go over and greet them to build some goodwill. This dish tastes quite good. If not for my sake, you might not even have the chance to enjoy it. Liu Feng frowned. Do not think I did not see you signaling the owner earlier. You must have gained quite a bit of benefit as well. Right after that, Luna reached out for the large piece of meat on the table, her eyes filled with desire, speaking as if nothing had happened. Liu Feng did not let her have her way. He pushed her aside and asked directly, Speak, what is your purpose in calling us here? Luna quickly replied, as long as you give me 50 drops of Supreme Spirit Essence, I will help you deal with Ko too. He will not let this go easily. He will surely force you to join the Soul Arena in 2 days, and it will be very dangerous then. Liu Feng showed displeasure. I nearly lost my life to obtain 30 drops and even had half taken away, yet you demand 50. Luna still spoke boldly. This is my proposal, but it is strange. Why do you not agree to let Big Sister step in to help? Liu Feng frowned at her. I am also curious. It seems you really want her to interfere. Hearing that, Luna was slightly startled, unable to stop herself from exclaiming in surprise. As soon as the words fell, he sprang to his feet in anger. You should think carefully about what kind of act you are trying to put on. After that, Liu Feng left a sentence behind and turned away. Let us order more food. Luna stood frozen, thinking to herself, could it be that I have exposed myself so clearly? At that moment, a staff member approached, saying they had received special favor, 8 drops of spirit essence. Luna was shocked. What, was I not the one inviting? Then she could not hold back and shouted, Bastard, you did not even pay. After finishing the meal, on the way back, Liu Feng sat quietly to recover his energy. While healing, he silently lamented how difficult it had been to exchange for these things. Thinking of the black dragon that had drained more than half of his spirit essence, Liu Feng could not help feeling annoyed. Looking at the item in his hand, he said to himself, if I were strong enough, how could I watch others take it away? Then he clenched his hand tightly and made up his mind, I will use half of it first. After speaking, Liu Feng closed his eyes and focused all his spirit on sensing his surroundings. In just a moment, he felt as if he had fallen into a space created by himself, surrounded by layers of dense power. Looking up at the sky, Liu Feng said, last time 4 drops were not enough. I do not believe that 15 drops this time will still fail. He continued gathering energy, pouring all his strength into it. This time I must succeed. His inner force surged, and in the sky, a massive stream of energy quickly appeared just as expected. Sweat poured out endlessly. He wondered why this time it hurt so much more than before. Gritting his teeth to endure, Liu Feng felt as if his body was about to explode. Finally exceeding the limit, he shouted loudly, no, it cannot be like this. At that very moment, he was shocked to see a gigantic hand emerge from the void as if trying to pull him. In his spiritual space, he felt as if his soul were being torn in two, the pain twisting his expression. In reality, he spat out a mouthful of blood, startling Alice, who stood beside him. As soon as he opened his eyes, Liu Feng froze. What is she trying to do? Alice's face was so close at that moment that he could not help but blush. Alice stared at him and asked directly, you look very tense, what happened? Liu Feng replied awkwardly, what are you trying to do? Without saying much, Alice moved closer, her voice cold, look at me. In his heart he could only complain. This action made him extremely embarrassed. The distance between them was uncomfortably close. Alice remained calm while Liu Feng could barely endure it. Then she transmitted energy into his body through her breath, causing his breathing to become rapid. Feeling that stream of power, Liu Feng was astonished. This is pure energy. In his spiritual space, he seemed to be falling into a bottomless abyss. Alice reminded him to focus, and he was pulled back into his cultivation state. Not wanting to waste her strength, Liu Feng quickly entered meditation and continued cultivating. The energy within his body erupted fiercely. This time the progress was far smoother. He raised his hand to shield his eyes from the beam of light shining straight at him. In the sky, the stars gradually connected into shapes, creating a mystical scene. Liu Feng lifted his head and muttered, I have broken through. I have reached the peak of supreme. Countless symbols appeared in his eyes, leaving him astonished. His body rose into the air, telling himself, this is the sword domain, 2nd level. As he spoke, he gathered his strength and unleashed the move devouring God Star Array, activate. His gaze became sharp. He thought that if he met Ko Tu again, he would definitely not let him escape easily. Then Liu Feng opened his eyes, his gaze still somewhat unfocused as it looked ahead. His heart suddenly stirred. Could it be that she wanted to move closer? He closed his eyes again, wondering whether he should accept it or not. But right after that, sensing a familiar aura, he immediately opened his eyes. The one close to him was Xiao Jin rather than Alice, startling him. The two hurriedly separated, coughing awkwardly while wiping their mouths. Xiao Jin burst into tears and complained, "Why did you do that? I have lost my image." Liu Feng explained awkwardly, "I was just overwhelmed with joy after breaking through and could not control myself." Xiao Jin immediately retorted, "What joy, big sister suffered losses because of you." Looking over, Alice frowned, seemingly having misjudged the amount of energy needed. She said coldly, "Consider it as me taking action once." Liu Feng was startled and about to say something when Xiao Jin cut in, "Now you know fear." His eyes turned sincere as he softly said, "Thank you." Alice replied calmly, "Everyone has gained what they needed, let us go, I want to eat something." Liu Feng looked at her and asked, "Is finding your memories really that important?" Her eyes dimmed, her voice carrying a trace of sadness. "At least I want to know who I am." Night fell. Luna walked alone into the deserted forest. She muttered, "Perhaps I was too hasty and aroused suspicion. Should I continue?" In the darkness, a black cat named Tiubok spoke coldly, "Continue." Its voice carried a hint of sorrow. "I have been searching for her for a very long time." In the bustling street, vendors' cries rang everywhere. High-grade silver armor, recovery spirit pills, buy one get one free, all kinds of exquisite items. Liu Feng was surprised. At night this place was completely different from the day, as if stepping into another world. The vendor stepped forward to promote his goods, fresh meat, once a king-level expert, perhaps it still contains energy. Liu Feng and Xiao Jin looked over and saw the bright red chunk of meat, still appearing vividly fresh. Two of them felt uncomfortable at the sight without needing to speak. Liu Feng covered his face. "I take back what I said, this place at night truly resembles nowhere else." Alice said instead, "The energy is indeed abundant." Afraid of being forced to try that thing, Liu Feng quickly pulled Alice away. "Stop talking." In front of them, a skeleton stumbled and its head fell off, startling him. Xiao Jin kindly picked it up and handed it back, but that person grew angry. "What are you looking at? Give it back." Pablo recognized them and said in surprise, "You are still alive." Xiao Jin happily replied, "You are the gatekeeper from the other day." He irritably introduced himself at length, "I am Pablo Diego Jose Santiago Francisco Paula." Liu Feng quickly stopped him enough, who could remember such a long name. Pablo continued, saying that his body was pieced together from many different people. The head belonged to Pablo, the neck to Diego, the left arm from Jos, and the right arm from another man. Liu Feng grew dejected. There was nothing enviable about this at all, but then he suddenly remembered that was right. She once said she wanted to know her own name. At once, Liu Feng came up with an idea and suggested to her, "How about I give you a name? What do you think?" After thinking for a moment, Liu Feng said, "We met at Black Mountain, so I will call you Xiao Hai, I have decided." He hurriedly corrected himself, saying he was only joking. "How about the name Alice instead, the name I once loved the most?" FF7, that pain would likely never fade for a lifetime. She looked slightly saddened but still replied, "Then before I recover my lost memories, I will bear the name Alice." After speaking, she turned and left, saying, "Let us go back." Liu Feng quickly followed, not forgetting to bid farewell to Pablo, the white-boned gentleman. He watched the three of them and muttered about recovering memories. "Aside from extremely rare beings like me who retain memories thanks to racial talent, it is far easier said than done for others." Pablo sighed regretfully. It was rare to meet someone so interesting, yet he was the target his master wanted to pursue. Must he truly obey orders and strike that man down? On this side, the candle still flickered in the night, its dim light spreading across the room. Liu Feng sat upright, circulating his inner force and focusing his mind to the utmost limit. Sweat streamed down his forehead uncontrollably. The familiar pain surged once more. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a strange space filled with astonishment. He had clearly been stabilizing his realm. Why had he come here? Where was this place? Just then, a voice rang out asking why the aura of her was on your body. He was startled and asked, "Who are you?" Inwardly, Liu Feng lamented that this was bad. He must have fallen into someone's trap while cultivating. At the same moment, Xiao Bai lunged forward, raising its claws wide as if to attack. Liu Feng bitterly realized that his body could not move at all. Immediately after, Guluo charged towards Xiao Bai with blazing momentum. He stared at the cat and slowly said, "It has been a long time since I last saw the ancestral beast." The black cat rushed forward the moment it saw him, swinging its sharp claws at the same time. Two violent forces collided, producing a thunderous explosion. Affected by the shockwave, Liu Feng was startled and let out a soft cry. At the same time, after the upheaval in the secret realm, he abruptly awoke and opened his eyes. Quickly checked his body and breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, I am fine, so it was only a dream just now. Liu Feng recalled that enormous monster and wondered what kind of ancestral beast it was, what that man's words implied, why they fought. If they could invade his dream so easily, could they not also strike at any time? He looked at her worriedly and softly called Alice. But the girl was fast asleep, even mumbling in her dream that those big chicken legs were all mine. Liu Feng laughed, already asleep. Then I will talk about it another time. Next morning, the arena was bustling. Someone shouted to bet on him defeating 10 people. Luna stood in the middle loudly opening the wagers. Once you place your bet, take your hands off. Today the star steps onto the stage again. The target is 20 lives. Suddenly a voice rang out. I bet Gu Si will lose and die outright. Luna widened her eyes in shock and asked what. Liu Feng stood there with his arms crossed and looked at Luna, asking if she dared to take the bet. She smiled smugly. Why would I not dare? The odds for you are 1 to 1. Inwardly she thought she had never heard of anyone forcing Gu Si onto the stage, yet he came on his own. Was he that confident? Watching Alice's figure, Lona could not help but guess whether she was the one acting behind the scene. Liu Feng recounted what happened in the dream, saying he suspected the person mentioned in that man's words was likely her. Just then a powerful surge of inner force rushed toward Liu Feng. He frowned and dodged. Gu Si sneered, even if you have reached the peak of supreme wisdom, to me you are still like an insect. Once I kill you I will gain a bit more nether spirit fluid. Liu Feng replied, I think that after I defeat you, I will enjoy that entire source of nether spirit fluid. As if hearing a joke, Gu Si turned his back and said then try it. On the other side, the black flag was raised in the center of the arena. The referee announced that the Soul Arena had begun. Immediately the crowd plunged into chaotic battle. Liu Feng stood beside the pile of ruins, the pungent scent of blood still lingering from the previous match. Did these people truly treat life and death so lightly? After observing for a while, he joined the fray as well, circulating his inner force and charging forward. Facing him was Gu Si. Liu Feng gritted his teeth and unleashed a cunning sword strike. That man stood there calmly and raised his hand to easily crush his sword cheek. Holding the upper hand, Gu Si poured in his inner force and shouted, "Brat, let it end." Liu Feng told himself that this time he would absolutely not repeat his previous failure. Suddenly he felt the surrounding space grow thinner until only he remained. Gu Si had vanished. This left him stunned, his gaze turning grave. What was happening? Xiao Bai appeared again, raising its claw toward him and saying, "We meet again." While dodging its attack, he provoked it. If you have the ability, then face me and speak clearly. Why do you keep sneaking into my dreams? He suddenly realized in alarm that he was fighting Gu Si. If his consciousness entered a dream like this, what was happening to his body outside? While Liu Feng was distracted, the black cattail lashed over at great speed. It tightened around him, making him uncomfortable. Damn it, I cannot use my strength. Xiao Bai let her come to see me. Attacked unexpectedly, Liu Feng roared in anger. Tell me clearly who she is. At that moment, a familiar figure stepped into his dream. It was Gu Luo, the one who had once fought the black cat alongside him. Two sides clashed again, their inner force sweeping out and causing the surroundings to tremble violently. Liu Feng stared in shock, his body gradually fading once more. Finally his consciousness returned to his body. Liu Feng cried out in joy, I am back. That instant, Gu Si fiercely charged over, shouting with killing intent. That man swung his blade down. Liu Feng immediately raised his sword to block in front of him. The two continuously exchanged moves, as if the entire arena held only them. More precisely, no one dared to compete with Gu Si for an opponent or invite trouble. Gu Si moved as lightly as the wind. Just watching made Liu Feng feel it was hard to keep up, truly fast. The moment the thought ended, Gu Si had already circled behind and delivered a heavy blow that made him spit blood. Liu Feng fell into a disadvantaged position, his body sent flying far away. Blood poured from his mouth, startling him. Even though he had reached the peak of supreme wisdom, in physical strength he was still a tier below divine platform. Gu Si looked at him with interest. You have almost caught up to my movements, if given more time. That man's expression suddenly changed. Your flesh and blood are not a divine soul. What exactly are you? Liu Feng immediately circulated his inner force and switched to another move to confront the powerful enemy. He stared at his opponent and shouted sword domain. Gu Si was horrified by that power. What kind of strength was this? If struck there would be no retreat. That man told himself that as long as he could escape, he would thoroughly investigate the secret on that brat. But Liu Feng would not let him leave so easily. He poured out his inner force and shouted, devouring God star formation activate. In the sky, Sword Chi turned black and shot straight toward Gu Si. An explosion rang out, smoke and dust billowed like a battlefield. When the smoke cleared, Gu Si was nowhere to be seen. The crowd buzzed and assumed he had been defeated. Everyone gaped in astonishment, unable to believe that a divine platform had fallen. That brat was truly terrifying. Just then a voice rang out announcing time was up, ordering everyone to stop. Liu Feng tightened his resolve, sooner or later I will stand above you. At that moment Xiao Jin ran over excitedly. Liu Feng, that move just now was overwhelming. You took down a god tier in the blink of an eye. Fondly rubbed Xiao Jin's head, of course. Who do you think I am? Yet in his heart Liu Feng felt regret that for now he could only use it once per day. Then he turned to look at Alice. At least no one had to suffer pointless injury. After a brief pause, Liu Feng asked again, right, where is Luna? I have dealt with Gu Si. She should settle the nether spirit fluid for me. 1 for 100 after all. Xiao Jin nodded excitedly, exactly. On the other side, Luna hurriedly slipped into the crowd, her heart trembling. I have to hide quickly. However, when Luna hugged the pile of nether spirits and tried to leave quietly, Liu Feng had already locked onto her whereabouts. Afraid the money she worked so hard to earn would be taken away, Luna ran while calling for help. Liu Feng immediately chased after her and shouted for her to stop. In another magnificent palace, Fei Zai stepped into the grand hall with a solemn expression. He raised his head to look at Ko La seated above and respectfully said, "My lord summoned me." The man spoke in a deep voice. Gu Si was at least a reserve member of the Nether Dragon Legion. Now that he has been killed, as captain will you remain silent? Hearing that, Kola glanced over and coldly uttered, "Kill them all." Fei Zai immediately bowed deeply. This subordinate obeyed. Kola secretly felt pleased. He had searched for that one's true body for thousands of years. This time everything must end. On this side, Liu Feng finally caught the betting boss. He smiled and held out his hand, handed over. Though extremely reluctant, Luna could only sadly hand over all the nether spirits to him. As she handed them over, she said painfully, "Can I pay the rest in installments later?" After checking, Liu Feng shook his head. "No, my nether spirit fluid must be complete." Luna was almost in tears. "That is mine." Alice spoke up. "At the arena you were stunned for a moment. Your consciousness was dragged into a dream. Why was it someone you once mentioned?" Liu Feng frowned and replied, "That is right. If he had not intervened once more in time, then, even though I was not injured in the dream, in reality I would have already lost to Gu Si." Luna muttered while eating, "Good people often suffer. Schemers live long. Do not meddle too much." Liu Feng asked irritably, "What did you say?" She hurriedly changed her tone. "I mean you are very good, extremely good." Just then a loud explosion resounded. The newcomer carried an overwhelming aura. Seeing Fei Zai appear, the crowd whispered in panic, "The executioner is here, move aside, who knows who is unlucky this time." Luna held her forehead and complained, "Trouble has come." Liu Feng asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" She explained that Gu Si had been invited by Hach Ko La into the Nether Dragon Legion. He is the captain of the guard. Seizing the chance, Luna proposed a deal. "I will help you handle him. After it is done, give me half, or 1/3 is fine." Liu Feng instead worried for her. "With soldiers arriving like this, are you sure?" Fei Zai shouted loudly, "Who killed someone under Lord Hach Ko La, seize them." Liu Feng calmly replied, "According to the arena rules, only life and death are decided without regard to status. Should I let him strike me without fighting back? In Hach Ko La City the Lord's words are law." Immediately after, he ordered, "Capture them all." The soldiers rushed forward at once. Liu Feng did not hesitate at all, drawing his sword to stand before Alice. Luna quickly stepped out to mediate. "Hey fatty, it is just a small matter. Can you give me some face? We can eat and talk, or I will offer some more nether spirit fluid." Fei Zai replied, "Miss Luna is someone Lord Hach Ko La instructed us to respect. Of course I must give face. How about this?" Knowing her weakness well, he named his price, 3 god-tier nether spirit fluids. Miss need not interfere anymore. Upon hearing that, Luna's eyes lit up. In the end, greed prevailed. She hugged the pile of nether spirits and stepped aside, sorry. Fei Zai looked satisfied, quietly waiting for Luna to leave. Abandoned once again, Liu Feng softly told Xiao Jin to prepare to risk it all. Suddenly Luna's expression turned serious as she shouted, "Hach Ko La, you have arrived." Hearing that, Fei Zai was startled and turned his head, "My lord." Taking advantage of that moment, Luna detonated the nether spirits in her arms to create chaos and shouted, "Run." The explosion made the ground tremble. The area outside was shaken as well. When the smoke and dust thinned, Fei's eye hurriedly scanned the surrounding. Everything had vanished. On the ground, only a large crater remained. The soldiers stood stunned, reporting their auras were gone. Fei's eye immediately offered a reward. Whoever finds them, alive or dead, will receive 1 god-tier nether spirit fluid. In the night, people everywhere searched for Liu Feng's whereabouts. Reports said they had searched thoroughly yet found no trace. Around the arena, dragons stood guard densely, as if they would strike the moment anyone was discovered. Meanwhile, Luna was overjoyed. I struck it rich, 3 complete god-tier ones. Liu Feng looked around and asked, is this place truly safe? She confidently replied, this is my natal divine ability. Even Hachkola might not find it. Alice coldly reminded, can you let go of my hand? Liu Feng froze and apologized. Alice said frankly, just now you intended to protect me, but your strength is still below mine. He awkwardly explained it was only a natural reflex. She asked in surprise, a reflex. Liu Feng coughed to hide his embarrassment and asked, why did you help us? Luna shrugged, I helped because I felt like it. Other matters can wait until we get out of here. Outside they are about to disperse. We must act now. Come on, Luna. When has anything ever been truly under control? Outside the guards were dense. Every corner was carefully inspected. Luna appeared and asked any discoveries. 1 soldier answered no. Another looked at her suspiciously. Are you not? With just a flick of her hand, both collapsed to the ground. She happily collected the spoil, smiling brightly and saying 2 nether spirit fluid. Liu Feng anxiously pulled her along. Leave quickly. My nether spirit fluid is still there. The 4 immediately retreated. Liu Feng's speed was astonishing. However, just as they reached the hiding point, that place suddenly erupted in a shocking explosion. On the dragon's back, a man laughed arrogantly. I knew you had not gone far. His name was Wei Dong. Sensing Wei Dong's aura, Liu Feng inwardly cursed, not good, a god-tier, big trouble. Seeing him, Wei Dong excitedly gathered power. These 10 god-tier nether spirit fluids are mine. Liu Feng immediately raised his sword to defend. Even if weaker, he could not stand idle. Wei Dong gritted his teeth and unleashed a fierce move. Freezing space, corpse god strike. Liu Feng was shaken. Without using the 2nd domain, it would be hard to contend with a god-tier, space froze solid. Forced into a corner, he glared and shouted, then I will risk it all. Saying that, Liu Feng shot forward to evade the blow. His eyes locked firmly onto his opponent. Inner force poured into the blade as he unleashed Heart Death Sword. The sword strike erupted. Wei Dong watched the attack crash toward him in horror, unable to react. What is happening? Seeing the opponent reveal a flaw, Liu Feng smiled and said it worked. Struck by the blow, Wei Dong could not believe it. He roared furiously. A mere ant dares to injure me. He immediately gripped his mace and charged again, determined not to spare him. A slender hand suddenly reached out, easily gripping the mace blade. Wei Dong was stunned. He had not expected his strike to be stopped and was utterly shocked. Turned out Alice had made her move. She seized the weapon, her icy gaze fixed on her opponent. Even Liu Feng was surprised. Luna cheered excitedly from the side. Finally, big sister has taken action. So cool. Alice said coldly, I already said before you help me recover my memories, no one is allowed to touch him. Wei Dong widened his eyes and shouted, are you tired of living? However, before his words finished, Alice gently snapped his mace like breaking a toy. Not stopping there, Alice continued to channel her inner strength, her aura as if determined to see it through. Wei Dong spat a mouthful of blood, his eyes flickering with panic as he stammered, this is no master, spare me. The clash of battle roared across the sky, each shockwave exploding with tremendous force. Ayla sensed the surge of inner strength as soon as he appeared, a smirk forming, so it's here. He immediately shouted orders to the soldiers behind him, pursue them quickly, don't let them escape. Meanwhile, Liu Feng's group risked everything to flee, seeking shadows to hide and shake off pursuit. While running, he asked how much farther. Luna pointed ahead, just up there. Liu Feng looked back anxiously, are you okay? Alice replied briefly, I'm fine. Finally, they reached the edge of the cliff. Luna gestured without hesitation, jump. Following the signal, Liu Feng and Alice leapt simultaneously, plunging down the mountainside. The dragons behind remained relentless, determined to catch them. Upon seeing Liu Feng, Baila's expression turned interested, found them. Instantly, he unleashed a violent surge of inner strength toward him. Precise attack struck straight at Liu Feng's back, but his body dissolved like water merging into the air. Baila was startled, then immediately realized, just a clone, detestable. In the distance, Liu Feng's group continued to flee relentlessly. Taking advantage of the distraction, they widened the distance. Luna harnessed her inner strength, a streak of light opening, she said, let's go. Moving through the new terrain, Liu Feng observed his surroundings in surprise. A familiar feeling briefly passed through his mind. Suddenly, Alice staggered and fell forward. Liu Feng hurried to catch her. Alice, are you okay? She shook her head. I'm fine. Xiao Jin suddenly called out Liu Feng. Black Cat appeared again, speaking, we meet again. The ground trembled violently. Liu Feng reflexively hugged Alice and leapt up. He looked back at Luna, who waved her hand. Not what you think. Xiao Bai growled, stamping the ground violently, causing it to shake. Liu Feng instructed Xiao Jin, I'll hold it off later, you take Alice first. Xiao Jin nodded. He shouted loudly, move quickly. But Xiao Bai's tail suddenly swept forcefully toward him. Liu Feng yelled in panic, Alice dodged. Alice stared at the cat, her expression gradually growing complex. Seeing it charge, Liu Feng immediately became alert. Alice, be careful. Fierce black cat suddenly transformed into a small white cat, looking about to cry as it ran toward Alice. It leapt into her arms, rejoicing, Master. Liu Feng was astonished. A cat. Xiao Jin's eyes widened, Master. Alice softly repeated the words, stroking Xiao Bai. Memories surged back. Xiao Bai had followed her closely day by day. Once it anxiously asked, Master, where are you going? That time she patted its head, I have important matters, you wait here for me. Xiao Bai said sadly, Master, you must come back. It gently nudged her, Master, what's wrong? Alice asked softly, you are Xiao Bai, is this my memory? Why only fragments remain? Liu Feng stepped forward worriedly, are you okay? Upon seeing him, Xiao Bai scratched cautiously then hid behind Alice. Alice quickly lifted it, holding it tightly. He spoke firmly, do not touch him. Xiao Bai said sadly, Master has changed. Liu Feng turned to ask Luna, what exactly is happening? At that moment Kola stepped forward. He smiled faintly, not disturbing you. Finally I meet you, ancestor beast. Liu Feng froze. Xiaojin asked, who is he? Luna was shocked. Ha Kola, why are you here? Only then did he realize his identity. Kola stared and asked, how did you get in? Pointed to Luna, led by him. Liu Feng was startled. Kola said, 1,000 years ago the ancestor beast collaborated with me just to let Luna obtain the T letter 1ED Lin D letter 1ECBCH, no other dealing. Till you noticed this boy, I knew the opportunity had arrived. 2 dream sequences were enough for me to mark him. Then I used the pretext of pursuit to force Luna to bring him to you. Luna panicked, realizing, it's because of me, sorry. Kola said the only thing I'm unsure of is his role with you. Therefore, each time you pulled him into the dream, I awakened him, severing your connection. He smiled smugly, a simple plan but effective, right? Kola offered a choice, ancestor beast, or let me devour and spare them. He donned a mask, returning to his true form and said, or, all die together. Then he charged forward. Liu Feng immediately engaged, close combat somewhat at a disadvantage. He was amazed to feel strange power surging within. Xiao Bai said, I'll lend you my strength. Kola exerted inner strength to release divine strike fist. Liu Feng coordinated with Xiao Bai, countering skillfully. With that support he felt like a tiger with wings, no longer overwhelmed. Pressure from both sides forced Xiao Jin and Luna to shield their faces. The fierce battle shattered rocks around them continuously. Luna panicked, the small dimension can't hold much longer. Soldiers were also terrified, the training tower about to collapse. Strong tremors hurled both to opposite sides. Liu Feng was thrown against a cliff, pain spreading through his body. Alice called out in panic, Liu Feng. Dust filled the air, his body buried under rubble. Suddenly a hand surged with immense strength, lifting him from beneath the rocks. Xiao Jin anxiously asked if he was all right. Liu Feng calmly replied that he was still as healthy as ever. At this moment his state had changed. Liu Feng revealed a radiant smile. He had never felt so vigorous before. Kola saw the scene and merely sneered, borrowing a bit of temporary power and daring to fight me, truly naive. Liu Feng immediately rushed forward, while Kola remained standing still waiting to receive the attack. Two clashed violently again, the aura from both spreading out and making the space feel suffocated. Every move Kola unleashed was cleanly neutralized by Liu Feng. Now he had completely caught up with the rhythm, a powerful punch smashing straight into the opponent's face. Kola counterattacked at once, throwing a direct punch back at Liu Feng. The force was so great that Liu Feng was blasted far away, his body staggering. Even so, he did not let himself stay down long, quickly steadying himself again. Gritting his teeth to endure, Liu Feng admitted that even by borrowing power to reach King-tier God rank there was still a vast gap. Sword domain deployed, devouring God star array activate. In the sky, a massive vortex immediately appeared like a raging storm. Kola glanced at it and speculated, could that be the move that killed Ko-2 in an instant? Regaining his composure, he circulated his inner force and charged straight into that surging source of power. A shockwave erupted, the resounding noise making everything around tremble. Luna cried out in joy. Did it hit? Is he down? Alice replied coldly, not yet, he is still alive. Amid the surging current of aura, Kola eyes gleamed with interest. Is this the move that once slew a god in a blink? Truly fascinating. He donned black armor, his gaze cold with a trace of disdain. A pity you are not a true king tier, then roared in fury. Before he finished speaking, a streak of green energy suddenly tore through space and pierced his chest, his eyes widening in shock. Below, Alice was casting a spell. Kola exclaimed in horror, how is this possible? While Liu Feng, though exhausted, still wore a confident smile. His white hair fluttered, his sharp eyes narrowed as he whispered softly, perfect coordination. Lightning surrounded Kola's body. He roared as the space shook violently, damn it. His breathing grew ragged, his body trembling slightly after that blow. If not for the Lord Demon armor granting it to him, it would have been dangerous, impressive. After speaking, Kola raised his hand to form a pitch-black vortex, his eyes blazing like a declaration of war. I will crush you all. Liu Feng looked toward Xiao Jin and the others behind. I will hold him back, seize the opportunity. Suddenly Liu Feng swayed, his vision turning blurred. Tiu Bok immediately left his body. Sweat poured down, he struggled to steady his will and not let himself collapse. Alice quickly caught the trembling white cat and held it tightly in her arms. It said anxiously, my master can no longer endure. Liu Feng's body trembled, his breathing heavy, yet he still shook his head. I can still continue. Alice stepped forward and placed her hand on his shoulder, her eyes gentle yet resolute enough. She calmly said, you are not his opponent. You have already severely injured him. Leave the rest to me. Though exhausted, Liu Feng still looked at her with worry. But your body. Their eyes met. Alice gently shook her head. Hatch Kola was originally targeting Tiu Bok. You have done enough. Now it is my turn to protect it. She softly thanked him. Because of you my empty memories gained meaning. A faint light covered her face. This is the final gift I give you. She smiled peacefully. I have regained my memories and what I want to protect, then transferred all her remaining energy to Liu Feng. In the hazy light, she held Tiu Bok and softly said, sorry for making you wait so long. It trembled as it called out master. The wind gently stirred her long hair. Alice looked at Kola, gathering power ahead. This time let me end it with you. Memories flooded back, yet there was no more pain. She told herself that this time she would definitely protect you. Kola hurled the dark power toward Alice. She did not retreat in the slightest. Tiu Bok on her shoulder shouted loudly, give my power to her. The energy merged into her. Alice immediately rushed straight into that dense black energy. The violent collision created an explosion that shook the entire space. Liu Feng cried out her name in panic. Time seemed to freeze. When the smoke cleared, Alice still stood proudly, her white hair swaying in the wind. Kola roared disdainfully, and you think you can kill me like this? Let me show you the gap between peak king tier and first level king tier. Without another word, she charged forward, her cold gaze locked onto her target. Her strike was as fast as lightning, catching Kola off guard. He realized in shock that he had misjudged. Blood seeped from the corner of her lips, her breathing gradually heavy, yet she still stood firm facing him. Her icy gaze fixed on him as she spoke briefly, it ends now. With blazing purple eyes, she focused all her strength. I have caught you. Alice gripped the glowing purple weapon tightly, her white hair flying amid the frozen current of energy. Suddenly she stabbed the sword through her own chest, her resolute eyes unwavering. That moment seemed frozen, emotions surging and choking. For the first time, Tiu Bok saw her fully open eyes like that. In her warm embrace, it recalled the first time it was given the name Tiu Bok, its tiny heart trembling. It had once frowned in protest at that foolish-sounding name. Back then Alice smiled gently. From now on this place is your home. On the green grass they once ate and played together in peace. Light touch on her forehead made Alice startled. Tiu Bok climbed onto her face and curled up asleep. In the quiet cave, it once thought it would stay by her side like that forever. The day she left under the forest sun, it silently waited through the long passing years. In the desolate desert, it still sat atop its dry skull waiting until its last breath. No matter how many years passed, it still believed its master would surely return. Turning to the present, the purple sword still pierced through Alice's chest. Memories surged forth, blood dyeing the space red like a shattered heart. Liu Feng, Xiao Jin, and Lu Na all stood stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Kola sneered, trying to end yourself so I cannot devour you, truly naive. Alice cast soul-binding gaze, her eyes terrifyingly calm. Kola's body immediately froze. I cannot move. He suddenly understood. She had already made her move during their clash. Suspended in midair, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Why is there a shadow appearing? Sweat streamed down. Kola ground his teeth. So during that collision you had already played your trick. Below, Liu Feng shouted loudly, Alice, are you being restrained? I will come help you. She shouted urgently, leave now. Liu Feng saw her struggling against him above, her voice echoing, run. Kola roared in fury, break from me. Alice drove her sword through her chest, gathering the last of her strength, her resolute eyes managing to call out one final time, Fong. The space was covered in a violet glow, two figures charging toward each other. The unleashed power was enough to sweep away everything in its path. Below, Liu Feng stood beside Xiao Jin, who was clutching his sleeve tightly. He intended to rush up to help, but Xiao Jin pulled him back, urging anxiously, Liu Feng, hurry and go. In the final moment, Alice smiled faintly, telling herself she would seal herself for 10 years to avoid implicating those beneath the Lord God, promising to meet again in 10 years. The collision made space tremble, a dark violet pillar of light shooting straight into the sky. The bodies of Alice and Ko La fell like arrows tearing through the wind. Midway, both vanished at the same time. Liu Feng widened his eyes and stood frozen, staring at the distorted void. Air froze, every gaze fixed on the petrified figure in the battlefield. Lord Hatch Ko La had been defeated. It was impossible. He was at the peak of king level. The shout that Hatch Ko La had been executed ignited the crowd like fire. Hurry to the palace to seize the spirit fluid, greed surged. A sword slashed across the greedy man, his body collapsing. Bei Zai rushed in to suppress them, roaring in fury, how could this happen to Lord? His subordinates asked what should be done now. Bei Zai shouted loudly, calm down, Lord is only temporarily sealed, half stay to maintain order, half follow me. In the dense forest, Liu Feng exhaled softly, this place was temporarily safe. Luna trembled in self-reproach, if I had been smarter I would not have fallen into the trap, I must find more purple spirit fluid for Lord. Liu Feng reassured her, self-blame is useless. For now we must escape the territory and grow stronger before returning to save her. Luna spoke with a trembling voice, even Lord and Mistress joined forces only to seal him. How could we possibly succeed? Alice had dropped to the early divine rank after acting repeatedly. Xiao Jin asked softly, are you sad? Do not hide it in your heart. Liu Feng replied decisively, what do I have to be sad about? With peak supreme strength I nearly executed a king-level divine rank. He said in a low voice, in the end it is still because I am not strong enough. I will soon return to save Alice and execute Hatch Ko La. He regained his composure. For now we must leave the territory. While Hatch Ko La is still sealed, we must seize the opportunity. Three set off, but the exit had already been tightly sealed. Liu Feng said someone had taken control of the situation. The longer they delayed, the worse it would be. Luna worried, can the weakest point be broken? This is power reinforced by him. It is a gamble of life and death. Liu Feng was confident. My technique specializes in breaking seals and barriers. It is just a bit slow, so we must reach the weakest point. Xiao Jin asked whether there were guards there. Liu Feng replied they did not know this secret. Suddenly a shout rang out, the target has been found. Luna muttered about bad luck. Liu Feng shouted, Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin instantly transformed into a gigantic golden dragon. Liu Feng unleashed the life and death sword, life sword. He tightened his grip on the sword, his eyes blazing. Luna shouted loudly, do not stand there in a daze. She hugged the black sphere trembling, I am about to lose control. Liu Feng rushed forward and knocked the sphere away, shouting it is done. Luna panicked, doing that is no different from making it explode. She cried out run quickly, then flapped her wings and shot away. Three escaped the scene. Behind them only the roar of dragons remained. Bei Zai rode a dragon and asked coldly whether the direction had been confirmed. Vidong replied it was certainly that way. Bei Zai gritted his teeth. Before Lord breaks the seal we must capture them. He shouted to give chase, the dragon shadow streaking away. Liu Feng led the two small figures flying through the dark clouds. He stepped forcefully into the air, energy surging around his body. Liu Feng stopped. Luna said this was the weakest point. Tiu Bak had once left a back door. He probed the invisible wall. Unfortunately, it was not a complete opening. After searching for a while, he touched the weak point. Indeed, it was thinner. A strange light flashed in his eyes. He made his move, Xiao Jin and Luna clinging tightly at his side. Though the wall was thin, it could not be broken in a single strike. He looked at the dark clouds behind. This was power reinforced by him. The gigantic face of Ko La appeared in the sky. Insects will not escape. He lunged forward, but Liu Feng dodged. Liu Feng shouted, I cannot defeat you, but a residual thought is another matter. Dark violet sword light slashed straight at the residual thought. The residual thought twisted and screamed before shattering. Sword energy swept everything clean, the vortex gradually shrinking. Liu Feng also coughed blood from the backlash. Outside the magnificent palace of Hatch Ko La, a stone statue cracked, the petrified layer breaking apart piece by piece. He broke free from the seal but was injured, spitting blood the moment he awoke. He knelt with one hand braced. In the end he still let them escape into a minor plane. Ko La roared in fury, I will find you all. He wiped the blood from his mouth. They think they can stall for time. He shot into the sky, I will crush them. Meanwhile, Liu Feng continued focusing on breaking the weak point. Luna was astonished. You managed to eliminate the domain residual thought. He did not reply, only increasing the force against the wall. He gritted his teeth, open for me. Luna said the good news was that the barrier had cracked. The bad news was Fei Zai's army had already caught up. Liu Feng did not let go, just a little more. Xiao Jin flew over and pressed his hand against the wall. He looked at Xiao Jin, let me go. Before he could stop her, Xiao Jin charged toward the black dragon. I will hold them back. Image of a red cloak appeared. I will trample this domain. He declared proudly, if I do not return then so be it. Xiao Jin gathered momentum and accelerated forward. Moments later she reverted to her true form, her youthful voice still firm. The pitch-black mounts were all stunned at the sight. The entire pack instantly fell into disarray. None of them obeyed commands anymore and scattered in panic in all directions seeking escape. Xiao Jin, his whole body gleaming gold, froze in place, his round eyes staring blankly at them as he muttered, what is going on? Zai gritted his teeth and tried to suppress the nether dragon beneath his feet, then shouted loudly, who will explain this to me, my lord? The nether dragon is trembling. It is the instinct of lower dragon kin when facing a higher bloodline. After hearing that, he looked toward Xiao Jin glowing within the mist, a dragon beast with a bloodline higher than the nether dragon. Without another word, Fei Zai stomped hard on his mount's head and shot forward. I will capture it first, finish them and follow behind. Seeing the opponent close in, Xiao Jin reacted at once, opening his mouth to spew out a stream of flame. The massive fireball whistled through the air straight toward Fei Zai, yet he did not dodge at all. He swung his fist and shattered the fireball in an instant. The flames snuffed out like a child's trick. Liu Feng, who was breaking the gate, saw that scene and cried out, this is bad. He had not yet turned to assist when a dark figure flashed past, leave it to me. As Fei Zai roared and prepared to strike Xiao Jin, a shout echoed, get lost, domain. Pablo appeared, using his skeletal arms to block that blow. Seeing his punch stopped by a stark white skeleton, Fei Zai widened his eyes in shock. What is this? Xiao Jin saw his savior and happily flew over, Mr. Skeleton. Pablo turned his head with a crack, narrowed his eyes in a smile and pointed to the sky, young man. Have you ever seen something descend from above? After speaking, he clasped his hands before his chest and flipped several times in midair. His landing point was Fei Zai's back. Struck unexpectedly, he could not defend and fell straight down. Xiao Jin flapped his wings in celebration, praising him repeatedly as Pablo laughed with delight. But before they could rejoice long, he saw a figure rushing over, not good, Hachkola. As he approached, a black sphere was hurled straight at them, great danger. Pablo hurriedly pulled Xiao Jin aside and shouted, run. The sphere exploded, rolling black smoke covering the sky. Within the dense smoke, a strand of dark purple energy coiled upward. Hachkola rushed over to inspect. As the smoke thinned, a hole in the domain wall was revealed. Looking at the gap and the lingering trace of energy, he cursed angrily, damn it, they vanished so fast. He turned and ordered the nether dragon squad, break the domain, hunt them down for me. The scene shifted to a brighter land. Liu Feng's group lay stretched out on lush green grass, sighing in relief as they watched birds cross the sky, finally out of danger. Liu Feng sat up. Xiao Jin eagerly admired the scenery and said, I thought the battlefield of gods was all gloom. I did not expect such peaceful places, almost forgot. Thank you, Mr. Skeleton. Pablo gazed at the landscape before him and slowly said, this was once a place where gods dwell, not everyone liked those demon kings. Xiao Jin jumped up, his eyes sparkling with admiration. I did not expect you to be so formidable. Pablo sat up and laughed proudly. That little ability is nothing. Back then Hachkola was not worthy to carry my shoes. He looked at Liu Feng and introduced himself. I am Pablo, the third archangel under the god of light. His hollow eyes turned toward Liu Feng. I came here by my master's command. In an instant his gentle air vanished. His gaze turned cold to kill. The three of them were stunned, not understanding what he meant. Pablo scratched his head and repeated, the church once ordered me to awaken and deal with you, remember? Liu Feng asked warily, then why did you help me just now? Pablo crossed his arms and replied bluntly, debts and grudges must be clear. If I kill, I will kill, but his tone softened, you helped me twice, so I will repay twice, then we will settle the rest. Xiao Jin widened his eyes. Luna crossed her arms, hovering in the air. Liu Feng quickly asked, so that means you still owe us one. Pablo let out a strange laugh and snapped off one of his own ribs, pointed the sharp end forward, and rushed ahead at extreme speed. But the bone tip only lightly touched his chest armor, causing Liu Feng to lower his head in confusion. The other hand he raised 2 fingers to count 2 times. Xiao Jin spoke angrily, are you cheating? Pablo laughed loudly. How interesting. It has been a long time since I met someone so foolish yet adorable. After speaking, he turned his back and waved, leaving the three full of questions. I am leaving. After a few steps, he looked back and declared, next time we meet, I will not hold back. Liu Feng watched him go, calculating inwardly, this man is even stronger than the god tier before. What does he want? What should we do now? He turned to Xiao Jin and asked, earlier you sensed a familiar aura north of the domain. It could be my father. Receiving a nod, Liu Feng decided, then we head north. On the way, he told Lu Na to explain everything clearly. She said long ago, she was only a wild flower growing beside the remains of Lord Xiao Bai. Because waiting alone for 1,000 years was too lonely, Xiao Bai granted me intelligence. From then on I stayed by her side until now. She recalled the figure who once cherished Xiao Bai with great care. And the words spoken when Lu Na took human form, from now on this place is your home, as it once was for her master. Time passed. On their journey, a violent collision suddenly occurred, an explosion shaking the entire region. The three hurried out of the epicenter. In Lu Na's hands was a sea blue stone, nearly as large as her body. Xiaojin almost tumbled over and shouted, you angered it again. 10 days of being chased was not enough. He pointed at Lu Na, arguing, it clearly wanted to swallow you, so I saved you. You only cared about the beast core. Liu Feng could not endure it, grabbing both of them and shouting, be quiet. He leaped over the heads of the gathered beasts. They are all drawn here. If we are not quick, we will not escape. Just after escaping the danger zone, the three crashed into an invisible circle like a barrier. For some reason, Liu Feng passed through that shield and entered inside. Three fell into another land lush and bright. Where is this? Standing up and looking at the towering city and guards before the gate, Liu Feng whispered, Slayer City, another territory. A guard's voice sounded through thick armor, welcome outsiders to the most bustling city, capital of bounty hunters, battlefield of slaughterers. Liu Feng and Xiao Jin looked at Lu Na as she muttered, even on the battlefield of gods there are bounty hunters. I have never left Hachkola City. While the three hesitated, a large crowd rumbled toward them. Leading was a blonde girl holding a scroll. Upon seeing them, she loudly asked, where are the newly arrived outsiders? But she lowered her head to open the scroll and check its contents, leaving Liu Feng puzzled. Suddenly she rushed over, grabbed Liu Feng's shoulder and pressed him against the wall to compare with the drawing on the scroll. He stood still, not knowing how to react, as her face came close to examine him. After inspecting carefully for a while, she snorted, not him. Then she led her people away, leaving Liu Feng bewildered. What is going on? As she passed him, she suddenly turned and gave a mischievous smile. Taking advantage of his inattention, she pinched him hard from behind, making Liu Feng cry out in surprise. Before going far, she called back, little boy, if you are free, come find big sister. I guarantee it will be fun. Liu Feng stood stunned, rubbing the spot she pinched, muttering, truly an overly enthusiastic city. At this moment, Pablo strolled leisurely with his hands clasped behind his head, walking while sighing that it was truly unbearably dull. Before his sigh had even faded, a blazing red streak tore through the air toward him at astonishing speed. Red shadow landed before Pablo, the impact cracking the ground and sending debris flying. He stopped and narrowed his eyes at what had just appeared. Before he could grasp the situation, another group descended from the sky, rushing at him all at once. Pablo had not yet recovered from his surprise when from the pit in the ground, a small hand reached up and clutched the edge amid the dusty haze. Hong Yi slowly climbed out of the crater formed by the collision, her petite body covered in marks from the fierce battle. A faint streak of red lingered at the corner of her lips, yet her eyes still burned brightly, showing no sign of submission. The pursuers had also landed and immediately surrounded Hong Yi, shouting, that little girl, let us see where you can run now. Pablo lightly moved his bony arm, his eyes narrowing with interest as he laughed that the chance to play the hero saving a beauty had come to him on its own. Just as he stood behind Hong Yi intending to show off, she swiftly struck the ground and shouted, release the blood guard. Instantly, blood-red beams shot upward at her command, forcing the pursuers to scatter in chaos. Pablo was still halfway through saying let me when he suddenly froze, standing stiffly in place. Hong Yi spun around and without hesitation launched an attack at him, coldly asking whether he also wanted her life. Pablo hurriedly raised both hands in an innocent gesture, stammering that no, he was only passing by, he had just been thinking. Before he could finish explaining, a red arrow flashed past and severed his neck, his head and body temporarily separated. His skeleton collapsed in a clatter, while Hong Yi clutched her trembling arm and staggered forward. Her small, battered body swayed a few more steps before her eyes closed and she fell forward. Pablo calmly picked up his own head and carefully placed it back onto his neck. He looked at the exhausted and unconscious Hong Yi and muttered that the youth nowadays truly lacked respect for their seniors. Now how should he deal with her? Scene shifted to Liu Feng. He, along with Xiao Jin and Lu Na, entered Slayer City. The three observed the chaotic surrounding, seeing passers-by arguing noisily and remarking that this place was even more disorderly than Hachko City. Liu Feng looked at Xiao Jin on his shoulder and softly asked whether the aura of Senior Liu Jian was truly within the 10,000 mountain, because he felt that place was extremely dangerous. Seeing the worry in Xiao Jin's eyes, he patted her head in reassurance, saying he had already experienced peril there before and would not take risks without preparation. The three stood in the middle of the rubble-strewn road, their gazes directed toward the end of the street. Liu Feng noticed a house that was still relatively intact and guessed it might be like a mercenary guild. Perhaps they could find assistance. Thinking so, he pushed the door open and stepped inside, where a lavish banquet table and a group of people were eating and drinking loudly. Their arrival immediately drew attention. Luna softly worried that this place was indeed dangerous. Everyone exuded powerful auras. Perhaps they should retreat. Anyone daring to enter the 10,000 mountains must be extraordinary. Amid the booming laughter, a foaming mug of beer was slammed heavily onto the table, as if signaling some calculation. The blonde girl they had met at the city gate sat with her legs propped arrogantly on the table, pointing her thumb at herself and telling everyone to be quiet. That man belonged to her. The surrounding men protested noisily. Liu Feng was also surprised to meet her again. Some even taunted that he should come find them instead. She stood and walked step by step toward Liu Feng group amid whistle, mocking that he was skinny as a monkey before praising his bright face. Bai Lak boldly wrapped her arm around Liu Feng's neck, gazing straight into his eyes as she seductively asked whether he had come to find Big Sister, telling him to follow her for more fun. Liu Feng quickly brushed her hand away and stepped back, explaining that he had come to hire people, not seek pleasure. They hunted bounties and were not mercenaries. He opened his palm to reveal the nether spirit essence, confidently proposing that safe escort deep into the 10,000 mountains would earn her this divine grade drop. Lilac bent down to look at the item in his hand, her eyes showing puzzled surprise, asking if it was only one divine grade drop. After examining it, she burst into laughter with the people in the tavern, saying that hiring her with just one divine tier nether spirit essence was laughable. Liu Feng did not understand why they reacted that way, lowering his head to look at the drop in his hand, and thinking that in Hachko City this was extremely rare. Immediately after, Phi Lak took out several similar drops and displayed them before him. Everyone who saw them lit up with desire, as if bewitched. Phi Lak pressed close to Liu Feng and proposed that if he followed her for 1 month, these 10 divine tier drops would be his. Luna greedily flew to his shoulder, urging him repeatedly to agree. 10 drops. The people here were indeed wealthy. Before he could respond, a strong force spun Liu Feng sideways in astonishment. In the blink of an eye, he was lifted into Phi Lak arms like a princess. She smiled and told him to go. Liu Feng flushed red with embarrassment, not expecting to be lifted so effortlessly, thinking that this woman possessed tremendous strength and was likely a divine tier expert, wondering whether he should find a way to escape. As he was still struggling, a green-faced man behind them abruptly stood and shouted to wait. That man held up a clear wanted poster and said to Phi Lak that this person was not the one wanted by Hachko City, asking whether she intended to keep him for herself. Liu Feng tilted his head to look at the wanted poster, his heart filled with confusion as he wondered whether the arrest order from Hachko City had already spread here. Phi Lak did not bother arguing. She turned and kicked the wooden plank, sending it flying straight toward the green-faced man. Still holding Liu Feng tightly, she even pressed his head against her chest and declared, "I do not care about any wanted order. He is mine now. If anyone objects, step forward." Ah, I can hardly breathe anymore. The green-faced man flew into a rage, smashing the table and shouting for his companions. "You dare to attack, brothers, deal with this bitch with me." 2 people accompanying Phi Lak immediately took their stances, the 3 of them facing the entire crowd on the other side. Just as the conflict was about to erupt, the tavern door was shoved open, a resounding noise breaking the suffocating atmosphere. A tall man wearing a hood and exquisite armor stepped in, silently walking deeper into the tavern. Tense crowd suddenly felt uneasy. Why is he here? That is Gala, the so-called uncrowned king of the Slaughter City, a terrifying existence capable of contending with emperor-level experts. Was he not hunting the Beast King? Why has he returned? Hearing the murmurs, Liu Feng frowned thoughtfully. Someone who could risk his life against an emperor-level expert, and even at the peak of king level. The man pulled down his hood, revealing a handsome face with a fiery red mark on his forehead. What is going on? Who is causing trouble here? The green-faced man quickly accused first. Phylac immediately retorted, Brother Gala, she broke the rules. She wants to monopolize the prey. I clearly spent resources to raise him. Let anyone dare touch him and see. Hearing her words, Liu Feng flushed red, so embarrassed that he covered his face with his hand. Raise me, how grateful I should be. Xiao Jin worried about Liu Feng, while Luna was blinded by profit. This is bad. Liu Feng has been taken by that enchantress. Though the offer is tempting, even a man can obtain that. Gala walked to the counter, picked up a mug of beer and calmly said, If you are not convinced, then fight. Whoever wins gets the prey. Hearing that, everyone immediately stepped aside and cheered, Fight, fight. Still being held, Liu Feng weakly raised his hand. Let me say one thing, who I belong to, can I decide for myself. He looked at Phylac anxiously, his voice small as if pleading, Can you put me down so I can handle it myself? Seeing that he had his own stance, Phylac was very pleased, smiling as she casually squeezed his butt. Handle it yourself, you do have some spirit, this rogue girl. Finally his feet touched the ground. Liu Feng rubbed the sore spot, calculating that he had to unleash a strong enough move to intimidate others. Avoiding trouble from the wanted order, if he got beaten badly, he would remember to call Big Sister to save him. Xiu saw through his cultivation and felt confident, showing off the power in his hand, just a low-level brat. Are you not afraid of death? Liu Feng did not argue, star shapes appearing in his eyes as he shouted loudly, Frost-crossing sword activate. Immediately after, a vortex appeared in the sky with a star shape at its center. Liu Feng swung his sword. Xiu on the other side panicked. 7-star formation diagram. Why can my body not move? No. Just as he was about to strike, a hand blocked the hilt of his sword. Enough. Gala had appeared beside them at some point, stopping Liu Feng. You have proven yourself. Destroying this place would be troublesome. He carried his beer past Xiu one sentence crushing his momentum. The wanted order from Hatch Kola ends here. Liu Feng watched that departing figure, gritting his teeth as he evaluated. This man is stronger than Hatch Kola. He broke my formation without revealing the slightest fluctuation. While he was thinking, Phylac stepped forward again, patting his butt as she laughed. Not bad. You stop, do not touch me anymore, he blushed. She propped her chin and narrowed her eyes with a smile. You are this strong, forcing you probably will not work, then I will hire you. Phylac moved closer, lifting Liu Feng's chin. I do not need resources, I want you, and I will even add 20 high-grade pills. During that, Luna's eyes shone brightly, unable to hide her ambition. Agree at once. On the other side, Gala went to another table where 2 people were waiting. One of them said, You are late. Gala sat down and briefly explained, I encountered the Beast King on the way, so I was delayed. That kid wanted to show off, but without me, he would have been surrounded and attacked. Gala raised his cup, calm on the surface yet thinking differently inside. Perhaps because I find him pleasing to the eye, his aura feels familiar enough. Let us discuss hunting the target in Thap Van Dyson. Yu led his men out of the tavern, still trembling with fear. He turned his head to look back, grinding his teeth as he cursed. I nearly suffered a crushing defeat, that woman. He ordered, if we cannot win then report them. Hatch Kola men should not have gone far, hurry and chase them. He looked at Liu Feng and Phylac at the door. Your target has already gone deep into the mountains. Time passed quickly. A day later the place was quiet, birds flying under the blue sky, sunlight pouring down. Phylac smiled, her gaze sweeping across the forest. This place is as familiar as my own backyard, her voice carrying a hint of nostalgia. She turned to Liu Feng and said, As long as you avoid the territories of the 3 great clans, you will be safe. Liu Feng pushed her away and asked, What are the 3 overlord clans? Luna continued in a heavy tone, It is said they once fought over territory. In the dark forest, she slowly recounted, They are 3 emperor-level beast kings, Hu Yan the sovereign. There are also Tian Dao and Bing Shuang King, her eyes seeming to recall a brutal past, their strength not inferior to the forces that once destroyed this city. Liu Feng asked worriedly, Then it is too dangerous. Phylac smiled reassuringly. Normally they sleep for long periods. Without major events they will not appear. She suddenly paused, adding about a mysterious existence even stronger than the 3 overlords, but no one has seen its true form, only that golden energy appears when it fights. Liu Feng stepped back in shock. Golden energy. Xiao Jin released a source of golden energy and asked if it was this kind. Phylac was stunned. I have never seen it. Could it be you came because of him? Liu Feng scratched his head awkwardly. Xiao Jin nodded repeatedly in confirmation. Suddenly a loud noise erupted. One member of the group asked in panic, What is happening? The ground trembled, dust billowed. A herd of beasts charged like a flood. Phi Lak cried out in alarm, "It is a beast tide." Everyone ran through the forest. Phi Lak gritted her teeth. According to experience, there should not be a beast tide now, could I be wrong? Liu Feng stopped and said worriedly, "Perhaps they are targeting us." Phi Lak widened her eyes in shock. "What?" Behind them roars thundered. Liu Feng spoke while running. "Earlier we strayed into a beast lair, so we were chased." The beasts drew closer and closer. He ran frantically, explaining that because they had caused chaos in many places it triggered the beast tide. Understanding the cause, Liu Feng scratched his head. "I did not expect them to hold grudges so deeply." Phi Lak looked at him with admiration. She repeated her praise, making Liu Feng retreat awkwardly, while she muttered about wanting to claim him. She raised her head, her eyes turning cold as she shouted loudly, "I will deal with the fierce bird in the sky first." As soon as she finished speaking, Phi Lak shot into the air like a red streak of light. She struck fiercely at the bird wing, its cry echoing across the sky. Taking advantage of its confusion, she seized control of its head, the violent scene leaving it disoriented. Phi Lak held her stance steady, her gaze sharp, her weapon still bearing marks of battle. The giant bird collapsed. She softly said, "It is done." From above, she spotted an interesting place and said in surprise, "Is that the camp of powerful experts?" Immediately, she descended back to the ground. She spoke urgently, "There is a camp ahead with a barrier and many masters. The beast tide will not dare approach. Hurry over there." At the camp, the guards discussed their victory. With Gala leading the team, they surely gained much. It is said this time they faced Tian Dio. Whoever kills it will receive a great reward. Seeing Liu Feng group arrive, they blocked the way. To enter, each person must hand over one beast core. Liu Feng stopped, sweat pouring down as he hurriedly said, "There is a beast tide behind us." The soldiers did not care, still forcing full payment. Another asked in panic, "Did you provoke a beast nest?" Phi Lak ignored them, rushing straight inside, urging everyone to quickly hide within, leaving the guards no time to react. A hand rose to block them. Xiu stood at the entrance and coldly said, "It is full, go elsewhere." Phi Lak immediately charged forward, her fist aimed at him. "Do you want to die?" Xiu stomped hard on the ground, earth and stones flying everywhere. Phi Lak was pushed back by the rebounding force. Liu Feng rushed forward in time to catch her, angrily shouting, "You!" Amid the tension stretched taut as a drawn bowstring, Fei Zai suddenly appeared, his voice booming with fury. He had finally tracked you down, his eyes burned with determination. This time he would not let you escape again. Phi Lak had just awakened when she sprang up and shouted in anger, "Daring to ambush me? Where are the brothers? Deal with them." Behind her, Xiao Jin immediately responded and prepared to counterattack. Rapid footsteps rang out as she shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, her will steadfast, her companions hurrying after her. The ground trembled and suddenly split open, sharp bone fragments thrust upward to block the path, forcing Fei Zai and Phi Lak to halt in vigilance. A cold voice rang out as the black-robed man wearing a skull necklace tightened his grip on his staff. It was Lao Kot. He spoke calmly. "Causing trouble in the camp is forbidden. Anyone who disobeys will either leave or face the consequences." On the other side, she gritted her teeth in indignation. Clearly he had struck first. Suddenly, a loud noise behind them made Liu Feng turn in alarm. From the thick smoke, a gigantic wolf lunged forward with a ferocious gaze. Behind it followed an entire beast clan, their pounding footsteps echoing through the once quiet forest. Alcott raised his hand and summoned a chilling purple energy filled with pressure. The light swirled around him like countless trapped souls wailing. A barrier was instantly activated, blue radiance covering the entire camp like a massive dome, sealing off the danger outside. The beast hordes stubbornly charged into the barrier and were immediately flung back miserably by the recoil. Lao Kot calmly said that the divine tier beast cores you submitted were all used to maintain the barrier. I gained nothing from it. Then he slowly asked Phi Lak what she had intended to say earlier. Phi Lak looked awkward, turned to smile at him and said it was nothing, only that his barrier was truly profound, then turned back to urge her companions to line up and hand over their beast cores. He shouted loudly, "What are you looking at? Have you handed over your beast cores yet?" The atmosphere immediately grew tense as countless curious gazes gathered. Liu Feng frowned and said it seemed they only had one divine tier beast core. Lu Na reproached that she had told him to hunt more, but he did not listen. Xiao Jin cut in and said going out now would hardly make it easy to pick one up. While they were at a loss, they heard a shout telling them to go inside. Phi Lak signaled. Before he could speak, she said she would submit one on his behalf, then he must follow her for 2 more days. Una calculated that 2 days in exchange for one divine tier beast core was truly expensive. Fei Zai heard this and his face turned icy as he ground his teeth and threatened that you would not escape. The atmosphere gradually eased as someone confidently said that with Lao caught here the beast tide was nothing to fear. Everyone continued discussing hunting targets and inviting more people with beasts sent to join. Bong Tin respectfully recounted that Vitian Dio was a beast emperor who had once fought the Angel Lan cock without defeat. Usually none dared to provoke it, but half a month ago it was gravely injured in Thap Van Dai's son, and its strength fell to peak king rank. He proposed that this was a rare opportunity to slay it. Bong Tin encouraged them that this time it would depend on skill. Whoever slew Tian Dio would receive half the spoils, the rest would be divided equally. Cries of agreement erupted one after another. Liu Feng whispered and asked why divine tier experts were so easily stirred. Bai Lak replied that Gala's 4-man group held great prestige and always delivered on their word, then suggested trying once as they might gain unprecedented profit. He said half-jokingly that no matter the profit one must stay alive to enjoy it. Following you for a trip and then going back to sleep beside you would not be more enjoyable, making him blush in embarrassment. Bai Lak draped an arm over Liu Feng's shoulder and reminded him that those people were your enemies. Once leaving the camp they would surely attack. So did he have beasts sent, take the initiative to hunt them? He replied in a low voice that he would hunt. She analyzed that they had 13 divine tier experts and the fat man was only half a step from king rank. A direct clash was unwise, but in Thap Van Dai's son they could use clever hunting methods instead of confronting head-on. Turning to her subordinates, she firmly said this was her personal grievance. They were not to interfere. Too many people would only be a burden. Everyone answered in unison that they obeyed. Liu Feng shouted that it was time to begin, clenching his fists, his gaze fixed ahead with determination. Bai Lak looked toward Fei Zai from afar, her eyes blazing. Daring to ambush me cannot go unpunished. A cry that the beast tide had retreated rang out beneath the crimson sunset. The ground beast corpses lay scattered, fur and dust stained in somber hues. Zhu hurriedly reported Lord Phi Ta. They had just left the camp. Fei Zai's eyes flickered slightly, yet he maintained his composure. That man stood up and ordered them to move, his voice cold and unquestioned. Zhu cautiously reminded him of the promised reward. Fei Zai calmly said once the person was captured you would not lack your share, though Zhu claimed trust a trace of doubt lingered. Worried that although that person was only a supreme, his techniques were exceedingly terrifying. Beneath the blazing sunset Fei Zai laughed coldly. I know, not a few divine tier experts have fallen to his hands. You only need to find him. Zhu asserted that being familiar with Thap Van Dai's son Phi Lak would find it hard to escape. Suddenly someone in the crowd asked whose spatial pouch this was. Zhu immediately claimed it was his. The mysterious man in black asked again if it truly belonged to him. At least half must be shared with me, or a third. Zhu shouted angrily that he had risked his life for this little gain. Share it with you, get lost. The other coldly said that indeed he was still greedy. As he roared, a force suddenly struck. Bai Lak moved like lightning and knocked Zhu down before he could react. A streak of light tore across the sky. Energy erupted and left Fei Zai and his subordinates stunned. Amid the stained ground, Phi Lak in red-black armor stood with hands on her hips and said disdainfully that though Zhu was foolish, he understood Thap Van Dai's son well. How could she not be wary? With that she shot into the orange dusk sky and challenged the fat man to chase if he had the ability. Below, Fei Zai could only look up as her voice echoed that she would be waiting. Fei Zai roared in resentment that he would definitely take your life. Hong Kong leaped over the barrier and turned back to provoke you to come inside and see. Seeing him hesitate, he jumped out again and beckoned in challenge. Not daring, I am coming out again, come over. Fei Zai was teased into a furious rage. His face flushed red as he ground his teeth and said he would deal with those people first, then settle accounts with you. After speaking, that man led his people away in anger and scoffed that they dared to put on airs before him. The three followed Phi Lak's trail deep into the forest but found no aura. Fei Zai shouted for them to split up in search. Subordinate cupped his hands and advised that splitting up made them easy targets and very disadvantageous. Fei Zai grabbed his collar and shouted that he thought Fei Zai wanted this. Their lord in seclusion had issued a death order. If they failed to capture the person before he emerged, the outcome would be even worse. That man shoved the subordinate aside and ordered them again to split up to lure the enemy out. Only then would there be a chance. The subordinates scattered to search, while behind them Fei Zai created red points of light that split into thin threads clinging to their backs, muttering that if they had the ability they should kill them all. 2 days passed and Fei Zai's group tirelessly hunted for Liu Feng and Fai Lak. 2 people flying in the air were suddenly ambushed. One piercing strike took a life, and the other was hit and fell straight down. Seeing the opponent crash into a deep pit, Fai Lak rushed over and muttered that it was still not finished. His turtle shell was truly hard. From above she brought down a direct blow upon the tattered figure below. "Let me see if your head can withstand this again." The man swelled his body to resist and shouted that even in death he would not let you off. Their lord would avenge him. Before he finished speaking, Liu Feng swung his sword and sent him out of the game. He only managed a final curse. Luna appeared and swiftly took the purple spirit fluid from the body. Xiao complained that he had been the bait while she only watched and even took the share. Fai Lak wrapped her arms around Liu Feng's waist and gently rubbed her cheek against him, saying this was already the 8th one, so what? She suspected that even hunting low-intellect beasts could not be this smooth. At least they should know to avoid harm and seek benefit. Liu Feng grew worried and asked if they were deliberately splitting up. Fai Lak pondered and guessed they split to lure her into attacking then counterattack. Yet each time they were wiped out and none escaped. Truly puzzling, the traps she set were wasted. Liu Feng listened attentively, though his expression was not pleasant. He only softly said that it was possible. He suddenly noticed her mischievous hand and blushed as he told her to stop joking. Suddenly Xiao lost control and fell. Luna quickly grabbed his clothes and pulled him back while asking what was wrong. Liu Feng supported the trembling Xiao who felt unwell. He said it felt as though something was binding his body. During this, Fai Lak paid attention and touched her own hand, saying that for the past 2 days she had also felt unwell and thought it was an illusion. The others agreed. Liu Feng looked at his hand and sensed carefully, then said he did not seem to feel that sensation. Fai Lak smiled brightly and praised that was why he was special, worthy of being the man she liked. After joking, she grew serious, raised her hand to Xiao head, and pulled out a dark red thread called the slaughter net. This was the ultimate technique of a Ma Vuong subordinate. Anyone who killed someone connected to it would have their soul bound. She explained that this net tightened the soul more and more. In the end, even without losing life, one would lose the ability to fight. Looking at the red threads wrapped around her, she calmly said now she understood what the fat man intended. Liu Feng shuddered upon hearing this. Luna leaned close and whispered teasing words. "This net was like a seal, so you were unharmed. Why not follow her? With her knowledge, there would be less trouble." Hearing the kind words, Fai Lak happily took out a few more purple spirit fluid beads as gifts and laughed that she was a loyal fan of Sister. She snapped her fingers with interest and said now that she knew what trick he was playing, it was simple. He wanted them to act so they would continue. In the end, he would reveal himself. Elsewhere, Fei Zai, the one constantly mentioned, was sneezing from being spoken ill of. Looking at his hand, that man believed the plan with the slaughter net granted by his lord would succeed, yet unease still rose in his heart. At that moment in the dark cave, 2 more figures appeared, one tall and thin and one little girl. The other spoke and asked how long he would keep following. He had already saved him, so he should not treat his benefactor poorly. The moment he heard that sound, Fei Zai froze, then immediately whipped around, a clear trace of vigilance flashing in his eyes. Pablo and Hong Yi had been walking and chatting when they suddenly ran into him. Pablo pointed at Fei Zai in shock and asked why he intended to go to the 100,000 Great Mountains, then was stunned to see him appear here. Realizing the one who arrived was Pablo, he struck first at once, shouting that it was you who helped those people escape. I will never spare you. Pablo immediately turned and ran, darting forward while glancing at Hong Yi, who stood with arms crossed watching, pleading for help. Hurry and give me a hand. I am only a minor early-stage divine rank. How would I dare interfere in your battle? Pablo raised both hands in surrender, his thin body bent as he fled ahead. Fei Zai carried his blade and chased closely behind, shouting loudly for mercy. Yet he showed no mercy, leaping up and chopping straight down toward Pablo's head. He growled that he only wanted the other's life, but just as the blade was about to land, a red streak of light suddenly shot in and knocked the strike off course. The blade slipped from his hand. Fei Zai turned in shock to look at the young girl who had just intervened. The situation reversed in an instant. Taking advantage of his distraction, Pablo spun around and kicked him straight in the face. You repay kindness like that and still resort to such despicable tactics. He staggered to his feet, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, fury blazing as he refused to let it go. Just as Fei Zai was about to risk his life, a thunderous explosion rang out, making everyone cover their ears and grimace. A single sound, yet so terrifying. What on earth was happening? Not long after the roar faded, rocks crashed down from the mountain. Pablo frantically grabbed Hong Yi and ran. A spirit-level beast clan has appeared. The mountain is about to collapse. Leave now. The three temporarily set aside their grudges and fled together from the danger. Seeing Pablo and Hong Yi dash swiftly into the forest, Fei Zai stopped to curse. Damn it, they run as fast as rabbits. As soon as he finished speaking, another Tian Dio with snow-white feathers appeared in the sky. It spread its wings wide, sending the four-legged beasts below into a panicked scatter. No matter how they struggled, they could not escape the terrifying might of the blood tide. Just a trace of its power swept away countless drops of spirit fluid. Fei Zai stood rooted in shock at the sight, muttering that this was the Tian Dio that once fought the Demon King, a beast tide that forced dozens of divine rank experts to join hands in defense was nothing more than livestock before it. He quickly turned and hid beneath the shadow of Tian Dio's wings, then decisively left. He had to escape the 100,000 great mountains as soon as possible. Elsewhere, Liu Feng sat cross-legged cultivating yet still asked about the situation. What time is it now? Are you sure he will find us? I deliberately left behind a trace of killing intent. He will surely track it down. While the two were still discussing, Luna returned and whispered, "The fat one is here, lie down quickly." The group immediately fell to the ground and acted convincingly amid Luna's cries. Why is my body suddenly restrained? I cannot move, I cannot absorb spirit power. If someone comes now we are finished. Heavens, do not let that fat one appear. Azai hurriedly passed over their heads, glanced back but did not stop. Luna still had not realized the situation and continued acting. I cannot hold on anymore, I am really about to faint. You should pretend too. Bilak was the first to sense something wrong. She cursed in alarm. This is bad. Why is Tian Dio here? Stop pretending, run. Hearing that, the group immediately sprang up and fled at full speed. Fei Zai turned and looked around, then roared in anger, "You all." Bilak carried Luna over her shoulder and chased behind, loudly calling out, "You annoying fat one, farewell." Even while fleeing, the three seized the chance to unleash attacks toward Fei Zai at the same time. "Annoying fat one, goodbye." Seeing him struck and fall into the forest, Bilak laughed. Wherever Tian Dio passes, not even grass can grow. This time he is surely finished. Let us return to Slayer City first. Once the 100,000 great mountains settle down, I will take you deeper. Liu Feng said little, replying while running, "That is fine." But Zio Jin on his shoulder frowned and said, "I feel as if my body is being locked." Bilak turned back anxiously. Liu Feng followed the direction Zio Jin pointed and asked who. "It seems to be it." Blood Claw behind sensed Zio Jin's aura. Its target clear, golden light savage beast, you once injured me, I will take your descendants' life. Hearing that, Phylak cursed and pushed her speed to the limit. Damn it. On the ground, Fei Zai saw the scene and laughed gleefully, raising his head to mock, "Let me see how you escape this time." At that moment, Tian Dio's attack swept over and struck Liu Feng. He endured the pain and said, "Is this an emperor-level beast clan? Just brushed lightly and I am already injured." Phylak immediately turned back to rescue him, pushing Liu Feng away from the next strike and explaining, "No, it has now surpassed the king level, otherwise that blow just now would have left you unable to speak. Strange, why does it keep targeting us?" Looking at Zio Jin straining on his shoulder, Liu Feng recalled Tian Dio mentioning the golden light savage beast. Could it be related to Senior Liu Giant? Perhaps after recognizing the identity, it is determined to hunt us down. A thought flashed through his mind. Liu Feng asked Phylak, who was pulling him along, "If we go deeper into the 100,000 great mountains to find the place where the Golden Light Beast clan once appeared, how long will it take?" "At least half an hour. What are you planning?" After hearing that, he drew his sword and turned around, no longer running. "In half an hour I will risk it." Sword domain open, devouring star formation activate. Liu Feng faced the blood tide head-on. He slashed his sword straight at its body. Go. He continuously unleashed other sword domains, Purple Star Sword Gang, 16-fold strike, life and death sword, launching them one after another to block the opponent. With its defense broken, the Blood Claw roared in fury, "A mere supreme brat dares to injure me." Ilak wrapped an arm around Liu Feng's waist and ran swiftly. He rummaged through his spatial pouch and threw out all kinds of defensive items, clothes, weapons, even pots and pans. Suddenly he pulled out a scroll. The moment it opened, a two-layered formation diagram appeared in midair. Liu Feng reached out under Phylak's astonished gaze. It was the Black Tortoise Wind God Talisman. A series of iron chains shot out and bound Tian Dio tightly, making it struggle. What the hell is this? It struggled upward, but the chains tightened even more. Damn it. Liu Feng and Zio Jin looked up at the sky, secretly praising that their pile of miscellaneous items was indeed useful. Yet very quickly, Tian Dio spread its wings and violently shattered the chain. As soon as it broke free, it immediately charged straight at Liu Feng and Xiao Jin, roaring with killing intent. Xiao Jin said, "It is targeting me, you all go." But Liu Feng dodged the claws and replied, "Brothers share fortune and misfortune together." He turned and shouted at Phi Lak and Lu Na to leave quickly. "If you survive this time, this old lady will settle accounts with you." When the two had gone far, Liu Feng faced the blood-tide beast. "Come here." Seeing this, Fei Zai burst into mocking laughter. "Brat, this time you will not escape." Tian Daio's entire body suddenly shone brilliantly, and it accelerated as it charged. But Fei Zai's joy did not last long before he was horrified. How could this be? Just as Tian Daio's beak was about to reach Liu Feng, Gala suddenly appeared and stopped it with his bare hand. Liu Feng stood beside him in shock, watching him tremble as he resisted the monster. "Why is it him?" Tian Daio recognized Gala and transmitted coldly, "Ninth Massa Hunter, are you seeking death?" It increased its force, but Gala was no less formidable. He braced himself and made Tian Daio's entire body tremble violently. Veins bulged on his forehead. Gala gritted his teeth and shouted, "Get lost." The fierce shove, Tian Daio's head was knocked aside and it was blasted away. Liu Feng and Xiao Jin stared wide-eyed in shock. A single punch sent a peak emperor-level beast flying. This person is truly terrifying. Before they could thank him, Gala grabbed Liu Feng by the collar and demanded, "Where did you get the black tortoise wind god talisman?" Liu Feng was stunned by the urgency, wondering how he knew of the black tortoise wind god talisman. "Speak, where did you get it?" Xiao Jin on his shoulder quickly answered it was from Hai Xuan. Gala shifted his gaze to Xiao Jin and casually flung Liu Feng aside. "You said Hai Xuan, yes." Just as he was about to ask more, he received a voice transmission from his companion, frowned slightly and urged everyone to leave. "Why disrupt the plan to save this brat? We worked hard to separate Tian Daio from the flock. Lead it to the territory of Monarch Hu Yan. Once they both suffer heavy losses, we will have a chance. Wei Tian has returned, withdraw first." The blood tide quickly returned and unleashed a series of energy forms shaped like itself. Wind, thunder, myriad blades, Wei Tian supreme. Lao Kot Sorengai just appear and immediately activated magic, launching an attack without the slightest hesitation. The others also joined in, quickly forming a protective barrier around them, blocking each incoming gust of wind and lightning. Huang Tin swung his enlarged cloak as a shield, while Chu Huck beside him lifted a massive boulder to charge into battle. Gala grabbed Liu Feng by the shoulder with one hand and held Xiao Jin with the other, immediately retreating from the battlefield. Hayat Trao focused all his offensive power on Lao Kot's shield, completely unaware that Gala had taken the others away. He pulled the two away but, seeing Liu Feng hesitate, reassured him briefly, telling him to remain calm. Tian Daio angrily spread his wings and roared at them that if it weren't for injuries, things wouldn't have come to this. In a moment of distraction, a sudden flame tore through the wind, striking his body directly. Below, a fiery giant lifted his head and laughed loudly, mocking Tian Daio for finally falling into misfortune. He leapt up, aiming straight at the struck Tian Daio, determined to seize him this time. In moments, the two figures collided in the sky, red flames and lightning clashing, shaking the surrounding space. Gala's teammates finally gathered fully as they landed on the ground. Bong Tin immediately interrogated, asking what exactly was happening. Gala did not respond immediately but instead asked back about the Xuan Wu Feng Shen spell, which had been lost after the great battle years ago. His blue eyes locked onto the other party, frowning slightly as he said the spell seemed to have been newly forged, not more than 10 years old. The three in Fong Tin's group were stunned, stammering as they asked what he meant. Liu Feng held Xiao Jin tightly, his body trembling continuously. He looked at Gala anxiously, cautiously asking whether Hai Xuan was still alive. He answered honestly that if it was the Hai Xuan they mentioned, then indeed he still existed, though under immense pressure from 4 king-class beasts of the same clan. Hearing this, the four immediately closed in on Liu Feng, asking where he was now. Surprised by the extreme reaction, Liu Feng looked up, asking why they called Hai Xuan their master. Huang Tin, losing patience, shouted for him to answer first, then affirmed that Hai Xuan was indeed their master. Gala began recounting the time the four fought alongside Hai Xuan in the Battle of the Gods long ago. They had fought and fallen with their master, their souls preserved by him, only awakening one by one after 1,000 years. Lao Kot added, urging Liu Feng to reveal their master's whereabouts, promising a reward if he had any information. Although still uncertain, seeing their sincerity, Liu Feng intended to speak of Hai Xuan. At that moment, Phi Lak and Lu Na appeared to block them, demanding proof of identity rather than empty words. Bong Tin glanced at her irritably, reminding that causing trouble for a newcomer was unnecessary. Lilac remained calm, arms crossed with a bright smile, casually saying it was because he was handsome. The four were rendered speechless, even Liu Feng dumbfounded, only able to pray silently. Without further argument, the four of Lao Kot's group simultaneously revealed identical marks to Liu Feng. Lao Kot pulled down his hood, explaining it was a soul contract containing their master's aura, hoping he would soon share news. The sky, Hu Yan the giant rode atop Tian Dao. He frantically threw punches, causing Tian Dao to roar the name of Lei Ting, the deity. Tian Dao, enduring the pain, counterattacked, striking with lightning that numbed Hu Yan briefly. Hu Yan was thrown to the ground, realizing he could not compete. He called loudly for Bing Shuang to intervene. No sooner had he spoken than a giant ape-like beast charged forward. That was Bing Shuang. It unleashed freezing energy, immobilizing part of Hayat Trao's right wing. Tian Dao was astonished, as two naturally opposing forces joined to attack. Fire and ice combined offensively, declaring Tian Dao would be dealt with first before disputing the beast's air. Hayat Trao coldly said it was time for the opponent to die. Tian Dao quickly reminded them of his grudge with Kim Kwang Man Thur, and revealed he had discovered his heir. On this side, Liu Feng recounted everything he knew, confirming Hai Xuan was well but restricted by a seal. Yu Huck jubilantly hugged Fong Tin and lifted him up shouting, while Lao Kot noted the master was sealed on De Lam continent. Gala lowered his head in thought, realizing to get there they would have to leave the divine battlefield, which would not be easy. Liu Feng asked in shock whether even they could not bypass the gatekeeper. Gala admitted the four had tried to leave, but were repelled by a mysterious white figure. Lao Kot pondered, saying this needed long-term planning, then asked Liu Feng why he came from De Lam. He replied to find medicinal herbs for healing. Before he finished, a series of attacks fell from the void as if tearing the sky apart. Lao Kot looked at the traces on the ground, horrified to realize Tian Dao, Hu Yan, and the Bai Mong King had arrived. He hurriedly erected a protective barrier, unable to believe the three overlords had allied. The three overlords appeared in midair. Hayat Trao opened his mouth, but Hu Yan quickly interrupted. Hu Yan declared they would spare the Kim Kwang Man Thur heir if handed over, while the others demanded extermination. Liu Feng did not look back, urging everyone to leave as they targeted Xiao Jin, leaving all stunned. Xiao Jin, unwilling to risk him, left Liu Feng's embrace, telling him to survive and seek revenge on his behalf. Not allowing Liu Feng to finish speaking, he transformed and dashed in another direction. Before departing, Xiao Jin glanced back one last time, voice full of longing, bidding farewell. Liu Feng intended to follow but was held tightly by Phi Lak, who advised the best course was to move deeper into their territory. Xiao Jin twisted in the air, stopping to face the remaining three beasts. Hu Yan and Bing Shuang looked at him in astonishment, asking if Hayat Trao was indeed the heir. They doubted because his form resembled Kim Kwang Man Thur from long ago. Bong Tin's group now looked up in amazement, believing the three overlords truly targeted him. Tian Dao shouted at the two for failing to recognize Xiao Jin's strength as supreme, confirming he was the heir. Bing Shuang advanced. Xiao Jin immediately retaliated with fire, shouting he would not allow them to succeed. However, the difference in strength was too great, and Xiao Jin was struck by an icy punch. His massive body fell to the ground, cracking it from the impact. Liu Feng rushed toward him in pain, calling out Xiao Jin's name. But as he neared, a powerful force stopped him. Bing Shuang continued the pursuit, this time targeting Liu Feng. He hurriedly swung his sword to block the punch. Yet the disparity in rank sent him flying backward. Gravely injured, he could not help coughing blood and pain. Tian Dao flew behind Bing Shuang, seeing his bloody hand and sneering. Infuriated, Bing Shuang went berserk, his aura surging more violently. He swung his freezing fist at Xiao Jin and Liu Feng, intent on crushing them. The icy punch struck with terrifying power, the blinding light obscuring vision. Fortunately, Gala timely saved both, realizing the three overlords were far more formidable than typical king-class beings. He handed the unconscious Xiao Jin to Liu Feng, explaining that one was the master's disciple and the other the dragon god heir, and could not be left unprotected. Both had yet to regain their breath after the ordeal. Bing Shuang suddenly roared in fury, startling both of them at that very moment. Behind Gala, Tian Dao spread his wings and swooped over, speaking in a half-teasing, half-reproachful tone, asking if he had forgotten its existence. It swung its sharp claws to seize Gala. Fortunately, Chu Huck appeared just in time to stop that attempt. At the same time, Hu Yan joined the fray, excitedly spewing blazing red flames that spread across the space. Yu Yan's sea of fire quickly encircled Liu Feng's group, sealing off all their escape routes. Yan Dao shot upward, then turned to argue with Yu Yan over what he had just done, angrily shouting that even it dared to make a move. Yu Yan replied coldly, "Unfortunately, you ran too fast." Fierce flames clung to Liu Feng's clothes. He held Xiao Jin tightly, gritting his teeth to find a way out, inwardly crying that it was bad when there was no escape, then suddenly thought of borrowing this fire to cause trouble for Tian Dao. He drew his sword, one hand shielding Xiao Jin, the other swinging upward to form a sword gale that tore through the curtain of fire, erecting a barrier of raging wind. Liu Feng poured in more inner force. The raging wind rose and swept the flames, scattering them everywhere. The sword path spiraled into a massive vortex, swallowing the sea of fire and charging straight toward the three overlords ahead. Within that vortex, he added several strands of sword intent shooting in all directions, making the opponents exclaim in shock what kind of move this was. After that strike, Liu Feng had to rely on Lao Kat's shield to stand firm, the inner force he had accumulated for so long nearly exhausted. Yan Dao, Hu Yan and Bing Shuang suffered minor injuries and immediately flew into a rage, turning to shout that Liu Feng was a worm daring to borrow fire to strike back at them. Bong Tin hurriedly raised both hands, connecting with Gala and Chu Huck, loudly demanding that all their energy be transferred to execute blood escape. Outside, Bing Shuang repeatedly punched Lao Kat's shield, cracks rapidly spreading across it. Another blow fell, the shield shattered. Lao Kat and Liu Feng stood stunned while Fong Tin's blood escape was still unfinished. Bing Shuang gathered a massive block of ice in his hand, raised it high and coldly declared that the end had come, wanting to drag everyone down to be buried together. Lu Na and Phi Lak stood aside, anxiously looking up, weighing that rushing in would be useless, better to find the Golden Light expert for a chance at revenge. In the end, Phi Lak decided to pull Lu Na away to seek reinforcements, though filled with unease there was no other choice. At that very moment, the three beasts suddenly froze, a premonition signaling that man had appeared. From the void, a golden dragon advanced toward Liu Feng's group, opening its mouth to gather energy into a brilliant sphere. Liu Feng held Xiao Jin tightly, wondering if it was Liu Jian's remnant soul, then denying it because this was the sword spirit of the divine sword long then, assimilated over 10,000 years. As the golden dragon prepared to attack, Tian Dao and Hu Yan immediately turned and fled. Only Bing Shuang remained too close to react in time, panicking as he tried to retreat. It took the full brunt of the golden dragon's blow, straining as it cried out for help to the other two, threatening that if it perished they would not escape either. Tian Dao and Hu Yan, who were about to abandon it, paused, looked at each other, then decided to return. The two launched a counterattack against the golden dragon at the same time, coordinating their assault from two directions. However, the golden dragon's strength clearly far surpassed the two of them. All their attacks were easily evaded by it. Breaking free from their offensive, the golden dragon immediately shifted its target to the weakening Bing Shuang. With a single strike, Bing Shuang's beast core was exposed, its body twisting into an unbelievable shape. The golden dragon pierced straight through its body, seized the beast core and shot away. Witnessing everything, Liu Feng could not help but tremble at seeing a beast emperor-level creature fall before his eyes. After finishing the weakest opponent, the golden dragon turned back to face Tian Dao and Hu Yan, coiling and roaring loudly. That roar and pressure made Liu Feng struggle to breathe. He bent down, shielding Xiao Jin, sensing something unstable in the golden dragon's state. Lao Kat explained that the dragon god had perished. The sword spirit only retained its form without consciousness, so to them it was no different from the three great overlords. As soon as he finished speaking, it turned its head to look at Liu Feng and Xiao Jin with empty eyes. Unable to distinguish friend from foe, it charged to attack any living being within its sight. Amid the thick smoke and resounding clashes, Gala shouted loudly, calling for everyone to create an opportunity for Liu Feng to withdraw. The sky blazed red as if torn apart by Yeti in his giant dragon form. Golden dragon body wreathed in fire. Each sweep of its tail sent opponents crashing down. The radiance from the flaming scales formed a powerful vortex, forcing Liu Feng and his companions to brace themselves. Holding Xiao Jin, Liu Feng was nearly in despair as that pressure left him unable to move, yet the will to survive still burned in his eye. A roar thundered like a storm. Everyone was flung away amid the raging wind. Liu Feng stood directly before Yeti. Before that colossal body, he was incomparably small, the roar seeming to pierce his very heart. Wind howled carrying cold dust. He struggled to rise, one hand holding Zio Jin, the other gripping the blazing weapon, telling himself he would fight to the end. Suddenly, a stream of blue light interwoven with brilliant gold appeared, making him step back in shock as Toa Long Tu flew up on its own. That energy shot forward to strike Yati, that moment seeming to freeze. Yati roared as he collided with the force, his body twisting under the immense pressure. A flash of lightning illuminated everyone's astonished faces. Gala shouted asking what Liu Feng had just done. Liu Feng looked at the sword glowing brilliantly gold, his voice trembling as he said Toa Long Tu had awakened again like in the city of death. Amid the chaotic sky, Yati cried out in confusion asking who he was and why he still existed. Lightning split the sky reflecting the turmoil within. He questioned whether he was the dragon god, Liu Jian, or merely a lost soul. Hu Yan raised his hand proposing that Tian Dao join forces to unleash a decisive strike. Tian Dao panicked and refused, mentioning Bing Shuang's swift death then turning to flee. Hu Yan stood stunned at that escape, cursing aloud then hesitating as well. That moment seeing Tian Dao return, Hu Yan softly asked if he had changed his mind. Tian Dao trembled and shouted for him to look behind. The space behind them trembled as the golden dragon had already drawn near. T roared, his aura surging. Hu Yan realized in horror that he had recovered. He shouted asking who allowed them to leave, a cold smile revealing killing intent. The intense heat radiating out made Hu Yan and Tian Dao tremble as they fled. In the blink of an eye, Yati caught up, Hu Yan so terrified he could not utter a word. In a sky flooded with energy light, Yati descended from above with divine majesty. Facing the two trembling men, he offered a greeting laced with faint mockery. His claw struck down shaking the ground, boulders were flung into the air. After that blow, the giant dragon transformed into human form. The scene seemed to witness the rebirth of a god. Yati appeared with majestic horns, long hair neatly tied, golden white garments billowing, both hands radiating cold blue and brilliant gold light in contrast. He lifted his brilliant golden eyes and gently offered a greeting. Liu Feng stood stunned and blurted out asking who you were. He smiled warmly and called Liu Feng virtuous younger brother, making him realize it was Yati. Before he could finish speaking, he had already rushed forward, leaving Liu Feng choked with emotion. Yati hugged him tightly, gratefully saying that without Liu Feng he would have long since vanished. Amid the spreading light, Liu Feng held him tight and welcomed his return. Bai Lak suddenly cut in with a tease, causing the atmosphere to falter in humorous misunderstanding. Two hurriedly let go, blushing as they denied that speculation. Bai Lak flushed with anger, her words thick with grievance. Even her gestures of protest were repeated exactly the same, stubbornly denying it. It was hard to believe she had lost to a burly man, standing frozen with a look of shock and irritation, her feminine pride deeply wounded. T flared up, intending to teach Bai Lak a lesson, but Liu Feng caught his wrist. Liu Feng asked if he could deal with her, then advised him not to mind it since she had always thought in a distorted way. At this moment, Lao Kot was helped over by Gala. He sternly asked whether you were the sword spirit of Lord Dragon God, then corrected himself. You resemble the original body even more than the assimilated sword spirit. T laughed heartily, pointing at himself and introducing himself with confidence. You are partly right. I am Liu Jian, a sword spirit, and at the same time the only Yati. While everyone was still discussing Yati's identity, Bei Zai suddenly burst into loud laughter and jumped out from behind a large rock. He had thought it was merely a royal-level melee of the beast race. He had not yet clearly seen his surroundings, still muttering smugly, even so, did I not still manage to escape. Seeing Liu Feng and Yati before him, Bei Zai was startled, his words stuck in his throat, stammering incoherently, escape, this is bad. His curse had not even finished when a hand swift as the wind seized him, yanking hard and smashing his head painfully against the ground. Bai Lak suddenly made her move, sitting on top of him with a sneer, you hateful fatty, in the end you still fell into my hands, tell me how you want to end this. Bei Zai looked at her weakly, blood still spilling from his mouth, and whispered, I want to pretend to be dead. Bai Lak had always had a strong personality and could not stand such a tasteless joke, so she kicked him flying away, you dare make fun of me. On the other side, Yati paid no attention to that matter, and took out two miniature versions of Blood Tide and Hu Yan. He held them in his hand, looked at Liu Feng and cheerfully divided the spoils. Brother Liu Feng, choose one of the two. The two miniatures were more docile than their originals, lying obediently in his hand. This is the sole imprint, it can determine their life and death. With your strength you can only keep one, so choose. Yati set them down, their appearance adorable yet the words from their mouths harsh, brat. If you choose me, I will make your life worse than death. I like hunting others. Yati glanced at the two small beings, the corner of his lips curling up. The one who has chosen lives, the other will be erased. Hearing that, both immediately changed their attitudes, putting on pitiful expressions and pleading in unison, choose me. The scene left Liu Feng speechless, not knowing what to say, wondering where the aura of the strong had gone. Liu Feng turned to Lao Kot for advice. He analyzed that Tian Dao possessed outstanding speed when it came to escaping, while Huo Yan had once destroyed his accumulation, so he wished to take revenge. Hearing that, Huo Yan grew furious and turned to curse Lao Kot. You damned old mage, I will deal with you. Yati understood Liu Feng's choice and quickly decided, since you dislike Lao Kot, then hand your soul imprint to him. Huo Yan fell into Lao Kot's hands. He stroked his beard and smiled meaningfully. In the future we will cooperate well. Liu Feng reached out and received Tian Dao's imprint as it flew toward him, just like the way he had previously handled Hack Then. Liu Feng looked at the slightly chubby bird and smiled in greeting. I look forward to your guidance, Wei Tian Dao, blood tie. When the contract was completed, Zhao Jin in Liu Feng's hand gradually woke up. Liu Feng lifted him carefully and gently reassured him. It is all right now, everything is fine. Zhao Jin calmed down, and just as he stood steady, Yati spoke, little one awake already. Zhao Jin hesitated, his clear eyes looking at the person before him, and asked, are you father? Hearing that, Yati burst out laughing and even spat out water. He carried Zhao Jin, lightly touching his cheek as he explained, I am Yati, even though you sense a familiar aura. Yati set him down, pointed to his own head and explained, I am the reincarnated soul fragment of Liu Jian. Let us leave here first and return to my territory before continuing. Bilak casually kicked Fei Zai once more and crossed her arms, saying, I am not going, my teammates are still waiting for me. She stepped forward, grasped Liu Feng's chin and instructed him, whatever your taste may be, I do not care. Remember to keep yourself clean and then come find me. After speaking, she waved her hand and left. Behind her came Lu Nu's choked voice, farewell, I will miss you. Yati waited until the farewell ended before walking over and nudging Liu Feng teasingly. That girl is not bad. Wherever she goes, she does not forget romance. Conversation ended, and the six of them flew off in the same direction. Only Fei Zai remained sprawled on the ground as they departed for the territory. Someone asked why not deal with him. Yati replied that the soul imprint had been taken. Keeping him would still be useful. Scene shifted to Phylak's side. She lit a fire alone in the forest, thinking about how the one she liked only knew powerful people, making it even harder to approach. Chewing on a dry blade of grass, she resolved that would not do, she had to achieve her goal. While she was still thinking, a skeletal hand suddenly broke through the soil and rose up. Pablo and Hong Yi emerged from underground, Hong Yi brushing off the dust while Pablo held his head and lamented in fear. Seeing the skeleton appear, Phylak was so startled, she nearly dropped the blade of grass. Hong Yi immediately shielded Pablo behind him, casting a blood art, his eyes wary while still complaining about the skeleton being dirty. Phylak remained seated by the fire and calmly said, do not be tense, here aside from the beast race everyone is a friend, come eat together. Hong Yi looked at the stick over the fire, intending to ask more about what was being roasted. Before he could finish speaking, Phylak had already leapt up into the treetop. In the blink of an eye she dragged down a winged beast, startling the other two. It was done. Hong Yi looked up at her landing, full of admiration. Her move was too fast, then asked whether to make it spicy. Pablo raised his hand asking for it extremely spicy. Hong Yi frowned, wondering whether a skeleton could even eat. The scene shifted to the waterfall, where people were discussing Liu Jian's reincarnation and Liu Feng's transmigration due to resonance. Liu Feng and Gala passed through the curtain of water and entered inside. Yati recounted everything calmly, comparing it to familiar stories, then asked about other developments. Gala interrupted, saying that the energy here was abundant and helped injuries recover. In the past, the sword spirit had built this place through instinctive absorption. Liu Feng and Lao Kot strolled around and realized this place resembled where he had once cultivated. Yati gazed into the distance, his voice low and sorrowful. This might be the manifestation of the master's homesickness. He turned back and said to Liu Feng, this trip is to find Liu Jian's soul. It may lie within the chanting dragon sword. Liu Feng raised his hand and asked whether he knew the sword's location. Yati replied that having inherited the sword spirit he knew clearly. He warned that at present Liu Feng could not approach, because the sword aura and a king-level beast guarding it were extremely dangerous. Liu Feng asked in astonishment, and Yati explained that even he himself could not get close without the scabbard. He patted Liu Feng's shoulder and advised him to focus on improving his strength first. Liu Feng nodded and then asked about how to save his beloved, whose soul had been injured. Lao Kot took out undead fluid and said simply that using it would be enough. The answer surprised Liu Feng, and he asked again to be certain. Lao Kot explained that a deficient soul needed to be replenished, just like a remnant soul absorbing energy. Liu Feng understood. The problem turned out to be simple, and he realized he had been deceived before. Yati draped an arm over him and reminded him that with Wei Er's cultivation, the purest undead fluid was required, or it would be dangerous. Liu Feng was puzzled because he thought undead fluid was already pure. Yati explained that in the god battlefield souls had all absorbed one another and thus were not pure, except for one case. He mentioned the terrifying gatekeeper standing amidst the ruins. Hearing that, Liu Feng's expression turned cold, determined to find a way to save Wei Er. The scene shifted to a castle at night, the room on the second floor still lit. Inside, Wei Er was relaxing in a bubble-filled bathtub. She soaked there, blushing as she imagined a private scene. She imagined wearing a soft nightgown, waiting for Liu Feng to return. In her imagination, Liu Feng approached and gently embraced her with tenderness. He pressed close to her body, his hand lightly brushing her slender waist, teasing her with a few words that made her cheeks flush red. It had been a long time since they met. Wei Er had become even gentler than before. Wei Er slightly tilted her head to avoid Liu Feng's gaze, her soft voice filled with longing. "Brother Feng, I truly miss you." Liu Feng gently lifted her chin. Both of them closed their eyes and slowly moved closer to each other. Just as the dream reached its climax, Wei Er in reality suddenly woke up, sat up and reached into the air while softly calling, "Brother Feng." Realizing it was just a dream, her face turned even redder. Wei Er rubbed her burning cheeks and blamed herself. "I really have no shame, dreaming such nonsense again." She lightly touched the edge of the bathtub, her gaze dimmed as she softly voiced what her heart longed for. "I wonder how Brother Feng is now. When will he return?" At the same time, outside the door a strange shadow briefly passed by, but Wei Er did not notice at all. Only a few seconds later she sensed something wrong. Her eyes immediately turned sharp. Wei Er quickly wrapped a towel, leaped out of the bathtub with swift and clean movements. At that moment the shadow kicked open the bathroom door and rushed in. She immediately drew her sword and launched an attack straight at the intruder. The one who suddenly appeared was Jing Er. She swung a water spear to block Wei Er's sword. Realizing the opponent was not ordinary, she widened the distance and retreated with her sword. Jing Er paused, placing her hand on her waist, frowning as she looked at Wei Er. "You are Wei Er." Wei Er held her towel tightly, still watching the opponent cautiously as she coldly said, "Before asking others, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" Jing Er glanced at her arrogantly, slowly declaring her identity. "I am Jing Er, the third princess of the East Sea merfolk. I came to deliver a message to you." After speaking, she tossed a small blue stone to Wei Er. She caught it in surprise and asked, "What is this?" Jing Er maintained her indifferent expression, letting out a faint mocking smile. "I thought the person Liu Feng left behind was special. Turns out it is only this much." Hearing the mocking tone, Wei Er immediately reacted. Discomfort rose in her heart as she thought, as expected, another person he knows outside. Jing Er did not want to argue. She quickly stated her purpose. "I came to inform your human race. A month ago the beasts of the four seas rebelled, and the magical beasts on land are showing similar signs." Maintaining her princess demeanor, she continued. "The Dragon Emperor intended for Liu Feng to investigate the cause, but he got lost in the Lost Garden. As his person, this matter is entrusted to you." After delivering the message, Jing Er turned and left, leaving Wei Er alone. "Farewell." He flew out of the estate, leaving behind a sentence like a warning. "Soon, this world will fall into chaos." The scene shifted to a clear stream, a small squirrel leisurely drinking water by the bank. Suddenly a loud explosion rang out, startling it as it quickly darted into nearby bushes to hide. Liu Feng was the one who caused that shockwave. At this moment he was focused on cultivating. The energy around him gradually gathered before his hands. He closed his eyes, raised his face to the sky, slowly absorbing the gathered energy into his body. Space around him seemed to be pulled into a powerful vortex. Even Lu Na had to cling tightly to a leaf, complaining that she was about to be blown away. Suddenly Liu Feng opened his eyes, shouted loudly and exhaled forcefully. His aura surged dramatically. The space dyed in a strange bright color. Hearing the disturbance, Gala approached while muttering, "Too reckless." At the same time, Liu Feng stepped onto the ground, kicking up thick dust. Luna quickly flew in front of him, asking anxiously, "How is it? Have you broken through yet?" Tian Dao flew over, looking at Liu Feng regulating his breath and spoke instead. Do you think reaching the divine rank is so easy? It took me 500 years back then. Liu Feng ignored him, wiped his sweat and replied, that's right, 3 days of effort only brought me to the edge of the divine rank. Tian Dao was about to mock him but froze. I already said you are still too green, what, 3 days to reach the edge of divine rank. He stood straight, crossed his arms and calmly said, it's not even a breakthrough, why are you so surprised? Bloodclaw was about to boast again. Liu Feng could not stand it and pushed him aside. You are really annoying, it took me 10 years back then, stop nagging. Ayla stepped closer and reminded seriously. Liu Feng, you only reached peak supreme 2 months ago. Wanting to advance to divine rank quickly is very difficult unless you have boundless energy, I know. He understood he was being impatient, pondering deeply. Before leaving, Alice left some boundless energy, but it is still not enough to break through. Liu Feng looked around for that person but only saw Gala. What should I do? Maybe I should ask Yati. Where are Xiao Jin and Yati? Luna flew over to report. Yati is teaching Xiao Jin cultivation. He said it is the carp leaping over the dragon gate technique. What carp? Liu Feng stopped cultivating and walked along the stone steps with Luna to find them. On the other side, Yati was eating an apple while instructing. Xiao Jin, crawl up by yourself. If you want to help Liu Feng, you must become stronger. As soon as Liu Feng arrived, he heard that and said, Yati, Xiao Jin is still small, no need. What, where is Xiao Jin? Yati pointed at a puffed cheek fish lying on the ground. Here, that's it. Liu Feng looked at that silly appearance and was startled. Don't tell me that is Xiao Jin, what did you do to it? Yati explained it used to live in the wild without any technique so it could not use its strength. I taught it based on inherited memory. Liu Feng was surprised. Carp leaping over the dragon gate. Yati corrected. Wrong, it is divine dragon crossing the fish gate. Liu Feng angrily grabbed his collar and shook him. What is wrong with you? There is no such thing as divine dragon crossing the fish gate. This kind of cultivation is reversed. T replied, why not? The sea has the kun. The kun ancestors are no weaker than dragon ancestors. Moreover, energy itself has no hierarchy. What matters is whether it suits you and how you use it. He smiled and said, letting Xiao Jin learn this is to help it control its power. Liu Feng was surprised. If energy has no hierarchy, then why does breaking into divine rank require boundless energy? Yati asked back. If Liu Jian lived his whole life in Hua Xia, would he not be able to reach divine rank? If there is none, then go find it. You cannot give up just because it is lacking. Hearing that, Liu Feng suddenly understood. That's right, although this place lacks boundless energy, the boundless realm itself is abundant. As he spoke, he stepped forward. If last time I could open the boundless realm, then this time. He raised his hand to the sky, gathering energy. This time using boundless energy as a guide, perhaps. After a pause, he released that power. It can be opened again. After finishing, Liu Feng descended, his face calm and expressionless. But at that moment, 2 streaks of blood suddenly appeared on his chest, making him grit his teeth in pain. Gala asked in shock, what are you doing? Without enough boundless energy, absorbing more will only overload your body. Old Bone added, that's right, doing this is very dangerous. Seeing the situation worsening, Old Bone hurriedly said, not good, we must stop him. Everyone act together. Liu Feng did not stop. He tightened the energy in his hand and said, I found it, the boundless realm. As soon as he finished, he struck forward and shouted, open for me. A massive vortex immediately appeared in the sky, violently pulling down toward where he stood. Gala stared at the scene in shock. All of it is boundless energy. The white bird exclaimed, oh my, this time I followed the right person. The one beside said, Tian Dao, maybe we should change masters. Before anyone could react, Liu Feng had already stepped into the vortex. In an instant, his body completely disappeared into it. With no trace left, Gala worried. Where is Liu Feng? This is bad. How did cultivating make him disappear? T reassured. This is his opportunity, it is fine. He even secretly praised, as expected of a transmigrator, truly extraordinary. Inside, Liu Feng was enveloped in a faint shimmering light. Looking around, he was astonished. I have truly entered the boundless realm. Streams of energy poured in at once. He marveled inwardly. It feels like playing a game, like gaining experience. In his abdomen, small points of light quickly arranged into an orderly pattern. At that moment, someone flew over from afar, making Liu Feng surprised and wonder. Why are there still people appearing here? Liu Feng froze, his gaze fixed, and carefully observing the person in front of him. The girl looked around in bewilderment, wondering where she was, barely sensing a trace of human presence. But at that moment, Liu Feng lunged forward and hugged her tightly, leaving her even more stunned. Seeing him act so rashly, the girl scolded loudly, are you out of your mind? Liu Feng held her tighter, his mind only calling Alice, lost in emotion, unaware that she was silently channeling force to counterattack. Yet in the end, she only pushed him away, an action that left Liu Feng utterly astonished. Even Alice was shocked. Her original intention had been to kill him, yet she only gave a gentle push. Liu Feng pressed the question, Alice, what's wrong with you? Hadn't you sealed yourself? Why are you here? She widened her eyes at him. Alice, what, you brat, what nonsense are you saying? What just happened? Hearing the harsh tone, Liu Feng forced a smile, stammering, who are you? Turned out she was Floria. Seeing him so foolish, she scolded, didn't you call my name before, so quickly you've forgotten? Liu Feng's eyes widened in surprise, Goddess Floria. Scratched his head awkwardly, sorry, I thought you were someone else, someone who looks very much like you. Floria frowned in surprise, someone like me. Could it be the one who appeared on the god's battlefield? The god's battlefield, wait a moment. He muttered, I clearly wanted to attack him just now but was strangely stopped, as if losing control of my body in that instant. Suddenly remembering something, Floria was startled, like me, it's her, she is still alive. Liu Feng hurriedly shook her shoulder, Goddess Floria, you know Alice, that person is very much like you. Who is she? Are you twins? Floria panicked and horrified, she is alive. She has returned. No, I must leave, hide far away. With that, Floria vanished in an instant, leaving Liu Feng standing dumbfounded. He looked up at the sky and shouted, Goddess Floria, someone tell me what really happened. After a moment, Liu Feng calmed down, fine, forget it for now, absorb energy first. He felt a surge of abundant energy, filling his entire body. Every tendon and muscle tensed like a drawn bow. He closed his eyes and shouted, mirror clone. Once again, the stars in his dantian began to shift position. It seemed that each time he comprehended more power, the stars changed their location. At the same time, Liu Feng gritted his teeth, releasing a strange force from within. He lowered his voice then shouted loudly, activating the 7-star formation. In the sky, a gigantic flower twisted and swirled, spinning in the middle of the heaven. It resembled a violent tornado, rushing forward carrying a strong, forceful aura. Liu Feng controlled his breath, then shouted again, breakthrough. Pain surged, almost making him cry, but he gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and yelled. The bright stars representing the sky now emitted a massive glow and slowly moved along their trajectory. Force from those stars, then all shot straight toward Liu Feng standing at the center. He felt much stronger than before, his eyes revealing undisguised astonishment. Outside, everyone waited silently, all worried about his disappearance. Only Yeti quietly cheered, Liu Feng, absorb quickly. Absorb more, do not hesitate. Just after speaking, Liu Feng shot out from the whirlpool. He looked at everyone, confidently declaring, I have broken through. Hong Tin eagerly stepped forward, Liu Feng Xuan disciple. Thanks to you we also benefit. Though not yet breaking through the barrier, the energy over the past 2 days is enough to rival 100 years of hard cultivation. Yahello ran over and hugged him, spinning, leaving Liu Feng dizzy. He stammered, thanks, don't mention it. And he calmly said, with your cultivation speed plus the mysterious space full of energy, at most in 30 years you'll reach king level. Then you can enter the sword realm of Ngam Long, eliminate king level beasts and obtain the divine sword. But Liu Feng responded firmly, no, in 3 days I will set out. Scene shift, elsewhere in the sky, a radiant sword-shaped beam continuously shone. Nearby, a dragon flew, seemingly trying to oppose the immense power. Yet contrary to expectation, as it approached, the light became sharp like a blade. Light swept across the demonic beast, causing it to howl in pain. Liu Feng and everyone witnessed the fierce scene. He felt a slight satisfaction. Elder beside him marveled, a god-level beast clan destroyed right before our eyes, with no resistance. Tian Daio hurriedly interjected, brat no, master, my life is in your hands if you risk it, do not involve me. Yeti continued, in the past Liu Jian was a god king, Ngam Long's sword was his life-bound treasure. Its power terrifying, Liu Feng Xuan disciple you are confident to capture it yourself. Una stepped forward and said softly, maybe slow down, that thing is terrifying. Liu Feng reassured, relax, I have dragon a mission so sword energy won't harm me. Right Yeti, according to you, you are the reincarnated soul fragment of Liu Jian, so capturing Ngam Long's sword should be easier. T shook his head, no, I am me, he is him. If fused with Liu Jian's soul after obtaining the sword, who would I be? Then he continued, I want to be an independent Yeti, not a fragment of Liu Jian's soul. If one day he demands my soul back, I'd rather vanish than submit. Liu Feng's eyes were cold, he firmly declared, I will not let that day come. After speaking, Liu Feng headed straight forward, waved to everyone, I am leaving. Tian Daio shouted, no, I don't want to die, damn it. Upon stepping in, Liu Feng murmured in surprise, that was too easy. The golden light closer revealed itself to be the divine sword Engamlong. He did not have time to think further. Suddenly from beneath the water, a strange object shot toward him. The monster surfaced, opening its mouth to threaten Liu Feng. It suddenly attacked, its sharp teeth seeming ready to crush the target. In the blink of an eye, those massive teeth aimed at him and bit fiercely. Liu Feng did not stand still. He activated internal force and counterattack. He used quadruple strike, a sword slash causing dark red liquid to gush from its body. Looking at the sea monster, Liu Feng was slightly surprised. Is it over already? Of course, it wasn't that simple. Just then tentacles rose from the water, revealing a monstrous octopus. Wrapped around his legs, Liu Feng muttered in shock, knew it wouldn't be easy. In an instant he was pulled underwater, screaming in terror. Under the water, he swung his sword at the tentacle. But before he could breathe, a school of ferocious fish swam toward him, eyes lustful. Gripping the sword, he exerted force again and shouted, octuple strike. Instantly, the sword cut through the water, defeating countless fish under his hand. Seeing his body sinking deeper, he cried in despair, forgetting he was underwater. Covering his mouth, he wondered how he had breathed underwater before. Suddenly recalling something, Liu Feng raised his hand to touch the top of his head, as if to confirm a thought that had just flashed through his mind. The image of Jing flickered in his mind, remembering her words about the feeling of breathing freely. He felt a faint sadness, wondering how the mermaid beauty was now. But the octopus tentacles continued to coil around him, clinging stubbornly without letting go. His thoughts cut short, Liu Feng tightened his grip on the sword and shouted loudly, "Enough, you grotesque thing." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged straight toward the giant octopus, his assault immensely fierce. Each time a tentacle stretched out, it was cleanly severed by him, as if he were handling a pile of fresh seafood. His strike aimed at its head, Liu Feng immediately shifted the sword tip toward its eyes, unleashing consecutive moves. Just as he was about to press closer, a gentle voice sounded by his ear, Brother Fong. He spun around abruptly and exclaimed in shock, Wei Er. She looked at him with sorrowful eyes and softly asked why he had not returned yet, saying she missed him very much. Liu Feng reached out to hold her hand, replying emotionally that he missed her deeply as well. But at that very moment, Wei Er's face gradually dissolved, her gaze turning unnaturally distorted. It turned out to be only an illusion created by the octopus. It spoke in an eerie, inviting voice, "Come here and play with me." The water surface was dyed dark red, the sight jolting Liu Feng back to clarity. A figure identical to him suddenly appeared, pushing him aside to avoid sharp teeth sweeping past. Liu Feng instantly sensed something wrong and shouted a warning that there was a problem with the water. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword fiercely forward, shouting in fury. The dark red spread outward as he swept his gaze around. Whatever sinister technique it was, the figures of familiar people appeared one after another calling his name. His precious memories touched, Liu Feng gritted his teeth, his eyes icy cold, saying that man had truly angered him. Having said that, he circulated his inner force and shouted the names of the moves Divine Transcendent Sword and Silver Star Sword Aura. Sword light crashed down violently, tearing the opponent's body apart. In the water, crimson streaks shimmered like crystals drifting. The lake's surface gradually calmed again. Liu Feng frowned, slightly wondering if it was over. Before he could sigh in relief, he looked ahead and exclaimed in shock what was going on. In front of him, countless octopuses appeared in a swarm, their gazes fixed on him. Liu Feng groaned inwardly. Was it not said there was only one? Here there were at least several hundred. Though unwilling, he still had to fight with all his strength in solitary combat. The more he fought, the more appeared. He thought this was far too abnormal. The entire lake teemed with monsters. Attacking while dodging, he had no time to tend his wounds, crimson spreading across the water surface. Liu Feng began to consider retreat, wondering if he should withdraw to a desolate place. On second thought, his intuition told him things were not simple, especially their transformation into Wei Er. While calculating, he nimbly dodged within the dense encirclement. No matter which direction he slipped toward, the monsters clung tightly without releasing him. He muttered that something felt wrong somewhere. Suddenly he stood still to take a hit. The tentacle passed through like an illusion, and he instantly understood it was all a hallucination. Immediately he decided to seal off his senses, replacing them with perception through consciousness. Liu Feng calmed himself and closed his eyes, following his intuition. Every current of water and every breath around him was clearly sensed by him. Water brushing his back transmitted that sensation to every cell. The calmer he became, the more he grasped the opponent's pattern. He sneered, so it was merely deception. That man had not reached king level at all. Thinking so, he circulated his energy, his gaze focused, his hand tightening around the sword hilt. Water surged violently, forming a distorted face aimed at him. Liu Feng stomped hard on the water and shot upward. At last he reached the shore safely, exhaling lightly in satisfaction. He declared he would uproot it completely. If that man were truly king level today, he might not win, but unfortunately. He shouted as he unleashed spatial sword domain and star-devouring formation. Sword light immediately slashed down onto the water where the opponent hid. That thing roared viciously and rose from the lake's surface. Before long it dived down again, Liu Feng patiently observing every movement. When the battle ended, the sky suddenly poured down a strange rain. Looking up at the falling rain, he understood his efforts had been rewarded. With a distant gaze, Liu Feng let out a relieved breath. Finally it was done. He gently stepped onto the water surface. Looking toward the distance, he said next it would be that man. Stepping onto the small island, Toa Long seemed ineffective. He had no choice but to circulate protective true energy to resist. Before advancing deeper, Liu Feng probed cautiously. The sword aura outside was already so terrifying. He remembered Yeti's warning that the closer to Long and Gam's sword, the fiercer the sword aura. A slight mistake would cost dearly. Even so, Liu Feng still resolved to step inside. At least he had to try once. Inside appeared a scene like a desert, almost devoid of vitality. He wondered in surprise where he was. As he moved forward, several powerful streams of inner force rushed at him. Raising his hand to block, he realized those golden streaks were all sword aura. If that was the case, he was almost left with no path of retreat. Despite the layered dangers, Liu Feng still chose to advance forward. Wind and sand raged as if entering the eye of a storm. He told himself to push further. Within the curtain of sand and dust, he persisted in stepping forward regardless of peril. But when he intended to advance further, a powerful force suddenly blasted him outward. Shocked to the point of coughing up a mouthful of red, he admitted with difficulty that with his current strength he could not approach. Touching his body, he was astonished to find only internal injuries with no external marks. At this moment, Gala and the others rushed over, asking after him, and saying he was wise not to risk his life against a king-level foe. Tian Dao even mocked that he had long been frightened into running out. Hearing that, Liu Feng calmly replied that beast had already been dealt with by him. Tian Dao was stunned, looking at him skeptically and asking if it was true. Under everyone's expectant gazes, he affirmed once more that it had been resolved. Inwardly, he thought he would not reveal the truth, that it had not reached king level. Luna cheerfully mentioned his past feat. Liu Feng hurriedly coughed a few times, explaining that time was mainly thanks to Alice and Yeti's support. Luna raised her hand and pointed into the distance, adding that Yeti was still guiding Xiao Jin in cultivation. Everyone immediately turned to look, seeing Xiao Jin and Yeti standing over there, their hands and feet waving as they exchanged moves with great intensity. He shouted in annoyance, Xiao Jin, Dragon Origin Demon Breaking Fist. The key is to convert true energy into Dragon Origin and use Dragon Origin to attack. You are still relying on physical strength. The little dragon from years ago now obediently followed instructions. Xiao Jin gathered all his inner force and struck fiercely toward the mountain ahead. At that moment, Yeti suddenly sensed a familiar aura and immediately turned around. Seeing Liu Feng, he could not help but tease, "Only one day and you are already out." It seems that king-level beast was not easy to handle. Sitting on Liu Feng's shoulder, Luna happily boasted that Liu Feng had already dealt with it with ease, while he replied modestly that it was only luck. Aside from its powerful illusion, its offense and defense were average. T nodded in understanding. No wonder beasts risked their lives to rush into the sword domain. They had been lured by its illusion. Hearing that Liu Feng had returned, Xiao Jin lost all focus on training, immediately transforming into human form and rushing over, calling out Liu Feng. Little boy cried as he complained, "Liu Feng, while you were away, Yeti kept tormenting me." He asked worriedly, "Yeti, how much has Xiao Jin improved?" And he replied that as you can see he has reverted to a divine dragon. It counts as the first step into the path. Looking at Xiao Jin's unusual appearance, he wondered about the dragon scales and horns, and Xiao Jin sobbed that he did not want to cultivate anymore because it was too exhausting. T explained that he still had to pass one final lightning tribulation to truly become a Huaxia divine dragon. He taught Dragon Origin Demon Breaking Fist to help him cope when the lightning tribulation descended. He asked anxiously whether it was dangerous, and Yeti rubbed Xiao Jin's head, saying that as a divine dragon he must undergo this tribulation. He would do his utmost to protect him and not let anything happen. Luna cut in that Phi Lak was right. The three of them were like a family, Xiao Jin the son, Liu Feng the father, Yati the mother. Yati flared up, on what basis am I the mother? And he smiled bitterly that he had asked the wrong question. The scene shifted to a small tavern, where the sounds of clashing and fighting rang out endlessly. After a while, soldiers were beaten and thrown outside, all covered in injuries and lying on the ground unable to rise. One of them pointed inside and shouted, Phi Lak, we will definitely avenge our boss, just wait. Holding Hong Yi, Phi Lak said coldly, if you have the guts then come, next time I will not show mercy. She then smiled at Hong Yi, thanking her for the help earlier, otherwise she would have fallen into a trap, and asked what a little girl like her was doing in the 100,000 great mountains. Hong Yi replied calmly that her matters had nothing to do with her. Phi Lak laughed, still not trusting me, judging by your look you must be searching for your beloved. She continued teasing, then I wish you find that person soon, and I also hope to achieve what I desire. Hong Yi secretly vowed to find him, while Phi Lak also swore to stand above that man. In a desolate forest, the silence was so deep that birdsong could be heard clearly. Liu Feng walked with a dejected face, and Feng Tin could not resist teasing that he had gained another new wound. He silently looked at Gala and told him to warm 2 bowls of wine and add some snacks. Feng Tin laughed and guessed that he had been hung up and beaten in the sword domain again. He snapped irritably, why are you slandering me? Feng Tin laughed that yesterday he clearly saw him blasted out of the sword domain and fall miserably. Angrily retorted that being knocked flying did not mean being strung up and beaten. A martial artist fights against heaven and earth. So what if he fell occasionally, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river? 3 burst into laughter, and the atmosphere in the small courtyard immediately became cheerful. Yet he still refused to admit defeat, returning to that island to continue challenging himself. Even as wind and sand lashed his face, he gritted his teeth and pressed forward. The dust grew denser, but unlike yesterday he told himself he could not retreat. Suddenly from nowhere, weapons accompanied by hidden projectiles shot straight toward him. In a moment of carelessness, a sharp object pierced his abdomen, warm red liquid spilling out and sending a sharp pain through him. Clutching the wound, he continued forward, beneath his feet a sea of blazing fire. It was as if he stood within a furnace, flames surrounding him on all sides. The sensation of his body being burned to numbness spread, yet he did not stop. Forcing himself to dash ahead, he knew that once he passed this trial the wound would be insignificant. The trial did not cease, sharp spikes sprouted from the ground. They tightened around Liu Feng's body, causing him considerable injury. Resilient, he still fell, the wounds too much to bear. Unable to stand, he crawled forward, determined in his heart to overcome it today. He roared to muster courage and charged again, I will succeed. At that very moment, a stream of golden light appeared before his eyes, leaving Liu Feng stunned. He felt as if he were rising into the air, wondering in his heart whether he had succeeded. A golden figure appeared, and asked why you wished to take the chanting dragon sword. Liu Feng recognized the other party, and answered that Senior Liu Jian had told him to come and take it. The figure waved a hand and flung him far away, saying coldly that if he wanted it he should come take it himself, yet lost. Liu Feng was blasted away, and all the trials crashed down at once. After being thrown out of that place, he crashed heavily onto the ground, his injuries worsening. Touching himself and groaning, he cursed that this time was far worse than before, that hateful sword light. He muttered irritably that Liu Jian should come take it himself. If he could have come, he would not be trapped here. Even so, he did not give up, his gaze growing firmer as he continued. After countless times being driven out, the other party still coldly uttered a single word, yet lost. Liu Feng once again charged in recklessly, and shouted that he had already said it was Liu Jian. This time he resolved to break the stalemate, channeling inner force and drawing his weapon to attack. He shouted and swung his sword fiercely forward. The result was the same. Liu Feng was repeatedly blasted away like a sandbag. It seemed the two sides were testing who was more persistent. He gritted his teeth and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I will stake my life against you. Suddenly Xiao Jin appeared, powerful inner force radiating around him. Seeing this, he stared intently at Xiao Jin's reaction in astonishment. Realizing something, he exclaimed that this was Xiao Jin's lightning tribulation. Xiao Jin shot upward, his body enveloped in dense layers of thunder and lightning. The scene terrified everyone. Liu Feng and Yati watched silently. Blood Tide trembled, saying he could not control this fear. Yu Yan said it felt like meeting a natural nemesis from childhood. Luna asked anxiously whether Xiao Jin would be all right, and he reassured her to trust him. He turned to Yati and asked about the current situation. Yati replied that Xiao Jin's lightning tribulation was even more terrifying than he had predicted. The divine dragon is an auspicious sign. When a divine being emerges, heaven and earth will not tolerate it easily. If he passes, the divine dragon bloodline within him will truly awaken. If he fails, he will vanish. He asked in alarm whether he could help him. Yati smiled and cracked his knuckles in preparation, of course. He circulated his technique, his expression calm as he told everyone to prepare according to the plan. Standing at the center, he commanded to form the array. As his words fell, Yati's inner force transformed into a faint golden radiance that shot straight into the sky, a Bagua formation quickly taking shape. Pain struck very quickly, but at this moment, Xiao Jin was protected by the Bagua compass created by Yati. His small body writhed in midair. This breakthrough seemed to have drained nearly half of Xiao Jin's life force. Luna did not dare to look any longer, hurriedly burying her face in Liu Feng's chest, and he gritted his teeth in worry and softly called, Xiao Jin. Waves of lightning strikes crashed straight into Xiao Jin's body. The sensation like his soul was being torn apart, making the boy unable to hold back a loud cry. Unable to stand still any longer, Liu Feng immediately shot upward, anxiously shouting, Xiao Jin. But just as he intended to approach, a powerful force suddenly struck toward him, forcing Liu Feng to hastily dodge to the side. He asked in shock, Yati, what are you doing, and received the reply, this is Xiao Jin's tribulation, you cannot interfere. Yati's gaze was filled with determination. I guarantee that even if the situation worsens, I can exchange my own life for his. Knowing Yati had no intention of harming Xiao Jin and that he was powerless, Liu Feng could only stand below, clenching his fists and praying, Xiao Jin, hold on. High above, streaks of light continuously struck down upon Xiao Jin, his flesh showing patches of burning red as if scorched. Liu Feng raised his head and shouted, Xiao Jin, you must get through this, I am still waiting for you to protect me. The sky gradually became covered in dark clouds. Yati warned in a deep voice, the strongest heavenly lightning is about to arrive. As soon as the words fell, a gigantic bolt of lightning formed within the clouds and struck straight down, pushing Xiao Jin into an extremely dangerous situation. Xiao Jin spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes dimming. Liu Feng cried out in panic, no. Shortly after, Xiao Jin's body swayed unsteadily in midair, as if about to fall. Yati and the others below were also severely injured by the aftershock. Seeing Xiao Jin fly off unconsciously, Yati immediately shouted for Liu Feng to chase after him. Hearing this, Liu Feng sped off in that direction, while Yati watched the two with worry. Liu Feng's heart was filled with unease. Xiao Jin, nothing must happen to you. Reaching a mountain, he saw Xiao Jin fall down, his golden body now covered in red burn marks, looking utterly miserable. At the sight, Liu Feng immediately circulated his inner force and rushed forward, shouting, Xiao Jin. At that moment, a black shadow flew over, saying that he had found a suitable divine beast to capture as a mount for Lady Feng. Xiao Jin was already exhausted, only able to lie motionless on the ground. Hearing the stranger's words, Liu Feng gritted his teeth and shouted, damn it, you dare. As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned his weapon into his hand, pointed it at the opponent and shouted, divine domain. Sword swung fiercely, slashing straight at the arm that was about to seize Xiao Jin. The girl in black coldly asked, who are you, seeking death? After speaking, she waved her hand and sent Liu Feng flying. The opponent's strength was clearly superior. Liu Feng frowned as he realized the opponent was a king-level expert. The situation was truly troublesome. Ta Fuang sneered, I already said it and you still do not understand, then you can disappear. Liu Feng did not back down when Ta Fuang made her move. His figure immediately vanished, causing her to exclaim, what astonishing speed. Liu Feng swiftly darted toward Xiao Jin. But Xiao Jin had already had a chain fastened around his neck by another man. Ta Fuang turned back and coldly ordered, kill him. As soon as the order was given, countless black-clothed men holding swords rushed in from all directions to surround Liu Feng. He clenched his teeth, gathered his inner force and unleashed the move, eightfold swift wind strike. Liu Feng's figure swept like the wind. Wherever the sword passed, it left dark red traces upon the ground. In the end, the man chaining Xiao Jin was also struck down. Chains snapped apart as well. Liu Feng hurriedly held Xiao Jin and anxiously asked, can you hear me? Ta Fuang looked at her fallen subordinates and contemptuously said, a bunch of useless trash. Liu Feng calculated inwardly. The true qi within the sword domain had been reduced by more than half and he was internally injured. He could not act recklessly any longer. If only he had subdued the chanting dragon sword earlier. Seeing herself ignored, Ta Fuang angrily shouted, you dare to look down on me. Then she threw a dagger toward Liu Feng. the blade wrapped in dense black aura. In an instant, thick black smoke enveloped his body and position. Even so, Liu Feng still placed his hand on the ground, channeling inner force to protect Xiao Jin. At some unknown moment, Ta Fuang had already appeared behind him. She continued to launch a surprise attack, forcing Liu Feng into a passive position. Fortunately, Xiao Jin shrank down, allowing Liu Feng to seize the opening and take the boy away. Fuang watched with interest and muttered, afterimage clone, interesting, but one who has just reached the divine rank is only this much. Still determined to capture Xiao Jin as a medicinal catalyst, she immediately flew in pursuit. At the same time, she summoned a black phoenix and shouted, "Burn him to ashes." The black bird obeyed and immediately charged forward. It sped toward Liu Feng, unleashing relentless attacks. Holding Xiao Jin tightly, Liu Feng felt a flicker of panic, wondering how its speed could be so fast. Despite the disparity in strength, he still resisted with all his might, circulating protective true chi and unleashing eightfold strike. The black phoenix cried out to the heavens and then dived down. The two streams of power collided, creating an explosion that shook the sky. Ta Fuang thought her demonic beast had won and disdainfully said, "Truly boring." At that moment, an even stronger aura appeared, startling her into turning around. Within the black smoke, a towering figure emerged, gradually condensing into human form. A young man clad in gleaming iron armor, his face cold, stood in front of Liu Feng. Liu Feng was astonished and then realized it was Xiao Jin. The tribulation had succeeded. Xiao Jin had now transformed into a tall and sturdy young man. He circulated his inner force, sparkling light and surging aura surrounding his body. His characteristic golden eyes shone even brighter. After the heavenly lightning, he seemed completely reborn. Looking at Ta Fuang, Xiao Jin shouted, "You are not allowed to bully Liu Feng." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed Dragon Origin Demon Breaking Fist. Even after advancing, Xiao Jin still had to face the powerful Ta Fuang. Ta Fuang raised her weapon to block in front of her. Xiao Jin unleashed a vast sea of flames and coldly said, "Haste my flame." He transformed into a giant dragon and asked Liu Feng whether he could still use his ultimate move, receiving the answer that he could barely use Silver Star Sword Gang, but it would be difficult to defeat her. Hearing this, Xiao Jin excitedly declared, "Am I not still here?" Dragon body spiraled fiercely through the sky, deploying a new domain, Xiao Jin's playground, flying dagger turntable. Ta Fuang also summoned dark power to resist. After a while, she realized in confusion that she could not move. A shout rang out, "Divine Domain Silver Star Sword Gang," leaving Ta Fuang stunned. The explosive power created violent tremors, forcing her to twist aside to evade. Xiao Jin's entire body radiated scorching heat as he continued to channel inner force throughout himself. Liu Feng hurried forward to support him and anxiously asked, "It succeeded, right?" Seeing Xiao Jin gravely injured, Liu Feng immediately gathered his energy and dashed forward, urgently telling him to stop worrying and leave this place at once. Of course, the enemy would never let him escape so easily. A pitch-black sphere suddenly appeared, blocking Liu Feng's path. Ta Fuang Qin glanced at the two of them and sneered, "It seems I have underestimated you." As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her hand and unleashed a surge of demonic power forward, shouting with killing intent. At that very moment, another source of power struck from nowhere and blocked in front of Ta Fuang, causing her to halt in shock. The one who appeared was none other than Hyatt Trow, his aura oppressive. He spread his wings and swept fiercely toward Ta Fuang, making her expression change as she blurted out, "Tian Dio." Hyatt Trow roared angrily, "I risked my life to help you, yet you keep courting death and dragging me with you. One mistake and we are both finished." His voice was filled with irritation. "If you truly want to seek death, then return my soul mark first." Liu Feng replied resentfully, "Do you think I like this? Was it not because you were frightened pale by Xiao Jin's heavenly tribulation? Stop talking nonsense and deal with that woman for me." Ta Fuang coldly interjected, "Lord Hyatt Trow, as the overlord of the 100,000 great mountains, could it be that you would obey a mere boy?" He turned and scolded directly, "Did you not hear me? My soul mark is in his hands. Today I have no choice but to follow his words." Being shouted at to her face, Ta Fuang gritted her teeth, her expression extremely unsightly. She thought irritably, how did this brat obtain Tian Dio's soul mark? What exactly is his background? Hyatt Trow raised his voice, "Little girl of the fallen angel clan, I originally did not wish to get involved with Fap Lam Cock. Blame your bad luck. If you bear a grudge, then settle it with that brat." Ta Fuang hurriedly said, "Please wait, Tian Dio Lord, I bear Fap Lam Cock's mark. If you kill me, he will immediately sense it and arrive." Hyatt Trow snorted coldly and gathered his strength. "I merely do not want trouble, not that I fear him. If he dares to come, I will not be afraid. Ta Fuang immediately added, then are you aware that Lord Fap Lam Kok has already stepped past the final gate of the Emperor level? He glanced at Liu Feng and said, it seems this matter has not reached an irreparable level. Perhaps we should let it go. Liu Feng refused and loudly objected, but she just now almost. Yan Dio lowered his voice. If Fap Lam Kok has truly broken through to the sovereign level, then Yati may not withstand him. Then he flapped his wings, urging Ta Fuang to leave quickly. He immediately circulated her technique, preparing to follow Hayat Trao's order and retreat using an escape arc. Before disappearing, Ta Fuang ground out, brat, I will one day collect today's debt from you, just wait. Tian Dio returned to his enormous form and warned that the black smoke was poisonous, a supreme escape technique of the fallen angel clan. Liu Feng looked at him and sneered softly, I have never seen a powerhouse as afraid of death as you. Hayat Trao replied calmly, Bing Shuang once feared not death, now his grave grass grows tall, only by living long does one learn to cherish life. Ta Fuang finally escaped, the place where she appeared left behind an explosion accompanied by rolling black smoke. She gritted her teeth and swore viciously, you damned brat, I will make you regret daring to anger me. Two subordinates hurried over to report that Hong Yi had escaped and asked for her decision. Ta Fuang frowned angrily, that girl caused me to travel to the 100,000 great mountains and nearly lose my life, capture her immediately. Switching to Phi Lax Inn, laughter and chatter filled the room. She sat among the youths, laughing as she boasted that the Mong Kai King fled in panic the moment he saw her. Raising her wine cup, Phi Lac continued, how could I let him go? I rushed up and grabbed him by the collar to teach him a lesson. Guess what happened next? His soul must have nearly left his body. She lifted Hangya's chin teasingly, coming to a tavern means having fun. Why are you always so cold? Hangyi brushed her hand aside and said indifferently that her injuries were almost healed and she would leave tomorrow. Lilac sighed, clearly you have something urgent yet you will not let me help. Am I not trustworthy as your elder sister? Suddenly hearing a loud noise outside the door, she immediately became alert and shouted, who is there? Ta Fuang rushed in from outside, shouting that she had finally found you, you wretched girl. Hangyi scornfully retorted, truly a shameless woman. The remark caused both Phi Lac and Ta Fuang to freeze and ask at the same time, who are you talking about? On Liu Feng's side, he finally brought Zhao Jin back safely. Luna ran over anxiously upon seeing them. Yati looked at Zhao Jin with delight and congratulated him on his success. Hayat Trao proudly claimed credit. If I had not intervened in time, you too would have been dealt with by Fap Lam Kok's people. So can you return my soul mark now? Yati was shocked after hearing this, not expecting Fap Lam Kok's forces to have extended here, then asked if the two were all right and told him to forget that idea. Liu Feng said in a low voice that he was fine, it only made him feel even more inadequate and that he must obtain the Dragon Roar sword soon. T asked whether he had a way to subdue it. Liu Feng replied that he had some clues. Zhao Jin excitedly showed off to Luna, look at brother's muscles, are they impressive? The moment Luna touched him, Zhao Jin immediately reverted to his small form, making her quickly protest that she did not break it. Liu Feng caught him and asked in surprise was he not already broken through. Yati explained that a divine dragon must be at least 300 years old to reach maturity. Zhao Jin was not even 2 years old yet. For now it was merely the activation of his potential, allowing him to temporarily transform into a youth rather than true maturity. Liu Feng understood that the stronger one was before adulthood, the more stable the small form would remain. Yati nodded in confirmation. Zhao Jin lay stretched out and lamented, heavens return to me my handsome face and muscular body. After that Liu Feng returned once more to the place where he had been thrown away over 100 times. Now the path was extremely familiar. Like returning home, as soon as he arrived, he loudly greeted that he had come again. The other person still asked as before, why do you want the Dragon Roar sword? This time Liu Feng did not answer evasively but drew his sword and said he simply wanted it. Become stronger, as soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward to attack the figure before him. But the moment he reached it, the opponent vanished unlike all the previous times. Faced with that strange change, Liu Feng widened his eyes in astonishment. At last he was no longer endlessly tormented within the secret realm as before. He was teleported to a strange forest with dense trees. After observing his surroundings for a long while, Liu Feng wondered where this place was. He continued to cast his gaze into the distance. Step by step advancing, he sensed someone ahead. The space was eerily quiet, even he was surprised, and finally he stood before a room. A neatly dressed man stepped out, looked at him and asked if he had arrived. It was Liu Giant, who said that he had been chosen by his remnant soul. Liu Feng respectfully bowed. This junior Liu Feng greets senior Liu Jian, this time I have come. Liu Jian interrupted, that can wait. Do you know that you have been noticed by the gatekeeper and are in danger? Liu Feng asked in shock how that could be. He had nothing to do with that man. Liu Jian explained that 10,000 years ago it was a mission given to him by the space god Ka-Uk-2 to eliminate every unstable factor on the divine battlefield. He paused and said that at present Liu Feng himself was the greatest unstable factor. Liu Feng scratched his head in confusion and asked how he was certain that the gatekeeper was targeting him. Liu Jian said sternly that he had guarded this place for 10,000 years. How could he fail to recognize the aura belonging to Ka-Uk-2 on him? He stepped back and pointed to a chair, telling him to sit down and talk. Liu Feng heard for the first time about the secret behind the Great War of the past. The gods fled back to the divine realm with diminished strength and could not accept their fallen status. Therefore most chose arduous cultivation, only a few sought shortcuts. Liu Jian sighed that he only knew their plan was related to the divine battlefield. As for the details, he had already perished at that time and did not know. He honestly said that whether it was preventing divine souls from reaching the divine realm or erasing anomalies, all served the plan of the space god. After hearing that, Liu Feng was so furious that he slammed his hand hard on the table. He had long intended to settle the score with that man. As long as that man dared to show himself, he would absolutely not spare him. Liu Jian calmly replied, just the one guarding the gate alone is enough to overwhelm you. I have helped you conceal your aura. For now he cannot trace your whereabouts. Life is already full of hardships. He slowly continued, my remnant soul must have told you about the guiding space. What are your thoughts? Liu Feng frowned, his gaze resolute. He must bring that guiding space back to Hoa. After pausing briefly, he spoke firmly, because that is my homeland, a place with people who have black hair and black eyes like me, the land that gave birth to me and raised me into who I am. Liu Jian laughed heartily. Good, that is indeed the spirit of our Hoa people, please. After saying that, the two used tea in place of wine and raised their cups together, shouting in unison for their homeland. Immediately after, he tilted his head back and drained the cup of tea in his hand without hesitation. As the liquid seeped into his body, Liu Feng felt a powerful surge of energy rising within his dantian. He looked at his hand in astonishment. This is, Liu Jian continued, from now on the long AM sword belongs to you. He further explained, your path of cultivation has already surpassed expectations. I have nothing more to guide you, but the long AM sword can assist you, especially the techniques that contain wondrous power. Liu Feng sprang to his feet in delight, cupped his hands and bowed, many thanks, senior, for granting this favor. Liu Jian sternly reminded, the divine platform emperor-level experts here may not appear flamboyant on the surface, but once they touch the laws, that power is enough to make others shudder. For outsiders like us, reaching the level of laws is extremely difficult, if not for me having once encountered a mysterious path. As if realizing he had misspoken, Liu Jian waved his hand. That is enough, you may go. Liu Feng did not linger, once again respectfully bowing, this junior takes his leave. In the real space outside, Luna sat on a small rock deep in thought. Several days had passed and Liu Feng still had not returned. Xiao Jin practiced while reassuring her. This time he will definitely succeed. As soon as the words fell, a familiar figure rushed toward them from afar. Seeing this, Luna joyfully flew over. Liu Feng, you are back. But the one who arrived was a subordinate of Phi Lap. He anxiously cried for help. The big sister is in danger. Xiao Jin was startled and flew up, pressing urgently. What happened to Phi Lap? Zhuang Lam stammered, someone led troops to surround the Slayer city to capture the big sister. If not for Miss Hong Yi stepping in time, the situation would have been hard to predict. Hearing that, Xiao Jin grew furious and immediately said, I will go seek reinforcement. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Xiao Jin asked again, wait, you said. At the same time, a voice sounded from afar, Hong Yi, is she the girl in red? The moment they heard the familiar voice, everyone fell silent in shock. After obtaining the sword, Liu Feng had also returned in time. Seeing him appear like a savior, Xiao Jin and Luna joyfully called out Liu Feng. Liu Feng asked in a low voice, is Hong Yi the little girl in red? Zhuang Lam nodded, that is right, she is a new friend the big sister made. She always wears red clothing. Hearing that, Liu Feng felt turmoil in his heart. How could it be her? Why would she appear here? Or is it just the same name and similar attire? This is truly worrying. He immediately turned and ordered, quickly inform Yati and the others to return to Slayer City at once. Xiao Jin rushed after him. I will go with you, Luna. Go call Yati and the others. On the way, Liu Feng silently prayed, Hong Yi, you must be safe. Phi Lak's dojo, only ruins remained, corpses lay everywhere, the ground stained with a tragic red. In the sky, demonic beasts surrounded from all sides, emitting terrifying sound. Dragons continuously attacked the final red barrier. Inside, Hongyu was already exhausted, heavily injured, blood flowing from the corner of her lips. Even so, she still tried to circulate her energy. The disparity in strength is far too great. If the barrier outside the dojo breaks, we will hardly escape. Lilac calmly replied, I have sent people to request aid. Once they arrive, those outside will scatter. Hongyi softly said with concern, I hope we can hold on until then. The girl turned and said, I truly did not expect you to risk injury to save me. Ta Fuang replied indifferently, having received the order to capture you, I naturally cannot let you lose your life. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and stood up. If we survive this time, I will still take you away. Hongyi said calmly, in any case I owe you a life. Just then an explosion resounded in the sky. A figure fell down in a sorry state. Pablo shouted loudly, are you still talking? I am about to lose my footing. Hongyi sneered, are you not at king level? Why are you so weak? He hurriedly replied, for years I have not absorbed death spirit fluid or beast cores. Having the realm but lacking energy is useless. Phi Lak interjected, it is because you refuse to absorb them. I just gave you a pile of death spirit fluid. Pablo explained, I was thinking of you also. I did not dare absorb recklessly. If something happened it would be troublesome. Everyone knew he was just making excuses. Phi Lak angrily said, the barrier is about to break. Later I will hold them off. You all find a way to withdraw. They are targeting me. I will not die so easily. Hongyu replied frankly, fine, if anything happens to you, I will avenge you. Hearing that, Phi Lak laughed and rubbed the girl's head. This personality is truly like mine in the past. In the sky, the one riding a large demonic beast loudly reported, my lord, the barrier has shattered. Kola shouted loudly, except for that woman, spare no one else. As soon as the order was given, all attacked at once. The final layer of protection collapsed. Immediately, Kola's soldiers surged into the dojo. At that moment, a force descended, causing them all to halt. Phi Lak rushed out at the forefront. The moment he saw Kola, the aura within Phi Lak erupted violently. Recognizing her, Kola immediately charged forward like lightning. Without hesitation, she circulated her energy and struck straight at him, unleashing a powerful move. Suddenly a cold voice sounded, causing her to freeze, you are looking for me. As soon as she turned her head, Kola had already closed in, making her unable to breathe. He tightened his grip and growled, speak, where is that brat? At the same time, Hongyi's people also rushed out to attack fiercely. Kola snorted coldly, useless trash daring to oppose me. Taking advantage of the opponent's lapse, Phi Lak immediately gathered strength to counterattack. A domineering aura enveloped her entire body, her eyes filled with confidence. Her fist struck directly toward Kola. He also did not retreat, both charged forward seeking death. Clash in the sky was swift, the aftershocks forcing the soldiers to cover their faces. Unexpectedly, Kola was so strong. Phi Lak gritted her teeth and exerted more strength. Seeing the situation unfavorable, she withdrew her energy and dove to the ground to conceal something, finally stabilizing for the moment. The disguise barely held. Phi Lak frowned. She had almost exposed her identity. Kola roared angrily, you almost deceived me, all of you charge. Phi Lak looked at the opponent vigilantly. This time it is truly difficult. With that said, Kola unleashed a powerful strike toward her. Everywhere was nothing but chaos and devastation. Bai Tai watched and sighed, it is over, that woman will hardly survive. When that brat returns, I fear there will be no peace either. At that moment, Ta Fuang suddenly stepped out into the encirclement, circulating her energy to shield everyone, leaving all stunned. Seeing them still unharmed, Fei Zai froze momentarily, her ferocity flaring. Could it be they still hadn't died? It seemed the previous defense had drained all her strength. The left phoenix immediately went limp and collapsed. Hongyu rushed forward to support her. At this moment the left phoenix barely had any energy left. Phi Lak was stunned watching everyone risk themselves to protect him. Why would they do such a thing? Hongyu immediately retorted coldly, stop overthinking. There are still reinforcements on the other side. We can only retreat for now. At that moment Liu Feng finally appeared, charging straight toward Ko La without hesitation. Locking his gaze on the opponent, Liu Feng spoke coldly, Ko La, the one facing you is me. Upon seeing him, Phi Lak called out joyfully. Hongyu's happiness was also evident, Liu Feng. In that instant, the two nearly spoke in unison. The one they had been waiting for was him. Pablo chuckled inwardly. Two beauties struggling over one man, this would be amusing to watch. Yet immediately after, both Hongyi and Phi Lak simultaneously tapped him on the head and shouted, shut up. Liu Feng looked at the little girl with helpless affection. Hongyi, how should I describe you? Knowing he was concerned for her, she lowered her head shyly. Liu Feng. Kola stood above, furious, shouting, treating me as if I do not exist. Capture him for me. I must use him to lift the seal on the ancestral beast. Following the order, the dragons carrying soldiers all lunged to attack Liu Feng. Liu Feng raised his sword, internal energy surging, ready to confront. Looking at the enemies, he smirked. Perfect. Use you to test the power of Dragon Sound Sword. With a single when long do move, the dragon formation shattered instantly. The battle collapsed in a blink. Witnessing this, Kola cried out in horror. How could this be? Liu Feng pressed on. Didn't you come looking for me? Now I am here. What are you waiting for? Not stopping, he unleashed his signature move, Eightfold Strike. As the sword swept, Kola immediately coughed up blood, his body already wounded. Liu Feng gave him no time to recover, leaping high and using Death Sword to strike from behind. Kola's back took a heavy blow, staggering as he spat blood repeatedly. In a flash appearing before the enemy, Liu Feng unleashed the deadly demon god Descent. Kola refused to be inferior, countering with a punch that caused Liu Feng to be shaken and spit blood. Simultaneously he shouted, Umbral Dragon Legion, self-destruct for me. Instantly the giant dragons exploded violently. Liu Feng nearby was caught in the shockwave. Seeing him engulfed in smoke and fire, Kola laughed triumphantly. A newly ascended god, how could he withstand so many gods self-destructing? But before the pleasure could last, Liu Feng appeared through the smoke, still standing firm. Watching Kola gloating, Liu Feng smiled faintly. I fear I've disappointed you. No sooner had he spoken, he delivered a fierce blow, 16-fold strike. Kola's body was torn severely, standing motionless like a stone statue. Yet from that body, a bizarre demonic energy erupted. Kola's wounds quickly closed. He roared, I am demon god, descend, I am immortal. Immediately after, a lethal strike aimed directly at Liu Feng. Even dodging swiftly, his face was grazed, blood trickling, clearly not easy to handle. He signaled to Xiao Jin. The boy understood and flew up here. Xiao Jin opened his mouth wide and executed Dragon Origin Demon-Smashing Fist. Simultaneously, Liu Feng also deployed Sword Void Mastery, coordinating the Devouring Star formation. Kola was wounded again, fresh blood uncontrollably spilling. Stammering in horror, how could this be? I am Demon King, descend, I cannot die. Fear surged, he screamed. Demon King Fear will come to save me, just wait. Having spoken, Kola gritted his teeth, attempting to crush the talisman in his hand. But just then the object suddenly vanished, leaving him stunned. Spinning around, Kola's voice trembled. Fei Zai's hands trembled, softly saying, before I had no choice, now I wish to turn back. Kola roared in disbelief. Fei Zai, you dare betray me. Feeling his body destabilize, Kola gritted his teeth. Even if I die, I won't let you be at ease. Liu Feng had already charged. A single strike ended him, Kola's eyes wide in unwillingness. Xiao Jin behind also spat fire, quickly incinerating the enemy. Lilac froze. How could he be so strong? Pablo muttered. This man's strength surged. I fear I cannot obey anymore. Hongyu proudly said, Liu Feng, my elder brother has always been exceptional. The soldiers panicked and scattered. Lord Kola is dead, flee. Liu Feng solemnly reminded Xiao Jin, pull out the weeds from the root. The two coordinated to sweep the battlefield, only satisfied when the last one fell. Meanwhile Xiao Jin joked, I even defeated one more than you. Fei Zai respectfully presented the command talisman, my lord. This can summon Demon King Fear, crush it and he will appear. Liu Feng frowned. He is supposedly mid-royal level. If he comes, who will prevail is uncertain. Fei Zai hurriedly agreed. Yes, yes, silently hoping he appears quickly. Liu Feng was about to speak when the talisman suddenly exuded a dark demonic aura. Black smoke swirled around him, astonishing Liu Feng. In a blink he seemed pulled into another space, no one around. Liu Feng's gaze became serious. What on earth is happening? A giant shadow appeared, asking in a deep voice, did you just say you wanted to kill me? Liu Feng was shocked. Demon King Fear. Wasn't he supposed to appear only after crushing the talisman? Seems he's tricked. Seeing him silent, Odys roared, demanding an answer. The pressure made him spit blood. Turns out it was not royal level but emperor level. Just then, a hand on Liu Feng's shoulder startled him. Yati asked worriedly, are you all right? Liu Feng asked back, what just happened? Yati explained that was Odys' consciousness stored in the talisman. Luckily I stopped it in time. Luna said thanks to me finding Yati promptly. Liu Feng's tone turned cold. In Lost Garden we cannot be careless. Looked at Fei Zai, trembling. I truly did not know my lord. Hongyu ran forward emotionally, calling out Liu Feng. Liu Feng was momentarily embarrassed, standing still looking at the girl. She hugged him tightly. Liu Feng softly responded, Hongyu. T took Xiao Jin away to let them talk privately. Xiao Jin shouted, it's been a long time since I saw Miss Hongyu. Hong Yi's eyes wet with tears. Liu Feng, finally you found me. Liu Feng scolded gently. I told you not to come. Why did you follow secretly? Hong Yi shook his hand coaxingly. I just want to become stronger to help you. Sorry, Liu Feng. On this side, Phi Lak witnessed everything. She sighed helplessly, never expecting the two of them to be like that. This time the trouble was truly serious. The scene shifted to a magnificent castle, surrounded on all sides by dense darkness. In the vast hall, Odie sat at the central seat. Below him, his subordinates stood awaiting orders. His eyes revealed fatigue as he asked in a low voice, has Hatch Kola already died? He continued issuing orders to the Calamity Guards to investigate. Within 3 days they had to find the cause and the one responsible. Odie said coldly, whoever dares to kill my people truly knows no fear. No matter who it is, he must pay the price. Back to Liu Feng, after talking with Hong Yi, the girl was no longer sulking. Lao Kot pondered deeply, never expecting that a place that had existed for thousands of years like Slayer City would one day decline. Liu Feng apologized guiltily for dragging everyone into this, but Fang Tin laughed loudly and said that on the battlefield life and death alternated by nature. It was not worth worrying about. At this moment Phi Lak stepped forward, reproaching half-jokingly that once there was someone new, the old one was forgotten. Before Liu Feng could respond, Hong Yi spoke first. He asked coldly, who are you calling the old one, who are you? Phi Lak grew indignant, saying they had known each other for a whole month, and now she was being denied, even bringing up the matter of having saved her before. Hong Yi replied calmly that she was the one who had saved first, leaving Phi Lak speechless. Just then Ta Fuang woke up, coughing lightly a few times before realizing she was still alive. Seeing Liu Feng, she immediately became wary, calling him a detestable fellow. Phi Lak looked at this scene and sighed. Another one had appeared. Pablo laughed loudly, saying this was truly a rare emotional drama. He recalled that during the previous meeting, there had been someone else beside Liu Feng. Phi Lak began to feel bewildered, wondering if she was truly so inferior that she was being rejected. Liu Feng pointed his sword at Ta Fuang, saying she had once nearly taken his life, so this time he would settle it once and for all. Hong Yi hurriedly tugged at his sleeve, pleading for him to spare her since she had risked her life to save him earlier. Ta Fuang shouted angrily that she needed no pity. If he had the ability, then strike. Let her see whether he could escape the pursuit. Hong Yi told her to go back and report. They would soon come looking. If Lion Yi was harmed, they would not show mercy. Hearing the name Lion Yi, Liu Feng was startled and asked if she was here as well. Hong Yi admitted she had dragged her here and they had encountered danger. She recounted that Fap Lam Kok had appeared to save them and brought them back to his territory. But when they wanted to leave, they were kept back. In the end, Lion Yi helped her escape. Along the way of inquiring, she found her way here. After hearing everything, Liu Feng felt even more heartache. Hong Yi said that being by his side was enough for her. Moved, Liu Feng held her hand tightly, unwilling to be apart even half a step. Looking at Ta Fuang, he allowed her to leave but said they would meet again. Before leaving, she warned that Fap Lam Kok had reached the emperor level, advising them to stay far away. Liu Feng turned to ask Yati whether he could deal with an emperor-level opponent. He replied with full confidence. T said that to reach that gate they were forced to pass through Fap Lam Kok territory. Hong Yi looked at Yati, surprised to realize his identity. He teased back that only realizing it now truly made him feel hurt. Io Jin rushed into Hong Yi's arms, innocently making a remark that caused the atmosphere to become strange. Liu Feng pulled the boy away, and then asked Hong Yi the reason she had been detained. She roughly recounted that he had wanted to hold a wedding ceremony after some time. Hearing that, Liu Feng immediately grew furious and wanted to go save Lion Yi at once. Hong Yi hurried to stop him. Yati advised to let him go but said there needed to be a plan, at the same time reassuring that an emperor level was not impossible to deal with. He proposed a clear plan, dealing with each one before rescuing the person. Liu Feng asked in surprise if he was joking. Yati seriously reminded him to prepare carefully. They could not casually confront two powerful experts. He emphasized that there was still time, and they needed to make long-term calculations. The scene shifted elsewhere with many tents erected close together. Hong Yi recounted that aside from being restricted from leaving, they were still treated well, but because there were ulterior motives they had fled. After listening, Liu Feng comforted her that everything would eventually be fine. Hong Yi secretly regretted that if only the two of them could be together, it would be wonderful. Just as the thought ended, Phi Lak approached from behind holding a glass of wine and called out to them. She said everyone was waiting to drink and asked what the two of them were still standing there for. Liu Feng showed a tired expression, wanting to refuse. Lilac draped her arms over their shoulders, saying they would leave tomorrow, so tonight they had to drink to their heart's content. Unable to decline, Liu Feng had no choice but to agree. Lilac turned back inside, a glass of red wine in her hand. In her heart arose the intention to obtain what she wanted. She secretly added a special substance into the wine, determined to carry out her plan. After drinking, Liu Feng began to feel his mind grow hazy. Before his eyes appeared a gentle girl, leaving him unable to understand what was happening. Looking around, he was bewildered, not knowing where he was. Lilac revealed her true form, touched his face and spoke about his charm. She slowly absorbed Liu Feng's energy with a satisfied expression. He enjoyed that source of power, yet also worried that if discovered there would be trouble. The night quickly passed. Liu Feng gradually awoke in a dazed state. He hurriedly sat up, looking at his body in astonishment. Holding his aching head, he tried to recall what had happened last night. Xiao Jin handed him a letter and informed him that Phi Lac had already left. Liu Feng asked in surprise about her leaving. Xiao Jin said she had left a letter and then disappeared, telling him to read it. The letter stated that she had left first. Last night was very enjoyable and she had already settled the payment. Liu Feng stood there dumbfounded, not understanding the meaning of that line. Recalling the sensation of last night, he was startled. He suddenly understood something. Realizing he had been toyed with, he irritably called her an overbearing woman. Just then Hong Yi walked in and asked what he was talking about. Liu Feng awkwardly denied it, then asked about last night. Hong Yi said everyone had been drunk, and also mentioned that he had caused a scene which made her slightly embarrassed. Hearing that, Liu Feng flushed red and hurried off the bed to prepare to set out. But he forgot he was scantily dressed, causing Hong Yi to blush and remind him. He still walked off carelessly. Yati saw it and immediately teased him. Only then did Liu Feng realize his condition and felt extremely embarrassed. Yati gently touched his chest, reminding him how intense last night was. Liu Feng's cultivation had also risen by half a level, just reaching the early stage of the divine rank. He changed clothes while blushing and muttering in discomfort. But as soon as he calmed down, he was startled. What already reached the early divine rank, Liu Feng thought. This was the service price Phi Lac mentioned. What exactly was that woman planning? Yati interrupted. Stop thinking, have you decided? We go straight to the fallen angel territory. Liu Feng frowned and replied coldly. First go to the Hatch Kola territory. Someone is waiting for me. At the same time, elsewhere the sky was crimson. Below the arena the crowd was packed. Suddenly the space above was torn open. Everyone below stared in shock. Murmurs rose. What is happening? The territory is broken. Someone is attacking. Run. Not long after, Liu Feng's group had gathered, their aura rising. Liu Feng said, Xiao Jin, do you remember the miserable escape before? Xiao Jin replied, do not underestimate the poor. Today you cannot reach us. Pablo cut in. Hong Yi, if not for me back then your man would be gone. I am his benefactor. Liu Feng was surprised. I remember you wanted to kill me at first. Even said it was by your master's order, now pretending innocent. Pointed at the beasts in the sky and told Fei Zai, Fat One, leave them to you. Then he looked at Yati. Can you sense the hidden sub-plane in the territory? He smiled and replied, trivial matter. Everyone took their roles, charging up together then diving into the sea. At the bottom, Liu Feng saw the statue of Alice holding Xiao Bai, her posture gentle. Looking at the statue, he could not help feeling sorrow, softly saying, Alice, I have returned. Luna looked at the statue and called out, Lord Xiao Bai, I miss you. The days without you were so unpleasant. Xiao Jin asked back, did you not just eat a big piece of roasted meat? Luna snapped, be quiet, no one sees you as a glut. Hong Yi asked, is that Alice you mentioned? Liu Feng replied, yes, she once helped me but I have not fulfilled my promise to restore her memory. Liu Feng asked Yati, is there a way to break their seal? Yati tried then said, impossible, this seal contains law power, we can only wait for it to dissipate. Liu Feng smiled lightly, then Hatch Kola struggled for half a day only to lose his life for something useless, well deserved. He looked at the statue of Alice and softly promised, wait for me. Liu Feng said to everyone, next we must pass through the terrifying Demon Lord territory. The path to Don Lac is very dangerous, what do you think? The old skeleton replied, we will follow you until we meet the master, but we must handle personal matters first then regroup. Pablo laughed, if it is fun I must be there. Yan Dairo trembled, I am not going. Yu Yan was displeased, without strength do not speak. Liu Feng nodded then. Luna interrupted, I will stay and wait for Lord Xiao Bai. Xiao Jin said, staying does nothing, come with us. Luna replied, did you not say I steal food? Xiao Jin felt embarrassed. Food tastes better when someone competes. Luna laughed, fine I will go, but why are you so slow like a girl? The boy reacted, you are the girl. Their argument eased the tension. Luna said, I am a girl. The group moved together toward that oppressive desert. Liu Feng said, avoiding the demon lord city yet ending up in this strange place. Yati, how much have you recovered? Yati took off his shirt and replied, I have reached peak supreme. I do not know where Odie's got this law power to suppress all kinds of strength. Looked at Liu Feng, only you and Xiao Jin practice Hua Zia techniques so you are unaffected. Luckily I have trained in it before. Luna felt dizzy. Hong Yu worried, if we encounter the demon lord now it will be troublesome. Pablo grumbled, I said not to detour, now we are lost, and I still have to wear this strange skeleton form. Yati reassured, I will recover soon. Before that we rely on Liu Feng and Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin replied, leave it to us. This moment, 4 black-clothed people came out from the city to block the way. An old man asked, where do you come from? Liu Feng was polite. Yati continued, we come from outside. We want to go to the fallen angel territory. Please guide us. He murmured, never heard that name. You should leave quickly. The old man shook his head. I do not know. It is getting dark. You should leave now. Xiao Jin asked, if it gets dark, why must we leave? Should we not stay? The old man's eyes were sorrowful. Leave quickly. If you do not go, it will be too late. As soon as he finished, a whirlwind rose, making everyone shiver. Those people hurried back. It is dark. Return quickly. Liu Feng was surprised. Why are there ordinary people in the divine battlefield? Yati said, probably Odie's trick. Let us see. Suddenly a young man behind was severely injured, shocking everyone. In front of him was a black creature using tentacles to control his body. Its fierce eyes and sharp teeth made it a nightmare to ordinary people. It looked at Liu Feng's group as if finding new prey. The monster swung its claws and rushed forward, its mouth roaring to devour. Liu Feng was not weak, quickly dodging aside. He drew his sword, unleashing a strike 4 times stronger against it. Hit by the attack, its body was torn apart, liquid splattered. But the wound instantly healed as if stitched, almost unaffected. Its structure changed again, becoming more terrifying. Liu Feng was shocked. What is happening? Xiao Jin circulated inner power, holding fire in his mouth preparing to counterattack. And he spat fire toward the monster, shouting loudly. Its body became chaotic. The monster roared violently. Despite being burned, it did not weaken, surprising both of them. Liu Feng did not hesitate, continuing to unleash stronger sword techniques. From above, a green sword energy descended and struck it. But it still endured, continuing to evolve with the attacks. It grew more eyes, its body swelling larger. Liu Feng was astonished. How can this be? It attacked both of them, muttering, too delicious. The attack spread widely. Yati pulled Hong Yu back, warning to be careful. In a flash, Yati and Pablo were tightly bound, pain spreading. The monster stuck out its tongue, its mouth full of fluid, repeating so fragrant. Liu Feng cut off the tentacle holding Yati, liquid splashing out. Xiao Jin flew over to shield Hong Yu. Pablo was about to be devoured, panicking and shouting, I do not even have meat. Suddenly, a blonde girl holding a sword rushed in. With one strike, the monster's body split apart. It cried out, Executor. She did not stop, continuing to destroy each part to prevent it from recovering. Wherever her sword passed, its body disintegrated, her movements swift and precise. She said, without matching power, it is impossible to eliminate this kind of demon. Liu Feng stared at the girl before him and froze. Was that the terrifying might of the Demon King? She shifted her gaze toward Liu Feng's group and coldly questioned, I do not sense that dreadful power, yet your combat strength is far from ordinary. Who exactly are you? Yati immediately replied, we are guests of the dread Demon King. The girl asked in confusion, who is the dread Demon King? Which domain does he belong to? That man glanced at Liu Feng in confusion, and yet she does not even know the dread Demon King. What exactly has happened here? That moment, another young man clad in blazing red armor rushed forward, his sword aimed straight at Liu Feng as he prepared to strike. However, the blonde girl suddenly leaped forward to shield him, blocking the blow on his behalf and leaving Liu Feng stunned. Even so, her strength was still inferior to her opponent. With just one move, she was sent flying far away. Van Quien laughed arrogantly, chased by me all this way, and you still have the energy to meddle in others' affairs. Girl named Annabelle forced herself up and said, Executors are born to protect ordinary people. We are not allowed to harm one another. Van Quien burst into laughter. As long as no one sees it, it does not count as harm. Someone as naive as you will not last long. Hand over that dreadful power to me obediently. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword down fiercely at Annabelle again. Once more she was blasted all the way to the edge of the desert, completely unable to counterattack. He laughed viciously, I must have more, the more dreadful power the better. At that moment Liu Feng stepped forward to shield Annabelle, enraging Van Quien, are you tired of living? Liu Feng showed no restraint, He swung his sword in a direct counterattack. The force of the strike increased eightfold. Seeing that his attack could not even touch his opponent, Van Quien was stunned. What is going on? He had just turned his head when his body was split apart by a sword slash in an instant. Liu Feng was also surprised. Is it over already? Was it not said that only dreadful power could? Annabelle hurriedly shouted, finish him off quickly. Liu Feng was taken aback. What? Van Quien's face turned pale as he cried out in panic. No, I do not want to die. From that body suddenly grew grotesque tentacles, his skin turning an eerie pallor. Annabelle stared and exclaimed in horror, this is bad. His form twisted grotesquely. Van Quien screamed at the two of them, I do not want to die. The spiked appendages swept straight toward Liu Feng. He seemed to have completely lost his human reason. Liu Feng hurriedly raised his sword to block, cursing inwardly, how troublesome, his strength is far greater than before. Not long after, under the overwhelming pressure, Liu Feng was knocked flying. He crashed heavily onto the ground, the surge of pain making him frown tightly. Like a starving beast, Van Quien roared and charged forward, I will devour you all. Io Jin immediately transformed into human form, rushed up and shouted, let me try. He threw a heavy punch, dragon origin demon-breaking fist slammed straight into the opponent. Van Quien coughed up blood, muttering, it hurts so much, I do not want to die. But immediately after, his face seemed to be infused with strength again, his eyes gradually regaining clarity. Seeing that his body was unharmed, Van Quien laughed smugly, I have become immortal as well. From behind, Annabelle quietly raised her sword, aiming straight at the opponent as she prepared to deliver the final blow. The blade came down. It was Annabelle's ultimate technique, wind slash. But at the same time, a tentacle suddenly shot toward her from behind, blood gushing out without end. Van Quien laughed sinisterly, I noticed you long ago. The dreadful power within you is truly enticing. Liu Feng did not let her face danger alone. He immediately rushed forward and thrust his sword into him. Van Quien laughed wildly, without dreadful power it is useless no matter how many times. Let me swallow you whole. Liu Feng continued charging forward. Is that so? Divine Spirit Domain Silver Star Sword Aura. Van Quien stubbornly retorted, I already said, I am immortal. Liu Feng said calmly, I never expected to kill you with sword aura alone. The dense fog was gradually pierced by streaks of light, the scene slowly becoming clear. Liu Feng smiled, his gaze fixed on him. Look, the sky is bright. Van Quien screamed in panic, no, why am I afraid of the light? Why can I not control myself? He frantically dug into the sand, muttering, no, I must hide. In that chaotic instant, Van Quien's body was suddenly severed by a slash, leaving him stunned. No one expected Annabelle still had the strength to fight. She raised her sword and shouted, disappear. After that barrage of attacks, Van Quien's body finally disintegrated. Liu Feng looked at the brave girl before him and asked with concern, are you all right? Gritting through the pain, Annabelle pulled the sharp spike from her abdomen, blood pouring out. Sensing that her condition was not good, she quickly took out the necrotic spirit liquid. Annabelle swiftly swallowed the liquid into her body. However, intense pain struck, her vision turning hazy as a shrill cry echoed across the wasteland. Io Jin panicked. She is about to turn into that undead monster. Fearing she would become a bloodthirsty creature, Liu Feng no longer hesitated, gripping his sword and preparing to strike decisively. Something strange happened. Annabelle remained conscious. She struggled to speak. Though the pain had not subsided, she endured it and said, I am fine. Seeing that she was still normal, Liu Feng reached out his hand and asked, can you still stand? Annabelle stood up and replied, earlier I suffered a fatal wound, so I had to forcibly absorb dreadful power to heal myself. Liu Feng asked directly, what exactly was that monster and that man? Why could they not be destroyed? What is the dreadful power you speak of? Do you not know the dreadful fiends? They are creatures born from fear. Annabelle explained, they are born from fear, they dread sunlight, feed on flesh and blood as well as human terror. Everything requires time to fully understand. Suddenly she was startled and asked, wait, are you from the outside world? Hearing that, Liu Feng was stunned. The outside world. Annabelle said, my teacher once told me that beyond this world there exists another world, a place he always yearned for but could never set foot in. Liu Feng looked at Yati. Could this be the land opened by Otis? Yati shook his head. This can hardly be called a small land. There are even undead monsters. It is far from simple. It seems Sun has controlled the divine battlefield. Yati continued, if it is convenient, could you tell us more about fiends and executors? Annabelle replied, it is no secret. Fiends have existed since the earliest historical records. Executors appeared several hundred years ago when a mysterious towering spire emerged. According to her, at that time a group of people being pursued lost their way into the tower. and inadvertently gained dreadful power enough to resist the fiends. It was thought humanity had seen hope, yet the fiends did not vanish and instead spread even more widely. Only a few who could control that power became executors. Many others were devoured by it and transformed into even stronger fiends. Annabelle continued. Therefore, the first 6 level 5 executors made a pact restricting entry into the tower, dividing the world into 6 regions, each overseen by 30 people responsible for hunting fiends. Introduced herself, I am Annabelle, an executor of the 6th region. Liu Feng asked what level was that man just now. She replied briefly, level 2. He turned to Yati and analyzed. Level 1 is equivalent to just entering the divine realm. Level 2 is elementary. Level 3 is king level. Level 4 is emperor level. Level 5 is sovereign level. Yati pondered, unbelievable. How could a land opened by Otis have as many as 6 sovereigns? Liu Feng proposed, Annabelle, I want to confirm. Do executors possess immortality like fiends? Annabelle answered no, but a very few when facing fatal danger will be devoured by dreadful power and turn into fiends, so they must be dealt with before fully transforming. T asked worriedly, then what should we do? Just then Yati felt the ground tremble slightly. He was startled again. From beneath the earth, massive rocks were repeatedly hurled into the air. In the blink of an eye, another grotesque monster suddenly appeared right there. He glided like a phantom, muttering, the sunlight is unbearable. I need food immediately. Liu Feng stood still, observing, then instantly heightened his vigilance, warning everyone to prepare. At that moment, a young woman suddenly charged, striking the monster forcefully, leaving it stunned. Seeing her, Liu Feng was stunned, his eyes wide in amazement as he watched the unfolding scene. The platinum-haired girl repeatedly stomped on the monster's back, forcing it to spit out mouthfuls of blood. Compared to Annabelle, her aura was even more arrogant, escaping briefly yet strong enough to take a life. She then channeled her inner strength into her legs and delivered a decisive kick, leaving the monster helpless. Her cold expression turned to her companions, annoyed, muttering about how troublesome retreating was. The blonde-haired boy laughed. Kristen, didn't you say investigating the disappearance in Zone 6 was dangerous and I needed training? Why are you stepping in now? Kristen replied bluntly, you're too slow, just watching is already boring. He mocked again, isn't this Annabelle, the only survivor in Zone 6? I heard the teachers have revealed all the world's secrets to her already. Hearing that, Liu Feng was bewildered, the only survivor. Annabelle frowned and said, I don't know what secret you mean, but my master is definitely still alive. Kristen's gaze suddenly sharpened noticeably. She approached Annabelle and said softly, really not going to reveal the secret to me, I could protect you. Unable to bear the teasing, Annabelle drew her sword to strike. I said I don't know. Kristen held on, unwilling to let go. Such poor coordination, if so I will deal with all of you. Annabelle panicked, I truly know nothing. Suddenly Annabelle's body showed signs of transformation, leaving her shocked as well. Seeing her body disintegrate into pieces, Kristen exclaimed, are you already dead? She retracted her sword and said, out of respect for Emir, I'll spare you this time. Before leaving, Kristen warned, if you don't want to die, return quickly. Others aren't as merciful as me. Annabelle slumped to the cold ground like a defeated person. Liu Feng hurried to support her, asking if she was okay. I didn't sense murderous intent just now, so we. Annabelle bit her lip sadly. Kristen was once the master's disciple but betrayed for that so-called secret. Yati curiously stepped forward asking, so what exactly is the secret of this world? Finally Annabelle decided to speak the truth. Her master had found a way to leave this place. In a flash 5 days passed. Annabelle led Liu Feng and Yati. She looked around and said, my master's trail was lost here. Yati sensed the space was chaotic. According to Annabelle, a month ago her master led 30 enforcers from 6 zones, excluding her, to this place. Afterwards all disappeared without a trace, and additional groups sent to investigate also never returned. Liu Feng speculated, perhaps her master didn't vanish but successfully escaped. Zio Jin assisted, so we also have a chance to leave. Annabelle felt a twinge of sadness, unwilling. Why did her master leave her behind? At that moment a voice rang out startling her, right, why leave her alone? A young man in a wide black cloak said coldly, tell me quickly, I am also very curious. Hearing the strange voice, Annabelle awkwardly asked, who are you? Liu Feng immediately drew his sword and charged, shouting, careful. The man exuded murderous intent, gripping his sword, demanding Annabelle speak quickly. He then transformed into a spectral beast, pressuring her, hurry, speak. Liu Feng grew furious, channeling inner strength and shouted, begging for death sword. Slash cut across his face, blood splattering. He cried out in pain. Realizing he couldn't win, he turned to flee. Fine, if you won't speak, I won't play anymore. Annabelle shouted, wanting to keep him, don't go. But another figure appeared, blocking her path. He arrived exuding oppressive aura, locking eyes on Annabelle. Without words, he swung his sword at her. "Where is my brother? Return him." Attacking, he yelled as if Annabelle had harmed his entire family. Suddenly, another figure appeared behind him. That person pressed the troublemaker's head down, emanating a suffocating aura. He introduced himself. "Apologies for this, child. I am a level 4 enforcer from Zone 3. Zia." His brother disappeared with Lord Emir. Liu Feng was astonished. He was one of those who vanished with Emir, yet he noted he was a royal-level expert with extraordinary speed. Zia continued, "I found something interesting. Everyone be careful, terrifying demons are approaching." As he finished, red-eyed guards charged like a whirlwind. 3 of them were quickly surrounded at the center. Liu Feng calculated, total of 73 including 5 royal, 11 king, 22 basic and 35 sub-god levels. Yati corrected, 74 with 1 emperor level. Above, Kristen said, "Knew this girl wouldn't obey." Alan sighed, "I told you to tie her up." This time, Liu Feng's group was completely in a dangerous situation. Another female voice rang out, "Level 4 enforcer from Zone 5. Irina appeared. She really didn't listen to me." Irina stepped forward saying, "You are Annabelle, right? I am from Zone 5. Rest assured, they won't dare misbehave." Annabelle gratefully shook Irina's hand. "Many thanks." Liu Feng looked at Hong Yi, asking why. She replied, "I sense something particularly dangerous and unsettling." Pablo said, "It feels like someone wants to bind me. Very strange." Irina observed Liu Feng and said, "This boy is strange. Doesn't radiate formidable power but is not ordinary either." She thought to herself, "But I don't care. My heart is only on the boss," ignoring other men. Annabelle whispered, "The terrifying demons earlier were former Zone 6 enforcers." Liu Feng froze, so all Zone 6 enforcers had become terrifying demons. The ground shook violently. Annabelle warned, "More demons are coming." Liu Feng looked into the distance. "It's the monster that was defeated by a sword earlier." Yati sensed most clearly and warned, "It's coming." Level 5 enforcer from Zone 5, Jinggan appeared, immediately questioning Annabelle, "Why are you with the terrifying demons?" Liu Feng recognized the immense pressure. "This is an emperor-level expert." Annabelle was confused. Terrifying demons, Liu Feng thought, could he mean us? Without arguing, Jinggan drew his sword directly at Liu Feng, preparing to attack. In less than 5 minutes, he unleashed a powerful strike aimed at him. The sword wind tore through Pablo's ice wrapping. He screamed in panic. Pablo raised his hands quickly, swearing, "I am just a harmless skeleton. My soul has nothing to do with the terrifying demons. I even hate them." Jinggan coldly ordered the capture of the terrifying demons and their allies. Rina and the soldiers immediately responded and charged. Liu Feng and Yati looked at each other, instantly heightening their vigilance. At that moment the ground cracked open, sharp spikes pierced upward from the earth. Tentacles tightened around the soldiers again and lifted them high into the air, terrified screams echoing everywhere. Jinggan immediately shot into the sky, striking toward the dark region to rescue his subordinates. In midair, his strength was clearly superior, his aura completely overwhelming the others. From the dense mist, Yati saw several figures approaching and warned in a low voice that a dangerous enemy was likely coming. Liu Feng immediately suggested spreading out, but Annabelle shook her head. It was too late. This was the domain of a 4th-level executor who had transformed into an evil spirit. From afar, monsters swarmed forward, and according to her, if they could not take them down, then no one would be able to leave this place. Liu Feng exclaimed in surprise, "A domain?" Yati replied that he had thought this place was completely different from the divine battlefield. Who would have expected such a thing to still exist? At that moment, a gigantic foot bearing a grotesque eye slowly advanced toward them. It looked exactly like the demon they had seen before, only now it seemed to have been strengthened. The monster growled strange sounds, murderous energy continuously spewing from its mouth. That sound made everyone fall into a trance, the soldiers sluggishly walking toward it on their own. By the time they regained clarity, they were already pinned to sharp spikes like food hung in midair. Realizing something was wrong, Yati hurriedly shouted, "Do not let him call out your names." Liu Feng looked at the scene before him and said with a chill down his spine, "It is too late, it is all over." Seeing Hong Yi and Lu Nug gradually losing consciousness as well, he gritted his teeth in anger. How does he know our names? Suddenly a voice echoed in his mind, leaving him stunned. "Say your name." At the same time, a gentle girl ran over and asked cheerfully, "What is your name?" Liu Feng called out in astonishment, "Wei-er." His gaze turned hazy and he unconsciously replied, "My name is Liu." But he immediately snapped awake, pointing and shouting angrily, the same old trick again. He shouted loudly, "Listen well, I am Liu Pablo Diego Hazel Quito Ruiz Brasco Frank. If you have the ability, then read it all. Pablo was startled and cried out, "Are you trying to trap me?" The monster stammered as it mimicked each name, becoming confused and growling furiously. Enraged by the mockery, it turned toward Liu Feng and launched a fierce attack. However, every move was effortlessly neutralized by him, making it even more furious. Not wanting to drag it out, Liu Feng gathered his strength and unleashed Wen Long Du, causing its body to collapse. Having luckily broken free from the enchantment, he completely defeated the monster. When it fell, everyone snapped awake, asking in confusion what had just happened and realizing something was wrong. Liu Feng loudly reminded them, "Do not stand still, quickly deal with the rest." The army obeyed and charged forward together to attack the monsters. After the monsters were eliminated, the soldiers anxiously searched, "Where is Lord Jangan?" Just as he wiped his sweat in relief, Xiao Jin suddenly stammered Liu Feng. Following Xiao Jin's gaze, Liu Feng turned around and broke into a cold sweat at the sight in the distance. The monsters swallowed their victims while laughing and speaking, "I do not want to eat you, but the scent is truly enticing." Annabelle looked at the scene in confusion, her voice trembling. A soldier tried to resist and cursed in panic. A drop of blood splashed out, snapping him back to his senses. The one who fell was actually their own comrade. Everyone was bewildered and did not understand what was happening. The situation quickly turned into chaos. They began attacking each other in their delirium. Liu Feng was astonished. Why are the executors fighting among themselves? Xiao Jin also found it extremely strange. Annabelle shook her head, unsure. Yati analyzed that they were being influenced just like by that evil spirit gaze. The monsters seized the opportunity to rush forward, pushing the soldiers into danger. Some who were being controlled looked at their comrades with terrifying, hungry eyes. In just a moment, the place descended into turmoil, as those who lost control turned on one another. The young man shouted in panic as he retreated from the ravine. He was the 4th-level executor of Region 1, Ho Fu. Following Ho Fu order, everyone hurriedly retreated. As they moved, Yati explained that they were not completely controlled, but were affected by a strange source of power. Otherwise, they would have already destroyed themselves. Before they could escape far, a gigantic demonic beast suddenly burst from the ground. It turned out to be another evolved creature, staring intently at the soldiers. With sharp fangs and blazing red eyes, it grinned wickedly. "I have been waiting for you for a long time." As soon as it finished speaking, its tail swept fiercely, sending everyone flying in all directions. Of course, they refused to remain passive. Some immediately counterattacked. Yet those strikes seemed to cause it no harm at all. The monster gleefully swung its spiked tail toward its opponent. Ho Fu reminded Annabelle not to attack proactively. Has she forgotten the outcome just now? She replied that at least it proved passive defense was not effective, but Ho Fu warned that the evil spirit behind them had caught up. The monster sneered, "A bunch of fools, already in chaos before even fighting." Irina immediately shouted loudly, ordering everyone to retreat. On the other side, the monsters continued to surge forward. Liu Feng ran while carefully observing the situation. Everyone quickly gathered into a group. He instructed them to prepare to counterattack and protect one another. He swung his sword to attack, causing several monsters to fall. At that moment he noticed a difference and said loudly, "It seems I am not affected." Yati analyzed that everyone's senses were being disrupted, while their group locked onto the opponent's soul during battle, so they were fine. Liu Feng circulated his inner force, hoping his judgment was correct, then unleashed an 8-fold strike. The monsters below were injured but still crazily charged forward. Seeing that they barely weakened, he sighed irritably, "It is truly hard for me to deal with them." Hong Yi suggested luring the evil spirit over here. Liu Feng agreed and asked Xiao Jin to assist. Immediately, Xiao Jin unleashed firepower, scorching the surface of the monster. He staggered and fell toward Hong Yi, who was waiting. Hong Yi held Annabelle's hand and reminded her not to act rashly, focus the evil spirit attention on the sword. Annabelle said sadly that they were originally her people. Hong Yi replied coldly that they were no longer the same. If they did not act then they would be in danger. Encouraged by those words, Annabelle unleashed her power and decided to act. Her sword descended, inner force erupting violently. She felt a flicker of worry. If these demons all came from Region 6, then what about her master? Upon seeing Liu Feng, the monsters collectively retreated. Noticing that hesitation, he smiled, so they also know fear. Quit Tan stepped forward and admitted he had misjudged before. Not expecting him to be so strong, Liu Feng merely gave a vague response. Suddenly, Xiao Jin rushed into the beauty arms and said, "Big sister, I am very formidable too." Breton lifted the little boy up to examine him. His hand had indeed turned into a beast claw. Could you also be one of those aberrant fiends? Zyojin hurriedly cried out in protest. No, that is not it. But the situation gave them no time to talk. Kristen looked up at the sky. All her teammates had already been blasted far away. On the other side, the giant still charged ferociously, launching relentless attacks without pause. Ho-Fu said anxiously, "We cannot keep defending like this, young man. Can you lend a hand?" Unexpectedly, all the monsters suddenly retreated. Everyone breathed in relief. They are retreating. They truly withdrew. We are safe. In the dusty haze of the village, a familiar figure stepped out. Lord Jingan had returned. Irina rushed forward in delight. "Lord Jingan, you are back." Suddenly that man seemed to be controlled. His body stiffened, and he turned his sword toward his own comrade. Ho-Fu sensed something wrong and shouted loudly, "This is bad." Irina stepped back. But the warning came too late. Irina fell under the horrified gazes of everyone. Her body collapsed, red spreading across the ground, making the scene even more desolate. The crowd cried out in shock. "How could this be so cruel? We are finished. What is happening?" Liu Feng gritted his teeth in frustration. Troublesome. Could it be that even an emperor-level powerhouse has turned into a fiend? Yati immediately shouted, "Prepare to withdraw." Arian trembled as she stepped back. "Lord Jingan, why has this happened?" Before she finished speaking, she was struck down by a cold sword strike, the sight sending chills down the spine. Everyone panicked. "This cannot be real. It is over. Run quickly." Judo was completely controlled at this point. He turned to command the monsters to attack his own comrades. In just a short moment, many people fell, the thick scent of blood filling the air. Pablo trembled and shouted, "Save me. Why are you dragging me? I am only a skeleton, not a corpse." After causing chaos here, the leader guided the monsters toward another direction. Everyone stared blankly after him. Where is he leading them? What is going on? Hong Yi rushed forward. "The skull has been taken away." Yati pulled her back. "Calm down. It is only a dry skeleton. Even if taken, it may not be dangerous." She choked back what she wanted to say and fell silent. Liu Feng stepped forward to reassure her. "Do not worry. We will bring it back." Fu frowned. "Something is not right. There must be a mistake somewhere." Britain replied, "Stop thinking about it. Focus on escaping first." The group hurriedly climbed up the mountain to avoid the monsters. Ho-Fu reminded them, "Do not split up. Keep formation." Liu Feng looked at Yati. "From the beginning, have you been calculating something?" Yati explained, "Did you notice that although the executors possess cultivation from emperor to sovereign level, they seem unable to utilize much energy. They mainly rely on physical strength." Liu Feng nodded. "That is true. Their actual combat power may not be as terrifying as we thought." Yati replied, "That is very possible." Kristen stepped forward. "We can continue the earlier conversation. You came from the outside world. Do not think I failed to notice." Liu Feng asked in surprise, "How do you know?" Kristen gave a faint smile. "I have followed Emir for many years, knowing this is nothing strange." A hurried cough sounded. It seemed someone else was injured. The three of them turned at once. A soldier was clutching his chest, blood pouring out endlessly. He tore open his shirt, his chest bulging abnormally as if something was moving inside. Luna shrank back against Hong Yi in fear and could not help crying out, "How terrifying." Annabelle curiously asked Yati, "Then how did you enter this place?" Liu Feng vigilantly rushed over and embraced Hong Yi to shield her. That man gradually lost consciousness. Before transforming, he managed to warn, maintain protective true energy. There is something wrong with the air. Kristen urged, "Act quickly." Ho-Fu hesitated, but he is still. In the end, he completely transformed and charged straight forward. Kristen immediately took action, launching a decisive strike at the newly transformed enemy. After dealing with it, she frowned and said, "This is truly troublesome." The number of people transforming increased. Even ordinary people were dragged into it. Ho-Fu shouted loudly, "Suppress the parasite with all your strength. Prepare for battle." What they feared became reality. Liu Feng held Hong Yi and flew upward. "They have arrived." As soon as he finished speaking, several more were struck, red spreading once again. No one expected there to be so many. Everyone was stunned. Kristen defended while saying, "We have already left the canyon. Why are we still being attacked?" Ho-Fu speculated, "There are only two possibilities. Either they left the canyon or they have always existed there." T pondered, "If fiends can distort the senses and make people harm each other, then misleading us would be even easier. Perhaps we thought we exited, but in truth we continued deeper inside." He continued, "The soul can be locked, but direction and environment cannot." Within the hazy smoke, a massive figure gradually appeared. It looked at Annabelle with greedy eyes. "So many, so much prey." Chaotic whispers echoed, "Annabelle, merge with us." Her voice trembled. "Who is this person? Could it be Master? Impossible." She shouted, "You once promised to protect me in place of my brother. How could you betray me?" Seeing this, Kristen hurried forward to rescue her. Do not be foolish, Ymir would not fall so easily. The monster's claw swept across, sending her spinning through the air. It shifted its target back to Annabelle, who still stood frozen. T immediately circulated his power and attack, move aside. The root-like tentacles were shattered by dragon-origin demon-breaking fists. The T's spiritual power continued to press forward, forcing the monster to retreat. Kristen supported her companion and asked in shock what move was that. Ho-Fu replied, too powerful, almost a fatal strike, but they do not have much energy. The grotesque hand reached toward Annabelle again. Merge with me. Liu Feng immediately launched an attack to protect the panicked girl. His sword aura was shattered. This was an attack 8 times stronger. After the collision, the monster's body trembled and gradually broke apart. Liu Feng looked at Annabelle. Quickly use your power to cleanse them. But in a brief lapse, the tentacles tightly wrapped around Liu Feng once more. He was squeezed until he could barely breathe, the true energy within him seemingly sealed. Kristen, Ho-Fu, and Xiao Jin immediately joined forces to attack and rescue him. However, the monster erupted with power to block them all, roaring for them to get lost. The others prepared to close in on Liu Feng. He was horrified by the situation. His life force was gradually being drained. If it continued, he might not endure. Hongyi was about to rush forward Liu Fengji, but Luna pulled her back. Do not go over. You are only an ordinary person now. It will be dangerous. Liu Feng can still hold on. Liu Feng fell into a desperate situation. He irritably thought he could not sit and wait for death. If you suck my blood, then I will suck yours as well. As he said it, he did it. He opened his mouth wide and fiercely bit straight into the tentacles wrapped around him. The moment his teeth sank in, sticky green fluid immediately spurted from the monster's body. At the same time, Liu Feng's eyes suddenly turned a vivid blood red. The monster roared in fury, detestable, I will crush you. Liu Feng's hair abruptly grew longer. He kept tearing and biting at the tentacles without pause. Not leaving him alone, Ho-Fu and Gritton also rushed forward, swinging their swords to assist. In just an instant, Liu Feng leapt onto the monster's shoulder, pouring all his strength into a counterattack. Seeing that it still had not fallen, he circulated his inner power and shouted, Dragon-origin demon-breaking fist. Taking advantage of it being distracted by Liu Feng, Kristen seized the chance to slash hard at half of its fate. Under the coordination of the whole group, the monster was temporarily beaten into scattering chaos. Liu Feng landed on the ground somewhat exhausted. Xiao Jin saw this and anxiously called out Liu Feng. Unexpectedly, his long strands of hair suddenly turned toward Xiao Jin and shot forward. Sensing something wrong, Xiao Jin stammered, Liu Feng, what is happening to you? Clenching his teeth, his voice trembling, do not come closer, I am about to lose control. Seeing that expression, Creighton realized his blood had been infected. There was no saving him, they had to act decisively. But when she was about to step forward, Hongyi immediately blocked her. Stop, whoever dares step forward, I will show no mercy. Kristen hesitated. Ho-Fu explained, only a level 5 executor can barely resist infection, and he does not possess that strength. Hongyi remained full of faith, looking at Liu Feng and firmly saying, Liu Feng Ka will definitely overcome this. Yati also spoke, do not worry too much about the infection, it is only foreign energy. Whether expelling or assimilating it, there is always a solution. Seeing their confidence, Kristen let out a faint mocking laugh, truly naive. Hongyi and Xiao Jin encouraged him in unison. Liu Feng Ka, keep going. In his heart, Liu Feng roared, the monster's blood has merged with mine. Either my body collapses or I become one of them. He felt that only his mind had not yet been invaded. If even his consciousness was lost, then it would be over, unless he could adapt on his own. Liu Feng seemed to hypnotize himself. He must adapt to this sinister energy. In the real space outside, he circulated his technique and screamed in agony. Kristen grew anxious. If they did not act, it would be disastrous. Ho-Fu, hold them off, I will charge in. Unable to wait any longer, Kristen rushed forward to attack Liu Feng, softly saying sorry. Tentacles rose from the ground, stretching toward all the soldiers. Everyone cried out in panic, warning each other to be careful. Liu Feng was once again tightly entangled by the tentacles. In just a moment, he and the others were dragged down into the depths of the earth. Hongyi rushed forward in fear. Kristen coldly said it was useless. They see him as one of their kind, so they dragged him away. Kristen's gaze was icy, as she spoke words no one wished to hear. He has already become a terrifying demon. Those words struck like lightning, leaving Hongyi and Xiao Jin stunned. Kristen turned to ask her teammate, where is Nha Dao? But at some unknown time that person had already vanished. Creighton frantically searched. Deep beneath the dark earth, the scene was cold and eerie. Cocoons hung suspended along the rock walls like gigantic beehives. One of the cocoons gradually swelled, and began to tremble. A familiar hand pierced through the cocoon and emerged. It was Liu Feng. His face was somewhat pale as he slowly broke free from the cocoon. Looking around, he was confused. Where am I? Just now I was still. He suddenly recalled that was the memory space. He muttered, could it be that I have turned into a terrifying demon? Then he remembered the Ngam long sword had preserved his consciousness and activated Dragon God transformation. After that his body adapted, completely fusing with the monster's blood. Looking at himself, he wondered whether he was human, monster, or divine dragon. Realizing his consciousness was still clear, and he did not crave flesh and blood, perhaps he had not become a monster. But if his guess was correct, then the situation was even more troublesome. At that moment, Jingan stepped in and shouted, we have found her trace. Whoever captures her first, deal with her immediately. He coldly ordered, who is the new king of us all. During the command, the monsters immediately filed out one after another. When all had disappeared, he muttered, there is only one final step left. Liu Feng hid and observed. He did not expect even monsters to have order, who was the woman they mentioned. He calculated his escape route. He had to leave here as soon as possible. As soon as he landed, he muttered, why is my hair so long, truly uncomfortable. Saying that, he rubbed his head, inwardly praising his own quick reaction. Other cocoons began to crack, the monsters inside groaning. I smell food, so hungry, eat him. All of them stared at Liu Feng with greedy eyes. Just after waking up he was hunted, he shouted and ran. Monsters repeated as if hypnotized, hungry, food, eat. Liu Feng did not dare look back, they were too many while he was alone. He stepped on a rock outcrop and leapt high into the air. Choosing to fight individually, he drew his sword and slashed at a nearby one, causing its tentacles to fall away. Yet those tentacles closed up again as if unharmed. Attacked, the monster opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and snarled at him. At that sight, even Liu Feng shuddered at those cold, sharp fangs. A blood-covered hand suddenly reached out and grabbed him. Dragged into a cave, he started and cursed inwardly. Thanks to that, Liu Feng avoided the previous attack. Calming down, he looked at the person who saved him, the blood-stained face making him freeze. Just as he was about to strike, she spoke, it is me, Annabelle. She said, this is the second time I have saved you. You almost attacked me again. Liu Feng hurriedly apologized. I only reacted on instinct. Who would have thought to meet you here, and why are you in this cave covered in blood? Annabelle explained she was searching for her master. The blood on her was from monsters, perhaps because of it they see me as one of them. Liu Feng asked in shock, does that mean all blood practitioners can do this? She replied, I am not sure, I only know monster blood is infectious. I have never heard of anyone swallowing it without turning into them. Liu Feng widened his eyes, then am I now half human and half monster? He still wasn't reassured and asked again, right, how are the others now? Annabelle replied, most of the terrifying demons had retreated, the rest everyone could handle, your friends are safe. At that moment, a roar echoed, startling Liu Feng. The terrifying demons were advancing again. In the blink of an eye, it appeared right before Liu Feng, leaving him stunned. He immediately pulled Annabelle back, hurry and leave here, don't be reckless, it would be troublesome if surrounded by the horde. In his haste, Liu Feng gripped her shoulder, causing her clothing to shift. A strong pull accidentally tore Annabelle's garment, revealing her smooth white back. Seeing this, Liu Feng realized he had caused trouble again and grew flustered. I didn't mean to. Annabelle didn't bother looking back, decisively swinging her blade at the monster ahead. Liu Feng stammered, explaining he was just cleaning up their traces. Annabelle coldly said, I'll go ahead. He hurriedly asked where she was going. She replied, wanting to delve deeper into the abyss of terrifying demons to find her master. Go wherever you wish. Liu Feng scratched his head, wondering where the abyss of terrifying demons was. She guessed her master was there. Annabelle startled and explained, it's the world of demons opposite humanity, where they are born. Her master said secrets about demons may well be hidden there. Liu Feng asked if the exit from this world was also in the abyss. Annabelle replied perhaps, but her master had searched for the entrance for years without success. Hearing this, he said, then I'll go with you. On the way she told him the number of demons actually far exceeded what they had seen, most hidden deep within the abyss. Annabelle added that her master suspected the existence of a leader who could control all the demons. Liu Feng asked in astonishment if her master specialized in demon studies. Annabelle recounted her master's teaching that to defeat enemies one must understand them thoroughly. Liu Feng teased lightly, you are really close to your master, always mentioning him. Annabelle frowned and said her master had promised to care for her in place of her brother for life. She slowly recounted that 10 years ago she and her brother lived peacefully in a small village. Then her brother passed away just after promising to protect her forever. She remembered her master saying he had promised her brother to safeguard her completely. After that, her master appeared following the request before her brother left and took her as a disciple. Her voice turned cold. I will not accept being betrayed again. Liu Feng was silent as they continued moving forward. After a while, Liu Feng was stunned at the scene ahead. What is this? A vast city suddenly appeared before him. He was amazed. Didn't she say this was the origin of the demons? Why is there a city? Could it not have been built by them? Annabelle said her master once speculated that besides humanity other civilizations existed. Liu Feng wondered if they had been destroyed, unable to resist demons. He continued asking if a race had truly existed before them. They chatted while moving forward when suddenly, a large shadow lunged straight at Liu Feng. Immediately after, a two-legged creature slid past, startling him. Sensing something unusual, Liu Feng sighed. We'll see once inside. Seeing Annabelle charge ahead, Liu Feng anxiously asked if she wasn't afraid. What if the demon blood lost effect? She was indeed too reckless. Annabelle exhaled in relief. The camouflage from the blood still worked, though the city had petrified nearly halfway. Traces of its former prosperity remained. Liu Feng observed and concluded the place was likely built by an intelligent being, door and room sizes similar to human. He pondered. Everything closely matched his master's speculation, but why was the city deep underground? Liu Feng speculated someone might have sunk the entire city. Thinking of other explored underground spaces, Annabelle wondered if there was a connection. Suddenly from behind, a humanoid with animal ears rushed in to ambush. Annabelle just shouted when Liu Feng spun to counterattack. Annabelle's eyes froze as she looked down at her body. Her arm had been separated, but she quickly grabbed it before it fell. Frowning through the pain, she calmly reattached her arm to its place. Liu Feng asked in astonishment why the camouflage blood no longer worked. Annabelle said perhaps that being was originally an enforcer just transformed into a demon. The demon turned and lunged at them again. It growled in broken phrases, "Return him to me." Annabelle froze, realizing the opponent's identity. Being charged forward with deep hatred aimed at Annabelle. Liu Feng, and she evaded the fierce attack in time. Liu Feng wondered why before transformation he was on her level, but after turning into a demon became overwhelmingly strong. Would stronger enforcers still surpass her after transforming? Annabelle explained demon strength is influenced by original foundation but fundamentally determined by terrifying power, derived from obsession and deep fear. That being growled and dashed past. Return my brother to me. Annabelle understood his obsession was his brother. She urged him to come to his senses for the sake of the brother who surely wouldn't want this. As she spoke, she advanced trying to pull him back to reason. Don't become a monster. Before she finished speaking, she was knocked back. Liu Feng quickly caught her, scolding her for being reckless. Annabelle resolved she could not continue like this, then loudly said obsession must be a motive to move forward, not a reason to lose oneself. Demon suddenly became excited, saying it had smelled prey, indeed as predicted. Liu Feng sensed the situation was bad, saying, trouble, if we kill one and use the blood to hide, would it still work? Annabelle replied, demons are not foolish. That leech-like man lunged again. Return my brother to me. At that moment he shot upward, unleashing a ferocious strike aimed straight at Liu Feng and Annabelle. Both were blasted far away. Fortunately, Liu Feng still managed to hold her tightly. Looking at Annabelle, Liu Feng could not help but panic. Heavens, she was almost half dead. Where did that man go? He roared loudly and continued hacking straight toward Liu Feng. The situation was extremely unfavorable, as the opponent stubbornly insisted on revenge. Instantly, that demon tightened his grip around the mutated man's neck. At the same time, a warning voice rang out, the holy temple forbids all disturbances. Violators will pay the price. Liu Feng stood stunned and asked where this holy temple was, why those demons did not dare step inside. Had Master Annabelle ever mentioned anything? No one answered. He muttered, could it be that she was still unconscious? As he spoke, he gripped his sword and advanced, telling himself that without dark power his recovery ability was much weaker. He stopped to observe. Although the opponent no longer devoured power as before, he was still extremely dangerous. Just then, the sound of human footsteps echoed from below. Yahello said they should assess the situation first. Though his eyes clearly revealed the urge to rush in and tear flesh apart, he restrained himself. Liu Feng immediately went on guard. Are you human or demon in the end? He glanced at the statue and replied, what difference is there? Demons were once human as well. Jinggan hesitated and said it was only because the goddess they once revered had turned her back on them. He sneered, yet they still foolishly waited for her to save them, both pitiful and laughable. Liu Feng tried to keep the peace. I do not understand what you are saying. I do not wish to be enemies. I only hope to leave this place. He stared intently at the goddess statue again. Why did that face seem so familiar? Suddenly he blurted out, "Is that not Phi Lap?" Jingen looked at him coldly. "I will not allow any mishap to occur, try it." The moment he finished speaking, he swung his sword in a slash so fast it left him dizzy. Before he could comprehend anything, Liu Feng's head had separated from his body, leaving him horrified in disbelief. His mind spun wildly. Pain and icy cold spread through his body. What was happening? He stared blankly at his own body. Had he truly been severed like this? Looking at the blood-soaked body in the distance, Liu Feng wondered if he had truly died. Suddenly he transformed and roared in fury, "I do not want to die. I cannot die." Jingen thought he had already killed him, so he was utterly shocked to see this. Liu Feng reattached his head to his body and shot toward his opponent. Jingen immediately realized and charged forward, "So you are a demon as well." Once again Liu Feng was struck fiercely, his head separated from his body. In the blink of an eye he restored himself and looked at Jingen with challenge. Having just reattached himself, he muttered he was still not dead. He suddenly laughed proudly. "That is right, I have long been half human, half demon." Liu Feng circulated his inner power to counterattack. "Now it is my turn." As soon as he finished speaking, he brought his sword down violently toward his opponent. With the strength of an ordinary human, Jingen had to grit his teeth to withstand it. A thunderous explosion resounded, dust filled the air and shook the entire space. He looked at Liu Feng with contempt. "Your level is still far from enough." Jingen roared and poured out all his strength in a decisive strike. Liu Feng was hit and sent flying far away. Even after evolving, he still seemed not strong enough compared to Jingen. Instead of continuing the confrontation, he immediately turned and ran toward Annabelle. She had not awakened, but Liu Feng quickly lifted her up. Two hurried inside. He even said only a fool would stay and fight you, farewell. Jingen stood outside the door and said, "Since you have escaped, then live well. Do not obstruct my plan or the consequences will be unimaginable." Inside, Liu Feng carried her deeper, silently mustering his strength to move forward. He suddenly realized something strange. Why were they not chasing him inside? He traced back his memories. When he was in the cave at first the demons also ignored him until, when I returned to my normal state, they began chasing me in droves. So as long as he maintained his current form, they would no longer target him. Cunning thought flashed through his mind and he laughed. "If I cannot defeat them, then I will join them. The abyssal demon form is truly formidable." Deep within the cave there were still people who had not been transformed and were hiding. Seeing a figure, a soldier reported Lord Sandys. "It seems that demon is holding Annabelle's hand in Area 6. He had not expected to be discovered even here. Liu Feng cursed angrily. Seeing them preparing to attack, he hurriedly said, "It is just a misunderstanding. I will return Annabelle to you." But the other did not listen. A sword swung across and injured Liu Feng. He muttered in shock, "Such terrifying power, even I have been wounded." Sandys did not stop, continuing to lash his whip toward him. Liu Feng hastily drew his sword to block. "Do you want to harm her as well, bastard?" Enraged, he no longer held back and launched a fierce counterattack. Sandys frowned coldly and sidestepped to evade. Liu Feng glared and pointed straight at him. "Worry about controlling your subordinates first." He turned around and saw the soldiers had already been beat into disarray. Knowing he could not face him alone, Sandys still unwillingly roared that he would take your life. Liu Feng ground his teeth and cursed, were these people insane? Did they want to save Anna or harm her? He told himself there was no way back, he could only move forward. This group seemed different from the previous ones. He wondered how Hong Yu was now. Outside, the demon continued to harass everyone. Fortunately, Yati stood blocking and unleashed the ultimate technique, Dragon Origin Demon Breaking Kick. His sword slashed down powerfully. At the same time, he shouted Ho Fu. As soon as he finished speaking, a reply sounded from behind that he had arrived. Ho Fu immediately rushed up. Two coordinated seamlessly. Ho Fu gathered his strength and struck down like thunder. Yati's sword supported him, increasing the power of the attack. He said joyfully they had finally dealt with the demons causing illusions. "Many thanks, brother." Yati smiled brightly. Kristen looked at the two and teased, "You two men should not gaze at each other so passionately." Hong Yi cut in saying, "That is too much. Now that the great threat is over, let us go find Fong Kaka." Kristen turned and said, "That little girl is already half human, half demon. Do you still want to rush to your death? I suspect the place he was taken to is the abyss Emir once mentioned." The girl coldly turned her back and said, "Then I will go alone." Io Jin and Lu Na said in unison, "Let us go." Yati also did not hesitate. He raised his hand to bid Ho Fu farewell before leaving. Kristen shouted in fury, Butler Ho, take everyone and split up first. I cannot stand by and watch those idiots rush to their deaths. Alan sneered in reply, if you keep quiet no one will think you are the one behind this. Seething with anger and nowhere to vent it, Alan unfortunately took a solid punch from Gritton. Night had already fallen here. Liu Feng feared the cold and wild beasts, so he hurried to gather firewood and start a fire for warmth. Annabelle finally regained consciousness, but dull aches still throbbed throughout her body. Seeing her stir, Liu Feng immediately spoke. You finally opened your eyes, take a look quickly. He anxiously pressed on with questions. Where are we and how do we get out of this place? Annabelle said softly, are we not still in the city? Then where exactly is this place? Liu Feng recounted everything. After she fainted, a series of upheavals occurred. The two of them had nearly lost their lives. After hearing it, Annabelle gradually calmed down. She paused and stared intently at Liu Feng. She hurriedly drew her sword, her eyes full of vigilance. Could it be that you have turned into that bizarre creature? He replied calmly, consider me half human, half monster. Fortunately, I still retain my sanity. Not to the point of doing anything terrible. Being alive now is already a blessing, is it not? Annabelle was so shocked that cold sweat broke out. Half human, half monster. I have never heard of such a thing. Sorry, but I still cannot trust you. Seeing her still brimming with killing intent, Liu Feng frowned and asked, so you truly intend to make a move against me? Being questioned so directly, she flushed red in embarrassment, not knowing how to respond for a moment. At that moment, a ghastly sound echoed from somewhere, accompanied by a set of sharp teeth protruding. It turned out to be another mutated being. It stared fixedly at Annabelle. The sudden ambush startled her into stepping back. Unexpectedly, there was still a monster lurking deep inside. Liu Feng stared at the other in shock. Immediately after, he suddenly rushed forward to shield Annabelle, his mutated limbs now far more adept. Wait. The monster shrieked, I smell blood in the air. Are you two shirking your duties? The queen has been found. Follow me and pursue her. Liu Feng was surprised. The queen? Earlier Jingen said they had to hunt someone down. Could it be her? Annabelle replied that in this domain, as her master said, there is indeed a leader manipulating everything. He suddenly recalled something. Wait, why are these bizarre creatures hunting their own queen? The monster assumed Liu Feng was one of its kind and urged, follow me quickly. Liu Feng whispered to Annabelle to follow for now and see. He also wanted to know what that queen looked like. It led the two of them to an area swarming with gathered mutated beings. Not just a few scattered ones but hundreds. They surged forward in rolling waves. Liu Feng quietly instructed that when the chance comes they should slip away amid the chaos. Annabelle still worriedly mentioned her master. He spoke sternly, did you forget you only entered here because our blood mixed together? Why think about finding your master now? First we must keep our lives. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground shook violently, rubble flying and throwing the entire horde into disarray. A long snake-like object slithered across the ground, leaving devastation wherever it passed. One among them panicked and reported to Liu Feng that the queen had arrived. Another howled and charged past, sweeping aside everything in its path. A mutated being roared, the queen blood and flesh are mine. All of you get out of the way. Liu Feng immediately pulled Annabelle. Do not stand there in a daze, let us go. On the other side, the entire horde was drawn into chaos. Liu Feng hurriedly pulled her aside to dodge, while Annabelle still felt somewhat unwilling. After a while, something strange slowly emerged from the ground. The moment they saw it, the mutated beings rushed forward greedily. That was the queen. One muttered as if insane, devour her, devour her. Hearing that, Liu Feng could not help but turn in shock. The bizarre queen. The queen was not easy to deal with. Once he saw her clearly, he blurted that their sense of aesthetics is truly incomprehensible. The ground continued to split apart. It was unclear what the queen intended to do. From above, it looked like a blazing red flower with countless long tendrils, drawing in all the surrounding mutated beings. Liu Feng observed and said softly that he had a bad feeling. No sooner had he spoken than the ground beneath their feet also cracked. Annabelle panicked. The queen opened wide, ready to swallow her prey, but Liu Feng immediately exerted force and pulled Annabelle away. Mutated beings thought they were about to benefit, yet they themselves became the targets swept in. Liu Feng used his mutated hair as a foothold to move, but the situation grew more perilous. At this rate, it would be hard to last long. Annabelle scanned for a path and pointed into the distance. There seems to be a shop over there. Liu Feng looked over and nodded in confirmation. That is right. Circulated his inner force and unleashed a move, sword energy erupting and spreading like an array. The powerful slash struck straight down onto the queen body. Writhed as its enormous mouth continuously spewed strange fluid. Seizing the moment the opponent faltered, Liu Feng pulled Annabelle and dashed away. Now is the time. Seeing the tendrils about to reach them, he urged himself to be even faster. As the tendrils swept past, fortunately Liu Feng had already leapt into the shop. However, the tremor was so strong that the two of them were buried under rubble. Even so, they were still breathing. Liu Feng struggled to push away the rocks pressing on him. Sitting up abruptly, he let out a breath of relief and told Annabelle that they were still alive. Afterwards, the two observed their surroundings, discovering a vast cavern-like space. Liu Feng sensed it and said that he felt this place was excavated by humans. Annabelle used her ability to flare up the torch above, light spreading everywhere. When the light shone clearly, she read the words on the wall, "No freedom. Better to die than submit." Before them appeared a horrifying sight. All had turned into stone statues. Liu Feng widened his eyes. Could these statues have once been living people? Annabelle explained that while alive they ran into the tunnel, and for some reason all were petrified. Perhaps the bizarre creatures possessed this ability. Liu Feng looked closely and said that this tunnel seems to lead to. He paused. Could it be that city? Annabelle asked that one can also reach it from the surface, so why dig a separate tunnel? Liu Feng replied that the old path has been sealed. Continue forward and it will become clear. She spoke of the decoded writing. They said they discovered they were inside a gigantic egg. Annabelle said sadly that they refused to be trapped for life, so they tried to carve through the shell to escape. Liu Feng speculated what exactly is the purpose of the Demon King in creating this underground world, the familiar feeling like memories of universe number 25 from his previous life. Annabelle asked about the outside world. Liu Feng pondered that it is more complex than she thinks because there is not only one world. He spoke of the Lost Garden, a place without bizarre creatures but filled with ferocious beasts and dangerous spirits. There the order is fragile and chaos unending. Humans confront one another even more brutally than here. After hearing it, Annabelle widened her eyes in curiosity. Is that true? He continued that on the continent of De Lan where he once lived it was far more peaceful. Nations and races coexisted. Though there were conflicts, they still sought harmony. Within disorder there was law. The flood of memories stirred his emotions. That place had friends, family, and even the one he loved, along with countless precious things. Annabelle smiled faintly. Then the place your master longed for must be that land. Liu Feng looked around and realized that from this point onward, the stone statues all seemed to face outward. As soon as they set foot there, Annabelle raised the torch to shine straight at the rock wall ahead and discovered the path was completely blocked. Liu Feng immediately gathered his strength and tried to push it aside. The wall was at least several meters thick and not entirely pure stone. Let me try shaking it to see if it can be broken. Step back. However, Annabelle calmly interrupted. She reached out to press a hidden switch on the wall and softly said there is a mechanism to open the door here. As soon as the door cracked open, a cloud of dust rushed straight into Liu Feng's nose, making him frown as he guessed that years ago someone had fled while locking it behind them, but it was too late. Those behind had no time to react and all turned into stone statues. Pausing for a moment, he could not hide his curiosity. What exactly was hidden inside? Her gazes met with determination. Liu Feng softly said to her, "Let us go." As he stepped forward, he shuddered at the thought that the pile of dust earlier was likely the remains of crushed statues. At that thought, Liu Feng felt his stomach churn. Could it be dust from human beings? Not long after, they entered a narrow passage, and while observing their surroundings, a strange mist suddenly surged toward them. Liu Feng hurriedly used his hair to cover his nose and mouth. Annabelle did the same without delay. Right after that, the two squeezed through narrow gaps and continued deeper inside. Suddenly Annabelle halted, as if seeing something, and gasped, "This is..." She fixed her eyes on the bizarre structure before her. Then she realized it was a tower that exuded a terrifying aura. Hearing that, Liu Feng looked more closely and asked again, "A terrifying tower?" He raised his head and pointed toward the top of the tower. Could it be the source of power that made those people so dreadful? But why is it hidden deep within this dark abyss? Annabelle softly replied, "This is another tower, one that belongs to dreadful demons." She explained in detail that it was the origin of demonkind. Perhaps the answer her master had long sought was here. Suddenly a loud noise erupted beneath their feet. The ground and surrounding rocks trembled violently. Afraid Annabelle would lose her balance, Liu Feng immediately pulled her into his arms and softly reminded her, "Be careful." From within the tower, a bizarre energy suddenly spread outward, accompanied by an eerie light. Since arriving in this world, Liu Feng had always been wary of everything strange. Seeing this, he was startled and blurted out, "What is happening?" Tower door opened. A woman with a serpent's lower body and hair woven with small snakes slowly stepped out. She called herself Medusa, a name that suited her appearance, sniffing as she muttered about the scent of humans and even the scent of her own kind. Immediately after, she revealed a sinister smile, her voice filled with delight. All of you must die. A massive surge of inner force was instantly launched straight toward the aura she sensed. Medusa let out a cry filled with killing intent. Caught off guard, Liu Feng was startled but still managed to pull Annabelle aside in time. Only then did he understand why those before had turned to stone. The culprit was Medusa. He continued pulling her back. The energy here is so chaotic that even my true chi is suppressed. If we keep floating like this, I fear we will not last long. Annabelle firmly said, throw me over there. We will join forces to deal with that head. Liu Feng immediately nodded in agreement. After speaking, Liu Feng tightened his grip on her hand and poured all his strength into sending her forward. The two cooperated flawlessly. Annabelle shot before Medusa in the blink of an eye. While she was still laughing madly in arrogance, Annabelle had already raised her sword high, preparing to unleash the decisive strike. In front, Liu Feng also circulated his inner force, gripping his sword and shouting 16-fold power. Instantly her head separated from her body. The snakes in her hair lunged forward like living creatures. For some reason they fused into a gigantic mouth filled with sharp teeth, opening wide to devour its prey. Seeing that, Liu Feng guessed this was the true demon queen behind it all. On the other side, Annabelle gradually weakened. A tentacle from Medusa's head pierced through her abdomen. Liu Feng could not avoid it either. He was attacked at the same time. He realized his body, suspended in midair, was gradually transforming toward demonization. Unease surged within him. If this continues, I fear I will lose control. He himself was half human, half demon. Annabelle was entirely unable to endure such a transformation. Looking at her, he wondered why she was also being demonized. Could it be she had once been like this before? Half human, half demon, Annabelle's eyes grew dim and she screamed in agony. Like Liu Feng, she too began the process of transforming into a demon. A fragment of sorrowful memory suddenly flooded back. She saw her elder brother and master talking. Though she could not hear clearly, she witnessed her master draw his sword and kill her brother. The truth revealed that he was the one who struck that year. Afterward, that man even hypocritically claimed he would care for her in her brother's place. Tormented by years of deception, Annabelle's consciousness faded. She gritted her teeth and called Emir's name, vowing revenge. On the other side, the queen's tentacles continued to lash out in relentless attacks. Seeing Annabelle losing consciousness, Liu Feng anxiously shouted no. Surrounding ground exploded in fragments. Liu Feng quickly grabbed onto one of Medusa's tentacles to steady himself. Within the dust, a familiar figure suddenly rushed in. It was Pablo. He swung his sword to sever the tentacle and rescue Annabelle. It was unclear how he arrived here, but at this moment Pablo was truly their savior. Liu Feng asked in delight, how did you appear here? Standing before that gigantic mouth, he calmly replied, I have finally found you. Liu Feng helped Annabelle sit down, looking at his companion in astonishment, unable to understand why that skeleton was so powerful. Annabelle immediately said, that is not a skeleton but him. I cannot be mistaken, Emir. Liu Feng was stunned, his mouth agape. What did you say? He is Emir, how is that possible? All the resentment from years of deception surged forth. Annabelle clenched her teeth and circulated her inner force. Then a pair of wings sprouted from her back. She roared in fury, calling Emir's name and demanding his life. Hearing her voice, he realized she had remembered. Annabelle, you have remembered, but it does not matter. With that, Emir swung his sword straight at her without hesitation. The powerful attack split her body in two. Yet Annabelle seemed stronger than before. She calmly faced her enemy. Emir launched another slash, the surge of inner force sweeping through and collapsing everything around. While dodging, Liu Feng irritably thought that Yati once said they did not know how to use that attacking energy. Annabelle charged forward in a frenzy, her mouth constantly calling Emir's name. He looked at her struggling and coldly said, do not be afraid, soon we will be free. After a fierce exchange, both fell amid piles of white bones. Liu Feng was so heavily shaken that he fainted. At that moment a voice echoed in the air, wake up. Liu Feng groggily opened his eyes, wondering who was calling him. The voice urged again to wake up. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and looked around blankly. Where is this? Am I still alive? Blue light surrounded his body and informed him this is the bottom level of the sacrificial tower. You are not dead. Liu Feng thought in astonishment, can light speak or am I still dreaming? Within that light, the figure of a woman slowly emerged. She introduced herself as Yen, not a mere faint light but the unified will of everyone here. At this moment Liu Feng gradually regained his composure, his eyes sweeping around. Before him, towering piles of white bones stacked like mountains. He stared down at his feet in silence, wondering what these things really were, all offerings sacrificed to the sacrificial tower years ago. Nhu Yen hurriedly explained that when they dug a tunnel leading outside, they discovered the sacrificial tower harboring strange power. Many innocent girls dragged into the abyss in search of guidance to escape their cage. She continued, saying those girls died in resentment and fear, their attachments unable to dissipate, eventually merging into me. Pausing briefly, she added, but I am just the leftover. Most of the attachments have already risen above, she said as she ran. As soon as she finished, Nhu Yen suddenly peeled off her facial skin and spoke with a fierce voice. Revenge, I must take revenge. At that instant, Medusa's enormous mouth emerged again, and Nhu Yen appeared from beneath. Seeing her transform so quickly, Liu Feng was stunned, standing frozen for a long moment. Nhu Yen shifted forms once more and spoke. She ran away, leaving only me behind in this place. Liu Feng asked in a low voice, so who is this fearsome demon queen? Nhu Yen replied, Queen, fearsome demon, what is that? I have never heard of it. He was amazed. Could it be that while alive they never had the concept of a fearsome demon, and later their attachments condensed into the fearsome queen before the other appeared? Piecing everything together, he said in other words, perhaps she was the first fearsome demon, and I was driven to this by humans, truly self-inflicted. But wait, when meeting Jingen in the palace, he had said humans were deceived by the goddess Philo. At that moment Nhu Yen pointed to Annabelle. She had just regained consciousness. Opening her eyes, though unable to hold back and coughing up a mouthful of blood, Annabelle forced herself to rise trembling. She gritted her teeth and stood despite her body being riddled with wounds. Finally her hatred turned into motivation. Annabelle shot upward silently, I must kill. But Liu Feng suddenly grabbed her hand and held it tight. He hurriedly said, Annabelle, calm down. Do you intend to completely become a fearsome demon? Her hatred clouded her reason. She did not listen and snapped, let go. Liu Feng continued, I have said, attachments must guide humans forward, pursuing goals, not turning them into monsters. Those words seemed to make Annabelle pause. She stopped. Liu Feng added, your brother surely would not wish to see you like this. Annabelle's gaze softened. She no longer intended to immediately seek revenge. But soon after she stared at Liu Feng, her voice hoarse, too hungry. As soon as she finished, she lunged aggressively at him, I must eat you. Caught off guard, Liu Feng was knocked to the ground in shock. Annabelle was almost unconscious, seeing Liu Feng only as prey. He quickly raised his hands to block blood flowing from his hands. Though in pain, Liu Feng did not strike back but shouted, Annabelle, Annabelle. He could hear nothing, and soon tore a chunk of flesh from him with her teeth. Her eyes wild, lips stained red. Annabelle could not help exclaiming, so delicious, truly delicious. Liu Feng gritted his teeth and shouted, this is bad, if this continues I will have to act against her. Saying so he harnessed his inner power, drew his treasured sword from his hand and softly said sorry. But at that moment Annabelle changed direction and sprang up, clutching her head in pain. At the same time a familiar voice called, Annabelle, Annabelle. She trembled and called, brother. In those eyes there was only the image of her unjustly dead brother. Opening her eyes again, Annabelle found herself back in a small house. She looked around in astonishment. Isn't this the childhood home? How am I here? Suddenly a voice called from behind, startling her to turn. Annabelle. Her brother smiled and stepped forward, saying, long time no see. Sorry I could not keep my promise. Looking at her brother, hot tears streamed down her cheeks. Seeing his sister cry, he said sorrowfully, I am sorry, it is my fault. Unable to contain her longing, Annabelle immediately ran to embrace him. Brother. Alice spoke softly, I know you have endured much hardship and suffering, but... He lifted his sister's face gently, saying, don't give up, okay? Annabelle nodded. Before vanishing, Alice reminded her to remember he would always be by her side. Outside the tower, the queen continued roaring. It opened its mouth wide and charged to attack. At that moment a tremendous force suddenly struck that mouth. Ymir growled through gritted teeth, hand over the dreadful tower. As soon as he finished, he stood before the queen with ferocity, blood streaming from its body. Tentacles immediately shot out, wrapping around him. From inside that body Medusa quickly transformed into human form and fled. Ymir coldly tightened the tail in his hand. How did it still escape? Before stopping, the sword violently thrust into Otta's back. Ziga quickly drew his treasure, his voice cold, finally it is in my hand. Seeing the scene, Kristen breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed something was wrong. Luckily they hadn't gone outside earlier. Lona curiously asked about the skeleton. Kristen frowned, answered strangely, unlike Jingen's style. Could it be he changed after becoming a fearsome demon? Hongyi also spoke, are you sure he became a demon? Yati added, yes, there is no sign of a fearsome demon on him. This be the special nature of a level 5 executor. After the question, everyone fell silent. A loud explosion startled everyone. Hong Yi could not help worrying as Liu Feng's trace was still missing. Liu Jin sensed something unusual and asked, "What's wrong?" Clearly something was wrong, but the girl tried to hide it, nothing. Dust billowed after the two fell, the space became quiet. In the distance Liu Feng sat silently, Annabelle unconscious on his lap. He continuously offered his hand for her to bite, otherwise I could transform into the terrifying demon form to recover at any time. Otherwise she would have drained me long ago. Nothing to do, she did save me once. Nhu Yen approached and asked, "Do you intend to stay here forever with me? You are truly kind, I am lonely alone." Liu Feng apologetically replied, "Sorry, once you recover we must leave, why must you stay here?" Nhu Yen quickly said, "I was born here so I cannot leave." He asked further, "What about before?" Nhu Yen sadly replied, "Perhaps when she left she took all her power." As soon as she finished speaking, Nhu Yen flew up to survey, "What does the outside look like now?" Liu Feng thought and replied, "The outside world hasn't changed much compared to before." Continued, "Those who forced the girls to be sacrificed have all received their deserved fate. Everyone's life now is peaceful and happy." Hearing this, her eyes reflected sorrow, and she quietly said, "That is good." Liu Feng replied, "Thus the girls were not wasted in loss." At that moment Annabelle finally woke. She drowsily said, "Brother." Realizing she lay in Liu Feng's lap, she startled and sat up. "It's you?" "Thank you," Liu Feng asked again. "Yes, Annabelle, who is she?" Annabelle replied, "My past memories remain." She looked at Liu Feng and asked, "Do you still remember the freedom you once pursued back then?" Nhu Yen drew herself in slightly and spoke about freedom. "I no longer remember the details clearly, only vaguely recalling that someone once said this world was like a gigantic cage and humans always longed to escape from it." Liu Feng was stunned, wondering if this was something he had heard before. Annabelle continued that Master Emir seemed to have said something similar as well. After discovering the world outside, he began searching for a way to leave this place. After hearing that, Liu Feng immediately spoke decisively. "Fine, we will leave here at once." Nhu Yen hurriedly asked if they were about to leave. Liu Feng quickly replied that friends were still waiting outside, but if there was a chance he would return and take her away with him. Nhu Yen brightened instantly. She happily waved goodbye and said she would wait for him. Right after that, Liu Feng shot straight up into the sky. Annabelle swiftly followed close behind. When the two of them stopped before the vast cave entrance, Annabelle suddenly asked what they would do about the Tower of Fear. Only then did Liu Feng remember. He said perhaps Emir had come for that tower and taken it away, so his goal was nearly complete, which meant he would soon be able to go outside. Truly good news. Whenever that name was mentioned, Annabelle struggled to stay calm. She said she did not care about anything else. She only wanted to know why he had deceived her all these years and make him pay the price. After saying that, the two of them continued forward through the dense mist. As soon as he stepped up, Liu Feng exclaimed in shock, wondering what in the world was happening. Before them was a gigantic abyss constantly emitting a strange source of energy. He curiously asked whether Emir had created it. With just a glance, Annabelle forcefully shoved Liu Feng aside and warned him of danger. Thanks to that timely reaction, Liu Feng avoided being struck by a grotesque creature diving down at him. He looked at her and said that while they could still resist, they should retreat immediately. Suddenly pausing, Liu Feng asked in surprise what that expression meant, whether she was planning to do something reckless. Without another word, Annabelle shot forward like lightning. Liu Feng angrily shouted after her since he could not stop her, asking what was wrong with her, saying he had already repaid the life-saving debt and could not continue risking himself meaninglessly. But what surprised him even more was that Yati and the others were also flying toward this direction. Liu Feng immediately called out Hong Yi. Elsewhere, Audis remained focused on observing their every move through the crystal sphere. He showed a pleased expression, muttering that it was almost time, that this step had finally arrived. At the same time, Liu Feng ran over and loudly called Hong Yi, Xiao Jin, and Yati. Seeing Hong Yi standing there, he feared the girl would worry, so he reassured her not to be afraid, that he had come to save everyone. At that moment, all of them seemed bound by an invisible force, unable to move at all. As soon as she saw him, Hong Yi happily said the exit was over there, that following it would allow them to escape. During that, Liu Feng sensed the spiritual energy and wondered if it was truly the way out. Perhaps Emir had succeeded. Yati urgently told Liu Feng to use the 7-star formation to break the barrier, because he was about to lose his strength. Without hesitation, Liu Feng followed his advice, slashing straight at the center and shouting to activate the 7-star formation and shatter it. A moment later, he cried out in joy that it had been broken. At last they could leave this place. Liu Feng was filled with excitement at their success. A few days later, everyone held hands and followed that path, quickly running outside. Liu Feng walked behind to provide support, and the group advanced straight ahead. Suddenly their bodies seemed to collide with something, and they all fell freely downward. Seeing Hangya nearby, Liu Feng anxiously called her name. In her panic, she rushed over and tightly embraced him. Hangya was so moved her eyes reddened, saying that she had finally found him. Liu Feng patted her head and smiled, saying they had only been apart for a few days and now everything was fine. Looked toward Yati and asked if everyone was all right. Kristen replied that there had originally been danger, but after meeting Liu Feng, there was no problem. Yati said seriously that things were temporarily stable but not necessarily later. It seemed they had not truly left that place. He said that because when he lifted his head and looked at the sky above, a strange light flickered into view and then vanished again. With just a glance, Kristen guessed that Ymir was still there. The three level 5 executors of Area 1, Area 3, and Area 4, namely Kakarov, Aflazir, and Jihan, appeared one after another. Kristen angrily said it turned out they were the ones behind everything. Zyojin quickly held her back and urged her not to act impulsively. The other person unwillingly rushed forward and shouted loudly, demanding that Ymir return his older brother. Ymir coldly snorted and launched an attack straight at the one who was shouting. At that very moment, Annabelle charged in and pressed the troublemaker's head down. Her sword instantly swung up and slashed directly at the tentacles reaching outward. The mutated being gritted his teeth and struggled desperately to break free from Annabelle's control. Annabelle shouted that if he wanted to avenge his brother, he should regain his senses and not turn himself into someone who had lost all reason. As soon as she finished speaking, that person's body was struck and sent flying far away. Annabelle immediately chased after him and loudly told him to stop. Kristen looked at the scene in horror, even she had already turned into a demon. She grew even more furious, accusing Ymir of once saying he wanted to eradicate demons and break the cage of this world. Cretan shouted loudly, asking whether the current outcome was what he had wanted. Ymir frowned and replied that his goal over the years had never changed. Although he had a few personal schemes, sacrifices were unavoidable to achieve it. Liu Feng interjected and asked that if everyone had to be sacrificed, what meaning that achievement would still hold. Ymir replied that they had already seen what was inside the tunnel. Without freedom, it was better to accept the end. After that, he said that since everyone was present, it was time to carry out the final step. Yati was startled and asked what the final step was. At that instant, Ymir's eyes widened and a sinister aura enveloped him. The sound waves that erupted caused everyone intense pain, as if struck by a powerful shock. No one could move after he cast that technique. After a while, Liu Feng suddenly regained consciousness and opened his eye. He muttered about what had just happened. Just then, a soldier rushed in breathlessly to report that the angel army had arrived and requested everyone to join the battle. Liu Feng looked on in shock as everyone charged forward at once. The scene resembled thunderous combat. He wondered what the angel army was and why they were fighting. A voice rang out saying they were inside an illusion. To others, they did not exist and therefore could not interfere with anything. Liu Feng said this feeling was like a memory he had experienced before. Annabelle asked in surprise whether it was Ymir's memory. Immediately afterward, Liu Feng and the others ran outside to check the situation. Outside, the factions were clashing fiercely in brutal combat. Liu Feng tried touching a nearby person and realized it was only an illusion. He wondered what Ymir truly intended to do. Annabelle suggested that only by finding him would they know the answer. At that moment, two demons swiftly swept past them. Liu Feng was astonished and wondered why demons had appeared within the illusion. Observing carefully, he guessed they had likely been drawn here like them, and immediately told everyone to follow. As soon as he finished speaking, an explosion rang out and earth and stones scattered everywhere. Liu Feng hurriedly covered his face against the cloud of dust. Annabelle still followed closely behind. When the smoke cleared, before their eyes lay the scattered corpses of soldiers, Liu Feng spoke in a low voice, guessing they had fought for a long time but encountered a superior opponent and fell very quickly. He let out a soft, sorrowful sigh and wondered what meaning such a battle formation ultimately brought. On this side, Emianin bled as he roared in fury, cursing the one who dared to exploit the title of Archangel Commander to strike him from behind. Annabelle immediately rushed forward, but Liu Feng quickly grabbed her hand, softly reminding her not to act rashly, because all of this was merely an illusion. Soon after, Ymir forced himself to stand, his voice low as he said that, when we return we must report to the Lord and lead others away. At the same time, another soldier from the distant sky swiftly flew back to Emir. The large sack in his hand suddenly dropped over Emir's head, and that man exclaimed in delight that this time he had struck it rich. That man immediately bound Emir tightly and mocked him, saying, "This is our general's divine binding rope. In your current state, do not even dream of escaping. Capturing an archangel commander means erasing the mark on him before hoping for freedom." After saying that, that man hoisted Emir up intending to return for his reward, ignoring Emir's struggles and shouts to be released. As he walked he hummed, 10 years and then another 10 years, today beaten by others then tomorrow we repay it, capture the angel general and sell him for a bounty. Suddenly stopping, he fumbled around and muttered, You are not even fat, then I will just capture the skinny general and trade him for a reward." As night fell, he lit a fire to keep warm and stay wary of passers-by. Emir remained bound there, while that soldier calmly enjoyed his piece of meat. Liu Feng and Annabelle still hid behind the boulder observing, refraining from action for now, but Liu Feng began to lose patience as 3 days had passed in vain. Liu Feng said, "If this is truly Emir's memory, then we may have to endure an endlessly long stretch of time." That man again brought food before Emir and asked if he was sure he did not want to eat something, since maintaining strength now must be exhausting. Emir replied disdainfully that you lowly creatures could never understand the great cause of the angels. If you do not kill me today, then the day I recover will be your end. As soon as he finished speaking, his stomach growled loudly, causing that soldier to laugh and say, "Your mouth is stubborn, but your body is on it." Provoked, Emir shouted that you truly are a tiny ant. Immediately a piece of meat was stuffed into his mouth. "Eat. Living still has more value than lying there uselessly." That man leaned against the rock and sighed, "I truly do not understand what you think. This world is so vast, yet you only know how to fight all day." Emir spat the meat out, and coldly said, "What do you know about the Lord's glory?" That soldier sneered and said, "Is it not that with higher status one lives longer? But if a whole life is only cultivation, and war, then what is its worth?" Those words made Emir's gaze pause for a few seconds, as if he was pondering something. Emir looked at him, his voice lowering as he said, "Give me a skewer of meat." That man happily tore off a piece and handed it over, his attitude completely different from before. No one expected that at that very moment Emir suddenly lunged straight at him. Thinking he would be counterattacked, unexpectedly that soldier swiftly reversed the situation, subduing Emir so he could not move at all. Emir gritted his teeth and said, "I will definitely make you pay." Immediately that soldier stuffed a rag into his mouth and told him to shut up. After saying that, he dragged Emir behind him. Once finished eating, they continued on their way. In the darkness of night, the singing voice rang out again, "Capture the skinny general and sell him for a reward." Returning to the present, Emir struggled to recall those memories that had once been sealed. He said that from that day they headed south and discovered that the order of the world was gradually collapsing. According to Emir, the ruling class fought to become immortal gods, leaving behind countless lost souls. Meanwhile, those below struggled to survive in despair, only to be swept away in the end by the Lord's soul. Capturing an archangel commander, alive drove the people they encountered along the way into madness. People both hated the ones who caused war and longed to be like them, truly tragic and pitiful. Anya sneered and said, "I have no interest in hearing your experiences. Speak, where did you take Feng?" Below, Kristen shouted for him to shut up. "Will you not even spare Annabelle?" She continued to cry out, "Emir, did you not once treat Annabelle as your younger sister?" Emir's eyes turned cold as he said, "They are not the same." Emir raised his head and sighed, "I need them to help find the final flaw in this memory to escape from it." The memory resurfaced again. Emir and that soldier continued shoulder to shoulder in the frenzied battle. As the blade swept past, he immediately used his body to shield Emir. Emir asked in astonishment, "Why did you block the strike for me?" Swinging his sword wildly, that soldier shouted, "You still have value, understand?" He stared at Emir and said, "If you are taken down, then this trip of mine will be for nothing." After a while, that soldier finally defeated all those who were fighting for dominance. Lowering his sword, he sneered, "I struggled hard to win this chance at freedom. How could I let you ruin it?" But another group rushed in shouting to attack. That soldier froze and cried out, "Is it still not over? I can barely stand." At that moment, Emir behind him spoke up, "Release me, I can help you." That soldier replied, "You are not the first to say that." Emir coldly said, "Angels are not despicable like you. Helping you is also helping myself. I know how to weigh it." Those words seemed to shake that soldier, and he hesitated briefly. In the end, he nodded in agreement. "Your wounds have not healed, drink this pill first." Seeing Emir hesitate, he shouted that I am reluctant to use it myself. Divine binding rope, release. Thus Emir complied and swallowed the pill. That soldier looked at him suspiciously and asked, "What do you intend to do?" Emir raised his hand and said, "Whatever we do, we must deal with them first." From then on, two unfamiliar hands grasped each other for the first time and advanced together. Both brimming with momentum, they faced the crowd pressing in on them. Though strangers, they coordinated flawlessly and quickly swept away their opponents. After a while, the ground was littered with motionless bodies. Both exhausted, they sat down. That soldier coughed lightly and said, "Luckily, we are still alive." Then he turned to Emir and said with a smile, "It is thanks to you, brother." At that moment, a cold blade pressed against his neck, startling him as he asked, "Did you not say angels are not despicable?" Emir pressed the sword closer and sneered, "I only learned from you." Emir asked, "You said capturing me was to exchange for freedom. If you hate war and want freedom, why not leave it?" The soldier sighed and said, "We are all branded. If it cannot be erased, then what freedom is there to speak of? If not for you angels starting it, I would have roamed everywhere long ago." Emir sheathed his sword and said, "I will not kill you, but neither will I let you bind me again. We part ways here." Before leaving, he even warned, "Do not scheme again, otherwise I will be forced to act." That soldier let out a breath and muttered, "No need to be so tense. 3, 2, 1. Immediately Emir collapsed to the ground. That soldier laughed cunningly and said, "When it comes to tricks, you are still inexperienced. That pill was not only for healing." Then even he felt the world spinning. "Damn it, I cannot hold on either." It was unclear how long he had been unconscious. Finally, that soldier hazily awoke. He looked toward Emir, their four eyes met and both were startled. At the same time, they both glanced down at the binding rope lying on the ground. In each of their minds, calculations formed swiftly. Immediately after, both lunged at the rope at the same time to seize the initiative. At equal speed, Emir and that soldier touched the rope simultaneously. That soldier immediately shouted loudly to seize the upper hand and ordered, "Bind him." Just like that, the rope quickly tightened, pulling the two of them flush against each other, inseparable. Emir shouted angrily, "Shameless bastard, take it off at once," and the other stubbornly replied, "I am not that easy to fool, just let me go and it will be settled." Emir's face pressed close to the soldier, making him flustered. He muttered, "Loosen it a little," and the other immediately said, "Loosen it." At that moment, Emir seized the chance to spring back. The soldier frowned in annoyance, "Be gentler, that hurts." Emir shouted furiously, "Do you believe I will deal with you right now?" He calmly replied, "I do not believe it. Even with my abilities sealed, as long as I restrain you, you cannot use your power, and in a bare-handed fight, I have never feared anyone." Emir softened his tone, "Do you not want freedom? Come with me. I can help you." The other answered, "I believe you, but if you follow me, you would help me even more." The two were like fighting roosters facing off, yet that calm attitude only made Emir more irritated. Then Emir dropped down onto the ground and said that his legion could not be without him. The soldier glanced at him, "Do not overestimate yourself. No one is indispensable. Choose now. I knock you down and drag you along, or you follow me yourself." After saying that, he turned around, but Emir still stood there in silence. He frowned and turned back, asking coldly, "Are you provoking me? Do you believe I will make you lose face?" Before he finished speaking, Emir hurriedly stood up and walked over. "Fine, you win." From then on, the two of them went through a fairly peaceful period. They were almost always by each other's side, never apart even in daily life. At first it was hard to adapt, but later they cooperated with perfect understanding. Gradually they became close, the kidnapper and the hostage turning into friends, which sounded rather amusing. When they arrived, something even more ironic happened. The Angel clan and the foreign race signed a peace treaty and even formed an alliance. In the end, that day the rope binding the two of them was finally removed. The soldier spoke up, "You should go." Emir said, "Now that there is an alliance, there is no need for war. Your goal is considered accomplished." But he felt a trace of sadness. The alliance is only because of a common enemy. It will just become another cycle of war later. He asked in surprise, "Why do you not want to leave now? Should you not hate me?" Emir replied, "Although you captured me unfairly, you saved me many times. Now I have lost nothing, so there is no more talk of hatred." He laughed and raised a finger, as expected of an angel truly broad-minded. Emir proudly said it was taught by the Lord. He curiously said he wanted to meet that Lord. At that moment all the angels appeared, their momentum surging. Both of them looked over in surprise. The soldier was startled and asked, "Are they here to take you back?" A leader spoke coldly, "By the Lord's order, arrest and punish the sinner of the previous war." Emir asked in shock, "What are you saying?" The other introduced himself as Quan and Go, the chief angel commander, accusing Emir of igniting the war for personal motives and bringing suffering to both sides, an unforgivable crime. The Lord grants you the chance to end it yourself. Ymir stood stunned and explained that he acted under orders, wanting to return to ask the Lord clearly. At that moment, an explosion rang out and sent both of them flying. The soldier understood and shouted that Ymir was foolish. They need someone to take responsibility for the alliance. You have been abandoned. Quan and Go issued another order. The sinner shows no remorse. Execute immediately. At that moment, the two became targets. The angels rushed forward together, aiming at Ymir. Ymir still stood there, and the soldier immediately pulled him to run. Angels did not let them go easily, launching vicious attacks toward them. The soldier checked himself and let out a breath of relief. I am still fine. Ymir had already stepped in front, blocking the attack for him. Ymir said, they are targeting me. I will hold them off, you go. He retorted, you have been by my side so long and still do not understand. They will not spare me. Ymir still said, I will block them, you. Before he could finish, an angel had already rushed over. He shouted loudly, run. The soldier's rope suddenly shot out and tightly bound Quan and Go. Ymir asked in shock, what are you doing? He replied, just sharing the pressure with you, let us go. Seeing Quan and Go being dragged into the air, the angels hurriedly chased after them, shouting to release their lord. Ymir immediately blocked them and shouted, your opponent is me. The soldier continued using the same move, tightening the rope and pulling hard. In the end, he tied Quan and Go behind his back and challenged them, go ahead and attack, see whether I use him as a shield. Seeing that scene, Ymir could only smile helplessly at this friend. And Ymir shouted loudly, if we survive, meet again at the old place. He replied cheerfully, it is a promise, then we will be free to see the world together. And by the way, I am not Hey, my name is Ymir. It turned out everyone was mistaken. Ymir was the name of the soldier. On the other side, Annabelle's master spoke while fighting, my name is. Hearing that, Liu Feng was shocked, what that soldier is Ymir. Annabelle stammered, but the one with wings looks more like Ymir. What is going on? A voice sounded when I awakened this memory. I was even more surprised than you. Frowned in confusion, not knowing whether the memory was wrong or whether I am no longer myself. But Annabelle did not care and charged forward again, shouting, shut up and surrender. He vanished, leaving only his voice. I pulled you into this memory to help me find something. Liu Feng guessed, look in the later part of the memory. He continued, no, I cannot restore my memory because a source of energy deep in my soul is resisting. Find it and destroy it. During that, Liu Feng asked worriedly, why choose us? Ymir the impostor said, that source contains the most ancient emotion of living being. It is fear. He added, except for half-human, half-demon beings like you, no one can withstand it, not even the 3 level 5 executors. Annabelle said angrily, why should I help you? He replied calmly, whether you help or not is up to you. To me it is only a matter of time. The image gradually faded, he said coldly, my original plan did not include you. Annabelle was furious, resentment surging. She lost control and said that he had known her identity. Everything before had been calculated in advance. Liu Feng hesitated. What about you? Annabelle said, let us go, there is no other choice. At that moment nearby, a flickering light appeared outside the black circle. Liu Feng and Annabelle quickly stepped across the circle, everyone in a hurry. Looking at the endless vortex, Liu Feng asked curiously, what is inside? He looked at the light and guessed it was the memory of the false Ymir. Audi said coldly, as long as I refine it, I will move closer to the position of the main god. One he spoke of was Phi Lak. Odys added that he would help her eliminate the remaining half to be reborn, but she needed to open the fragments of the law. Phi Lak did not understand the reason for the cooperation, but still agreed. Odys appeared very satisfied. He took out a black sphere containing Ymir's image and said, let us begin. The moment he glimpsed the scene, Liu Feng immediately realized it was the demon lord with Phi Lak. Annabelle asked curiously why so many figures appeared in the crystal orb. Liu Feng calmly explained they were not humans but spirits, likely the ancestors of humanity in this world. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent force rose like a storm, sweeping both of them far from their original position. That strange power seemed to cause changes in both Liu Feng and Annabelle's body. He was momentarily shaken. Could this be the invasion of fear, with his half-human, half-demon body unable to resist, with virtually no way to defend? This moment the girl beside him began to fade. Liu Feng panicked and shook her, calling out, Annabelle, Annabelle. Seeing a small point of light before him, he immediately drew his sword into a ready stance. Senza had no choice but to act herself. Breaking the fragment could end everything right. Instantly Liu Feng circulated his internal energy, shouting as he executed Sword Divine Abyss, activating the Great Divine Formation. Yet every energy wave released from the black stones was shredded and absorbed entirely without a trace. Elsewhere, Odie's planned to throw these spirits into the microcosm so they could help disperse the refined magical fragments. He told Phylac that he could not refine the huge fragment himself, leaving the pests to gradually erode it for him. Then he turned to make a condition with her, asking her to help chop the magical fragment into pieces. Phylac did not respond but immediately moved her hand to channel energy, severing the energy veins. Otis continued calculating. Once the fragments were divided and then merged and taken by him, he would ascend as the chief deity. Meanwhile, Ymir, hoarse from fighting, affirmed, "Rapro, I will find you." Turned out the impostor named I am Bayen was actually rubble. Liu Feng frowned, continuing like this even if he exhausted himself would be useless. Ymir surely did not lead them to meaningless death, there must be a way out. Pondered the power of fear. The special half-human, half-demon body meant they needed both human and demonic strength. Liu Feng increased his internal energy. Speaking loudly was not enough. He needed more, just a little more. As he nearly lost control, a warm hand gently grasped his. Annabelle softly said it was enough. Liu Feng was surprised to realize she had regained her composure. At that moment, a surge of abundant energy flowed into Liu Feng, and everything gradually aligned with his will. Looked at her emotionally, unable to contain his exclamation, "We did it." A fierce explosion rang out, the surroundings blazing with countless dazzling auras. Yet the aftershock was so strong that both Liu Feng and Annabelle were thrown far away. Anya joyfully called out Liu Feng, Luna shouted his name, and the young boy's gaze remained fixed on Annabelle. When Liu Feng appeared with everyone, the chains binding them were finally undone. Hong Yi, worried, rushed to ask if he was all right. Liu Feng smiled to reassure her he was fine. Annabelle glared at Ymir. Kristen anxiously questioned where the two had gone and what Ymir ultimately wanted. His body slowly rose into the air, surrounded by a strange dual force swirling around him. Looking at himself, he remembered the name Rapro but was confused about his identity. Was he Ymir or Rapro, and why was his first memory of Ymir? Liu Feng quickly explained the cause was the black fragment, but hadn't they already destroyed it? Hearing this, O immediately continued, "That is the magical fragment." Rapro clutched his head in pain, trying to recover memories, but ultimately could not even discern his own identity. His body trembled. Then what meaning did all his actions have? Ymir, you are still as selfish as before, pursuing your goals at all costs, even willing to bury Zone 6. She frowned and continued to warn him from sinking deeper. I have contacted those in other zones, yet the three of them together still could not defeat you. He transformed into a grotesque, evil form. Kristen continued to question, recalling she once thought he had some humanity when sparing Annabelle and even wanted to save him. Now it seemed she had only deluded herself. Keeping Annabelle was part of the plan. Your goal was never to destroy the prison. All because of your blurred memories, reality mixed with illusion. At this point, Rapro's face turned cold. He defended that awakening memories and breaking the prison were mutually supportive actions. According to Rapro, the previous generation was destroyed by the fear they themselves created. As one of the few survivors, he discovered merging the two fear towers and supplementing fear energy would awaken memories and find a way out. Rapro recounted his journey. To become stronger, he risked becoming a demon, maintained his rationality, then defeated the demon queen, subdued them, merged the fear towers, and opened this space. Unfortunately, he was also trapped inside, only able to manipulate others through the power of fear. Annabelle angrily said that the person who harmed her brother and raised her only did so to serve today's plan. Hong Yi suddenly realized that Skeleton and Jingen were probably also controlled by him. He opened the door, saying, "Perhaps so, everyone leave. I want to try one last time myself." Seeing everyone hesitate, Rapro urged, "While I am still conscious, hurry." As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed everyone into that door with energy. Annabelle angrily shouted, "Shut up." Liu Feng quickly reminded everyone not to separate. He held Xiao Jin with one arm, the other hand tightly gripping Hong Yi. The girl asked in astonishment, "Are we really not resisting?" Liu Feng replied succinctly, "First leave here. This is complicated. Perhaps from the start the demon lord manipulated fear. No matter what happens next, we must." Before he finished speaking, Medusa was suddenly pulled forcefully, leaving everyone stunned. I roared in fury, "Return my things." Rapro shouted irritably, "The fear tower is mine." His eyes widened, yelling, "Do you want to destroy yourself?" After speaking, he channeled energy to attack fiercely toward Medusa. A resounding shock occurred. Liu Feng holding Hong Yi thought, indeed not simple. Medusa changed direction to counterattack Rapro. Ada laughed with calculation. It seemed Rapro's strength could not compete, gradually falling into disadvantage. Annabelle pointed at the object on him. Liu Feng immediately realized it was the magical fragment. Everyone's gaze turned toward her. Liu Feng was startled. It turned out magical fragments also existed within the Fear Tower. Medusa, while fighting, shouted with excitement, "More energy the better." After deducing, Liu Feng shot upward. "Do not let them take it first." Seeing him rush into the tower, Rapro laughed gleefully. "So that's it. 3 people targeted the same goal, so contesting the fragments was inevitable." A great explosion erupted, the surroundings shaking and cracking in pieces. Liu Feng quickly shielded his face, quietly muttering the situation was bad. A familiar voice rang out, "Is this the true power of fear?" Annabelle coldly asked Emir if he had thought of a way to end her. Rapro tempted, "Give me the fragment, I will tell you the truth." She did not believe, rushing forward declaring she would uncover all his secrets herself. He unleashed a sharp strike at his wing, tearing a large piece. He reached out to grasp Annabelle, suppressive energy causing her to struggle in pain. Medusa saw the opponent busy fighting, and took the opportunity to strike from behind. Sharp teeth sank into Rapro. He turned with an angry shout. Immediately after, Rapro threw Medusa aside. She laughed wildly, face covered in monstrous fluids. Pablo spoke coldly, "Annabelle, even if you hold that fragment in your hand, you still cannot defeat me. I do not wish to take your life. This is your last chance." At this moment, Annabelle hated him to the marrow. She shouted back, "Stop pretending to be righteous. I will make you pay." Seeing that she could not be swayed, Rablo lowered his voice, "Then do not blame me for being ruthless." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a heavy blow toward her, leaving Annabelle reeling. Witnessing that scene, Liu Feng shouted Annabelle's name in alarm. Though injured, she still forced herself up and roared in fury, "I must make you repay this debt." Liu Feng was startled. Even though they both possessed fragments of the law, the gap in strength was so vast. If Emir gathered both fragments, the consequences would be unimaginable. Elsewhere he was battling Medusa. "Last time I let you escape, this time I will not miss again." The moment he finished speaking, the snakes on her head were blasted away, dark red liquid splattering as Medusa groaned in pain. Pablo increased his inner force, gritting his teeth as he pressed forward, miserable screams echoing everywhere. Medusa's soul symbolized ill-fated maiden. Now countless pleas overlapped. "I do not want to vanish. Spare me, father, do not abandon me." Suddenly a sharp surge of inner force slashed straight toward Rablo, shocking him. Falling to the ground, he still stared wide-eyed at the other person. "Jingen, what are you doing?" That person rushed toward a soul and called gently, "Ellie." The injured part of Rablo's body began to recover. He sneered, "A fool for so many years and still none the wiser." Jingen tightly embraced the girl's soul. "Ellie, at last I have found you." He said emotionally that she still existed. This time he would never let go again, and the girl choked back her reply. Old memories flooded back. Before the calamity, they had loved each other and shared peaceful days. Jingen held his beloved tightly, wishing to preserve that moment forever. She softly said, "Now we can be together forever." Medusa turned toward Liu Feng and revealed a strange smile. "Merge with me." As soon as she finished speaking, she lunged toward Xiao Jin and Yati Ma. Seeing this, he cried out in terror that it was bad, then turned his gaze toward Hong Yi. He held Annabelle in his arms while circulating his inner force to open the divine domain. Hong Yi said calmly, "Liu Feng Ka, the stellar profound yin power inside me is surging. Let me handle it. I do not want to implicate you anymore." He cautioned carefully that if anything went wrong, he would intervene immediately. Hong Yi stood still and extended her hand toward Medusa. In the blink of an eye, Medusa was absorbed into her body, a fierce surge of inner force erupting around Hong Yi. Pablo refused to give up and rushed over from afar, shouting, "That fragment is mine." He handed Annabelle to his comrades and stepped into an attacking stance. "Yati, prepare." The sword in his hand swung, a powerful slash aimed at Rablo. In his fury and lack of defense, he was struck heavily. "Do not even think of taking another step." Felt a flicker of worry. The sword divine domain combined with fear energy was too strong. Would one strike be enough to finish him? At that moment, a shadow appeared from the sky carrying a sinister aura. Nhu Yen smiled with interest. "At last the moment has come. As expected, the mark I left has taken effect." She looked toward Hong Yi, a demon queen. "That source of power is truly alluring." He was astonished. "It is you. Were you not sealed beneath the abyss?" Medusa angrily pointed at Nhu Yen. "It was you who turned us into this." Nhu Yen replied indifferently, "Did you not choose the path of revenge yourselves?" That blazing red light trembled endlessly. "I want to reclaim everything." Nhu Yen raised her hand and gathered that energy. "We originally share the same source." But that shadow cried out in panic, "No, I do not want to be dissolved." Only a fragile remnant soul remained. The voice was still frantic. "I am unwilling." He held Hong Yi and asked what was happening. She replied that she had absorbed too much and needed time to stabilize. Neichu Yen explained that she had only come to reclaim what belonged to her. Suddenly that source of power shot upward, causing her to start slightly. Odis appeared and roared that they belonged to me. As soon as he finished speaking, pressure like a storm descended. He was secretly horrified by the terrifying might. Yati warned that it was the aura of a king, the lord of fear seeking to devour the fragment of the law. Odis roared that if Phylak had not secretly unsealed you, I would not need to act so soon. Obediently let me refine you. He asked what would happen if Odis succeeded. Yati replied that at the very least he would reach half the realm of the main body, and then they would be no different from dust. Hearing that, he circulated his inner force, absolutely not allowing him to achieve his goal. Rablo rushed toward Odis. I remember you now. Return my memory to me. But Odis's tentacle instantly wrapped tightly around Rablo. He said coldly that your fear energy was originally bestowed by me. Odis hissed that I gave you power to refine the fragment, not to resist, so hand it over and end this. Witnessing that brutal scene, he stood stunned and speechless. Unable to stand idle, he unleashed the sword Divine Domain and opened the devouring star formation. In a flash he stood before Odis, his small figure contrasting with the gigantic opponent. Seizing the opportunity, he clung onto him and gripped the sword tightly. Gathering momentum, he poured all his inner force into a downward strike. When Odis pushed Nhu Yen aside, he took the chance to pull her out of danger. Odis glared at him, a mere insignificant being daring to block me. He immediately counterattacked, the sky filling with smoke and dust. His figure vanished amid the smoke, along with a resounding shock. Yati cried out Liu Feng's name in panic. Fortunately, he and Nhu Yen were unharmed. Odis muttered in shock, this source of power, Phylak is actually human. Hearing that, he was also stunned. Could it be that Phylak is not on the side of the Lord of Fear? He scratched his head, feeling that something was wrong. Connecting everything together, going straight to the territory of the fallen angels should have been fastest, yet somehow they had detoured here. Recalling that night, could it be that she had secretly influenced him and led him here? Odis roared that Phylak, I will not let you obstruct me again. He concluded that everything had been arranged by Philo. He decided to set aside his thoughts for now, run quickly, escape as far as possible. Suddenly an icy hand pierced through his chest, leaving him frozen in shock. Turning back, Nhu Yen smiled enchantingly. This feeling is so familiar, it has been so long. He stared at her in numb disbelief. Why is it like this? Odis mocked that you think the law of fear that created countless monsters is some kind being. Nhu Yen decisively withdrew her hand. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. She lightly licked her fingertip. Do you know how painful it was to restrain myself from touching you last time? Now the energy within you has dissipated, I can finally act freely. As soon as she finished speaking, she lunged toward him with greedy eyes as if to claim everything. Just as she was about to circulate her inner force to evade, a pulling force suddenly appeared behind Nhu Yen and yanked her backward. Nhu Yen immediately showed displeasure, turned her head and shouted, who dares to interfere in my good deed? Hongyi used her energy to firmly restrain Nhu Yen in her grasp, determined not to let her continue harming Liu Feng. Hongyi glanced at the opponent and shouted a signal, Liu Feng Ka, make your move. The moment her voice fell, Liu Feng immediately swung a blade of sword energy straight toward Nhu Yen. She had no time to react to this sudden turn. One of her arms was severed. Nhu Yen panicked and rushed toward the fallen arm, my fragment. At the same time, a stream of black light like mist swiftly enveloped that arm. Odis seized the opportunity and immediately dashed forward to snatch that fragment. Holding the object in his hand, Odis laughed wildly in delight. It finally belongs to me. However, when he opened his palm, what lay there was only Nhu Yen's arm. The fragment had vanished. At that same moment, Liu Feng had already swiftly secured the fragment in his own hand. Right after that, his body suddenly transformed into a demon, as if the fragment caused him to lose control. Annabelle struggled to stand and muttered that she still needed greater power, otherwise she feared she would completely turn into a terrifying demon. Suddenly a hairy hand tightly grasped the fragment above Annabelle's head. She cried out in panic. Who is it? That cold voice echoed. How ironic. Did you not once tell me not to become a monster? Turned out to be that persistent man, he sneered. So what now? Can you still speak so arrogantly? Pausing briefly, he said that in any case he had to thank her for helping him before. This fragment would be used for his revenge. After saying that, he forcefully pressed the fragment into Annabelle's head, seizing the final chance to continue living. Memories surged like a flood. She suddenly recalled someone whispering to her the words "continue living." That person was Alan. Before dying, he stroked his younger sister's head and instructed her, continue living. In the old memory, the ruined house was cold and shrouded in loneliness. At that time Annabelle was still young, curled up in a corner trembling and asking when her brother would return. She was very afraid. Then she burst into tears, saying he had lied to her, that he had abandoned her. Her face gradually twisted into a grotesque form, her humanity fading, saying her brother she hated him. From then on she wandered soullessly through the city, too hungry, truly very hungry. She needed food. Even after attacking others, Annabelle still felt no satisfaction. She wanted even more. At that moment Alan hurried over and called out in shock, "Annabelle." According to her memory, afterward her brother truly returned to her side. But more tragic was that she herself had pierced through Alan's chest. Alan did not resent her at all. "Annabelle, I am sorry. I failed to take good care of you. This is the last thing I can do." Then he tightly embraced his little sister and called out loudly, "Annabelle." It seemed Alan was transmitting his inner force to her. He shouted, "Come back to me." After a while, Annabelle regained consciousness. Her eyes filled with fear as she looked at her brother. He gently stroked her head and tenderly gave his final instruction, "Live on well." Hugging his sister even tighter, Alan said in pain, "Live properly for the sake of one person." After that he turned to Rapro and whispered, "Master, I cannot hold on much longer. Please strike while I am still human." Truth was revealed. Rablo drew his sword and replied that he would take her place in caring for the girl properly. Annabelle's whole body trembled. Is this the complete memory? Impossible. Everything is false. Impossible. Liu Feng's side tension filled the air. "No, I cannot become a mindless monster. Sword chanting heart, help me adapt to it." His hand had become deformed. Liu Feng knelt on the ground and tried with all his strength to resist the rising instinct. Odys on the other side aimed straight at him and roared fiercely, "Die for me."